Chapter 1. Something seems off ahead. Amanita is a not-so-powerful immortal. She's neither good at battling monsters nor meditating. With barely 800 years of cultivation, her power diminishes significantly when she ascends to the ninth heaven. But her celestial sense is foresight. She knows that this man before her will one day bring destruction to the world and slaughter all living beings. She must bind her fate with his tightly before he becomes a demon. Something seems off ahead. Riding on her little donkey, Amanita looked up to inspect. The setting sun flew with lone birds, and the autumn water merged seamlessly with the long sky. It should have been an excellent evening for cultivating, but a red mist was emanating from the east, enveloping some objects that tumbled through the air. Great Harmony Immortal Master once said that there were countless treasures in the ninth heaven. Whether one could obtain great luck and enhance cultivation depended entirely on personal destiny. In other words, if you see treasure, grab it first. Excitedly pulling on the donkey's ears, Amanita immediately made a hand sign, as I wish, the spirit realm of Watergate shall be born. As she spoke, a barrier formed around her, blocking out all sounds from outside. The red mist ahead seemed to sense something, attempting to flee. Immediately jumping off the donkey, Amanita swiftly pulled out the 1,000 silk net and threw it toward the fleeing mist. Caught. The net caught something heavy, and as Amanita tried to pull it back, she found it quite weighty. Quite a big treasure, she muttered, wrapping the rope around her palm and giving it a strong pull. Swish. A ghastly pale face appeared within the 1,000 silk net, bloodshot eyes peering through tangled hair, locking onto hers. Amanita. What kind of rare treasure is this? The scene became awkward. Amanita remained silent, pretending nothing happened, and was about to stuff it back. Just then, the eyes inside the net moved. The pupils, held by bloodshot veins, slowly turned, reflecting her image. Before she could react, a green hand burst through the net, its veins bulging, grabbing her wrist fiercely. Ah! Amanita screamed, lifting her magic artifact to strike, trying to shake it off. But no matter how hard she hit, the hand wouldn't let go. Instead, it tightened, sending white light into her skin, causing both pain and itching. It was definitely siphoning her spiritual energy. Panicking, Amanita quickly cast defensive spells, attempting to seal her meridians to protect herself. But just as she sealed the xiuxian acupoint, she heard several popping sounds. All major acupoints were penetrated by the white light. For a cultivator, having your acupoints breached was a taboo, indicating the opponent was far stronger, leaving one's life not in their own hands. Amanita was initially panicked, but now she felt truly desperate. Even a ghost-like creature had higher cultivation than her. What was the point of ascending to the ninth heaven? She could live another century waiting to die in her cave. Should she commit suicide now? At least she'd save face. But she feared pain and couldn't bear to destroy her spirit core. Amanita was so conflicted, her little face scrunched up in distress. At that moment, a fiery red sleeve suddenly appeared in the air, enveloped in flames and lightning, tearing apart the shadowy hand. The action was so swift and sharp that Amanita hadn't reacted when the hand holding her snapped off, its remnants melting into ashes in the raging fire. When she looked down, all she saw were the golden phoenix patterns on the sleeve. Fierce and overwhelming. Her heart skipped a beat as she turned back. The red sleeve fell, revealing its owner. A crown of golden phoenixes bound his hair, celestial light illuminated his attire, and the newcomer stepped on fire clouds, his robe trailing behind him. His fingertips still harbored murderous intent, exuding lethal and formidable presence. A heaven-sent savior. Amanita felt immense gratitude, ready to throw herself forward to hug his leg. But as she lifted her head, she froze. A dot of gold red on his forehead, his eyes deep and hazy, the man before her shifted his gaze from the 1,000 silk net and slowly settled it upon her head, his pupils reflecting her shocked expression without any ripple. It's him. Amanita was dumbfounded. Images of divine flames that destroyed everything flashed before her eyes, leaving desolate ruins. Someone glanced back indifferently. His pitch-black pupils shimmered with a layer of haze, carelessly sweeping over the corpses of immortals on the ground, finally resting on her who barely clung to life. Cruel and vicious. It's him. Shivering, Amanita stopped in her tracks. The divine supreme deity before her had yet to descend into demonic form, his hazy eyes were not yet consumed by evil intent, only slightly cold as they looked at her. Move. Amanita hastily stepped back 3 large steps, deferentially bowing aside. Please, Lord, proceed. Devon didn't intend to leave, he stood before the 1,000 silk net that still entangled something, raising his hand swiftly. The burst of fire illuminated the side of his face, and whatever was in the net dissipated like clouds and mist, even its last lingering soul was crushed into nothingness by him. Cleaned up. Pulling back his sleeve, Devon's expression eased slightly as he looked at the person beside him. A lowly immortal with flamboyant attire and appearance, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't spare her a glance. But right now. He took 2 steps toward her. Amanita was still in awe of meeting such a legendary figure. Seeing the big shot approach, her knees went weak, almost causing her to kneel in greeting immediately. Then the big shot suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist injured by the spectre. At the same time, the surrounding barrier exploded with a bang, dissipating like fireworks into the sky. Devon, someone roared angrily. Before Amanita could understand the intention behind this action, she was jolted by the voice full of powerful divine energy, forcing her to cough up blood. A streak of fire landed on her brow, protecting her heart meridian. Surprised, Amanita looked up, only to see the big shot facing the furious newcomer indifferently. You dared to set up a boundary and kill within the 9 heavens immortal gate. Bray Gong exploded in rage, leading 3,000 immortals to encircle them tightly. Numerous magical weapons appeared, spiritual beasts growled, and intense killing intent washed over the twilight, darkening the skies for 10 miles around with thunder rumbling. Amanita had never seen such a scene before. Her legs felt like jelly, and she slid down, leaning against the big shot. But truly, the big shot lived up to his reputation. Facing this overwhelming pressure, he stood calmly, looking handsome and graceful, even calmly asking, "Why does Lord Bray say so? Do you still want to argue?" An anomaly was observed here just now, witnessed by all immortals. You set up a boundary to cover it up. Setting up a boundary means killing? If not killing, why set up a boundary? Tensions were high, both sides confronting each other. Bray Gong led fierce divine beasts, while Devon held onto the dazed Amanita. A great battle seemed imminent. However, at this moment, Amanita spoke. The boundary was set up by me. The opposite group of immortals paused, clearly just noticing another person present. You. Bray Gong scrutinized suspiciously. Devon glanced down, seeing this little immortal with one hand gripped by him and the other clutching his robe, gathering courage to say, "I am a disciple of Great Harmony Immortal Master. I ascended today and noticed spiritual chi here, so I set up a boundary to catch treasure." Unexpectedly. Devon squeezed her wrist lightly. The little immortal quickly understood and switched gears. Unexpectedly, I offended the supreme deity. She then looked up, eyes wide and clear, filled with flattery. If she had a tail like the divine beast, it would be wagging too. Devon gave a soft snort, withdrawing the power gripping her vital points. Satisfied, the big shot turned away, but the surrounding gods were unwilling to let it go. Amanita could clearly hear their whispers. The boundary bears this little immortal's aura, but Nikki's disappearance can't be unrelated to Devon. If he doesn't admit it, what can you do? In the 9th heaven, everyone is upright and righteous, yet such a person appears among us. They murmured for a while, then someone frowned and asked Amanita, "Did you only see Supreme Deity Devon just now?" "Yes." Amanita nodded without hesitation. The divine beast searched the surroundings, and colorful immortal techniques rained down, the atmosphere taut. Yet after half an hour of searching, there was no trace of Nikki's aura. Bray Gong reluctantly recalled the divine beast, bowing to Devon. "It was a misunderstanding. Please forgive me, Supreme Deity." Without a word, Devon grabbed Amanita and walked away. The surrounding immortals parted, allowing him to pass through, his cloak billowing in the twilight. Everything made sense. Walking beside the big shot, Amanita sighed, thinking that indeed, he didn't get along well with other immortals. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended in total destruction. But as they walked, she suddenly felt something was off. Why did the big shot grab her wrist? This person was definitely not one to be moved by beauty or willing to be close to anyone. She hadn't thought much about it during the crisis. Now, his hand felt like burning iron on her wrist. Supreme Deity? Amanita struggled. Devon came to his senses and slowly released her. A strange aura leaked from the wound on her wrist, misty and foggy, enveloping her vision. Even with her low cultivation, Amanita sensed it. This wasn't the aura of a spectre. The immortals had been looking for the leader of the Khan family, Nikki, the highest-ranking cultivator of water elemental cultivation. 100 years later, Devon's ability to bring about the destruction of the world was directly related to the decline of the Khan family. So how did the Khan family decline? It seemed as though there was an answer in the mist before her. Amanita trembled, finally loosening her grip on the big shot's robes. Devon kept glancing at her out of the corner of his eye. He saw the little rabbit who had been nibbling on grass suddenly perk up its ears, alertly wrinkling its nose, guessing that she must have figured something out. He couldn't help but chuckle. Her cultivation was only a few hundred years. He could accidentally crush her with a step. Yet, her mind was sharp, and he could even hear the gears in her head turning. However, since she had guessed it, it was time to send her on her way. No one would care if a newcomer immortal soul returned to the heavens. Raising his hand casually, Devon gathered a small cluster of divine fire. Supreme Deity. Suddenly, a weight pressed down on his leg. Looking down, Devon saw the little rabbit that had just perked up its ears now clutching tightly to his leg, looking up at him with eyes full of shimmering stars. "I am a new arrival, not knowing anyone, and have been saved by Supreme Deity. I wonder if Supreme Deity takes on disciples." Chapter 2: The Cat Who Wants to Be a Big Shot. Barak had lived for 80,000 years and hadn't shied away from breaking the killing precepts. He had seen all sorts of faces begging for mercy, hateful, despairing, unwilling, each one was grotesque. But this person before him didn't contort her face or wail. She simply looked up at him with a pair of expectant eyes. Grandmaster Stephen said that as long as I ascend to the 9 heavens, I can join another prestigious sect. There are 10 sects in total within the 5 elements immortal sects, and no matter how I think about it, your sect is the most powerful. Li represented fire, especially the intense solar fire of Shangbing, incomparable to mere candlelight. With the Wuxing system, as long as the Khan clan declined, the Li clan would be an uncontested force. Most importantly, Kathy thought that if she could become his disciple, once a teacher always a father. Even if Barak wanted to destroy everything, even tigers do not eat their own cubs. An extra father meant an extra life, and she would definitely gain more from this arrangement. You. Barak called her name. Immersed in her joy, Kathy excitedly replied, "What is it, father?" Barak. Quickly smacking her mouth, Kathy knelt properly beside him, saying, "This immortal is present." The divine flame at his fingertips openly emitted murderous intent. Barak lowered his hand, placing the flame before her eyes. "Can't you see what my intentions are?" To great God, Kathy answered obediently, "This immortal understands. You wish to kill me and erase evidence." She spoke the truth, but there wasn't a hint of fear in her tone. Unpleased, Barak glanced down at her, finding little amusement. The divine flame subsided, and Barak withdrew his hand. "Then now, what do you think my intentions are?" Kathy felt something was wrong with him. However, thinking again, anyone who could destroy the world wouldn't be normal. Being unpredictable and moody was part of the deal. Knowing the outcome already, she decided to go all in and try every possible angle. So, she looked at him earnestly. "Great God trusts this immortal due to my obedience and has decided to believe me once." Barak closed his eyes. "Believe you in what?" "In my sincerity." Kathy clenched her fists, her eyes firm. "Since I have entered Great God's sect, I will share life and death with you. No matter what happens, I will never betray you." Having said that, she took out a pearl effortlessly, presenting it to him with both hands. "I humbly request your favor. In cultivation, one's essence energy, yuan, is the foundation. Mortal bodies are prone to damage, so essence energy is usually stored in magical artifacts. But Barak had never seen such a flamboyant artifact. What could a pearl do? Scare off birds. Though disdainful, Barak still pinched it up. Handing over the host of her essence energy meant entrusting her life to him. She assured that today's encounter would remain secret. However, Barak lifted his eyebrows. Dead men make better guarantees. That's true, Kathy's eyes curved, and she stretched out her slender fingers, reasoning with him, but if I die, I'll just be a boring dead man who won't spill secrets. If Great God spares me, then I'll be a lively being who won't betray you and can serve you as entertainment. He had plenty of entertainments. Barak wasn't convinced. He didn't need anyone to be an eyesore or wait on him. He merely put away the divine flame because she showed no fear. So, in the next moment, he conjured a sharp long sword, its edge hovering above her forehead, the silver blade glaring and reflecting light right onto her brow. Kathy blinked. She knew this big shot was cruel, often harboring killing intentions. But she also knew that those who cried for mercy or resisted ended up dead. Thus, even though slightly scared, she kept her gaze fixed on the blade without flinching. In the next moment, the long sword transformed into a thunderbolt, crashing down violently but stopping abruptly just 3 meters above her head. Next, the thunder turned into a fierce giant beast, an arrow piercing through clouds and moon, and a venomous jiaolong snake. They all seemed ready to end her life instantly but paused at the last moment. Kathy smiled, revealing a row of neat white teeth. Just as she expected. Though she wasn't particularly diligent in cultivation, Kathy was favored by the heavens, having opened the latest celestial perception in a dream. In the dream, Barak slaughtered all gods and returned the world to chaos. As a minor immortal without any title, she naturally suffered the same fate. Kathy didn't understand Barak well, but she remembered clearly that those who begged while crying died first, while the calm ones were left until the end. And she, pretending to be dead with all her concentration, was eventually discovered. A burst of divine flame scattered her 1,000-year cultivation, lost in the universe. In the last moment before her soul dispersed, Kathy thought not of anything else but how envious she was of the cat Barak held in his arms. An ordinary country cat, not a divine beast, with no magical powers, was spared from this catastrophe just because it caught the fancy of this big shot and was held by him. And now? Kathy kept a solemn expression on her face, not daring to show the slightest hint of begging for mercy. Only by getting through this would she have the chance to be the cat in the big shot's arms. Barak did not hold back. The illusions he created became more powerful. Chelin, Xuanwu, demonic beasts, asuras. Each one was fiercely aggressive, their scales oozing fresh mucus, and their claws exuding murderous intent, almost poking into her eyeballs. But this little immortal still showed no fear. Not only was she unafraid, but she even looked up to him, covering her heart with both hands. Your divinity's immortal arts are truly impressive. This overwhelming killing aura can't just be an illusion, your divinity must have infused it with immortal power. But Great Master Stephen said that one cannot casually let their immortal power leave their body without 1,000 years of cultivation. You must have practiced for a long time. 1,000 years of cultivation? Barak sneered inwardly. Indeed, she was a naive little immortal who had never seen the world. Never mind that, she also talked too much, chattering on while watching his illusions. Can I learn this? It's so impressive. Even if you don't kill anyone, having hundreds of swords flying around behind you is majestic. You are the most powerful deity I've ever seen. You can even transform into a phoenix. Can you transform into a dragon? I heard from the immortal master that dragons are the mightiest divine beasts in the 9 heavens and can't be conjured by mere illusions. Wow, you really can turn into a dragon. Barak didn't know what happened. Originally, he intended to scare her to death with illusions, but somehow, he ended up like a street candy sculptor, conjuring divine beasts for her one by one. Each time he transformed, she let out a surprised squeal, full of admiration, which made him get more and more carried away. Realizing what he was doing, Barak's eyes darkened. The illusory images in front of him vanished instantly. Kathy, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly found herself bereft of entertainment. Her eyebrows drooped in disappointment. All gone? Disappointed. Barak couldn't help feeling irked. He didn't care anymore if she was afraid or not, waving his hand to strike her dead. But before his palm could land, the little immortal swayed, her body going limp as she suddenly fell off the cloud. Chapter 3: The Naive Little Fairy. Kathyang, this girl, was raised in indulgence. As an imperial princess on Earth, she enjoyed 18 years of luxury, with all her needs and desires lavishly met. Under the tutelage of Master Stephen, she was adored by her senior brothers and sisters due to her charming appearance, never once worrying about her cultivation. To put it another way, her 800 years of cultivation were riddled with superficiality, her constitution far more fragile than that of the average immortal. Just now, when an unknown force jolted her meridians, her inner energy became chaotic. With Barak's sudden scare causing her blood to rush, she lost consciousness abruptly. When she fell from the clouds, it was as if she were a piece of paper, light and thin. Barak didn't want to catch her, he intended to kill her to silence her, letting her fall directly to save him the trouble. But what he hadn't anticipated was that as this little fairy plummeted, the residual yin qi around her wrist suddenly ignited like sandalwood incense, white smoke curling and swirling, wrapping around her entirely. The downward momentum ceased abruptly, the smoke supporting her, as if deliberating over something. Seeing this, Barak's expression changed slightly, and he moved quickly. Blazing flames surged forward fiercely, the white smoke dispersing instantly as if fleeing from a ghost. Thinking she still wanted to escape, Barak sneered, turning to grab this little fairy by the wrist. He knew that the old thief Cameron wouldn't give up so easily, but he hadn't expected Cameron to sacrifice his 10,000-year-old soul just to play this game of hiding. Come out, Barak narrowed his eyes. In front of him, the little fairy lay unconscious, being held by her waist, her pale face motionless. Growing impatient, Barak infused her Baihui point with his fire energy, planning to corner whatever was inside. However, upon exploration, he paused. Empty. Every immortal should have true energy in their body. Yet this one had nothing in her dantian, even many of her meridians were unopened. How did she ascend to the 9th heaven? Glancing at her with complicated eyes, Barak continued investigating. Searching through all her meridians, he found no trace of Cameron's aura. The white mist seemed like an illusion, leaving the little fairy in his hands truly weak and innocent. Cameron, the old thief, had extraordinary skills in concealment despite lacking other talents. Anger rose within Barak, and he squeezed Kathyang's waist. He always believed in eradicating threats completely, so this little fairy had to die. But now, with Cameron's soul hidden within her, killing her without securing it first would free the soul, allowing it to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and form a new divine spirit faster. Yet if he didn't kill her, as long as she lived, Cameron could return someday. Looking coldly at the little fairy in his hand, Kathyang was soaking in a hot spring in her unconsciousness. Grandmaster Stephen advocated frugality, so there were naturally no hot springs in the immortal sect. She had longed for hundreds of years to have a soak, and now, finally getting the chance, she thrashed around joyfully. Suddenly, she felt pain in her waist. Kathyang, who hated pain, immediately frowned and whimpered softly. However, before she could make much sound, her mouth was covered by a piece of roasted meat. The meat smelled delicious, and she happily opened her mouth to bite it. After several tries, she couldn't reach it. Frustrated, she licked it with her tongue, hoping to draw it in. Just as she licked a couple of times, the roasted meat stiffened. Then, the surroundings rapidly cooled, a silent killing intent spreading. Startled by the impending danger, Kathyang tried to hide but couldn't due to the pain in her waist. No matter how much she struggled, she woke up instantly. The hot spring vanished, the light around her disappeared, and towering black pillars stood silently, making the palace seem vast and empty. Kathyang moved, finding herself sitting on someone's lap, red sleeves spread over a wide throne, one hand resting on his forehead, the other pinching her waist. You woke up quite quickly, he said, his cool, dark eyes looking down at her. Kathyang stared, glancing at him and then at her waist. Ignoring the murderous aura for a moment, she pouted pitifully. Why do you pinch me? I can kill you too. I know. Kathyang waved her hand indifferently, prying his fingers away tearfully, but you can't pinch me. Did low cultivation immortals not only have poor skills but also flawed logic? If they could be killed, why couldn't they be pinched? Barak couldn't understand, his brows furrowing. Ordinary immortals would avoid him at all costs, going into seclusion for centuries after a mere threat. But this one, after waking up, started complaining about the pain in her waist, not fearing him at all. Instead, she found a comfortable angle to lean against him, blinking her eyes to ask, is there any hot water here? Barak. This is the Li clan's immortal sect, not an inn. No. Ah. Kathyang drooped her head, but my waist hurts. You won't feel pain if you die. I get it, I get it. Kathyang climbed down from his lap, paying no heed to his threat, and only wrinkled her nose to look around. Why is it so empty here? There's nothing. She skipped over to the vacant space on the left, gesturing with her hand in a circle. Can you set up a bathtub for me here? Just a quick soak will do wonders. Can't. What about a hot water bottle? There isn't one. Kathyang looked at him with utmost disappointment, as if saying that someone of such high cultivation couldn't manage these little things. Barak's temple throbbed. He couldn't understand why she wasn't afraid when he had already revealed such obvious killing intent. Although he did indeed decide to keep her to catch Cameron's soul core, in her eyes, he should be a demon god who killed without batting an eye. On what grounds did she still want to take a bath? Are you injured somewhere and haven't recovered yet, so you can't use too much true energy? xiuxian thought for a long while, then considerately said, I'll transform one myself then. Saying this, she formed seals with her hands and muttered incantations. After an incense stick's time, there appeared a small wooden basin in the vast palace, palm-sized, without any water. Yet xiuxian seemed very satisfied, clapping her hands in self-praise, I've improved. Barak. 800 years of cultivation all went into thick skin. With a snort, he raised his sleeve. Boom. Half of the palace floor cracked and sank, revealing a gushing spring. Instantly, a hot spring was formed, the edges smooth, wildflowers blooming beside it, steam rising from the water. xiuxian's eyes widened. It could even create a hot spring? She covered her heart with both hands, her eyes sparkling as she turned around and looked up at the big shot on the throne. This gaze was clearly more appreciative than the previous one. Barak gave a light humph and disdainfully patted his sleeve. Such a narrow-minded person. Chapter 4, The Cold-Blooded and Heartless Higher God. Ginger, who had never seen anything like this before, walked around the hot spring 3 times, muttering incantations to set up an illusionary barrier. Although cultivators did not have the strict gender separation common in the mortal world, it was still too bold to bathe in a hot spring right in front of someone. While casting the spell, Ginger gave a silly smile toward the figure on the throne. Once the barrier was completed, she turned and plunged into the pool without hesitation. Splash. Snow-white water splashed high into the air. This feeling of comfort was long overdue. Ginger swam 2 rounds doggy-style and then lay panting at the edge of the pool with satisfaction. The hot spring was so comfortable, how wonderful. It was even more wonderful to wake up still alive. She was one step closer to her goal of being the lap cat of the powerful god, how wonderful. Wriggling with excitement, Ginger scrubbed herself while humming a tune, off-key at parts which made her glance sheepishly toward the figure on the throne. Blocked by the barrier, the god could not see inside the hot spring. Seemingly bored, he was resting with his elbow propping up his head. Withdrawing her gaze, Ginger continued splashing around carelessly. Barak pinched the bridge of his nose. He had met many low-ranking immortals, but one as confident as this despite their low cultivation was a first. She couldn't even conjure up a simple bathtub. Who gave her the confidence that her illusionary barrier could stop him? But even if it didn't work, there wasn't much to see. His eyes swept over her frail body. Barak felt somewhat disdainful, judging from her physique. She likely hadn't seriously practiced either internal or external cultivation. Looking lower, his gaze fell upon her waist. A white and tender section with several bruised spots shaped like fingers caught his eye. Barak found it unbelievable. He looked at his own hand, then back at her. He clearly hadn't used much force, yet she was injured this way. He withdrew his previous statement. She didn't just lack superficial external cultivation, this immortal girl probably hadn't cultivated externally at all. Having lived for centuries without any real effort, she must have spent most of her time being lazy and enjoying life. With such talent, she actually wanted him to take her as a disciple. Maybe in a few 10,000 years. Shaking his head inwardly, Barak decided not to watch any longer and waved his hand to reinforce the chaotic barrier. However, at that moment, the little thing splashing in the hot spring suddenly trembled, and a wisp of milky white mist quietly seeped out from her wrist, trying to blend with the steam outside. His expression turning serious, Barak immediately sprang from his seat. Ginger was happily bathing when she suddenly saw a shadow lunging at her, grabbing her wrist and yanking her out of the hot spring. Ah! She screamed, quickly pulling over the fiery red sleeve to cover herself. You, what are you doing? She glared at him, both shocked and angry. The man in front of her had a dark expression, showing no sign of remorse for his impulsive action. Instead, he injected true chi into her meridians. Startled by this burning sensation, Ginger stiffened, barely moving as it traveled down from her baihui point like molten lava, searing through her veins until reaching her waist. In a flash of inspiration, she asked, "Are you looking for something?" The man paused. Then, the scorching energy broke open her zhongji and tsugu acupoints. Ginger had always struggled to open these points due to her lack of diligent practice. Suddenly assisted by the powerful figure, she instantly felt her mind clear. The ordinary-looking pool now seemed to be floating with superior divine power. Overjoyed, she disregarded any notions of propriety and hugged his arm, shouting, "Thank you, Master." Barak. He had only pretended to help open her meridians out of fear that she might use Nikki's existence to blackmail him. But somehow, he ended up gaining a free disciple. This cheap disciple even looked deeply moved, gazing up at him with reddened eyes. "Master can help me to this extent. I cannot disappoint Master." Was there even room for disappointment? Frustrated by once again letting Nikki slip away under his nose, Barak pushed her hand away and gruffly said, "Don't call me Master." "Okay, Master, no problem, Master." Ginger hopped back into the hot spring, only her head visible as she watched him with her delicate face slightly flushed. All the gods in Xiuxian were so excessive, inspecting bodies before taking on disciples. But then again, granting her 200 years worth of cultivation with just one glance, it was the powerful god who was at a disadvantage, wasn't it? Excited, Ginger seized the opportunity provided by the newly opened acupoints and began drawing directly from the pool's divine power to fill her channels. However, perhaps the divine power of the god was too strong. She found it strenuous to absorb, and something inside her seemed to be painfully colliding. Her rosy cheeks soon turned pale from the pain. Nothing is difficult in this world if one chooses to give up. Ginger immediately gave up. She was afraid of pain. It didn't matter if her cultivation was high or low, living comfortably was the most important thing. Standing by the pool, Barak watched and suddenly said, "Finish refining everything in this pool." A chill ran down her spine, and Sherry turned her head with a woeful look. "All of it?" Barak nodded expressionlessly. "Fine then," Sherry thought. This wasn't like Stephen Immortal Sect where she could slack off. When one was under someone else's roof, one had to know when to lower one's head. So she raised her little hands and continued the energy absorption with a worried face. Barak watched quietly as firelight coursed through the small immortal's body, circulating through her limbs and bones. The milky white mist hesitantly appeared but retreated immediately upon touching his aura outside. Very good. Finally, Barak relaxed his brows. It didn't matter if he couldn't catch Nikki wouldn't be able to reincarnate through anyone either. As long as this small immortal cultivated the art of Lee Sect, water and fire would counteract each other. The stronger she became, the weaker Nikki would get. In 100 years, Nikki would no longer pose any threat to him. Finding an exit from a tangled mess finally, Barak felt extremely relieved, even finding this incompetent little immortal more tolerable. However, she was far too useless, only absorbing 1/10 of the pool's divine power after cultivating for an hour. What was 1/10? Even pouring water from a spoutless pot, it should have filled up to half. This tiny thing couldn't even compare to a cup. Despite the fine divine power right in front of her, she couldn't absorb it. Barak's relaxed brows furrowed again. This thing. His disciple. Screw that disciple. After practicing for a while, Sherry felt her cultivation greatly improved. When she opened her eyes, everything seemed clearer. Wiping away the fragrant sweat on her forehead, she sighed in relief. "I've worked so hard. Can I rest for a moment?" Just as she said that, she grabbed a stone by the edge of the pool, intending to climb out. A fiery red sleeve flew over, mercilessly sweeping her back into the pool. "Finish all of it," Barak repeated coldly. Sherry floated her head out of the water, looking at him with some grievance. She had put in much more effort than before, she deserved some praise. Barak sat coldly on the throne, not only showing no intention of praising her but also preparing to sweep her back to the center of the hot spring if she tried to climb out again. Cold-blooded and heartless. Chapter 5 I am Nikki. If anyone else had been manhandling her and forcing her to practice, Ginger would have definitely quit. Who wasn't a little darling? However, facing this big shot, Ginger did not dare to be unruly at all. She just gave him a pitiful look and obediently rolled into the hot spring to reform the gesture. It was just a bit uncomfortable. Practicing would be better than being annihilated. On the bright side, she could be considered an apprentice personally taught by the big shot, equivalent to a quasi-daughter. After 100 years, while the big shot held a cat with one hand, he could also hold her with the other. What a wonderful picture it was. Ginger licked her lips in anticipation. "I guess he won't let you off so easily." Someone sighed. "Who?" Ginger was greatly alarmed and hurriedly collected her thoughts. Even deities valued privacy. Mind reading had always been forbidden in the 9 heavens and had been lost for tens of thousands of years. How could someone talk directly to her thoughts so openly? She warily opened her eyes and looked around. Steam wafted through the palace of red. Everything was quiet except for the gentle splashing of water as she moved. In the distance, Barak didn't even lift his head from meditating on the throne. Seemingly noticing her distraction, he raised his eyes and looked over in displeasure. Ginger immediately closed her eyes out of fright. It wasn't him, the big shot's voice was deeper and darker, while this voice was clear and bright, like mountain winds mixed with spring rain. Although its origin was unknown, it felt oddly comfortable. A light laugh resounded in her mind. Really know how to compliment. He knew what she was thinking. Ginger was bewildered. I do. Even this. Everything. Ginger. The 9 heavens were terrifying. She wanted to return to Stephen Immortal Sect. "You can't go back," said the voice calmly. "Once you ascend the 9 heavens, you cannot return to the mortal world or immortal mansions." She understood that much, but what was this thing speaking? The voice answered gently, "I am Nikki." "Oh, Nikki." Ginger pouted, "I could be chopping trees too." "Wait, Nikki." Startled, Ginger sat up straight. Wasn't this the person Zhanghuan and others were looking for? She thought he had already died under the claws of Barak, the big shot. How could he be talking to her now? Recalling quickly the moment her wrist had been grabbed by that sinister hand, Ginger paused and zoomed in on that pale hand with 3 fingers, scrutinizing it closely. Pure white light had seeped from that dark hand into her skin. At the time, shocked and terrified, she thought she was being drained of spiritual energy. Now, reconsidering, how much spiritual energy could she possibly have? Clearly, this thing was smuggling, taking advantage of her sudden intrusion under Barak's nose, sneaking its own essence into her body. No wonder it could hear her thoughts. Ginger frowned, feeling a bit conflicted. Nikki's essence, that was tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Being given it was like winning the lottery. But now the problem was, Barak and Nikki were sworn enemies. It was like the huge pastry filled only with coriander that Barak didn't like. How could she have the guts to eat it? Shivering slightly, Ginger shook her head. Go away, we aren't partners, everyone should pursue their own dreams. Barak watched from afar, seeing that small creature in the pool frowning one moment, sighing the next, her little head shaking non-stop, her lips mumbling continuously, seemingly muttering something. No wonder her cultivation was slow. But there was nothing in the Palace of Red, so why was she distracted? Ginger was earnestly persuading Nikki. Pretending to be dead won't help. I'm just useless, barely surviving myself. How could I protect you? If I get hurt, you'll suffer too. Why make things hard for yourself? Should I give you a soul guard bead? From Stephen Immortal Sect, the most beautiful essence host, sturdier than me. I'm fragile. Nikki still didn't respond. Ginger wrinkled her face, squinting her eyes to glance at Barak. The big shot was looking down at her, like rocks scorched by lava, silent but intimidating. She shrank her neck, feeling extremely guilty. Should she confess and hope for leniency? Given the big shot's ruthless nature, he would surely kill her without hesitation to prevent future troubles. Then hide it. Could she hide it? Wouldn't she die even more tragically if discovered? Twisting her waist, Ginger thought left and right, finally deciding to finish absorbing this pool of divine power before getting out to find an opportunity to test the waters. In her plan, she could leave the pool in about 3 hours. However, harsh reality told Ginger that with her talent, it took a full 3 days, not a moment less. After 3 days, opening her eyes, Big Shot Barak had already ascended 3 realms, while she emerged from the hot spring, with just her circulation improved a little. Barak's look of disappointment towards her could hardly be more apparent. Ginger did not feel embarrassed. She had no high expectations of herself and instead felt proud that she managed to finish practicing in such a large pool, which was indeed commendable. So she put on her dress and trotted over to Barak. Master. Barak glanced at the faint glow on her body, feeling uninterested in acknowledging her. The little creature didn't report on her cultivation progress or confess her shortcomings. Instead, she twirled around him holding her skirt and looked at him eagerly. Look at your disciple. She wasn't good at turning things into basins, but transforming dresses was her expertise. In just a moment, she had taken the sky's rosy hues and turned them into a glittering golden gown. Layer upon layer of skirts, ornate and lavish hairpins, it was clearly crafted with great effort. The little creature twirled left and right, blushing shyly as she gazed at him with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation, fingers white from clenching tightly. This familiar look. Barak's expression darkened. He had been pursued by many celestial maidens in the 9 heavens. These maidens paid no attention to cultivating. Instead, they meticulously painted their eyebrows, applied lipstick, wove cloth, and made clothes, finding excuses to wander before him, hoping to catch his eye for a chance to ascend swiftly. Each one who appeared before him had this exact expression. He never thought his free apprentice would also have ulterior motives. Placing a hand on his brow, Barak felt a headache coming on. No wonder she insisted on being his disciple despite his threats, even wanting to bathe in his palace, her eyes darting nervously while her mind wandered during practice. It was because she wanted to be close to him. What a disaster. Master. Ginger was extremely nervous, afraid he would see through her but unable to stop showing off. Her face contorted with worry, she held her skirt and trembled. Is something wrong? The big shot's expression was very strange, staring at her intently for several moments before finally swallowing hard. No. Ginger was delighted. Since he said there was nothing wrong, any future discoveries couldn't be blamed on her for hiding anything. After all, someone so powerful didn't notice. How could a minor fairy like her? Relaxing, Ginger smiled, spinning happily in her dress and asked, do you think it looks good? Barak turned away indifferently. It doesn't. After working so hard to transform the dress, if anyone else dared to say it didn't look good, Ginger would have fought them fiercely. But this was the big shot speaking, so Ginger chose to bear it, her face flushed but without protest. Forget it. If heaven gave him great power, it must have taken away his basic sense of beauty. Don't get angry. Barak watched coldly as the little creature blushed. Perhaps because she was too close to him? Barak shifted slightly, moving closer to her. Sure enough, her hands started trembling with excitement. Finished. Barak irritably thought that with all her attention focused on him, how could she possibly cultivate? Chapter 6, What a Master Should Do. Amanita was trembling with fear. Though she had prepared an escape route and had an explanation ready if it was discovered that Nikki was with her, if it really were to be found out, her life would be hanging by a thread. Too dangerous. Thinking of this, Amanita didn't dare stay in front of him any longer. She stuttered and asked, Master, do you have any other instructions? The expression of the mighty figure in front of her became even stranger as he mumbled, just focus on your cultivation, there's nothing else. Not doing anything else, does that mean just staying by his side? A shiver ran down her spine. Amanita shook her head repeatedly in her heart and hurriedly counted off her skills on her fingers. Master, I can roast sweet potatoes, chickens, or corn. Which one would you like to eat? Here comes the first step to win his favor, offering food. Barak covered his forehead and sighed. After tens of thousands of years, these young girls still used the same tricks, unwilling to cultivate seriously but trying every means to grab his stomach. However, what others offered him were always delicate pastries and precious immortal soups. His free disciple, however, was conveniently thinking of giving him roasted things. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, Barak had long abandoned grains and meats, having no interest in these things at all. But the little thing was too sincere, breaking down her fingers eagerly and looking at him as if disappointment would immediately flood her face if he said no. Fine, Barak thought disdainfully. He might as well satisfy her once, considering this disciple was lazy and slow, and he should give her some benefits before slowly guiding her on the right path. So he said, roasted corn. The little creature in front of him immediately cheered, as if receiving a great grace. Happily bowing to him, she then skipped towards the gate of Xiuxian Palace. Her excited expression, eyes sparkling like stars, made Barak couldn't help but scoff. She was so easily satisfied. Just agreeing to eat something she made, was it really necessary? As soon as she stepped outside Xiuxian Palace's gate, Amanita noticed that the sky wasn't looking good, with dark clouds looming overhead and faint thunder rumbling. Thunder shouldn't occur arbitrarily above the 9 heavens. From this scene, it seemed a deity who had completed 1,000 years of cultivation was about to transcend the tribulation. Amanita didn't pay much attention, humming a tune as she went to find corn on a nearby immortal mountain. Before she had walked a few steps, the thunder grew several times louder, deafening and almost shaking her off the cloud. Which god is so powerful? Amanita marveled. Normally, a 1,000-year-old cultivator would only undergo a few hours of minor thunder tribulation. The thunder sound was not too different from human thunderstorms. But this thunder sounded like it could split an ancient god with 10,000 years of cultivation. Luckily I'm unambitious. Shrinking her neck, Amanita thought shamefully that with her mediocre 800-year cultivation, it would take a very long time to reach 1,000 years. Wait. Suddenly remembering something, Amanita stopped in her tracks. Indeed, before coming to the 9 heavens, she had only 800 years of cultivation. But when cultivating, Lord Barak seemed to have helped her open up her acupoints, giving her 200 years of cultivation for free. 800 plus 200, what a coincidence, just 1,000 years. Looking at her 10 fingers, Amanita's smile faded. Gale force winds howled around her, causing her hairpins to jingle. Lightning lit up the sky, illuminating everything in a ghastly white light. The gathering heavenly thunder seemed to devour half the sky, its momentum awe-inspiring. Rain mixed with wind blew into Xiuxian Palace. Barak was listening to someone reporting the movements of the group led by Bray. Suddenly, he felt a drop of rain on the back of his hand. He turned his head to glance at the weather outside. Bruce, noticing his movement, quickly replied, "Your divinity, today 3 young immortals are undergoing their tribulations, including the one you just accepted." 3. Yes. Bray and Ricky deity's disciples are also transcending their tribulations today. The 2 of them set up altars early to protect their disciples during the tribulation. Barak listened coldly. Do they need to help break the eggshell for chicks? Bruce scratched his head. That's true, but as masters, it's natural to worry about their disciples a bit. Those are other masters. Barak withdrew his gaze and tapped the armrest of his throne, signaling him to continue the main topic. Transcending the tribulation is inherently the method of survival of the fittest in the immortal world. What's the point of forcing protection? If his clumsy free disciple truly can't get through it, it has nothing to do with him. The raindrop on his hand quickly dried, but the rain outside was getting heavier. Bray and Ricky stood on the altar, each with a kneeling disciple trembling slightly beside them. Facing the rolling heavenly thunder, which had already unleashed dozens of bolts, the entire cloud sea was full of holes. Yet the thunder did not diminish but instead grew louder. What's happening? Ricky held the talisman, puzzled. We haven't seen such an array in previous years. Bray also felt puzzled. There must be a mistake somewhere. The tribulation for a 1,000-year cultivator shouldn't be this severe. Ricky lowered his head to inspect his disciple, wondering if this might be some rare genius that appears once in 10,000 years, thus receiving such a challenging test from heaven. Bray also glanced at his own disciple, thinking along similar lines. When their eyes met, they both smiled somewhat insincerely. Who wouldn't hope that such a genius would belong to their own? Amidst the thunderclaps, a series of pitiful screams approached from afar. Those on the altar were all taken aback and looked up to see a ragged little immortal being chased by bolts of lightning, jumping up and down. Several parts of her body were already scorched black, her hair messy, and as she ran closer, tears filled her eyes. Help me! Amanita clung to a stone pillar beneath the altar, shouting miserably, who can give me a hand? Ricky, feeling pity for her, reached out with a fairy rope, intending to pull her up. However, before the rope touched the little immortal, a fiery red sleeve came from the sky, even more terrifying than the thunderbolt. With a slap, the fairy rope was slapped back onto the altar. Ricky was stunned, and everyone present changed expressions. Amanita's hand still hung in midair, helpless, weak, and pitiful. She stiffened her neck and turned back, not surprised to see Lord Barak's unapproachable face. He stepped leisurely on fiery clouds, slowly approaching her, then pointed towards the area where the thunder was roaring. Go stand there. Amanita felt like crying. Her cultivation wasn't enough to withstand such heavenly thunder, it hurt too much. Master! Barak, do not take disciples who cannot even pass their tribulation. Silence fell over the altar, the 2 protected disciples' bodies stiffened, pale-faced. Bray said coldly, Barak, you have no humanity yourself, so don't slander others. Protecting one's disciple during the tribulation is what a master should do. Barak raised his head and glanced at him, his misty eyes sweeping lightly over his entire meridian system, Then he laughed lightly but didn't say anything. Bray felt deeply humiliated and was about to act. Beside him, Ricky pulled him back. "What are you doing?" Bray was quite displeased. Ricky shook his head and gestured for him to look below. That pitiful little immortal was now walking heavily, step by step, toward the center of the cloud sea. Chapter 7 Surviving. Amidst the raging storm, her figure appeared exceptionally frail, like a newly hatched chick, staggering with trembling legs. She could barely stand, let alone withstand the thunder and lightning that shook the heavens, or even an ordinary bolt of celestial fire. Even so, Barak, standing beside her, showed no trace of pity. His eyes, tinged with disdain, seemed to say, "If a little thunder can scare you this much, how can you be my disciple?" Lord Butler. He was being excessively strict. A 1,000-year-old immortal couldn't compare with him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years. To Barak, such thunder came once every 10,000 years and was nothing out of the ordinary. But to Allison, the thunder was overwhelming, as if the entire sky was collapsing. With a deafening roar, Allison screamed, clutching her head and kneeling amidst the sea of clouds, curled up in a ball. The lightning, glowing purple, suddenly struck her body, as if 10,000 ants with iron teeth were gnawing at her limbs and bones. She could even hear the sound of her flesh being chewed, her bones cracking. The pain was unbearable. Having lived for several hundred years, Allison had never experienced such agony, unable even to cry, her whole body shaking. Another massive thunderbolt struck, illuminating the sky with blinding white light. The light swallowed her, and the tumultuous rain and the deafening thunder vanished suddenly. In the dead silence, Allison saw Stephen Immortal Gate. A dozen senior disciples were gathered together, helping someone endure the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 100 years. In the center stood a senior sister holding a few plum candies, gently consoling someone. "Don't be afraid. With your senior brothers and sisters here, Allison doesn't need to suffer. Senior brother Pat is very strong, and senior sister Monica is also very strong. We can protect you for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As long as we're alive, nothing will happen to Allison. As long as they are alive." Alive. Allison trembled, as if a realization had dawned on her, and her soul returned to her body. The pain assaulted her again, and the thunder grew louder. Allison forced herself to open one eye slightly and looked at Barak, who stood not far away. He wore a red robe, his face stern, seemingly observing her but also looking through her at the distant lightning. Fingers trembling, Allison managed to gather her breath and began forming a hand seal. Barak watched coldly. After several bolts of lightning struck, the little thing had lost consciousness, lying curled up amidst the crackling remnants of the lightning. She didn't make it. He shook his head and was about to step forward when he saw Allison move slightly. One eye opened, looking at him. Upon meeting his gaze, her eyes instantly became determined. Then she formed a hand seal, the simplest defensive spell. Before she finished, the next bolt of lightning shattered it, causing her fingertips to spasm from pain. But after a moment's pause, she started over, faster this time, creating a thin barrier just before another bolt of lightning struck. However, the celestial thunder shattered the barrier effortlessly, mercilessly striking her through. Allison lacked even the strength to scream, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her body limp. Yet, her hands continued to form seals. The thunder grew fiercer, and her spells grew weaker. Allison used all her immortal power to fight back. Unfortunately, the celestial thunder was too powerful. Her strength offered no chance of resistance. Unable to bear it any longer, those watching began murmuring. Some said today's thunder was too harsh, while others thought the young immortal was foolish. She was already scorched black by the lightning, and it seemed hopeless. Even the simplest defense was useless against the celestial thunder. She might as well lie down and wait to die, saving her strength. Amidst the chaos, only Barak remained silent, watching calmly. He glanced in Allison's direction indifferently, as if waiting for something or just casually observing. Another bolt of lightning gathered, its dazzling light turning the surroundings as bright as day. Allison was nearly unconscious, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Yet, sensing danger, she stubbornly bent her fingers to form a weak defensive seal. Barak suddenly smiled. The final bolt of lightning approached with overwhelming force, as if intending to tear through the entire cloud sea. Allison's seal was too scattered, the barrier thinner than ever, offering no protection. But when the lightning struck, Allison felt no pain. The blinding light gradually faded, and the thunder grew distant. Face pressed against the clouds, covered in blood, Allison panted dazedly. She saw a pair of cloud-embroidered boots step into view, a crimson robe sweeping across the scorched ground and covering her. Next, she was lifted by the collar of her robe. The elder looked down at her from above, offering neither comfort nor concern, only asking, "Do you have anything to say?" Every part of her body hurt. Allison had no mood to talk. But looking around, she saw quite a few deities gathering nearby, and she didn't dare to let the big shot's question go unanswered. "So," she whispered, "I didn't find any roasted corn." It was better not to speak. As soon as she did, her voice choked up. Allison sniffed, her eyes turning slightly red. "Can you roast me as an apprentice? Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside." Her nasal tone was filled with, if they weren't going to save her, at least they could compliment her after she endured the heavenly tribulation. Even a comment like "you look really delicious" would be something. But there was nothing, absolutely nothing. How truly annoying. She turned in his hand, facing away from him, and closed her eyes. Barak snorted and wrapped her up, ready to walk back. "Wait," Butler suddenly spoke up. Barak paused, glancing sideways at him with impatience. "What is it?" Startled by his sudden change in demeanor, Butler recoiled for a moment, then frowned and said, "Your disciple will need proper care." Anyone with eyes could see that this extraordinary heavenly tribulation was aimed at his young disciple. One barrack was already enough to give the 9 heavens and 10 sects headaches, another exceptional disciple could bring unforeseen trouble. Ricky, standing beside him, had similar thoughts. He sized up the small figure in Barrack's hands and added, "You prefer seclusion, and Shongbing Palace isn't suitable for many residents. Why not let her recuperate in my palace? I've recently stocked up on potent herbs and have a superior quality Hua Lu pool, perfect for a young immortal who just survived a tribulation." Allison's eyes snapped open at this. "What a good deal." Barrack looked down at her, his amber eyes deep. "Do you want to go?" Of course, she wanted to. There was nothing in Shongbing Palace except hard stone pillars. Allison blinked and cautiously examined the expression on the big shot's face, only to see unhidden killing intent there. Withdrawing her head, Allison mumbled, "No, I won't disturb others. I'll stay with Master." Barrack chuckled, "Go if you want to. Your master won't blame you." No, this disciple prefers Shongbing Palace. Even if other places were better, they were still top-notch coffins. No matter how empty Shongbing Palace was, it was where she could live. Glancing tearfully at Butler and Ricky, Allison buried her head in the big shot's chest. Chapter 8. This. As she leaned in, Sherry caught a whiff of Barrack's scent. It reminded her of the ashes left after paper money was burned, lingering in the empty ancient street, desolate and lifeless. She froze for a moment. This man had fiery golden crows embroidered on his robe, he should be as passionate as the sun. Why did it feel like he was walking down the path to the underworld untouched by light, cold and silent? The smell made her feel a bit sad, and Sherry wrinkled her nose. However, Barrack was in a good mood. He had taken the little thing to Vincent's alchemy room, very politely inquiring about the latest alchemical achievements. Then, he ended up with a pile of colorful pills in his arms. Seeming somewhat unsatisfied, he visited Kathleen's mountain next, where he was given a bunch of immortal herbs. Reluctantly, he also paid a visit to the Jade Pond. Finally, when he returned to Shongbing Palace, the immortal pills and herbs piled up into a small mountain beside him. Sherry nearly drooled at the sight. She looked at Barrack with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Barrack scoffed, casually leaning against the armrest of his throne, supporting his brow and said, "I didn't say they were for you. I was just wandering around idly. With your cultivation level, you don't need such high-grade items." Sherry nodded. "Are the immortal herbs from Kathleen for eating or bathing?" "Bathing." Sherry happily grabbed the herbs and threw them into the hot spring. Half of Barrack's face turned dark. He wasn't sure why he answered so quickly or why this little immortal seemed completely oblivious to what he said, laughing to herself. She was covered in wounds, with dried blood around her lips, her eyes swollen from crying. Yet, because of these few wretched herbs, she could still smile. Barrack frowned, finding it hard to look away while also thinking he should have asked Kathleen for more. Ricky was right. Barrack preferred solitude. Shongbing Palace always only had one black stone throne, nothing else. But this little creature was easily contented. A simple hot spring and a couple of herbs could make her very happy. She really didn't need anyone to raise her. But she was too weak, almost unable to withstand heavenly tribulation. Barrack still found her somewhat distasteful. Sherry was soaking in the herbal hot spring with a grin, accidentally catching her master's gaze and nearly puffing up like a pufferfish. Was that an ordinary heavenly tribulation? It was aimed at Worley. She, the innocent host, got hurt because of Worley's overwhelming divine power. Could you blame an ant for not being able to lift an elephant? Sherry wanted to defend herself, but as she opened her mouth, she saw Barrack cough twice. Bright red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, strikingly noticeable. Barrack didn't seem to care, wiping it off nonchalantly and continuing to stare at her. Sherry was shocked, staring at him in stunned silence, not daring to move. Could this destroyer of heaven and earth actually get injured? She had thought he was invincible, impervious to all harm. Glancing around, Sherry struggled to cast a small spatial shift spell, picking up one of the pills from the pile next to him and shakily offering it to him. Barrack snorted, "I don't need it." That little lightning meant nothing to him. He only suffered internal injuries to keep Edward and Ricky in the dark. There was no need for medicine. But this little immortal grew anxious, scratching her head and trying to push the pill toward him again as if his refusal would cause his demise. Making a mountain out of a molehill. Barrack curled his lip, staring disdainfully at the pill the size of a thumb. But when he turned to see the worry and urgency in her eyes, her tear-streaked face filled with concern, he couldn't help but sigh. Fine. Barrack snatched the pill and popped it into his mouth. Sherry let out a relieved breath. This was her sky above and the mountain behind her. Nothing must happen to him now. Ideally, they would pass this century safely, and then display their full might. "Doesn't hurt anymore?" Barrack asked irritably. Sherry came back to her senses, her face crumpling. "Hurts." Every part of her body ached. How could it not hurt? She had cried all her tears dry from the pain. Chewing slowly on the pill, Barrack said, "Repair your divine soul. In 3 days, I will teach you something useful." At this, Sherry perked up immediately, focusing intently on channeling her energy. Previously, she had mostly learned flashy transformation spells for pretty clothes and accessories. After this heavenly tribulation, Sherry finally understood the need for practical skills. Otherwise, in the dangerous expanse of the 9 heavens, she might not survive. No one was stronger than Barak. Learning magic from him would only benefit her. Warm water, laced with the unique fragrance of the herbs, soaked into every part of her body. The pain gradually faded, and Sherry relaxed, closing her eyes to rest. After an indeterminate amount of time, she heard Worley's sigh. Don't trust Barak. Sherry stiffened, frowning instinctively. Why shouldn't she trust him? The Lee family's celestial art is the most tyrannical among the 5 elements and goes against your nature. He isn't teaching you for your own good. Worley seemed to be quite injured as well, his voice unusually weak. With your temperament, you're better suited to practice the celestial art of the Khan family. Sherry felt her mouth twitch. She, whom Grandmaster Stephen had determined had no talent at all, had somehow become a target of contention for the top figures in Zhou. As for Barak, he was her master by her own choice, but why would Supreme God Worley bother with her? The Khan family had plenty of descendants to carry on their legacy. Trust me. Worley murmured softly, since I saved you during the heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't harm you now. Heavenly tribulation? Sherry paused, her mouth opening slightly. No wonder she hadn't died despite being struck by so many lightning bolts. It was because Worley had been protecting her. But if not for him possessing her, she wouldn't have faced such a severe heavenly tribulation. In a way, they were even. Worley was surprised by her thoughts, puzzled. Everyone in Zhou knows that Barak is inhumane and unpredictably violent. Why do you choose to side with him rather than trust me? It wasn't about trust or distrust, Sherry pouted. She believed one should honor their commitments. Having chosen Barak first, she couldn't change allegiances midway without risking her life. Seemingly angered by her response, Worley fell silent, then a white celestial power surged through her meridians, pressing directly against her pulse. Sherry didn't sense the danger, only twisting her waist, intending to ask more about Supreme God Barak's past. But just as she moved, a splashing sound rang in her ears. Someone swam to her side, hot fingers pressing against her forehead, a low, angry voice speaking. With your half-hearted attitude, don't say 3 days, even 30 days won't be enough for you to get out of this spring. Chapter 9 The Unscrupulous Apprentice. Barak was almost driven mad with anger. He had just started to have a better opinion of this little thing after witnessing her resilience during the heavenly tribulation, thinking she had determination and potential. But then she couldn't focus on refining herself in this elixir and celestial herbs, instead letting her aura go haywire, nearly leading to a catastrophe. Fortunately, he noticed it early and used a streak of fire to stabilize her spirit. However, when the little fairy opened her eyes, there was no lingering fear or panic, only unwavering gaze on his chest drenched by the hot spring. Then she swallowed hard. Barak. He almost forgot that this little fairy was lecherous, feeling all giddy around him and unable to think straight. With a cold snort, Barak released her. I'll give you an hour, he said gravely. After an hour, I need to go out. Why would she need an hour if he's going out anyway? Ginger was puzzled, still staring at the tail feather necklace hanging from his chest. So beautiful, red and shiny with a golden shimmer, it was clearly a top-notch magical artifact. She salivated. The powerful figure in front of her seemed a bit uncomfortable, slightly shifting his body, with a faint blush on his ears. Earlier, I was injured, but now I'm fully recovered. The Khan family has old grievances with me, so I don't want to delay any longer. He looked elsewhere, impatience showing between his brows. If you can clean up your external injuries within an hour, I'll take you out for some experience. What could she possibly do accompanying a powerful deity in battle? It's not like she wanted to tempt fate. Ginger waved her hand, no. Before she could finish, a thought struck her. The Khan family, isn't Worley from the Khan family? Keeping him here indefinitely didn't seem right. Perhaps she should play the good person and send him back. This way, everyone benefits and no one feels wronged. Her eyes brightened as she quickly added, I won't disappoint my master. Barak glanced at her and stepped out of the hot spring, drying himself instantly with a flash of fire. When he sat back on his throne, his robe was already dry. He looked at the little fairy still soaking in the hot spring. He had promised to teach her celestial techniques, but her breathing exercises were chaotic. Yet, once he mentioned leaving together, she put all her effort into regulating her breath. The scorched patches on her skin peeled off, revealing smooth white flesh, while her tattered robe regained some form, floating like a magnificent hibiscus flower on the water. Within half an hour, she was lying intact by the edge of the hot spring. Master, she called softly, I have no strength left. Repairing external injuries so hastily, it would be a miracle if she still had energy. Barak pursed his lips, feeling somewhat uneasy. His reputation was always used to intimidate others, making demons flee underground and countless monsters kneel in submission. But he never expected someone would push themselves this hard because they liked him, enduring the heavenly tribulation and then working so diligently in cultivation. What a foolish little fairy. After staring at her disapprovingly for a while, Barak finally reached out and pulled her out of the water. Splashes erupted. All deities of the Lee family knew water avoidance techniques, so none of them ever walked around soaked. Thus, Barak naturally assumed this little fairy would too. But Ginger had only recently joined the Lee sect and hadn't mastered basic spells yet. Her elaborate skirt, heavy with water, slid down her body. There was a sound, and Barak froze. Ginger felt a cool sensation at her collarbone before she even realized what happened. Everything went dark. Then came a loud thud, as she was thrown back into the hot spring. Ginger. She understood the principles, but why cover her eyes when it was her clothes that tore? Choking on several mouthfuls of water, Ginger finally managed to crawl out of the hot spring. She looked down and, sure enough, the fabric of her blouse was torn halfway open. Given her slim frame, there wasn't much to see even with the tear. Ginger couldn't understand why the mighty deity was reacting so dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Barak was already standing outside the upper hall, his tall figure facing away from the hot spring, shrouded in darkness. This cheap apprentice had not learned anything useful but somehow picked up seduction first. He had always kept women at a distance since such attachments hindered cultivation and daily life. Never had he imagined that despite all precautions, internal threats were hardest to guard against. He couldn't pretend he didn't see what caught his eye just now. This little one may have low cultivation, but her mischievous thoughts are plenty. If she comes out later demanding responsibility, what should he do? Give her several thousand years of cultivation, or agree to cultivate together? Cultivating together might make him fall behind due to her weakness. Even if it didn't affect him, her body might not endure his formidable divine power. For the first time in his life, Barak was deeply entangled in a dilemma over something outside of immortal techniques. However, half an incense stick later, the little thing ran to his side and looked up to ask, "Master, when do we leave?" Barak looked down in surprise, only to see this person acting as if nothing had happened, still obediently wagging her non-existent tail. Was she planning to play the long game? Barak fell silent, suddenly feeling very impressed. His adopted disciple actually knew how to suppress before uplifting and feign retreat to catch better. After some thought, he decided to wait and see. Now. Okay. Ginger climbed onto the great senior's cloud vehicle, immediately sitting cross-legged. Although her external injuries were mostly healed, her internal injuries would take much longer to mend and needed rest, hence, it was best to conserve energy where she could. But as Barak looked down, he felt this little thing was indeed smart. The cloud vehicle wasn't big, and if standing, they could maintain some distance. But with her sitting down, due to lack of space, she naturally leaned on his leg. She was soft and warm, like a freshly steamed bun, moving restlessly. Taking a deep breath, Barak recited a mind-calming spell for himself. In the 9 heavens, there were many such mischievous little immortals who always took the wrong path. But because she was more useful than others, he couldn't just throw her away. It wasn't that he cared, he hoped she'd be a bit restrained upon arriving at the Khan family, not causing him embarrassment. He had official business at the Khan family. Currently, Kang Zedi's fate was uncertain, and the Khan family had lost their backbone, resulting in internal chaos. He wanted information, so now was the perfect time to infiltrate secretly. Originally, he didn't want to bring this albatross along, but he really didn't understand how lower-level immortals lived. Having her around could help cover up things. But the little one on his leg was insatiable. Not only did she lean on him but even reached out to grab his fingertips. "Master." Barak withdrew his hand with slight annoyance, thinking if he allowed it, she would surely pounce on him. However, she stubbornly propped herself up and tugged at him. "Master, master." Having tolerated her once too often, Barak couldn't hold back any longer, coldly saying, "If you speak again, I will throw you down to feed the vultures." Ginger. Watching the gateway of the Khan family's immortal sect pass by, Ginger stretched out her hand, innocently pinching her own mouth shut. Chapter 10. No indulgence for her capriciousness. 3 hours later, Barak found the entrance barrier of the Khan clan with a grim look on his face. Allison, the Khan clan's immortal gate is indeed impressive. White jade dragon pillars stood on both sides, and in sight were immortals dressed in robes of various shades of blue entering and exiting. The milk-white mist swirled around them, gently passing through their sleeves, tender and lingering. Barak felt extremely uncomfortable watching this. He hated the Khan clan's sluggish and indecisive manner the most. Looking down at his fire-feathered battle robe, Barak suppressed his irritation, closed his eyes, and waved his hand. A brilliant red turned into a shade of blue, making him resemble those minor immortals from the Khan clan. Satisfied, he nodded and was about to enter the barrier riding the cloud. Allison hastily pulled him back. "Noah, Noah, Noah, Noah." She shook her head like a rattle drum. Barak looked at her as if she were an idiot, lifting his chin slightly. "Speak clearly." "Master, you can't go in dressed like that." Allison exhaled and gestured with her hand. "Ordinary minor immortals don't have ancient feathers on their shoulders, even blue ones won't do. Don't move." Then, her little hand reached out towards him. Barak wanted to dodge, but her movements were quick. With a flick of her finger, his neat blue robe transformed into a sky blue robe embroidered with clouds, with all the feathers tucked into a sachet hanging from his waist, and his golden crown became a green jade hairpin. After examining him up and down, Allison praised generously. "Master usually has lightning-like eyebrows that command awe, yet changing into this attire makes you look like a refined scholar with the moon in his arms when he stands still, and wind filling his sleeves when he moves. Perfectly fitting. This little immortal may not excel in anything else, but her taste is truly excellent." Barak snorted lightly, too lazy to care about the uniform anymore, only glancing sideways at her. A woman's heart is so transparent. She changed his outfit into water blue robes and gave herself matching water blue dress and a jade hairpin, standing beside him in harmony. How blatant, without any subtlety at all. Barak turned away, sighing and shaking his head. Unaware of this, Allison examined the nearby minor immortals of the Khan clan, then glanced at her own and Barak's outfits, feeling satisfied before happily pulling the big boss off the cloud, walking into the barrier on foot. Without Worley, the atmosphere in the Khan clan wasn't exactly light-hearted. However, with the once-a-century rainfall festival approaching, there were still many minor immortals on the streets. Barak reined in his divine senses and walked among them, unnoticed. Here had much more human warmth than the Gung Palace, or rather, this was how the Immortal Palace should be. Alison continued to observe as they walked. The Immortal Palace stood atop the highest mountain peak, with countless paths leading to marketplaces and pavilions where minor immortals lived lives akin to ordinary people, using celestial dew for transactions. Where does the celestial dew come from? Looking at herself, still recovering from serious injuries, Alison hesitated momentarily before gazing at Barak with great anticipation. Without looking at her, Barak tossed a porcelain bottle over. Whoa! Alison caught it with both hands, eyes wide open. So much. One drop could buy a set of high-quality immortal clothing, and the big boss handed over a whole bottle. She certainly hadn't followed the wrong person. Seeing her naive amazement again, Barak disdainfully flipped his hand and tossed another bottle to her. It's easily obtainable, nothing extraordinary. Another cry of surprise came from her side, followed by this little thing hugging his leg tightly. Master is too amazing. I've seen many wealthy people in the mortal world, none as generous as Master. We can directly buy a small house with this. Does Master prefer a bamboo house or a brick one? Barak struggled to lift his leg, expressionless, moving forward. We won't stay here long, what good is a house? You don't understand, Master. Living in your own place is always more comfortable than an inn. Why did we become immortals? To live more comfortably, right? So food, clothing, shelter, and transportation must all be treated well. Alison spoke convincingly. This greedy desire for comfort would never lead to enlightenment. Barak shook his head. Cultivation isn't about comfort, it's about becoming stronger. The stronger one gets, the less effort needed to crush others, and with less effort, more people can be crushed. Such is the path of enlightenment. Barak thought this little immortal couldn't comprehend such simple Tao principles. Pitiful indeed. Since she's so pitiful, maybe he should buy her a house after all. So, half an hour later, Barak stood inside a small tile-roofed residence. The owner gratefully led away the celestial dew, while the little immortal still clung to his leg. Barak snorted, looking down. Still not enough? Alison mumbled indistinctly, her hand loosening, and with a plop, she rolled onto the ground. Her body was soft and limp, lying in a heap. Barak was taken aback, swiftly bending down to check on her. They had spent too much time on the road, and this little thing's internal injuries were severe. She couldn't hold out and finally developed a high fever. It had been tens of thousands of years since such a fragile life had appeared near Barak. Taken by surprise, he was momentarily at a loss. Leaving her be wasn't an option because she was his disciple, but taking care of her would mean dealing with endless trouble from this little one. Reaching out to lift her up, he intended to support her waist to help her stand, but images of the blue marks on her pale, smooth waist from the hot spring at Bing Palace flashed through his mind. Hesitating for a moment, he unwillingly gentled his touch. Alison muttered again, her chin bumping against his shoulder, rubbing against him like a cat. His body stiffened slightly, and Barak unceremoniously threw her onto the bed. Which immortal is so delicate? Forget it, let her be. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor by heaven. He had no patience to care for such a low-level minor immortal. Barak sat at a nearby tea table, drinking tea coldly. A moment later, the old bedding on the bed transformed into silk brocade covers at the wave of his hand. After another moment, the simple candlestick became palace lamps, and layers of gauze curtains hung from the pear-wood bed frame. Yet another moment passed, and there was now someone under the bed curtains. In Barak's mind, recovering from injuries should only take a few days of self-regulation. So he stared at this pale-faced minor immortal, unable to comprehend why she was so weak. How much longer does she need to sleep before waking up? Why is her forehead even hotter? Frowning, he reached into the void and pulled out a yellowed book, hesitating for a long time before flipping through it with rustling pages. Alison was delirious from the fever, dreaming all the while. She dreamed of Barak's chest being pierced by a snake-tailed knife, bright red blood soaking through his sky-blue robe. People surrounded them, whispering among themselves, yet not one person stepped forward to help. Chapter 11 Unpleasant to look at. How could someone as powerful as Lord Barak be ambushed like this? Alison couldn't figure it out. Lifting her gaze, she saw his eyes, cold and desolate like a frozen lake in deep winter, devoid of pain or anger, only the chilling intent to kill spreading gradually into the surroundings. Oh no. Sensing something wrong, Alison tried to escape. But before she could take a step, the heaven-tearing spiritual energy surged toward her like waves. Her internal organs were scorched, the searing pain spread up to her throat. Alison opened her eyes wide, struggling to breathe. Someone poured a mouthful of tea into her mouth. Cough cough cough. Choking sent her spirit back into place. Alison clutched at the bedsheet, nearly dying from coughing. Barak sat beside the bed holding the teacup. Dissatisfied, he asked the person opposite. I fed her water, why is she in more discomfort? The person sitting opposite looked at him with complicated expressions, shaking his head gently. The tongue spirit bird perched on his shoulder spoke for him. You should support the patient to sit up and feed her slowly. Why is this so troublesome? A frown appeared between his eyebrows. Artemio smiled without a word, rising and walking to the bedside, taking over the teacup from Barak. Using the water flow technique, he led droplets of water to gently moisten the patient's lips. Watching this, Barak felt it was unpleasant to look at. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was unpleasant, but this thought caused the teacup in his hand to shatter into pieces. Tea water dripped down from the broken porcelain, touching his burning fingers, instantly turning into a wisp of white mist. Artemio looked at him in confusion. In a daze, Allison sensed a familiar killing intent, twitching her ears and lifting her heavy eyelids. Seeing Barak intact, with no snake-tailed knife in his chest and no chaotic spiritual energy around, she heaved a sigh of relief after a cursory glance. But why was the big boss upset again? Clenching broken shards, his eyes dark and listless. Mumbling in confusion, Allison reached out and carefully pried open his slightly pale fingers one by one. If he kept squeezing, the shards would surely draw blood. Given the big boss's nature, the smell of blood might make him lose control and hurt others. Absolutely not. Her touch was gentle yet hot from the lingering fever, causing a softness in the heart. Barak lowered his head and saw the little thing tenderly holding his fingers, herself still recovering yet worrying about him getting cut, meticulously picking out the broken teacup pieces. When encountering porcelain fragments that couldn't be pinched, she frowned and blew into his palm. The warm breath brushing past, the unpleasant feeling in Barak's heart suddenly dissipated. He pursed his lips, averting his gaze awkwardly. You finally woke up. Allison gave a foolish laugh, thinking if he was teasing her. Which god wouldn't feel weak after a calamity? She was already very strong for being able to leave her room. Forget it, expecting praise from the big boss was impossible. Allison pouted and turned to look at the other person standing by. Wearing light blue robes almost white, a medicine bag hanging from his waist, possibly a physician from the Khan clan immortal sect. Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, this physician smiled, tapping his lips to indicate he couldn't speak, then the red-beaked, blue-tailed bird on his shoulder spoke formally. This humble one is Artemio, the diagnosis fee is 3 drops of celestial dew. A tongue spirit bird that speaks for people's thoughts. Allison was amazed, reaching out to touch its tail. Barak found her naive behavior unbearable, slapping her hand away and covering her head with a blanket. A bottle of celestial dew flew out of his sleeve and landed in front of Artemio. Artemio hurriedly caught it, just about to collect 3 drops when the person in front said in a dark voice, all of it is for you. Quack. The tongue spirit bird squawked in surprise. The bird is not for sale. That wasn't Artemio speaking but the tongue spirit bird itself, sounding a bit aggrieved, its black pearl-like eyes glaring angrily at Barak. Barak glanced back at it. The tongue spirit bird squawked again, its feathers drooping as it quickly hid in Artemio's cloak, trembling. I'm not buying the bird. He said irritably, I'm paying for you to stay here longer. Artemio realized, patting his robe. The tongue spirit bird reluctantly poked its head out and echoed the master's thoughts, very well. Then it tugged on Artemio's robe, dragging him away hard. Too terrifying, I want to go home. Though merely a physician, Artemio had spent years in the Khan clan immortal sect, and the tongue spirit bird had seen all kinds of situations but never been scared like this. He couldn't help glancing at the person inside the room. Ordinary immortals have ordinary divine auras, just somewhat temperamental. So why this reaction? Shaking his head in puzzlement, he left the main house with his medicine bag on his back. Allison pulled the quilt down a few inches, revealing a pair of eyes darting about. Master, she said emotionally, actually, there's no need to spend so much celestial dew on inviting a doctor. I can recuperate on my own. Barak sneered, I spent celestial dew on him only because he once served beside Wally. What does that have to do with you? He glanced at her meridians and spoke in disdain, if you can't even recuperate from such minor injuries, don't claim to be my disciple when you go out. Allison. How moving for nothing. Covering herself back up with the quilt in disappointment, she couldn't help but wonder, since Wally was already dead, what could the big boss possibly still want to know? Allison. A voice called her in her mind. Her body stiffened as she tightened her grip on the quilt. Please, did it have to be this frightening? Lord Barak was sitting right next to her. If he shouted this loudly, wouldn't he hear? No one else will hear my voice besides you, Wally sighed. I was heavily injured and often fell into unconsciousness. I didn't expect that after I woke up from one sleep, you had already returned to the Khan clan immortal sect. What a surprise, unexpected or not. Allison thought to herself, I brought you home. Wally was silent for a moment. Then he whispered softly, under the ginkgo tree southwest of Shangren Palace, there is a soul-turning stone. If you can find it, I will be able to leave you. But now that I'm dead, that place has been sealed by a barrier, and you'll have to figure out how to break through it. Allison's head felt like it was going to explode. Ignoring how to break the barrier, she didn't even know where Shangren Palace was. Find someone who can help you. Who? Artemio. Allison. Coincidentally, wasn't this person right before her eyes? But, wiping her face in distress, Allison pulled the quilt aside again to look at the person sitting by the bed. Barak seemed a bit tired and was meditating with his eyes closed, his cold features bathed in blazing energy, looking quite handsome. No, handsome isn't the point. The point was this intense fiery aura around him, domineering and captivating. With such a powerful deity standing there, how could she get a chance to communicate privately with Artemio? Tomorrow is the Ganolin Festival, Wally said. You will have your chance. The Ganolin Festival is a major day for the Khan clan, suitable for cultivation, advancement, and procreation. On this day, immortals within the sect would all be active, absorbing essence or finding a partner to cultivate together. Chapter 12, Oh my, someone has abducted a fool. On this day, the Khan sect's benevolent rain fell heavily, benefiting all things. Whether it was the newly enlightened lesser deities or the senior gods who had been in seclusion for many years, all would head to the vicinity of the Wu Huan divine tree to enhance their cultivation. Barak was certainly going as well. He did not cherish this bit of beneficent rain from the Khan sect but rather sought a mouse that had taken refuge in a corner. Only during this time could it be caught. The essence he could absorb within the territory of the Khan sect was too sparse, so Barak held his breath and rested all night long. He didn't expect to wake up the next day feeling suffocated, taking quite some time to recover. This is indeed not a good place, he thought with aversion, dampness and sluggishness everywhere. Who can bear it? From the adjacent small couch came slight snoring sounds. Barak paused, turning his head with a darkened face to look over. Alison was sleeping soundly, hugging a soft pillow with her limbs. Her tender face rubbed against the pillow unconsciously, and she giggled twice foolishly. Barak? Is this really his disciple? Anger rose in his heart, and he flipped his hand to gather divine flames to burn her small bed. But then he reconsidered. If something happened to this weakling because of the burning, he would have to worry about it. With a silent cold snort, he withdrew his hand, pulled on the blue and white outer robe hanging on the screen, draped it over his shoulder, and stepped out the door. The streets were bustling with crowds of gods of all sizes heading towards the Wu Huan divine tree. Barak concealed his divine senses and walked among them, soon being blocked by the surging crowd halfway. He raised his eyes and said somewhat unhappily, "Could I please get through?" A nearby person laughed and replied, "The street is crowded on the day of the beneficent rain festival. Everyone wants to move forward. Being stuck here is inevitable." Yes, yes, others agreed. Barak remained silent, looking at the half-empty street beside him and glancing at the nearby fairies squeezing together, momentarily unsure what to say. It's no wonder that little thing harbored inappropriate thoughts toward him. Apparently, all the fairy maidens from above heaven are like this. But still, the Khan sect, which claims to cultivate the most beautiful women, has not produced exceptionally gorgeous fairy maidens. Even those female fairies who had cultivated to the rank of true lord were not as refined in appearance as his adopted disciple. Irritated by the crowding, he simply cast a spell, used a soul-concealing technique, and slipped away. The fairies were enjoying themselves in the crowd, but suddenly they saw a flash of fire approaching with scorching heat, causing them to scream and scatter. The handsome and tall immortal vanished, and the firelight disappeared along with him, leaving only a lock of scorched black hair drifting in the wind. Not far away, someone reached out from a celestial platform. The hair followed the wind obediently and flew into his palm. "So you did come," he sighed, gazing at the sky, his robes fluttering gracefully. His attendant behind him turned pale. "The whereabouts of Wally, the senior god, are unknown. Our Khan sect now has no one to match Barak. Why are you so calm, true lord?" The man stood calmly and composedly, then turned around with a twisted expression. "Do you think I'm not worried? If I had any other choice, who would stand here braving the wind?" The attendant. They all knew that Barak would not let the Khan sect off easily. After all, among the 5 elements, only the Khan sect could suppress the Li clan. However, they did not expect Barak to come so quickly and silently without giving them any chance to prepare. Fox True Lord originally wanted to go into seclusion, but due to the beneficent rain festival today, he had to come. Before leaving, he cast 5 layers of illusion spells on himself before daring to stand on the celestial platform, putting on airs. Did Barak bring someone else on this trip? He suddenly asked. The attendant nodded. The new junior disciple from Palace Bing. It said that Barak holds her in high regard. Fox suspected he had heard wrong. What kind of regard? Respect and love, true lord. Unable to hold back, Fox sneered. If Barak ever showed anyone such regard, I'd stretch my neck out for him to strangle until cockcrow, cluck. Suddenly, a gust of fiery wind surged, an iron-hard hand pierced through the 5 layers of illusions, and viciously grabbed his throat. The bright sunlight revealed a figure striding swiftly through the clouds, holding a stunned chick. "True Lord Fox, how have you been?" Barak greeted with a smile. Fox was dumbfounded, instinctively looking at the shattered illusion barrier beside him and then at the flame in the man's hand. Water could be found everywhere in the territory of the Khan sect, which should suppress 70% of his spiritual power. Yet, even so, he could not hide from him. This monster has become even more powerful. Fear crept into Fox's eyes, and he croaked a salute. "Your Excellency, greetings." Barak released him and threw him back onto the ground. "Since we've met by chance, true Lord Fox, why don't you clarify what you left unsaid back then?" "Chance meeting?" Fox looked at the half-burnt lock of hair in his hand, feeling he had been tricked. "I am not very good with memory," he mumbled. "I do not know what matter your Excellency speaks of." Barak chuckled, squatting down beside him and straightening his disheveled collar. "In the past, you had poor memory, but Wally always covered for you. Now that he's gone, if you dare to interfere with my plans again, it won't be as simple as a few words of excuse." Fox paled. Alison found that the big boss was missing as soon as she woke up. After searching the house inside out and confirming he wasn't there, she rushed into Gerald's room without hesitation. Gerald got up early and was grinding immortal herbs when the door burst open. He paused, and the lingbird on his shoulder immediately shouted, "Who dares interrupt?" Alison ran up to him without time to explain, only reaching out to make a gesture. A ray of water light emerged from her palm, turning into frost in the wind, forming an ice night-blooming Sirius flower with petals spreading beautifully. Gerald stood up right away. "Master," the lingbird called out in confusion. Alison breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "This is the token he gave me, telling me to bring you to Shongren Palace." Gerald's eyes lit up, instinctively grabbing Alison's hand. The lingbird echoed his thoughts. He's alive. The situation was too complicated, and Alison didn't know how to explain. She could only nod hastily. "Let's go quickly. If my master comes back and finds out, we'll all be doomed." Gerald nodded and hurriedly pulled her outside. But when they reached the door, both froze. No wonder the big boss was a big boss. He had set up a boundary around the house. If they went out, they would definitely be detected by him. Gerald frowned in puzzlement, while the lingbird tilted its head on his shoulder, asking, "What kind of being is your master? Ordinary immortals wouldn't have such spiritual power." Alison scratched her cheek, thinking that if she told the truth, not even 10 ice night blooming Sirius flowers would convince Gerald to lead her, for who would believe that she, a disciple of Lee Clan's god, would secretly help Wally reincarnate? After pondering for a moment, she said, "My master doesn't come from anywhere special. He's been in seclusion practicing, without even a title." Many secluded practitioners achieved great success, so Gerald didn't press further. Instead, he looked at the boundary thoughtfully, then suddenly took the ice night blooming Sirius flower from her hand and placed it in her hair. "In an emergency, I must take liberties. Please forgive me, immortal lady." The lingbird spoke, and he bowed deeply. Compared to the big boss's disregard for delicacy, Alison felt this guest physician was gentle and considerate. Putting a flower in her hair was no disrespect, especially since the big boss had intruded on her hot spring pool without even an apology. Waving her hand, she asked, "Just wearing this will do?" Gerald nodded, conjured another identical ice night blooming Sirius flower pendant, tied it to his waist, then gripped her sleeve and led her through the boundary. Barak was listening to Fox confess when he suddenly sensed the disturbance in the boundary. He paused, focused his senses, and saw that the little thing and Gerald were cheerfully stepping out the door together. Not practicing diligently again. Barak was slightly annoyed, dismissed the image, and turned to Fox. "Enough chatter. Lead the way." Fox clutched his vulnerable neck and pitifully said, "It's not that I don't want to, but Xiuxian Palace has been sealed off by a boundary ever since Lord Wally disappeared. How can outsiders enter? Don't worry about that." Barak waved his hand and pushed him forward. Having no choice, Fox walked onto the street, leading him through this area of immortal residences toward Xiuxian Palace. As the sun rose higher, more people gathered on the streets. Barak glanced coldly at the crowd and suddenly asked, "Why are some wearing flowers in their hair, while others have nothing?" "Your divinity may not know," Fox, with his life in another's hands, said weakly, "today is the beneficent rain festival. If an immortal over 1,000 years old meets the right fate, they will seek a companion to practice together. Unsuccessful fairy maidens will have empty heads, waiting for someone to send them an ice night blooming Sirius flower as a token. Once they find a match, they wear the flower, preventing others from coveting them." Floral displays seemed less troublesome than practicing alone. Barak was quite dismissive, flicked his sleeve, and withdrew his gaze. But a moment later, he stopped walking. His divine senses stirred again, and the scene before the boundary was displayed once more. Someone had placed an ice night blooming Sirius flower in her hair. The little thing didn't resist. Instead, she smiled brightly, was pulled by the hand, and obediently stepped out of the blue-tiled cottage. Chapter 13: The touching story of the ice flower. Barak attempted to find a trace of unwillingness on her face or perhaps a look from being controlled. But there was none. This person was smiling even more happily than when she was by his side, her almond eyes curved, and her gaze sparkling. Wearing that ugly flower, she was hopping around, holding Artemio's hand. He withdrew his gaze and sneered. Fickle-mindedness is an inherent flaw in humans. She, a mere mortal turned deity, could not escape this nature. Perhaps it was for the better. It saved her from harboring ill intentions towards him and acting improperly. Indifferently sweeping his sleeves, Barak continued following Fox forward. After walking indifferently for a while, he stopped, tightening his jaws, and his greyish-brown eyes grew dark. No matter how he thought about it, it felt uncomfortable. It was bad enough that his disciple's cultivation was poor, but why did her taste have to worsen as well? "Your Excellency?" Fox turned back to look at him, pleasantly asking, "Is there any discomfort? I had mentioned before that your constitution does not suit this place, combined with the numerous barriers near Xiuxian Palace." Before he finished speaking, Fox felt a heat rising in his throat. This pure and scorching divine energy felt bone-piercingly hot even without touching it. Fox swallowed hard, instantly suppressing his smile, lowering his head, and raising his hands. "Please go this way, ahead is the Anhi boundary." There were 8 layers of barriers around Xiuxian Palace, collectively named Anhi. Barak raised his eyes and just saw the faint iceflower patterns appearing on the barrier. The petals unfolded gracefully, like a beauty revealing her veil, delicate and slender. The iceflower is something created by Lord Wally 10,000 years ago. It later became the symbol of the Khan family. Except for the direct descendants of the Khan family, no one else can transform it. In another direction, the tongue spirit bird stood on Artemio's shoulder, nodding its head as it explained to Alison. What all the deities wear now are merely low-grade illusions, possessing only the form but not the essence. Only the flower on this young lady's head has both form and essence, carrying a certain spiritual energy. Alison, who was on her way, subconsciously reached up to touch her head upon hearing this. Just a flower. It wasn't uncommon in the human world. Why choose it as a symbol? Seemingly noticing her confusion, Artemio smiled, and the tongue spirit bird followed. Everyone knows that flowers bloom for a fleeting moment, making them difficult to observe for long. Many immortals of the Khan family have composed poems and essays expressing sorrow over this. When Lord Wally heard about this, he spent an entire month waiting for the flowers in the garden to bloom. That sounds like a refined deed. Alison listened intently, and then, using the 3-foot ice freezing technique he had just mastered, Lord Wally froze all the flowers at the moment they bloomed, refuting the notion that flowers only appear briefly. Alison can't take it. She had thought there would be some complex and touching love story behind it. Who knew it would be such a simple and forceful use of celestial power? Allison inwardly scorned Wally. Perhaps aware of his own absurdity, Wally remained silent, offering no defense. Not until they reached the edge of the inhi boundary did he softly say, "Do not disturb the surroundings. With this ice flower on your head, you can ask Artemio for help to enter through the small southern gate directly." Allison nodded and was about to ask Artemio where the south gate was when the tongue spirit bird spoke again. "Come here." Artemio looked at her gently, gesturing for her to go to the palace wall. Allison obediently moved over. As soon as she stood still, she saw a flash of white light in front of her. Wally extracted the aura from the ice flower with a stream of divine energy. The aura, encountering water, turned into mist and merged with the barely visible patterns on the barrier. The barrier opened abruptly, allowing her to smoothly enter Xiongren Palace through the southern gate. Inside, Allison discovered that the great god Barak was truly frugal. While Xiangbing Palace was majestic, it was merely a simple palace, unlike this place with pavilions and palaces intricately laid out, not inferior to an imperial residence in the human world. However, despite the luxurious appearance resembling that of an imperial residence, there were some peculiarities. Palaces usually emphasized feng shui, avoiding the main hall facing turbulent streams, short corridors with many twists, and planting in locust trees in the courtyard. This Xiongren Palace seemed to violate all these taboos. If it weren't for being in the celestial realm, it would really resemble an ominous tomb. Perplexed, Allison glanced around for a moment, shook her head, and decided to ignore it. After all, it wasn't her who would live there. Still, she needed to find that ginkgo tree in the southwest corner first. Artemio remained outside the palace walls, looking thoughtfully at the patterns on the barrier. The tongue spirit bird perched on his shoulder, ready to express his thoughts, but as soon as its little beak parted, it was silenced by its owner with a soft rope. Some words should remain unspoken. Artemio patted its little head with a smile, intending to return to the green-tiled cottage. Turning his water-blue cloud boots, he had taken only 2 steps when a loud sound came from behind. Crack. The supposedly indestructible inhi boundary cracked open like a broken egg, several winding fissures appearing. Artemio paused, turning back in disbelief. The inhi boundary was personally set up by Wally, costing him a significant amount of celestial power. Even the heavenly fire meteor back then failed to harm it in the slightest. It was the best defensive treasure in the 9 heavens. But now, it had cracked. The cracks were not obvious and healed in just moments, too quickly for anyone to believe their eyes. But Artemio, standing close, heard clearly. Someone was forcefully breaking through the boundary, and this person was no ordinary being. He hurriedly focused his senses and looked closely but could only see the purple glow at the seam where the boundary resealed itself. Behind them, the huge crack in the inhi boundary was healing, while Barak was pulling Fox and walking briskly. With some of the shattered divine aura from the inhi boundary on his face, Fox seemed dazed. After being dragged along several steps, he finally came to his senses and stammered, "My lord, barging in like this might alarm many people." "Barging in?" Barak looked at him, puzzled. "Didn't you invite me here as a guest?" "Fox. How shameless. Who invites themselves in by kicking down the door?" Fox tried to reason with him. "Wally is not here. Others don't have the right to be hosts here, and neither do I. In that case, let's hurry." Barak patted him on the shoulder with feigned concern. "Finding that key early will help you relax sooner and avoid being taken for a traitor and bound to the soul-severing platform." True Lord Fox's face turned green. What misdeed had he done? He merely wanted to cultivate during the Sweet Rain Festival, yet how did he get caught by this monster? If he gave him the key, the other lords of the Khan family would surely flay him alive. If he didn't give it, Barak could flay him immediately. He was just a true lord. Why did he have to be involved in these disputes between gods? Feeling utterly helpless, Fox opened his divine consciousness to secretly check the location of the key. Not looking was better. Upon seeing, his face turned even greener. Why was there an unknown lesser deity digging up the boundary-guarding sacred tree in Xiongren Palace? Powerful as Barak was, he still had to sacrifice part of his celestial power to break through the boundary. Yet this busy little deity was unharmed, holding a small iron spade, squatting in a corner of Xiongren Palace, humming off-key tunes while digging new soil around the sacred tree. Chapter 14, Death Array of the War God. Before she came, Ginger thought that there would be numerous difficulties ahead, and she had to go through many trials to find the soul-transferring stone. The experience would surely be full of twists and turns, perhaps even worthy of being recorded in the celestial annals for future generations to enjoy. But now, Ginger sighed in disappointment as she looked at the very obvious new soil in front of her. No monsters, no complicated love-hate entanglements, only a lush ginkgo tree and a burial site that even a fool could see. Holding the spade with one hand on her protruding bottom, she said dejectedly, "This can't even make it into wild history." Wally whispered softly, "It's not hard to enter the chronicles. If you earnestly study the Khan clan's celestial arts as I suggested, you will eventually become a senior god and be listed in the divine records." Ginger pouted. If she really practiced the Khan clan's celestial arts under Barak's watchful eye, she wouldn't need to enter the celestial records. She'd end up in a coffin first. The new soil wasn't well compacted. It took just a few digs to unearth a purple crystal treasure box inlaid with silver thread. Ginger threw aside the shovel and struggled to pull out the box, weighing it in her hands. She had thought the soul-transferring stone would be huge, but this was unexpectedly so light. "Open it." Wally's voice was hoarse, sounding quite painful. "Place it in the notch on the first branch of the sacred tree." Ginger obediently looked up at the ginkgo tree, somewhat confused. "Just place it." No blood sacrifice or something? Not necessary. As expected of a senior god's treasure, the procedure was simple and convenient. Leaping onto the sacred tree, Ginger placed the soul-transferring stone into the notch. Suddenly, the green ginkgo leaves turned golden, blown by the wind like dye spreading over fabric, covering the ground below. Ginger exclaimed and swung her legs while sitting on a branch, laughing, so there is winter in the 9 heavens. Senior gods should remember to wear more clothes when they transfer their souls. Worley stifled slightly, not answering. Clearly an astute little immortal who knew how to avoid harm, yet sometimes her thoughts were so foolish. Clothes in the 9 heavens couldn't keep one warm, endless celestial power could do that. Only by eliminating all calamities with celestial power could one ensure long-term warmth and safety. If the celestial power wasn't enough to suppress calamities like Barak, what then? Worley chuckled lightly, using Ginger's eyes to look in the direction the ginkgo leaves were blown. The sky darkened around them. Barak stood at the center of Shongren Palace, suddenly sensing a coolness on his face. He frowned and wiped it off. Tiny snowflakes landed on his fingertips, melting into water vapor and returning to the sky within moments. Heavy clouds covered the horizon, and soon more snow began to fall. How could there be seasonal changes inside a barrier? Barak glanced sideways at Fox's back shadow. Where are you headed, true lord? Fox, who was stealthily backing away, stiffened his neck and turned around with difficulty. Didn't senior god want to find the key? I saw it. It's beneath the sacred tree to the southwest. You can go straight there, senior god. I have family matters and must take my leave. Barak nodded magnanimously. True lord, you may go. At these words, Fox felt like he was granted freedom and immediately summoned clouds to flee. However, no matter which direction he moved, after 10 steps, he would still see Barak's half-smiling face. Fox. Barak watched him contentedly, asking softly, did you come specifically to guide me for fear I might get lost? His eyes twitched, and he stammered, why yes. Then thank you for your trouble. Barak nodded. Fox wanted to slap himself right there. His divine senses revealed that the war god's death array was already formed around the sacred tree. Any divine power user who stepped into it would face soul extermination. Even guiding him outside would cause damage to his cultivation. Yet, taking a furtive look at Barak, Fox scratched his chin. This man had a violent temper and unpredictable moods. If left unchecked, the Khan clan would never have peace. Since the killing array was set, not leading him there would mean wasting everyone's efforts. Damage to cultivation be damned. If he could eliminate this threat for the Khan clan, it would be a great service. After much hesitation, Fox clenched his teeth. Please follow me, senior god. For a moment, Barak's eyes silently appraised him, then withdrew his gaze and followed him. Is there anyone else in this barrier besides you and me? He asked. Fox shuddered, shaking his head. No one has entered or exited Shongren Palace since senior god Worley went missing. Is that so? Barak laughed softly, looking at the dark clouds in the sky. I thought you all would set up a net waiting for me to fall into it. Senior god misunderstands. Fox smiled weakly. Despite conflicts among immortals, none have murderous intentions. While saying this, he kept glancing forward. Almost there. Just a bit closer. A ginkgo leaf flew past, and Barak extended his finger to pinch it, gently rubbing it as the misty haze filled his eyes. It's understandable that you harbor murderous intentions. Fox laughed loudly, cold sweat almost dripping down his forehead. Seeing that they were almost at the edge of the formation, he gritted his teeth and directly held Barak's elbow, guiding him forward a couple of steps. Your divinity worries too much. Watch your step carefully. The black cloud boots stopped just an inch away from the edge of the formation. Barak looked up, staring into his eyes. The sky is covered with dark clouds, fine snow falls, and there is a surge of killing chi all around. There is no exit for the living. What kind of place is this? Fox's face changed drastically. At this critical moment, he could think of no more words to cover up. He took a deep breath and gathered water light with a flip of his hand, striking straight at Barak's chest. If he didn't want to go in, then he would send him on his way. Aggressive water currents surged like dragons leaping from the sea. One blocked his retreat while another attacked his vital point. Fox had calculated the spots where he could dodge, but no matter how he moved, he would inevitably step into the formation. Fox watched nervously, only to find that this person in front of him didn't move at all. Barak stared back at him, his eyes filled with ridicule that couldn't be suppressed. He asked, has Worley not taught you celestial arts well? As soon as the word arts fell, the surging water currents hit his robes and instantly turned into steam, rolling out in all directions. Fox watched with a pale face. He knew he wasn't this monster's match, but he never thought he couldn't even push him. I came because Worley owes me something. Amidst the mist, Barak withdrew his sleeve lazily, glancing towards the distant ginkgo tree. Is it there? Fox laughed bitterly. Since my skills are inferior, kill me if you wish. What I'm asking you is, Barak lowered his head slightly displeased, is what I want there. So what if it is? Fox felt somewhat annoyed. Can you break the war god's death array? Once formed, the war god's death array was hard to destroy. Even 10,000 bolts of heavenly lightning could do nothing about it. Naturally, Barak couldn't break it either. With nothing to lose, Fox sat on the ground, huffing. Get it over with, I don't want to stay here long. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew by his ear. Barak's clothes rushed into the formation, the light blue fading like receding tides, while the crimson sunbird patterns swept past him, burning painfully in his eyes. Chapter 15. What evil deeds have I done to end up with such a disciple? Teddy had always known that Barak was an arbitrary and capricious person. For tens of thousands of years, he had hardly adhered to the celestial laws and commandments. But he never thought this man would be so reckless. The array for slaughtering gods was filled with malevolent energy. There wasn't even a single living gate within. Countless Kansi immortals were lurking on the sides, waiting for him to step in. He clearly noticed it. Yet, the audacious fiery color still billowed out defiantly against the wind, spreading over the sky, sweeping up the ginkgo leaves flying beside it like a vortex rushing straight into the array. Crazy. Teddy shook his head, staggered 2 steps to stand up, and hurriedly retreated backward. Under the bright sunlight, Barak showed no fear at all, transforming his chi into a shield around himself. In a moment, he arrived beside the sacred tree. The surroundings were already deadened, with dark blue mist silently corroding his robe. Barak didn't even glance at it, he only looked up at the spot glowing faintly blue on the sacred tree. He found it. 2 points of brightness leapt from his hazy eyes. As Barak reached out to take it, the ground beneath his feet suddenly turned hollow. With a loud boom, the ground cracked open, emitting the death complaint energy. The atmosphere was turbid and dark, like hands reaching up from the river of oblivion, quickly climbing up his legs, accompanied by screeching sounds, pulling him down. His eyes tightened. Barak flipped his hand, releasing pure scorching divine fire. Instantly, bone-chilling screams echoed around, shaking the area. What a fine Kansi immortal sect. He looked toward the chaos outside the barrier, half smiling, half sneering. Turns out you've made acquaintances with these things. Cultivators have always despised plotting with spirits. Never thought that to kill him, they hid so many inside the immortal sect. With divine fire protecting him, the death complaint couldn't harm him at all, but the corrupt resentment emitted by these things blocked the celestial chi. His divine power diminished bit by bit and was difficult to replenish. Truly an airtight plan. Standing firmly on a stone engulfed in flames, Barak turned back. Before he could retrieve anything again, the sacred tree before him suddenly emitted a strange sound. The massive trunk was pulled up from the ground by the death complaint energy, and the lush branches enveloped in putrid odor came crashing down straight at him. Fast. Dodge. Ah. Amanita sat among the dense branches, her mouth wide open shouting at the big shot, yet no sound came out. What a despicable Nikki, tricking her. The soul transference stone, helping to break the boundary by finding Kansi, all lies. He clearly used her to contact Kansi, calculated the time of Barak's arrival, and deceived her into activating the killing array to trap Barak here. Foolishly, she believed him, even saying she would send him home. She felt something was odd earlier. The soul transference stone was already placed, yet Nikki kept chattering in her ear, telling her to take advantage and escape while she could since his immortal energy protected her life, and mentioning that the prophecy came true, destiny not favoring Barak. Thinking he was soon to be free, she took it as his joy-talking nonsense. Little did she know what he meant. Amanita stomped her feet in anger. With a dull thud, the tilt of the sacred tree suddenly stopped. Almost losing balance, Amanita fumbled to grab a branch, took a moment to stabilize, then looked down. Barak didn't dodge, he stared at the object in the recess and forcefully held up the sacred tree trunk with fierce eyes. The entire trunk was nearly parallel to the cursed land below. A few more inches, and the place where the soul transference stone was would be submerged by the resentful energy. Barak's eyes flashed with intensity as he poured all his strength into his hands. However, the tree was too heavy, and the immortal power within the killing array was restrained. No matter how hard he tried, the sacred tree continued to slowly descend. Go away, said Nikki after a long silence. You can live, surely not willing to die along with him. Shut up. Nikki shrugged, leisurely saying, you stayed by him just to live longer. Even without me reminding you, you know you should leave now. Why get angry when I offer some advice? I said shut up. Amanita was furious. Quite a temper. Nikki shook his head. She was just a minor deity who, if not for coincidental circumstances gaining his yuan energy, wouldn't have the ability to speak to him like this. She couldn't even break through the acupoints he sealed and could only sit here watching, unable to convey a word to Barak's ears, yet she shouted at him. How amusing. Yawning lazily, Nikki summoned the recovered immortal power, trying to control her mind. However, before he could find her Baihui point, his consciousness froze. A surge of enraged immortal power rushed at him, carrying elements of water, fire, lightning, wind, and others, smashing him back into darkness. At the same time, golden leaves fell, and Amanita stood up from among them, angrily opening her mouth. This time, she finally screamed, Master, run. Barak paused while holding up the sacred tree, thinking he was hearing things. In this realm, how could that little thing possibly get in? Shaking his head, he took a deep breath, switched to using one hand with all his might. The veins on the back of his hand stood out, pushing the divine tree up half an inch. With the other hand, he conjured a slay phoenix saber, in midair, its blade enveloped in fiery energy, commanding awe-inspiring spiritual power. With a crunch, he plunged the knife into the stubborn stone beneath his feet, and Barak finally eased up. Just then, a face appeared before him. Black hair stood on end, eyebrows below, mouth above, a pair of wet almond eyes less than 5 inches away from him, full of panic. Master, she asked anxiously, are you deaf from the pressure of the divine tree? Barak. Barak. His hand trembled, almost loosening its grip. He stared at her as if seeing a ghost, taking a while to steady his nerves. This person, who should have left for the afterlife, was hanging upside down on the divine tree he was supporting. He really wanted to ask how she got here, but his strength was almost depleted, and he couldn't spare the breath to speak. All he could do was frown and glare at her. There's no time to explain. Let's run. Amanita swung her legs, which were hooked around the branches. This is a very dangerous killing array. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets. If we find the array eye and break through now, we still have a chance to survive. The more she swung, the heavier the divine tree felt to Barak. He wanted to curse aloud, of course. This was a killing array. Did she need to point it out? Given the situation, anyone with a brain would help him support the tree rather than swinging like a monkey in front of him. Seeing his expression, Amanita naturally didn't know what he was thinking. Worried by his anxious and angry look, she said gratefully, "Master, don't worry about me. As long as you're here, your disciple won't leave first. Even through blades and flames, your disciple will accompany you." "Who asked you to stay?" Barak gritted his teeth in frustration. "Are you afraid the tree will fall and hurt me?" "Don't worry, you can let go." Amanita observed his expression and spoke considerately. "If the divine tree falls, I can jump off it and land beside Master. Even if she fell to death, he wouldn't care, okay?" Barak closed his eyes for a moment. If not for preserving the key to activate xiuxian, who would be stubbornly holding up this rotten tree? Not even 100 cheap disciples hanging on it would make him stop. "Wait, the key?" Opening his eyes, Barak looked at this fool in front of him, then at the recess just inches away from her. If he got it, he could let go. Putting aside his previous anger, Barak softened his gaze, looking encouragingly at his beloved disciple. Amanita had been thinking about what Nikki said earlier. She raised her head and unexpectedly met her master's burning gaze. "What's going on?" She blinked in confusion. The man before her had cold sweat trickling down his face, looking very painful, but his warm eyes gazed at her like the first ray of morning sunlight, gentle and dazzling. Completely different from his earlier anxiety and anger. Touching her chin, Amanita pondered for a moment, then realized something. In such a dangerous place, yet she stayed by his side loyally. Surely, the Great One must be touched and thanking her. That made her a bit embarrassed. Amanita pursed her lips, meeting his expectant gaze, and flashed a wide grin, showing all her white teeth. Barak. Chapter 16 Ignorance, ridiculous, overestimating oneself. If the object weren't so important, Barak would have been very tempted to leave the divine tree aside and give her a good thrashing first. The dead grievance aura below had already contaminated the branch she was hanging from, yet this person still had the nerve to smile at him. Was she incapable of reading his expression? If not, then she should at least know when to act according to his gaze. Barak stared intently at her hand, then turned his gaze to the groove on the divine tree. "Retrieve it." Allison looked seriously at his face, then followed his gaze towards the side. Seemingly understanding something, she swung over and started climbing towards the groove using both hands and feet. Barak's features relaxed slightly, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Not bad, still redeemable. However, this little thing climbed into the branches and leaves but didn't come out for quite some time. Barak waited in puzzlement, until the surrounding grievance aura rose and engulfed him up to his chin. Did he belatedly realize? This idiot wasn't going to retrieve the key at all. Clearly, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, she hid herself among the foliage. So angry that his teeth ached, Barak thought mockingly, he must be a fool to have relied on this little thing. Her celestial power was weak, and her mind was dull. Expecting anything from her was like relying on oneself. Draining more of his celestial power, Barak felt the depletion of spiritual energy in his dantian. He wanted to return the divine tree to its original place, but the surrounding turbid aura was too thick, preventing him from taking even one breath. Without replenishing his spiritual energy, his divine power was already insufficient. A lightning bolt flashed across the sky within the array, and the snow falling from the dark clouds grew larger. The snowflakes melted into the deep grievance aura and abruptly turned into black ice. The ice shards spun through the air, grazing his cheek and cutting a bloody streak. Hot blood beads rolled down his jaw, being greedily sucked away by the grievance aura. Barak remained unmoved. Fox stood outside the killing array and could clearly see Barak's fiery red robe fading, shoulder feathers falling off, and the brilliant golden patterns gradually disappearing. What was once an audacious and unrestrained red robe slowly reverted to a grayish-blue long robe. About done. Someone spoke softly. Instantly, the Khan clan deities hidden within the palace of Gang appeared, several strands of powerful divine power converging into one body. This person used the grievance aura as clothing, rising into the air before charging directly into the death array. The sound of breaking the void came closer. Barak's ear flickered slightly, his eyes dark. No wonder the Khan clan, renowned for their wisdom, was known for being meticulous. Even with the death god array in place, they still sent someone to ensure everything went perfectly. The arrival was no stranger. It was Adrian, the direct disciple of Wally. Adrian had always hated him and finally seized this heaven-sent opportunity, disregarding even his own life as he rushed to stand 3 paces away from him, using all his life's worth of spiritual energy to summon the ancient divine weapon Snake Tail. The snake tail blade severed tendons and blocked meridians. No matter how powerful a deity, once the blade pierced the body, all divine power would vanish. Adrian breathed heavily as he looked at him, hoarsely saying, "I've come to avenge my master. You can let go now, perhaps you can take me with you." No one would foolishly stand there waiting for death. When he came, he had thought if he could fight Barak one last time, it wouldn't be in vain after years of cultivation under Wally. Yet, the man in front of him didn't even glance at him, still holding up the divine tree silently. Truly a madman, Master was right. You are completely insane. Adrian laughed, his eyes bloodshot as he raised the snake-tail knife and hurled it viciously towards his heart. With tremendous force, it slashed a gap through the dense dead grievance aura, the sharp blade wrapping around ginkgo leaves and swirling ice pieces, sealing off all possible escape routes around him. This exceeded Fox's technique by several levels. Barak's divine power was entirely focused on the divine tree. Knowing he couldn't dodge or block it, he resigned himself to endure it. Suddenly, he felt as if he had seen such a scene before. The flying ginkgo leaves, the sharp snake-tail knife, even the pain about to pierce his heart, he seemed to know exactly what it felt like. Perhaps it's fate, he thought indifferently. The killing aura from the tip of the blade had reached his clothes, and just as it happened, a crooked line of celestial power suddenly fell from above, mixed with half-cooked fire-type celestial power and a pure white spiritual energy, transforming into a giant puff of cotton, which plopped down in front of him. Barak was taken aback. The snake-tail knife embedded itself in the cotton, the overwhelming killing aura vanished, and he felt no piercing pain in his chest, nor any loss of divine power. Heart stirred, Barak looked up at the divine tree. Allison still held the incantation in her hand, looking extremely scared, her small shoulders trembling non-stop. But she didn't hide or retreat. Instead, she concentrated and expanded the cotton even further. Master, don't be afraid, she said boldly to Adrian, you have a disciple too. After speaking, she was terrified by the whistling grievance aura around her and, lacking backbone, hugged the tree trunk, shivering violently. Barak. His disciple was clearly not as impressive as others. Looking at her with a strange expression, Barak felt a bit peculiar inside. This person was afraid of dead grievance but actually stood up to protect him in front of Adrian. Although this cotton puff was incredibly ugly, it did manage to protect him. It seemed she wasn't entirely useless. Slightly pursing his lips, Barak shifted his gaze away. Allison looked down at the dead grievance and swallowed hard, then turned to ask him, Master, can we let go? If you have the green hills, you won't worry about having no firewood. Any normal person would know that letting go was the best choice at this moment. For someone like him, as long as he lived, what could he not obtain? Mockingly scoffing, Barak shook his head. He would never let go, even if he died. No matter who came to stop him, who tried to persuade him, or who thought he was foolish, he wouldn't care. They simply weren't on the same path. He didn't need anyone's understanding. All right. Sighing with a worried look, Allison leaped down. The sky-blue dress swirled in front of him, and Barak thought she would fly to the open ground far away, but instead, she landed right in front of him. The rock wasn't large, standing one next to him with the slaying phoenix saber was already quite difficult. With her joining, she had to cling tightly to him to avoid falling off. So cramped. Muttering, Allison poked the cotton in front of her and fished out the snake-tail knife wrapped inside. It's you. Looking at this familiar knife, Allison sighed. If she hadn't been here today, it would have pierced Barak's heart. Though she knew Barak wouldn't be utterly destroyed, this was still a trial for him. Turning to look at the person behind her, Allison silently patted his shoulder. I helped you through this trial, remember to repay me later. Her small claws were soft and light, patting him as if comforting him not to be afraid. Barak frowned, filled with disdain. When had he, an upper deity, ever feared anything? Just a mere snake-tail knife, why would he need a little fairy like her to comfort him? Ignorant, ridiculous, overestimating herself. However, lowering his eyes to look at this small creature barely reaching his chest, Barak kept a stern face, thinking indifferently. This was the first time someone had willingly stood in front of him to shield him. Chapter 17 Run, Great Leader. No deity with a brain in the ninth heaven would think he needed protection. The venerable god who obtained the Gate of Ascension since the dawn of time could raise 10 seas of clouds when enraged and destroy demons from all directions. Standing before Barak, it was akin to an ant trying to protect a leopard by stretching its tiny legs. Which family's ant would be this foolish? Thus, whether during the fierce battles at Wangchuan or the calamity at Buzhou Mountain, even when he had lost most of his divine power, kneeling on the mountain peak with his essence nearly shattered, no one felt he needed help. Barak did not need help either. He had long mastered self-preservation, dedicating day and night to cultivation so that he could face any danger fearlessly. As long as he was strong enough, he would never have to beg for help or consider anyone else's survival but his own. This was always his belief. But, in this low-ranking immortal's eyes, he seemed vulnerable. Barak's eyelid flickered as he glanced at her protective stance, frowning deeply then relaxing repeatedly. After staring disdainfully at her for a while, he ultimately turned away, somewhat at a loss. There really were such foolish ants, arms too frail to withstand even a breeze, yet she held the snake-tail blade shouting at Hatcher from afar, it's dishonorable to take advantage when someone is weak. I'll fight you. Clearly overmatched, where did she get this courage? Hatcher's face paled at this unexpected turn, but since stepping into this deathly array, there was no turning back. 10 surprises wouldn't change his resolve. The snake-tail blade flew out of Ginger's hand, crossing the shrieking dead grievance pool, and returned to Hatcher with a hum. Ginger retracted her claws in pain, staring at him, sensing things were not good. This was already a true Lord-class immortal. Feeling the spiritual power in her dantian, she realized it might not be enough to oppose him. Tricks like turning into cotton couldn't work twice. What should she do? Hatcher clearly wouldn't give her more time to think. The snake-tail blade flashed, multiplying into hundreds of identical blades which attacked without a word. The dazzling cold light made it hard to open one's eyes. Ginger dodged, hurriedly gathering her strength to form a thick defensive shield. But it was powerless against the snake-tail blade. The moment it touched, it shattered into fine smoke swept away by the winds. Ginger gasped sharply, reacting swiftly by focusing her energy to deflect the blade aimed at her vital points. Her spiritual power was insufficient, but focused, it could still block crucial blows. But only the crucial blows. Countless blades grazed her shoulder bone, calf, and waist. Her body, having just endured the heavenly tribulation, had no resistance left. Blood immediately gushed forth. Leaping up to block the blade flying towards Barrick's head, Ginger fell back, trembling in pain. Without pausing, she took a breath and jumped again to intercept another incoming blade. The heavy grievance in the killing god formation sapped her strength. This small figure could barely shield the towering Barrick, so she had to leap up and down again and again. Her blue and white gown, gradually stained red with blood, caught Barrick's cold gaze as her head bobbed up and down. He found her resemblance to a monkey quite striking. Why didn't she learn to run like others when the situation wasn't favorable, leaving love and affection behind? Stubbornly standing here protecting him, who would be moved by this? The 36th phantom of the snake tail blade was deflected into the pool of grievances, being sucked away by the dead resentment. Ginger stood back on the rock, trembling with pain, almost collapsing. Barrick slightly loosened his grip on the sacred tree. Ginger did not look back, her eyes fixed on Hatcher's advancing blade. Grandmaster Tahe once said that transforming one into 1,000 was the highest level illusionary technique. If she could guard against the real one, the other snake tail blades would only cause external injuries, not seal her meridians. Weak though she was, her memory was sharp. Earlier, Kanzai had mentioned an escape method. She wasn't going to stand here waiting to die. However, she had to bring the great leader along. Abandoning him now would mean losing any favors she had earned. How would that benefit her? Grimacing, Ginger moved her arm, focusing intently on the rain of blades. Hatcher, gripping the seals with crimson eyes, couldn't understand how an ancient artifact could be blocked by a small, seemingly insignificant immortal. He could control 10 snake tail blades at once, which should have been enough to breach her defenses. Yet, that little immortal moved so swiftly he could hardly keep track, not even slowing down despite being injured by the illusory blades. Looking at the top of her head in disbelief, she was indeed a newly ascended minor immortal, not even ranked. Examining the divine power in her hand, it was wrapped in white with red inside, indicating an impure lineage. On what grounds? Fueled by rage, Hatcher exhausted his divine power, employing a compensatory dark spell to draw strength from the surrounding resentment. The screeching around them suddenly intensified as if trying to overturn the entire killing array, piercing through the clouds. Ginger instinctively covered her ears but saw 50 snake tail blades hum into action, bringing 10 times the killing intent as before, charging straight at them. It's over. This is definitely unstoppable. Without thinking, Ginger turned and hugged Barrick. Run, great leader. Kanzai had said that since she carried his divine power, she only needed to channel it from her dantian, forming a defensive barrier carrying his aura, to make the dead resentment yield. Below was the dead grievance pool. As long as they jumped together, they could survive. Therefore, all Ginger needed to do was one thing: use her remaining divine power to knock Barrick into the dead grievance pool. Like a calf pushing its head against him, Ginger took a light breath, gathering all her divine power, ready to charge forward when Barrick reached out and returned her embrace. The one who had been silent, almost merging with the sacred tree, suddenly moved. The slaying phoenix blade embedded in the stone was released, and the heavy sacred tree lost its support. He pulled away, holding onto the bundle in his arms, flying towards the open shore like a meteor streaking across the sky. Behind them came the huge creaking sound of breaking tree roots. Ginger, cradled in someone's arms, exposed only one wide-open eye. A layer of fiery light formed a protective shield, the golden crow pattern vividly displayed on it. The 50 pursuing snake tail blades crashed against it. The previously invincible artifacts now seemed like children's pellets, fiercely rushing in, only to fall helplessly one by one. Barrick stood amidst this, looking down at the blood on his hands. Warm, still flowing endlessly from her body. Aren't you most afraid of pain? He flicked his fingers, his tone indifferent. Why didn't you run? The thing buried in his arms trembled, as if finally remembering her injuries, emitting a low mournful cry like a small animal. Barrick chuckled coldly, pressing her head harder into his chest with his broad palm. Chapter 18. Is the High God really that great? Amanita felt like a little radish head, held tightly in the bosom of the big boss and unable to move. Yet, his embrace was reassuring. It blocked out the surrounding deathly resentment and the sinister energy of the array, giving her a small space to breathe. She licked the metallic taste from the corner of her mouth and clung tightly to his clothes. Boss, protect me. The fabric on his chest was crumpled in her hand, creating an unusual feeling of weight. Barrick's eyelids lowered, just in time to see the strands of hair at the back of her head quivering. They were delicate and soft, glowing faintly brown in the light. He instinctively reached out to touch them. However, before his hand could reach her, there came a sharp crack from ahead. Dozens of snake-tailed blades dissolved into phantoms, and the last one, charged with power, pierced through his protective shield. Hatcher's face was nearly ashen, his aura being consumed by the surrounding resentment, but his eyes remained fixed on Barrick, bloodshot veins creeping toward his pupils. You've come out, good, very good, he rasped, then return my master's life. The last word was piercingly shrill, agitating the surrounding deathly resentment. Hatcher roared and raised his hand, divine power surged, and the surrounding resentful energy rose like a dragon, sweeping snow and wind in its wake, roaring as it charged at him with the snake-tailed blade. Darkness fell like an eclipse, malevolent energy swirling, blocking all sources of spiritual energy. Buried in the boss's arms, Amanita shivered involuntarily. To use the power of deathly resentment to kill a god, what a desperate end, even if successful, would lead to complete annihilation. She never imagined that someone as scheming as Hatcher would have such a devoted disciple. This made things dangerous for the boss. Even the most powerful high gods need spiritual energy replenishment, entering and exiting in balance to sustain their endless strength. Without replenishment, even he would be vulnerable, like a fish out of water. Eyes flickering, Amanita quickly rolled up her sleeve and offered her wrist to Barak. Quick, bite here. I still have some divine power left. She looked up at him, then at the approaching snake-tailed blade behind her. Hurry, there's no time. Barak looked at her with complicated expressions. Does this low-ranking deity misunderstand how divine power is replenished? Biting isn't the method, that's what vampires do, not leeches. Moreover, this small amount of divine power wouldn't help much. With a gesture, Barak didn't even look up as a fire dragon burst forth. Then he withdrew his hand and covered the ears of the little thing in his arms. Amanita's world suddenly fell silent. Blinking confusedly, she stared at him, sensing something massive colliding behind her, shaking the stones beneath her feet. Next, she saw the previously hesitant resentful energy rush toward the boss with delight, faster and more intense than it had toward Hatcher. Master! A sinking feeling in her heart, Amanita shook her head subconsciously. High gods cannot make deals with ghosts or spirits. Hatcher can resort to this because he only has essence left and won't suffer a backlash. Barak cannot, he absolutely cannot. Her grip on his shirt tightened, trying to pull him down a bit to persuade him, but as she exerted force, the man in front of her seemed unsteady, leaning toward her. His cold lips brushed against her cheek, then uncomfortably knocked against her shoulder. What was this? So powerful, yet he leaned on her small frame, breathing heavily and sounding fragile, as if exhausted. Was the resentful energy here so potent? Struggling to hold him, Amanita, puzzled, glanced behind her again. The terrifying dragon of resentful energy was gone. A vast cloud formed by the collision still lingered in the sky, and Hatcher lay on the shore, glaring at them with eyes filled with regret, now completely overtaken by deathly resentment. Did they win? Hatcher sacrificed himself but couldn't defeat the almost powerless Barak. This boss really is terrifying. Shrinking her neck, Amanita instinctively wanted to step back, but Barak held her in place. Don't move. Hatcher had been consumed by the deathly resentment, yet it continued to surge toward Barak unabated. Imagining the scene, he didn't want her to witness it. But Amanita wasn't stupid. Seeing the resentful energy spinning around as if attracted by something, she frowned and struggled. Master, stop. The deathly resentment will drive you insane, leading to madness. Since Hatcher no longer poses a threat to us, you should stop, let me think of a way. He softly responded and covered her eyes with his hand. Isn't this just hiding your ears while stealing a bell? Amanita anxiously scratched her head. Deathly resentment causes one to lose their mind. Since Hatcher no longer threatens our lives, you can stop and let me find a solution. The person on her chuckled softly. Did he look down on her? Amanita was so angry she stomped her feet. She had been willing to risk exposing Worley's immortal power to save him, and he actually looked down on her. Just because he's an upper god, what's so great about that? Just as she was about to speak again, Amanita suddenly sensed a forceful divine power surging into her body. That nourishing sensation washed away all her injured meridians like a timely rain, smoothing over cracked land in an instant. Her external wounds healed one by one, and the depleted immortal power in her dantian was refilled once more. Amanita opened her mouth in shock but remained stiff for a while before obediently closing it again. Sorry, upper gods really are amazing. In such a critical situation, he was actually willing to spend so much divine power to heal her injuries. All those ideas about coldness and heartlessness Amanita, now basking in his grace, just wanted to declare that Lord Barak was the best god of the ninth heaven. The surrounding resentment gradually faded. The formidable killing array, without the dead resentment, suddenly revealed its life gate. Barak lifted his head and glanced indifferently at this formation, sneering slightly in disdain. Then he raised his head and tore through the most secure part of the formation forcefully. The sky split open, breaking through layers of clouds. Outside, the Khan family immortals who had been lying in wait no longer had the desire to charge upward. They exchanged glances and scattered quickly. Worley had once told them that if he ever lost contact, they were to gather all their forces to set up this array. He would find a way to lure Barak into it. They followed his orders and knew the young master's decision was correct. After all, no upper god could escape the killing array of the death god. Even Adrian stepped into it with the determination to die. But no one expected that Barak, losing his supply of immortal power, would choose to replenish himself with resentment. Yes, Adrian had made a sacrificial deal with the dead resentment, offering his divine soul as a sacrifice to borrow the power of the dead resentment for revenge, but Barak did not. He absorbed the resentment like immortal power. No immortal can do this. They couldn't figure out how Barak managed to do it, but everyone knew clearly that once the formation was broken, the Khan family had no one left who could be his match. Run while you can. A brilliant flame rose from the Shongren palace, piercing the sky. The Khan family immortals, who were being blessed by the rain, suddenly shivered, all turning towards the palace in confusion. Chapter 19, mischievous if not playing. The streets were bustling with activity, yet no one knew why a piercing light shot up from the Shongren palace like a dragon breaking through the clouds, soaring and roaring, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. The unbreakable peace barrier seemed to have been torn open, allowing chaotic energy to surge out. But in just an instant, the energy dissipated, and the firelight faded, leaving only the blessings of the sacred trees around. It was fast, almost like an illusion. What's happening? The celestial couple on the street asked each other in confusion. Perhaps it's because a true lord is ascending, or maybe an ancient deity has achieved enlightenment. But this firelight, how could it appear within the territory of the Khan clan? Could it be that Li? Don't speculate blindly. Our immortal sect alone, not to mention our immense manpower, is enough to make anyone from the Li clan fear us. Who would be foolish enough to come here alone? Voices chattered on, filled with speculation and uncertainty. The ancient god Barak, who had been foolish enough to come alone, walked past the crowd with an expressionless face. His face still bore traces of blood, but his demeanor was indifferent and relaxed. Facing away from the Shongren Palace, he was outlined by the surrounding light, towering like a majestic mountain range. In the arms of this mountain-like figure hung a monkey. Allison used all her strength to cover the pulse point on the wrist of the mighty one, but she was simply too short. Added to that, he was walking both quickly and urgently, so she ended up half hanging on his wrist, staggering forward. Please slow down, she couldn't help but say. Barak glanced at her with disdain in his eyes. You can let go. How could she let go? Ah! Allison was extremely frustrated. It was bad enough that this big shot did things recklessly. Could she afford to be reckless too? Watching him absorb so much deathly resentment energy right before her eyes, what if he suddenly went berserk and started a killing spree within the Khan clan's territory? Would she even survive when he was red-eyed from the slaughter? Allison truly couldn't figure out how such a ferocious and deadly formation could be broken so directly by him. Even if he broke through, shouldn't he be seriously injured and in need of rest? Instead, he didn't head for the blue-tiled cottage but charged straight into the busiest street. That certainly looked like the prelude to a killing spree. Holding tightly onto his wrist in tension, Allison took a deep breath, trying not to provoke him, and spoke gently. I really can't let go. By holding on like this, if he got impulsive, she could still try to stop him. Once she let go, who could restrain him? However, these words sounded differently in Barak's ears. From desperately protecting him in the deadly formation earlier to now clinging to him as if unwilling to part, Barak suddenly realized that her affection for him hadn't died. Although it was said she had fallen for someone else, now she held him tenderly, her trembling, fair hand grasping his. She looked utterly captivated. With a proud lift of his chin, Barak noticed the ice night blooming Sirius in her hair and narrowed his eyes slightly. You have nothing to say to me, he asked. This question carried a heavy and ominous tone. Allison felt a jolt in her heart, immediately recalling that she hadn't explained why she appeared in that deadly formation. Did the big shot suspect she was colluding with the Khan clan to harm him? Shaking her head repeatedly, Allison turned her eyes and explained, I was supposed to meet Darien today to see the festival, but we got lost halfway. I don't know how, but I wandered into the formation. Did I disturb you? Before breaking the formation, Allison had dared to say that the big shot owed her a favor since she went there to save him. But after breaking it, she understood that he really didn't need anyone to save him. Even with the snake-tailed knife stuck in his chest and his divine power depleted, he could break through using deathly resentment energy. So, she was just an unexpected visitor. Allison had already walked quite far, her brows knitted in worry as she pondered how to get her story straight with Darien. Suddenly, she heard a series of screams coming from behind. In this realm, the ascended immortals were well-versed and dignified. They could hardly lose their composure like common folk. Allison turned around out of concern, and what she saw made her scream too. Stop. In the crowded street, fiery smoke was soaring around, water pots outside shops burst open, and splashes erupted from the water channels. Countless fairy maidens were pale with fear, running in panic, while some calmer immortals started forming defensive arrays. Her pupils contracting, Allison rushed back in 3 quick strides and charged right into him. Barak was lost in thought when he suddenly felt something collide into his chest. His first instinct was to push it away. But as his hand reached out, he saw those wide, terrified eyes of the small creature before him. Wet, dark, and shiny. The force meant for pushing transformed, and he steadied himself, catching her with a low grunt. The surrounding flames extinguished instantly but left black smoke billowing. Allison lifted her head from the smoke, pinching his wrist tightly, both angry and afraid. I told you not to let go. She hadn't even taken a few steps, and the big shot wanted to burn down the street. This was still within the territory of the Khan clan. No matter how powerful he was, wouldn't ants in numbers still kill an elephant? Barak raised an eyebrow at her. Hadn't she said she would go find Darien? And why did she look so frightened, her voice trembling? Let's go back. Breathing heavily, Allison regained her composure and looked around. We shouldn't stay here long. More and more immortals were gathering, and the lights of their magical weapons shone brightly around them. At this moment, Barak asked her, not finding Darien. Find a ghost, let's run. A streak of water light flashed across the sky. Without thinking, Allison grabbed Barak's arm and bolted outward. Barak had his own cloud path. He could summon it with a spell, making any journey far more graceful and effortless than running on 2 feet. But, glancing down at this small creature struggling to carry him, barely reaching his shoulder, Barak didn't say anything. He retracted his hand and obediently leaned onto her. Chapter 20. You're really good. Amanita was immediately pressed off balance. She scrunched up her face and looked at him, wanting to say that since his injury wasn't on his leg, why could he not even stand properly? But the crowd of Khan clan immortals was in hot pursuit, so Amanita didn't have time for this. She gritted her teeth and helped him stride out through the grand immortal gate ahead. Enraged immortal power followed closely behind. Amanita shuddered and promptly said, "Let's split up and regroup at 10 directions Cloud C." Supporting each other like this, neither could escape. Lifting his eyelids, Barak gave a light grunt. "Lower realm celestial, your form might not be able to catch up with us. The form may not catch up, but this immortal power." She pointed backward and shook her head straight away. "What's there to fear?" The master glanced back. "It's disorganized, nothing serious. Reach out your hand." "What for?" Using her solitary immortal power to block so many. Amanita shook her head faster than a rattledrum. No way, I can't withstand it." "How do you know unless you try?" He frowned slightly. "You're hopeless." Hopeless is hopeless, but one must also use common sense. In the immortal power coming from behind, she sensed traces of high immortal and true lord. How would a minor immortal like her fight against 100 enemies? Shrinking her shoulders, Amanita kept her head down and was about to keep running. Barak grew somewhat impatient, stopping and tightening the arm on her shoulder, forcibly turning her whole body around to face the white light chasing them from behind. "Recite the incantation." Her pupils contracted. She leaned back into him as her legs trembled. What incantation?" Angry, he pushed her toward the white light, saying in a deep voice, "If you can't remember, bear it." "Isn't this too inhumane?" Amanita cried out pitifully, raising her hands to protect her head, shouting nervously, "Heaven and earth follow my will." Watergate spirit realm arises. A thin layer of barrier appeared in front, contrasting starkly with the surging white light. It was like a slender lotus leaf facing sharp logs attacking a city. In the next moment, this lotus leaf suddenly expanded tenfold, a sweeping golden glow covering her head, clashing with the pursuing white light, producing an ear-piercing sound that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Not feeling the anticipated pain, Amanita opened her eyes in puzzlement, peeking through the gap between her arms. White beams of light fell around her like a foggy Jiangnan town. As the light dispersed, a serene twilight spread across the sky. It blocked. Doubtfully glancing at the protective barrier overhead and then at her own hands, Amanita stared in shock for a while before her eyes lit up. "Master." She ran joyfully over to him, lifting her hand in front of him. "I stopped it." Barak barely glanced at her, seemingly uninterested, retracting his hand and yawning naturally. "Since you've blocked it, hurry up and go, don't dawdle." "Okay." Responding obediently, Amanita reined in her excitement and followed beside him with her head down. But after a few steps, "I actually stopped it." She excitedly waved her hand in front of her. "Such strong immortal power, yet I stopped it with just one barrier." Barak, truly inexperienced, so thrilled by a small matter. He sighed, placing his hand on her head, thinking for a moment, and finally praised her. "Very impressive." Though he had helped from behind, a casual compliment wouldn't hurt. Barak spoke with the mindset of placating a child, but he hadn't expected that when these words were uttered, the little one's eyes sparkled like fireworks, glowing with stardust. She looked up at him eagerly, asking, "Really?" Her gaze was too bright, filled with expectation and delight, making him feel hollow inside as if he was about to issue a godlike decree. Barak couldn't quite understand why this insincere praise made her so happy, but she did look charming when she was happy, so he nodded again, adding, "Yes, really." Amanita was too moved to speak and immediately circled him twice. After cultivating for so long, this was the first time someone, especially an eminent god like Barak, had praised her for being good. Amanita always felt that she could practice cultivation only because of her parents' offerings in the human world. Even Master Stephen had said she lacked talent. Even if all 10 sects immortal techniques were taught, none suited her. Over the years, she had gotten used to working twice as hard for half the results, accustomed to advancing slower than her seniors, and enduring malicious calls of little waste. Yet, she never imagined one day receiving acknowledgement from someone powerful. Suddenly, Amanita felt that Master Barak was a good person. Perhaps the future might change and make him descend into evil ways, but right now, he truly was a most excellent person. Circling him twice more, Amanita tugged at his robes, smiling sweetly. "Let's go home. I'll roast corn for you to eat." She was truly overjoyed. Barak sneered and pressed down on her spinning head, then glanced back toward the direction of the Khan clan immortal gate. "Hey, by the way." Seeing his expression, Amanita suddenly remembered to ask, "Why did you go to the xiuxian palace?" "To find something." Better not to have said it. Once he did, Barak's expression turned grim. During their battle in the past, Worley had mentioned that the ancient divine artifact Watermoon Mirror could observe the causes and effects of immortals' past lives, and the key was hidden in xiuxian palace. He had clearly told him there was a trap here but was also certain he would go. Worley didn't guess wrong. He did go, disregarding life and death just to seek a cause and effect. However, in the end, he still didn't get the key. A faint trace of anger appeared in his eyes as Barak withdrew his gaze and looked at the horizon with apparent weariness. "What are you looking for?" Amanita fished around in her sleeve pocket, pulling out a small stone. Other than this stone with some spiritual energy, there doesn't seem to be anything else special about that place. The golden stone, with patterns resembling ginkgo leaves, lay quietly in her palm. Barak casually turned his head, and upon seeing it, he froze. He steadied himself and took a light breath. "You didn't take it." "You mean this?" Amanita tossed the stone up and caught it. "I did take it. Although it's not a soul rotation stone, it's quite beautiful. It seemed a pity to let it be destroyed along with that divine tree, so I thought of finding someone to make it into a necklace. Hey?" Before she finished speaking, the senior took the stone from her hand. Amanita looked up in confusion, only to see Barak's face devoid of any emotion, calmly asking her, Is there anything you want? Her. The sudden change in topic threw her off. With his hand behind his back, Barak looked down at her from above. Whatever you want, I will find it for you. After a moment's silence, Amanita understood. This was what the senior wanted to find. But really, did he have to? If he wanted it, would she not give it to him? He was thousands of years old, yet he hid it behind his back. Amused and exasperated, Amanita waved her hand. Here, the stone is yours. I don't have anything I want. Except. Recalling something, she paused, then added, if you have time, can you take me to the xiuxian 10 days later? Chapter 21. What could have been a life of ease and indifference? xiuxian. Barak's brows furrowed. It wasn't an unusual place at all. During the late summer and early autumn, deities from the 9 heavens often frequented xiuxian for banquets and casual conversations. As long as one's cultivation was high enough, they could pass through the longevity forest to find its location. Of course, for low-ranking deities like her, being trapped in the longevity forest forever would be a likely outcome. It made sense that she wanted someone to guide her. But, licking her teeth, Barak felt a bit annoyed. He had never liked that place. A group of loquacious old deities would gather to chat about things irrelevant to cultivation. Whenever they saw him, they would smile ingratiatingly. But no matter how kind-hearted Henley was or how well-connected Gerard appeared to others, their gazes always held a trace of wariness and apprehension when looking at him. It was utterly boring. Who do you want to look for? He asked, eyes lowered. Alison nervously rubbed her hands together and vaguely replied, not necessarily looking for anyone. I've just heard that the immortal fruits on xiuxian are sweet and juicy, so I wanted to try them. I'll take you to the immortal fruit grove. Alison's face fell, and she pouted, wanting to protest but too scared to. All she could do was gaze at him pitifully. What good would pretending to be pitiful do? Barak sneered. Everyone knew he was the least compassionate among all. How could such a display soften his heart? Let's go back to Palace Shangbing first. Okay. She responded dejectedly, slumping her head and climbing onto his cloud like a wilting cabbage that hadn't been watered for 10 days, leaning weakly against his side. The surroundings blurred past rapidly as Barak glanced at the stone in his hand, then looked down at the small figure beside him. Go back and continue practicing the immortal arts I taught you last time. More practice. Alison tilted her head in thought, hesitantly nodding. All right. Barak, what was with this reluctant tone? He had never seen such an unmotivated deity. Slightly annoyed, Barak flicked his sleeve and threw her into a corner as soon as they stepped into Palace Shangbing. Alison rolled to the wall, glancing around the empty palace and muttered under her breath, not even a bed. A bed? Barak was exasperated. He pointed to the throne above. Go meditate there. Having ascended already yet thinking of comfort was disgraceful. Following his gesture, Alison felt anxious, lowering her head. Maybe I'll just sit here. She still had unsettled accounts with Worley. Staying too close to a powerful deity wasn't wise. Pulling up her robes, she sat in a corner, focusing her divine senses to find Worley. Perhaps startled by her previously determined will, Worley sounded much gentler this time. Why is your divine energy so chaotic? Chaotic? Checking within herself, Alison found that indeed, her dantian contained all 5 types of divine energy: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Specializing in one type is the path to greatness. Who didn't know that? Alison pouted. If she had any aptitude for cultivation, she wouldn't be trying to learn everything poorly. When she first joined the Grand Harmony Immortal Sect, Alison strived to live up to the expectations of her parents who sponsored her training. She practiced diligently, absorbing spiritual chi. While her senior brothers and sisters meditated for 4 hours, she meditated for 8, listened more intently than anyone, and used several carts of parchment to record essentials. However, she wasn't suited for cultivation. After 100 years of practice, the world had changed dramatically, and her parents had passed away. She only had a tiny bit of spiritual power. She couldn't help her country on the verge of collapse or retain her parents. Her father's insistence on her cultivating seemed like nothing more than a joke recorded in history. Afterward, Alison stopped taking her cultivation seriously. Since she was already immortal, and those she wished to protect were gone, living indifferently seemed fine. Until she had that dream. Her eyelashes fluttered as she instinctively tried to block Worley. Don't worry, Worley said softly, we share life and death. I won't betray you. As if he had the right to bring it up. Alison was slightly angry. You lied to me. Under duress. Worley sighed. Barak cannot be allowed to remain, and you clearly know it. That wasn't an excuse for lying. Alison was very upset. I promised to take you home, but I ended up being used as a tool. Our binding occurred before my death. Worley said with some regret, a death pact cannot be undone. With your immortal body, I no longer have the chance to fight Barak to the death, hence this stratagem. Not only exploiting her but also implying she was a failure. Enraged, Alison slapped him back into darkness. Worley wanted to say more, but it was too late. Silence enveloped once more. His divine power couldn't affect her at all, and he could no longer hear her consciousness. How could this be? Worley couldn't figure it out. Though he hadn't fully recovered from his severe injuries and couldn't do much to her, he had regained some strength over the past few days. There was no reason for her to still be able to suppress him so easily. Was it because she was the host? He looked at his hand in confusion. Barak sat above, casting a casual glance in Alison's direction without much concern. When other deities meditated, they all exuded an ethereal aura, looking dignified and serene. She, on the other hand, seemed quite miserable as she leaned against the corner of the wall, looking like someone who had been kicked out of home and was now wandering the streets. Unable to bear it any longer, Barak raised his hand. Allison was still fuming when she suddenly felt something beneath her give way. A carved dragon bed made of yellow pear wood rose up from the ground, wrapped in luxurious silk quilts that enveloped her in warmth and smoothness. Pushing aside the bedding, Allison stared in shock toward the throne. Master? How did he know what her bed looked like in the mortal world? Barak didn't even look at her, closing his eyes to meditate. After a while, perhaps feeling her intense gaze, he waved his hand again, conjuring a grand screen of the 1,000-mile landscape in front of the bed. Allison's eyes widened. Didn't the powerful deity always dislike her luxury and indulgence in comfort? And yet, he created a carved dragon bed for her here in Palace Xiangbing. Barak didn't intend to either. Earlier, he had asked Bruce to investigate her karma. In the mirror of the past that Bruce returned with, all it showed were scenes of her lounging in bed in the mortal world. It's raining outside, perfect for sleeping. Oh, what warm sunshine, too suitable for a nap. Not in the mood today, better go to sleep. After watching those scenes, all Barak remembered was this carved dragon bed and his disciple who slept like a pig. Her background was clean, and she had no ulterior motives. He was happy about that. But being this lazy and still achieving immortality was something Barak couldn't quite understand. If children aren't properly taught, it's the parents' fault. He had told Bruce before that her current state of decadence was entirely due to her parents' excessive indulgence. How could they just pamper her all the time? But now, glancing at the carved dragon bed that was so out of place among the surrounding black stone pillars, Barak felt a twinge of discomfort. Indeed. Why couldn't he stop himself from indulging her? Chapter 22 The Fickle God. As Bruce stepped into Xiangbing Palace, he saw a sullen Barak seated on the throne and an ostentatious array of objects on the left side of the royal seat. There were gold-inlaid vases, sandalwood dressing tables, embroidered screens, items that clearly didn't belong here. Yet, the supreme god sat there, not waving them away. What is this? He approached in surprise, bowing beside Barak, full of confusion in his eyes. Barak turned his head, cleared his throat, and asked instead of answering, "Have you found out?" Yes. Bruce pulled himself together and cupped his hands. Jinghua Shuiyu sank into the West Sea 10,000 years ago as part of the princess's dowry, and it was taken to xiuxian Palace, where it hasn't appeared for 10,000 years. Xiuxian Palace. Gripping the stone in his hand, Barak slowly straightened up with the armrest support. Seeing the gleam in his eyes, Bruce frowned and hurriedly stepped in front of him with a bow. Supreme God, the Khan clan has already been thrown into chaos, and several temperamental supreme gods have gone to Xiuxian Gate. It really isn't appropriate for you to visit other immortal clans at this moment. Emphasizing the word visit, Bruce sighed deeply. He had said he would only pay a visit when leaving, but within a few days, half of Xiongren Palace was destroyed, and a street was burned, using fire-based celestial arts so openly that even he couldn't find excuses to defend him. A place like xiuxian Palace was obviously more vulnerable to this supreme god's visits. Please wait. Bruce pleaded earnestly. Take some time to recover and go seek it after this storm passes. Barak was somewhat displeased. His misty-colored eyes looked at him with intimidating pressure. You didn't say this before. Yes. At that time, this immortal didn't know such a big incident would occur. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he wiped it with his sleeve. Please calm down, Supreme God. Barak stared at him for a while, then lowered his eyes to conceal the murderous intent. He hated being mocked, but Bruce had followed him for 50,000 years. No one else would dare deceive him. Suppressing his anger, he rubbed his temple uneasily. Suddenly, a muffled thud came from behind the screen. Startled, Bruce turned his head and glanced, feeling a slight panic in his heart. As Barak's cultivation advanced, his mood became increasingly unstable, often lashing out over small matters or reacting violently to loud noises. For stability, nothing was placed in Xiangbing Palace, especially avoiding any noise during his fits of anger. Yet, this lesser deity dared to interrupt him recklessly. Bruce anxiously looked at Barak. The person standing in front seemed to stiffen for a moment but soon descended the steps toward the ornate screen. Supreme God, Bruce tried to dissuade him, but he moved too quickly, beyond his reach. It's over, Bruce regretfully closed his eyes. Me. I just didn't perform the fire summoning spell well. There's no need for you to be so angry, right? A clear voice came from behind the screen. Barak stood with folded sleeves, laughing bitterly despite his anger. Is this how I taught you the fire summoning spell? Yes. Selena confidently answered, puffing out her chest and demonstrated the spell. With a puff, a small flame sprouted from her hand. Looking at the stern face of the senior, Selena laughed nervously and shaped the flame into a cat, proudly showing it to him. I can also do this, pretty cool, right? Barak sneered and rolled his eyes, performing a hand seal. With a thunderous roar, a burst of divine fire erupted, forming a mighty leopard that stood behind him, growling at her with hot breath. What did you say just now? He spoke calmly. Your voice was too soft, I didn't hear it clearly. Selena. Quietly extinguishing the flame, she clapped hard for him. Master is amazing. Barak wished he could toss her aside like a rag doll. How long has it been, and you've only mastered this much? Well, it's pretty good, she mumbled. I couldn't even produce fire before. Seeing her lack of ambition, Barak showed his disdain openly. Being his disciple wasn't easy. If she was content with such limited power, she might as well leave sooner. Though unspoken, his thoughts were clear on his face. Not stupid, Selena understood immediately. She smiled weakly, slightly pouting. I did my best. You did your best and still remain this weak. His tone was genuinely fierce, shaking the ground. In life and death battles, who cares if you've tried your best? Crossing his arms, Selena replied softly, then I'll practice more. Good. Barak nodded. I'll give you another hour. Another hour? Selena's face fell. Because of Worley, she had been in great pain while cultivating fire-based celestial arts, and her talent was not high to begin with. How much could she improve in 1 hour? What if I can't practice well? She asked tentatively. Barak pointed at the door without any expression on his face. Stunned, she looked at the direction indicated, took a deep breath, feeling rather aggrieved but not daring to contradict him. Her lips quivered as her eyes slowly turned red. She hadn't slacked off at all. Ever since she came back, she had been practicing ceaselessly. Even when he transformed into a soft bed, she didn't indulge herself by sleeping on it for a moment. But every time she formed hand seals, her heart and lungs would hurt, making it more strenuous than practicing in Stephen Immortal Sect before. Given such circumstances, only giving her an hour was clearly a way to drive her away. Just now, he seemed to be protecting her. Why did he turn so fierce when it came to cultivation? Sniffing, Selena hung her head in dejection, turned around, and continued to form hand seals. Barak felt a bit stiff. He thought he had said everything for her own good and had fulfilled his duties as a master. But somehow, this little thing seemed to have suffered a tremendous blow, appearing completely dimmed. Her eyes were red, her nose was red too, like a poor creature abandoned in the snow during the dead of winter. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he reached out, placed a hand on her shoulder, and turned her back to face him. Struggling to calm down his anger, he asked in what he considered the gentlest voice in his life, looking down at her, Are you? Selena was startled and shook her head quickly, full of fear. She was just feeling wronged. After all, she was pampered and spoiled, bound to be a bit delicate. She really wasn't trying to challenge the big boss. Why was the big boss suddenly gnashing his teeth and glaring at her? This meaningful gaze and threatening movement scared her so much that she hiccuped and stopped saying anything unnecessary, jumping back onto the bed to continue meditating and forming hand seals. Barak. Why was she afraid when he scolded her, and also afraid when he didn't? Puzzled, he walked out from behind the screen and sincerely asked Bruce, Do low-level immortals all behave so unpredictably? Bruce looked at him with complicated emotions. The supreme god who had been furious moments ago was now calmly pondering an insignificant question. Who is more unpredictable here? Chapter 23. Is Barak a good person? Previously, when Barak brought this little immortal back to Shongbing Palace, Bruce had thought it was just a whim. Just like the wild grass he picked up 500 years ago or the turtle he brought back 1,000 years ago, something to keep for a few days before getting bored. But unexpectedly, after half a month, not only did he not get tired of her, but he also seemed to be influenced by her. High God, Bruce couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, those who cultivate the great path must avoid emotions and desires. Barak was thinking about why that little thing was so afraid of him. Hearing this sudden reminder, his face darkened instantly. Emotions and desires? He looked at the screen uncomfortably, just because of her. He wasn't blind. Even if this little immortal was infatuated with him, he wouldn't pay her any attention. She was weak and foolish, unable even to withstand celestial thunder. Though she helped him a bit here and there and was sometimes quite clever, compared to all the female immortals in the 9 skies, her sharpness didn't amount to much. As for emotions and desires, he kept her in Shongbing Palace merely out of respect for Worley. Bruce's scalp tightened, not daring to argue further, only saying, the immortal just mentioned it casually. Your aura seems unstable. I won't disturb you anymore. With that, he quickly exited Shongbing Palace. Barak stood there, still displeased, as if an unspeakable discomfort was stuck in his throat, unable to be spit out or swallowed. How could anyone think he would have feelings? Clearly, the one who started harboring feelings was that inexperienced little immortal, clinging to him every day, looking at him with bright eyes, her every move radiating affection. It was only because he was somewhat kind-hearted and hadn't chased her away that others got the wrong idea. This can't go on. Shaking his head, Barak turned and walked behind the screen. Allison was diligently cultivating. As she had expected, the cultivation method given by the high immortal conflicted with the immortal energy from Worley inside her body. Every small cycle caused her meridians to feel as if they were being cut by knives. But she had to stay here, enduring no matter how much pain. So what Barak saw was this little thing earnestly reciting hand seals while sobbing softly. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Her mouth was curved into wavy lines, red and, yet her hands moved flawlessly, mumbling under her breath, the spirit of the god, ascending heaven and reaching earth, entering the depths and exiting the shadows, I beseech thee, do not linger. She hiccuped after the word linger, and the flame in her hand extinguished immediately. Allison opened her eyes, angrily patting her chest, ready to grumble about something. Seeing him standing in front of her, she quickly closed her eyes again and continued her practice. A tear droplet fell from her eyelashes onto her greyish dress, turning into a brown spot. Barak noticed that ever since returning from the Khan clan, she hadn't even taken time to tidy herself. That beauty-loving little thing was still wearing the dirty blue and white dress she had escaped in from the killing god's death formation. His heart softened. He had forgotten what he wanted to say, only kicking her bed frame. There's a hot spring over there. Interrupted mid-seal. Even though he was a high immortal, Allison felt a bit angry. Didn't she know there was a hot spring? Didn't she want to soak in it and then change into a beautiful palace attire? Did she have the time? She gave him an angry look, gritted her teeth, shook her head, and closed her eyes again. Barak. This was the first time he saw such a fierce gaze from her, as if all previous admiration and longing had been illusions. Slightly annoyed, he poked her between the eyebrows. Allison frowned, shifted her body without opening her eyes, and turned her back on him. Quite stubborn. Barak snorted, poking her back again. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Allison jumped up abruptly, grabbing the quilt to block herself at the edge of the bed, then scurried to the farthest corner of the four-poster bed. She understood now. The High Immortal wanted to chase her away, so he kept interrupting her cultivation. She wouldn't comply with his wishes. A protective barrier fell around them, and Allison concentrated on chanting. Worley felt a powerful pull in the darkness. Shocked, he tried to hold onto the immortal energy attached to his primordial nucleus, but unexpectedly, a beam of light fell from above, sucking away the pure white immortal energy uncontrollably. This low-level immortal was using his power. Worley was astonished. Pure white light enveloped the entire four-poster bed. Barak, who had initially intended to jest, suddenly became serious. This formidable Khan clan immortal energy was inherently suppressive towards the Lee clan. Just touching it made him feel uncomfortable. Unbelievably, Worley's primordial nucleus had recovered so well after a few days. Frowning, he looked at the person meditating within the light. Allison did not realize what she was invoking. She simply didn't want to be disturbed, so she set up a protective barrier and immersed herself entirely in the cultivation method. She didn't notice that the immortal energy in her dantian had suddenly become pure and thick. She only felt that her meridians were suffering more, and it took all her strength to hold back her sobs. In the midst of chaos, she seemed to hear the gurgling sound of water and scorching flames soaring high, searing her heart and lungs. Water and fire do not mix. Allison stifled a groan and gradually tasted blood in her mouth. Barak watched coldly with his arms crossed, unmoving. Earlier, she claimed she had gotten lost and ended up at Shongbing Palace, but he didn't believe her. Because with her strength, she could never break through in his barrier. It must have been Worley causing trouble. In light of her desperate attempt to save him, he decided not to press the issue. However, he would not allow Worley to continue recuperating. Using her as a vessel was cruel, but since she happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, the more painful her cultivation, the worse Worley would feel. So, it would be tough for her, but necessary. He figured she would give up by the second major cycle, which would be about her limit. Thus, 1 hour would be just enough. But 1 hour passed quickly, and the white barrier still enveloped the bed. Barak raised an eyebrow in surprise. A cultivator in deep practice wouldn't notice the passage of time. Lost in the chaos, Allison only wanted to use water to extinguish the raging fire to lessen her pain. Just when it seemed she was succeeding, a stronger flame sprang up from nowhere, reigniting everything. Letting out a wail, Allison clutched her head and sobbed, taking a long while before shakily getting up again to guide the water to douse the fire. It felt like her internal organs were being scorched. With reddened eyes, she stared at the void, slightly resentful. Suddenly, the surrounding flames diminished. Someone reached out and lifted her from the endless wasteland. Allison was taken aback and didn't even have time to see who it was before fatigue washed over her. A sweet taste of blood trickled from her lips as she fell into a warm, soothing liquid. Poor thing. From far and near, she thought she heard Worley sigh. To actually think Barak is a good person, ha. Chapter 24, Feast Immortal Platform. The voice was ethereal, echoing in the vast cave for a long time before gradually fading away. Ginger strained to hear what he said next, but her body had already reached its limit. Her head buzzed once, and she knew nothing more. When she woke up, she couldn't tell how many days and nights had passed. The flame that was burning fiercely was now only a small corner of wax left, and the embroidered curtains hung halfway down. The entire Shangong Palace was quiet. "Master," she tentatively called out, sticking her head out from under the curtain to take a look. There was no one. She felt inexplicably relieved. Moving her shoulders, she found that the heart-wrenching pain was gone, leaving only slight discomfort in her lungs. With a hand gesture, she summoned a small flame at will. How impressive. An expert wouldn't praise her for this level of skill, but Ginger didn't hesitate to compliment herself. Then she got out of bed, changed into a set of clothes, and tiptoed outside. Immortal Ginger. Someone called her with a smile. Startled on the spot, Ginger cautiously turned back and saw it was Bruce. Unlike Barak, who was aloof, although Bruce had attained the true Lord realm, he often traveled between the 9 heavens and the mortal world. Thus, Ginger had seen him twice in Stephen Immortal Sect and didn't feel strange. "Greetings, true Lord," she turned and knelt. Bruce looked at her smilingly, extending his hand to give her a cloak. "The supreme deity has gone out on some business." "Ah, I see," Ginger replied quite obediently, not daring to inquire about Barak's whereabouts, only glancing at the sky outside. "How long have I been asleep?" Bruce nodded. "More than 9 days. 9 days. Startled, Ginger counted on her fingers and her face turned a little pale as she calculated. The autumn banquet at the Feast Immortal platform has started. Yes, Bruce seemed not to notice her abnormality, only looking at the immortal light passing like rainbows far away. This year is more lively than previous years. Several immortals who have been in seclusion for a long time have finally succeeded. Her eyes darted around as Ginger held the cloak and asked quietly, "True Lord, are you going to join the festivities?" Bruce thought for a moment. "It's fine either way. Then why don't we go?" Ginger eagerly invited him, her eyebrows bending in a gentle curve. The Feast Immortal platform has the richest spiritual energy and nectar. There's no harm in going, and if you lack someone to accompany you, this little immortal would be happy to guide you. Having said that, she swept away the mist at the bottom of the steps with her leg and looked at him expectantly. Bruce. He rubbed his forehead, unable to laugh or cry. The Supreme Deity's movements are unpredictable, and I cannot report this matter. This is such a small thing, it's unnecessary to disturb him. Ginger waved her hand and said frankly, let's go early and come back early. Her demeanor was too sycophantic, and Bruce felt embarrassed to refuse, hesitating for a while before summoning a cloud. Just for an hour. Thank you, true lord. Ginger jumped onto the cloud with him, clasping her hands together and bowing repeatedly. Bruce could understand a little immortal wanting to broaden her horizons, but remembering some troublesome immortals appearing this year, he reminded her first, stay close to me, don't wander off. Ginger blinked. Do I need to follow true lord even when absorbing spiritual energy? That's not necessary, Bruce waved his hand. Just don't get into conflicts with other immortals. After a pause, he added seriously, especially with Supreme Deity Shiloh. There were so many Supreme Deities in the 9 heavens, she couldn't afford to offend any of them except the person she was looking for. So where would she cause trouble? Ginger confidently patted her chest. True lord, rest assured. I promise not to cause you any trouble. Up ahead was the Eternity Forest. For a minor immortal like Ginger, it might be a place to bury bones, but for someone at Bruce's level, he flew past without even giving it a second glance, heading straight to the Feast Immortal platform. Bruce. As soon as they landed, Ginger heard someone angrily shouting, scaring her into hiding behind. Several Supreme Deities wearing dark blue robes walked over aggressively, speaking harshly even before they stood still. Where is Barak? You dared to intrude on our Khan clan immortal sect but now don't dare to come out and explain yourselves. Our sect has dozens of casualties, including people whose essence energy was shattered by the divine fire and can no longer form their soul essence. What do you say about this? These voices thundered, indicating high cultivation levels, but Bruce remained smiling calmly. I have already informed Supreme Deity Barak of the situation. Please calm down and wait for his response. You talk easily, but how many days has it been? Has he shown his face? If even you esteemed deities cannot find him, then this little immortal is even more helpless. Bruce spread his hands. Perhaps you can search around Mount Bujo, maybe there'll be some results. You're clearly trying to shirk responsibility. How outrageous. Several angry shouts erupted, carrying an air of killing intent. Bruce knew that a conflict was inevitable. He sighed, placing his right hand behind his back and gently flicked it. Ginger was secretly admiring True Man Bruce's ability to deflect like Tai Chi when the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. Beneath her feet was damp moss, and in front of her were the unique fire trees and silver blossoms of the immortal realm. Without Bruce and the few overbearing Khan clan high gods, only his distant voice echoed, you go ahead. Standing there dazed for a moment, Ginger finally realized that Bruce found her troublesome and had moved her to another corner of the Feast Immortal platform. And not far from this corner was the main feast platform. Her eyes lit up as she swallowed hard. She couldn't be blamed for not keeping her promise. True Man Bruce had told her to leave him. So, moving forward a couple more steps shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking left and right, Ginger excitedly took a step forward. She crushed sweet immortal fruits underfoot, producing a crisp sound. Hearing the noise, she looked down and gasped in pain. Immortal fruit. Truly fitting of the legendary Feast Immortal platform, these fruits that could open meridians were just lying on the ground, and with one step, 20 years of cultivation vanished. But there was still more ahead. Following the grass, she saw plump and juicy fruits. Immediately delighted, Ginger gathered her dress to form a pouch and bent down to pick them up one by one. 5, 6, 7. Counting while calculating her upcoming increase in cultivation, she was so happy she could barely see straight. Seeing the 8th one, which was larger than the rest, she quickly reached out. 8. A pale hand extended from the side, picking up the 8th fruit before she did. Ginger's brows drooped as she looked up, intending to say it was hers first, but her gaze met a particularly eerie face. He had long, narrow eyes, thin lips, and several strands of hair as dark as ink hanging by his temples. It seemed he wore only black and white, except for the crimson immortal fruit held between his fingers, looking like a spot of blood in ink. Aha, the 8th one. He licked his lips, pinching her neck as if she were an immortal fruit, lifting her up. It seems you'd be tastier than those previous high immortals from the Lee clan. Chapter 25 Perverted Higher Deity. Sherry. She, both hands and feet trembling in fear. She stared at the person in front of her in shock, thinking that no matter how she looked, she didn't look like a fairy fruit. The Monikaxiantai was only rumored to be a place for higher deities to taste fairy fruits and nectar, not to eat people. This man clearly had the aura of a deity, but his words were as chilling as if they came from a ghost crawling out of the underworld, cold and sickly. His pupils carried a faint bloody hue, and he kept staring at her while licking his lips. I don't taste good. Seeing him actually contemplating her flavor, Sherry hurriedly hugged her head and shouted, I've only cultivated for 1,000 years. Eating me is far less beneficial than consuming 50 fairy fruit. My immortal aura isn't pure yet, and my cultivation isn't refined enough. It might upset your stomach. The person who was about to open his mouth to her paused. Your immortal aura isn't pure. He tilted his head slightly as if recalling something amusing and laughed softly. Then I should eat fairies with impure immortal auras. They're more nourishing. The little fairy he held in his hand, wide-eyed with fright, cheeks puffing up like a white little face, looked at him, her mouth half pouting. Really? This reaction was much more interesting than that of other deities. He chuckled and put her on a nearby tree stump, then leaned over her, putting himself at eye level. If you help me catch 2 more little fairies, I won't eat you first. What a deadly condition. Sherry wanted to cry but couldn't, saying, those who come to the xiuxian are all true immortals or higher deities. How can I catch other little fairies? Moreover, it's against heavenly rules to eat other fairies in the 9 heavens. Heavenly rules? Pinching his own icy earlobe, he sneered, they are just lies to fool you fools. That was too arrogant. Sherry was startled and hastily made a gesture for silence, looking anxiously at the sky. Don't say such things carelessly. If the celestial punishment hears you, it will surely come after us. At that moment, getting struck by lightning would be fine for him, but it would also drag her into trouble since she was near him. Though Sherry didn't voice this last part, her eyes betrayed her suspicion as she sat on the tree stump, unconsciously pulling her feet back. How could there be such a delicious and appetizing little fairy? He looked at her and couldn't resist licking his teeth again. So naive and timid, unaware of matters in heaven, one bite down and the blood would definitely be sweet. On the side of her neck, there was even a faint mole, tiny and delicate, almost like inviting him to bite right there. He instinctively wanted to touch it. Sherry retreated, crossing her legs and moving a significant distance backward, panicked. Higher deity, we have no grievances between us. Killing me without cause would add resentment to your cultivation. Besides, this is the xiuxian. It's unpredictable when someone might find you. Then you'd have to face a trial. That's not worth it. If you're hungry, I'll go find more fairy fruits and nectar for you, alright? Fairy fruits and nectar aren't very tasty, he said, unsatisfied as his empty grasp slipped through his fingers. Not far away, another fairy passed by. Hearing the sound, Sherry wanted to shout for help, but the man before her moved quickly, covering her mouth with his hand. Peace be with high deity Xinluo. The passing fairy saw his silhouette from afar, did not approach, only bowed and hurried off. Sherry. Why did this name sound so familiar? Xinluo watched indifferently as the fairy left, then turned and spoke sinisterly into her ear. Want to shout something? Go ahead, let me hear it now. Her entire body bristled with goosebumps, and Sherry obediently closed her mouth, shaking her head. No more shouting, it was useless anyway. Xinluo was an ancient deity, almost at the same level as Lord Jace. If he really wanted to eat her, she wouldn't stand a chance. Still, why was she so unlucky to meet him just by taking a stroll? Sherry didn't know much about the history of the 9 heavens, only hearing from her senior sister that tens of thousands of years ago, before the establishment of heavenly rules, gods and immortals would kill each other, weak ones being preyed upon by the strong, making it extremely chaotic. And Xinluo emerged during that time, slaughtering hundreds of immortals and earning his title as a higher deity. She never expected that after tens of thousands of years, he still hadn't given up his habit of eating immortals. Surrendering herself to despair, Sherry pointed to her spine, saying, here is quite hard, please don't bite here. Start with my arm instead, it's softer. Lately, I've been suffering, and my body doesn't have much meat on it. Sorry to make it difficult for you. After saying this, she slumped down, lying still. This act of giving up was uninteresting. Xinluo frowned and used one hand to pull her up to sit properly, visibly unsatisfied. Aren't you going to try to persuade me again? Why bother, it's useless. Try a little more. What if I feel soft-hearted? Do you, a deity who kills without blinking, actually have feelings? Sherry scrutinized him from top to bottom, shook her head gloomily. I don't believe it. His expression darkened slightly. Xinluo pulled her off the tree stump and gave her a push from behind. Let's go. Huh? Sherry turned back, puzzled. I'll let you go, and I won't eat you. He leaned against the tree stump, lazily yawned, it's boring. Her eyes lit up gradually. Sherry glanced at him, confirmed that he really meant to let her go, immediately cheered and sprinted toward the main banquet terrace. However, after only a few steps, she still bumped into a cold chest. Looking up, she saw Xinluo's pale and sickly face. Sherry despairingly realized this higher deity was a pervert. He seemed to take pleasure in others' suffering and panic. Rather than eating people, his greater interest was watching the changes in her expression. No wonder his immortal aura isn't pure. With such a mind, how could he be a god? Half man half demon would be more fitting. Are you disapproving of me? Seeing the strange look in her eyes, he smiled, stepping forward to corner her, slowly saying, do you think I should cultivate demon ways? Although she shouldn't, Sherry still nodded in agreement following her heart. He absolutely should cultivate demon ways. Although immortals who dabble in both divine and demonic paths risk losing control and dissolving into nothingness, someone like him staying in the 9 heavens is indeed a disaster. Xinluo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her expression, then suddenly laughed very happily. You wait and see, he said with deep eyes, I will achieve great success. What did he mean, not going to eat her anymore? Sherry warily watched him, didn't dare to move or speak, fearing another trick from him. I am in a very good mood today. Stepping back, Xinluo waved his sleeve, its ink-black end passing by her face, leaving behind a cool scent. Come on, let me take you to eat 50-year-old immortal fruit. What? The sudden change left Sherry momentarily stunned. This man just wanted to eat her moments ago, but now he wants to take her to eat fruit. Doubtfully following him for a couple of steps, Sherry looked up and saw he was indeed heading towards the main banquet terrace. The closer they got, the more deities they encountered. Every deity who came across them bowed aside to let them pass. Walking along, Sherry gradually felt relieved. With so many deities around, he hadn't eaten her yet. He wouldn't trap her inside the main banquet terrace to do so either. The main banquet terrace was where higher deities gathered for feasts. Even Bruce couldn't enter. The 36 floating pavilions hovered above the lavender-colored platform. Xinluo led her onto one, and it slowly ascended until there was no obstruction in view. Despite her lingering anxiety, Sherry couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow! How impressive!" Xinluo glanced back at her, evidently enjoying her admiration. With a flick of his fingers, he shoved the giant peach on the table into her hand. "I have no attendant," he said. "All fruits are yours. You cannot leave my side today." Accepting the heavy peach, Sherry glanced at the deities in nearby pavilions and suddenly understood. Higher deities also cared about appearances. Each pavilion had attendants, and Xinluo certainly needed someone to boost his status. Most likely, his attendants were already in his stomach, so pulling her along was a better deal. If she managed to escape before the feast ended, she might just save her life. Reassuring herself internally, Sherry stood behind Xinluo, holding the peach while quickly scanning the surrounding pavilions. She was looking for Zhubi Shini, the best friend of Stephen Immortal Master and the only one who could save Stephen months later. If the Master remained intact, Stephen's sect wouldn't suffer future hardships. Unfortunately, the pavilions were scattered unpredictably, and she failed to catch sight of that familiar figure after searching for a long time. Just as she grew anxious, the central platform suddenly surged with spiritual energy. That energy was clean and pure, the best ingredient for cultivation. Sherry watched as the surge of spiritual energy split into 36 streams, flying toward different pavilions. Higher cultivated ones received more streams, some even drawing a third in one breath. And this latter one was Xinluo. Standing behind him, Sherry gaped at the large wave of spiritual energy rushing over. She could only marvel that this higher deity, despite being a pervert, possessed terrifying cultivation. All the rulers of the 10 gates of the 9 heavens were seated here, yet he managed to draw so much energy. Moreover, after drawing it, he still wasn't fully satisfied. "There's nothing special about this." Xinluo looked afar, toward Khan Wen. The batch of dead resentment brought up by the Khan clan earlier was far more delicious. Upon hearing this, all the higher deities enjoying the spiritual energy stiffened. The leader of the Khan clan was unknown, so Khan Wen attended the grand gathering. Having long been detached from worldly affairs, Khan Wen looked bewildered. "Higher deity Xinluo, please be careful with your words. Bringing dead resentment into the 9 heavens violates the heavenly rules. My Khan clan focuses solely on cultivation. We would never do such things. You're the only one who doesn't know." Xinluo chuckled lightly, casually tossing the spirit chi pill he had just formed behind him. Weren't there a few Khan clan upper deities blocking Bruce earlier and demanding an explanation? They claimed that Jace trespassed into your immortal sect and devoured the 1,000-year-old resentment your clan painstakingly smuggled up to heaven. Khan Wen glanced back. Do not listen to his nonsense. A few Khan clan upper deities were quite enraged. We pursued Bruce merely because Jace forcibly intruded our immortal sect, injuring our disciples before fleeing without showing his face. Oh! Xinluo was unconvinced. Why would someone like Jace invade your immortal sect for no reason? That's because... Enough, Khan Wen interrupted those behind him, his expression stern. Today is just a banquet, why bring up such matters? He raised his head and looked at Xinluo again. Upper deity has been in seclusion for long, yet you still know everything. Your praise flatters me, Xinluo snorted with a laugh. Jace still owes me a mortal battle. Naturally, I keep close tabs on his activities. If you wish to settle accounts with him, then wait until I've beaten him first. Everyone stiffened upon hearing this. Sherry, who was struggling with the spirit chi he tossed aside, also froze, her mouth twitching. No way, another person with old grudges against the senior? Fortunately, he just came out of seclusion today. Otherwise, if he had discovered she was the senior's disciple, she wouldn't have survived at the tree stump. Picking up the spirit chi pill and stuffing it into her bosom, Sherry shrunk her neck and started to quietly retreat. But after only a couple of steps, she spotted a rising immortal pavilion in the southeast direction. Inside stood a man with flowing white hair and a celestial aura. Upper deity Luther. Her eyes lit up as she shouted instinctively. Her shout echoed brightly on the otherwise silent main banquet terrace. Luther, who was chatting with others, immediately turned to look over. At the same time, Xinluo did too. Why are you shouting? He dug his ear, seeing an old acquaintance. Fut, fut, fut. That comment was too outrageous. Sherry spat on his face instantly. Don't talk nonsense. He's an elder. Xinluo wiped his face, his gaze deepening. Tired of living? Sorry, Sherry wiped his face haphazardly with her sleeve, staring at upper deity Luther, urgently asking, can I go pay respects? Not possible. Xinluo narrowed his eyes and let out a light hum, flicking her sleeve away. I least enjoy pleasing others. As soon as he spoke, their pavilion drifted in the opposite direction. Luther's half-figure that she could see moments ago vanished in the blink of an eye. Sherry clawed at him in anger. Respecting elders is a courtesy. Do you understand what courtesy means? I don't. Xinluo watched her fury calmly, his lips curling. By seniority, I'm his elder. Sherry. Surrounded by other pavilions blocking her view, she couldn't spot upper deity Luther anymore no matter how hard she looked. This was the only chance. If she missed it, Luther would enter seclusion again, leaving her and her senior brothers and sisters hopelessly running around, ultimately leading to their master's extinction. If she didn't know the outcome, it might be better. But since she knew, she must fight for it. Sherry threw away the peach in her hand, gazed in the previous direction, and suddenly leaped, jumping out of the pavilion. "Watch out!" someone shouted, causing all the deities around to rise to their feet. Below the main banquet terrace was the purest form of elemental essence. Falling down would mean certain death. As a minor deity without even the ability to ride clouds, how could she fly across? Xiinluo's eyelids flickered slightly. He watched her resolute back with admiration, not feeling anxious but finding it truly beautiful. Such a lively little creature, crazily rivaling his own wildness from tens of thousands of years ago. But she was too weak, barely flying a dozen yards before beginning to plummet straight down. Sighing, Xiinluo rose and leaned against the edge of the pavilion, hesitating for a moment whether to save her or not. Just then, a fiery red figure broke through the sky from afar. The wide sleeves flared dramatically in the wind, radiating intense killing intent that made Xiinluo shut his eyes briefly. Chapter 26. Just a little girl. Shiloh's first reaction was that this annoying aura was so familiar. Centuries had passed, yet the moment he sniffed it, all his malevolence was stirred. But then, on second thought, something was wrong. How could such an inhumane creature appear only to save someone? The last time he saw Barak was during the 10,000-year heavenly calamity. At that time, Shiloh thought he could take advantage of his injury and strike him down from the heavens, but unexpectedly, this person, drenched in divine blood, forced him into seclusion for several centuries. Even while meditating, all he could see were visions of Barak holding the FNG blade amidst thunderstorms, making it hard to quell his anger. He assumed that the next encounter with him would surely be another bloody battle. But now, as Shiloh lowered his head, he only saw the fiery red sleeves flying past him and Barak's misty eyes that didn't even glance his way. He followed the rapidly descending fairy and swooped down. With one arm outstretched, he caught her, but the momentum of the fall did not stop, and they both continued falling towards the white light below the main banquet platform. "Master!" Upon recognizing him, Ginger secretly let out a sigh of relief. Placing her small hand on his chest, she smiled ingratiatingly. "Since you've come, won't you take me up?" Barak didn't look at her. His expression was so indifferent it seemed like he was just passing by. Falling might not be bad. "No, I don't think so." Feeling the intense spiritual energy burning her skin, Ginger guiltily clutched his robe. "I am still a life, big or small." Letting out an extremely faint snort, he finally opened his eyes and looked at her, wanting to live but still jumping. Regarding this, Ginger felt truly wronged. "I thought I could make the jump. Who knew that my divine power would be restricted on immortal territory? Had it been anywhere else, she would have easily flown to the immortal pavilion of Judah." Noticing the leader's grim expression, Ginger quickly added, "But Disciple has also thought about it. If I really do fall, it wouldn't be too bad. There are so many high-ranking immortals here, they definitely won't let me, a mere minor fairy, die here. It would be too ominous and disrupt everyone's breathing. So, one majestic immortal will definitely descend from the heavens, full of compassion and glowing with golden light, to save my life." She clasped her hands together, stars twinkling in her eyes, looking eagerly at him. Would flattery work? Barak was quite disdainful. Then he turned around, walked on air, and brought her back to the nearest immortal pavilion. The suffocating feeling around them suddenly disappeared. Ginger took a few shaky steps before standing firm. Turning her head, she saw the Great Lord already sitting inside the pavilion, rubbing his brow wearily. This was Yonatan Shangshan's pavilion. Yonatan seemed startled by their sudden intrusion, standing stiffly beside. Seeing Barak sit down, he finally snapped out of it, saying with a wry smile, "The pavilion of Li Clan's immortal sect is on the other side." Barak responded monosyllabically without lifting his head. Realizing this person wasn't going to budge, Yonatan sighed. The vast gap in cultivation reigned in any impulse to act rashly. He moved 2 seats away and whispered, "I just want to quietly eat some immortal fruits." Before he finished speaking, a wicked wind carrying a sharp metallic sound struck the eaves of the pavilion. A crisp sound echoed as the blue-glazed tiles fell like snow collapsing off the roof. Half the pavilion, along with neatly arranged immortal fruits, plummeted downward. Yonatan. Was his choice of seating today not right? Ginger swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding being hit by the tiles. Turning around, she met Shiloh's eerie gaze. "Didn't I say you need to stay with me today, not wandering off?" He stepped onto the remaining half staircase, moving slowly and lazily, his gaze fixed on her like a ghost who had escaped a dozen streets but still appeared at the alley entrance. Since he had brought her to the main banquet platform, it was indeed her fault to run off without permission. Ginger stepped forward to explain but was suddenly halted by a low voice behind her. "Stop." Her legs froze instantly, and apart from her eyes, she didn't dare move a muscle. "Afraid of him?" Shiloh raised an eyebrow, slowly approaching until he stood 1 step in front of her, elegantly showing his sharp teeth. "Not afraid of me anymore?" "Not. Lord." "Shut up." Barak frowned. "If he tells you to shut up, you do. What if I insist you speak?" Shiloh bent down, his black, menacing eyes locking onto hers. "Come, call me. Otherwise, you won't see." He pointed towards Judah, his eyes filled with killing intent. "What does this have to do with him?" Ginger tried to argue, but suddenly felt a presence press against her back. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Barak reached out, hovering over her neck, darkly asked. "Ginger, what sin had she committed? Why should she be stuck between 2 powerful lords who disliked each other?" No, she was just a low-ranking fairy. With a wolf in front and a tiger behind, she was at a loss whether to speak or remain silent. Her eyes darted anxiously, and after a deep breath, Sherry suddenly got an idea and made a gesture of transformation. With a pop, she transformed into a gigantic carrot. Barak. Shiloh. A carrot doesn't talk. She didn't want to endure pressure inappropriate for a radish, so let them fight. She moved her bulky body to xiuxian's feet and curled up there to watch the drama. Xiuxian found it amusing. You dared to face such a huge heavenly tribulation, yet you're afraid of this. If you're not afraid, why don't you step up? Aren't you also hiding in the corner of the immortal pavilion? Sherry grumbled inwardly, hiding inside the carrot skin, nibbling on a piece she broke off while watching. Without her as a shield, Shiloh became more direct. Fight. Barak didn't respond, only reaching out. A jet of black gas mixed with scorching flames surged out, burning away half a strand of Shiloh's hair. Noticing his unusual behavior, Shiloh raised an eyebrow and laughed. Hundreds of years ago, you said my divine aura was chaotic and could never amount to anything. Who would have thought that now you would lower yourself to practice such esoteric techniques? You lack talent, Barak said calmly. Your practice looks neither here nor there. Naturally, it's an esoteric path. But he was different. Becoming a demon or an immortal depended entirely on his whim. Shiloh's smile froze, a shadow passing over his eyes. He detested people mentioning talent the most. As his animosity spread, Xiuxian sensed the impending battle and hurriedly picked up the giant carrot, moving to another immortal pavilion. Don't stop them. Sherry couldn't hold back her question as she returned to her true form. Xiuxian shook his head. I'm used to it. I can't stop them. We should just stay far away. Just as if to confirm his words, the other deities in nearby pavilions cast defensive shields, then calmly continued eating fruit and drinking nectar. Judah. Seeing a pavilion pass by, Sherry called out hastily. Compared to Shiloh, Xiuxian was easier to approach. Hearing her, he led her to Shuyi's pavilion. Seeing this kind elder again, Sherry disregarded the ongoing battle and bowed immediately upon landing. Greetings, xiuxian. Shuyi had been admiring the flames from the intense battle when he noticed a familiar junior deity approaching. Surprised, he asked, why is it you? He was friends with Stephen and often visited his sect to drink tea and play chess. He had seen this clever disciple many times, but each time he wanted to look closely, Stephen would interrupt, making him wonder what that old man was hiding. Taking this opportunity to converse, Shuyi generously opened his defensive shield to welcome them. Did your master come too? He asked with a smile. Sherry shook her head, taking a fruit and putting it in Xiuxian's hand. Thank you, xiuxian. Xiuxian understood, smiling and accepting the fruit. After greeting Shuyi, he sat at the rear tea house. Little immortal, coming here must mean something important, Sherry said earnestly after regaining composure. In 3 months, Master will enter seclusion and be disturbed by a demonic beast, leading to a disastrous outcome. Please ensure you arrive at Stephen's sect 1 day earlier to protect Master. This sounded unbelievable and absurd. Shuyi shook his head. Stephen has thousands of years of cultivation. How could he be harmed by a mere demonic beast? 2 days from now, xiuxian will pass through the cloud sea of 10 directions, Sherry interrupted firmly. If a fairy child leads you to meet Elijah, please refuse. Otherwise, you'll be accidentally injured by the FNG blade and end up in seclusion, missing the last chance to help Master Stephen. Shuyi's expression changed as he stepped forward. Your heavenly acumen. Sherry remained still, opening her mouth and saying 2 words. The thunderous roar of Barak and Shiloh's battle masked her voice, but Shuyi read her lips. His brown pupils tightened, revealing a mix of realization and regret. Sherry gave him a heavy bow. Just back from the beast caves of Mount Bujo, Barak didn't want to tangle with Shiloh any longer. After a palm strike, he waved his sleeve, releasing a very peculiar small creature. The creature had long ears and a single eye, covered in dark purple fur. It looked hideous, but upon seeing it, Shiloh immediately stopped and caught it in his arms. Use it to exchange for a treasure from the Shin Palace, Barak said. Playing with the little monster, Shiloh chuckled. When did you learn to trade things with people? Didn't he usually just snatch whatever he wanted? Do you think I want to? Looking irritably at the pavilion where Khan clan resided, Barak frowned. Shiloh seemed to understand, spitting out blood foam and leaning against the broken wall, laughing. So, 1 Baka beast isn't enough. Give me something else. What else? Barak wasn't too concerned. She licked her chapped lips and pointed at the immortal pavilion from afar. That carrot we had just now was quite delicious. Sherry watched from afar as the fighting seemed to die down, thinking she could return. Just as she was about to bid farewell to Judah, she saw the previously calm immortal pavilion suddenly explode with divine fire. All the glazed tiles and immortal stones of the platform were shattered into powder, flying like countless shards in all directions. Scared, she immediately retracted her leg that was about to step forward. The shards clinked against the defensive barrier, and Shuyi looked on in silence, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. He has become even stronger. Yes, Xiuxian said after sipping some wine, his eyes half closed, and his temper has worsened compared to before. He must not have read the scriptures we sent. Shuyi sighed. What should we do? Xiuxian drank in silence, the sweet aroma of wine slipping down his throat. He suddenly glanced in Sherry's direction. Young immortal. Setting down his cup, Xiuxian suddenly addressed her kindly. You have excellent potential. If you can find someone to help you unblock all your meridians and share their immortal power with you, ascending to deity status will be within reach. Sherry, worried about Barak's battle, was puzzled by the praise. Me? Yes, Xiuxian nodded. You are a rare talent for cultivating immortality. She was praised again. Sherry stood up straight joyfully. wondering if perhaps it was because Stephen hadn't discovered her extraordinary talent. Since both the senior and xiuxian praised her so highly, maybe she really was just undiscovered. Shuyi shot a reproachful look at xiuxian. Xiuxian shook his head lightly. For the greater good, what does one young girl matter? Chapter 27, Sleeping is the most wonderful thing in the world. Zoria did not notice the god's meaningful gazes at all. She only made a little calculation secretly in her heart, finding that Lord Anatol's suggestion was truly very feasible. She held the spirit pill that Shiloh had thrown her earlier in her arms. Swallowing it would greatly increase her cultivation. If her meridians were fully unblocked, then even if she cultivated slowly, she could also leave behind the minor deity rank and become an awe-inspiring high deity. A senior as powerful as this could unblock someone's meridians effortlessly. As long as she picked a time when he was in a good mood to negotiate with him, it might work out. Her eyes gleamed as Zoria looked towards where the senior was, full of joy. But what she saw was just ashes left where the senior had been standing. Zoria. He had been there just a moment ago. Looking around anxiously, Zoria saw Shiloh falling like a broken kite outside the main feast platform, his broken figure blending into the clouds in a blink, no longer visible. Barak, though somewhat steadier in form, also plummeted out of that grey-brown smoke, exhausted, his red robe flaring like fire as he fell towards them. Without thinking, Zoria dashed forward. In her imagination, the scene of saving people should be beautiful, like when the senior saved her before, with so much gold light and floating robes. But in reality, as soon as she caught Barak, the intense impact jolted her until she felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Barak glanced sideways and saw her pale face, snorting unconsciously. Showing off what? Shivering, she grabbed his shoulder and wiped her face with one hand, too afraid to complain that he was too heavy, and could only ask through gritted teeth, "Are you all right?" Furrowing his brow, Barak turned his head away and said in an odd tone, "Why do you ask such unnecessary questions? What could possibly be wrong with me? Such fierce fighting just now. I have 80,000 years of cultivation." He interrupted her, sternly, "It's a realm beyond your imagination as a low-ranking minor deity. No matter how intense the fight, I will not lose." Zoria. Is he really an 80,000-year deity or an 8-year-old child? Why can't he respond nicely to others' concern? What benefit does this stubbornness bring? Sighing, she patted his back. Of course, the deity is the strongest. His expression darkened slightly as Barak said, "Call me master." "Okay, master, no problem, master." After spending so much time together, Zoria already knew the best way to survive. Don't argue with a deity. What they say is definitely right. If they're wrong, apologize first. There's no reason for such a well-behaved minor deity to be strangled. Admiring herself inwardly, Zoria helped him up and brought him back to Dexter Deity's pavilion. Anatol was still eating fruit nearby. Seeing the imposing figure of Barak again, his face immediately fell. "I just want to eat divine fruit quietly." "Do not fear, your excellency," Zoria smiled. "There shouldn't be any more fighting." Shiloh was gone, and Barak appeared to be seriously injured, so he wouldn't destroy another deity pavilion. Seeing strangers here made Barak less than pleased. He raised his hand to stop Zoria from pushing him into a seat, speaking in a deep voice, "I'm just passing by, inconvenient to stay long." "Your passage is rather grand," Anatol shook his head. "But it has been several 10,000 years since we last saw a deity appear here." "Yes," Dexter eyed him cautiously with a strained smile. Someone who didn't know might think there's something wrong with this feast platform. What could possibly go wrong? Barak stared coldly at the divine fruit on the table, to see some old friends. Hearing this, Zoria heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the senior wasn't here specifically to catch her, so it's fine. However, why did Lord Anatol look at her oddly all of a sudden? It seemed a bit surprised and a bit sympathetic. Leaving. The senior turned impatiently. Zoria snapped back to reality and hurriedly supported his arm. The senior practiced fire-based magic, so he often had fiery glows. Every time Zoria touched him, it felt hot, but this time when she got close, she was a bit surprised. From his forearm to his palm, everything was icy cold. Her heart tightened as Zoria cautiously scanned the surroundings, then stood on tiptoe, using all her strength to support his body. Barak tilted his head in puzzlement. "What are you doing?" "Can't you hold on?" she whispered, slyly sticking close to him. "Don't worry, lean on me, they won't notice." "Funny," Barak frowned, flicking his sleeves. "Shiloh isn't worthy of making me unable to hold on. You look very pale." "It's the wind," he lied. "Oh." Zoria nodded, adding more strength to her support. This behavior truly underestimated him too much, and Barak said quite unhappily, "If you release me now, I can still walk in a straight line." Sure, I know." She nodded perfunctorily, hesitated for a moment, then still shoved the spirit pill into his mouth. Barak's face darkened. He opened his mouth to spit it out, but unexpectedly this little thing suddenly covered his mouth. "I specially added a layer of sugar glaze. It's sweet," she said angrily. "Such pure spirit energy, you mustn't spit it out." She had been so obedient that seeing her act so fiercely was quite fresh. Unexpectedly quiet, Barak's greyish-brown eyes slowly swept over her face. Perhaps because heaven hadn't given her very good cultivation talent, it compensated by giving her an unusually delicate face, which could easily draw sympathy. Even when angry, she looked like a kitten stretching its claws, with a slightly red nose and glittering eyes. Barak couldn't figure out why she thought he needed such a tiny bit of spirit energy, but to her, this pill must be an incredible treasure. Worried about him, she endured the pain and stuffed it into his mouth. Worried about him. This feeling was too unfamiliar, making Barak uncomfortable enough to shake his head, but as he turned his head slightly, his lips brushed against her palm. The face before him flushed red, fingers curled up, looking at him uncertainly. His heart inexplicably sank. I swallowed it, he muttered hoarsely. Zoria sighed in relief, quickly withdrawing her hand, wanting to wipe it on her clothes, but the presence before her kept staring at her, so she dared not do so openly. She only quietly moved her hand behind her back, asking, "Do you feel better?" "Yes." Though he agreed, his body remained icy cold. Zoria felt his palms again, frowning and shaking her head, tiptoeing to touch his forehead. Barak looked at her short arm disdainfully. "I'm fine now." The immortal master once said that when a practitioner of fire magic gets cold, it's extremely dangerous, Zoria said seriously. It shouldn't be taken lightly. Helpless, Barak sighed several times wearily, finally succumbing to her insistence and lowering his body slightly. As they walked through the air from the banquet immortal platform, the light outlined their figures, as if a tall tree had lowered its branch to a bird. Zoria struggled to reach his forehead, while another hand touched her own. Mumbling some words, she urged the clouds under them to move faster. Bruce had already returned to Shongbing Palace. Although injured, he stood at the palace entrance waiting. When Barak heard Zoria had gone to the banquet immortal platform, his expression was far from pleasant. He sighed, thinking it would be helpful if someone persuaded him later on. After an hour, however, Bruce didn't witness any harsh reprimands. He only met a chattering little deity and an indifferent upper god. "These are the methods I learned in the human world. When sick, covering up with a blanket and sleeping will make you better. Why wouldn't you listen? The bed is there, and I'm not stingy. What's wrong with lending it to you for a nap? I know upper gods emphasize dignity when meditating, but dignity doesn't heal wounds. Lying down is easier than sitting. I've even changed 3 extra soft pillows filled with goose feathers. Why don't you try? Don't think of going anywhere anytime soon. Your cold body won't be caught by anyone if you collapse outside again." Like 500 ducks all squawking together, Bruce listened and felt a headache coming. He stared incredulously ahead, noticing Barak not getting angry but even seemed somewhat pleased. "Bruce, bring tea." "Yes." Stuffing 2 paper balls into his ears, Bruce forced himself to enter calmly and place the teaware. Zoria followed closely behind Barak, seeing him heading towards the high throne. Without hesitation, she dragged him to the side, near the pearwood table. This slight pull actually moved him. Bruce, holding the teapot, hesitated, then forcefully swallowed his breath. "The tea is here." He handed over the teaware without looking up, saying, "There's still some trivial work for Ding family. Please take care, little deity Zoria." "All right." Zoria took the teacup, sniffed it, frowned. "You have medicine to take later. This tea isn't suitable. Drink some warm water instead." Barak glanced at the fleeing Bruce. Once he disappeared beyond the door, Barak muttered, "Who needs medicine? I know upper gods usually heal naturally using celestial spirit energy, but since you're weak now, why waste energy when you can use something external?" Zoria felt like a fussing old nanny, but if she didn't say it, Barak would never think of taking medicine on his own. After all, he was a high-ranking lord who preferred enduring over seeking help. So she rolled up her sleeves with a grand gesture. "Leave it to me." It felt awkward asking for help without offering anything in return, especially when she needed someone of his caliber to unblock her meridians. To make it fair, Zoria set up a medicinal stove outside the palace gate and rummaged through the pile of things Barak had previously won back for useful herbs. When the bubbles started bubbling in the pot, Zoria returned to Barak's side, using all her strength to pull him onto the ornate canopied bed. The soft bedding tucked up to his chin, Barak lay there with a dark expression as she patted him like a 3-year-old child. "You'll be able to drink it after a good sleep. Immortals do not need to sleep." "Is that so?" Zoria pondered for a moment, but sleeping is such a wonderful thing. You don't have to think about anything, your entire body relaxes, and with luck, you might even have a sweet dream. That was something mortals did to waste time. Barak wanted to object, but she began to chatter to herself. "I once dreamed of chicken legs bigger than houses. There was a famine in the mortal world then, and even the palace had no meat. That dream made me so happy I could still taste the aroma when I woke up. I also dreamed of a tiny rabbit that turned out to be as big as a horse up close. Its fur was soft and white, carrying me flying in the sky." The more she spoke, the happier she laughed, bending her eyes and patting her hands, earnestly telling him, "Have a good sleep. It's so sweet." Was this why she slept like a pig in the human world? Barak wrinkled his nose in disdain, yet her voice was so soft and gentle, actually making him feel a bit drowsy. His dreams wouldn't be sweet, Barak knew that well. When he closed his eyes, he would only see the torrential fires from tens of thousands of years ago and a woman's heart-wrenching cries. But he complied with her wish, closing his eyes quietly. The voice beside the bed suddenly became softer. "Lord." The call was like a mosquito. Barak remained motionless, feeling her lean over and touch his eyelashes with her soft fingertips. "They are so long," he heard her sigh. Then she got up and returned to the stove. The flame was turned down, and the pot still bubbled. Seemingly scalded, she yelped and hopped on the spot before tiptoeing to the window to lower the heavy curtains, the fabric sliding against her fingers with a silky sound. These noisy yet delicate sounds were something Barak hadn't heard for a very long time. Chapter 28. I have an old friend. To his surprise, he did not find it noisy at all. Lawrence was always on high alert when someone was around him. But perhaps because Sherry was so weak that she posed no threat, as he listened to her, he actually began to feel his eyelids grow heavy. The medicine pot gradually emitted a bitter fragrance. The pungent smell made Sherry wrinkle her nose, and she covered her mouth with her hand, sneezing. Such a bitter thing, the Great One surely would not like it. But that was okay. She had saved many candies in the sleeve pocket, peach candy from senior sister Monica, maltose secretly given by immortal Master Stephen, and wild honey she had found herself on the back mountain. All of them were sealed nicely in small jars. Once she shaped the medicinal pills, she could coat them with a layer of sugar, making them much more palatable. Sherry especially loved sweets, they always made her happy. Naturally, she thought the Great One would love them too. However, how should she shape the pills? A question mark popped up above her head. Sherry looked silently at the medicine jar before her, hesitating for a moment. She finally conjured up a book, reciting like a human doctor. To the place where thunder shakes, the yang returns. The jade stove burns fiercely, while the golden tripod emits cold smoke. The maiden rides the dragon, Jin Gong rides the tiger, and in a short time, great return is achieved. In the Dantian, there's a white crow flying into the Niwen Palace. Oh, she put down the book as if enlightened. She continued staring at the medicine jar before her, lost in silence. When would the books of the immortal realm become simpler and easier to understand for people like her? Reading them felt useless. Perhaps she could just mold the pill with the medicine residue anyway. After all, the Great One didn't know what human medicinal pills looked like. Said and done, Sherry rolled up her sleeves. When Lawrence woke up, it was already pitch dark outside. He sat up half reclined on the bed, frowning at the garishly decorated quilt covering him, a trace of anger flickering in his eyes. Indeed, immortals should not sleep. One sleep, and one might dream about tens of thousands of years' worth of miserable events. It would be better to meditate for peace. Are you awake? Someone rushed toward him. Lawrence looked up irritably, only to see a long porcelain dish suddenly appear before his eyes. On the light green bottom of the plate lay 10 differently sized pills. He paused, looking at the person holding the dish. Sherry smiled happily, showing off her neat white teeth, excitedly saying, "Look, during your nap, this little immortal has made so many treasures. This one tastes like hawthorn, this one like honey, and this one like peaches." Pushing the plate closer to him, she looked expectantly. "Try one?" Letting out a low hum, Lawrence casually picked one and tossed it into his mouth. What was this overly sweet thing? His eye twitched slightly. He forced himself to swallow it, wanting to complain but stopped when he saw that earnest face suddenly magnified before him. "Is it really delicious? You can't even taste the medicine," she blinked. It was precisely because it tasted nothing like medicine that he found it distasteful. Medicine should have its original flavor. Coating it with sugar, while earlier sugar coating was fine since it wasn't overpowering, this pill was disgustingly sweet. If Vincent tried this, he'd definitely tie her up and throw her out of the heavens. That's what he thought. But what came out of his mouth was, "Yes, it's delicious." Sherry clapped her hands joyfully, turned around, and stuffed the remaining pills into a porcelain bottle, slipping it into his sleeve pouch. "Eat 3 a day, and you'll heal faster." It sounded like something a quack doctor might say. Yet, surprisingly, Lawrence calmed down. The anger in his eyes disappeared, and his stiff body relaxed. Reclining against the soft pillow, he half opened his eyes to look at her. "Do you have something to say to me?" Sherry was just calculating in her mind when she was unexpectedly exposed. She immediately straightened her back. No, actually, I do." Lowering her head guiltily, Sherry glanced at him, twisting her fingers together, "But it's not urgent. We can talk after Master recovers." Seeing her slightly flushed ear tips, Lawrence's brows arched slightly. Was it that soon after her cultivation improved that she started thinking naughty thoughts again? Low-rank immortals were indeed difficult to handle. They hadn't even severed their earthly desires, so how could they achieve great accomplishments? Shaking his head inwardly, he said, "Hold out your hand." Sherry froze. Seeing the knowing look on his face, she thought the Great One was truly perceptive. He saw through her intention to ask for help. But he didn't seem to refuse. Even asking her to hold out her hand, it meant she was only one step away from unblocking her meridians, right? Trying to suppress her rising smile, Sherry obediently extended her wrist to him. Lawrence channeled his energy into her, probing the state of Nikki. It seemed that having her practice fire-based spells had been effective. The energy of Nikki was firmly suppressed, though not extinguished. It wouldn't become significant anytime soon. His brow gradually relaxed, and he unusually softened his tone. "If you want something, you can say it now." With such an opportunity given by the Great One, Sherry felt she shouldn't be inconsiderate. So, she clasped her hands together, bowed devoutly toward him, and said, "I humbly ask Master to help me unblock my 7 meridians and 8 vessels. This lowly immortal offers 10,000 years of service as recompense, willing to go through any ordeal for Master." Lawrence. The pill he had just swallowed seemed to choke him at this moment. He started coughing violently, averting his eyes awkwardly and covering his chest while his face flushed red. Sherry hurriedly reached out to help him smooth his breath, but before her hand could touch him, he quickly dodged. "Kneel down," Lawrence said, slightly annoyed. Rarely seeing him so visibly angry, Sherry shivered, not sure what she had done wrong, yet obediently knelt properly right away. "Never mention this again," Lawrence said without looking at her, staring fixedly at the pile of quilts on the bed, his voice both irritable and oddly strained. Sherry was puzzled. When the heavenly god Chen mentioned this matter, he was very casual about it. She thought it was a common practice in the celestial realm, never expecting the Great One to object so strongly. Why did he probe her meridians earlier, leading her to mistakenly believe he anticipated her request? Moreover, why so serious? Didn't he help her unblock 2 acupuncture points before? At that time, he didn't say anything, so why get so angry over the 7 meridians and 8 vessels? Could it be that it required too much energy, which the Great One wasn't willing to expend? After some thought, Sherry cautiously said, Master, please reconsider. I think this move will save a lot of trouble. If my cultivation improves, I can cause less trouble for you in the future. Excuses, all excuses. She was just clinging to him, wanting to become his celestial partner. Lawrence coldly snorted, thinking that unblocking the 7 meridians and 8 vessels was no small feat for a male. It might be fine, but for a female, who has unique meridians, assisting her would be akin to a human wedding night. How could she be so infatuated with him to make such a reckless suggestion? She's shameless. Feeling sulky, Lawrence lay in bed for quite a while, calming down gradually. He looked down at his own hands. Actually, it wasn't entirely her fault. Anyone who spent every day with someone as exceptional as him would fall for him. She was just a newcomer to the 9 heavens. It was natural for her to have such thoughts. But still, he couldn't easily agree to her request. His neck felt hot, and Lawrence tugged at his collar, unsure how to respond. He simply waved his sleeve and got off the bed, walking briskly toward the door. Master. Sherry watched his retreating back in confusion, then sighed as she knelt, seeing him disappear without looking back. Was her proposal too presumptuous? Asking for help out of the blue, even if it was a minor effort, still required some exertion from him. If he didn't want to, she couldn't be upset. But, she felt inexplicably ashamed. Blowing into her palm, Sherry lowered her gaze, thinking that if she were stronger, she wouldn't need to beg others for help. She could unblock her meridians herself and ascend to immortality. Given her current capabilities, even if she filled in every gap, it would take a few hundred more years. She patted her head dejectedly and sighed deeply. She knew people like her, who wanted shortcuts and were lazy, would surely be despised by the Great One. Even she didn't like herself sometimes. Maybe she should cultivate honestly. Glancing once more at the empty doorway, Sherry turned and climbed back into bed, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Bruce, who was talking with someone within the territory of the Ding clan immortal sect, suddenly sensed a familiar divine force rapidly approaching. Startled, he instinctively instructed the people around him, set up defensive barriers and invite all the upper gods inside. This momentum likely indicated that one of those temperamental upper gods was having mood swings again. They needed to prepare early. However, just as he finished speaking, Lawrence appeared before him. Greetings, Your Excellency, Bruce said, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Everyone nearby scattered swiftly, leaving only an open platform where Lawrence stood, looking rather displeased. Bruce, he said, I have an old friend who was just asked by a female immortal to be a celestial partner. This opening statement was unusual, and Bruce was taken aback for a moment before responding, that's a good thing. Cultivating as celestial partners was highly efficient. Who in the 9 heavens wouldn't be willing except for stubborn individuals like him? It's not a good thing, Lawrence said coldly. It's very troublesome. Bruce. Caught off guard by the sudden appearance of this upper god, Bruce calmed down somewhat and realized something was amiss. Lawrence's aloof personality, he didn't have many friends, let alone an old one. Another glance at the stern expression. Right, he was probably talking about himself. Bruce couldn't help but marvel, little immortal Sherry was indeed powerful, able to drive Lawrence to come find him via cloud and wind, all because of a request for a celestial partner. Hardly containing his impending laughter, he clasped his hands and said, a celestial partner is hardly any trouble. As long as they're a good match, it's beneficial. What benefit is there? Jace glanced at him askance. Coughing awkwardly, Bruce vaguely replied, I don't have a celestial partner either, so I'm not too sure. But look at Ronnie, who was just a young true lord. Since finding a celestial partner, his realm has soared. Soon, he might become an upper god. Snorting with disdain, Jace remarked, his half-baked skills mean he'd be an upper god only by intimidating others with transformation spells. Ronnie can't compare to your experience, but I believe having a celestial partner does bring many benefits. If that old friend of yours isn't willing, you should persuade him for his own good. Persuade him? Jace gazed silently at the clouds in the sky, finally speaking after a while, let's talk about it later. Bruce smiled without a word. The defensive barriers prepared around them seemed unnecessary now. He waved away the distant subordinates and quietly stood next to Jace. Jace didn't have anyone particularly close in the 9 heavens. Even Bruce was only more familiar due to both being fire cultivators, requiring frequent updates on the Ding clan's affairs. Faced with this situation, Bruce was one of the few he could confide in. Moreover, Bruce always made things easier, helping him convince himself smoothly, calming down his agitation. To readily agree to such a matter was beyond an upper god's pride. However, if they were truly celestial partners, he could legitimately use her to suppress Worley. Though he might occasionally have to deal with overly sweet situations, it didn't seem like much of a loss overall. The previous unease had dissipated. Jace stepped toward the direction of Palace Bing, thinking that if she improved further and earnestly pleaded again, he might consider agreeing. However, upon returning to her, Jace noticed that the little thing who had been trying to persuade him just moments ago hadn't even come out to greet him. She was huddled inside the elaborate bed, intently practicing a new seal. Chapter 29 Reflection in Water and Mirror Flowers. The air was filled with turbulent currents of ice and fire colliding. She practiced more seriously than any previous time, but due to the presence of Nikki, a thin layer of sweat formed on her forehead from pain. It hurt, truly hurt, even more than last time. Sherry couldn't sit still, yet she thought she couldn't just wait for death, so she gritted her teeth and endured it. She knew she was too delicate. Cultivating as an immortal shouldn't involve fearing pain. But this pain was too much. Instinctively, she wanted to give up fire cultivation and draw a thread of water immortal power to moisten the burning sensation in her internal organs. But as soon as this thought arose, she sensed the aura of Barak standing beside her. A chill ran down her spine, and Sherry quickly withdrew the Nikki's immortal power she had just drawn back into the darkness. Nikki. After being locked away for many days, she finally got a chance to see the light, yet here she was, retreating again. Could she not be timid? Sherry peeked through a slit in her eyelids at the person standing by the bed. Her previous suggestion was indeed inappropriate. The great immortal hadn't cooled down after walking around outside. His smoky eyes glared at her, his gaze terrifying. She shivered slightly, reined in the circulating spirit energy around her body, got out of bed, and respectfully bowed to him. You've returned. Barak hummed, neither warm nor cold, still looking at her without moving his gaze. What did he mean by this? Sherry tilted her head, puzzled, thinking he seemed to be waiting for her to say something, but she didn't know what else to say. After an awkward silence, Barak said unhappily, "Why are you standing here?" Sherry was stunned and hurriedly moved aside to make way for him, shifting the bed to create space. "Please go ahead." Did he mean that? Barak raised his chin disdainfully, clearly disapproving of her obtuse mind, and asked, so eager to ascend. "That's natural." Recalling their earlier unpleasantness, Sherry added wisely, "Disciple will put more effort into it." Her talents were minimal, putting in effort wouldn't change much. Rubbing his brow, Barak suddenly said, "I'm hungry." Huh. Sherry thought she heard wrong. Hungry? How could an upper god be hungry? Hadn't they long since stopped eating? "I want something interesting to eat," he continued. This time, she heard right. Her first reaction was to hug herself protectively and eye him warily. Hadn't she just fought Shiloh? Was he now developing the habit of eating people too? Barak stared at her as if she were a fool for a while before turning his head helplessly. "I meant for you to cook, not to eat you." "What do you think I am?" "Sherry." Though the last sentence wasn't mocking, it still felt uncomfortable. Realizing that the great immortal might think she was idle and needed direction, Sherry acted with a sense of living under someone else's roof and immediately went to the mortal world. She was very familiar with the mortal world, where a piece of gold could buy pots, pans, fences, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. Placing these items around Shangbing Palace, Sherry felt this cold and grand palace instantly became warmer and homelier, smoke rising from the back of the palace, roosters crowing, ducks quacking, reminding her of her old home at Mingzhu platform. Covering the large pot of fragrant stew, Sherry exhaled contentedly, thinking this was how immortals should live an idyllic life, peaceful, harmonious, and gentle. That last word froze as she turned to see Barak grabbing a goose's neck. Sherry's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Barak, then hesitated before rushing over. "Master, it's not time to kill the goose yet." Barak's veins throbbed on his temples, too noisy. He just wanted to find an excuse for her to earn some merit so he could properly propose being his immortal partner. Instead, she brought back a bunch of chirping and quacking creatures that made him want to kill someone. "Choose between the goose's life and yours," he said with red eyes. Sherry immediately stepped back 10 paces and invited him with clasped hands. "We can add another dish." "Please proceed. I'll add more spices later." Barak scoffed, intending to use force but catching her terrified yet forced calm expression out of the corner of his eye. He paused, frowned, wondering if he looked too intimidating. She was already timid. Seeing such scenes often might prevent her from dreaming sweet dreams anymore. With a thought, his grip loosened, and the surviving white goose fled fearfully, glancing back at him. "Chem. Not killing the goose." Recalling his statement about choosing one life to keep, Sherry's eyes widened as she also wanted to spread her wings and run. "What are you afraid of?" Barak glanced sideways. "Not no, not afraid. How could I be afraid of master? No, not at all." Explaining only made it worse. Rolling his eyes, Barak turned and sat behind the pearwood table, waiting for the dishes as if they were coming next. Sherry didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly sped up her movements. Although her cooking skills weren't great, cultivators usually didn't like eating regular meals. So, preparing a couple of dishes should barely satisfy the big shot. After all, the big shot hadn't seen what normal meals looked like either. 5 dishes of meat and vegetables were placed on the table. Nervously sitting beside him, Sherry rubbed her hands together anxiously, wanting to pick up the chopsticks to taste first. But then the big shot said, "There's something missing here." He tapped the empty spot next to the bowl. Sherry understood immediately and stood up at once, saying, "I'll go find some wine." There were many good wines in heaven, so it wasn't hard to find one. However, when she returned with the wine, the big shot asked again, "Add another plate of sweets." Without delay, Sherry went out again. "Roasted corn?" Sherry nodded, turned around, and rushed out yet again. After several rounds, the entire table of food had been devoured by the big shot. Breathing heavily and looking at the empty plates on the table, Sherry suddenly realized he might have been deliberately tormenting her. She had heard before that Barak was someone who held grudges over trifles, but she never expected that mentioning the unblocking of 7 meridians and 8 collaterals would lead him to hold such a grudge. Having not tasted her own dishes, Sherry felt wronged as she munched on a steamed bun while cleaning up the table. Just as she thought this, Barak, feeling satisfied after a full meal, asked her gently, "Is there anything else you want? I'll give you a chance, say it." In Barak's mind, having enjoyed the meal meant a significant achievement, and he could fulfill her shameless request to help this little immortal ascend. However, to Sherry, his words sounded like a huge demon holding a pitchfork to her throat, asking sinisterly, "Do you dare to ask for anything more?" "No, no more requests." Shaking her head in terror, Sherry waved her hands frantically. "I don't want anything. Your satisfaction is enough." "Barak." He looked blankly at this little creature who dashed out of Xiuxian Palace like her clothes were on fire, busily tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, wondering if he hadn't given her enough of an opening, making her feel embarrassed and thus unable to speak up. So, Sherry encountered the greatest trials of her life next. Early in the morning, she was dragged out of bed by the big shot and brought to the gate of Xiuxian Palace to practice drawing in the chi of heaven and earth. By noon, she cooked lunch for him, 3 meats, 1 vegetable, and a soup. In the evening, she ran errands between Xiuxian Palace and Xiuxian Palace without using cloud travel, relying solely on her legs. Within half a month, her round face became gaunt like a pear. Wiping away tears, she fumbled with the door string of Xiuxian Palace, thinking how tough it was to be by the big shot's side. Not only did Barak physically torment her, but he also repeatedly asked her, "What do you want?" This incessant questioning was tearing at her fragile psyche. Desperately, Sherry thought about seeking help from someone else. If only she could unblock her meridians and ascend, this matter would be resolved, and the big shot wouldn't keep harboring resentment. However, there weren't many people she knew in Xiao besides the big shot. Who else could she turn to? Oh, what a coincidence. Someone passing by suddenly stopped beside her. His black boots turned towards her. "Why are you here?" A chill ran down her spine as Sherry slowly raised her head, scanning over his slightly open robe, and finally landing on his pale face. "Lord Shiloh." Sherry was somewhat surprised. He was actually fine. She thought he would need to seclude himself for centuries after being gravely injured at the main altar. "That unlucky look in your eyes better not be directed at me." Licking his white fangs, Shiloh smiled brightly at the mole on her neck, "Or I might just eat you." Pulling her neck back, Sherry was about to reply when Bruce emerged quickly from the palace, standing beside Shiloh and saying, "My lord, this is a messenger from Xiuxian Palace." Meaning, she couldn't be eaten. Shiloh found it uninteresting and glanced at him. "Do you think I don't know?" Encountering this pitiful little thing, he couldn't resist teasing her a bit. "Anyway, I'm heading to Xiuxian Palace." He stood beside Sherry, looking at Bruce. "No need for you to guide me." Bruce frowned, glancing at Sherry hesitantly. She seemed distracted, nodding absent-mindedly. "I can guide." "In that case, please take this box back to Xiuxian Palace along with her." Bruce took out a jade box, carefully placing it in her hands, then smiled. "They've been waiting for this." Shiloh shot him a dirty look. Old foxes are always cunning, fearing he'd do something to her and giving her a water mirror flower as protection. Today, Shiloh was delivering the mirror flower water moon as agreed. Although his last meeting with Barak didn't end well, he enjoyed the sound beast and lending him the mirror flower water moon wasn't a bad thing. He was happy to see the spectacle. Wherever the mirror flower water moon was, it recorded every action of immortals. Bruce was uneasy about this little immortal, so he had her carry it. However, this little immortal's rank was low, and she didn't seem to know the function of this treasure at all. She took it and stuffed it right into her chest. Glancing at her neckline, Shiloh laughed. Sherry was preoccupied with the matter of the 7 meridians and 8 collaterals and hadn't noticed his gaze. She simply followed the god Shiloh onto the cloud, sighing in relief to rest her sore legs. "Is life in Xiuxian Palace tough?" Shiloh asked with a smile. Maybe because the sun was bright today, Sherry felt Shiloh wasn't as cold, even showing some kindness in his question. So she answered frankly, "Yes, somewhat." The big shot recently had been driving her crazy. If not for her strong willpower, she would have packed up and gone home long ago. "If you can't stand it anymore, why don't you come to me?" Shiloh suggested. "You're a promising seedling. What I can teach you isn't necessarily less than what Barak can." "Thank you," Sherry said with a slight frown. "But my master is fine. What's good about him?" Shiloh rolled his eyes. As the head of a sect, he neglects matters under his command, leaving everything to Bruce without responsibility. As an upper god, he kills indiscriminately, disregarding heavenly rules. And as a master, he has let you remain a minor immortal for so long, offering no assistance. Sherry wanted to argue on behalf of the big shot, but Shiloh's words were true. After hesitating for a moment, she could only sigh. "It's not his fault," she muttered. "I'm too stupid, not skilled enough in cultivation. But it's not too late to ascend in a few hundred years." "Not too late." Shiloh scoffed. "If you follow me, I can take you to fly up now." His words had a teasing tone, but not knowing much about the specifics of the 7 meridians and 8 collaterals, Sherry only treated it as a normal statement and even thought about it seriously. If she really needed someone to help her, what about God Shiloh? She propped her chin and fell into deep thought. The spirit box inside her robes glowed faintly, like a firefly in the night. Chapter 30. No different from other female immortals. Barak sat alone in the Xiuxian Palace. Beside the throne stood a tall dragon-shaped stone sculpture. The light streaming in from the side windows always cast him in shadow, leaving only his ashen pupils glowing with a cold light. In the past, this scene would have been serene yet lonely, with the vast palace occupied only by him. But now, laughter like clucks of chickens came from the wattle fence outside. A white goose, whose squawks he had silenced, flapped its wings and strutted past the door, leaving a few feathers behind. The pear water simmering in the stove bubbled away, and a donkey, smelling the aroma, began to bray while pawing at the ground. Barak was genuinely tempted to lose his temper. This was the Xiuxian Palace, not a humble farmhouse. Why keep all these messy animals that made so much noise, preventing him from finding even a moment's peace? Last night, he considered kicking that stupid donkey down from the heavens while Sherry was sleeping. However, just as he was about to do it, the person who had been sound asleep suddenly appeared before him in a long nightgown, her eyes full of grievance as she asked, "Is it not behaving?" Ridiculous. How could a donkey that bawled all day be well behaved? Barak wanted to push her head towards the divine stones and treasures surrounding them. Was this a place for raising a donkey? Yet, this half-awake figure was incredibly fragile. Her eyes shimmered with moisture, looking at him beseechingly, both pitiful and trying to please him, as if saying no would immediately plunge her into despair. So Barak swallowed his anger and withdrew his foot aimed at the donkey. It wasn't that he cared about her. He was an upper god. What could a minor fairy mean to him? He just didn't want additional trouble, especially since she was helping him suppress Nikki. So indulging her a little wouldn't hurt. Today, that donkey was eyeing him with ridicule, braying while pawing at the ground. With a cold expression, Barak summoned divine flames. Suddenly, a soft chime echoed in the air. "Master, we have a guest," Sherry's voice sounded. Pausing mid-action, Barak put out the flames and returned to his seat in the shadows, once again exuding an icy and aloof aura. Sherry led Shiloh through the door. Shiloh glanced at the wattle fence and hearth beside the door, nearly stepping back to confirm he hadn't misread the plaque. Was he in the wrong place? Yet, looking up, there sat Barak, that beast, unmistakably. He shook his head in disbelief. Barak wasn't expecting him here. His gaze dropped on Shiloh, and he said, "I told Bruce that he should deliver it." Meaning, you needn't be here. If anyone else received such a blatant dismissal, they'd feel embarrassed. But Shiloh remained unfazed, conjuring himself a couch and lazily lounging on it. "Bruce gave the treasure to your young disciple. If she were unprotected, someone might have intercepted her along the way." Barak gave Sherry a cold look, who hurriedly produced the object from her embrace, presenting it to him. "Here it is, I didn't lose it." Taking the box without opening it, Barak commented mildly, "Anyone in the 9 heavens knows of your low cultivation. Instead of practicing, you run around." Shiloh. Was he scolding Sherry or him? Feeling wronged, Sherry replied, "Before leaving, I meditated for several hours. I needed to ask True Master Bruce something, which is why I went out." "Why couldn't you ask me?" Barak thought she was making excuses. "If you can't calm your mind, perhaps you should take that donkey back to the mortal realm." Sherry. With outsiders present, the boss became stricter. But she couldn't blame him. If she were an upper god and received such an incompetent disciple, she too would be embarrassed. Still, she hadn't slacked off. She sought out Bruce to inquire about methods to break through her meridians. Unexpectedly, she met Shiloh halfway. In the boss's eyes, explanations were just defenses. Wisely, she didn't argue further but simply hung her head dejectedly, returning to a screen behind her to set up a barrier and practice. "You're still as heartless after all these years." Shiloh shook his head. "Don't you worry about hurting the girl's feelings. This has nothing to do with you." Barak turned his displeased gaze back to him. "It's getting late. Are you still staying here? Haven't you handed over everything already? Can't I stay a bit longer?" Shiloh huffed. "If you have the ability, scatter my soul so I won't bother you anymore." If possible, Barak would grant his wish, but Shiloh was immortal. No matter how many times they fought, he couldn't destroy his origin knot. Such was the injustice of creation. Some immortals spent 10,000 years cultivating just to secure their origin knots, while others were born indestructible. Turning away, Barak said, "Speak your mind. Then get lost." Shiloh chuckled, looking at him with interest and said, "This young disciple of yours is quite wronged being with you. Why don't you just let me take her? I can teach her things that are far more suitable than what you can." Barak raised his hand. "Hey, last time you didn't let me finish. At least hear me out this time." Shiloh waved a hand. "From what I see, you care for her enough to tolerate her antics here in Shongbing Palace. You should know that she has an extremely heavy water-type spirit energy. Forcing her to practice your immortal arts will only harm her organs." With half-lidded eyes, Barak gave a cold laugh but did not respond. Shiloh was about to continue when he suddenly realized something. "You." He raised an eyebrow. "Did this on purpose?" If he could notice it, how could the one who was with the girl every day be completely unaware? The beast was indeed a beast, not fearing that the young girl would cry when she found out the truth. Shiloh stood up, waving his hand to retract the couch, shaking his head as he walked out. "Beware of retribution, supreme god." His tone carried a sigh, which greatly displeased Barak. He, the demon who had killed countless, needed this man's advice about retribution? Moreover, if he feared retribution, he wouldn't have acted against Nikki from the start. Closing the doors of Shongbing Palace with a flick of his sleeve, Barak sat in his throne, sulking. Though he wasn't sure why he was upset, he soon consoled himself. It was Shiloh's problem that he liked to meddle. As for the little thing beside him, no matter what, she remained devoted to him. Even if he handed her over, she wouldn't agree. Thinking this made him feel much better, Barak opened the spirit box in his hand and also took out the key he had kept earlier. Several tens of thousands of years ago, a great battle occurred in the 9 heavens. At that time, his divine consciousness was not yet awake, so he couldn't know the situation. But the water mirror flower was there, naturally recording what he wanted to know. As a supreme treasure inscribed in the Book of Creation, the water mirror flower was extremely sentient and didn't need him to go through it day by day. It could display the holder's most pressing desire by itself. The jade fell into the purple light well, and a wisp of light rose like smoke from the box, spreading into a water mirror before him. As the water mirror opened, it revealed a pair of fair hands and slightly open pink clothing. Barak. Instinctively, he glared at the artifact. What sentience? Was this what he wanted to see? Don't joke. The surface of the mirror trembled, seemingly sensing his anger, and hurriedly played the sound. Is life hard in Shongbing Palace? A bit. If it gets too unbearable, why not come to me? Barak realized this was from their return journey, where Shiloh tried to lure his young disciple. Huffing a laugh, he twirled his thumb. That little thing spent all her thoughts on pleasing him. How could she have the time to care about this old thing, seeking help from? Before he finished his thought, he heard her sweet voice continue asking, Supreme God, how many years of cultivation does it take to unblock a person's 7 meridians and 8 vessels? 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Shiloh laughed. What do you want to do? I want to ask someone for help, but it seems to delay their cultivation. So if Supreme God knows how many years of cultivation it costs, I can prepare elixirs in advance as compensation, maybe they will agree. If it were anyone else, it would cost 1,000 years of cultivation, and you might not even gather enough elixirs in several years. Shiloh chuckled. But if you really need help, why not come to me? I don't lack such resources. Sherry looked at him in surprise and then pondered seriously. Take your time, Shiloh licked his teeth. Come find me once you've decided. The sound faded away, leaving only the whistling wind. Barak felt he listened calmly. It was just a disappointing disciple and an improper demon exchanging a few words. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, what hadn't he seen? But inexplicably, anger welled up within him, spilling out, burning the chickens and ducks outside until they began to scream. Was she so eager to ascend as an immortal that she'd consider anyone as a partner? He underestimated the shamelessness of these minor immortals. He thought she was fully devoted to him, never imagining that to her, he was merely beneficial to her cultivation. If she couldn't get his help, she'd turn to others. So cheap and hypocritical, no different from other female immortals who scheme and fawn to take shortcuts to ascension. Black malevolent energy permeated the flames, fiercer than usual. Barak made no attempt to contain it, letting the black vapor twist around the blazing fire, slowly shattering the barrier behind the screen. Sherry, who was meditating, suddenly sensed something amiss and snapped back to her senses. What's happening? Why does the air smell like roasted meat? She sniffed, only to see the flames creeping up her crossed legs. Startled, Sherry swiftly flew to the nearby carved dragon pillar, shouting anxiously, Master, there's a fire. Barak sat on the throne with one leg raised, turning his head to look at her, expression numb and cold. Chilled by his gaze, Sherry shivered. She had seen him angry before, but this was terrifying, like in that forewarning dream where he turned to look at her and would erase her existence the next moment. Her limbs turned icy, and despite her confusion, she couldn't help but ask, did I do something wrong? Proud as Barak was, naturally he wouldn't answer her question. He simply stretched out his hand, trapping her against the stone pillar, immobilizing her. Then his aura crept up, forcefully invading through an old wound on her wrist, searching brutally through her body. It felt like being roasted over a fire. Sherry's cheeks flushed red with pain, her hands bleeding from gripping the stone pillar. Poor you. Amidst the searing pain, Sherry heard Nikki's voice again. You, a mere minor immortal, still think you can change everything on your own. Too naive. Apparently uncomfortable from the fire too, Nikki's voice was slightly hoarse. I've troubled you for so long, it's truly shameful. Before I leave, I should give you something as a token of my gratitude. Before he leaves. Her pupils contracted. She belatedly realized that the fire wasn't aimed at her but at Nikki. But Nikki had long fused with her meridians. If he were to disappear, wouldn't that mean? Before she could think further, excruciating pain exploded in her chest. Chapter 31. The Heavenly Way has its own cause and effect. Just before the last vestige of consciousness vanished, Thea thought that Xiuxian was truly an annoying place. Since coming here, she had been enduring all kinds of pain non-stop, as if trying to make up for the suffering she had missed out on over the past few centuries. She really did not like it at all. Moreover, godly Lord Jace was indeed very unreasonable, cold-blooded, and inhumane. Nikki was right, she had been too naive. Darkness surged in like a tide, and Thea's pupils gradually dilated. Moments later, like a withered leaf, she swayed unsteadily and fell from the stone pillar. Unprovoked anger, you lost control. I did not. Do as you please. I'm leaving, and she should go back as well. You're truly mad. Fragments of conversation reached her, and Thea found them too noisy, so she couldn't help but frown and turn over, pulling the blanket over her head. Soon after, the voices disappeared completely, and familiar sounds of bird chirping and the grinding stone could be heard around her. Feeling inexplicably calm, Thea slept soundly. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Thea gripped the unfamiliar quilt and was bewildered for a while before realizing she was still alive. After being scorched inside and out by godly Lord Jace's divine fire, she was still alive. Probing her senses in surprise, it seemed Nikki's voice was no longer there. Her internal organs bore traces of burning, but none were fatal. Nikki, she called out instinctively. No one answered. Recalling Nikki's previous words, Thea was slightly stunned. Jace must have realized Nikki's existence and lashed out, directly controlling her and destroying her xiuxian with brute force. But why? He had concealed it well before. She had even set up barriers during cultivation without him discovering it. There was no reason for him to attack now. Unless he knew from the beginning and was provoked into thinking Nikki shouldn't remain. In other words, her cautious probing and concealment were all superfluous. The big shot had always seen her as a vessel for Nikki's yuanqi, guiding her to cultivate the fire Dao until her power was enough to suppress and confine Nikki, after which he would make his move. Indeed, the big shot lived up to his reputation, such a cunning mind. Clapping weakly for him, Thea felt sad. Despite her efforts, she couldn't be the cat in his arms. After a century, she would still disintegrate, becoming just another speck of dust in the world. If only she hadn't roasted corn for him. Puffing her cheeks, Thea pulled back the blanket, intending to get up. Lie down a bit more. A sudden voice came from beside her. It was xiuxian. Startled, Thea shrank her legs and turned her head to the left, only to see Cody sitting quietly beside her, gazing at her gently. You were gravely injured, almost falling out of Zhouxiao, said xiuxian, mimicking its master's tone. I happened to pass by the Cloud Sea and brought you back. So, the big shot threw her out of Shongbing Palace. Her nose tingled slightly, and she tried to hold back, murmuring, thank you. Seeing her melancholy expression, Cody refrained from asking more and simply placed a token next to her hand. This belongs to you. A jade plaque of emerald green with the character Khan. How could this belong to her? Thea shook her head honestly, I don't recognize it. Cody paused, and the bird perched on his shoulder tilted its head. The jade pendant of the Khan clan's authority holder. Naturally, you wouldn't recognize it. But it should belong to you. Thea. Had the Khan clan gone mad? If they needed to appoint someone else, they could do so. Why would they choose her unless they were desperate? Don't misunderstand, miss, said xiuxian. The jade recognized you on its own. The Khan clan already has a successor. This jade chose to follow you, and we have no choice but to accept it. As if adding a disdainful glare, the tiny eyes rolled. Thea raised an eyebrow at the jade pendant. Nikki was no longer within her, so why did it still recognize her? But the jade was of excellent quality and could be useful in tough times. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, the jade trembled and then zipped into a light, entering her heart and disappearing. Thea felt a cool sensation in her chest, too late to grab it. It can do that, she scratched her chin unhappily. Cody smiled, and xiuxian asked her, you seem to be from Shongbing Palace. Yet you've been sleeping here for more than 2 days, why hasn't anyone come looking for you? She hadn't thought about it until he mentioned it. Thea lowered her head again. It's nothing, she said, feigning indifference. Shongbing Palace isn't suitable for me. I want to join another immortal sect. Cody sensed she wasn't telling everything. His shoulder moved, and xiuxian fluttered down onto her. Then, Kathy heard the xiuxian shout 3 times louder than before in anger. If it weren't for wanting to live, who would stay in Shongbing Palace? Barak $. Quick as lightning, Kathy clamped her hand over the xiuxian's beak. Cody stared at her with wide eyes. She gave an embarrassed smile, pinched the bird and placed it back on his shoulder. It's nothing, it's nothing. The xiuxian had been with him for a few hundred years. This was the first time Cody discovered it could be so loud. He couldn't help but take another look at this girl, and he smiled gently. The immortal sect of the Khan family is a good place, said the xiuxian back on Cody's shoulder, its voice suddenly gentle and peaceful. If you want to switch sects, you might consider it. Yeah, right. What kind of good place is an immortal sect without a leader? Kathy muttered, patting her own shoulder and murmured, I'll wander around for some time, no rush. Cody nodded, not trying to persuade her, just rose and said, rest now, miss. I have to go see storage ye supreme deity. Oh, okay. Kathy replied absent-mindedly, starting to observe the room. Just as Cody was about to step out the door, she realized something was wrong and rushed to grab him. Wait, you're talking about storage ye supreme deity, she stared. Cody didn't understand why she was so agitated but explained patiently, storage ye supreme deity was seriously injured a few days ago and needs rest. Before closing up for cultivation, he asked me to check on him. I promised him that I would visit once you woke up. Calculating the date, Kathy's expression changed. Hadn't she warned storage ye supreme deity not to go to the 10 directions Cloud Sea? How did he still get injured and need to close up? Although delayed for a few days, he wouldn't be able to save Great Peacemaster. I will go with you, Kathy said firmly. Cody wanted to refuse. Why should he bring a girl along when he was going for a diagnosis? But she looked so serious that he couldn't refuse either, only nodding. 2 days passed, nothing changed in Zhouxiao. Sitting on Cody's flying cloud, passing by the 10 directions Cloud Sea, Kathy faintly sensed the lingering aura of Barak here. Suddenly, she felt powerless. She had come to Zhouxiao with such high hopes, tried so hard to change the fate of the Great Peace Immortal sect. How did she end up back where she started? Was she destined to accept her fate? The scenes outside flew by, and the flying cloud soon stopped before storage ye supreme deity's abode. When Kathy got down, she twisted her foot. For the first time, she didn't cry out in pain but gritted her teeth and limped into the house after Cody. A deep wound ran from storage ye's left shoulder to his right rib, shocking to behold. Kathy entered before even greeting him properly, her eyes turning red. The wound left by the phoenix-slaying blade was often hard to heal and burned constantly. Only someone as kind as storage ye supreme deity could endure the pain and smile warmly at her. Recovering well, he said. Those words shouldn't have been said by him to her. Kathy was dazed, then the xiuxian explained next to her, when you were heavily injured and falling from Zhouxiao, storage ye supreme deity saved you. That's why he was hurt by Barak supreme deity. What situation was this? Kathy was shocked. In the original premonition dream, Storage Supreme Deity was tricked by an impersonator of Butler Gong and ended up in Barrack's trap, thus getting injured. But now, it was because he saved her. So, wasn't it her fault that her sect suffered? Her heart sank, and her lips turned white. Heaven has its own cause and effect. Storage Supreme Deity forced a smile. Do you know if the Master ever told you that those who understand the heavenly way cannot force changes in cause and effect? He said. Kathy replied through clenched teeth, her eyes like rabbits. He said more than once. Ever since she decided to ascend to xiuxian, old man Stephen kept nagging non-stop, saying she wasn't strong enough, finding faults everywhere, saying she couldn't succeed. She knew he was afraid she would get herself into trouble, suffer consequences, and lose the cycle of reincarnation. But if everyone was destined to not reincarnate after a century, what did it matter if she suffered consequences? At least she could save many lives in the immortal sect. Ali didn't calculate the costs correctly, she did. She wouldn't accept this fate, not even for all the malt sugar in the world. Is the Supreme Deity going into seclusion? Kathy asked. Storage nodded helplessly. Okay. She saluted and bowed 3 times. Please give me something with your divine power. This was easy. Storage casually took off his finger guard and handed it to her. This is not a magical artifact, limited in power. He coughed twice, his voice lowering. Maybe it won't be much help. No problem. Kathy tightened her grip on it, turned to Cody. Check his pulse, I'll leave first. Luther frowned, wanting to say more, but blood gushed from his mouth as he opened it. Kanju quickly supported him and applied acupuncture to stop the bleeding. A great fire raged through Shongbing Palace. After the blaze, only cold black stones remained, nothing else survived. Barrack sat in the shadows of the throne, silently holding the water moon mirror flower. He felt very serene, no chickens, ducks, geese, or donkeys, no one jumping around. This tranquility made him feel like he had returned to a long-lost state. He should have done this long ago. He didn't know what bewitched his heart, delaying him until now. But it was good too. He crushed Nikki's essence seed and threw him out. From now on, he could focus on cultivation again, without worrying about all sorts of nonsense. This was the mindset he should have. Except, Barrack lazily thought that maybe he hadn't thrown him far enough. He wondered if that little thing might suddenly jump back. Chapter 32. Everything seems to have become simple. Waving his hand uneasily, Chevy cast a thicket around the palace of Bingong, then after surveying it with a sidelong glance for a moment, he added more patches of quicksand. The floating boundary above the quagmire was hard to leap over even for ghosts and gods. Reassured, he retracted his hand, lowered his eyes, and huffed. Actually, he could have directly crushed her and Worley's joint primordial energy together, but his kindness made him choose to spare her life and add these troubles for himself. However, she did him quite a bit of help by subduing Worley so quickly. As long as she never came to bother him again in the future, he didn't care who else she chose to harm. Your Highness. Bruce stepped out from the darkness and spoke softly. Everything downstairs is ready. Collecting his thoughts, Chevy asked, was no one aware? Well, there were, said Bruce with a shrug. But it doesn't hurt much. With his ability, that door can't be kept closed. Sneering, he didn't ask any more questions, only looked towards the door and waited quietly. Stephen Immortal Sect was situated above the mortal world yet beneath the ninth heaven, facing immortal mountains and spiritual seas, with blossoms blooming all year round. Although the spirit energy here wasn't as pure as on the ninth heaven, it was enough for mortals to practice cultivation. So frequently mortals would ascend to the ninth heaven from here. Once successful, they would have their plaques hung beside Stephen's gate at Wang Tian Peak for later generations to look up to. Elspeth was leading a group of disciples in front of Wang Tian Peak, pointing to the latest plaque. This is our sect's newest junior sister who has just ascended, clever and witty, full of immortal potential. The disciples lifted their heads to see it, and when they saw the name inscribed, all burst into laughter. Elspeth felt slightly annoyed. What are you laughing at? Whoever can get their name hung here is not someone you can mock. It's not our intention to offend, senior sister Monica. Someone covered their mouth and said. As for other senior predecessors, it's fine, but everyone knows this junior sister is famous for being lazy and accomplishing nothing. If not for the private favoritism of an immortal teacher, how could she ascend before you? Yes, when she left, she didn't even summon clouds but simply rode the donkey from the backyard to the sky. People will surely ridicule our immortal sect. Most cultivators admired the strong. If someone ascended ahead of them through some indirect means, naturally they would speak ill of such a person. Elspeth understood their thoughts but couldn't help getting angry. If the immortal teacher could send people to the ninth heaven casually, why do you bother to cultivate? Why don't you all go beg the immortal teacher? Her chest rising and falling, she replied coldly, not reflecting on yourselves but maliciously speculating about others. With this attitude, you won't be able to hang your name on Wang Tian Peak even in another 100 years. Some still dissatisfied disciples remarked, if she had gained the consensus with her cultivation, how could there be room for speculation? Elspeth angrily raised her hand, but the disciple stuck out his neck and said, I'm speaking my mind, there's nothing wrong with that. If senior sister wants to cover up for her bias and seek revenge, come forward. These words implied that if she took action now, it would mean covering up her bias and seeking revenge. Elspeth trembled with anger, wishing she could summon thunder to strike this insolent boy. Just as this thought arose, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking down on the one who had spoken. A thunderous explosion sounded on the ground, and suddenly a bright light emanated from the center of the crowd, followed by ear-piercing screams amidst the blinding white brilliance. forcing everyone to lift their sleeves to shield themselves and retreat for safety. Elspeth glanced bewilderedly at her own hand. She hadn't formed any seals. How did the thunder descend? Could it be that she had unknowingly cultivated to the stage where she could drive immortal's arts using her divine consciousness? As the light gradually dimmed, everyone squinted cautiously at that spot. There was a young girl sitting on the ground looking dazed, returning their gaze. The talkative disciple who was previously badmouthing had no trace of injury, merely lay next to her with bulging eyes from sheer fright. The ground around her was already cracked within a few feet, with faint sparks flying around. "Senior Sister Monica," she called out softly, extending her hand miserably. After a while, Elspeth finally reacted, hastily parting the crowd to pull her up. "How did you return?" Cuddling against her arm, Zoria mumbled lowly, "Came back for something, originally wanted to enter grandly through the main gate, but my stomach was too hungry, I had no strength left, ended up falling here." Elspeth, touched and amused, she patted her head gently, saying extremely tenderly, "Come back with Senior Sister will make you some pastries." Contrary to her previous fierce demeanor, every time Elspeth saw Zoria, she always became patient and considerate. Therefore, those present who hadn't seen this girl glanced very cooperatively back at the newest plaque on Wang Tian Peak. The infamous junior sister, considered the most useless according to legend, had finally been sent down from the ninth heaven. Ignoring them, Elspeth brought Zoria straight back to the immortal sect, observing her closely along the way. "Why have you become so thin? Your complexion isn't good either." Even after being treated so cruelly by Lord Barak, Zoria didn't cry. Life is like that, one must go through some setbacks. She wasn't there to enjoy heaven, and since Lord Barak was an outsider, it made no sense for him to spoil her all the time. She didn't think there was anything to be sad about. But at Elspeth's simple concern, Zoria suddenly felt a lump in her throat. "It's nothing," she said hoarsely. "In the ninth heaven, they favor slender beauties, so I ate less." Elspeth frowned. "Did someone bully you?" No. Zoria waved her hand and forced a smile. "Everyone up there is nice. I've met quite a few powerful gods. No one bullied me." Afraid she would worry, Zoria started chattering about how handsome the gods of the ninth heaven were, how magnificent Butlerong spirit beasts were, the tongue spirits that spoke mind to mind, and the kind Elder Darcy. She didn't mention Lord Barak at all. Elspeth listened, finally relaxing her brows. "It's good you weren't hurt. How long can you stay this time?" "Depends on when Immortal Master ends his seclusion." Her expression turned serious. "Sister Monica, can I guard his seclusion?" Pulling her into the immortal residence, Elspeth hesitated. "The disciples to guard the seclusion have already been chosen. There must be people who can replace them, right?" Zoria tugged at her sleeve. "Sister Monica, I've improved a lot in the ninth heaven. I'm capable of guarding the seclusion for Immortal Master." As her senior sister, Elspeth knew very well the abilities of her junior sister. Even if she wanted to let her do it, others within the sect would certainly object. After some thought, Elspeth said, "Since you're back, follow the other disciples to practice for a few days. If senior brother nods, maybe you'll get a chance." Mentioning senior brother, Zoria's face fell. Senior brother Pat Huan actually doted on her, willing to protect her from heavenly tribulations and buy her snacks. But only when it came to cultivation did he never give empty praise. He always saw through her shortcomings. No matter how she begged, he would never cover for her during annual checks. To gain senior brother's approval really required effort. Zoria squeezed the jade ring in her sleeve and sighed deeply. Elspeth patted her back. "Don't worry. Immortal Master's cultivation is high. Even without guardians, nothing bad will happen. Rest assured." Silently staring at the ground, Zoria felt dejected. Why had heaven given a useless girl like her the ability to foresee its destiny? Was it to teach her the inevitability of fate? If senior brother or sister Monica had such abilities, Immortal Master would surely be safe. Unlike her, even guarding the seclusion was difficult. While Elspeth happily went to make pastries, Zoria looked around the familiar hut and picked up the scroll of Daoist teachings lying on the table. Before going to the ninth heaven, she studied this too. At the time, Great Harmony Immortal Master made her recite incantations in the corner, which required much effort. But she only grasped the basics. Now, flipping through a few pages, Zoria found the contents surprisingly simple. Compared to the burning heart of fire Taoism, these basic spells were indeed easier. Instinctively, she followed along and practiced. The flow was smooth, and her breathing remained abundant after one cycle. Surprisingly, she was pleased with herself. Had the Tao become simplified? Picking up another scroll, she looked at it doubtfully. Indeed, it seemed simpler. Comparing a few movements, Zoria threw the scrolls aside indignantly. Why had things been so hard when she was in the sect, taking months to understand one volume, yet now the scrolls were simple and clear, comprehensible at first glance? How unfair. Furious, she sat in meditation, entering trance as she breathed in the familiar aura of the immortal gate she hadn't seen in a long time. Suddenly, the entire immortal gate seemed beneath her feet. She could hear the sound of hooves in the rice fields, see the branches of the welcoming pine on Wang Tian Peak, and feel the murderous aura of senior brother practicing swordsmanship in the main mountain. Zoria was slightly surprised. After a moment's shock, she instinctively looked towards Immortal Master's sealed cave. Dozens of layers of barriers and 18 senior brothers guarding various spots ensured nothing would go wrong. After all, as soon as someone tried to breach the seal, the guardians would alert everyone, and Immortal Master would wake up from his trance before any mishap occurred. However, Great Harmony Immortal Master seemed uneasy, his immortal aura lingering above the cave like mist and wandering clouds, seemingly hesitant. Zoria was startled out of her trance by this desperate and fearful energy. Just then, Sister Monica returned with 2 plates of cloud mist pastries, smiling and placing them before her. Try them, even senior brother says they're delicious. Her lashes flickered as Zoria lowered her eyes to hide her panic, picking up a pastry and biting into it. Millimeter, delicious. I'm glad you like it. Sister Monica sat down happily, glancing at her face. Why are you sweating? Wiping the cold sweat off her forehead with her sleeve, Zoria mumbled, I hurried on the road, so I feel a bit hot. Then rest well and inform senior brother tomorrow. Elspeth smiled, pinching a handkerchief to gently wipe her face. She sighed, Zoria is already a young lady. When you first came to the Immortal Sect, you only reached my waist. The young girl in front of her had grown into a graceful young lady, with a small face that was irresistibly charming. Did you meet any god you like in the 9th heaven? She couldn't help but ask. A small pastry got stuck in her throat, and Zoria suddenly started coughing violently. Chapter 33 I'm not that strong. The admired divine lord. That was a question for other beautiful immortal maidens to ponder. A weak and foolish fairy like her could barely survive, how could she have the time to think about such things? Moreover, there weren't many good immortals in the 9 heavens. A burning pain surged through her internal organs again, and Kathy frowned uncomfortably, shaking her head. No. Elspeth was slightly disappointed but thought it was better this way. Elder brother is about to ascend soon. Once he's in the 9 heavens, he can help take care of you a bit. Kathy nodded as she nibbled on a pastry, her gaze drifting toward the door once more. Her chances were running out. The Stephen Immortal Sect had morning and evening bell periods for teaching. Whenever the bell rang, all disciples would gather at the Leno platform to listen to the daoist teachings. In the past, Kathy would never have appeared during the morning bell. Her little cozy bed was too comfortable, making it impossible to get up early for those boring lessons. But now, as soon as the first strike of the morning bell sounded, a slim figure sat perfectly straight in the central cushion of the front row. The guest lecturer, Senior Immortal Taichang, squinted at her for a long time, rolled up his book, and pinched his white beard. Whose little child got lost here? Kathy smiled sweetly at him. Greetings, Senior Immortal. With a millennium of cultivation under her belt, she was no longer a child. Taichang sat up straight and seriously examined the aura around her. Just as he was about to speak, the students arriving behind him exclaimed in surprise. Immortal Kathy has already ascended. Why is she still here? The tone carried a strange hint of mockery, making one uncomfortable. Kathy wasn't angry. She knew that her early ascension would upset many people. After all, she was weak and inexperienced, so it was normal for others to criticize her. She didn't come here to argue. So, amidst the odd atmosphere, she sat obediently, eagerly waiting for Taichang to impart wisdom. Taichang glanced at her, surprised. Most cultivators of immortal arts were inherently proud, considering themselves unique. Yet, someone could withstand provocation without getting angry. After a few more glances, seeing that the seats were nearly full, Taichang began teaching the boundary protection technique. Recently, Senior Immortal Stephen has entered seclusion. You must all diligently cultivate to ease the worries of the senior disciples guarding the barriers. Taichang raised his hand, and hundreds of scrolls soared into the air, neatly landing before the seated disciples. Kathy flipped through them with great seriousness. The boundary protection technique required sufficient power to hold down the array eyes. Seeing everyone focusing intently, Taichang casually placed a boundary stone on the front platform. The rock, as big as a head, emitted a faint blue light, covered in dense runes, looking quite eerie. Senior Immortal Taichang handled it effortlessly, so no one paid much attention. After an hour of practice, upon hearing that the test was merely to move the stone to another platform, everyone whistled. This isn't hard. Soon, someone stepped forward. Kathy envied these tall, strong cultivators. As she was about to compliment them, they struck the boundary stone with their palm, but it didn't budge. Skeptical murmurs rose around her. The disciples standing beside the platform blushed and repositioned themselves, gathering their immortal power. The visible power floating around their arms made anyone watching sigh in admiration. Yet even with all their might, the boundary stone remained unmoved. Kathy's expression changed. She knew Senior Immortal Taichang and Senior Immortal Stephen were known for being strict. This wouldn't be an easy test. The runes on the stone likely added tremendous force, making it impossible for young immortals to lift. One by one, the robust disciples failed. Those who were confident at first also admitted defeat after several attempts. Taichang stroked his beard, noticing the small immortal beside him. He chuckled. Come up and try. Looking around, Kathy confirmed the Senior Immortal was calling her. Embarrassed, she said, I'm not as strong as them. If they can't do it, what can I possibly do? Taichang raised an eyebrow. This old man believes you can. Because she had ascended. Kathy gave a dry laugh and stood up reluctantly, hearing clear mocking laughter from behind. A chill ran down her spine, making her feel even more guilty. Standing before the boundary stone, she hesitantly tapped it. If you can move this object, Taichang said, you can help guard the barrier when Elspeth and the others are resting. Suddenly motivated, Kathy rubbed her hands together. Her left hand turned fire into power, while her right hand used water as a medium. Both forces collided fiercely, striking the boundary stone. With a loud bang, the boundary stone flew and landed precisely on the edge of the other platform. Just like that. Retracting her hand, Sherry herself couldn't quite believe it and hurriedly ran over to the boundary stone, tapping it again with hesitation. So light. Was it swapped for her? Others below had the same doubts. One, unconvinced, person stood up and said on the spot, "Let me try again." Sherry nodded and effortlessly picked up the boundary stone, placing it in his arms. The person easily stretched out their hand to receive it, but was slammed into the ground with a loud bang, dust flying up, scaring her back 2 steps. How is that possible? Tang's senior brother's cultivation may be low, but he should still be higher than her. If she can move it, so should he. Many were unconvinced. Tai-Chang, is there something wrong with this stone? Indeed, Tai-Chang nodded. This old man placed a 1,000-jun rune on the stone. Several people were enlightened and pointed at Sherry. Then how did she? She has pure and rich immortal power, comparable to this old man. Tai-Chang chuckled lightly and looked at Sherry knowingly. Of course, she can break the rune. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Lano platform fell silent. Sherry stared speechlessly at Tai-Chang, shaking her head subconsciously. You don't need to favor me. I know my own weight and measure. How can I be on par with a senior? Do we know each other well? Tai-Chang asked. Sherry, attending morning class for the first time, shook her head guiltily. Why would this old man favor you then? Tai-Chang said, in our immortal sect, the strong are always respected. If you are strong, I will naturally speak up for you. Sherry felt this person was comforting her. How could she be strong when she could be killed at any moment? However, since Tai-Chang's recognition of her was good, Sherry didn't plan to contradict herself and listened thick-skinned. She just wanted to guard the barrier. You can go join them for the meal, Tai-Chang said. Wait until Elspeth returns later, I'll explain it to her in detail. Thank you, senior immortal Tai-Chang. Sherry hurriedly clasped her hands. Everyone around was still somewhat dazed, following the crowd into the dining area absent-mindedly. Only after reaching the place did someone come to their senses, beginning to chatter. Some believed Tai-Chang's words, while others suspected favoritism. Opinions varied widely. Some even tried using immortal spells to probe secretly. Walking back to her residence, Sherry kept feeling cold things flying toward her from behind. Being around seniors for so long, her reactions were fast now. She dodged most, and used a defensive barrier for those she couldn't avoid. This was basic survival instinct. Sherry thought it normal, but didn't know why discussions about her in the immortal sect became louder, whispering voices making her headache. She couldn't help but miss the Stephen immortal sect of hundreds of years ago. Back then, there were fewer disciples, only a bunch of caring senior brothers and sisters, no new disciples yet. The seniors never minded her weakness nor spoke of her oddly. Sighing, Sherry sat down in her residence, thinking to pour herself some tea, when a familiar voice said, "Immortal Sherry, listen." A tongling bird flapped its wings and landed on the table before her, its black sesame eyes seeming to roll at her, spitting out harshly, "Changes are coming to your esteemed door, please be more vigilant." Sherry laughed, catching its wing and scratching its fluffy belly. If there were no changes, why would I have rushed back? The tongling bird struggled futilely, then half closed its eyes to enjoy the scratch, casually spitting out, "Big changes." Raising its brown claws, it dropped a small black pill into her palm. Sherry looked at it, intending to say immortal birds shouldn't defecate everywhere, when the bird declared, "Evil repelling pill, eat it." Sherry. She suspected the bird was playing tricks on her. Meeting her distrustful gaze, the tongling bird chirped frantically, flapping its wings. "It works." How could it work? Sherry poked its head. This Stephen immortal sect, though not as strictly guarded as the 9 heavens, is a gathering place for heaven and earth's essence. How could demons approach? Even if changes occur within the sect, they would be challenges among immortals themselves. Angry, the tongling bird wanted to peck her but looked at her delicate little hand, restrained, then flew away. Eat or not, it was just a bird, it wouldn't care anymore. The lonely pill remained in her palm. After much deliberation, Sherry decided to store it. Though she truly thought the immortal sect couldn't possibly have demons, it was better to keep it. Stephen immortal sect's aura grew increasingly unstable. Senior brothers who returned from guarding checkpoints looked more serious. Elspeth busily arranged everyone after, looking at Pat's senior brother seated at the front, finally went to pass him the roster. Harry was one of the earliest to notice something amiss with the immortal master, but he did not dare speak out for fear of causing panic within the sect. So, he could only practice diligently and guard the checkpoint with all his might. Seeing many junior brothers unable to hold on and needing rest, he had already been feeling restless. Upon glancing at the roster, he stood up immediately. What nonsense is this? Pointing at Sherry's name, he frowned at Elspeth. Don't you understand the current situation? What if she gets hurt? Elspeth shivered slightly, lowering her voice. It was junior sister who insisted on coming, and Tai-Chang has already approved it. Squeezing the roster, Harry shook his head. I'll take her shift. Running his index finger over the dried ink, he sighed, his tone softening. She's just come back after so long. Let her get some good sleep and enjoy some delicious food. Chapter 34 His Aura. Elspeth wanted to say more, but Harry raised her hand, blocking her words mid-sentence. She shoved the roster into Elspeth's hands and continued leading people back to guard the passage. The Great Harmony Immortal Master has had a 10,000-year-old immortal age. Ordinarily, his seclusion practice would never go wrong and did not require such laborious attention from them. But this time, Harry couldn't figure out what was happening. The Master's aura had been very unstable since yesterday. This morning, while guarding the pass, even the array center moved. Although it returned to its original position after just a moment, there was definitely a reason for it. This was a time of many wars in the three realms. If something happened to the Great Harmony sect, it would certainly affect the mortal world and the 9 heavens. Therefore, they had to hold on until the master safely emerged from seclusion. Riding the cloud back to the gate, Harry glanced at the divine-tail fish swimming above the cave. The divine-tail fish feed on malevolent aura. The more they eat, the redder their scales become. These few divine-tails were only light pink when they first arrived, but now they shone red. Senior brother, someone came down exhaustedly and greeted him. There are insufficient people on the west side. Regaining his composure, Harry went westward with a solemn expression. Senior brother, someone shouted on the road, 2 people on the east side can't hold on anymore. Moreover, the divine-tail fish linger without leaving, indicating possible changes. The main pass seems to have been impacted. The array center is unstable. Harry. He hadn't slept for half a month. Even if he could clone himself, it seemed impossible to cover all these places. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard someone behind him say, "Why does senior brother always make things difficult for yourself?" Startled, he turned around. Zoria looked at him with a sigh, still holding the roster written by Elspeth. "I came back to help. Who wants to eat delicious food?" His eyebrows lifted slightly. Harry examined her carefully from head to toe, then nodded. "You've made progress. Right." Zoria took the guard token from his hands with a grin. "I can help, don't look down on me." Saying that, she stepped forward. Harry reached out to stop her. "Junior sister," he said earnestly, "this time the master's seclusion might be facing a tribulation. If something goes wrong, we will all be affected." Zoria looked at him confusedly. "I know, but none of you are afraid. Why should I be?" "You're different." "How am I different?" she asked, dissatisfied. "Isn't everyone a mortal who practices immortality? Although I'm a bit slow, I've also passed the Taichang's test. You can't keep thinking I can't do anything. It's not." Harry frowned, hesitant to speak. Zoria sat down on the ground, pulling at her skirt. "I don't care, I want to guard the pass." He laughed. "Temper tantrum again?" She kicked her skirt along with his words and nodded seriously. "If you don't let me guard, I'll stay here." Feeling helpless, Harry rubbed his forehead. Just as he wanted to persuade her a bit more, a junior brother hurried over. "Brother, the main entrance cannot hold any longer." His expression changed. There was no time to talk further. He quickly headed towards the main entrance. Zoria jumped up and followed. Ordinary immortal seclusions are usually disturbed by external forces, hence needing guards. But this time, all the anomalies came from within the Great Harmony Immortal Master. Upon entering the pass, Zoria immediately sensed an even stronger sense of instability. It was as if the master was troubled by something and was struggling painfully. The powerful immortal energy collided with the barrier he set up. If it broke through, letting the circulating immortal power leak out, the lesser outcome would be losing control, and the worse would be soul disintegration. She had dreamt of this scene before. But now, experiencing it in person, Zoria couldn't help but shake her legs. The senior brothers soon infused their immortal powers into the barrier, taking turns guarding. Zoria looked around and secretly moved to the nearest spot to the entrance. After taking a deep breath, she also placed her hand on the barrier. The sound of a boulder sinking into water rang in her ears. Zoria clearly saw her pure white immortal power spread across the entire barrier. Then, she heard the voice of the Great Harmony Immortal Master. "No. This is a great sin. No." An unusually hoarse voice murmured repeatedly in the deepest part of the cave. The immortal power that should have circulated around him was being poured into another void space. Zoria shook her head subconsciously. No wonder a powerful person like the master would end up annihilated. Giving away all his immortal power like this, it was practically suicide. Seeing the barrier becoming more chaotic, Zoria steadied herself, took out the ring given by Luther, and inserted it into the barrier. A secluded person's vigilance is extremely high, accepting help only from those they trust most. Although Zoria didn't understand why the master trusted Luther, whom he saw once every decade, instead of the senior brother, the tight atmosphere on the barrier really relaxed for a moment as the ring entered. Taking advantage of this moment, Zoria quickly transmitted her own immortal power inside. If only she could stop him from transferring his immortal power, the Great Harmony Immortal Master would surely recover given his strength. Her soul stumbled into the cave. Zoria was not used to moving as a soul and almost fell in front of the Immortal Master. Hearing the sound, Edge opened his heavy eyelids. "It's you," he said with an unusually complex expression in his turbid eyes, half smiling, half mournful. "Indeed, destiny is hard to defy." "It's you," he said with an unusually complex expression in his turbid eyes, half smiling, half mournful. "Indeed, destiny is hard to defy." Zoria felt inexplicably that the Immortal Master seemed to know everything but wouldn't say more. With a long sigh, he waved her off. "Since it can't be defied, you needn't try any further. This is my tribulation." No matter what tribulation it was, Zoria wasn't going to listen. She grabbed Edge's hand and said sternly, "Stop now and come with me. Everyone will be fine." Edge laughed bitterly. "To think you're really unambitious after living for hundreds of years." He shook his head, pointing at the void space in front of him. "How have you not understood cause and effect? Ali, am I really dying of stubbornness? No, I'm dying because this door should never have been opened. Even if I don't die today, once this door opens, the world will be destroyed. Everyone will suffer." Zoria's pupils contracted sharply, shocked by his words. Did the immortal master foresee his own death and events hundreds of years into the future? Seemingly aware of her astonishment, Edge lowered his wrinkled eyelids and chuckled lightly. Little one. Go on. He waved his white beard like a broom at her. Zoria dodged, unwilling to leave, and sat beside him. If you leave now, you can live for several more decades. She muttered. Several decades, it's a whole lifetime on Earth. You can wait until the peach trees in the immortal gate bear fruit many times, until your turtle lays eggs, or until your disciples ascend. Counting on her fingers, Zoria couldn't understand. Why face death when you can keep living? Edge's hand moved for an instant. In that instant, a large wave of malevolent energy surged from the void space, rushing wildly through the cave. Edge's eyes darkened, and his body glowed with golden light, protecting her from being eroded. With a long sigh, he said, "Do you see?" Zoria hugged her head and nodded with a complicated expression. Once unleashed, there's no turning back. Even if the immortal master stopped now, no one could block the door, and the immortal gate would inevitably suffer. However, this malevolent energy seemed strangely familiar. Surveying the black aura around her, Zoria remained silent for a while before suddenly asking, "If the door closes, can you withdraw completely?" His glow dimmed, and Edge laughed lowly. "Foolish child, if closing the door were that easy, how would old man be here now?" The door to the underworld held the malevolent spirits that had passed through the 18 levels of hell, fierce and numerous, hard to refine. He didn't know who opened the door, but he was the first to discover it. Despite his best efforts, he could only block it without closing it. Zoria tentatively stretched out her small hand. Edge swiftly struck her with his white beard, glaring. "What are you meddling in?" "I'm just trying." She moved her fingertips. "I'm already here. Is this some market game where you still want to try?" Edge was utterly exasperated, angry. "You are truly the most foolish of all my direct disciples. Any of your senior brothers or sisters would know to leave quickly. Why are you causing trouble here? Do you know how severe the clash between the underworld's evil energy and immortal energy is? Do you know what lies behind this door? After living for hundreds of years, how can you still be so ignorant?" His voice grew louder, his eyes reddening. "Your foolish self worries me about whether Harry and others can take care of you after I'm gone." Zoria listened calmly to the old man's scolding, even using his long beard to wipe his tear-filled eyes. "They can't protect me," she smiled, "so the immortal master should stay." Before her words finished, she quickly covered his hand. Edge was startled and tried to pull away, but suddenly felt a warm and powerful immortal force, like hot springs, gushing from her palms, flowing into his meridians and toward the void. "You!" He was surprised. Thinking he was angry, Zoria continued helping. "Immortal master knows me, I don't practice well, lack sufficient spiritual energy, fear hardship, and love sleeping in. So please let go before I exhaust myself." Despite her words, her immortal force remained steady and thick, continuously flowing over to him, giving him a reprieve. Moreover, she didn't know why, but the mixed force of water and fire in her impure immortal power actually made the dead resentment retreat a bit, greatly reducing the consumption needed to block the dead resentment. Edge couldn't help but glance at her. The gate of Netherworld that was about to reopen suddenly closed a few inches back. Above the 9 heavens, Bruce looked surprised for a moment and hurriedly reported to the upper palace. At that time, Barak was sitting on the high palace eve, expressionless as he watched the surrounding thorns. "Is it closing?" He raised his eyelid. "Has Edge's cultivation greatly advanced?" "Not quite." Bruce glanced at him, striving to remain calm. "Someone is helping." "Luther." Barak frowned. "He should be too busy to help." Bruce smiled awkwardly and leaned forward to ask, "How is your mood today, exalted god?" "Why ask this all of a sudden?" Barak felt somewhat annoyed. "What mood? Isn't every day the same?" So many days had passed without anyone coming to disturb him at the upper palace, he genuinely felt happy. Thorns were really useful, they could stop any demons or ghosts. However, with the weather getting colder and the thorns shading more light, he planned to remove them when the sun came out next time. Tugging at his robe irritably, he said slightly displeased, "Speak about important matters." "This matter should be discussed when he is in a good mood," Bruce sighed. After hesitating for a long while, he finally spoke. "Zoria has returned to Edge Immortal Gate. She is now likely beside Immortal Master Edge. The dead resentment in the gate of Netherworld sensed your aura and retreated, giving Edge an opportunity to close the gate." The air around suddenly turned 2 degrees colder. Sensing the danger, Bruce immediately clasped his hands. "This lowly deity will handle it right away." "Stand still." Barak stood up, looking into the distance with a cold gaze. "There are many immortals at their gate. You might not be able to hold them back alone." "What then?" Bruce looked at him. Chapter 35 I Haven't Forgiven You. Barak was not one to easily descend from the 9th heaven. The heavenly essence on the 9th heaven wasn't pure or dense enough for him, let alone below it. Given this high god's proud disposition, he would rather spend 10 times the effort to open the Netherway gate directly to the 9th heaven than deign to go to that chaotic place. So, Bruce thought the high god might want him to take more people. However, after waiting with his hands in his sleeves for some time, no order came from Barak. "High god," he asked doubtfully. "You may return first." The person before him turned away, shifting uncomfortably. "There's also quite a bit of miscellaneous business piled up at xiuxian Palace." It was true that Xiarding Palace had many chores, but the opening of the Netherway gate was clearly the top priority now. If he wasn't sent, who else could handle it? Bruce looked at him with a complicated expression, not daring to ask more, and walked out step by step while looking back, wondering if the high god had someone else he trusted now. Barak naturally didn't have anyone else. He had been in Shangbing Palace for many days and hadn't seen anyone except Bruce. He just felt that Bruce was too weak. For such an important matter, it was better if he did it himself, more reliable and less troublesome. The ninth heaven wasn't far from Stephen Immortal Sect. Barrack's cloud travel brought him there in a blink, and he landed gracefully, unlike someone who might lose power mid-flight and plummet down. Stepping on dead leaves before the immortal gate with his cloud boots, Barrack glanced sideways, disdainfully brushing the air in front of him with his sleeve. The golden crow-patterned hem swept over the gold-colored defensive barrier without alarming anything as he walked in. Once Stephen entered seclusion, the immortal aura in this mortal sect became pitifully weak. Everyone around was mere flesh and blood, easily killed. His misty eyes slowly scanned over these people, then moved toward where the crowd was. He had thought finding Stephen's secluded place would be difficult, but with Stephen in danger, these ignorant disciples were panicking, moving in one direction, inadvertently revealing the location. Barrack slowly stepped forward, crunching dry leaves underfoot. Harry was just glad that the immortal master's aura had finally calmed when he suddenly heard a peculiar sound of footsteps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Among the hurried travelers, this sound stood out noticeably, causing him inexplicable chills, instinctively retracting the immortal energy guarding the passage and drawing his sword. Senior brother, the person beside him frowned with difficulty. We have guests, Harry said solemnly. You guard well, I'll welcome them. Inside, Ella's disembodied soul flickered. Unaware, Harry, holding his sword, reached halfway up the mountain and saw a group of people warily surrounding a red figure, which seemed unhurried, casually walking up the stone path. Please stop, high god, he bowed. My master is cultivating here and can't receive guests. Barrack glanced at him. Though not yet ascended, his cultivation had already reached the peak, making him look more comfortable than others. So, he paused, asking with a low voice, what if I must see him? As soon as he spoke, an indescribable pressure descended, making Harry feel breathless. The visitor had no good intentions, such overwhelming immortal power was impossible for him to hold back. But, gripping the hilt of his sword, he took a step forward. Barrack laughed lightly, seemingly mocking his posture. Without even bothering to form seals, divine fire rose from the ground, forming a dragon. 6 divine-tailed fish hovering above distant caves suddenly swam over to the dragon, greedily sucking the demonic aura from it. This. Elspeth nervously clutched her weapon. Is this a god or a demon? A god, Harry answered firmly. But sadly, this high god had chosen the demonic path. That meant he lacked the compassion of a god, and today's outcome was likely to be bloody. The flying dragon suddenly seized the nearest divine-tailed fish, which thrashed violently, screaming pitifully. The fire dragon calmly ate it, and the dark aura swirling around it intensified. Everyone's faces went pale. Barrack continued forward nonchalantly, everyone retreating, except Harry, who took a deep breath and advanced with his sword. My apologies. He bowed and attacked. The pure immortal aura formed into a sword shape, a snow-white ice sword soaring through the air, blocking the fire dragon. Barrack didn't move, only walking forward, while the fire dragon behind him roared and mercilessly bit through the ice sword. A sharp crack echoed as ice shards fell from the sky. Elspeth supported Harry, whispering urgently, we can't hold him, retreat quickly. If this person showed restraint and was still so terrifying, senior brother Pat would surely be defeated if he continued to resist. Harry also understood this truth. Compared to this man, his cultivation was like a firefly's light against the sun and moon. But if he retreated, what would happen to their immortal teacher? What would happen to the younger disciples? Gritting his teeth, holding on with his last breath, he pointed his sword at Barrack's mortal body. Barrack didn't look at him, intending to casually wave him away to the mountain of incompleteness. However, just as his sleeve wind began, a shadow suddenly darted up from behind and pushed Harry away sharply. Run fast. The fiery red sleeve paused mid-air. Barrack froze for a moment, looked at the newcomer, and his expression gradually darkened. Alison knew something was amiss when she heard the roar of the fire dragon. Despite one soul still trapped in the cave, she still rushed out. However, missing a soul made her senses unclear, as if a fog covered her vision. She could only vaguely see several figures and acted purely on her animal instinct to push away the eldest senior brother. Clutching her chest and breathing heavily, she looked up at the red figure. Why is Supreme God Barrack here? She smiled. If there's anything you need, just say it. Why bother with us juniors? Us, juniors. Barrack felt extremely displeased, thinking they were mocking him for living too long and being an elder now. Although the focus shouldn't have been on this, the Overlord was very unhappy, his steps slowing as he approached her, looking down at her smiling face. Don't you know why I'm here? At first, she didn't know. But Xianding immortal teacher mentioned that her immortal power was special, reminding Alison of the familiar deathly resentment related to Barrack. She could probably help the immortal teacher because of Barrack's influence. But given how dangerous the Overlord looked, she couldn't admit it, so she pretended to be oblivious and exclaimed, I understand, Supreme God often heard me talk about the beauty of Stephen's sect. Now that you're free, you've come to take a look. As if nothing had happened between them, Alison reached out and found his arm, embracing it familiarly. A guest is a guest. Since you want to enjoy the scenery, let me accompany you. Glancing at her unfocused eyes, Barrack frowned, wanting to immediately push her away and tell her they had severed ties long ago, who allowed her to hug him like this. But her embrace was warm and soft, clinging to his arm, making him feel grounded like being pulled back from the cold vastness of the heavens. Barrack's lips twitched, frowning at her for a long time, eventually turning away with a light huff. I don't need your company. Clearly, she was trembling in fear, her entire body shaking, not showing any intention of accompanying him. Could she not tremble? He himself had inflicted such internal injuries on her, almost throwing her off the ninth heaven. If not for the crisis facing the sect, Allison would certainly avoid him like the plague. But at this moment, feeling the surrounding killing intent, she wisely said, "The terrain here is complex, you might get lost. Please follow me, Supreme God." Saying this, she tugged at his arm, trying to leave the mountain. But pulling once, it didn't budge. Her heart skipped a beat, and her body stiffened. She had overestimated herself. Barak must have come to kill Xianding immortal teacher and open the Netherway gate. How could she think a few words would change his mind? Recalling his powerful immortal energy and merciless killing desire, Allison trembled even more, her body growing colder. Barak wanted to continue up the mountain, but the person clinging to him was shaking so violently, already weak, looking like a reed without roots that could break at any moment. His brows furrowed, reaching out to draw her closer, holding her trembling shoulder firmly, he asked sternly, "Hasn't your sect fed you enough?" Yes, I've eaten enough." "Then why are you shaking? Are you cold?" Not cold. I'm not shaking." She waved her hands in terror, trying to pull away from him. Barak glanced at her, rolling his eyes, and coldly remarked, "This place doesn't seem as picturesque as you described." Detecting the Overlord's slight concession, Allison's expression brightened immediately, tugging him again. "Of course it's not beautiful here. You should go to the western peak." With a gentle tug, she managed to move Barak's steps. Allison was nearly moved to tears with joy, frantically signaling to her seniors behind her, then struggled to turn the Overlord and head down the mountain. Everyone around was dumbfounded. That Supreme God clearly had murderous intentions, yet he was deceived by little sister Allison and left. Harry straightened up, uneasily looking at Elspeth, who shook her head, indicating she had no idea. However, as long as the Supreme God didn't ascend the mountain and gave them some time, it was a huge relief. Barak also knew that if one wasn't decisive, complications would inevitably arise. If Bruce were to act like this, he would surely end up being hung on a thorn bush for a severe scolding. But the big shot thought, "I'm the toughest, no one can hang me up on a thorn bush." So, taking a stroll was fine. He still intensely disliked this little thing and had not an ounce of intention to forgive her. She was the one who shamelessly hugged him first, so it had nothing to do with him. This thought made him feel much better. Relaxing his brows, he glanced sideways at his arm. "Do you plan to keep hugging me?" Allison had been distracted, and when suddenly reminded by him, she immediately let go of his arm. A mountain breeze blew over, instantly cooling the spot where warmth had just lingered. With the feeling of weight gone, Barak irritably pulled back his hand. Chapter 36. Do you want to eat roasted corn? Sherry felt a bit awkward. She could clearly sense the aversion and resistance the big shot had towards her. However, given the situation at hand, no matter how much he disliked her, she could only put on a bold face and stand in front of him, cautiously asking, "Do you want to take a walk in Mirror Mountain?" "No. It's really beautiful. The rocks are all like polished bronze mirrors, creating an illusory landscape. Flowers grow amidst the clouds and trees reflect in the water below. Such scenes can't be seen anywhere else." She gestured enthusiastically and tugged at his sleeve. Barak didn't say anything more, his expression lackluster as if nothing interested him. However, with just one tug from her, his steps moved slightly. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Sherry tugged again. The menacing aura around Barak was quite frightening, as if he were about to unleash destruction at any moment. Yet, when she exerted a little force, he followed her steps. What does this mean? Full of questions, Sherry held her breath and carefully pulled at his sleeve, slowly moving towards Mirror Mountain, fearing he might suddenly get angry and change his mind. But even when she stepped onto the stone steps of Mirror Mountain, the person beside her showed no signs of agitation. Only a suffocating presence lingered around them, making her somewhat uneasy. "Look down, you can see the sky," she said sheepishly, pointing at the mirrored stones on the ground. Barak followed suit and lowered his head, snorting disdainfully. "Not extraordinary?" Sherry scratched her head. "But when I first came to the Immortal Sect, I loved this place the most. No matter how opulent the mortal world may be, they wouldn't lay mirrors across entire mountainsides. Look at those red maples and snow pines over there, while they're ordinary elsewhere, here they look as beautiful as celestial trees in a dream. Flaming trees, water blending with the sky, the natural reflections lacked the artificiality of human craftsmanship, forming a dreamlike scene." She couldn't help but smack her lips. "At that time, my cultivation wasn't enough, so my immortal master specially sent me here to defeat a phantom. Only when the phantom admitted defeat could I enter Stephen Immortal Sect." Glancing longingly at the mirror lake halfway up the mountain, Sherry tilted her chin upward, indicating, "Right there." Following her gaze, Barak remarked coolly, "The mirrors here reflect all things under heaven and earth. As one walks upon them, they will see their inner demons reflected. These demons manifest based on the surrounding landscapes and are 3 times stronger than oneself." He looked at her dubiously. "You actually defeated your own inner demon?" Sherry shook her head honestly. "No. If she couldn't defeat it, how did she manage to enter the Immortal Sect for cultivation?" Barak's expression became complicated. Had she used some trickery or taken shortcuts? No. Noticing his suspicious look, Sherry hurriedly waved her hands. "The Immortal Master only said to make the phantom admit defeat but didn't say I had to win. I played with it in the illusion for 3 days. After 3 days, it said it would admit defeat on its own and let me go back earlier." "Barak, Most people's inner demons embody greed, anger, and delusion. How could they be so considerate and kind? I'm not lying. Sherry shook her head vigorously, pulling him onto a flying cloud and pointing as they floated along. It should be over there. It's the only shadow left alive on the whole Mirror Mountain. I built a small house for it here, and whenever there's a festival in the mortal world, I bring food to visit it. This was too absurd. Barak didn't want to believe anyone could reconcile with their inner demon. Yet, following her pointed direction, he saw a small house indeed. In front of it, flowers bloomed profusely, and within the flowerbed stood a person who looked exactly like her. The flying cloud stopped abruptly. Sherry was looking down intently, trying to pinpoint where her inner demon was, wanting to summon it. But as soon as she spotted a faint shadow, she sensed the big shot's caution. "What do you plan to do?" he asked. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Sherry turned and bluntly said, "I'm too weak to be your match. If you intend to slaughter everyone in the immortal sect, I can't stop you. But I love my immortal master and senior disciples so much, so I thought I'd try to recruit it as well." One Sherry wouldn't work, but maybe 4 would. She had to give it her all before feeling at ease. One Sherry wouldn't work, but maybe 4 would. She had to give it her all before feeling at ease. Her eyes were clear and bright, though slightly unfocused, filled with stubbornness and courage as she gazed at him, like a young lamb wanting to challenge him. Barak laughed softly. "You're overestimating yourself," he remarked. "Even if you create 10 inner demons, you still can't defeat me." "So?" Sherry wrinkled her nose. "What should we do then?" Now she's asking him. Barak wanted to mock her a bit, but something in his heart twisted. He found himself saying, "Why ask me? Didn't you and Shiloh get along well? Go ask him." Shiloh? Sherry was puzzled. When did I ever become close to him? Chuckling, Barak flicked his sleeves and led her back. "Why hide it? If I were truly close to God Shiloh, why would I hide it? I would have directly asked him for help." She rubbed her nose, reddened by the wind, and turned back to look at the increasingly distant shadow of her inner demon with regret. "It's because we aren't familiar that I don't dare bother him even for such an important matter. Otherwise, she would be a celestial fairy now, and her inner demon wouldn't have been looked down upon like this." Barak's expression wasn't too pleasant. His ashen eyes lowered, hinting at suppressed thunder. "So, you really want to open up your 7 meridians and 8 vessels?" "Yes." Sherry sat back in the cloud, dejected. "God Yawnaton said I was a promising seed for cultivation. As long as I open my meridians, my progress will be remarkable." She cast him a wistful glance, "But I guess it's not meant to be. I failed to open them, and nearly lost my life." Barak. The nameless anger in his heart slowly subsided, and clarity finally returned to the mind of the big shot who had been confused for days. "You." He squinted. "You're doing all this just because of what God Yawnaton said?" Sherry nodded. A slight tremor ran through Barak's heart as he pressed his lips together. "Do you know how to open the meridians and vessels?" "Meridians are like cultivation." Sherry looked at him as if he were foolish. "Didn't you help me pass through 2 acupoints, which even brought the heavenly tribulation earlier?" Barak averted his gaze and slowly reached out, pinching the bridge of his nose. A fresh breeze suddenly blew in, dispelling the surrounding oppressive aura. Sherry felt the air instantly become much clearer and quickly took a couple of deep breaths. Then she heard the big shot ask in a strange tone, "Doesn't the injury on your body hurt?" Slightly startled, Sherry looked up at him. Her dulled senses made it hard to see his expression clearly. Only a familiar contour was visible, making it difficult to discern his emotions. Withdrawing her gaze blankly, she murmured softly, "Of course it hurts. Since meeting you, I haven't had a single day without pain. Pain from cultivation, pain from breathing exercises, pain from the heavenly tribulation, and pain from being injured by him. Then why don't you avoid me when you see me?" His tone became more menacing. Shrinking her shoulders, Sherry moved closer to the edge of the cloud. Inadvertently losing her grip, she slipped off the cloud in an instant. Barak hastily caught her, pressing her head into his chest firmly with his broad hand. Really, he couldn't understand why she was so timid, unable to withstand any fright. Unaware of his trembling fingertips or his sudden feeling of guilt, he simply held her tightly, letting her struggle but not loosening his grip. Sherry was terrified. Pressing against his chest, she felt his killing intent towards her even more distinctly. For some reason, he was restraining himself forcefully, to the point where his hands were trembling slightly. The intense heat made her almost suffocate. She wanted to run away, but she was no match for his strength. On the verge of being suffocated, Sherry finally managed to choke out one word: "Hurts." The hand pressing on her froze for a moment, then quickly released her. Sherry lifted her head, gasping for breath, seeing everything around her in a blur, as if something was blocking her vision. Too close, she subconsciously brushed against him with her lips. Warmth touched her, carrying sweet and rapid breaths, brushing lightly against his lips like a feather. Barak stiffened, looking down at her in disbelief. She seemed unaware of what she had done, staring blankly at the indistinct patch of pale pink in front of her before asking after a long pause, "Is the god going back to do something?" Taking a deep breath twice, he gave a low response. He had given enough time. As long as the old man of Stephen realized he should retreat and spare his life, it would be considered mercy. But the gate of Netherworld must be opened. Then let me down," she frowned. "I need to find my senior brother." Barak sneered. "Your brother hasn't ascended yet. What good would finding him do?" She didn't reply, pouting sullenly. He could guess she was probably cursing him in her heart. Barak felt quite uncomfortable. What's so great about this broken immortal sect? Even if it's gone, you can still return to Palace Bing. The last part was mumbled somewhat vaguely, as if jumbled by the wind. Barak thought this was the greatest compromise he could make. Since there had been misunderstandings, it didn't matter if she came back. However, the person in his arms didn't seem to buy it. She struggled again, her eyes red-rimmed. "What are you doing?" he said coldly. "After living for hundreds of years, shouldn't you know crying never solves anything? Who doesn't know that?" But could she hold back? Her nose stung, and tears welled up. She was so upset with her own weakness. If she were just a little stronger, would she not have been trapped here by the person who was about to destroy her immortal sect? If her seniors saw this, they might think she had betrayed and joined the enemy. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and Sherry pouted, burying her head. His chest was dampened by something, feeling cool and clammy. Dark clouds gathered on Barak's face. He had curses on the tip of his tongue but swallowed them back with difficulty. "Do you know what it means to prioritize the bigger picture?" he asked. "Those who can become gods do not show favoritism or make mistakes because of trivial matters. It is Stephen who stands in my way. I have come merely to let things unfold as they should. Do you understand?" The cloud dispersed, and cloud boots touched the ground. Barak had many more lectures in mind. But then he glanced at the little thing sobbing silently in his arms, and he closed his eyes, headache surfacing. Finally, he swallowed his reprimands and sighed helplessly. "Do you want to eat some roasted corn?" he asked. Chapter 37, You're So Annoying. A gloomy cloud loomed over the sky of Stephen Immortal Sect. The young disciples all stood on the open ground outside the gate, their faces ashen. Harry stared fixedly at the horizon, waiting for a long time without any movement. Just when despair was about to set in, finally, light shone from the edge of the sky, streaking toward them like flowing fire. His back! His back! Several junior brothers shouted excitedly. Harry stepped forward, just in time to meet the descending clouds. Elspeth stumbled down from the cloud, pale-lipped, making way for those behind her. Lord Barak was one of the rulers of the 9 skies and 10 sects. If he harbored evil intentions, they surely couldn't protect the immortal master. Moreover, with Lord Luther in seclusion, they had no choice but to break through Heavenly Gate Pass to seek help from a few lords of the Jean family and Qian family. The price of this action was naturally heavy, and Harry was well prepared for it. However, she hadn't expected that these lords all looked grim upon landing. "It's Barak's aura," said Lord Bray, leading his spirit beast, looking quite vexed. "I told you he has ulterior motives, and you didn't believe me." Ricky stood beside him, gently pinching the malevolent aura in the air, sighing helplessly. "I just prefer to think the best of people." "Think what?" "That Barak can let go of grudges and live peacefully." Lord Bray's face turned livid. "If you had believed me earlier, we could have captured him right away, and Cans wouldn't have suffered at his hands. At that time, there was no evidence to arrest him." "Well, now we should have the evidence." Lord Bray pointed straight ahead. Ricky and the other lords looked forward but found only Barak's aura around. He himself was nowhere to be seen. Lord Bray snorted coldly, released the reins, and the spirit beast roared out. The other lords followed immediately. This time, Barak must not escape again. However, after half an incense stick had burned, the spirit beast and the lords were stunned outside a cave entrance. Inside the spacious and bright cave, a pile of wood was burning fiercely. Lord Barak, who was rumored to want to massacre the Stephen Immortal Sect, was sitting by the fire, expressionless, holding a corn skewer. "Anything," he lifted his eyes. Alison's redness around her eyes hadn't subsided yet, but she was already munching on half a cob of corn, holding it with both hands and chewing loudly. Hearing the commotion, she foolishly turned her head. Why is Lord Bray's spirit beast still so ferocious, baring its fangs and dripping saliva over the grilled corn in her hand? She instinctively edged closer to Barak, took another bite of the corn, and gave it an indifferent look. Ricky was taken aback. "Lord, are you?" He looked around, in such a refined mood to come here and roast mundane food. Thinking of what he did, Barak raised his head, studied him seriously for a while, then laughed softly. "So, has the ninth heaven issued new celestial rules?" Ricky felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, instinctively stepping back half a pace before clasping his hands. "Not really, it's just that given your esteemed status, your sudden arrival here may cause misunderstandings. There are already frightened minor immortals reporting to the Heavenly Gate Pass, saying you wish to harm the Stephen Immortal Master." Barak retracted his gaze, turned the corn, and remained silent. He didn't seem to want to harm anyone, but who knew if he might suddenly attack? Bray was getting impatient, stepping forward 2 steps to ask Alison, "Isn't this your immortal sect?" "You explain." Caught off guard, Alison hiccuped. Explain what?" Barak turned his head, raising his fiery red sleeve slowly to wipe the corn residue from the corner of her mouth. "Just say what you know." His misty eyes swept over her face gently. He pursed his lips, and with a flick of his index finger, tucked her fallen hair behind her ear. Alison. Such gentle dominance was more terrifying than when he was angry. If she asked for help directly, he might crush her. But if she didn't, these lords would leave, and the Stephen Immortal Master would truly be doomed. Though she didn't know why he stopped to eat roasted corn just now, the killing intent around him hadn't dissipated, indicating he wasn't done. She couldn't cover for him. Her eyes darted around. Alison lowered her head and took another bite of corn. After swallowing, she said solemnly to Lord Bray, "You've misunderstood. Lord Barak came here not to harm but to save." "Save?" Lord Bray clearly didn't believe it. Barak also turned his eyes slightly, narrowing them. "Yes, to save," Alison said seriously, without blushing or flinching. Stephen Immortal Master had an unsuccessful seclusion and showed signs of spiritual imbalance. Lord Barak sensed it from above the ninth heaven, remembering Master's compassion, so he specially came to help. Each word made sense separately, but putting Lord Barak at the beginning of the sentence. Lord Bray would rather die than believe it. He frowned at Allison, saying in a deep voice, "Your words may endanger the hundreds of lives in this immortal sect. You shouldn't speak recklessly." "I didn't speak recklessly." The man in front suddenly stood up, seemingly somewhat angry. "If you don't believe me, just follow us and see whether Lord Barak is here to save or harm." Barak sat by the fire, expressionless as he took the roasted corn into his hands. Saying she was timid was one thing, but when it came to plotting against him, she was both precise and ruthless. He very much wanted to say that with only Bray and Ricky here, even if he killed Stephen in front of them, none of them could stop him. But doing so would mean spreading the word about his opening of the underworld gate throughout the nine skies, alarming the celestial rulers and adding several obstacles. With half-closed eyes, Barak felt somewhat unhappy. Bray didn't believe Allison's story at all. However, Ricky standing behind him seemed to have understood something as he looked at her and Barak beside her. He stepped forward and pulled on Bray's sleeve. "Going along to check wouldn't hurt." Ricky said, "We've already disturbed the tranquility of this immortal sect anyway." Reluctantly, Bray really wanted to capture Barak right here. But Ricky shook his head secretly. Unable to vent his anger, Bray slapped the guardian spirit beast's head, shouting angrily, "You're a spirit beast, not a dog. Why are you drooling over the corn? Let's go." The guardian howled, lowering its tail in extreme, casting a greenish glance at the corn in Barak's hand before bowing its head and following Bray out of the cave. All the gods began to leave, and Allison also wanted to follow, but her gaze caught the big figure still sitting motionless. Her heart sank. She stopped, mustered her courage, turned around, and faced him. "Lord." Barak returned her gaze mockingly. Swallowing her saliva secretly, Allison said, "As long as you spare Master, I am willing to trade my life for his." She was weak and useless. If she could exchange her life for the safety of the Immortal Master, maybe she could change the future and fulfill her mission. Though initially still angry, upon hearing her words, Barak became confused. "You don't want to live?" "I do," she nodded quickly. "Who doesn't want to live? Why then did she value her life so lightly?" Barak looked at her in disdain for a moment, completely baffled. In his eyes, her life was far more vibrant and interesting than that old man from Stephen. Brushing off the ash from the corner of his robe, he stood up, his voice deep. "What use do I have for your life?" Saying that, he started walking out. Allison's hair follicles stood on end in fear, hurrying after him, anxiously pleading, "My life is a life too. Aren't you looking for death grievances? Choke me to death, I'll surely be resentful and very tasty. It's better than letting Immortal Master turn to dust and having nothing left. Besides, Immortal Master has lived for 10,000 years, so old and clogged teeth. How can he compare to a young and tender minor immortal like me?" Not knowing what came over her, she swallowed saliva as she spoke. Barak. Did this fool misunderstand him? He opened the gate to bring dead resentment forces up to the nine skies for his own use, not for eating. Who would go through such great trouble for food? Furthermore, glancing at her, he snorted coldly. With only 2 ounces of flesh, she could be knocked over by the wind. What's there to eat? A faint rolling of Adam's apple went unnoticed. Barak walked away on the cloud outside, face grim. Allison hurried after him, stumbling and crawling. The almost closed gate of Underworld was torn open again by surging dead grievances. Stephen panted breathlessly, watching for a while before using all his remaining immortal power to block the breach. At this moment, he sensed an extremely domineering immortal force trying to intrude into his seclusion cave. Without spare power to resist, Stephen resignedly let him pass, focusing tightly on the void ahead. Tap, tap, tap. Someone slowly approached him. A chill rose at the back of Stephen's neck. He slightly turned his eyes to look at the visitor. "It's you." Barak calmly sat on a rock next to him, picked up the corn in his hand, and elegantly started peeling it. "You don't need to involve yourself in this matter," he said. Gripping the fist tighter, Stephen's voice was hoarse. "If anyone else took this evil path, I could ignore it. But not him. If he had evil thoughts, it would bring disaster to all beings." His misty eyes quietly watched him, and suddenly, Barak laughed softly. "So you know what happened back then?" "I do not." Putting a kernel of corn in his mouth, Barak's expression turned cold. "I haven't said what it is yet." Stephen choked, turning his eyes away awkwardly. "I originally thought that since none of you were willing to talk, I would investigate myself. You could just die here, I wouldn't care," he said, peeling off another kernel of corn. Barak glanced at him indifferently. "But the little thing you brought up to save a fairy is really annoying. Not only did it stop him from acting, but it also made him come to save someone. How was he supposed to save? By kicking shut the gate to the underworld that he had opened?" Glancing at the crack of the door in the void realm, Barak's expression turned grim. Stephen remained silent. He gave this celestial god a surprised look, thinking he must have been too tired and hallucinating. How could such a cold and proud celestial god suddenly start talking like his young disciple? Chapter 38 Hug. The moment Stephen saw that it was him, he had already braced himself. Barak was a man of obsessive and sinister nature. Now that he had come in person, Stephen knew there was no hope for his survival. But, what was the situation here? Why would an upper god who regarded all beings as mere grass and dogs bear such grudge against a lowly celestial? Moreover, the grudge ran deep. The place has always been famous for guiding mortals to become immortals. As her immortal master, you should have taught her the hierarchy in the 9 skies. A small celestial like her shouldn't act rashly before an upper god. Barak glared at him. Why didn't you teach her? Stephen's eyelid twitched. Glancing at the still faintly glowing gate of Netherworld, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and said, she was born noble but never discussed hierarchy with anyone. Therefore, it's not right for the upper god to suppress her with hierarchy. Though he understood this logic, every time Barak thought of being powerless against a minor celestial, he felt frustrated. Hierarchy aside, you did not even teach her the rules of the 9 skies. Even a brief mention of the principles might prevent him from misunderstanding her. And about a celestial's dignity. How many celestials among the 10 immortal gates cry easily? He frowned at the thought. It's inappropriate and won't always work. If she encounters someone ruthless, crying till her heart breaks won't save her. Stephen glanced at him in surprise. Barak hadn't noticed his gaze. Leaning against a stone, he kicked his long robe embroidered with golden crow patterns and sighed helplessly yet angrily. To let him close this gate himself, he wasn't willing, but if things went on like this, Stephen would die from exhaustion. This old fellow was as stubborn as Sherry, knowing well that his immortal power was inadequate but refused to stop for his own good. Upper God seems to have changed a lot recently. After a long silence, Stephen finally spoke. The person before him looked puzzled, and Stephen smiled at him rarely without continuing. Barak, born of the first flame when heaven and earth opened, possessed supreme divine power and noble status but lacked human emotions. The heavenly Tao soothsayer said he was inherently good, yet people saw him as bloodthirsty and frenzied. No one sensed any humanity in him. All upper gods were worried that he might suddenly turn into a sword against the mortal world. But now, Stephen suddenly felt that things might not necessarily go so badly. A ripple appeared in the surrounding barrier, as if something had collided with it. Coming back to his senses, Stephen examined and found that it was Ricky trying to break through. With almost no remaining immortal power, the barrier should be easy to breach, but since Barak stepped in, it became as solid as iron, preventing even Ricky from opening a gap. He glanced anxiously at Barak. Barak stared at the ripples on the barrier, then his expression softened, seemingly recalling something. Putting the half-eaten roasted corn into his sleeve, he respectfully said, Master, take a rest. Drawing a sharp breath, Stephen tried to shake his head but was too slow. Barak reached out, effortlessly taking over the void space. Simultaneously, a stronger immortal aura came from outside the barrier. The previously impenetrable barrier suddenly opened, allowing Ricky's energy to rush in, casting a rosy glow and entering the void realm in Barak's hand. The strong collision made Ricky choke, almost spitting out blood. Although Master's cultivation is profound, it can hardly compare with the several thousand-year-old Ricky upper god. Barak casually placed the void space aside, stood up, swept his sleeve, binding Stephen and leading him out. Let Ricky upper god handle it. Master can safely leave to recuperate. Almost tripping over his long white beard, Stephen staggered 2 steps, unbelievingly looking back. With Ricky's immortal power maintaining it, the gate of Netherworld indeed began closing gradually. However, it wouldn't happen overnight. Moreover, Ricky didn't know what happened and kept injecting his immortal power, potentially harming himself. Upper God Barak must have known this, yet he seemed very composed, walking them out of the barrier and even considerately pushing him back inside when passing by Ricky. This concerns the overall stability of the 9 skies, better dealt with by an upper god to avoid future troubles. Butlagong stood nearby, mistaking his intentions as harmful, hastily calling out and following Ricky into the barrier cave. The remaining upper gods were wary, watching him guardedly. Master. Sherry squeezed through the crowd, stumbling toward Stephen. She examined him carefully, reaching out to feel his pulse. Compared to the chilling coldness in the dream, the master's pulse was now weak but lively, indicating no major issue. Finally able to breathe out a long-held breath, Sherry fell back to the ground, her legs weak. After a daze, her eyes started to redden again. It was such a relief that Master had truly survived. Does this mean she can also change her fate? Could everyone's ending possibly be happy and fulfilling from now on? The bindings on him loosened, and Stephen coughed lightly twice, intending to reply but sensing something amiss beside him. He stiffly glanced sideways with his peripheral vision. Barak stood right next to him, his face cold and expressionless, not even sparing a glance at the person sitting on the ground. But he wasn't pleased, just standing there emitting low pressure around him. Realizing something, Stephen said weakly, "Thank you, Lord Barak." At this remark, Sherry finally remembered the big shot beside her and hastily wiped her face, standing up with her hands together in a continuous bow. "Thank you, my lord." Barak snorted haughtily, turning his head away. Sherry followed his direction and grinned while continuing to bow. "I knew the Lord has a kind heart, being an outstanding god. He had never been kind-hearted before, saving people today was merely weighing the pros and cons, choosing another path." Snorting and turning his head away, Barak thought irritably, was he not considered an outstanding god if he didn't save someone? This little creature came running under his nose again with a row of white teeth smiling at him. Glaring at her, Barak waved his sleeve. "Boring, I'm leaving." Hearing this, Sherry felt relieved and was about to kneel down and shout, "Please send off the Lord." However, this man turned his back to summon a cloud but didn't step onto it immediately as if waiting for someone. A chill ran down Sherry's spine, and she took a half-step backward. No way, did he really want her to return to Palace Bing as a servant or slave to make up for the life he saved? Heroes in stories were always liberal and unbound by small favors. Why was this big shot so calculating? Stephen was also surprised, being supported by his disciples. He looked at his troubled little disciple, then at the increasingly impatient Barak. Pondering for a moment he said, I just came out of meditation, unable to serve guests adequately, but there's no need for you to rush off. There are many young talents in our immortal sects for you to command. Who would have the heart to stay in such a chaotic place longer? Barak disdainfully turned back, only to see a certain clumsy thing rubbing her hands and grinning foolishly at him. She hadn't returned to the immortal sect in a long time. How could she bear to leave immediately? Seeing her intention, Barak indifferently said, I still have other things to do. Then you should go ahead. The words reached her lips, but the strong desire to survive made Sherry swallow them back hard. She turned to look at her worried senior brothers and sisters, then at the almost out of patience big shot, finally sighing, hanging her head listlessly and following him onto the cloud. Junior sister, Harry called from behind. Sherry turned back, waving her hand pitifully at him. Ascend soon, I'll wait for you in the 9 skies. Barak glanced at her, then at the anxiously handsome youth in the distance, pursing his lips slightly. The scenery around rapidly receded. Sherry didn't even have time to wave goodbye to senior sister Elspeth when the cloud had already flown far away. She sighed wistfully. What? Barak watched the foggy front expressionlessly. You're unhappy to return with me? No, she kneeled obediently and replied, Thank you, Lord, for your leniency. There's no need for such false courtesy. He snorted coldly, If you miss your senior brother, you can jump off now. What kind of joke is this? The cloud was flying so high and fast. Would she even be alive after jumping off with her cultivation level? Glancing down at the vast whiteness beneath the cloud, Sherry retreated her head, sincerely saying, I'd better follow the Lord. This person looked very displeased, his face dark like a winter day about to rain. Sherry stared at him puzzledly, being so handsome, why won't the Lord smile? This praise sounded too natural. Barak couldn't even scold her for flattery, only glaring at her, better looking than your senior brother. Of course. She scratched her head confusedly, what comparison does my senior brother have with you? His gaze relaxed a bit. Barak looked down at her, am I that good? The Lord's cultivation is extremely high, moving like lightning, beyond ordinary people's reach. If put in the mortal world, any noble lady would fight to marry you. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, pretending solemnly, there's no need to say these things to please me. Such shallow compliments, could they still make him happy after living for tens of thousands of years? Sherry thought not, though he was indeed charming enough to attract girls despite his unpredictable temper. The sound of fabric rustling came from beside her, and Sherry turned her head to find Barak sitting down on the cloud for the first time. His tall figure loomed like a jade mountain about to collapse, leaving no empty space for her to sit. She could only squeeze in front of him with difficulty. A familiar aura enveloped her. He reached out and pulled her to his chest, resting his chin on her head as if seeking support. Sherry's eyes widened. This gesture was too intimate. If it had been before, it might have seemed natural, but both of them had already cut ties once. Suddenly doing this again made her shiver all over. Lord xiuxian? Tired. Barak closed his eyes, his voice low and weary. As if corroborating his words, the cloud slowed down as well, drifting aimlessly, unsure when they would return to Palace Bing. Embarrassed, Sherry shifted uncomfortably. She couldn't help but complain inwardly that Lord xiuxian really liked to hug her. Was it because she was so short that hugging her felt like hugging a child, making it comfortable? She didn't dare to think anything improper. But if it were another female immortal, wouldn't they misunderstand? Chapter 39 Withered Wood Cannot Be Carved. If she had been holding out a sliver of hope during her first visit to the 9 heavens, then on this second visit, Ginger was fully aware that Lord Barak was extremely difficult to approach. Even if you tried every trick in the book to get close to him, he could still put you to death in a fit of anger. So she spared herself the trouble of trying to ingratiate herself and sat down obediently, playing the role of an emotionless pillow. She didn't speak, and the big shot remained silent too. Silence enveloped the cloud path, leaving only the sound of wind whistling past their ears, a cold and desolate ambience. Barak felt a bit uneasy. He had gotten used to this little creature chirping incessantly. This sudden silence felt like a heavy burden in his heart. Was it because his tone just now was too harsh, scaring her into not daring to speak again? Should he say something to give her an out? But he was a deity, why should he have to give her an out? He had already let Stephen go with a warning. What did she have to be so stubborn about? The line of his jaw tightened as he gave a haughty snort. The person in his arms stiffened, glancing at him before attempting to break free. What an impatient little immortal. Swallowing his pride, Barak held her down sternly with a darkened face. Ginger struggled initially but suddenly felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flood towards her, nourishing her like rain falling on parched earth. The closer she got, the faster it flowed into her body. Such pure spiritual energy, it must have already been refined. Did he not use it himself but keep it for later? Ginger looked back at him curiously. Barak's expression was somewhat strange, seemingly flustered, yet he glared at her fiercely and turned her head back to its original position. Didn't you say life hasn't been easy since meeting me? He said in a deep voice. Startled, Ginger thought he was going to settle accounts with her, so she hurriedly tried to find some words to explain herself. Before she could speak, the big shot continued, it won't be like that from now on. Huh? Confused, Ginger stared blankly at the floating clouds ahead. The person behind her seemed annoyed, no longer repeating himself, only pressing her back into his embrace. The powerful spiritual energy continued to flow into her meridians, and Ginger relaxed like a cat being gently scratched under the chin. The burning sensation inside her gradually faded, and her drained dantian slowly refilled with divine power. It felt like all her suffering over the past few days had vanished within a short hour. What does this mean, Lord? Ginger wondered, feeling as if he might be apologizing. But then she thought, what did he have to apologize for? After all, she was the one who protected Cameron and ruined his plans. According to the big shot's personality, he should have killed her with a single palm strike. Barak didn't quite understand his own actions either, but he felt that if he didn't do this, this little thing would never be close to him as before. Feeling better, he asked with a stern look. The person in his arms nodded, her eyes darting around while staring at him. Uncomfortably averting his gaze, Barak raised his sleeve to cover her face. Let's go back. The journey, which normally took just a blink of an eye, lingered for more than an hour this time. Ginger was tempted to ask whether the big shot was injured or weakened, but even flying herself should have taken less time. However, the moment they landed at Xiangbing Palace's gate, before she could remove the sleeve covering her head, she was scooped up by the big shot. I have legs. Ginger wanted to shout this, but the next instant, she sensed the unusual movement around them. Xiangbing Palace was usually deserted except for Bruce's visits, but now, mixed presences indicated multiple people waiting outside the gate. Lord. Bruce's muffled voice came through the cloth. Ginger sensed impatience from the big shot, who carried her straight inside. Plans have changed. How so? A mere Stephen can't possibly lock the Netherworld gate, an unfamiliar voice said, tinged with defiance. Barak halted. That voice cut off abruptly, and the surrounding atmosphere froze. Then Ginger heard Bruce anxiously saying, My lord, please calm down. The door was opened by me. No explanations needed, Barak's deep voice resonated, making Ginger feel the oppressive atmosphere. She felt safest right where she was. Thus, she clung tightly to Barak's robe. Feeling her grip, Barak's rising anger dissipated mysteriously. He glanced at the bundle in his arms, then resumed walking toward the palace. If any of you are capable, go open the Netherworld gate in front of Yawnaton and his group. Barak will personally thank you. Bruce bowed and stepped aside to clear the way. The other deities, though discontented, had no choice but to follow suit and let him pass. Once the door to the Netherworld was opened, it would be a good thing for all of them. It could stir up chaos in the 9 heavens and bring profits. So they were hoping Barak would take the initiative so they could reap the benefits without effort, never expecting this matter to be shelved so easily. Watching helplessly as the gates of Xiangbing Palace closed before their eyes, Lee Monica's expression soured as he asked Bruce, after all, we are elders. Can't he even bother to come up with an excuse to us? Bruce smiled, the high deity indeed doesn't need to us, after all, none of us made any effort to open that gate. But it's his own revenge. Lee Monica pointed at the sky, such a rebellious act against heaven and earth, I didn't hesitate to help him without saying a word, and he doesn't give an explanation. Bruce sighed. Their voices weren't low, and Barak naturally heard them. However, he simply returned to his throne and sat down without any reaction. Sherry pulled for quite a while before she finally removed the wide sleeve from her head, listened to the commotion outside, and suddenly felt that she might have accidentally done something remarkable again. What would happen once the door to the Netherworld was opened? The 9 heavens would descend into chaos, declare war on the underworld, the human realm would suffer, the Stephen immortal sect would perish. These weren't the most important things yet. The most important thing was that Barak would completely go berserk and start killing innocents indiscriminately. Now, with the door not opened, the big shot still had some remaining kindness. Although the face before her now clearly showed murderous intent, he was still holding back. She tilted her head and looked at his tense face, then didn't jump off the throne right away but instead reached out and lightly patted his shoulder. High deity did nothing wrong, she said. Barak was about to deal with those noisy people. The divine fire had already leaped into flames in his hand. Hearing her words, he was stunned. Nothing wrong, he looked at her in disbelief, then sneered, do you know what is right and what is wrong? There is no distinction between right and wrong in the universe, it's all about one's own interests. Sherry shrugged, if not opening that door is beneficial to you, then it's the right thing. It sounded somewhat logical, but still, how does not opening that door benefit me? Pointing solemnly at her nose, Sherry said, leaving someone very useful to serve you. What kind of benefit is that? Seeing his disdainful look, Sherry pouted and fiddled with her dress sash. Although I'm not particularly useful now, after returning to the immortal sect, I learned a lot of new things. With time, I will surely become a great asset. And now she was praising herself. Barak chuckled and scooped her up with one hand, retracting the divine fire. They're making a fuss, which is annoying. He glanced at her under hooded eyes. If you can give me a moment of peace, then you are useful. Isn't that simple? Sherry immediately formed the hand sign. Heaven follows my will, water realms arise. As soon as the words fell, water cascaded like waterfalls from the eaves of Xiangbing Palace, forming a thick barrier. The noise outside instantly disappeared. She clapped her hands triumphantly, turned to look at him, and obediently waited for praise. Barak was somewhat surprised. The last time he threw her out, her spiritual energy was still chaotic. But now, she could use water elemental spells freely. Feeling her pulse, Barak's gaze flickered slightly. Strange, how could her cultivation advance so much in such a short time? He asked suspiciously, did you eat any miraculous elixirs? Sherry didn't understand, what miraculous elixir can I eat? He knew everything she ate in Xiangbing Palace. Besides, apart from the warding pill given by Wally, she felt nothing from eating anything else. However, if the big shot said so, did that mean she really had gotten stronger? Excitedly jumping off the throne, Sherry formed another hand sign. Instantly, an opulent golden bathtub appeared in the spacious palace, and colorful silk veils hung down from the beams, blowing gracefully in the wind. Compared to the small wooden basin she conjured the first time, this was a huge improvement. Sherry looked delightedly at her palm, then turned to him. Did I ascend to immortality? How could one visit the 9 heavens and then fly up? Barak couldn't figure it out, but seeing how genuinely happy she was, he nodded along. A cheer echoed through the hall. Seated on the throne, he watched as the little creature bounded around excitedly, rolling around in the silk, then joyfully rolled back to him. Does the high deity have any orders? She asked with sparkling eyes. Anything, little immortal can try. Yes. What? She leaned forward excitedly. Barak lazily leaned forward, his smoky eyes sweeping over her face, settling on her lips. Let me sleep well, he murmured. Anyone would understand that after tens of thousands of years, this iron tree was about to bloom. The sensible thing to do would be to immediately cling on and ensure a carefree and safe future. However, Sherry didn't think along those lines. What was the big shot? A cold-blooded and upper deity who would stoop to tease a small fairy like her? No way. So there was only one truth: the big shot wanted her to drive away the crowd outside, allowing him to sleep without any worries. Leave it to me. Sherry stood up at once. Almost getting hit in the face by her head, Barak stepped back, bewildered by her spirited and determined back view. By the time he realized what she intended to do, he closed his eyes and rubbed his face hard. A rotting log can't be carved into anything. Chapter 40: The Senior Figure's Background. What methods are there to turn a little fool into a wise person? Sitting on the throne, Barak fell silent for a long time in contemplation and finally came to the conclusion that it was fine as long as he himself was smart, while this little fool was beyond saving. The hopeless little fool hopped out of the boundary, meeting with Bruce's contemplative face just right. Immortal Allison. He waved his hand. People chattering around them all stopped talking. Seizing the opportunity, Allison approached and clasped her hands. This is a serene place of Shongbing Palace. Hope all immortals can lower their voices. Though they feared Barak, they would not easily give face to a small immortal like Allison. Ignoring her, Barak watched her for a moment and was about to scold but was suddenly blocked by Bruce, who turned sideways. They are dispersing anyway, he smiled. The crowd behind were somewhat unhappy, but seeing that Shongbing Palace was already enclosed by the boundary, and Bruce had intentions of persuading them to leave, the group looked at each other, swept their sleeves, and turned away. Bruce smiled and said to Allison, "Thank you for your arduous journey, immortal." Riding the cloud of the senior figure, how could she be tired? However, given his courtesy, Allison also returned a bow politely. Standing close to each other, Bruce quickly noticed something wrong with her. This. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. No wonder the senior deity only practiced breathing and cultivation lately but did not proceed further. Was it true that so many precious spiritual chi were stored for her? Allison scratched her head a little embarrassedly. The senior deity is generous. He has always been generous only to her. After so many years, let alone giving people spiritual chi, even other deities found it hard to approach him closely. Initially, she thought that after chasing her away last time, their bond ended, but cold as Barak is, he would rather not open the netherworld gate than letting her go. Bruce couldn't help but re-evaluate Allison and sighed. Recently, there have been numerous affairs in the sect, so Immortal should be more careful. Allison was quite curious. Careful about what? Wanting to say yet holding back, Bruce glanced at the boundary behind. It was too uncomfortable leaving things half-said, so Allison pulled him farther, blinked her eyes, and said, "You whisper it, I won't tell others." Because of Kanja's mysterious disappearance, many immortals of Xiuxian are quite discontented with the senior deity. Many immortals of Li's sect have accidentally had their spirit essence destroyed. Even the senior deity himself encountered multiple kill formations. Bruce sighed helplessly. If this goes on, no matter if he is rebellious or not, he will be forced to become one. Allison looked at him complexly, thinking that indeed Barak killed Wally. Why does he sound like a victim? Seeing her expression, Bruce shook his head. Wally's death is self-inflicted. Not because his immortal technique just happens to restrain the Li clan. She couldn't hold back and voiced her thoughts. Bruce was slightly choked and then pondered seriously. If you insist on saying so, yes, but if Wally hadn't participated in the plot to harm Shong Di's mother Genu thousands of years ago, Shong Di wouldn't have taken such drastic actions. Hold on. Allison frowned upon hearing this. Mother? Isn't senior deity Barak an ancient deity born from heaven and earth? Where does he get a mother from? These are lies written by heavenly graph Taoist to deceive the senior deity. Bruce lowered his eyes. Born in flames, the senior deity was refined by Genu through her own divine rank, supposed to detach from Xiao and 10 gates to become the supreme god. But heavenly graph Taoist, desiring control over Xiao, lured Genu onto the divine slaying platform, collaborating with other sinister-hearted gods, leading to her death. The senior deity was saved by Genu using spirit essence before her death. Had it not been for the lingering spiritual pulse between mother and son, the senior deity might never have discovered heavenly graph Taoist scheme for tens of thousands of years. Bruce placed his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance mournfully. After all, now, everything here is determined by him. Allison stared wide-eyed in shock. What happened? Was it for revenge that the senior figure killed people? Then Wally was one of those who harmed Genu? Thinking this way, she suddenly understood why the senior figure desperately sought the key to Mirror Flower Water Moon. Mirror Flower Water Moon can reveal the past events of deities. Thousands of years ago, this treasure must have been on the divine slaying platform. So, Worley used it as bait to set up kill formations for Barak, betting that Barak must want to know the truth. So, after seeing Mirror Flower Watermoon, did Barak decide to open the Netherworld Gate, meaning those who harmed Genu were really the Heavenly Graph Taroists? But, Heavenly Graph Taroist, the Lord of Xiuxian, the Saint of Heaven and Earth, how could he be such a cunning villain? Hard to believe, right? Asked Bruce. Honest nodding, Allison frowned deeply. These are not things a minor immortal should know. She is just an 800-year-old kid. Shaking her head, Allison bade farewell to Bruce. I'm going back. Real man Bruce, please take your time. Bruce still wanted to say something, but she ran fast despite having short legs, disappearing behind the boundary in a flash, leaving him speechless and standing there for a while. Re-entering the gates of Shongbing Palace, Barak was already leaning against the armrest of the throne with his eyes closed. Allison lightened her steps and tiptoed to his side. Just as she was about to reach out to wave in front of him, her wrist was caught. I'm not asleep, he said in a low, hoarse voice. In the past, if the great demon lord wasn't asleep, she would immediately leave to avoid upsetting him. But after listening to Bruce's words, Allison suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. Living for tens of thousands of years filled with hatred can't be easy. No wonder he just wanted a good night's sleep. Her eyes softened inexplicably, and Allison gently approached him, rubbing the hand that rested on her wrist. It's no longer noisy outside. His fingertips twitched, and Barak lifted his eyelids with a puzzled look. The silly thing that had been acting foolish just now seemed to have returned with a hint of wisdom. The soft little hand warmed up his cold back, then pulled his hand firmly to the side. Go to sleep. Sensing something wasn't right, Barak stopped her. What did Bruce say to you? Oh, nothing much, just chatted for a bit. Allison looked away, pulling him while muttering, my bed isn't as big as yours, but it's very soft. Back in the human world, my mother loved to make silk velvet quilts for me. Even here in Xiuxian, despite Master advocating frugality, Senior Sister made 3 quilts for me. Come try. Unwillingly pushed onto the bed, Barak looked up at her, sensing that the resistance in her attitude toward him had noticeably lessened. Don't you resent me anymore? He asked. Allison blinked, looking somewhat guilty. Does it show when I resent someone? Isn't it obvious? Barak thought about snorting coldly but restrained himself, only pursing his lips. Ever since their reunion at Stephen Immortal Sect, she had always treated him with caution. Even though she bowed and pleased him, there was always some distance between them. Now, for some reason, most of her resentment had dissipated, making her warm and gentle again. Just before. I thought you were a stone that could never be warmed. Pouting slightly, Allison said, I've always had no ill intentions towards you, but you're stingy with praise and compliments. When something happens, you never hold back. It's hard not to resent someone like that. Clutching the quilt tightly, Barak wanted to speak but didn't know what to say, so his face turned grim once more. But I figured it out just now. Allison clapped her hands. I was raised being pampered, so I think loving someone means praising, recognizing, and respecting them. Supreme God, your situation is different. Having lived alone for tens of thousands of years, used to the law of the jungle, you can't help but be strict. I can't expect you to coddle me like a child. Environment shapes character. She has been loved by many, so she knows how to love others. With such a harsh background, it's remarkable that the Great One still harbors kindness. Sometimes, his cruelty is because no one taught him gentleness. She shouldn't pout at him. After all, if things turn bad, she won't win either. If the Great One's future actions are truly just for revenge, then perhaps there's still hope. If someone can teach him moderation, compassion, and love, maybe everything can be saved. Looking steadily at him, Allison clenched her fist encouragingly. Barak had been frowning, but faced with such expressive features, he was left bewildered. After a while, he finally understood one thing. She was saying they came from different worlds, so misunderstandings might occur. She would try to understand his coldness and strictness. Ridiculous. He, the mighty supreme god, needed her understanding. Talking like an old lady. Turning his head disdainfully, Barak stared at the patterns on the canopy for a while, but his peripheral vision couldn't help flicking toward the edge of the bed. She was still sitting next to him, reaching out to tuck him in, mumbling about how her senior sister woke her up with roasted sweet potatoes in winter. For some reason, although it was an ordinary immortal sect, not as magnificent as any other in Xiuxian, from her mouth, it sounded vivid and interesting. Listening for quite a while, Barak finally couldn't resist, pulling her into his arms. Her babbling mouth froze, and Allison widened her eyes, her ears immediately turning red. Supreme God, this. Even though immortals don't care about gender boundaries, lying together so openly felt. The person in front of her looked down at her curiously, completely natural as if doing the most ordinary thing, which made her panic seem unnecessary. Gathering her thoughts, Allison tactfully said, in the human world, only those who like each other would do this. You don't like me, he was puzzled. What kind of question is this? Allison gaped. To say she liked him, that was impossible. But to say she didn't like him, she didn't have the guts. Looking at his taut jawline, Allison swallowed and vaguely shook her head. Letting out a light hum, Barak patted her head. That's fine then. What's fine? Allison bared her teeth, wanting to bite him, but this person let out a relieved sigh, stopping her in her tracks. After I wake up, he said, don't call me Supreme God anymore. Chapter 41 Thunder. What's that called? Sherry was puzzled. Master. Letting out a reluctant TSK, Barak tapped her gently on the head. Sherry's eyelids instantly felt as heavy as if two huge rocks had been placed upon them. After yawning softly, she obediently fell into slumber. Barak. A voice said in her dream. Sherry tilted her head back, following along obediently. Great Lord Barak. It's Barak. A little too scared to call out, Sherry touched her own nose tip and murmured under her breath, High God Barak. His finger pressed against her lips. Barak looked down at her and taught her carefully, Fire is Li, and hua hua, meaning glory, shines at its brightest point. Barak, she mumbled while falling deeply asleep, uttering these two words vaguely, soft and blurry. His fingertip trembled slightly before he quickly averted his gaze, coughing lightly. Just call me that. The person in his arms had closed her eyes, with her tiny hands resting against his chest. She repeated what he taught her obediently, like a sweet little pastry. Barak, Barak. It had been so long since someone called him so tenderly. Great Lord listened very contentedly, stroking her hair top with his thumb. He couldn't resist feeding her some of the stored spiritual energy again, suppressing those chaotic immortal energies coursing through her body. Only fire should reign supreme among the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Just when Bruce left the Upper Bing Palace not far, he heard thunder rumbling faintly in the sky. What's going on? He stopped and looked back, only to be astonished by the realization of a 1,000-year calamity descending. It was impossible for an immortal to still have a 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. In the entire Upper Bing Palace, it could only be possible for Fairy Sherry. But, she just got through one not long ago, how could another come so soon? After a moment of thought, a vein twitched involuntarily at the corner of Bruce's forehead. If he hadn't forgotten, that high god once mentioned, cultivation must not seek shortcuts. Nor would he help anyone ascend directly. Everyone should cultivate honestly and follow the natural law. And also, everyone has their own destiny. Death and life are decided by heaven and cannot be reversed. Then how come now, someone who didn't break any rule caused this calamity? If it were only assisting here and there, it would be fine. From his current demeanor, it was evident he cared deeply. Drawing a sharp breath, Bruce turned around, intending to go back and try to dissuade him. However, the heavenly tribulation came much faster than he did. Powerful lightning struck the Upper Bing Palace hard, turning it into a dark silhouette. The thunderstorm was scattered all over, as fierce as the last time. Stopping in his tracks, Bruce frowned and looked up. If the previous heavenly tribulation had other reasons to be ferocious, why was this one exceeding the level expected for 1,000 years of cultivation? For Fairy Sherry's cultivation level, such violent thunder shouldn't target her at all. Before he could think deeper, Bruce noticed a barrier forming around the Upper Bing Palace. That dazzling fire-red color stood out even amidst the thunder and lightning. The noble golden raven patterns spread throughout the whole barrier, unreasonably pushing away all the heavenly thunders. If the first heavenly tribulation Barak helped was due to momentary kindness, this time Bruce was certain. He had feelings he shouldn't have. Even caring for disciples like Heavenly Lord Haran would never use his own barrier to shield his disciple from heavenly tribulation, let alone the one enduring it was someone he personally expelled from the celestial sect, no longer considered his disciple. Why? Looking towards the lightning in the sky confusedly, Bruce shook his head worriedly. Sherry had originally been sleeping well, with lush grasses and chirping birds in her dreams, but somehow the sudden sound of thunder frightened her awake. Opening her eyes, what she saw was Barak's shirt embroidered with golden patterns in front of her. Thunder, she asked. Barak was holding her and seemed to be fast asleep. Upon hearing her question, he answered vaguely, pulling the blanket over her, Spring thunder, nothing serious. Go back to sleep. How can she sleep with peace? Sherry frowned. The pain during her last tribulation was terrible, and now even the sound of thunder made her afraid. Subconsciously snuggling closer to him, Sherry opened her eyes wide, listening to the thunder above, her body tense. Barak opened his eyes and looked down at her. I'm here, even if the heavens split open, no thunder will strike you. You're lying, Sherry pouted. You were beside me last time, yet I was still struck by lightning. That's different. How is it different? Back then, she was just an outsider. Barak pursed his lips but didn't say that aloud. This lively person inside his arms looked up at him for a while, suddenly stretching both hands out from under his arms and hugged him tightly. His heart jolted and his throat moved. Do, what for? Sherry smiled craftily. If thunder strikes, you won't be able to escape either. With his high level of cultivation, he wouldn't put himself at a disadvantage, so hugging him was the safest option. Proud of her smartness, Sherry smacked her mouth happily. His Adam's apple rolled, retreating back into the fabric. Barak half closed his eyes, humming lightly as he pressed her nape, thinking foolishly. Despite his words, the barrier overhead inexplicably thinned by a fraction. A massive thunderclap cracked above, making Sherry shudder, instantly burying her head in his chest. The warm breath warmed the fabric and soon seeped into the texture. The hues in Barak's eyes deepened, subconsciously retreating by half an inch. The person in his arms, as if frightened, immediately followed his movement closely, gripping his waist tightly as if afraid he would run away. Barak suddenly laughed. The vibration of his laughter was obvious to the one hugging him. Sherry asked gloomily, is being scared of thunder that funny? The Great Lord didn't answer but shifted his body to make it more comfortable for her to hold. Taking the opportunity, she tightened her grip and grumbled, back at Stephen Immortal Sect, I wasn't too afraid of thunder. Senior sister Elspeth was more afraid. She always came to sleep with me during storms, telling me stories. Why did the one who feared thunder tell stories? Barak raised an eyebrow. Choking slightly, Sherry said shamefully, because, being afraid of thunder made telling stories less scary. Nodding as if understanding, he chuckled lightly. Then tell a story now. Kids listen to stories. She muttered. Tell one, he insisted. An 80,000-year-old kid, don't you think this is a bit much? After inwardly criticizing for a while, Sherry still opened her mouth truthfully. Her mother queen used to often tell her amusing folk tales when putting her to sleep, like stories about sugar figurine vendors or little rabbits. Sherry casually picked a few and told them earnestly. She had thought someone like him would lose patience after a while, but unexpectedly he listened attentively, even asking, what happened next? Looking up with a complicated expression, she replied, later, the little rabbit returned to its burrow and found its companions. The light in his eyes clearly brightened. Sherry felt this was rare. You've never heard these kinds of stories before? He naturally hadn't, but he felt it was shameful to admit it, so he sternly said, all boring. But why did he look so moved? Crying and laughing, Sherry boldly reached out to touch his head. A kind little rabbit can find its own partner. Eyeing her hand disdainfully, Barak coldly said, powerful rabbits don't need partners. Stubbornly firm yet soft to the touch, not as prickly as she imagined. Unable to resist, she touched again, satisfied as she closed her eyes. An unharmed great lord was truly reliable and adorable. Though he looked more like a tiger than a rabbit, if he were kind, he could be a companion. Letting her hand be on his head, Barak glanced sideways, his voice low, tell another. Didn't you say they were all boring? Just tell it. Don't argue. Oh. Thunder rumbled continuously, landing on the barrier like splashing molten iron, sparking everywhere. Within 50 miles, all immortals retreated, the atmosphere heavy. Yet beneath the barrier, two figures, one large and one small, nestled together. The flickering candlelight and floating veils formed a different world of whispering story sounds, serene and peaceful. After the heavenly tribulation passed, the surroundings began to return to normal. Passing immortals observed the devastation and sighed, whose celestial god just went through this tribulation? Upper Bing Palace, perhaps? That immortal should still have some years left. Who knows? A heavenly tribulation this big could only belong to him. Hey, isn't that Haddon? So early, where are you heading in such a hurry? Haddon hurried with a pile of items, responding briefly, to deliver the registry for Upper Bing Palace. A minor immortal is ascending. A minor immortal ascending? Everyone was shocked, discussions grew louder. One of Gen Dust's immortals couldn't help but ask, according to what I know, that minor immortal just ascended not long ago. How could they ascend again so quickly? Did Haddon make a mistake? No, their cultivation is enough. Haddon glanced at the register in his hand and smiled. Being able to serve as a minor immortal in Upper Bing Palace itself is a stroke of luck. His words followed the Taoist way, without fault, but others interpreted them differently. So many immortals had been cultivating for ages without ascending. Why should a newcomer get special treatment? Gen Dust went back and told others in Gen Sect, prompting immediate action to intercept Haddon outside the Heavenly Gate. This matter needs thorough deliberation, Ronnie said seriously. According to Heavenly rules, one must gain recognition before submitting a name slip for ascension. We haven't even met this minor immortal, it doesn't conform to the rules. Ronnie was the leader of the Gen Sect, so Haddon couldn't offend him and stopped, saying, Lord Barak said her cultivation is sufficient. Cultivation is something that can always be achieved with the right mindset. Ronnie shook his head, but mere sufficient cultivation isn't enough to become an upper immortal. This. Haddon was also at a loss for words. Lord Barak had asked him to submit the name slip, clearly favoring the minor immortal. If she were to be examined by everyone, would her qualifications truly suffice? Yet after all these years, it was rare for him to ask for a favor. If he failed, it would be hard to explain. Stuck outside the Heavenly Gate, Haddon sighed. Chapter 42. Allison woke up feeling refreshed. She raised her hand to stretch lazily but accidentally bumped into someone. Startled, she looked up in confusion, her jet black eyes meeting a pair of warm-colored eyes. You hit me as soon as you woke up, he asked in a low, hoarse voice. Her face inexplicably turned red. She looked down and found herself still nestled in his arms, their bodies intertwined intimately. She quickly wriggled back, pulling the blanket over half her face, leaving only her eyes exposed, blinking shyly. The man beside her glanced at her, threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and with a raise of his right hand, was already wearing a new red robe. Wow! Allison couldn't help but exclaim, you look good. This praise lifted Barak's chin. He flipped his hand and tossed her a celestial fruit. Get up, we're going out. Where to? She held the fruit in her mouth while getting up to put on her shoes. Just around, he said vaguely. Going out for a casual stroll early in the morning? Allison glanced at him, thinking whether he had too much time on his hands, but this glance made her notice that his hair tie had come loose, letting his pitch-black hair fall messily. This looked quite improper. Biting into the celestial fruit, Allison wiped her hands on her clothes, stood up, and gestured toward him, crouched down a bit. Barak lowered his head in puzzlement. Lower, she struggled to move her fingers. Barak glanced at her fingers disdainfully and asked, isn't this low enough? Allison lost her temper. I mean, please lower yourself a bit more, not that I'm short. I being short doesn't eat your rice, so there. The last word came out in a high-pitched tone due to her excitement, causing Barak to burst out laughing. The person in front of him puffed up like an angry bird, trying to stand on tiptoe, clearly self-conscious about her height. Unable to resist, Barak bent down, lowering half his body towards her. Why grow so tall if it's just trouble? She muttered angrily, then pulled out a comb from nowhere and started arranging his hair. Barak watched silently, letting her do as she pleased. If Bruce were here, he would drop his jaw at how accommodating Barak was being. Besides, it's just hair, a simple seal could have fixed it easily. Why go through all this trouble? But this person was indeed very persistent, standing on tiptoe, working nimbly yet gently, securing his black hair with a crown and producing a golden pin to fasten it. He couldn't help but want to reach out and wrap his arms around her waist. However, before he could, she had already finished and stepped back, satisfied. His hand, suspended mid-air, smoothly moved to adjust his temple hair, and Barak straightened up, lightly coughed, and turned away. Troublemaker. Even without praising her, why must he criticize her? Allison pouted but gradually got used to his inconsistent words and actions. She changed her clothes with a gesture and bounced out the door. Where are we going? Heaven's Gate. Click. Her joyful steps halted, and Allison turned to him with a rigid expression, her eyes wide with fear. Does the Master always choose such thrilling places for a stroll? Heaven's Gate is equivalent to the Forbidden City on Earth, heavily guarded within 100 miles, where any accidental intrusion means death. Why does he mention it as if it were a post-dinner walk? Instinctively shaking her head, Allison pressed her back against the door, inching backward. The weather isn't good today, so perhaps we could. Before she finished, she was lifted up and half carried across the threshold. Face drooping, Allison tried to pry his arm around her waist. You can go alone. It would be troublesome for me to tag along. My identity isn't suitable either. If I can't withstand the spiritual pressure near Heaven's Gate, that would be terrifying. Lord, Master. Seeing they were stepping onto a cloud, she finally couldn't hold back her shout. Barak. He paused, lips curling slightly, hesitating for a moment before picking up the hem of his robe and stepping onto the cloud, responding happily. Allison. Why was he so happy when she was so upset? Placing her on the cloud, Barak looked into the distance. Didn't you want to become an upper deity? I did say that, but... Midway through her sentence, Allison suddenly realized something and swallowed the rest of her words. She raised a finger and checked her meridians. Ouch, she hadn't noticed how potent her celestial power had become. Although the original powers felt somewhat suppressed and uncomfortable, the pure fire Dao celestial power was exceptionally strong. No matter what gesture she made, it seemed effortlessly powerful. Catching her almost falling jaw, Allison's hand trembled in shock. You're making me ascend directly? Don't you want to? He glanced at her. Not that I don't want to, but with my meridians still not fully connected, can I become an upper deity just by relying on the full heavenly powers in my acupoints and cavities? Allison poked her palm doubtfully. The robe was lifted by the wind, like morning clouds in the sky. Barak lazily brushed away the slow-moving clouds before him and slowly said, since ancient times, immortals were born from faith. If you do not believe in yourself, then it is indeed impossible. Her eyes moved slightly as she followed his gaze forward. Heaven's Gate stood above the 9 heavens and 10 gates. Although there were no humanoid guards around, the spiritual pressure was overwhelming. Anyone crossing the boundary would be left without a trace. Thus, Daoist priests had built the viewing heaven terrace for visiting immortals to linger outside of Heaven's Gate. When Allison landed with Barak on the viewing heaven terrace, many deities were already standing there, seemingly arguing over something. It was rather noisy, and several gods were red-faced, looking much like officials in earthly courts, giving her a sense of familiarity. Humans are naturally drawn to excitement. She immediately wanted to listen in on the debate. But when the fiercest arguer turned to look at her, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His opponent, about to continue, followed his gaze and also widened his eyes upon seeing her. The terrace gradually fell silent. Allison looked around, assuming they were afraid of Barak. She prepared to step behind him when she suddenly felt weightless. Vincent waved his whisk and summoned her over. As she was halfway through the air, a familiar presence came from behind. What are you doing? Barak asked displeasingly. Her floating halted abruptly, leaving Allison suspended in mid-air, looking back and forth between them helplessly. Vincent stroked his beard and sighed, you must persuade the crowd. Barak glanced sideways, his expression changing slightly. Ronnie stood at the edge, appearing indifferent. Catching Barak's glance, he smiled. What do you look at me for? My lord, if you insist on favoritism in front of everyone, I won't intervene. Heaven's Gate is right behind us, simply take her through. Chapter 43 Cheating. Upon these words, the platform of immortal expectation fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Allison turned her head and noticed Barak's extremely displeased expression. On the other side, Haddon's demeanor was also rather heavy. Neither had let go of their strength, pulling her in between them like a tug-of-war. The surrounding immortals frowned at her, as if she were some seductive demoness that would bring ruin to the nation. Only after a moment did Allison realize what was happening. She immediately twisted her body, breaking free from the two struggling divine forces and landing barely in time. Shouldn't you at least let me have a say? She held up her hands. Haddon frowned. He was thinking for Barak's sake. After all, they were outside Heavenly Gate. It would be better for the little immortal to take responsibility herself than for him to directly conflict with the other sect leaders. He had considered that this small immortal might not be strong enough, and he planned on secretly letting her win, just to give Barak an explanation. But Barak refused to let go. Not only did he not release her, but he even showed every intention of cheating. Just as everyone was anxious, the divine power in the whisk suddenly loosened. Lowering his head in surprise, Haddon realized that the little immortal, whom he hadn't paid much attention to earlier, wielded divine power so effortlessly and flexibly. Most immortals cultivated by absorbing the heavenly essence and refining it into pure spirit power, storing it within their meridians. If assisted by others, storing spirit power was easy, but it took years of cultivation for the essence to move according to the spells. This was why the god Ronnie sarcastically said that mere cultivation wasn't enough. This little immortal clearly possessed pure fire essence given by Barak, but what puzzled Haddon was how she could use it so easily, as if it had been refined for centuries. Thinking it might be an illusion, he swung the whisk again, trying to pull her once more. The white whisk was long and soft, reminiscent of Stephen's white beard. Alison couldn't resist reaching out to catch it and smoothing it down. It didn't feel as good as teacher Stephen's beard. Letting go with disdain, she looked at the person holding the whisk and earnestly said, "If Lord Haddon calls for me, I will come. There's no need for such efforts." Speaking thus, she obediently stood on the central circular platform of the platform of immortal expectation. Barak appeared slightly displeased, his eyes dark with a hint of anger. Alison heard him and turned back, waving at him. "I'll try it myself. Didn't he say that immortals are born from faith, and one must believe in oneself first? The 9 heavens regulations state that for a lesser immortal to ascend to high immortal, one must activate the heaven-repairing stone and strike the life-extending bell," Haddon said while stroking his beard. "Since all deities are present today, if you truly wish to ascend, step forward and try. If successful, your name can enter the heavenly gate. If not, at least you've introduced yourself to the higher gods. The heaven-repairing stone absorbs spiritual power, and if one's power is sufficient to light it up, it proves one has reached the realm of a high immortal. The life-extending bell cannot be moved by brute force. It requires precise control to infuse spiritual power into the bell mallet, extending life by 1,000 years with one strike. Do not think we are making things difficult for you," Ronnie coldly said to her, then glanced over her shoulder at Barak. He passed these 2 trials before being titled a high god. Alison was a bit surprised. Such trials were meant for mortals who became immortals through cultivation, weren't they? Gods with innate divinity shouldn't have to undergo such tests, right? Moreover, the condescending tone in Ronnie's voice, laced with contempt, made her quite uncomfortable. If he despised her, fine, but why squeeze Barak into this situation? A bit annoyed, Alison suppressed her emotions and smiled, asking, "If I pass, I'll only be a high immortal." Why was Barak directly deified? Ronnie paused, coolly lowering his eyes. Cultivation levels differ. Whether you are an immortal or a god, they will tell you. I should understand how they react when meeting a high god, so I have something to look forward to. Alison bowed respectfully to Ronnie, her tone sincere. "Please guide me, high god." Ronnie. The heads of the 9 heavens and 10 gates were all born with divinity, except for Barak, who initially wasn't accepted and required testing. Who among the other gods needed such tricks? He opened his mouth to refuse. However, the little immortal standing on the disc looked at him expectantly, pointing to something on his person before exclaiming, "An 8 treasures gourd." To casually wear such a divine artifact on one's waist, this high god truly sets an example for us all. Holding her heart with both hands, Alison ran up to him with tiny steps, bowing deeply. "Even if I don't pass this test today, getting guidance from such a great figure will not be in vain." Ronnie froze. He hadn't expected this little immortal to have such audacity to make such a request to him, nor had he anticipated that after her words, the surrounding immortals would also turn to look at him. Under so many eyes, including some looking for a spectacle, Ronnie hesitated to speak the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue. He raised his hand, intending to brush Sherry away, but the person in front of him had already stepped aside first, arching her hands in invitation. Ronnie's hand froze mid-air. Tai-Shong Haddon had not interrupted until this moment. Now he leisurely spoke, though somewhat impulsive. "She is a newcomer and has never seen the prowess of an upper god. Her curiosity is understandable. Why not let Barak try again?" Ronnie said through gritted teeth, his face dark, since he's familiar with it. Upper god jokes. Tai-Shong Haddon shook his head. Several tens of thousands of years ago, upper god Barak almost destroyed Heavenly Gate. Now, if that were to happen again, the Heavenly Gate would certainly be destroyed beyond repair. Who would dare let him try? Frustrated, Ronnie wanted to leave on the spot. But with so many disciples watching, if he left now, wouldn't he make a fool of himself? But if he stayed? His gaze fell on the small smiling face in front of him. Ronnie forced a smile, gritting his teeth. "Guidance is fine, you watch carefully, and only succeed then." If she failed, he would immediately use the nameplate in Tai-Shong Haddon's hand to accuse Barak of privately granting immortality, overstepping his authority. Sherry understood his meaning and lowered her head to let him pass, slightly clenching her fists. Barak stood not far away, watching her. He had intended to give her an easy pass, but now, he suddenly felt that watching silently might yield unexpected results. On the platform of immortal expectation, brown immortal light shone brightly. A strike of immortal power made the heaven-repairing stone hanging beside the heavenly gate sway slightly before lighting up. 3/10 brightness for upper immortal, 5/10 for true lord, 10/10 for upper god. As Ronnie gradually increased the spirit power, he glanced at the back at Sherry. "You should look clearly." Sherry watched the heaven-repairing stone earnestly. Seeing it slowly brighten to a translucent green, she couldn't help but sigh. Then, she heard the sound of the life-extending bell. Ding, ding, ding. Clear and powerful, the sound lingered long. Perhaps wanting to reclaim some dignity, Ronnie did not hold back at all, pouring endless immortal power into the 2 divine objects. Instantly, the bell's resonance echoed within 100 miles around Heavenly Gate. The consequence was that veins protruded on his hands, and his breath grew heavy from overexertion. Sherry covertly calculated her own immortal power, feeling subtly worried. The bell continued ringing for an incense stick's time. Eventually, the disciples of the Gen family could no longer bear to watch and offered an exit. This should be enough for her to gain knowledge. Ronnie immediately stopped, his face pale as he adjusted his breathing with hand seals. Several disciples moved forward to offer support but were waved away by him. Calming down, he looked at Sherry. You must be cautious. Tai-Shong Hadden, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was startled back to reality by this sentence. Careless, he waved his hand. The divine objects still carry residual upper god's immortal power. If Kathy Immortal goes now, it's easy to suffer a backlash. Mixed spiritual energies are harmful to the immortal body, and Ronnie being a powerful upper god, his remaining power wouldn't dissipate quickly. Even if Sherry could originally pass the test, she now couldn't move forward. Why, Ronnie frowned, I can deign to play along with your little game, yet you want to back down? No, Sherry shook her head and bowed to Tai-Shong Hadden. Little Immortal is willing to try. Tai-Shong Hadden looked at Barak helplessly. Barak stared coldly at him, saying nothing, only extending his hand to create a recovery formation next to him. This indicated he allowed Sherry to try, but Tai-Shong Hadden felt a chill run down his spine under Barak's gaze. Then, give it a try, he hesitated. Sherry nodded, returning to the center of the circular platform on the platform of immortal expectation. She took a deep breath and transported spirit power into the heaven-repairing stone just like Ronnie had done. Sure enough, as soon as she touched the stone, a powerful immortal force surged back at her. Sherry didn't panic. Recalling the Earth Path immortal techniques learned at Demon Sect, she chose the simplest one, using hand seals to mobilize the residual Earth Path immortal power in her body, using it as an intermediary to absorb the surging back power. Fortunately, because she hadn't excelled in anything, she had dabbled in everything. This method really absorbed the backlash into her acupoints, buffering it before retaining it for herself. Those watching found the heaven-repairing stone didn't light up much, and the spirit power she emitted seemed weak. But in a blink, the Sky Cauldron acupoint which usually lacked spirit power suddenly had a rich reserve. Not good enough, Ronnie looked at the heaven-repairing stone and coldly pronounced judgment. But just after he said these 3 words, the immortal light in front of them flared brightly. Brown light, symbolizing the immortal power of the Gen family, surged onto the heaven-repairing stone, instantly lighting it to 3/10 brightness. Ronnie's pupils contracted sharply. How was this possible? She clearly possessed fire path spirit power. How could she use identical immortal power to awaken the heaven-repairing stone? Not only did the heaven-repairing stone light up, but the nearby life-extending bell rang once more. Ding! Brown immortal light exploded on the immortal expectation platform, forcing all immortals to raise their sleeves to shield their eyes. Barak stood still in the light, his misty eyes unwavering as they watched the little figure who was seriously making hand seals. The corners of his lips involuntarily curled up slightly. So smart. Using the spirit power from Ronnie's trial naturally would allow her to pass. It was Ronnie who was too foolish, thinking that leaving behind immortal power could backfire on her, but he never considered this little thing was actually a mixed element cultivator. Moreover, even now, Ronnie had not realized that the brown immortal light was his own. Looking at her with that expression, it was as if he had discovered the next generation leader of the Gen clan. How silly. He saw through it clearly, but only a powerful upper god had such discernment. All immortals, including Tai-Shong Hadden, were astonished by this potent Earthpath spirit power. Sherry struggled to straighten her swollen meridians, her eyes darting around. Seeing no one jumping out to accuse her of cheating, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding, ding, ding. The life-extending bell rang joyfully, sounding 20 times, which was what an upper immortal required. Sherry stopped in time. She rubbed her sore wrist and turned to ask Ronnie, is this still not enough? Ronnie stared at her, completely changing from his previous disdain and harassment. He took large strides forward, intending to probe her pulse. A crimson figure swiftly blocked his path. What are you doing? Barak looked down at him, his eyes filled with mockery. Not convinced. Instinctively stepping back 2 paces, Ronnie's face turned blue then purple. I won't harm her, I just want to check. Nodding in understanding, Barak stood motionless, but somehow he already held the slaughter phoenix blade in his hand. The dazzling divine fire forced Ronnie to retreat another step. How unreasonable. Genyi gritted his teeth, turning to look at Sherry. Has this little immortal ever been initiated into our Gen clan's immortal gate? Never. Sherry shook her head. I've always been in the Lee clan. Do you have any intention of switching to our immortal gate? Ronnie asked. Was it really so direct? With the great god still holding the knife in front of him. Sherry scratched her eyebrow somewhat awkwardly. From your tone, does this mean I passed the test? Ronnie fell silent, glancing at the others. Representatives from each sect were here today to join in the fun. They also understood that Barak wasn't showing favoritism. Rather, the several upper gods seemed overly aggressive, lacking dignity and hesitant to respond. Better to just accept it. Tai-Shong Hadden smiled, stepping forward to hold back Barak who wanted to draw his blade. This is good news, don't get angry, he whispered persuasively. Now, your disciple can officially become an upper immortal. She isn't my disciple, Barak frowned. Alright, she belongs to you in some way. Tai-Shong Hadden waved off. After looking at him, Barak put away his sword. Everyone here today is going to meet the heavenly fortune daoist. Not exactly, everyone shook their heads. They were all here for the show. Though they didn't dare say it aloud, sensing that the entertainment was over and that the upper gods were signaling to leave, the clever deities immediately floated away, half gone already. Ronnie still felt unsatisfied, looking at Sherry, hesitating to speak. Tai Shong hadn't glanced at Barak, quickly leading Ronnie away, partly dragging him along. Gradually, the immortal expectation platform returned to peace. Sherry stood still until the last deity left her sight. Then she let out a breath, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. I'm scared to death, her voice trembled. Thought I'd be caught. Barak snorted lightly, slowly kneeling beside her, using his knee to prop her back. They're the fools. With support, Sherry leaned against him, sighing in comfort. She mumbled quietly, I need to hurry up and practice. Such deceit isn't a long-term plan. Glancing at her, Barak said, ring the life-extending bell again. Huh. Sherry blinked wide-eyed in shock. Didn't I already pass? I'm so tired, see my hands, they're too weak to lift. She waved her limp hand in front of him, then let it fall lifelessly. Barak lowered his gaze, his broad hand catching her wrist midair. Chapter 44 Believe in Yourself. Allison was startled, her gaze turning sideways in confusion. She saw him grasp her hand and aim it toward the bell of no age, his deep voice booming next to her ear, give it a try. She suspected that the big boss was trying to humiliate her. What was there to try? It definitely wouldn't ring. Though she knew it was shameful to borrow immortal Xian's power, she had no choice but to do so. She didn't want to embarrass him in front of everyone. They had managed to get through this ordeal, tacitly understanding each other's feelings, so why make things ugly? She glanced at him resentfully, wanting to change the subject and muddle through. But as soon as she turned her head, their eyes met. For the first time, his smoky-colored pupils were extraordinarily gentle, filled with trust and encouragement. They gazed steadily at her, as if assuring her that if she just tried, the bell of no age would surely ring. Allison couldn't quite understand. She tried to smile but couldn't hold it for long after staring into his eyes. He was serious. Her fingertips trembled unconsciously. Lips pressed together, she shifted her gaze to the side of Heavenly Gate. The heavy, black ancient bell hung there like an insurmountable fortress. Yet, someone stood behind her, warm and resolute, not giving her any room to retreat. Hesitantly extending her fingers, Allison summoned a streak of fire. Give it your all, Barak said calmly while holding her hand. What are you afraid of? Of course, she feared exhausting herself to death. After all, ringing the bell of no age wasn't an easy feat if she used up all her immortal power without making it ring. Wouldn't that be a loss? Carefully infusing 70% of her immortal power, Allison struck. The fire transformed into a phoenix, screaming as it plunged into the wooden striker of the bell of no age. The wood swayed, barely touching the surface of the bell. Barak narrowed his eyes. Is this your best effort? No, but... He looked at her displeased. Even if you die right now from exhaustion, I can bring you back from the underworld. Similarly, if she didn't use her full strength, he could easily send her to the underworld for training. With his words hanging in the air, Allison pursed her lips and decided to go all out, channeling all her spirit energy into the wooden striker in a fit of pique. Dong. The clear bell tone made her shudder. Dong. Barak withdrew his hand from her wrist, lifting his chin slightly with a light hum. Dong. Allison was stunned. When did she become so powerful that her fire-based spiritual power could ring the bell of no age? Although only a few times, it rang nonetheless. According to celestial rules, she truly qualified to ascend as an upper immortal. Excited yet unsure, Allison turned to look at the person behind her, blinking her eyes rapidly. Barak rolled his eyes at her. I never bend the rules. If he said she could ascend, then she could ascend. Though many of her meridians were blocked, significantly hindering her absorption of spiritual energy and causing her to progress slowly in cultivation, her ability to utilize spiritual energy was remarkably strong. Given enough spiritual energy, becoming an upper immortal would be nothing difficult for her. This was a secret Barak discovered when granting her spiritual energy, but he kept it to himself, fearing that such a unique constitution could lead her down a wrong path if mishandled. His legs felt numb, so he moved slightly, whispering to her, Get up, we should leave. The little thing nodded but was still dazed, clinging tightly to his sleeve, sitting on the ground motionless. Barak, she asked bewilderedly, did you help me? What do you mean? He raised an eyebrow. How could someone like me, a minor immortal, possibly ring the bell of no age? She looked up at him, her eyebrows drooping in a wistful manner. Just now, did you secretly help me by holding my hand? Don't you believe in yourself? Barak scoffed, grabbing her wrist and lightly tapping it with his finger. After 800 years, you haven't slacked off in cultivating immortal techniques. Some of her meridians were even on par with those of a xiuxian level practitioner. But I've always been weak, she frowned, muttering under her breath. In the immortal sect, I can't even defeat disciples 500 years younger than me, and I need senior siblings to protect me during heavenly tribulations. My academic performance is also the worst. Her voice grew quieter, the light in her eyes flickering and almost going out. Barak was displeased, scooping her up and pulling her towards him by the waist. His handsome face suddenly loomed large before her eyes. Allison's pupils constricted instinctively, wanting to step back. Don't move. He barked, his gaze steady. Then he extended his hand, pointing towards the bell of no age. Boom. A dull roar exploded outside Heavenly Gate, shaking the entire structure. The boundary-sealing aura was startled awake, surging wildly everywhere, causing even the immortal observation terrace to tremble, lights shattering, jade railings breaking, as if ready to split apart. Allison clung to him in fright. Watch closely, Barak said impatiently. If I had helped you earlier, it would have sounded like this. This was too harsh. Trembling, Allison nodded and brushed off the non-existent dust from his shoulder, straightening his feather. Calm down. I'm not angry. He coldly snorted. If this wasn't anger, what was it? Allison pursed her lips, but then she thought about it. Was this mogul trying to boost her confidence, making her believe in herself? Honestly, if they had left like that today, she would have felt guilty, thinking she ascended as a higher immortal only by relying on Yates's immortal power. This attempt instead put her mind at ease. She looked at him, wanting to say thank you, but Barak suddenly lowered his head, his chin resting right on top of her head. Dong, dong, dong. The bell of no age continued to ring ceaselessly. Allison, nestled in Barak's embrace, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security and solidity, as if all the surrounding noise had turned into nothingness, leaving only her heart beating in sync with the bell. Dong tilde dong tilde dong tilde. Pressing her hand against her chest, Allison moved uncomfortably. Barak. For some reason, these two words popped up in her mind. She froze, wondering if she had grown so bold as to casually call the mogul by his name whenever she pleased. Barak. These two words echoed in her ears, growing louder and angrier as they approached. Shaken awake, Allison realized it wasn't her imagination. Someone really was calling him. She turned around and saw a streak of light cutting across the sky. The figure became clearer until none other than Braegong appeared, his face filled with rage. Hearing it, Barak immediately let go of her. A chill enveloped her as Allison hurriedly landed and stood upright, facing the furious man approaching them. You've done well. Stepping onto the immortal observation terrace, Braegong strode right up to them, flicking his wide sleeves to reveal two round glass bottles. The glass bottles were crystal clear, containing two curled figures. In just one glance, Allison recognized one of them. Senior brother. Her face went pale. Chapter 45, One Soul Shard. Not long ago, Brother Harry was still seen, but now only one of his soul shards remained, enclosed in a crystal bottle, curled up like a newborn infant. His clothes were torn, and his usual sword lay broken in two pieces beside him. Allison reached out her hand, and the bottle swayed gently before landing in her palm. How could this happen? Lord Bray glared furiously at Barak. You ask him. Her neck stiffened as Allison slowly turned her head to look at the person standing beside her. The gaze of the big shot wasn't very friendly. He gestured with one hand, and another crystal bottle fell into his hand. Imperfect cultivation. He looked at Ricky's soul shard inside coldly. A mere death resentment could force him to such an extent. Mere. Lord Bray exploded in anger. Don't tell me you don't know what the Gate of Netherworld is. You violated the heavenly rules by opening this gate privately, forcing Ricky to sacrifice his soul shards to barely close it, yet you still speak so coolly? Fortunately, the heavenly gate is just ahead. Let's go see the heavenly judge and have a good discussion. Barak sneered and looked at him. Do you have evidence proving that I opened the gate? Slightly choked, Lord Bray darkened his face. Who else besides you? Everyone knew this truth in their hearts, but if truly brought before the heavenly judge, solid evidence would be required. Lord Bray also knew this argument wouldn't hold water, and his voice grew quieter as he continued speaking. Barak was most detestable for this. He never left any handle for others to grasp, leaving no way to get at him. He glared at him again, wanting to scold him some more, but found that the man seemed somewhat distracted, half-closed eyes occasionally glancing at someone nearby. Allison stood next to him, anxiously examining the soul shard in the crystal bottle. It appeared severely injured, but thankfully Brother Harry had achieved significant cultivation progress. Even losing this soul shard, he could still survive. However, if this soul shard wasn't properly restored, Brother Harry might suffer diminished senses, affecting his future cultivation. But her current abilities were barely enough to protect herself. How could she possibly restore his soul shard? After much hesitation, Allison glanced at the big shot. For some reason, the big shot seemed in a terrible mood, his face clouded over, so cold that her words of seeking help died on her lips, changed into a soft plea. Can they still be saved? What has it to do with me? Barak turned away, looking towards Lord Bray pointing at the direction of the heavenly gate. Go. What for? Lord Bray angrily turned his head away. The priority is naturally to save these two soul shards first. As for accountability, it can wait until after they recover. Weren't you the one who wanted to meet the heavenly judge? Later. His ears slightly blushed as Lord Bray roughly turned to look at Allison. What do you think? Allison, holding the crystal bottle, nodded solemnly. Barak really wanted to give her a mocking glance, but recalling something, he forced down his breath, saying curtly, rescue them if you wish. With that, he was about to turn and leave, but halfway through his gesture, a soft force caught his hand. A small, cold hand grabbed his index finger, tentatively twisting it, hesitant and somewhat bashful. Barak paused, his expression softening somewhat, glancing sideways. This little creature next to him held the crystal bottle in one hand and clung to him with the other, seeming to frown but relaxing, carefully asking, Where are you going, sir? Where else? He pressed his lips together, back to Shongbing Palace. But, her eyes blinked rapidly, rubbing the crystal bottle as she asked, Shall we go to Shongbing Palace to rescue them? This intention was too obvious. Even Lord Bray couldn't bear to watch. How could they ask for help from someone as cold-blooded as Barak? He wouldn't rescue anyone, especially not those who hindered him. Do you want my help? Before his thoughts could finish, the person in front spoke up. Lord Bray looked at his scornful expression, feeling unable to bear it. Yet in the next moment, this person loosened his brows and bent down towards Alison. Ask me. Lord Bray? Was this the scene of harassing an innocent maiden? Was he hallucinating because of recent cultivation? How could someone like Barak say such a thing? More shockingly, immortal Alison seemed to seize this tremendous opportunity, her eyes brightening as she immediately shook his hand. Please help us. Lord Bray. He should have ruined his eyes during cultivation instead. Clearly unwilling to help, Barak huffed through his nose and cast a glance at the crystal bottle in her arms. But Alison knew that since he had opened this mouth, he would eventually soften his heart. So she tugged his hand and led the way. In our human world, promotions and wealth always call for celebration and gifts. Since I've just ascended, I'll shamelessly ask for a gift from Supreme God, teaching me how to nurture this soul shard myself, without needing much effort. The person behind her said in a deep voice, what kind of friendship requires spending spiritual energy to save him? If it weren't for senior brother protecting me during the heavenly tribulation, I might not have made it to xiuxian, Alison muttered. This is an immense favor. Barak. Then he and she also had a great deal of acquaintance. The great heavenly tribulation that lasted over 10,000 years was much more significant than those small tribulations lasting a few hundred years. Unfortunately, this idiot didn't know. Unhappily holding in a breath, he summoned his cloud steed, glancing back at Lord Bray, not leaving. Lord Bray stood rooted on the spot, nearly becoming a stone statue. He felt that the Barak before him was very unfamiliar. Although they looked exactly the same, he didn't recognize him at all. The Barak who should be torn apart into pieces was cold and sinister, while the one before him was sulking over trivial matters. Who was this person? If not for the oppressive aura of divine power still emanating from him, Lord Bray would almost have lunged forward to tear his face off. Leaving. He replied listlessly. Nurturing the soul is extremely complicated, requiring water daoist arts as the foundation, then nourished with strong spiritual energy. After Worley disappeared, the Khan clan gradually declined, now secluded within their doors with few disciples venturing out. Finding someone to help was quite difficult. Lord Bray didn't really expect Barak to help. On the way to Shongbing Palace, he sent messages to a few senior deities he knew well. No matter what, Isai could not be allowed to lose its vitality again. Several sound birds flew past, flapping their wings loudly, but Barak showed no reaction. He stood there expressionless, staring at Harry inside the crystal bottle. Alison felt uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously hid the crystal bottle in her sleeve. Senior brother blocking you at the immortal gate was just to protect the immortal master, so there's no need to hold such a grudge, right? In your eyes, I am such a petty person. He lowered his eyes. Got it. No, Alison waved her hands hurriedly. You've always been magnanimous. How could you be petty? As people often say, the face reflects the heart. With your extraordinary grace and handsomeness, your chest must surely be vast and boundless. Chapter 46, A Soft Heart Indeed. Keep making it up, he said indifferently, tucking his sleeves back. Alison rolled her eyes and shook her head repeatedly. How can telling the truth be called making it up? To have allowed her to live this long indeed showed a greater breadth of heart than she had imagined. Moreover, he didn't have to save senior brother Harry. It really had nothing much to do with him. Since he was willing to agree, it meant he still had kindness in his heart. Alison looked at him with starry eyes. Barak felt uneasy under her gaze, coughed lightly and turned away, thinking who would cherish such praise from her. After staring at the distant clouds for quite a while, he couldn't help but glance at her again out of the corner of his eye. She was still looking at him, her eyes bright like precious pearls that had fallen into a lake. Catching his sidelong glance, she raised her eyebrows and smiled sweetly. What's so funny? His ears grew hot. Barak pressed his lips together tightly. Seeing the eaves of Shongbing Palace piercing through the clouds from afar, he immediately sped up, dashing back into the hall like a stream of fire. Alison almost lost her balance due to his abrupt movement, stumbling as she landed by the entrance of Shongbing Palace, barely managing to steady herself by grabbing the door frame. What happened? She was a little confused. Bray followed closely behind, landing with a very peculiar expression on his face. Passing by her side, he rarely stooped to stop. Is he always like this in front of you? He asked. Alison immediately waved her hands. It's not my fault. I didn't say anything just now. Who wants to hold her accountable? Bray frowned, wanting to ask more, but seeing this little fairy's silly look, he thought he wouldn't get any answers. How could Barak have worldly feelings for someone like her? Impossible. No matter how he thought about it, he must be overthinking. Puzzled, he brushed his sleeves aside and stepped into the main gate. Barak didn't go to the throne but went behind the screen instead. Bray stood in the front hall, staring at the flamboyant decorations for a long time, unable to understand, then turned to Alison and said, there isn't much time to waste. Go call him out. All right. Without much thought, Alison turned and walked toward the back of the screen. The big boss was sitting opposite her at the tea table, pouring tea leisurely. Hearing her footsteps, he didn't turn around, only saying, very tired. He was too exhausted, wanted to rest, and didn't want to help. This refusal seemed oddly adorable. Alison laughed softly and obediently massaged his shoulders. How about you tell me directly how to nurture a soul that won't interfere with your rest? Don't feel like talking. Then show me with gestures. She extended her hand before him, wiggling her fingers flexibly. This motion was rather amusing. Barak's lips curled slightly at the sight but quickly suppressed the smile seriously. Nurturing a soul requires a magical tool as a base. For your senior brother's level of cultivation, it's simple, just pick something randomly from Shongbing Palace's storage, he said disdainfully. Only Ricky is somewhat troublesome. Allison suddenly realized, turning to find a magical tool, but as soon as she turned, her wrist was caught by him. Why in a rush? He frowned. Lord Bray said we can't delay anymore. Barak scoffed coldly, nodding at the lamp stand on the table unintentionally. Allison followed his gaze and suddenly noticed that the lampstand was emitting a soft glow, apparently also a magical tool. Human life is short, always like a candle on a lampstand, he said. This one is most suitable. Said he didn't want to help, but prepared everything already. Allison took a surprised look at the lampstand, then at him. The big boss had a rugged appearance, but why was his heart so soft? Thank you. She gripped the lampstand tightly and pulled out the crystal bottle from her sleeve. He remained seated without moving, sipping tea quietly. But when she was about to transfer her senior brother's soul into the lampstand, the big boss made an unsatisfied sound. His eyebrow twitched. Allison immediately turned humbly and respectfully, bowing low and asking with a smile, how should I do this? You don't know this. I'm dull-witted. Please instruct me, high god, she said with her eyes squinted in a smile. Reluctantly taking the lampstand, Barak used divine fire as a guide, skillfully transforming Harry's soul fragment into flame, placing it on the wick. Use spirit power as lamp oil. When the flame can burn 3 inches high, it can be returned to the body. Allison watched curiously, and immediately poured out all her spirit power, kneading it into rich lamp oil upon hearing his words. Seeing her exhaust all her strength like this, Barak found it extremely unpleasant, but he didn't say anything, only watching coldly. After ringing the bell of endless life, her spirit power was already scarce, supplying even more as lamp oil made her face instantly pale. Yet, she was happy, fumbling left and right, giving out all the remaining spirit power in her meridians. After giving it all away, she could barely stand, swaying and falling onto a nearby stool. Is it done now? She asked happily. Barak didn't quite want to acknowledge her, turning his face away. But she was spiritually exhausted, dizzy and faint, nearly falling to the ground if he wasn't paying attention. Reaching out to pull her over, he growled fiercely, it's not done yet. We'll need lamp oil tomorrow, and the day after too. Your bit of spirit power won't sustain his soul. He spoke these words almost with gritted teeth right next to her ear, causing Allison to shudder slightly, her cheeks trembling along with it. You, she murmured hazily, don't be so mean all the time. She had never even seen what he truly looked like when he was furious. Impatiently adjusting her outer robe, Barak wanted to lift her up and tuck her into bed, but at that moment, Bray could no longer hold back outside and angrily strode past the screen. What are you two doing? The last 3 words died in his throat, turning into suddenly constricted pupils. The 2 reflections in his pupils were intimate and entangled, making him take 3 big steps back. In broad daylight, Barak was actually pressing this female immortal onto the bed. Shameless. Disregarding heavenly rules. Let her go, he shouted furiously. Barak was about to cover the little thing with a blanket when he unexpectedly heard this, and his face immediately darkened. Let who go? He lifted his eyes. How can you ask? Bray's face flushed as he stomped on the spot. You haven't even formed a celestial bond yet. How dare you ruin her reputation like this? Allison lay there dizzily, hearing someone roaring but not quite catching the words. She faintly heard something about reputation, which surprised her. Weren't cultivators supposed to transcend human norms? If they cared about reputation, then she would indeed have committed a grave sin being close to the boss. In her mind, it was the boss who was the one losing out by being with her. Thus, despite her dizziness, Allison SHY. Barak saw this and his expression worsened. Waving his hand, he stood up, and the slaughter phoenix blade let out a piercing cry before landing in his palm. Wait. Realizing he wasn't here to meddle, Bray quickly raised his hand to stop the conflict. Save him first. Ricky's soul fragment is more severe than the mortal's injury. Even if you don't consider anything else, remember that he helped you once 30,000 years ago. Chapter 47 The Unaccepted One. Helped me. With a mocking gaze, Barak pressed the tip of his blade against the marble floor and dragged it lightly. The grating sound pierced through one's skull, causing Ivor's expression to change. He immediately cast a seal to protect his spiritual core, frowning as he said, was what I said wrong? Back then in the entire 9 heavens, only he spoke a word in your favor. Huh. Back then? Allison curiously revealed half an ear. However, Ivor had no intention of continuing, only saying, if you don't help, even without evidence, I will lodge a complaint with the Heaven Dao Oracle. The Heaven Dao Oracle was in charge of all matters in the 9 heavens. If a complaint reached him, the heavenly prison would be opened, and the offender imprisoned for trial. Allison felt that things were not looking good. Turning her head to look outside, indeed, she saw murderous intent flickering in the eyes of the powerful figure, and the flames on the slaying phoenix saber burned even brighter. She gritted her teeth, threw off the quilt, sat up, and grabbed his hand. Accuse away, who's afraid of whom? Her clear voice rang out from the bed. Barak was about to explode when he was startled by her shout. Allison looked angrier than he did. Eyebrows inverted, eyes bulging wide, she tucked him back with one hand while placing her other hand on her hip. Standing at the edge of the bed, she said aggressively, "You're asking for help with such a bad attitude. Making threats after 2 or 3 sentences. Even if Lord Supreme didn't wish to help initially, there is nothing wrong with standing aside, invoking the Heaven Dao Oracle. Who are you trying to scare?" Ivor, taken aback by her shouting, could only say, "You. What about you, am I wrong?" Isai's soul was gravely injured, Currently, Barak is the fastest way to save him. Not only do you not show gratitude, but you also bring up past debts of gratitude. Who would feel comfortable hearing this? In our mortal world, speaking like that would result in exile. Ivor. He looked at Alison's fierce expression, only now realizing his mistake. Barak's sour temper always responded better to gentle persuasion rather than hard words. Based on previous experiences, after he said those words, Barak would certainly fight with him. Whether either of them would survive was uncertain, let alone saving anyone. Although Ivor understood this, he couldn't resist. But I'm not wrong. Alison narrowed her eyes and pushed the powerful figure back before making seals with both hands. Golden red flames surged forth, surging towards Ivor like waves. The jade bottle in his hand was carried away by the flames, gently placed on the table, and then he was thrown out of Shongbing Palace with a thud. Rash fairy, he raged. I'm an upper fairy. Alison slammed the door shut. The flame inside the hall quickly dissipated into smoke, and Alison's imposing manner gradually faded once the door closed. She shrank back, feeling a bit fearful, silently apologizing to the door. The powerful figure isn't actually that temperamental, but you just shouldn't provoke him. If everyone talked nicely, he wouldn't randomly kill people. More importantly, this is Shongbing Palace. If they really fought, Ivor's fate would be the same as Worley's. She had already witnessed one tragic scene and didn't want to see another. Stiffly turning her neck around slowly, Alison was ready to bear Barak's remaining anger. However, unexpectedly, Barak stood beside the bed, the slaying phoenix saber already put away, his aura calm, and his eyes still relatively kind. Why are you so angry? He asked. Could she not be angry? In such a situation, it was too late to persuade him not to get angry. Only by being more furious than him could she best handle it. Thinking this to herself, Alison blinked guiltily and scratched her head as she walked over. Am I overstepping boundaries? If he comes for revenge, you have to protect me. The person in front of her huffed and glanced sideways at the jade bottle on the table. Realizing he intended to save someone, Alison's eyes flickered slightly as she hurriedly asked, is the mirror flower watermoon still in your possession? So what? Not much, it's just, seeing as I helped get the key, don't you think I should get a little credit? Pinching a small gap between her thumb and index finger, she grinned. Can I take a look? Master Stephen has some interesting stories, and I quite want to know them. Such a treasure would typically be revered within protective formations elsewhere, but in Barak's hands, it was treated like an ordinary mirror from the mortal world. He casually took it out from his sleeve pocket and tossed it to her. Don't look for too long, it can harm the spirit. Okay. Using this as an excuse, Alison moved behind the screen, walking to the other corner of the hall, leaving him completely private space. Barak watched her silhouette disappear behind the screen, then turned his gaze back to the jade bottle, his expression somewhat disdainful. After standing for a moment, he still swept his sleeve and sat down by the table. A crimson-red barrier silently dropped behind the screen. Alison watched from afar, feeling a little soft-hearted. This man has such a tough mouth and looks so fearsome, yet why is he so sweet? Each time he says he won't help, but each time it ends up being him helping. Isai's soul was not as easy to settle as senior brother Harry's, and it would likely take some time. Alison glanced at the water moon mirror in her arms. In truth, there wasn't much about Master Stephen that she really wanted to know. This was just an excuse for her to gracefully back out while giving him a way to save face. But now that she had it, shouldn't she check it? Her background was probably already thoroughly investigated by Barak, yet whenever his matters were mentioned, she always felt somewhat lost. Still feeling a bit weak, Alison found a comfortable corner to sit in, raised the water moon mirror, and focused intently on searching through its contents. The early scenes were some remnants left from when the mighty figure was riding clouds and mist inside his sleeve pouch. She carefully flipped through them, and after a long while, finally arrived at some old scenes. Tens of thousands of years ago, mighty Lord Barak was still proud and cold, but compared to now, he carried less hostility and more solitude. Even standing among people, he looked somewhat lonely. The original Alison believed that deities were supreme beings who would surely possess everything they desired, but as she watched, her brows knitted together tightly. There weren't many scenes about Barak, but each time he appeared, he was alone. Tens of thousands of years ago, the immortals did not accept him. Long before that, on the expectant immortal platform, he even hesitated and tried to speak to someone. But that person didn't notice his initiative and walked past him, leaving behind a cold breeze. Barak's open mouth simply closed back up. Further along, some talked about his terrifying nature, some questioned his origins, and eventually, some acknowledged his formidable power. Yet wherever Mighty Lord stood, no one would stand within 10 steps around him. The mighty figure's cultivation grew increasingly abundant, and his expression became colder day by day. The last scene showed a face full of hatred and gloom. It's you. He spoke to the water moon mirror coldly, uttering just 2 words. A shiver ran through her heart, and Alison instinctively reached out to touch his face, but as soon as her hand touched the illusion, the water moon mirror shut down. The tiny crystal fell back onto her knees. Alison looked down at it, feeling a vague sense of depression she couldn't quite articulate. Chapter 48 is being kind-hearted really useful. She had thought that only a frail deity like herself would be looked down upon, never expecting that someone as powerful as Barak would have once led an even more miserable life than hers. At least she had her senior disciples protecting her, while it seemed he had always been alone. If he were truly born tyrannical and destructive, Ginger might have understood. But the figurehead she saw was clearly hard-mouthed yet soft-hearted, kind and compassionate. Despite having already succumbed to the influence of malevolent energy and his divine flame being clouded with black mist, he still stood on the boundary between gods and demons, not having fallen. But these people kept pushing him, urging him toward the netherworld, saying all along that this was how he was meant to be. Ginger frowned in serious disagreement. The sky outside was near dusk, and Barak finally transferred one soul fragment of Ricky from the crystal bottle into his own Slay Phoenix saber. The Slay Phoenix saber seemed unhappy, buzzing incessantly until its owner shot it a glare, at which point it reluctantly quieted down and obediently housed Ricky's soul. Releasing his strength, Barak let out a breath of relief. As he raised his hand to rub his temples, he accidentally noticed what seemed to be a small cut on his index finger. With many injuries already on his body, such a minor wound had never concerned him. He pinched it with his thumb, healing it instantly. Only a faint ache remained, but it was no big deal. The barrier around them started to fade, so he quickly resumed his expressionless demeanor, preparing to hear what clever words she would concoct this time. However, once the barrier fell, the smell of food wafted over from outside. "Done?" she asked from afar. The stove he had previously destroyed was now rebuilt outside Xiuxian Palace. She had picked some beans from somewhere, stir-fried them with chili and shredded meat, quickly serving it into dishes. Perfect timing for dinner. Putting down the spatula, she placed the dish on the table and fetched 2 bowls, filling them with fragrant, soft rice freshly out of the pot. She swiftly set one bowl before him, shaking her hands while pinching her earlobes. "So hot." Barak was slightly dazed, his smoky eyes softened under the rising steam from the rice. "The Divine Lord doesn't need 3 meals a day," he said hoarsely. "I know that." Picking up the chopsticks, Ginger aligned them neatly on the table before scooping up a bite of meat wrapped in rice and shoving it into her mouth, cheeks puffed out as she mumbled, "That's why the deities in the 9th heaven lose track of time, missing out on the joy of immortality." What joy could there be in immortality, he scoffed, yet couldn't help himself, picking up his chopsticks to join her, picking a slice of green pepper. Moving too quickly, Ginger hadn't even had time to warn him, watching helplessly as he ate the pepper, his handsome face gradually turning pale then green. Guilty, she passed him a cup of tea and whispered, "Eat the meat, not that. It's just for flavor." Gritting his teeth and swallowing, Barak sipped the tea, regaining his composure. "It's edible." "Your expression earlier didn't say that." Ginger wanted to laugh, biting her lip. She added more meat to his bowl and continued eating. Her dining manner was impeccable, neither hasty nor sluggish, making everything look appetizing. Watching her eat, Barak found himself finishing his bowl without realizing. After the meal, Ginger conjured a pair of delicate gloves for him. Barak's eyelid twitched. "What for?" "Living together, you can't expect me to do everything. If you don't participate, won't you miss out?" Slipping the gloves on for him, Ginger lectured earnestly, "I'll cook, you wash the dishes. That way, we'll feel more human." Barak stayed silent, allowing her to push him to the stove outside, full of doubts. "This will make us feel more human?" Ginger nodded without hesitation. She wouldn't admit her disdain for washing dishes. Every time she caused trouble at Stephen's sect, her seniors would punish her with this task, turning it into her nightmare. So, better to delegate it to the figurehead. Barak frowned, filled with hesitation. For a moment, he hesitated, ready to use magic. The bowls washed by divine power lack soul, came the solemn reminder from behind. "Just a few bowls, what soul does it need?" Narrowing his eyes, he almost walked away but glanced at her enthusiastic expression and hesitated. "Fine, just washing dishes." Undoing the spell in his hand, he grabbed the plates and threw them all into the water. Satisfied, Ginger nodded. "You start washing, I'll be back soon." She needed to inform Elijah about Barak saving Ricky before things escalated. "How long will you be gone?" he asked. Ginger held up a few fingers. "It will take as long as 3 incense sticks burn." He nodded in agreement, lowering his head to continue washing the dishes without a word. Behind him came the sound of clouds and mist being stirred. Barak watched the porcelain plates in the sink calmly, but soon the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. This fool hadn't even noticed she could travel on clouds, running hurriedly, not at all dignified. However, if she had realized it, she would have surely run circles around him even less seriously. Thinking of her silly appearance made Barak feel that the dirty bowls in his hands became more bearable. Barak didn't actually know how to wash dishes, he only kept the water flowing continuously over them, yet he did it very seriously. The first waning crescent moon rose in the sky, casting a glow over him. When Ronnie and the others arrived at Xiuxian Palace, they saw this scene. Barak stood tall, facing a small sink, carefully and gently cleaning the stains off the plates and dishes. The black gloves made him look somewhat eerie, but his movements were extremely gentle. When he placed the plate back on the counter, there wasn't even a sound. Several high deities exchanged complicated glances, assuming Barak was practicing some top-level immortal art. But when they moved closer, they saw a clean white plate already on the counter, and Barak was holding another plate, ready to summon water again to wash it. He had sensed their presence, but he didn't lift his head, as if these several high deities combined weren't as important as the ordinary bowl in his hands. Ronnie felt somewhat displeased. He strode forward, pointing toward the sky, and immediately set up a silent barrier around Xiuxian Palace. "Barak," Grady stepped up next, speaking sternly, "you opened the gateway to the underworld and harmed Ricky's soul. You don't intend to explain yourself." The man by the sink didn't move, finishing washing the second plate and placing it carefully on the counter before picking up the third one. Grady frowned and waved his hand, releasing a surge of immortal power. Clang! 2 stacked white plates flew to the ground, shattering loudly. Barak's movement to summon water stopped abruptly. The gentle aura around him gradually dissipated. He slowly turned around, his smoky eyes filled with an incomprehensible deadliness, fixing on the one who had struck. Grady, the newly appointed leader of the DUI clan, young and eager for prominence, thought he could diminish Barak's might with many people present today. However, under Barak's gaze, his limbs turned cold, and the words in his throat froze. Unsure, he took a step back, accidentally stepping on the broken porcelain shards. Crack. Startled, Grady quickly moved away, nervously looking at Ronnie. Just 2 plates, right? He was the one who made the mistake, after all. Ronnie looked solemn, the gourd at his waist emitted green light, clearly ready for battle. As if responding to the mood here, the moon slipped behind a cloud, darkening the entire world. Ginger had just found Elijah and hadn't managed to speak when a cold wind sent shivers down her spine. What's going on? She muttered to herself. There was still a moon a moment ago. Elijah was healing himself and couldn't help frowning at her muttering. What do you want to say? Oh, right. Turning back, Ginger said, Ricky's soul is fine now. As long as it is nurtured with spiritual energy, it should recover faster than my senior disciple. Almost losing balance, Elijah steadied himself on his cushion, staring at her in shock. You saved him? That's impossible. Ginger waved her hand. He used the Slay Phoenix saber to save him. How could I, such a minor deity, summon the soul of a high deity like Ricky? Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to use the Slay Phoenix saber to receive it. Flushing red and pale in turns, Elijah staggered to his feet and grabbed her. Go back quickly. Ginger was startled by his sudden agitation and asked blankly, back where? Oh, go. Without time to explain, Elijah pulled her out the door. Chapter 49, You Deities. Ginger's thoughts had always been simple. If the powerful one began doing good deeds and continued to harbor a kind heart, then he would gradually be accepted by everyone and not fall into evil. But when she returned to Shongbing Palace and saw the floating seal of the Geng clan immortal sect's barrier, she felt as if she had been struck by a heavy blow. This type of barrier was only used when there was intent to kill. Even if Barak stayed well in Shongbing Palace and had just saved Ricky, these people still didn't intend to let him off at all. She suddenly felt incredibly foolish. Please hear me out first. Braegong stood beside her somewhat flustered. I had informed them to come help earlier. After I left Shongbing Palace, not knowing about the safety of Ricky's soul, I assumed he wouldn't save him. Ginger turned her head, her eyes slightly bloodshot as she looked at him. So what if he didn't save him? Not saving him definitely meant they would have to attack. These words almost came out of his mouth, but upon meeting her gaze, Braegong subconsciously swallowed them back. After a daze, he frowned and muttered vaguely, sure enough, being with him for so long has made you lose your sense of right and wrong too. Everyone wants to live. What difference does right and wrong make? Retracting her gaze, Ginger walked toward the barrier, her voice somewhat hoarse. You are a high deity, he is also a high deity. Why is it that your killing is right, but his is wrong? His eyes widened slightly as Braegong got a bit angry. How could someone like you understand? I do understand. Her slender fingers slowly spread open, gently pressing against the shimmering barrier, interrupting him as she lowered her eyes. You're the one who doesn't know. As the last syllable left her lips, the spiritual energy at her fingertips abruptly surged, smoothly spreading across Yates's barrier, making her face glow faintly. In the next moment, the spreading spiritual energy suddenly solidified, winding and seeping into the barrier like roots in soil. Snap! Yates's barrier shattered, and a surge of murderous aura and spiritual energy burst out, creating a fierce gust that sent Ginger stumbling back several steps, nearly falling to the ground before barely stabilizing herself. As the fog dissipated, the scene within the barrier finally became visible. Barak was half kneeling at the entrance of Shongbing Palace, his arms hanging at awkward angles, his hairpin disheveled, stray strands covering half his face. His long red robe trailed on the ground, like flames or blood. Her heart clenched, and without thinking, Ginger rushed towards him. She missed the step, tripping and almost tumbling as she scrambled to his front, spreading her arms protectively over him. You! She glared at the opposite Yates and the few high deities standing behind, shaking with rage. You go too far. Barak was stunned, his dimly colored eyes widening slightly. He tried to turn his head as if to see her, but before he could focus, she anxiously blocked his view. Her small figure stood firmly in front of Shongbing Palace, angrily roaring at the high deities opposite. Didn't you say we must follow the heavenly rules? Didn't you say that excessive killing is a sin that deserves divine punishment? What are you doing now? Is it because there's only one person here? Only you can complain? I'll report this too. I'm an eyewitness. Though shouted loudly, her voice carried a tremor, as if she was deeply pained, scolding and stamping her feet. The red creeping into his pupils suddenly receded. Barak pressed his lips together, uncertainly dabbing at the blood on his robe. How did you get in? Yates snapped back, shocked. That was my clan's barrier. Ginger didn't bother to answer him, merely reaching back and fumblingly grabbing onto Barak's hand, holding it tightly, protecting him securely while keeping her glare fixed on them. Several high deities couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Yates pinched the 8 treasures gourd, frustrated yet helpless, pointing towards her. He's a menace. You're the menace. Your entire sect is a menace. Ginger erupted furiously. He saved Ricky, yet you repay kindness with malice when his powers are weak. You're the real menace. Ricky was saved. Yates paused. Braegong arrived on a cloud, looking complicated, whispering something near his ear. Yates. Why didn't you say that earlier? He frowned. Braegong shrugged. Who knew what he was thinking? We thought it was impossible that he would save him. Muttering under his breath, Yates tucked the 8 treasures gourd back into his waistband and grunted, then other matters will be discussed another day. Stop right there. Seeing they were about to leave, Ginger angrily made a gesture, and a water curtain immediately blocked their path. You trespassed into my sect, injured my high deity, and if you think you can just walk away, is there any order left in the 9 heavens? A vein twitched at his temple, and Yates turned around angrily. Do you think he is someone who would easily suffer a loss? Looking at him suspiciously for a while, Ginger turned her head to look behind her. Barak was kneeling there quietly, his aura fragile yet peaceful. Sensing her gaze, he faintly snorted and moved his hanging hand slightly. Glancing downward, Ginger's complexion changed drastically. The leader's finger had an open wound where several meridians were torn out and nailed onto the tiles at the entrance of Shongbing Palace. Ordinary combat wouldn't possibly tear out the meridians like this. You guys used underhanded tactics. Ginger's eyes reddened. She had been wondering how such powerful figures could be defeated by these people. It turned out it was a trap. They were all rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 gates. How shameless could they be? Fury and sorrow surged within her, making her feel as if her blood was rushing up, leaving her mind completely blank. Something popped open. Yates was about to destroy the surrounding water curtain when suddenly, the water became like a waterfall, surging stronger and stronger with increasing killing intent. A throw of spirit energy was shredded into pieces and bounced back immediately. Not good. He dodged sideways, raising his head in shock. How could this little immortal from the Li clan know water element spells? While the Gung clan was unafraid of Khan clan's techniques, hers came so fiercely and abruptly that if not for seeing it with his own eyes, Yates would almost have thought Wally was casting the spell. Having just fought with Barak, he was already weak. Being besieged by such divine arts now left him rather panicked. What's happening? Grady looked around. This isn't Wally's aura. Has he returned? No, get out of the way quickly. Several high deities swiftly dodged, but the surrounding waterfalls grew increasingly urgent and fierce, crashing from all sides until finally, they were blocked inside the barrier. Ginger's eyes were red, her back straight as she held Barak's hand. Within a 10-foot radius around her, no water waves intruded. Outside, raging waters roared more ferociously than flames, yet she stood there stiffly. All she could see was an endless white, while within her body surged alien spiritual power colliding wildly. In the boundless chaos, someone seemed to be laughing softly. This will kill you. Wally's voice sounded distant and ethereal, echoing faintly through the rolling spiritual power, like a sigh of regret. Chapter 50, Something Very Important. Death. Staring into the blinding white, Amanita half closed her eyes and pondered. It was truly a terrifying thing, something she did not like at all. But she could not control the chaotic spiritual energy coursing through her body as if she were just a vessel. The powerful spiritual energy from Nikki surged through her limbs, carrying her anger and impulsiveness, sweeping up boundless waves, urgently seeking to tear something apart before it could settle. The white light was so intense that it pained one's eyes. Her breathing became somewhat rapid, and Amanita shifted uncomfortably in her seat. The spiritual energy around her instantly intensified even further. In the distance, several voices shouted and growled, she could hardly make them out. She raised her hand slowly, intending to release more of her spiritual energy. However, someone embraced her from behind. The searing spiritual energy met the white light emanating from her body with a sizzling sound, steam rising like clouds over mountains. A slender hand passed through the blurred space, gently resting atop her head. Enough. A deep voice, like a stone bell entering the sea, enveloped all her unease. Her pupils contracted slightly, and her eyelashes trembled. Amanita stared blankly ahead, trying to struggle but feeling an odd force around her, gradually settling the rampant spiritual energy back into her body in an orderly manner. Gradually, she saw the scene before her clearly. Within the barrier lay utter chaos. The waves before her eyes receded, revealing shattered magical instruments, broken stone pillars, and lanterns scattered on the ground. Yates and others stood far away inside the barrier, looking extremely exhausted. Slightly shaken, Amanita snapped back to reality. Barak still had one hand hanging by his side while the other arm held her. His red sleeve fell to his elbow, exposing a strong wrist with faint veins visible. The wide hem of his red robe hung down, enclosing her in the middle like a flame. She blinked, turned her head to look at him, but could only see the curve of his jawline. Noticing she had calmed down, Barak pursed his lips, eyes gleaming. He wanted to speak but felt his current tone wouldn't be cool enough, so he simply reached out and touched the loose strands of hair on her forehead. It tickled a bit. Shrugging her shoulders, Amanita remained silent for a long time before finally asking, "What happened just now?" "Loss of spiritual energy control," Barak said, lowering his gaze. "Do you remember how I once tried to destroy the essence node of Nikki within your body?" Recalling this, the person in his arms subconsciously frowned, seemingly still harboring resentment. Tightening his grip, he hugged her tighter. "I didn't kill him outright. I gave him a chance. Nikki hated him just as much as he hated Nikki. Rather than be controlled by him, Nikki chose to destroy his own essence node. But Nikki had considered Amanita, leaving all his lifetime cultivation stored in the acupoints around her body. If cultivated slowly and steadily, she could break through her limitations and achieve great accomplishments. Unfortunately, she lost control today, with thousands of years of spiritual energy surging out, almost killing her. "Why were you so anxious?" he asked very slowly, his gaze fixed on her face, unwavering. "You're the one injured, not me." Amanita hadn't quite figured out what happened with Nikki, But hearing this, her expression darkened. They bullied you. Glancing at Yates and the others, Barak looked amused. So what? It's none of your concern. Opening her mouth, then freezing, Amanita glared at him. We were master and apprentice once. Isn't it strange for me to feel indignant on your behalf? Even Adrian knew to avenge his master. Adrian admired Nikki. He raised an eyebrow. Are you like him? Wow. Amanita's eyebrows shot up excitedly. Was this some divine gossip? Adrian seemed so fierce, yet it turned out he liked Nikki. But they were master and disciple. Did the gods in Zhou not follow conventional norms? How thrilling. Completely ignoring the question, Amanita grew excited until she remembered that both men were no longer alive, sighing wistfully. We won't end up like them, she clenched her fist, stating it as if making a vow. Barak chuckled. Indeed, no one can kill me. No, that's not what I mean, Amanita shook her head. At least they were still master and disciple. You kicked me out of the school long ago. Barak. This was a classic case of digging his own grave. He felt embarrassed, turning his head away, awkwardly silent. Yates, on the other hand, looked about ready to explode. How could these two start chatting as if nobody else was there right after such a tumultuous event? Was this the immortal feast platform or some teahouse pavilion? So many deities had used their magical instruments against them, how could they chat about trivial matters so casually? Waving his hand to lower the barrier, he took a deep breath. It wasn't that they were going to rush up again, courting death, but instead, they took the other deities with them and slipped away while Barak was distracted. The mist rose with a puff, wrapping their physical bodies and souls and instantly disappearing within the barrier. Amanita noticed, her fine brows arching upward. She stood up, intending to chase after them. Barak held her back. Why are you more anxious than me? He said with amusement, you just ascended to immortality, and you want to challenge 5 upper deities alone? Amanita put her hands on her hips, cheeks puffing up in anger. You need to make a statement. At least shout something like come and go as you please. Do you think my place is a cheap spot? That way, it won't be so awkward. Looking at her as if she were a fool, Barak raised his finger to point at the side. What was it? Amanita looked over in confusion. The broken barrier slowly fell apart, bits and pieces drifting down. Light from outside shone in, gradually revealing the fragmented godly souls floating inside. Broken arms and legs flew around like kites, some still intact, others shattered like porcelain pieces. Though just spiritual bodies, they clearly weren't Barak's. Her mouth slowly formed an O shape. Amanita retracted the step she was about to take. She finally understood what Yates meant by Barak won't lose. In her haste and anger when they arrived, she had only focused on the abnormality around the bigwigs, not noticing the surroundings. Your hand was a bit too heavy, right? She laughed nervously, retracting her fingers and gathering the scattered souls into a small light in her palm. But it's not your fault, they came here looking for trouble. Barak nodded straightforwardly, showing no hint of remorse on his face. The plates, he said, I just washed them, and they dropped them. Plates? Amanita pondered for a moment, then turned her gaze to the sink beside them, only then noticing the shards all over the ground. Is this the key point? Obviously not. Plates aren't worth much, right? She turned back, trying to continue talking to him, hoping to make him understand when it was right to act and when it wasn't. But before she could say anything, she realized something. The way these plates broke was identical to how one of the godly souls shattered just now. Exactly the same. Chapter 51, Restraint. She spread her hand to look at the fragments of divine soul, then glanced at the shattered plate on the ground nearby. Kathy's eyes flickered. Her intuition told her this was not a coincidence. Divine souls don't just break into porcelain shards. Yet, in such a critical moment, how could he have time to fuss over something so trivial? After some hesitation, she looked directly at Barak and asked, this hand is the divine soul of Grady. Barak replied with irritation, the one who smashed my plate. Kathy. So, there was time for such trifles after all. Both annoyed and amused, she squatted beside him, tending to his wounds as she muttered softly, broken plates can be replaced. It wasn't the same, those were plates he had washed, and she had said she would come back to see them. Frowning unhappily, he was about to retort when the person before him suddenly changed expression. How did this happen? She looked at the wound on his finger, even wrinkling her nose. Barak thought she was bothered by the sight of blood, so he started pulling his hand back, intending to sever the contaminated meridians from his arm still clinging to the ground. But just as he raised his hand, the person pounced forward, hugging him urgently and saying, let me handle it. Why are you panicking? This is xiuxian gold poison, he said with a slight smile. Hidden in the glass bottle containing Ricky's soul. I didn't notice, so I got poisoned. Xiuxian gold poison can rapidly spread through the bloodstream, devouring spiritual energy. By the time he realized it, his entire arm's meridians were already filled with the toxin, and a battle awaited him. All he could do was abandon this part of his meridians. Although no one was around to hinder him now, dealing with meridians was complicated and messy. Instead of spending a lot of effort rearranging them, it was better to simply cut them off and cultivate anew. After all, he wasn't mortal and wasn't that fragile. Barak thought this way, but the little creature before him obviously disagreed. She stubbornly held him down and began channeling spiritual power to help him. First, she had to gradually extract all the poison, then organize the meridians, a lengthy and complex process. If it were him, he wouldn't last a single incense stick burning before using the slayphone blade. However, her movements were very cautious, as if afraid to hurt him. Her fingertips gently traced the meridians, soft and light. Feeling inexplicably ticklish, Barak turned his head awkwardly. Too slow. Not too slow, Kathy insisted without lifting her head. I'm doing it carefully. You'll be fine, I know what I'm doing. Only she would be afraid of pain. A supreme deity like him would never be so weak. Barak wanted to mock her a bit, but looking down at her trembling eyelashes, the words died in his throat. After an hour, blackish poison flowed out, forming strange shapes on the ground. Kathy glanced at it and freed one hand to lift his wide red robe, pushing away the poisonous residue with disdain. Then she carefully returned the organized meridians to his hand. They must have planned this from the start, she muttered, slightly annoyed. Poison first, then surround Upper Bing Palace and strike. It seems they love complaining. This time, let's complain, and I'll be your witness. His fingers tingled slightly, warming his heart. Barak snorted and tapped her forehead lightly. The Heaven Path Diviner won't listen to you. But we should try, Kathy frowned. And if they listen to you, then what? Turning to walk into Upper Bing Palace, Barak brushed aside her remark. They tried to kill someone, and I severed 3 of their divine souls. If they really reported it, it was uncertain who would end up in jail. That's true. Feeling guilty, she followed him inside, murmuring, thinking about it, did I return in time to save you or save them? The answer was clearly the latter. He wouldn't die. Barak sat on the throne indifferently, drawing out the slayphone blade and placing it beside the armrest. Kathy glanced at it, rather conflicted. Ricky's soul fragment was still here. They had intended to kill, so asking a powerful figure to nourish it with spiritual energy seemed unreasonable. Yet, using his soul to empower the slayphone blade might give others a chance to criticize them. How about? She hesitated. You lend me the blade, and I'll return his soul to Lord Bray. Barak's gaze darkened as he pursed his lips. Why? Ricky practices Goldpath immortal arts, so he couldn't have released Seleniosian gold poison, Kathy analyzed, ticking points on her fingers. You've already slain 3 of their divine souls today. Giving back one of Ricky's doesn't seem unfair, does it? But he disliked the idea. Barak thought grimly, I'm not a saint. They attacked my palace, yet I'm supposed to return a soul? Cultivating the slayphone blade with Ricky's soul is best. Treating it as fertilizer isn't a problem either. However, before he could continue brooding, the person before him grabbed his hand. One must restrain anger. Her fingers pinched his softly, swaying gently. They violated you first, so cutting their divine souls is reasonable. But to take it further would be excessive, and excessive wrongdoing hinders the cultivation of immortal arts. I no longer need to cultivate my immortal arts. He squinted his eyes. He had reached the peak, and that was why he could accept the dead grievance chi. The person before him furrowed her brows deeply. No way, she insisted stubbornly. No matter what, you can't commit evil. Barak. He had committed countless evils in the past. Did it now fall to her to discipline him? What right and wrong was there in this world? It all depended on whether he was happy or not. What pleased him was right, what displeased him was wrong. For tens of thousands of years, he had always lived like this. She really knew nothing about the world. But, glancing at her serious and slightly angry expression, he found himself unable to refuse. She was too delicate, even a raised voice might scare her into tears. Rubbing his brow impatiently, he gave an indistinct hum of acknowledgement. What do you mean by hum? She stamped her foot, gripping his hand even tighter. Did you understand me? Narrowing his eyes with displeasure, Barak wondered inwardly, you didn't have this much courage before. Of course not. Kathy lifted her small chin proudly. You used to be so fierce to me, threatening to kill me at will. But now, you're nice to me, and naturally, I feel braver. That's what I'm best at, taking advantage of kindness. Was anyone supposed to talk about themselves like that? He shook his head, trying to pull away from her, only to be hugged even more tightly around the arm. The heavy, warm, and soft sensation made his lips curl upward involuntarily. Barak gave a light hum and let her embrace him for a while before asking calmly, can you lift the slayphone blade? A joke, it's just a blade. Knowing he had agreed, Kathy jumped happily, spitting twice into her palm, then gripped the hilt of the slayphone blade. Startled, the blade buzzed as if trying to escape, but was held down quietly by its master's force. It quivered pitifully, as if pleading for mercy. Barak watched it impassively. All right then. Giving up on resisting, the slayphone blade allowed itself to be lifted by a newly ascended high immortal. This was the first time since its creation that someone other than Barak had held it. Feeling wronged yet daren't move, the blade had to endure the high immortal boasting shamelessly to it. See, I can lift it. Chapter 52 Just SOSO. You can't even lift it, someone is just backing you up. If the slaughter phoenix saber could speak, it would surely roar at this ignorant girl in such a manner. Unfortunately, no matter how spirit-filled a saber is, it's still just a blade. Therefore, it could only sullenly quiver and then remain still. Amusement flickered in his eyes, but Barak didn't let up verbally. They may not appreciate your favor. I know, Kathia said as she heaved the saber with great difficulty. She waved her hand, consider this trouble settled. I don't expect their gratitude, only that they don't come to bother again. You rest here, I'll be back soon. Acknowledging this with a slight nod, Barak sat back in the shadows. Just as he was about to close his eyes for some respite, he felt something draped over him. A delicate, pale hand held a large red peony satin quilt, struggling to tuck it under his neck. It's really cold, so I covered you well, she muttered. Barak looked at the gaudy pattern on the quilt disdainfully and wanted to say that deities wouldn't feel the cold even if they slept in an ice cave, being the flame Tao god who wouldn't be frozen. But this little hand had tucked the quilt properly around him and even patted him gently, as if assured by its presence. His struggle halted. Barak wrapped himself in the satin quilt with a dark face, glancing sideways as Kathia carried the slaughter phoenix saber out, letting out a faint hum. So heavy, she grumbled while struggling with the weight of the saber. He made it look so light. Why is it so heavy for me and I can't even use immortal power? The big shot saber is indeed the king among sabers. The Gan clan should have ancient divine weapons since they're a major immortal sect. There shouldn't be any problem. Too noisy. Used to Barak's silence, the slaughter phoenix saber truly couldn't bear her chatter. Right after exiting Shangbing Palace, it surged forward viciously, causing her to tumble head over heels. Her hand scraped on the ground, scraping off a layer of skin. Getting up, Kathia examined it and pouted with tears instantly welling up in her eyes. Look, just what kind of weakling, what did the master see in her? The slaughter phoenix saber buzzed fiercely, wanting to scare her more. But after just 2 shivers, a chop came down on it. Smack. This action was swift and fierce, landing precisely on the middle of its spine, accompanied by water Tao immortal energy, making the slaughter phoenix saber shut off abruptly. Really effective. Kathia rubbed her hand with reddened eyes and mumbled, striking a snake at the 7th inch, never thought divine weapons need it too. Seeing it stopped struggling, she picked it up again, pitying herself as she blew on the wound on her hand before continuing her way out. Divine weapons don't have a 7th inch, especially a domineering one like the slaughter phoenix saber. To make it compliant, there's only one method. Be stronger than it. Bruce stood outside Shangbing Palace in another direction, silently watching as Kathia left with the saber, his gaze contemplative. Originally thinking she was just a minor immortal, he hadn't expected her to be significant. Someone as cautious as Barak, directly handing over the slaughter phoenix saber to her. This isn't good. Turning away, he knocked on the door of Shangbing Palace. Come in. Stepping forward solemnly, Bruce bowed, took a deep breath, and said, My lord, the gate to the netherworld has already been closed. Reopening it now will certainly cause alarm. I know, the voice above responded indifferently. Since there's no other choice, I will find a reason to go down there. They won't allow it. Bruce shook his head. I'm not blaming anyone, but immortal Kathia shouldn't have interfered. If you intend to keep her by your side, she must understand the gravity of the situation. The person on the throne responded dully. Sensing his low spirits, Bruce felt uneasy but, thinking of the bigger picture, he gritted his teeth. If this doesn't succeed, forget it. If immortal Kathia continues to oppose us, will you still tolerate her? How could I? Barak scoffed. What I want to do, no one can stop. That's the deity he knows, almost making Bruce teary-eyed. These days, seeing the deity so infatuated with beauty, he thought the sky was falling. It turns out he was worrying unnecessarily. A deity who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years wouldn't easily succumb to mortal emotions. Taking a long breath of relief, Bruce finally lifted his head. Then, he saw the Lord seated with a dazzling, glaring, obviously inappropriate large red peony satin quilt draped over him. The smile vanished from Bruce's face as he stared at the embroidered flowers on the quilt, choked, unable to swallow or spit out, nearly suffocating. He struggled to regain his voice. Are you cold? Looking down at himself along the direction of his gaze, Barak sneered, I'm not cold. Then what is this? She thinks I'm cold. He shifted slightly, pulling the quilt up as it had slipped down. Barak yawned and said lazily, anything else? There was something, but now Bruce felt that nothing mattered. Your Highness, he said with heartfelt distress, there's an old saying on Earth that heroes find it hard to pass the beauty test. Soft fragrance and tenderness have always been the grave of strong men. Glancing at him meaninglessly, Barak disagreed. Those so-called strong men on Earth are just SOSO. How could it be SOSO again? Bruce felt a pang of anxiety and took a long time to calm himself before saying in a muffled voice, in my humble opinion, Kathia Immortal may have a clear background, but her control over spiritual power is not something a mortal cultivator can achieve. Barak naturally discovered this earlier than him. Everything in the world follows the path of 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Cultivators typically choose one of these paths to master, which even after 10,000 years might not be thoroughly explored. Someone like him, who cultivates both God and devil methods, has already transcended the 5 elements and does not fear heaven and earth. Yet, she seemed to accommodate all 5 elements from birth, controlling the 5 Tao powers at will. Her cultivation was still too low for significant impact. But if one day she reached the peak, she might become more powerful than him. Thinking of how happy Kathia got when praised, rolling around gleefully, Barak couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bruce watched him despairingly. For tens of thousands of years, many have tried using women to control Barak. Every one of those female immortals used as bait were more beautiful and more cultivated than this little immortal. What exactly did the celestial deity get wrong? Moreover, once fallen, he wouldn't admit it. Keep an eye on the Gan clan, Barak resumed his serious tone after laughing enough. Haroun is severely wounded. Several intriguing true lords might emerge. Mentioning this, Bruce's expression finally improved slightly as he bowed and lowered his head. Understood. The authorities of the 9 heavens have been encountering accidents one after another recently. It was impossible that Tian Dao didn't notice anything. But until now, he hasn't intervened. Barak caressed the wound on his hand, his smoky eyes gazing at the floating mirror flower watermoon beside the throne. Was he indifferent or waiting for something? Chapter 53 Gabby. As the sun gradually set, Shongbing Palace slowly submerged back into darkness. However, outside the Lisha Immortal Gate, the evening sky was still filled with colorful twilight. Sherry carried the phoenix-slaying saber, moving her sore arms, and sighed as she gazed at the hazy mountains in the distance. Why is it so far? The phoenix-slaying saber had been suppressed by her water Dao immortal energy on the way and was very obedient until it was nourished by a spirit force, allowing it to recover its senses. In the Bagua trigrams, Qian represents heaven, and Dui represents metal. Only near the Dui clan immortal gate would there be spirit forces beneficial for its absorption. In other words, this fool had taken a wrong turn. With two disgruntled hums, the phoenix-slaying saber wanted to remind her, but Sherry thought it was going to struggle again, so she squeezed it under her armpit and said fiercely, "If you run away again, I'll report to Barak and have him throw you into the water." Phoenix-slaying saber. Not only foolish but also unreasonable. Silently being carried, the phoenix-slaying saber could feel the surrounding Dui clan's immortal energy becoming more intense, yet this fool was completely unaware and even asked strangely, "Doesn't the Chen clan advocate for natural harmony? Why does the immortal gate look so opulent?" Golden pavilions were scattered among lights, reflecting in a lake halfway up the mountain, looking from afar like an imperial concubine opening her makeup box. Sherry walked under a plaque inscribed with Dui clan immortal gate without looking up, only marveling as she approached the golden mountain. However, before getting closer, she triggered a defensive barrier. In a flash, hundreds of weapons flew out from all around, too fast for Sherry to react, and the cold, sharp killing intent reached her throat. Clang! The phoenix-slaying saber flew out, creating a floral pattern in midair and repelled the incoming blades. The blade was scratched by sword tips, making a piercing sound. It trembled and poked Sherry with its hilt in a reproachful manner. Is she really that clueless, not even reacting to this? If it were Barak, he would have destroyed the array core the moment he stepped on it. Sherry naturally couldn't hear its complaints, only watching its reaction curiously before tenderly grabbing it and touching the scratches on its blade. "Will it be okay?" she muttered. She actually has a good heart to care about a saber. Feeling uncomfortable, the phoenix-slaying saber tried to loosen its bias, but then heard her say, "Qian's heavenly spirit is already heavily injured. This saber can't afford to be scratched either. Without protection, it would be tragic." Firmly putting its bias back, the phoenix-slaying saber viciously turned away from her and rushed out of the defensive array toward the west. "Hey, stop!" Sherry immediately rode on a cloud to chase it, quickly forming seals, limitless heaven and earth, the water mirror forms. Whoosh! Cool water poured over the blazing phoenix-slaying saber, enveloping it entirely, hissing smoke rising as it slowed down. Sherry moved forward to catch it, frowning. "Why are you more troublesome than your master? Now what good does running do when we're almost there?" Of course running helps, to get to the Chen clan instead of getting lost with this fool, and why does she use water so much? Can't take it seriously. Struggling angrily, the phoenix-slaying saber brought them to land slowly. Past the defensive array was where the clan members lived. Sherry looked around, assuming she could fly directly to Gungong Palace, only to find that she couldn't use her cloud riding here. At dusk, immortals were walking around in the streets. After hesitating for a moment, Sherry was just about to ask someone for directions when she saw a familiar face. Seductive eyes, black robes, Shiloh exuded an extremely dark aura as he passed nearby, causing all immortals to give him a wide berth. He stumbled weakly, appearing quite frail. What was he doing here? Sherry instinctively stepped back half a pace but then heard a clear voice shout behind her, "Shiloh, stop right there." This voice belonged to a beautiful girl, full of anger. Sherry watched excitedly as a gust of black wind swept in, carrying long green hair a jong in length, blocking his path sharply. The hair was surprisingly clean and smooth, falling gracefully at her feet, gentle and different from her owner's fiery temperament. "Do you want me to shout it out on the street?" she scolded with raised eyebrows. Stopping his steps, Shiloh half smiled, "If you wish to die, I won't stop you. I will drag you down with me if I die." "Then try." Shiloh laughed lazily, "See if you can pull me down." Her hands suddenly clenched tightly. Gabby gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. Gradually, whispers rose around them. She glared and shouted, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a dragon? Get lost." With her shout, the gods who had been enjoying the spectacle instantly formed the earth-diving spell and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a few slow-reacting ones standing there, looking quite conspicuous. Sherry was the most conspicuous of all. She was still marveling at the fact that there could be a dragon in the 9 heavens when she suddenly met Gabby's purple eyes. "Huh." Looking around, Sherry laughed awkwardly, "Not really. You are not a member of the Dui clan." Gabby turned and walked toward her with a frown, light flashing in her hand as she produced a dragon scale whip. "Spy?" No. Sherry waved her hands hastily in explanation. "I'm here to find an elder of the Chen clan. Come to the Dui clan to find a Chen clan elder, and you still dare to say you're not a spy?" Gabby's gaze sharpened as she attacked immediately. Shiloh swooped over and scooped Sherry away. With a bang, Sherry turned around to see a huge crater where she had been standing, still emitting black smoke. Such a formidable girl. "Why did you come here?" Shiloh asked with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Holding tightly onto the phoenix-slaying saber, Sherry mumbled, "To find someone." "Find me? Not you." "That's truly heartbreaking," he sighed melodramatically, putting her down on another open spot before looking up at Gabby. "Old acquaintance, stop it." Gabby stared fixedly at him, then glanced sideways at the little girl beside him, her lips turning pale. "You have quite a few acquaintances. Flattery from others has always been plenty. He seemed about to jest further but, catching sight of her deathly pale lips, ultimately sneered, "This is Barak's disciple. If you really want to harm her, it's none of my business, but don't drag the DUI clan into this. She's no longer his disciple," Sherry whispered behind him, "thanks to your favor." Shiloh gave her an odd look over his shoulder. Not a disciple anymore but still holding the phoenix-slaying saber? Sherry nervously covered the saber, fearing he might notice something amiss and intervene again. However, Lord Shiloh didn't seem particularly interested in the phoenix-slaying saber. He just looked at her oddly for a while before turning to Gabby and saying, "If you're really bored, escort her for a bit. I have matters to attend to, going to meet the heavenly Dao Seer." Chapter 54 Shiloh's Consort. Joke. Gabby rejected without hesitation. "Who has the time for this? I'm in a hurry to see Burton, no time." Burton? Upon hearing this name, Selena only then realized that she might have really gone to the wrong place. Burton was a well-known deity far and wide in Xiuxian, not because of his power, but because he was born with only half a soul and half a spirit. Despite the divine DUI clan's extensive search for magical herbs and elixirs for him, he could still only reside in Xiuxian Palace, unable to leave even a step. Therefore, this was indeed near Xiuxian Palace. Frustrated, she patted her forehead and whispered, "I can go by myself, no need to trouble you all." Shiloh turned around, chuckled, and lightly tapped the handle of the foam-slaying saber she held. "With this item, if you don't have her leading the way, you can't leave by yourself." DUI represents metal, the ancestor of all instruments. Any magical artifact would be enamored by the spiritual energy here. If not leaving through a special path, one would be trapped in the illusion created by the magical artifact itself. The ancient divine weapon like the foam-slaying saber naturally produces an extremely powerful illusion which she wouldn't be able to cope with. After some hesitation, Selena looked at Gabby standing in the distance. Her brows had already lost the resentment from before. The look in her eyes was both bold and proud. "I won't help you." Selena took a few steps closer. "What are you doing?" She retreated defensively, holding up the dragon scale whip in front of her. "Trying to force me?" "Not at all." Selena shook her head while hugging the saber, looking very serious. "I just want to try begging you." Gabby. How could she speak so confidently and bluntly such an unresistant word? "Begging me won't do any good." Whipping her whip slightly, Gabby snorted coldly, "I'm not the kind-hearted type." Moreover, this young girl appeared to have a very suspicious relationship with Shiloh. It was out of respect for the foam-slaying saber that she hadn't made a move on the spot. She wasn't stupid enough to help. Wait. Why did she suddenly get so close? Her pupils contracted as Gabby moved her eyes and found that the girl had suddenly tiptoed in front of her, her small, fair face magnified right in front of her eyes clear and bright like a fawn's. Please, give me a hand." She clasped her hands together, pitifully rubbing her fingertips together towards her. "I have important matters at hand, delaying too long will get me scolded upon return." Barak can be very fierce when scolding, you know, right? She knew, but what does it have to do with her? Feeling at a loss, Gabby lifted her eyes to look in Shiloh's direction, only to find that he had already left at some point. Her eyes dimmed, she put away the whip, remained silent for a long time, and finally gave in listlessly. "All right, let's go." "Thank you, lady. You're beautiful and kind." Selena happily followed her. Out in the world, it relies entirely on sweet talk. Having lived for so many years, Selena knew this. However, this lady's hair is really long. Following behind, she had to hop left and right not to step on it. About this, after walking for a while, Selena couldn't help but ask, "Have you considered making it shorter?" Glancing over her shoulder, Gabby snorted and tilted her head slightly, faint silver dragon scale patterns becoming visible on her black tresses. "This is my tail," she replied irritably. "I haven't perfected my cultivation, can't hide it." A dragon who couldn't even cultivate her tail away was actually living in Xiuxian? Selena was even more astonished. Due to the dragon clan's indecisive stance during the boundary division years ago, they were never accepted into Xiuxian. They were gods in the human realm, yet regarded as demons in the immortal realm. How could this dragon maiden move so freely in Xiuxian? Seeing her lack of skill in hiding emotions, Gabby laughed humorlessly after just a glance. "You haven't been in Xiuxian for long, right? Even I'm unknown to you. In all of Xiuxian, there is only me, the traitorous, self-sacrificing silver dragon of the West Sea, who married into Xiuxian Palace back then, even drawing the attention of the heavenly Dao." "Married?" Selena frowned in thought for a moment, finally understanding. "You are Lord Shiloh's consort?" Her footsteps paused. For a moment Gabby was dazed, gazing at her vacantly, seemingly happy yet worried, but after a short while, she smiled with twinkling eyes, answering, "Yes. So that's why you seem so different from Lord Shiloh." Sniffing, Selena continued without a hint of doubt. "Usually when I see him, he always smiles, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes, looks eerie. Only just now, I finally saw a little bit of humanity in him." "Do you know him well?" Gabby raised an eyebrow. "Met twice." Holding up 2 fingers, Selena wrinkled her face. Neither impression was good. Looking at her in astonishment, Gabby burst out laughing. "That person is like something that crawled out from the underworld. How could anyone have a good impression of him? Everything a god shouldn't do, he has done. Everything a human wouldn't do, he has also done." Gabby, who had lived for 3,000 years, had never seen anyone more shameless than him. Yet, she still wanted to die in his arms. Even if all her dragon scales were plucked off and she was thrown down from Xiuxian, she would unhesitatingly choose the most degenerate path, indulging in every moment with him. Her black hair was blown up by the wind, like a long kite shaped as a dragon flying in the sky. Gabby squinted her eyes and gazed at the road ahead, suddenly chuckling softly. Selena turned her head in surprise. You really like Lord Shiloh, don't you? Where did you get that idea? Only someone cherished deeply can make you smile just thinking about them, Selena shrugged. Though I've never liked anyone, my mother once said something like this. Never liked anyone? Gabby was surprised and glanced at the knife in her embrace. Serving in Shongbing Palace and yet having no sweetheart. Mocking Barak silently, Gabby raised her hand and opened a boundary far away. From here, travel west for 100 miles, and you'll leave DUI clan's domain. She said, I'll take you here, you can go on your own. Gabby. Before she finished speaking, a sudden clap of thunder rang out in the distance, startling Selena into a small jump, and she immediately hid behind her. The smile on Gabby's face gradually faded as she straightened her body and turned back, slightly fierce. Grady led a group of Zhenjuan towards her, their faces so grim they could squeeze out ink. Good job you've done. Scanning them, Gabby crossed her arms, grinning insincerely. What's the charge today? It was always the same opening act. While they weren't tired of it, she certainly was. Come back with us to Xinqing Palace. Grady immediately summoned the binding dragon rope. Silver chains drew arcs in the sky, wrapping around Gabby tightly with a fierce gust of wind. Selena instinctively reached out to help, but she spoke first. Routine stuff, you go ahead, I can handle it. Hearing this, Grady noticed there was someone else beside her. He immediately drew another binding dragon rope. There's an accomplice as well, take both of them back for trial. Chapter 55, Whose immortal companion? Sherry. She was just passing by, it couldn't be her, could it? Besides, she wasn't a dragon. The dragon binding rope came with great force and circled above her head but, as if afraid of something, it hovered and did not dare to come down. Grady had been focused on capturing Gabby, but seeing this, he finally gave her a serious look. Why is it you? His face changed slightly. How did you end up within the territory of my DUI clan? The Sifeng blade in his arms glowed intensely, forcing the dragon binding rope not to approach. Sherry looked at him and thought about the ambush against Barak from the previous palace, her brow furrowed. Accidental entry. I'm sorry for the disturbance. Accidental? If it were someone else, Grady might have believed it. But after she had attacked them at the Shongbing Palace earlier and then appeared beside Gabby with Barak's constant companion, the situation seemed too suspicious. Since you're here, he waved towards his people, let's all go to the Xinqing Palace together. Dozens of true deities encircled them in an arrest formation, and Sherry barely had time to escape. Just as she moved one little step, she was swallowed by the golden glow of the spell array. Gabby glanced at her with some surprise, then turned back to Grady. Leave me alone, why involve others? As the clouds rose and fell, Grady gazed in the direction of Xinqing Palace, looking rather grim. This matter isn't something that can be resolved by you alone. Gabby frowned. Every day there were incidents in Xinqing Palace, either the forging furnace was stolen or a minor deity's soul was seized. No matter how many cases happened, Grady always managed to blame them on her, thus making her take the punishment, a pattern she had long gotten used to. But this time, something felt different. Suddenly, celestial cranes were startled into flight, their cries echoing as they spread their wings. As Sherry landed with them at the entrance of Xinqing Palace, she felt a chill down her spine. The air seemed filled with a strange smell, like crushed decaying souls burning in a censer, stifling. Feeling unaccustomed, Sherry wanted to sneeze, but caught a terrifying sight out of the corner of her eye and held it back. A half-person sat in a rocking chair beside the western window, one arm hanging limply over the armrest, face blue and purple, breathless. Covered under a thick blanket, yet nothing underneath it except for flatness, as if it were neatly folded on the chair. Burton. Her pupils constricted, Sherry hastily shifted her gaze and patted her chest. Amitabha Buddha, we are all deities now, why must this still be so scary? Even if only a half-soul remains, it shouldn't look so pitiful. What happened? Gabby took 2 steps forward, shocked beyond belief. With both hands bound, she could not stretch them out, but upon approaching, she sensed that Burton's remaining half-soul was also gone, sliced into fragments and blown away by the wind through the window. Who did this? She turned back with red eyes, shouting fiercely. Grady looked at her with a frown, mocking her dramatics. He was fine during morning hours. Found dead just a while ago. Apart from department managers, the only ones who visited Xinqing Palace were you and Shiloh. Gabby was taken aback, then her eyes sharpened. You mean, Shiloh and I did it? I didn't say that, but you're the prime suspects. Grady turned his head away, uncomfortably rubbing his arm. I haven't fully recovered from my injuries and was meant to rest, but never expected such an event. How ridiculous. Gabby flared. Shiloh has been his close friend for years, why would he harm him? And I am his immortal companion, why would I harm him? He's a close friend, you're an immortal companion, Grady scoffed, wouldn't it be obvious? You. Enraged, Gabby's hair suddenly transformed into a tail, her immense spiritual power tearing the dragon binding rope, roaring fiercely at Grady. The turbulent currents almost swept Sherry away. She quickly stabbed the Sifeng blade into the ground, barely managing to stabilize herself. Chaos ensued around them. Grady and others summoned their magic artifacts. Gabby broke through the ceiling, leaping into the air and causing half the roof to collapse, tiles raining down like hailstones. Clutching the Sifeng blade tremblingly, Sherry sighed, wondering what was going on. Why would Burton, protected by countless gods, suddenly die? Wasn't Gabby Shiloh's immortal companion? How did she become Burton's? And why was Grady so determined to antagonize Gabby? Most importantly, the Long clan was always volatile without measure. How could she avoid getting involved? The Seafang blade hummed twice, intending to break through, but restricted within Dui clan territory, it failed to even form a barrier and was hit directly by the falling tiles. Barak, who was meditating, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see that night had already fallen outside, but the person who had gone out to send off a soul had not yet returned. The entire Xiuxian palace was as quiet as a graveyard. Frowning in discomfort, he got up, wrapped the large red satin quilt and placed it on the throne, then walked down the steps to summon someone for questioning. However, before he could speak, a black object rolled in from outside the door, silently rolling to his feet. "Hi God," it said, its voice raspy and hard to listen to, "help me with something." Without looking down, Barak stepped right over it. The black mist scattered underfoot, quickly recondensing, stubbornly following beside him. "They're catching up. What does that have to do with me?" Pouring himself half a cup of tea from a teapot, Barak sniffed at it, half smiling. "If you were skilled enough to dare to intrude into Xiuxian Palace, you wouldn't need my help." The black shadow panicked, saying hurriedly, "If High God hadn't practiced demon ways, how could I, a minor demon, have gotten in here? The aura of the 9 heavens is too strong for me to even transform back to my original form. Please, High God, help me." Barak remained unmoved, sweeping his sleeves to prepare to leave, when he heard it urgently plead behind him. "A battle has already broken out in xiuxian Palace. They'll soon trace it back to me. If High God sends me back to the Netherworld, I will offer 10,000 deaths as tribute to repay this favor." Pausing briefly, Barak snorted, "Xiuxian Palace? That realm, unchanged for millennia, could actually erupt into conflict. How curious." With a casual flick of his hand, he transformed it into human form, lazily throwing it a strand of divine energy, then waved his hand. "Leave on your own." "Thank you, High God." The black shadow was overjoyed, using this divine power to break through the 9 heavens barrier and flee to the lower realms. Barak thought about visiting Qian clan. It wasn't that he was worried about anyone, it was just that, well, he was bored anyway. But just after he left the palace, traveling a few hundred miles, he was knocked off balance by a burst of light. There weren't many people who dared be so audacious in the 9 heavens, especially one who, after bumping into him, kept walking forward without even glancing back. Narrowing his eyes, Barak raised his sleeve to block him. "God Shiloh, long time no see." He looked up, eyeing him with a half-smile. "Did your cave get burned down or something, to make you this urgent?" In memory, Shiloh had always been carefree, not even bothering to dress properly, let alone ever taking anything seriously. But now, this man was drenched in cold sweat, his gaze unnervingly cold, his whole body shrouded in death's aura. "Don't stand in my way," he whispered, "I'm in a hurry." Chapter 56 Worry. He would have been better off not speaking, as his words only caused Barak to block the path even more effectively. After all, they were long-time adversaries, neither could let the other have it easy. Barak had a fiery temper, and Shiloh wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Therefore, Barak had long prepared for an altercation, waiting only for him to make the first move. However, unexpectedly, despite picking such a quarrel, Shiloh did not get angry. He lifted his eyes and even showed a hint of helplessness. Something happened at xiuxian Palace. This tone was so soft that Barak was quite unaccustomed to it. Disdain immediately clouded his smoky grey eyes. "Was the immortal gate destroyed?" "No. Not because of that, you're this worried." He sneered, "You're neither the authority figure at xiuxian Palace nor related to anyone there. Why are you worrying so much?" Shiloh hesitated, squinting his eyes. "Your people are also there." His people. Barak was momentarily bewildered. The smoky hue in his eyes darkened suddenly. "Allison?" "Yes." Bypassing him, Shiloh continued forward. "If we delay any longer, who knows what might happen." Gabby's temper was originally not good, and he always tried to minimize her interactions with others. He never expected that leaving for just a moment would result in trouble. Although he couldn't predict what specifically had happened, Shiloh had a necklace hanging from his heart, its pendant hidden under his clothes where no outsider could see it. Only when something happened to Gabby would it turn scalding hot, impossible to ignore. Slightly annoyed, Shiloh flicked his sleeve, feeling disgusted by his current emotional state. It was uncontrollable and embarrassing, and it didn't help that Barak had stumbled upon this scene to mock him. Turning his head lethargically, Shiloh wondered if Barak was following him, but as soon as he tilted his head, he saw a flash of fiery red pass by him, rushing directly toward xiuxian Palace. Shiloh. What kind of worry does he have now? A protective barrier had already been set up near xiuxian Palace, and inside, a fierce battle raged. Allison was protected by the slaying phoenix saber and retreated from the hall, looking up to see Gabby swirling in the air, howling loudly. That howl echoed painfully in everyone's chest, causing Allison discomfort as she covered her head. Turning to Monica, "Can't things be discussed calmly?" Monica, holding the dragon-devouring spell in his hand, sneered, "What's there to talk about with a demonic dragon? She has always been unreasonable. It's best to send her soul back to heaven and earth now, avenging my elder brother." The dragon-devouring spell is highly damaging to dragons. As soon as the light spread, they heard Gabby's painful roar, shaking the heavens and earth. Allison frowned deeply, staring at the spell in his hand. If she were truly unreasonable, why would she teach you this spell? Looking at her with peculiar eyes, Monica was full of mockery. Indeed, why did she insist on teaching us the dragon-devouring spell while marrying into xiuxian Palace? You should ask her. Burton was a well-known waste in Xiao, bringing more harm than good to those who practiced with him. Even the lowest-ranking minor deity wouldn't want to be paired with him. Yet, this princess from the Western Sea chose to brave enormous pressure, coming to Xiao and entering xiuxian Palace. To say she had no ulterior motives, no one would believe it. But what Monica hadn't anticipated was that she would actually kill Burton. Hatred flashed in his eyes, and Monica recited the incantation faster, desperate to pour all his spiritual power into the dragon-devouring spell to tear Gabby limb from limb. Silver scales were torn open, blood flowing freely. Gabby roared with red eyes, refusing to retreat as the dragon-devouring spell charged towards her. Determinedly, she prepared to clash head-on. She knew she couldn't win, but she refused to give in. Why should these people unjustly accuse her, and why should she lower her head? No. Roaring fiercely, Gabby swung her tail and charged forward. A gust of wind came, stopping her dragon horn. Startled, Gabby's anger hadn't dissipated as she raised her head fiercely. Then she met a pair of somber eyes. Her whiskers floated like water ripples in the wind, her red pupils pausing before slowly turning back to black. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gabby turned away, gradually transforming back into human form. "Why did you come back?" she muttered. "Weren't you supposed to meet the heavenly Dao sage?" Injured, she swayed while standing. Shiloh supported her without much kindness, his lips curling without a smile. "Thanks to you. It's not my fault." She quickly gathered her hair, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth and looking down. "They accused me first." "Of what?" Slightly stiff, Gabby glanced at him and said vaguely, "Accused me of murder." A bad feeling crept into Shiloh's heart, and his expression darkened as he looked down. Where Burton lived was now ruins, and nearby, Monica watched coolly. "You finally arrived." He withdrew his hand and patted lightly. "It must have been difficult plotting for centuries, Shiloh." Ignoring him, Shiloh focused on the formation behind him. Burton's physical body was placed within the formation, seemingly for a soul-summoning ritual, but it exuded only the aura of death, not a trace of life, clearly indicating he had been dead for a long time. Shiloh, holding Gabby's hand, suddenly let go as if electrocuted. Gabby hadn't quite reacted in time. She stumbled and fell, her eyes widening in shock as they fixed on Shiloh. "Be careful," Allison shouted, trying to catch her. But she ran too slowly and even tripped forward because of the slaying phoenix saber. "It's over, it's over." Allison put her hands over her head, fearing that she would end up smashed into meat paste along with Gabby. A burst of fire flew from behind, catching Gabby and tossing her onto a flat area of ground. Then, a pair of brocade boots stepped onto the land of xiuxian Palace. Allison kept her eyes tightly shut, waiting for the anticipated pain which never came. She held her head for a while and then heard a chorus of gasps around her, followed by the sound of magical artifacts being summoned. Opening her eyes in surprise, she looked up just in time to see a familiar chin line. "Can't even walk properly?" Barak sneered, his smoky grey eyes lowering like a lake filled with moonlight. The big boss had come to the rescue. Allison stood up excitedly, hugging his arm and said, "Hurry, save her." "Didn't I already do that?" He lazily moved his arm and turned to look at Gabby. "What does it have to do with me?" Allison raised an eyebrow and looked around, noticing that the DUI clan immortals had shifted from besieging Gabby to surrounding the big boss. Countless people were encircling them, summoning their magical artifacts and formations. Even DUI Monica stared pale-faced at Barak. "What are you doing here?" Confronted by Barak, DUI Monica tried to appear threatening despite his inner unease. "This is our xiuxian Palace's internal matter." Uninterested, Barak lifted his hand, retracted the slaying phoenix saber, and hoisted Allison onto his shoulder. "I won't disturb anymore, you guys continue." "Wait." DUI Monica stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed at Allison. "You can leave, but she stays. My elder brother passed away suddenly, and she is a suspect." Chapter 57 Heavenly Scourge Solitary Star. Suspect. Barak stopped in his tracks. Zoria was taken aback and quickly struggled to say to him, "I didn't, it wasn't me." He believed her without hesitation. Relieved, Zoria relaxed into his shoulder. She thought to herself how wonderful it felt to be trusted unconditionally. However, before she could revel in this feeling for long, Barak turned seriously to Grady and said, "Her abilities are far from enough to break through the xiuxian Palace barrier to kill Burton. You should suspect someone else." Zoria. He was right, but why did his words make her want to bite him so much? She bared her teeth and scratched him with 2 claws. In a muffled voice, Zoria muttered, "Without enmity or grudge, even if I had the capability, I wouldn't take action." Not only because Burton had a tragic background that evoked sympathy, but also due to the powerful deities in the DUI sect who protected him, she wouldn't have dared to attempt anything like poisoning on their territory. Yet, Grady glared at them with red eyes, still blocking the way. She can't break the barrier, but someone else can. She has no grievances, but others do. Several other deities joined Grady in front of Barak. As an outsider, it's suspicious that she happened to be escorted out by Gabby when something happened at xiuxian Palace. "We ask for your understanding, Deity Barak. Please cooperate considering Grady's pain over losing his brother." Barak glanced at the crowd, slightly annoyed. "If you want to trouble Shiloh and Gabby, go straight to them." Everyone paused, surprised by his directness, somewhat embarrassed. They exchanged glances but neither let him pass nor attempted to grab him. The scene froze for a while until Shiloh slowly descended to the ground. "Aren't we supposed to investigate?" He looked down, almost smiling, then proceed. Gabby got up from beside, her face ashen. She didn't look at Shiloh, but hearing these words, her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. He didn't believe her. Even though they had been intimate just moments ago, even though she had shown him her deepest trust, he still didn't believe her. "No matter." Pushing her hair behind her ear, Gabby wobbled to her feet. She hadn't expected much anyway. A gust of wind carried the intense sadness past Zoria, making her sneeze uncomfortably. Barak heard and scooped her back into his arms, asking casually, "Caught a chill?" "No." Rubbing her nose, Zoria glanced over his arm at Gabby, frowning slightly. "She looks pitiful." Following her gaze, Barak snorted, "Does the princess of the Western Sea need your pity?" "It's not about status." She squirmed to find a comfortable position in his arms, whispering, "I just feel she looks lonely standing there." "Do all mortals have such overflowing sympathy?" Barak felt a bit disdainful, decided not to move, and stood beside her holding her. "You don't even know her, she's always been alone." Gabby was born under the destiny of a heavenly scourge solitary star. Since birth, she was exiled to a lonely tower in the Western Sea. After forming a human shape, she was driven away from the Western Sea and wandered among humans. Strangely, Barak usually minded his own business, but because Shiloh often sought him out for fights, he remembered him. Once during a visit to the mortal world, he chanced upon Shiloh and Gabby. They were probably meeting for the first time, not in some romantic setting, but in a chaotic graveyard freshly filled with soldiers' corpses. Shiloh practiced demonic arts and needed to feed on resentment, making the graveyard perfect. Gabby, due to inadequate cultivation, revealed her tale to the mortals, burned near death, and ended up abandoned in the same graveyard. Shiloh wasn't interested in a half-dead dragon, but Gabby grabbed his sleeve. "I taste better than them." She lifted her eye in the mud, numbly recommending herself. Elegantly retracting his sleeve, Shiloh squatted and looked at her, chuckling, "Not dead enough, how to eat?" Gabby suddenly smiled, "Then send me off." "Not interested." Shiloh flicked his sleeves and left. But after a few steps, he turned back. Gabby was very beautiful, her fair face hidden in the mud, exuding an eerie charm. Shiloh liked beautiful things. After pondering for a while, he saved her. Barak didn't care what happened next. The story of repayment for saving one's life was too cliché. What surprised him was that later Gabby married Burton. Thinking about it, I understand now. He frowned slightly. No wonder that night he nearly beat me in a duel. That battle took place the night before Gabby's wedding. Zoria was dumbfounded, her small hands gripping his shirt and twisting it into a mess. "So you're saying that Lord Shiloh also has feelings for Gabby?" "Hard to say." Barak shook his head. "That person. He is so intimate with everyone, so indifferent to all. He never really likes anyone. Just like now, even though Gabby is hurt like this, he doesn't even glance sideways at her, not like someone who has ever fallen in love." Withdrawing his gaze, Barak stroked the forehead of the person in his arms again. "Are you really okay?" "Yes." Zoria extended her hand, just got a little scratch from a tile. Slightly pursing his lips, Barak reached out, brushing his fingers over her wound. "Wow." Watching the wound disappear before her eyes, Zoria flicked her claws. "You practice medical Dao too? This is even better than Kanyu. It doesn't hurt at all." This wasn't medical Dao but clearly the art of shifting stars and changing fate. Gabby watched from afar, shaking her head lightly. No wonder the Sifeng blade is in that little girl's arms. As cold as Barak is, he even transfers such minor injuries onto himself. It seems he cares deeply for her. How wonderful. She retracted her gaze, looking at her own hand with a half-smile. A bloody mess. The one she likes stands 3 paces away from her, casually answering the inquiries of the various deities. "I left xiuxian Palace before dusk. To where I cannot disclose, but when I left, the guardian must have seen me." "Gabby." Only when asked did he finally turn around, casting a distant glance at her. "No." Retracting his gaze, Shiloh said indifferently, "I haven't seen her." A gust of wind blew by, lifting the black strands of hair behind him. Gabby stood quietly, suddenly feeling exhausted. "It was me who killed him." She raised her blooded hand. Zoria was still whispering to Barak when she unexpectedly heard these words, making her jump up in fright. Click. She hit Barak squarely on the chin. Hearing the commotion, Zoria fumbled to touch him, but her eyes were still fixed on Gabby. "No way." She frowned. "She killed Burton?" The cool sensation swept across his lips. Barak looked down and held her claws lightly, clicking his tongue softly. Chapter 58, The Montague. "He hit me here." He pressed her hand against the side of his jawbone, speaking in an ill-tempered tone. She half-heartedly rubbed the spot for him and then focused all her attention on Gabby. She looked so despairing, her eyes full of gloom, even letting down her protective aura. She allowed the rampaging immortal energy to scrape her body until it bled without a sideways glance, clearly not wanting to live anymore. Looking at Shiloh beside her, he seemed entirely unperturbed. When Gabby confessed, he merely moved his eyebrows slightly and continued confronting Grady. "I have no reason to kill him." "Why not?" Grady sneered. "Do you really think we're all deaf and blind? Not knowing what you and Gabby were up to?" A hint of viciousness appeared in Shiloh's eyes. Leaning against the rubble, he smiled lazily. If one should be killed just because of having some affairs with someone else's immortal partner, how many immortals would be left in the 9 heavens? This statement was arrogant and shameless, which immediately infuriated Grady and prompted him to attack Shiloh. Shiloh also seemed tired of explaining and accepted the attack nonchalantly. No one knew exactly how powerful he was, even Sherry, who had been around for quite some time. Unexpectedly, above the palace of Shingon, Grady failed to handle 2 moves from Shiloh. A massive burst of light exploded like an iron hammer smashing through a drum, sending him back into the rubble below with the smoke. "Wow!" Sherry couldn't help but exclaim. Barak glanced indifferently and said disinterestedly, "Let's go." No, please, she pulled him excitedly. You don't want to see the outcome? Even though Shiloh isn't highly cultivated, he can easily deal with these juniors of the DUI family. He snorted. What's worth watching about that? Surprised, Sherry turned her head. Then why do they dare challenge senior immortal Shiloh? Because someone will clean up the mess. Barak lowered his eyes. Given how messy this situation was, who could actually clean it up? Just as she was thinking of asking, the surrounding light suddenly became extremely bright, illuminating the entire DUI immortal gate like daylight. It wasn't blinding but warm like the sun rising, and Sherry unconsciously sighed in relief. A golden-white robe swept over the ground, dissipating the murderous aura around. Broken tiles flew up and returned to their original places, and even Burton's body floated up, gently falling into the sea of clouds. Curiously looking up, Sherry wanted to see who had arrived. But Barak pressed her head back to his solid chest. Don't move, he warned in a low voice. Being so close, she clearly felt the unusually restless aura emanating from the big shot, as if suppressing anger, making even his elbows stiff. Sherry then guessed who had come. The Montague. Grady, holding his chest, approached angrily and bowed. The newcomer, kind-faced and benevolent, wore his hair in a bagua disc style with whooshing patterns on his clothes. He seemed not to notice the unusual tension and smiled while sending Burton's soul to nirvana. It is our obsession that has kept him around for several hundred years. Now his soul returns to heaven and earth, truly following the natural Tao. Daoist, this is murder. Grady growled red-eyed. Though my elder brother's soul is incomplete, if there was no malicious intent from others, he could have enjoyed worship for tens of thousands of years. How did he end up like this? Yes, Daoist, the assailant even tried to kill again to cover up. Even if we are compassionate, we cannot allow evil to go unchecked. As the condemnation grew louder, the Montague's expression showed difficulty, eventually turning his gaze slowly towards Shiloh. If I acted, Shiloh didn't look up, his tone sarcastic, he wouldn't even have remained in human form. The Montague shook his head in disagreement and then looked at Gabby. Not her either. Shiloh clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. At the time of the incident, she was with me. Despite having guessed it, hearing it from him still caused ripples of gasps around them. After struggling a bit, Sherry finally raised her head from Barak's embrace and saw Gabby swaying slightly, looking at Shiloh with disbelief. Earlier, he was distancing himself from her, yet now he admitted it. Was he afraid she would confess in front of the Montague and turn to ashes? Daring not to think like that, but unable to control herself, Gabby pinched her skirt, her eyes shining briefly. Today was her birthday. She squatted at the entrance of Shiloh's cave, waiting until dusk to see him. She knew he was unwilling to celebrate her birthday with her, but it was only once a year, and she could justify bothering him. Gabby didn't hate her father, even though he sent her away just to preserve 100-mile territory and only met her twice in hundreds of years. But he had sent her to Xinxingong, the closest place to Shiloh, making her feel very content. However, Shiloh didn't like her. It didn't matter to her. Since childhood, she had gotten used to being disliked. Gabby didn't feel there was any issue with it. Every year on this day, she could drag Shiloh along and talk nonsense, eating a bowl of longevity noodles that only existed in the human world. This made her very happy. Of course, this year she also tore off a piece of her dragon scale and gave it to him. The pendant hanging from his neck had been enchanted by her. He couldn't take it off or throw it away, but it could block many attacks for him because it already contained over 100 pieces of dragon scales. Pulling up her sleeve, Gabby showed the fresh scar on her wrist where a dragon scale was missing to the seer of Heavenly Way. He didn't lie, neither did I. She smiled slightly. Please, Daoist, understand clearly. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, interspersed with curses. Sherry rubbed her head and asked Barak in a low voice, which one has a worse outcome, confessing to a crime or admitting to messing around? Due to the appearance of the seer of Heavenly Way, Barak's mood was particularly bad, making his tone even harsher. They're the same. The same. Confessing invites heaven's punishment, while admitting to fooling around brings verbal abuse. He said indifferently, the latter isn't necessarily easier, but at least it spares one's life. Shiloh, being heartless, could have ignored Gabby, yet he hadn't expected him to make such a decision. But it wasn't his concern. Glancing at the seer of Heavenly Way, Barak turned to leave. Do you need a witness? A small hand raised innocently. His steps halted, and his face darkened. Ginger stood on tiptoe, raising her hand, her voice clear and bright. At dusk, I saw them together. Indeed, they were on that street, and they even fought. The crowd discussing paused, all looking over. The seer of Heavenly Way, who stood at the front, turned and his sharp gaze fell on her. Oh! A strange light flashed in his eyes as he reached out toward her. Sherry's body involuntarily floated up, her eyes wide in amazement. Just as she thought about how pure the spiritual energy was, she was suddenly pulled back by a strong arm. Chapter 59 Gate of Life and Death. What? Barak asked. His eyes were not very friendly. One hand was holding Ginger, while the other directly made a gesture in front of Aaron without any respect. This was a grossly disrespectful move. Shiloh, standing not far away, saw his eyelid twitch. He wanted to say something but held back. Aaron, seated high up among the 9 heavens, possessed spiritual power reserves far beyond what the other gods could imagine. Even Barak should not offend him like this. What if? Before he could think further, the Aaron suddenly laughed. It's rare to see you like this. He withdrew his hand, not minding Barak's actions, only smiling warmly as his gaze landed on Ginger. However, since this immortal wishes to speak, you should let her finish. Barak felt somewhat annoyed, wanting to knock out the person in his arms and take her away, Even his fingers couldn't resist moving slightly. But when he looked down, he met this person's hazy eyes. "Don't be anxious," she whispered, "I'll just be a witness, it won't take long." Barak frowned, opening his mouth to say that their lives and deaths had nothing to do with her, but then her soft hand slipped into his palm. Her index finger intertwined with his, gently clasping his hand. Ginger pouted at him, lightly shaking it. Would this always work? Yes. With a cold snort, Barak released her and withdrew the hand that had been making the gesture, stiffly turning his head to the side. So Ginger walked closer to Aaron, bowing deeply. During the time near dusk, Lord Shiloh and Gabby were indeed together in the bustling street. This small immortal accidentally entered this realm, couldn't find my way out, and it was Gabby who guided me. Aaron listened quietly, his dark eyes sweeping over her exceptionally clear spirit platform and her mixed spiritual energy. His face showed no emotion. But once Ginger finished speaking, he didn't ask more questions, instead turning to Duren Dao. "Then, have there been any others visiting Shinsin Palace today?" Grady was shaken inside. He didn't understand why Aaron trusted this small immortal so much, but since he said so, arguing would be useless. So he replied hesitantly, "Today, there were many matters concerning the Dui clan. People from Dingong and Chen clan came to visit. Although my eldest brother doesn't manage affairs, he has close ties with many gods. According to witnesses, several deities visited. So it would be wrong to accuse Lord Shiloh and Gabby directly." Ginger shrugged. "What do you know?" Grady retorted irritably, "Who else would wish for my elder brother's death besides them?" "Anyone could wish for your elder brother's death, except for me and him," Gabby muttered, covering his hand. "Instead of accusing someone without evidence, consider this. With Burton dead, you will become the legitimate leader of the Dui clan, saving you much trouble." "You." As if stepped on the tail, Grady raged, about to unleash his magical weapon. Aaron raised his hand. "Enough," he spoke, his voice resonating like chants. Everyone's movements slowed down. Grady, his face flushed red, tremblingly put away his weapon, still muttering angrily, "I could never kill my elder brother." Sighing softly, Aaron pinched his fingers, materializing a wisp of soul remnant, gently extracting a trace of black energy that was barely noticeable within it. "It must have been done by evil spirits," he said. "The 9 heavens have not been peaceful lately, allowing many demons to sneak in." All eyes turned to the black mist. Grady took a few steps forward, his pupils shrinking. "How is that possible? Even if they were evil spirits, my elder brother had no grudge against them. Do you not feel guilty saying that?" Gabby interrupted coldly. "What your elder brother guarded, you know better than anyone." Grady's complexion changed, clenching his fists. As the highest immortal sect of the Golden Dao, the Dui clan controlled many secret mechanisms. The Gate of Life and Death required a large amount of spiritual power to maintain, which was always a headache for the Dui clan. Upon gaining power, Grady had targeted Burton. Burton, nourished by the spiritual powers of many gods, naturally had enough spiritual power to suppress the Gate of Life and Death. Being kind-hearted, after listening to Grady's plea twice, he agreed to secretly guard the gate for him. Unexpectedly, it led to his own downfall. Looking pale and flushed alternately, Grady found it hard to accept, hastily walking towards the location of the Gate of Life and Death after bowing to Aaron. The other gods were baffled, but Aaron understood clearly. He sighed lightly and shook his head. Too late. With Burton's death, the Gate of Life and Death would escape, and the underworld would receive an abundant supply of grievances, causing chaos in the world. "I will have people investigate how the murderer entered, attempting to mend the situation," he said softly. "As for all of you, cultivate diligently. If mere lower-level evil spirits can enter Shinsin Palace to kill, you should be more vigilant." "Yes," the gods answered in unison. He turned and looked at Shiloh with a half-smile. "It's time to put your mind at ease." Shiloh stood silently, not answering or lifting his head, the corners of his eyes filled with weariness. Gabby glanced at him from afar, somewhat worried. "Are you done?" Barak asked. Aaron was taken aback, turning to look at him. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a white blur roll up beside him. "All done." Sherry pulled him along, hopping and skipping out, very relaxed. "This way, I won't have a guilty conscience anymore. They were never good people to begin with. Why should you feel guilty?" He rolled his eyes, allowing her to pull him along, reluctantly following. "That's not right. Even if they are bad, they shouldn't suffer undeservedly. If they did it, then so be it. If not, then not," Sherry said with righteous indignation. "Even if they end up in the pig cage for their own indiscretions later, it wasn't them who killed today. There are no pig cages in the 9 heavens. Then what? A bird cage?" The two gradually walked farther away until their figures disappeared into a mist, yet Aaron could still hear Barak's disdainful snort. He was somewhat dazed, his fingertips unconsciously trembling as he held the divination sticks. "Did you see any signs?" Shiloh suddenly asked. "I'm also curious." Realizing that he had seen through what he was calculating, Aaron quickly broke the divination pattern, softly laughing. "He is a god born with the heavens and earth, beyond the reach of my divinations." Gazing deeply at him, Shiloh flicked his sleeve and turned around. "I thought you would never acknowledge his identity." "Identity is but fleeting clouds," Aaron replied quietly from behind him. "Who he is isn't important, what he does is what matters." "Stubborn fool." Shiloh contemptuously gathered his sleeves, stepping onto his cloud, just about to return when he felt the side sink. Gabby struggled to climb onto his cloud, standing beside him quite naturally. Anger surged in his eyes, and Shiloh's face darkened. Chapter 60 Fruit. Go down. Gabby seemed not to hear, straightened her skirt, and looked into the distance at the clouds. We can still set up an array to send him off if we go back now. I told you to go down. Let's go. Her eyes dark with gloom, Shiloh suddenly waved her sleeves in an attempt to sweep her down. However, Gabby, as if she had anticipated this, immediately whipped out her dragon scale whip, tightly entwining the passing cloud underfoot. Shiloh made his move. Chaotic spiritual power surged towards her like a tidal wave. Gabby countered with her whip. The sharp dragon scale whip was about to strike him when it was fiercely deflected by the dragon scales around his neck. Pain jolted through her palm, and Gabby's eyes widened slightly. The necklace of scales was scorching hot. In frustration, Shiloh reached to pull it off but couldn't manage to remove it. Without another glance at Gabby, he turned and vanished on the spot with a hand gesture. People still gathered around, gloating over her humiliation. Where do you think you're going? A true immortal of the DUI family came forward and said, Burton has already returned to heaven and earth, you should return to your Western Sea too. Her fairy bond was broken, there was no longer any reason for her to stay in Xiuxian Palace. Even though Burton's death had nothing to do with her, the Western Sea would pay a price for this matter. She knew she wouldn't be welcomed home either. Nonchalantly shrugging her shoulders, Gabby flew off the passing cloud and followed the immortal out carelessly. Won't you feel sad? The immortal looked back while leading the way. It has been centuries. Why should I be sad? She chuckled lightly, her brows fine and her eyes alluring. He never asked me for help even till his death. As fellow immortals, they should have understood each other perfectly. When one was in trouble, the other could sense it instantly and rush to help. But Burton, ever since she married him, had never opened his heart to her. Despite being face to face day and night, in his eyes, she was merely a sacrifice offered by the Dragon Clan to the ninth heaven. Gabby lacked nothing, neither a beautiful face nor solid cultivation, but ironically, what deities cared least about love was exactly what she most desired. Like the candy man she couldn't eat as a child, she had yearned for it for centuries, constantly seeking, only wanting someone to truly see her. Thus, that look of pity from Shiloh became her laughable obsession. Reaching the boundary of the DUI family's celestial gate, Gabby paused but didn't turn back. She took a deep breath and slowly stepped off the ninth heaven. A streak of light flashed across the sky, falling back to the mortal world. Underneath where the light streaked, Ginger was pulling Barak onward towards the Chen clan. Why did you come over suddenly? Barak ignored her with a snort, stroking the scratch on the Slay Phoenix blade. Ginger glanced along and felt slightly guilty. Its quality isn't good. The Slay Phoenix blade angrily shook. Who had poor quality? It was crafted from ancient divine fire, companion-born to Barak, a top-notch relic of ancient times. Only in her hands did it get battered and bruise. Extracting a thread of flame to smooth out the scratch, Barak tucked away the Slay Phoenix blade, saying irritably, can't you form a protective barrier yet? She was already an upper immortal who should naturally have enough spirit energy to protect herself from physical injuries. Yet here she was, bruised and battered from simply escorting a soul. It was quite an eyesore. Ginger stared blankly for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Right, with my current spirit energy, I should be able to form a protective barrier. Saying so, she reached out to try. However, though her internal spirit energy was abundant, it was mixed and messy. Using one type of celestial art separately was manageable, but casting something like a protective barrier without clear elemental attribution caused conflicting forces to collide, making her unable to cast it and instead writhing in pain. Ouch! Ginger retracted her hand, looking perplexedly at her palm. What happened? She shook her hand, looking at Barak. I can't cast it. Barak laughed humorously. Your meridians are blocked. You haven't learned how to integrate various celestial arts. Suddenly understanding, Ginger quickened her pace. It's just the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Once she finishes delivering the soul fragment of Yonatan, she would return to practice. Once her powers were perfected, forming a protective barrier would be no issue. Yonatan's soul within the Slay Phoenix blade was well nourished. Initially, the Chen clan members didn't believe it. After all, expecting such kindness from Barak was too hard to imagine. Ginger, while soothing the impatient elder, explained patiently to them. Finally, she showed them the Slay Phoenix blade, proving that Yonatan's soul fragment was intact. They then brought out the ancient relic to receive the soul. The soul fire lit up within the relic. The elders of the Chen clan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Hesitantly watching Barak, they wanted to speak but hesitated, none daring to step forward. Barak paid them no mind and walked away without a backward glance upon retrieving the Slay Phoenix blade. Hey, wait for me, Ginger called out, then turned back and nodded toward Yonatan's young disciple. The little disciple stood behind the crowd, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, not stepping forward immediately. She waved her hand indifferently, and Sherry, why are you walking so fast? She followed Barak's steps, smilingly saying, if you stay a little longer, maybe someone will come to give you a thank you gift. I don't covet it. Stepping on the passing cloud with a poker face, Barak lifted her up and placed her beside him, indifferently saying, the Chen family doesn't have any treasures. Besides, if it weren't for your nagging, I wouldn't have come here. Staring at him steadily, Ginger smiled with her eyes. If I hadn't persuaded you, would you really use Ricky's soul to feed the blade? Barak didn't answer, his gaze cold and clear, as if uninterested in the topic. Pouting, she lowered her head slightly disappointed. Wait. Someone was shouting from far behind. Barak's ears twitched slightly, he heard but did not turn back. The person beside him seemed lost in thought, only noticing after a while that someone was chasing after them, hurriedly pulling his hand. Whoa. Barak. The passing cloud slowed down, and Ricky's young disciple panted and caught up. What is it? Barak frowned, instinctively keeping a distance of 10 feet from strangers. The young disciple looked somewhat at a loss, scratching his ears and cheeks for a while, his face flushing red. That. Which one? This. Quickly placing the immortal fruit in their hands on the passing cloud, the young disciple bowed to Barak, then without another word, turned around and ran away. The plump and juicy immortal fruit looked as if it had been nourished by the Chen family's immortal aura, very sweet. Ginger picked it up and examined it, then smiled and handed it to Barak. It's for you. What does this have to do with me? Barak didn't even look. You eat it. Shaking her head, Ginger extended her hand further. It's their thank you gift for you. Finally glancing at the fruit out of the corner of his eye, Barak sneered, derision evident in his expression. I wouldn't bother with rarities and treasures. Why would I lack just this one fruit? Chapter 61. A Group of Liars. Reasonable. Sherry nodded in agreement, then wiped the fruit with the edge of her sleeve before offering it to his mouth. Barak quickly took a bite. In the end, he frowned in disdain. It's not as good as the ones from the back mountain of the Lee family. Sherry hummed in response, turning the fruit and offering another bite. By the time they returned to Shongbing Palace, only the bare pit of the fruit remained, which Sherry tossed aside at the palace gate, where it sprouted a new green shoot. Barak rubbed his lips almost disbelievingly, his brows furrowing like tangled threads. He opened his mouth to scold her but found no words. Who knew how he finished eating the whole fruit? Glancing at his expression out of the corner of her eye, Sherry chuckled and used a silk handkerchief to wipe her fingers. What's bothering you? I won't laugh at you. Clearly, she was laughing right now. Annoyed, he brushed past her into the palace. After just 2 steps, his body stiffened slightly. There was still a trace of the netherworld chi lingering inside Shongbing Palace. If it were the old Sherry, with her low cultivation, she wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. But now, as soon as she entered, she let out a puzzled "Hm? What is this smell?" She wrinkled her nose, reaching down to pick up a thin wisp of black chi from the ground, examining it curiously. The black chi was as thin as a hair, not like the refined death chi one would find on powerful cultivators. It rather resembled the chi of an inexperienced ghost. With Barak guarding Shongbing Palace, if any evil spirit had intruded, it surely would have been killed without a trace. If this entity left behind its chi, it must have escaped unharmed. Not very powerful, yet able to escape unscathed. A slight chill ran through Sherry as she looked up at Barak. Whether due to guilt or something else, the master turned away from her, walking toward his throne without looking back. The air was awkwardly quiet, only the sound of footsteps echoing off the dark stone walls. Sherry wasn't foolish, she could guess that today's events involved the master, though she couldn't discern the extent of his involvement or his intentions, nor did she have the courage to ask. In her original prescient dream, Barak had become merciless and murderous the moment he cultivated both divine and demonic arts. Now, however, he hadn't yet fallen into madness. Her fingertips trembled slightly, then slowly clenched into a fist. Sherry took a deep breath, not pressing further about the black chi, and turned toward the screen. I'm going into seclusion. Barak paused mid-step on the stairs, turning around. Seclusion for what? To cultivate. Behind the screen, she became a soft silhouette bathed in candlelight. Her shadow touched the candle holder, her lips moving silently. Didn't you say my meridians were blocked and it's hard for me to integrate spiritual energy? Barak. Those meridians wouldn't be unblocked by mere seclusion. His Adam's apple bobbed, his misty eyes dimming slightly as he sat back on his throne, responding ambiguously within millimeter. The person behind the screen said nothing more, forming seals with their hands and erecting a boundary around them. The shadow disappeared, and silence settled. Barak watched the patterns on the screen uncomfortably, shifting in his seat. With the barrier erected, Sherry didn't immediately begin meditating but sat on a stool, lost in thought. The 7 channels and 8 collaterals, she murmured, even if I manage to unblock them, I can't be his match. Let alone being a match, even delaying him might not be possible. Just as she was about to sigh dejectedly, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Who told you to unblock the 7 channels and 8 collaterals? Startled, Sherry whipped her head around, looking left and right but seeing no one. Her eyes widened in shock. Who? Me. A faint voice came from the candle holder, flickering with the flame. Sherry looked down at the soul lamp in surprise. Senior brother? In the heavens above, Harry's spirit was strong enough to be awake early, but her soul was still too weak to form a human shape, leaving only a thread of consciousness to whisper, answer me. Answer what? The 7 channels and 8 collaterals? Sherry felt confused. It was my idea. They said one becomes powerful after unblocking them. Harry sighed heavily, her voice sounding gritted. Don't listen to their nonsense. For cultivators, unblocking the 7 channels and 8 collaterals is akin to consummating marriage in the mortal world. If you don't intend to take a celestial partner, don't bring this up. Hey! Sherry was shocked. So serious? No wonder Barak reacted so oddly when she mentioned it earlier. Why did the heavenly deity lie to her? Recalling the look on Barak's face when she asked for his help, Sherry blushed and immediately covered her face, hitting the table. What should she do? Would the master think she was shameless? Though indeed somewhat brazen, she really didn't know, but with the master's clear rejection, he must dislike her, right? Furrowing her brows unconsciously, Sherry lifted her face and glared at the candle stand unhappily. Senior brother, if you like someone, would you agree to help her unblock her 7 channels and 8 collaterals? This statement was too explicit, and Harry indeed fell silent for a long time, rarely stuttering. Yes, maybe. Sure enough. Sighing in discouragement, Sherry slumped back on the table. How could Barak possibly fancy a small wretch like her? The recent intimacy was likely just his way of making up for previous misunderstandings. To say there was any private affection was simply not true. Wait, why did she feel so dejected? Slapping her cheeks, Sherry sat up straight. She had come here to save her immortal sect, not to find a celestial companion. She shouldn't have improper thoughts about someone just because they were handsome. This was outrageous. After fiercely condemning herself, Sherry composed her expression and asked again, if my 7 channels and 8 collaterals are really unblocked, will I become very powerful? It depends on your celestial companion, Harry replied. The union between celestial beings is stricter than that of mortals, as their cultivation merges and is then evenly divided. Therefore, celestial beings often seek partners superior to themselves or at least of equal strength before considering such a bond. No wonder, her request at the time seemed even more sinister now. Clutching her head in despair, Sherry thought, Barak might actually be very kind-hearted. Even though she had been like this, he hadn't killed her. He was truly a benevolent person. She must never be foolish like this again. Please wait for me a little longer, Harry continued. Once I recover from my injuries, I will come to find you myself. His physical body and other souls were still within Stephen immortal sect. After recovery, even without complete restoration of his soul, he could still ascend. Regaining her senses, Sherry nodded obediently. Okay. At that time, you can go with me to the Gan family, Harry said. I heard from Lord Haroun that you are no longer a disciple of Lee sect. About that, scratching her head awkwardly, Sherry said, Lee sect is quite good. You don't want to go with me? Harry sounded somewhat surprised. I do want to, but... How could she explain the situation with Barak? Before she could finish asking, Sherry sensed someone approaching outside the boundary. Chapter 62 I just don't like him. The cultivation barrier could isolate ordinary objects, but for Barak with his exceptionally high level of attainment, this flimsy barrier was like a thin sheet of paper. He could hear the commotion inside just by getting close. Harry's soul flame took on her shape, and Sherry didn't know where to cover to block her. Harry unknowingly said, since you think so, then there's no need for further talk. After I ascend, I will explain between you and Lord Barak. Sherry's back hairs stood up one by one. She didn't have the courage to turn around. Instinctively, she sent more spiritual power into the barrier, trying to cut off the big shot's auditory senses, but unfortunately, a sneer sounded from outside. Explain. Barak withdrew his hand, placing it slowly behind him, his gaze piercing through the barrier to stare at the candlestick on the table. What do you want to explain? The well-burning soul flame was suddenly swept by a gust of wind, almost extinguished. Harry's voice disappeared along with it, unable to reply even half a sentence. Startled, Sherry hurriedly got up, using both hands to protect the candlestand while turning her head in panic. He just caught his breath. If the soul fire went out, where would she find another essence for senior brother? What does it have to do with me? Irritability couldn't be hidden in his tone. Barak half closed his eyes as he looked at her. Do you care about your senior brother so much? How could she not care? He was practically family. Sherry attempted to gently reason with him, but when the big shot got angry, he was overbearing and domineering, not giving her a chance to speak. With a wave of his hand, he tried to extinguish the soul lamp. Anxious, Sherry created a defensive shield, blocking that force of his. There was a faint boom, small in sound, but Barak's pupils contracted sharply before his face darkened. You want to fight me? He asked. Laughing bitterly due to extreme anger, Sherry said, can you listen to me first? Charging in without saying anything, what am I supposed to do? Who wanted to hear her make excuses for her senior brother? Barak felt very annoyed. Swinging his sleeve, he turned around intending to leave, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to look at her. If someday, I and your senior brother were in the same predicament, with only enough strength to protect one soul lamp, would you save me or him? Sherry. Why would an esteemed lord who had existed since the beginning of time ask such an immature question? This situation would never happen in his life. But seeing his unfriendly expression, Sherry couldn't tell the truth and could only tactfully say, save you. His brows relaxed slightly, and Barak snorted. You think I'll believe you? Even if you don't believe, I still choose to save you. Chmph. With clouds dispersing and rain ceasing, colorful light illuminated the area clearly. The big shot took 2 steps back, his tone still unsatisfied. So you still want to go with him? Misunderstanding. Raising her hands above her head, Sherry helplessly said, senior brother fears I'll be bullied outside, wanting me to go with him, but I didn't agree. You said you wanted to. Hearing so clearly, Sherry stamped her feet. Well, how can I say no? We are unrelated and not master-disciple. If I cling here, senior brother must think there is something between us. Confusion surfaced in his eyes. Barak tilted his head slightly. Why can't he think so? Nonsense. Sherry rolled her eyes. You are a celestial deity, while I'm merely a newly ascended celestial immortal. It's not proper at all. If others misunderstand, not only would you lose face, but I wouldn't want the bad reputation of not diligently cultivating just to climb up. So it's because of this. Looking at her somewhat aggrieved expression, Barak understood. Earlier, he thought she came for shortcuts like other female immortals. His words might have scared her. This little thing cared about face, so she hadn't been willing to mention it again. It wasn't because she didn't have him in her heart. A smile tugged at the corner of Barak's lips as he turned his head away. You're only missing 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Once they are unblocked, your cultivation progress will be 10 times faster than others. So, there's no need to worry about misunderstanding. What did he mean? Sherry looked at him blankly, not quite understanding the ambiguous statement. Lowering her head, she thought carefully maybe the big shot was secretly complimenting her talent, just restrained by meridians. The big shot, indeed, is reserved even in compliments. Smiling brightly at him, Sherry carefully placed the soul lamp back into the array and fed some spiritual energy as fuel. Not being misunderstood would be best. Doing a bit of work in Xiuxian Palace is fine. Barak. Was she really listening carefully? Glancing at the spiritual energy seeping from her fingertips, Barak said impatiently, "You owe him many favors?" "Yeah," Sherry nodded. "Many. I see." Taking a step forward, Barak approached the array. Scared stiff, Sherry immediately raised her hand to protect the lamp. Just as she opened her mouth, she saw a pure stream of spiritual energy flow over her head, gushing into the lampstand. The rich and mellow spiritual energy nourished the soul faster than anything else. The soul flame that was weak just now suddenly leapt up 3 feet, almost licking the nearby silk curtain. Hastily moving the candlestick aside, Sherry turned around, looking at Barak in confusion. "Didn't you say to nourish it slowly? With your spiritual energy, it won't go fast," Barak said with a straight face as he withdrew his hand. "But I can." Was this a mockery of her? It must be. Pouting, then exhaling confusedly, she asked, "You don't like my senior brother? Why help him?" "I just don't like him," Barak said coldly as he turned his head away and walked toward the exit. "He doesn't need you to worry about him. Focus on cultivating." Her heart skipped a beat, and Sherry inexplicably blushed. It seemed like the big shot had said something, but upon thinking carefully, nothing actually made sense. No, she couldn't think too much. Cultivation was most important. Collecting her thoughts, Sherry sat in meditation with a flushed face, waiting until the heat on her face subsided before entering a deep meditative state. Sitting back on his throne, Barak lazily leaned on his chin while examining the light halo behind the screen. A bit annoyed and lacking any good solution to deal with her, the brightness in his eyes flickered on and off, gradually furrowing his brows. "Your Excellency." Bruce arrived silently. Recollecting his thoughts, Barak waved his hand to add another layer of his own barrier around Sherry's, then turned his head. "What is it?" "Just received news. The Heavenly Wayseer is seeking someone to descend and find the life and death gate." Barak scoffed and leaned back. If he cares so much, why not go himself? "He seems busy with other matters and rarely appears in recent councils," Bruce said with a bow. "All sects in Zhouxiao have encountered some issues lately. Perhaps soon there will be someone coming to persuade." "Did you bring someone from the Netherworld here?" Before Bruce finished speaking, he was abruptly interrupted. He paused, then nodded. "I collected some precious treasures as payment." "Next time," Barak said, slightly pursing his lips unhappily. "Let them go to you. Don't bother me." Chapter 63. Slightly taken aback, Bruce pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "But did they say something wrong?" Previously, when the High God decided to accept the dead grievance chi, he opened a separate door for Yama at the boundary outside Xiuxian Palace. He thought that the High God was willing to interact with them. Why suddenly? No. With a wave of his sleeve, he dispersed all the remaining dirt in the hall. Barak wore a gloomy face. "The traces are too heavy, someone doesn't like it. What crawls up from the Netherworld could never be clean. Black chi lingers wherever it treads. Not many people come to Xiuxian Palace anyway, so who wouldn't be displeased?" Suddenly enlightened, Bruce's gaze shifted to the direction of the screen, then turned back in surprise. No way. Having embarked on the path of demons, ordinary people would no longer pay attention to such minor details, especially Barak, who always cared only about his cultivation progress. To him, there should be no difference between the Netherworld and Zhouxiao because nothing mattered more than revenge. But these words of his seemed to subconsciously imply that the Netherworld wasn't a good thing. This was terrifying, and Bruce's expression immediately became serious. "High God, since you've chosen this path, interaction is inevitable." Barak fell silent. He needed an extremely large supply of dead grievance chi, indeed avoiding contact with people from the Netherworld was impossible. But, for some reason, he didn't want her to see and look disappointed. Thinking about her rapidly dimming expression made Barak feel incredibly irritable. "Let's talk about it later. At least, don't come to Xiuxian Palace anymore." "Yes." Bruce sighed helplessly and reluctantly agreed. Having been by his side for so long, Bruce always felt that Barak was heartless and desireless, like an extremely sharp knife without any weaknesses, only ruthless and invincible. But now, as they left Xiuxian Palace, he suddenly realized that even though he might be heartless, he was now in human form. As long as one had a human form, feelings would arise. A miscalculation. Gazing at the sky outside, Bruce laughed softly and shook his head. Originally, he thought he only needed to worry about miscellaneous matters. Now it seemed there were quite a few things. Ginger practiced diligently inside the boundary for 7 days. After those 7 days, she opened her eyes, feeling the scenery before her had become clearer. Focusing on a certain point, she could even see the flow of spirit energy. She retracted her hand satisfactorily and heard her stomach rumble loudly. Really hungry. Standing up and removing the boundary, Ginger poked her head out, intending to call the big shot but was startled. There were a lot of people standing outside the gate of Xiuxian Palace. Barak stood leaning against the doorframe in dark red attire, looking impatient, yet the people outside continued incessantly. "Apart from you, no one else can shoulder this responsibility." The door of life and death is crucial. Another few days and chaos will surely ensue. That's right. Since the way of heaven has entrusted this task to you, High God, it shows great trust. Why must you fuss over the past? It's already the third day. It's inappropriate for us to bother you every time. Please just nod your agreement. Their chatter confused Ginger completely. Were they trying to persuade him to go to the door of life and death? But why him? Seeming to sense her emergence from seclusion, Barak turned his head, his tight expression instantly relaxing. There's food on the table. His voice silenced the crowd outside, whose gazes followed suit. Staring under their gaze, Ginger shrank back slightly, exposing half her face. Okay, I'll eat now. Seeing the spirit energy around her body, Barak nodded contentedly and asked seemingly nonchalantly, has Lord Larrow recently acquired some treasures? Lord Vincent was wondering how to continue persuading him, but hearing this, his eyes lit up. Is the High God referring to the flame grass I just obtained? That's a good item, if refined into a pill for consumption. Not that. Cutting him off, Barak casually said, a bottle. A bottle? Reflecting for a moment, Lord Vincent's face turned pale. That Bai Hui bottle isn't a fire Dao instrument. What use does the High God have for it? Barak didn't answer but clicked his tongue lightly. The true deity beside him immediately pulled on Lord Vincent's sleeve and nodded. Just a bottle, give it. Lord Vincent's face drooped. It was a treasure he'd painstakingly found, capable of storing refined spirit energy without limits, offering significant benefits for cultivation. He hadn't used it himself yet. How had Barak set his sights on it? Giving it was painful, but not giving it meant Barak might refuse to descend into the mortal realm. After several changes in expression and much hesitation, Lord Vincent finally sighed, if the High God likes it, I'll send it via a servant child immediately. However, regarding the matter of finding the door, quite all right. Barak nodded. Outside, cheers of relief erupted, so loud they frightened Ginger into choking. She was finding it hard to understand these deities now. Just a moment ago, they were guarding against the big shot like anything, but now they were suddenly begging him to descend into the mortal world. Were they not afraid he would stir up chaos? The netherworld is not a place to visit easily. Harry's voice sounded from the candle holder, don't follow him. Why? Ginger raised an eyebrow, is it very dangerous? Of course it's dangerous. To reach the netherworld, you have to pass through the human world, where celestial energy is scarce. Your surrounding spiritual power supply will be insufficient, making it impossible for you to use magic. By the time you get to the netherworld, you'll be exhausted and at the mercy of others. Harry's voice was full of concern, stay here and wait for me, I'll come to xiuxian immediately. Shoveling a few bites of food carelessly, Ginger mumbled, if Barak goes, I'm going too. What can you do there? Harry was getting anxious. My cultivation level isn't high, perhaps I won't find the door of life and death, nor can I fight anyone, but, her eyes flickered as she said firmly, I can give him a hand. The netherworld was dense with grievances. If Barak went alone and got lost there, all her efforts would go to waste. She had to watch him closely and stop him. Harry wanted to say more, but Ginger waved her hand and cast a sealed boundary around him. After 7 days of practice, her spells flowed more smoothly, and the boundary was thicker. With one wave of light, her senior brother's voice immediately disappeared. She nodded in satisfaction and finished all the food in her bowl. The people outside had already dispersed. Barak turned back and saw that the little thing had already spread out her sack and started packing her luggage item by item. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he walked over to take a look. Do you really need to bring this? He questioned, picking up a small flower pot. This was just an ordinary wildflower from outside Shongbing Palace, growing between bricks, small, unscented, and unremarkable. What was it doing here? The little thing quickly grabbed it back, pouting, I think it looks nice. All right then, Barak turned his head and picked up a spatula. This also looks nice. Chapter 64 The Mortal World. This will come in handy. Snatching it back, Ginger wrapped it carefully in the cloth. Even in the netherworld, we need to eat, you know. Amused, Barak crossed his arms. Who said I'd take you? If you don't take me, why did you snatch the 100 painting bottle from Lord Vincent? She glanced back at him and lifted her little chin proudly. You think I'm a fool? At his level of cultivation, he naturally didn't need the 100 painting bottle. But for someone like her, a novice about to venture into the netherworld, it might just save her life. Barak clicked his tongue, amusement flickering in his eyes but disdain on his face. I'm not that smart either. Following me wouldn't be as carefree and blissful as staying in the ninth heaven. Waving her hand dismissively, Ginger mumbled, carefree and blissful? Who cares? I just want to go with you. Those were honest words. If she didn't follow and something went wrong again, how would she feel? To a powerhouse like him, those words sounded awfully sweet. She wasn't supposed to dislike him, yet she always wanted to stick by him. Everything out of her mouth seemed insincere. Who knew what wild thoughts were constantly crossing her mind? His lips curled slightly higher. Barak turned away, feigning sternness. If you're coming, get packed properly. Sure thing. Quickly tying up the cloth bundle, Ginger slung it over her shoulder and enthusiastically pulled him toward the exit. After my last seclusion, I made significant progress. At the door, she released him and snapped her fingers proudly. Let me call the cloud vehicle. Save your energy. Look at this naive expression, Barak inwardly chuckled. Was she so happy just because she could summon a cloud vehicle? However, moments later, his smile froze. An 8-foot-wide cloud vehicle, adorned with a colorful double-seated chair flashing various hues from its center outward, wave after wave, like ripples or ocean waves, every color from red to purple was present. Barak. Ginger gazed contentedly at her magnificent cloud vehicle before turning to him with a respectful bow. After you, sir. Quickly lowering his eyes, Barak took half a step back. No thanks, suddenly remembered some things. Ginger. What else could there possibly be now? Grabbing his sleeve, Ginger insisted, don't worry, my practice has been good. I promise I won't drop you. This wasn't an issue of dropping or not. With a greenish complexion, Barak stared at the decorated cloud. As an ancient deity, wasn't his dignity important? This looked no different from a parade on a flower cart. Summoning his own simple cloud, Barak broke free and headed down without a word. Quickly mounting her own cloud, Ginger chased after him, shouting all the while. There's enough room here. You ride by yourself. The man ahead remained indifferent. So cold-hearted, Ginger pouted and settled back into her floral chair, swinging her feet as she followed him. It was springtime in the mortal world, blossoms blooming, children playing on the grass. A little girl with twin buns lay back happily, staring up at the sky when she caught sight of a moving white cloud. The wind is strong, she muttered in her baby voice. Then, another colorful cloud floated by quickly, dashing across the sky and vanishing beyond a mountain ridge. Slightly stunned, the little girl sat up straight. There are immortals, she stared dumbfounded at the direction where the colored clouds had disappeared, pointing with her chubby finger. Immortals. Her playmates were busy with their own games, no one heard her words. Half an hour later, a tall red-clad man accompanied by a petite pink-clad girl walked into a bustling town. I've already told you, use the cloud vehicle only for travel. Don't waste spirit energy decorating it. But it looks so pretty. So what if it looks pretty? Aren't you too tired to walk now? Though I am very tired, but it's so beautiful. Barak stopped abruptly, his temple twitching. Bang! Ginger collided into his back, clutching her nose in pain. What did you stop for? Is beauty more important or practicality? He frowned. Of course beauty. Ginger clenched her fist. I may not be the strongest, but I have to be the most beautiful. Clearly, fairy minds were beyond his comprehension. With a wave of his hand, he tossed her the spirit-filled 100 painting bottle and continued walking irritably. Next time if you can't walk, I'll leave you here. Catching the bottle, Ginger rejoiced. She removed the stopper, sniffed lightly, and bounced around again. You should slow down, it's late. She grabbed him, nodding toward a nearby stand. Let's have a bowl of noodles before finding an inn. Turning around, Barak saw a dusty street corner where a humble stall stood, the pot and stove blackened, oily stains covering the tables, and a tattered banner hanging with the barely readable words wonton noodles. The ink on the last stroke was almost faded away. Pulling back his sleeve, the great cultivator sneered, I'm just passing through the mortal world, I'm not a real mortal. Eat this kind of food. He turned his head, intending to admonish her a bit. This kind of stall won't have anything good. Just a moment ago, there was someone standing there, but now only a faint shadow remained. Barak froze, narrowing his eyes as he looked ahead, only to see that little thing already sitting happily at a table, haggling with the boss about what to eat and washing the utensils with hot tea. She really didn't take him seriously at all. Striding over, Barak looked down at her from above and said, how many delicacies are there on the Feast Immortal platform? Even if they beg me to go, I wouldn't. Millimeter. Ginger pulled him down to sit properly. The great cultivator was displeased. I don't eat grains. Millimeter. I know. Taking the bowl of noodles the boss had prepared, Ginger placed it on the table, mixed it for him, then shoved the chopsticks into his hand. Did you even listen to what I said? Barak was truly annoyed. The freshly cooked wontons were fragrant and fresh. Ginger picked one up, blew on it slightly, then took a bite, sticking out her tongue from the heat, her cat-like eyes squinting warmly. So delicious. Did she think he would fall for that? Barak coldly turned his head away. After a quarter of an hour, 2 empty bowls sat on the table. Barak exhaled contentedly, then gracefully turned his head. Excuse me, one more bowl, please. Yes, sir, the boss smiled, picking up the ladle to prepare another serving of wonton noodles. Ginger sipped the hot soup, not mocking him, but merely saying, though the immortal aura is thin here in the mortal world, it's still a very interesting place. What's interesting about it? Barak was unconvinced. But the noodles were indeed quite tasty. Mortals have short lifespans, like ants in your eyes. Swinging her legs, Ginger continued, but there are joys and sorrows, partings and reunions here. Within their limited lives, they are incredibly alive. You're already a deity, Barak reminded her. There's no need to miss the mortal world. She knew it would be like this. Ginger sighed. In Barak's eyes, the mortal world was just an ant-hill. So when the heavens and earth were destroyed, and countless lives perished, he didn't blink an eye. Chapter 65 Scallions. Hey, customer, here's your wonton noodles. The boss threw a cloth over his shoulder and placed the bowl in front of him. Barak picked up the chopsticks, glanced at the bowl, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Something's missing. Allison snapped back to her senses, leaning over to look at the bowl of noodles. What's missing? Scallions. Hey. Allison blinked. You don't even like grains. You care about scallions. Barak pressed his lips together, looking very picky as he glanced at the owner behind. The honest-looking boss scratched his head and laughed. Sorry, sir. Business has been good today, and we've run out of scallions. Colleen who sells scallions is sick and can't deliver. How about I charge you 1 coin less? Who would charge 1 coin for scallions? Allison chuckled. Just as she was about to wave it off, Barak said seriously, where does she grow her scallions? The boss. Allison. Just a bunch of scallions, no need to be so obsessed. The boss wanted to laugh, but something about Barak's expression made him uneasy. After hesitating for a while, he whispered, southwest corner, past Guanyin Temple, there's a thatched cottage beside a small path. Barak nodded and pulled Allison away. Unable to hold back laughter, Allison said, less scallions still taste good. Missing 3 points of fragrance. Do all higher gods have such high requirements for taste? How did he eat the dishes made by someone like her? Allison muttered inwardly, but couldn't resist the big shot's decision. They reached a secluded place, and when no one was around, they used their powers to teleport directly to the thatched house the boss mentioned. The scallions in the field were lush and green, bending uniformly under the wind. Barak glanced at the dilapidated house, flipped his hand to materialize a silver ingot, and threw it into the house through a hole in the roof. He then turned and drew the foam-slaying saber towards the scallions. Allison couldn't bear to watch anymore, covering her face and muttering that if the big shot was happy, then everything was fine. It's just an ancient magical weapon, the scallions cut by it can still be eaten. However, she turned her head and glanced at the direction of the thatched cottage again. It was so quiet that the silver ingot landing inside didn't make a sound. Curious, Allison tiptoed forward and peeked through the half-open wooden door. The lamp had long gone out, and Colleen, the scallion seller, lay curled up on a messy bedboard. Her face was pale and yellowish, with protruding cheekbones and deeply sunken eye sockets, showing no sign of life left. Her pupils constricted as she pushed the door open. The woman seemed to have died not long ago. Inside the room, the lingering soul voice wouldn't leave. She tilted her head slightly and could hear a frail old voice whispering, tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will be a bit better. Feeling oddly choked, Allison looked back and called out, Barak. Chopsticks flying, the scallions in the field were neatly trimmed. Barak was pleased collecting the scallions when he heard her voice tinged with sobs. His eyebrows furrowed. What? He flashed beside her, cautiously looking around. Opening her palm, Allison looked at him pitifully. Can you send her off? The pale, fragile light indicated the soul of an ordinary person. His frown relaxed as he said faintly, most humans die with regrets. It's common for residual souls to remain on Earth rather than ascend to the netherworld. What merit does she have that makes me want to escort her? Lowering her head in thought, Allison struggled to say, she grew scallions for you. This reason sounded absurd even to her. An ordinary soul wouldn't leave unless it had unfinished wishes. Helping fulfill those wishes was considered a heavenly grace, especially from a higher god like Barak. Scallions weren't much virtue. Unexpectedly, Barak nodded, that does make sense. Allison. According to the rules of the 9 heavens, for humans to receive divine blessings, they needed 9 lifetimes of virtues and divine approval. A memorial altar must be set up on Earth. But Barak didn't care about these things. To him, eating delicious wonton noodles with scallions was more important than anything else. So, he raised his hand and touched the pale light. Bright light filled the thatched house. Allison stepped back and saw the translucent soul take the form of Colleen. She didn't see them, unaware that she was already dead. As usual, she slung a basket over her arm, ready to go to the market. He'll come back tomorrow. I should earn some money and buy 2 ounces of meat. Hey. Mumbling to herself, she tried to push the door open but was stopped by Barak. Waiting for whom? He asked coldly. Colleen looked around blankly and answered subconsciously, my son, Trey. Where is he? He's serving on the border for 3 years and will return soon. Barak lifted his hand and grabbed the air. Allison held her breath, thinking he was going to bring Trey back. But moments later, his hands were empty. What's going on? Allison was puzzled. Is there someone you can't find? Of course, there is. Withdrawing his hand, Barak looked at Colleen with a complicated expression. Dead people are under the jurisdiction of the underworld, I can't summon them. A heavy feeling settled in her heart as Allison looked at Colleen. She was still persistently trying to open the door that was sealed ahead, her face full of confusion. With unfulfilled wishes, she couldn't be liberated. Never mind. Waving his sleeve, Barak coldly said, after all, we are going to the underworld, bringing her along isn't inconvenient. Allison nodded, following him out with a touch of melancholy. Glancing at her, Barak wasn't sure what to say. This little thing was too sentimental. Clearly it had nothing to do with her, yet her nose turned red. Thinking for a moment, he spoke in a deep voice, humans are inherently so fragile. Didn't you know this already, which is why you chose to cultivate immortality? Allison shook her head, I originally didn't want to cultivate immortality, but father said only by ascending could those millions of people have a chance to survive. Being human is pretty good. Though our lifespan is short compared to immortals, like a mayfly, life on Earth is very interesting. Isn't the 9 heavens interesting? Barak was displeased, but upon reflection, it did indeed lack excitement. It was just convenient for cultivation. Humping, he said, however interesting it is, it's not a place to stay long. Hey. Allison's brows drooped unhappily, do we have to rush? The 100 Flowers Festival is just around the corner. Did they come to the human world for a festival? Barak pressed her head, impatiently saying, finding the gate of life and death is the most important matter. How do you know the gate of life and death won't be in the human world? She insisted stubbornly. Nonsense. If such a terrifying thing were in the human world, wouldn't countless people die? Barak didn't bother arguing and carried her straight back to the noodle stall. A handful of scallions fell into the bowl, and the big shot happily devoured the still warm wontons. The boss stood by the stall, dumbfounded, watching several bundles of scallions stacked higher than himself, his lips twitching. Chapter 66 Inn. As dusk fell, the two of them found an inn to rest in. Under normal circumstances, at this time, the inn would have only one room left, and the two people would awkwardly place a bowl of water between the beds before sleeping with their own worries. However, when Barak entered the inn, he walked straight to the counter and placed down some silver. One guest room. The innkeeper was taken aback, looked up at him, then glanced at the seemingly underage girl behind him, hesitating and pointing to the vacant room signs hanging behind. Sir, there are still many empty rooms. How about? Giving him a strange look, Barak repeated, one room. The two of them spent every day together, why would they be shy after all that? The air in the mortal world was heavy, so it was better to set up a protective boundary in the evening before resting. Being close allowed for a smaller boundary, which could save some spiritual power. Thus, Ginger didn't think anything was wrong either. Although the servant boy guiding them kept looking back at them, unable to say what was on his mind, Ginger calmly followed and entered the room, closing the door behind her. The inn was simple, with no luxurious bed or soft pillows. The tables and chairs weren't very clean either. Ginger glanced around, wrinkled her nose slightly but didn't mind too much. It was inevitable when traveling. She opened her small bundle, took out a few copper coins, and went out to ask the servant boy for hot water. Barak silently gazed out the window as if lost in thought. But when Ginger returned with the water, she was startled by the sudden fragrant and luxurious atmosphere as soon as she stepped inside. The tables and chairs had been completely renewed. The humble wooden bed was replaced by a pearwood arhat bed, covered with brocade quilts and soft pillows that had just been perfumed. A thin wisp of incense smoke curled gracefully from the incense burner. The servant boy walking behind Ginger shouted, "Sir." Ginger turned around and slammed the door shut. The water in the basin she was holding swayed heavily and then slowly settled. Ginger put it on a nearby flower stand and ran over to Barak. "This would have scared anyone," she whispered, "a simple stay is fine. I'm not picky." Holding a book written in an unknown script, Barak carefully flipped through it without lifting his head. "Not me. If not you, who else could it be? Could this room feel it wasn't good enough and changed itself?" Ginger chuckled, crouching beside his legs, looking up. "You're so meticulous, even picking an elegant style." "I already said, not me." Barak covered his face with the book and snorted. "Who has time to care about you so much?" Unable to stop smiling, Ginger teased, "Lucky I know I can't match up to you, otherwise, with your kind attention, how could someone like me, a minor immortal, escape from your grasp?" His body stiffened slightly, and Barak replied unhappily, "Can't match up to me? That's what my senior brother said, not me." Ginger got up to wring out a handkerchief, wiping the onion juice off his palm, and he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong, but what did her senior brother mean by that? Can't match up to him, yet matches well with him? Barak's eyes darkened severely and he shook off Ginger's hand. Ginger scolded, "What are you doing? It's not cleaned yet." "Why bother cleaning if I can't be matched?" He coldly snorted. Caught off guard, Ginger fell silent, sizing him up with amusement. "Why are you sulking?" "I'm not." "If you're not, why speak like that?" "I'm not." Throwing aside the Netherworld Chronicles, Barak turned away, his voice low. "Stop bothering me. He's really hard to please," Ginger thought, both laughing and feeling helpless. She washed the handkerchief and put it away, changing into her nightclothes. "What are you doing?" the person behind her asked unhappily. "What else?" Ginger said, "Sleeping. Only mortals need sleep. You're an immortal." Barak snapped, "Get up and cultivate." Her expression dropped. Ginger sat cross-legged on the bed looking at him. "Isn't it good to adapt to local customs? Mortals need sleep, and besides, the spiritual energy here is thin. How can I meditate properly?" The 100 sketches bottle. He gave her that treasure not to protect her life, but to make sure she wouldn't slack off in cultivation. Pouting, Ginger took out the bottle. It contained refined spiritual energy, without any elemental affiliation, and she wondered where he got it from, since it was in large supply. After taking a couple of breaths, she glanced at him again, wanting to plead for leniency. However, the master himself had already entered a meditative state, surrounded by flowing firelight. Many deities cultivated fire, but Ginger had only seen his flames, each of which seemed to contain a phoenix. They were golden, and the black aura that once coiled around him seemed to have been refined and submerged into the golden red, barely noticeable now. Sighing with emotion, Sherry was about to withdraw her gaze when she saw a sudden wisp of black aura burst out from the center of his left palm, like a snake, swiftly jumping into his brow. "Barak." She was slightly startled. The firelight paused, gradually fading in the air. Barak opened his eyes and said disdainfully, "Why do you disturb my cultivation?" Her finger unconsciously pointed, then timidly withdrew. After some thought, Sherry tactfully asked, "If during my cultivation, there's an alien aura always floating above my own aura, what situation would that be?" Barak stood up and slowly walked to the bedside, enter a meditative state. Sherry quickly closed her eyes. All kinds of spiritual energy began to flow around her body, chaotic and mixed. Barak watched this scene with a serious expression. If spiritual energies don't fuse together, they will always compete for dominance. Eventually, only one type of spiritual energy will remain within you. Sherry opened her eyes and tilted her head to ask, "So whichever type of spiritual energy is stronger will be the one that stays?" "No," Barak shook his head, "it's which one you lean towards that will stay." Her heart sank, and her eyelashes trembled. This meant that if his death, grievance aura, did not completely blend, it would always try to overpower him. Why are you overthinking so much? His finger tapped on her knitted brows as Barak remarked, just focus on cultivating. Struggling to gather her mind back, Sherry responded with an "oh," and closed her eyes again, trying to enter a meditative state. Feeling someone sit beside her, the warmth of their presence very close, Sherry felt uncomfortable and shifted her waist a little. Don't lose focus. He rebuked her sternly. His voice sounded right in front of her, seemingly sitting face to face with her. Sherry coughed lightly, striving to concentrate. But then, this supreme god actually reached out to help her fuse her spiritual energies. The circulating spiritual energy was originally absorbing immortal chi and sending it back through her meridians. However, Barak sat right in front of her, meticulously twisting together the unblended strands of her spiritual energy, before sending them back into her meridians. Very clearly, Sherry could feel as if a hand were gently passing over every discomfort on her body, soothing each point tenderly until all was calm. Chapter 67. The sensation was so clear enough to discern the lines on his palm, warm and broad. Sherry's face flushed. Immortals had no taboo against physical intimacy, and surely such a big shot wouldn't mind it. But this gesture was too intimate to the point where he could control every thread of spiritual energy flowing through her body. Even the most obstinate and hard-to-melt spiritual energy was refined by him, carrying his unique scorching sensation, leaping through the air, and surging back into her body. Her ear tips burned red, and no matter how much Sherry tried to stay calm, she couldn't control the confusion in her heart. The spiritual energy she was inhaling suddenly lost its trajectory, splashing everywhere like an exploding water vat. Sherry silently cursed. It was too late to stop. A sweetness surged in her throat, and her head followed suit, falling. Barak's expression changed. With his left hand, he caught her and pressed her into his embrace, while with his right hand, he swiftly formed a seal, stabilizing the scattered spiritual power. What did you do? He shouted angrily as he lowered his head. After all this time, can you still mess up such a basic breathing technique? Spiritual energy deprived, Sherry felt miserable. Further infuriated by his roar, she became dumbfounded. Have I been too lenient with you lately that you've become complacent? Barak was almost furious. Waving his hand, he gathered the spiritual energy for her, trying to send it back into her body. However, too much of it had dispersed, making it impossible to return quickly. Seeing this situation, his tone became even harsher. Do you think everything will be fine as long as I protect you? Sherry. How could she possibly think that way? It wasn't intentional at all. She weakly struggled a few times, crawling out of his embrace. In a small voice, she said, your proximity is a bit too close. Choking slightly, Barak frowned. If your celestial energy wasn't so weak, would I have to help you regulate your breath? She shrank her limbs and turned away. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the scattered spiritual energy floating around, slowly converging toward Barak's palm. Gradually, Barak realized something was amiss. Was he a little too harsh? But shouldn't those who aren't serious about cultivation be scolded? The entire 9 heavens knew he was extremely strict about cultivation matters. As someone close to him, she should naturally be held to high standards. However, thinking back, this little one seemed to lack confidence. His words were hurting her. Glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, Barak pursed his lips and remained silent for a while before speaking again. His tone softened. It's also my fault for not noticing your distraction earlier. The person in front of him hung her head without saying a word. Shifting slightly, Barak added, your constitution is special. To have reached this level of cultivation is already quite good. I shouldn't have used the standards of a high god to criticize you. Shaking her head, Sherry took the spiritual energy from his palm and began regulating it again, swallowing the scattered spiritual energy bit by bit. This time, she was very focused, her eyes unblinking, swallowing spiritual energy and exhaling impurities, like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves, devouring them mouthful by mouthful. After 2 hours, the spiritual energy returned, and Sherry finally let out a long breath. The flush on her face had completely faded, and her lips were even slightly pale. She pressed her lips together and bowed to him. Thank you, High God. I can manage on my own now, no need to trouble you. A sense of heaviness filled his heart, and Barak was displeased. Are you pouting at me? No, she waved her hands hastily and looked up. It's just that with you here, I tend to get distracted. His eyebrows twitched, and Barak fiddled with his thumb. How strange, why did that sound pleasing? However, he couldn't show his pleasure too openly. Lightly coughing, he maintained his stern demeanor and said seriously, assisting others in regulating their breath always goes like this. You're already a senior immortal, and there will always be people willing to help you. You must get used to it. Sherry scratched her head. Why hadn't Grandmaster Stephen ever taught her that being an immortal could involve receiving assistance? But if the big shot said it, it must be true. Without overthinking, she crossed her legs again. Once we return, I'll find someone else to practice with. You'll be heading to the netherworld tomorrow, so don't waste your spiritual energy on me. Find someone else to practice. Apart from him, who else would be willing to expend so much effort to help her cultivate? Wait, there really was someone else. That annoying senior brother of hers. His misty eyes closed, and the smile in Barak's eyes faded, leaving his face cold and distant. No one else can match me, and they won't be able to help you. Perplexed, Sherry looked up at him. Not even the mighty high god Shiloh. Do you want to find him? Barak sneered. Not exactly. She shrunk her neck. I was just curious. Why only you can help me? There are so many powerful immortals, even if not everyone matches him, helping a minor immortal like her should be easy, right? It seemed the big shot didn't want to explain much to her, sitting back down in front of her with a cold face. Continue. Continue. Sherry lifted her sore arm, trying to flatter him with a smile. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Barak glared at her sideways, his face clearly expressing phrases like why are you so unmotivated, too hard to teach, and lacking ambition. Sherry forced a smile, pulling back the quilt and patting the bedding. Getting some sleep is pretty good too. With a disgruntled look, Barak conjured a set of sleeping clothes and lay down in bed. Sherry dodged left and right, carefully avoiding him as she lay down on the outer side of the bed, pulling over a small quilt and comfortably wrapping herself up. She was really exhausted, sleeping felt so much more comfortable. The aura behind her was somewhat cold. It seemed that the big shot wasn't very accustomed to the human way of resting, but she didn't have the guts to persuade him further. She'd deal with it once she got enough sleep. Closing her eyes, Sherry quickly drifted off to dreamland. Barak opened his eyes and leaned against the pillow, his expression dark like the night outside. For some reason, he felt terrible. He tried to find the cause but couldn't figure out what was bothering him, which only made him even more annoyed, uncomfortable everywhere. The person next to him seemed to be asleep, rolling around and eventually turning towards him. Warm fragrance approached, and an unquiet hand slipped out from under the quilt, softly landing on his arm. His brow slightly relaxed, Barak turned his head for a look, and his expression finally softened. No matter what, she had let down all her guard towards him. To be able to sleep so carefree beside him, she truly hadn't treated him as an outsider. But she was being too familiar. The collar of her sleeping gown was slightly loose, revealing a glimpse of her white, smooth neck. A shadow fell over the misty air as Barak's eyes lowered, and his Adam's apple rolled gently. There were plenty of graceful immortal women in the 9 heavens, and he wasn't inexperienced either. Having cultivated for so many years, he should have long purified himself of all worldly desires. No matter what he saw, he shouldn't have any secular thoughts. This was what reason dictated. But for some reason, Barak suddenly felt that the snow that had fallen in the 9 heavens for thousands of years wasn't as beautiful as this piece of jade-like skin before him. Someone once wanted to trade the snow-covered land for 1,000 years to swap a piece of fairy mountain with him, and he hadn't agreed then. But if that person had used this thing in front of him for the trade, Barak thought he might have nodded. Chapter 68 The Rule Abiding Immortal. Perhaps the scorching aura emanating from him was too intense. Ginger, after leaning against him for a while, felt somewhat uncomfortable and turned to face the other side. Barak glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and gave a contemptuous humph. Yet quietly, he suppressed the flames enveloping his body slightly. A moment later, she rolled back toward him, draped her arm over him, and affectionately rubbed her chin against his shoulder. Her slender legs curled around his, her whole body pressing up against him. The darkness in Barak's eyes deepened. He lowered his head unconsciously, wanting to get closer to her, but paused just an inch away from her forehead. What was he doing? He frowned. It was beneath his dignity. His gaze swept down, passing over her snowy brows and straight nose bridge. Barak's throat moved as he sternly reminded himself that one must not be burdened by emotions or desires to achieve great success. She wasn't some extraordinary being, he only needed to endure a little more. Perhaps this was just a fleeting whim. Thought. Before he finished the last word, the person beside him suddenly tilted her head up. Her cheeks had turned red from staying buried in his shoulder for so long. As she raised her head to breathe, her frown instantly relaxed. However, in this angle, she had inadvertently positioned herself right before him. Without thinking, Barak lowered his gaze and leaned down. This time, it was she who initiated the action. Even if it happened in her sleep, it didn't compromise his dignity. Kissing, for mortals, signified unparalleled intimacy, but for immortals, such things were trivial. Following nature's course was paramount, and he wasn't acting indecently, it was simply an impulse he couldn't resist. Besides, he hadn't intended to resist in the first place. When had Barak ever hesitated like this? Internally seeking excuses, his actions were direct. Reaching out, he pressed the back of her head, mercilessly caressing her. Ginger's eyelashes fluttered. She was dreaming. In the dream, flowers bloomed all around them, and she and Barak walked on a floral path. However, Barak walked too fast, ignoring her shouts, never stopping. Annoyed, Ginger's boldness grew as large as a house, and she chased after him, standing on tiptoe to kiss him. After all, it was just a dream. Seizing opportunities when they come was wise. Ginger kissed happily, even secretly sucking on his divine fire. Yet, why didn't the deity push her away? Not only did he not push her, but he also picked her up and pressed her into a flower bed. Disgraceful, too disgraceful. Ginger mentally berated herself for defiling the deity like this just because it was a dream. How could a detached deity act so impulsively? Oh, and now he was pinching her waist. Such thoughts were too sinful. Ginger harshly condemned herself. Then, gleefully, she flipped and pinned him down. Since the first time I saw you, I've wanted to say this. Her index finger traced over his features as Ginger planted a kiss on his face, marveling, you are the most handsome man I've ever seen. In the dream, the deity's eyes held a particularly invasive gaze, staring deeply at her with a faint scoff. Oh? How many men have you seen? There were quite a few, indeed. Lying down, Ginger nuzzled her head in his neck crook, mumbling contentedly, when I was 14, my father betrothed me to a family whose young master was the handsomest in the entire Xinjiang, with rosy lips and white teeth. I snuck out with the maid to peek at him. Standing under a plum tree, he turned and oh, he was prettier than the flowers. But when I began cultivating, I met Master Brother and realized mortals couldn't compare to immortals in beauty. Master Brother was dignified, exuding a righteousness and firmness that mortals lacked, as if nothing could bring him down. And then I saw you. Her fingers twirled through his hair as Ginger sighed, if you weren't so stern, you'd be even handsomer than 10 of them combined. Feeling inexplicably displeased, Barak brushed her head aside, you've seen quite a lot. Like chewing gum, Ginger stuck back to him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Everyone says you should be less stern. What if I am? He asked. Why was he so domineering even in her dreams? Pouting, Ginger pinched his face hard, in my dream, I'm the boss. If you stay stern, I'll replace you with someone else. The air around them abruptly chilled. Ginger trembled. Her innate sensitivity to danger made her scalp tighten, instinctively wanting to leave him. However, Barak moved swiftly, seizing her waist and biting her lip. Ouch, Ginger cried out in pain, struggling to hit him. But as she moved, she suddenly woke up. The blossoms and spring breeze in the dream vanished, and everything reverted to the insetting. Opening her eyes, her gaze met Barak's immediately. His greyish eyes were cold and stern, tinged with hostility and a hint of emotion, as he forcefully pinned her down. Ginger was startled and looked down. She really was sprawled on top of him, and she was actually kissing him. Her whole body stiffened in shock, and Ginger immediately tried to move away. Who do you want to replace me with? Barak held her by the back of her head, giving her no chance to escape, gritting out these words between kisses. Her heart skipped a beat upon hearing his words. He pinched her waist tighter, clearly displeased. Who could tell her what was happening? Ginger's face turned pale. What punishment did one receive for flirting with a divine being? Was her cultivation enough to withstand heavenly retribution? She was just dreaming moments ago, how did it become real when she woke up? And why didn't the divine being push her away? Not only did he not push her, but he also held her tighter. Ginger opened her eyes wide and pushed against his chest, shaking her head frantically. Finally, he released her, his face now completely devoid of any emotion. Taking a couple of quick breaths, Ginger hurriedly retreated, maintaining half a foot of distance between them, her eyes darting around, sorry. Barak gave a contemptuous humph. What is there to be sorry about? The real you in your dreams shows who you truly are. So real that even while kissing him, she dared to say she wanted to replace him. Ginger waved her hands in panic. I'm usually not this bold. Please, just forget about this. From now on, I'll sleep in a separate bed from you. Was she trying to keep him at a distance? Barak was deeply displeased, his gaze as dark as a silent night. In your mortal world, can a kiss be easily forgotten? That's definitely not the case. Ginger chuckled nervously, rubbing her hands together in anxiety. But you are a deity. I am a very rule-abiding deity. He sat up, propping himself up with cushions behind him, lazily saying, this matter must be handled according to the rules. That statement was somewhat shameless. Anyone could claim to follow the rules, but when had Barak ever cared about them? Chapter 69 The Unbreakable Pane of Glass. Moreover, his calm expression and emotionless eyes clearly indicated that he didn't take what happened just now seriously. Yet, when he spoke, it was oddly stern. Ginger quietly sized him up, finding him hard to read. The bigwig was obviously not someone who truly abides by the rules and definitely did not intend to have any relationship with her. So why say this? After much contemplation, Ginger suddenly understood. The bigwig was somewhat embarrassed by her kiss but also unwilling to slight her, so he was providing an out for her. It must be so. Straightening her back, Ginger moved forward a few inches and respectfully extended both hands towards him. Barak. You're right, kissing in the mortal world shouldn't be taken lightly. She buried her head in her arms, raising her palms. For such indecent behavior, severe punishment could be death by drowning, lighter would be, since children don't know better, a slap on the wrist. I've only cultivated for 800 years, which compared to your 80,000 years, is like a newborn baby. Just discipline me without taking it too seriously. Barak. Well then, instead of acknowledging the act, she was cleverly insulting him as being old. Is 80,000 years very old? Even if it sounds old, doesn't he look young? With an irritated expression, Barak touched the side of his face, slightly annoyed. I won't hit you. Thank you, celestial god. Ginger immediately bowed, retracted her hands, rubbed them, and joyfully said, then let's pretend nothing happened. Who wants to pretend nothing happened with you? Barak squinted his eyes, moving his finger toward himself. In an instant, Ginger's body uncontrollably lunged into his arms. Stunned, she glanced down at herself, then around her surroundings. What happened? If she now explained to the bigwig that someone pushed her, would he believe her? Before she could think it through, her face was held up. Barak lazily lowered his eyes, holding her chin as if unintentionally, then leaned down and slowly closed the gap between their lips. Ginger's eyes widened larger than pigeon eggs. A fiery breath, carrying thick divine power, swept past her lips and teeth, directly seizing her tongue. She subconsciously tried to push him away, but this divine power tasted good. Instinctively, she sucked another mouthful. Barak chuckled softly, supporting her waist, holding her closer, letting her drink in. If Shiloh knew about this, he would laugh at him for millennia. A prestigious celestial god like him actually using such methods to deceive a young girl's kiss. Or if Bruce knew, he might advise him to cherish his divine power, warning him against letting anyone snatch it away because... But Barak felt that in this world, nothing is worth or unworthy, It's always about whether he's happy or not. Now, he was very happy. This little thing in his arms wasn't greedy. He gave a bit, she took a bit, not eagerly sucking his divine power from him. Her eyes, moist and slightly uneasy, flickered. Seeming to realize it wasn't proper, she paused, pushing herself away a few inches. Barak. She pouted, like this, I look like old demon Black Mountain. Her tone was soft, like a small hook wrapped in fluff. He chuckled, you're much prettier than old demon Black Mountain. Her heart softened, and Ginger subconsciously tightened her grip on his robe. Can't think nonsense, can't think nonsense. The bigwig said this only because old demon Black Mountain really isn't attractive, not praising her. But why was he indulging her kisses so much? A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes before she figured it out. Her head was pushed back by him again. You're too weak. His voice was deep and low. Prepare more things before going to the netherworld, it won't go wrong. Who prepares things like this? Ginger's face turned red. I prepared enough. Oh. He remained indifferent, glancing at her with smoky eyes, then just kiss. Ginger. Could it be that even deities in the 9 heavens cannot escape the season of spring's awakening desire when they come to the mortal world? Fine then. She didn't want to struggle anymore. If the bigwig gave her a chance to take advantage, she should seize the opportunity, whether it was for divine power or something else, she quite liked it all. As for other matters, since the bigwig didn't mention them, she wouldn't overthink. Jumping up with a cry, Ginger hugged him tightly. The moonlight hid behind clouds, the first rays of dawn shone through. Barak lay against a soft pillow, motionlessly watching the person beside him. Morning light streamed in through the window, casting a pinkish-orange glow on her fair cheeks. Her lips, strikingly red against her porcelain skin. A smile crept onto his face as Barak propped himself up. Letting her kiss him, she really went at it for half an hour, nibbling and biting like a wolf pup craving meat. Finally, unable to hold on, she fell asleep again due to exhaustion. Completely ignoring him. Amused despite his irritation, Barak shook his head but still reached out to tuck the blanket around her. Once back in the 9 heavens, he thought about building a new palace for her next to the Shongbing Palace. Such a little thing needs proper care and teaching step by step. A ripple came from outside the barrier. His smile fading, Barak looked up. A wobbly tongue spirit bird flew in, landing on a wooden table beside him. It tilted its head to look at them, then opened its mouth. True Lord Bruce sends this message. There are traces of the life and death gate 300 miles west, please be mindful. 300 miles west. Barak frowned, reaching out to grab the bird into his palm. Bruce's message? He narrowed his eyes. The tongue spirit bird flailed in fear, sticking out its tongue and calling, I'm just the messenger. Temporary worker here, fair pay, carrying True Lord Bruce's token on my foot. Glancing down as it spoke, he indeed saw a piece of candle wax jade unique to Bruce tied to its claw. Sensing the lingering killing intent, the tongue spirit bird looked around frantically and let out a loud scream. Ginger, save me. Barak barely had time to cover its mouth when the person sleeping beside him mumbled and turned over, hugging him before opening her eyes with a dazed look at the noisy bird. How did you get here? She yawned, lifting her hand to soothe the powerful being. Heaven bestows virtue through kindness. Barak grunted lightly, loosening his fingers. With a squawk, the tongue spirit bird landed on the brocade blanket, rolling several times before coming to a stop beside Ginger. My master has been ill lately. I came out to earn some spirit stones for him. It eyed Barak warily, then turned to her. You too. Ginger quickly grabbed the blanket and covered its head with it. Give my regards to your master. Tell him to return home early without lingering on the way. Pinching its wing, Ginger got out of bed and walked swiftly to the window, tossing it outside. Bon voyage. A mournful cry from the bird outside followed, which Ginger ignored as she immediately shut the window. A faint awkwardness lingered in the air. She turned around, pretending nothing happened, changed into clothes, combed her hair into a bun, and asked, when do we leave? Chapter 70. Barak rose and leisurely fastened his outer robe. Now. Allison raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sky outside. Wasn't it said that going to the netherworld is best when the sky is dim? It's already bright. Not going to the netherworld. His cloud boots touched the ground, and the surrounding barrier dissolved. The inn's furniture returned to its original state. Barak straightened his garment calmly and spoke in a soft voice, right here in the human world. Allison blinked, taking some time to process this. The door of life and death is in the human world. The bigwig had said that wherever the door of life and death appeared, countless lives would be lost. So wouldn't many innocent civilians suffer? Her face changed slightly, and Allison swiftly ran to Barak, tying up his black hair and placing a crown on it. She then grabbed his hand and rushed out anxiously. Caught off guard, Barak stumbled slightly, frowning slightly. What's the hurry? Aren't you eating breakfast? Who has time for breakfast? Allison shook her head vigorously. The sooner we find it, the fewer people will die. What difference does it make whether few or many die? Barak scoffed. Mortals reproduce endlessly. Even if 10 doors of life and death fall from the 9 heavens, they'll still have survivors who plow in spring and reap in autumn, sacrifice to heaven and earth. Clutching his hand tightened, Allison suddenly loosened her fingers. She turned back, her expression unusually serious. Every person is a life. Those lives are not related to him. Barak wanted to say so, but seeing her about to get angry, he swallowed his words. She was a deity cultivated from a mortal, naturally feeling kinship. Forget it. Turning away, he lightly hummed, let's go. Wanting to say more but holding back, Allison pursed her lips and darted ahead. It was just dawn, and the innkeeper and waiters were yawning while wiping down counters and tables. Seeing them come downstairs, a waiter hurriedly said, "Guests are traveling. There's a citywide curfew today, carriages aren't allowed on official roads. If you're not in a rush, you can wait until the market opens and take an ox cart." "No need." Allison waved and dashed out the door like the wind. Following behind her, Barak asked one more question, "Why the curfew?" "An urgent report came in yesterday saying there's trouble in a city to the west. They sent night messages to 18 nearby towns, disallowing carriages through the markets." Placing a handkerchief on his shoulder, the waiter sighed, "Several routes are also sealed. With only feet, you won't get far. Why not stay a few more days?" "Thank you." Bowing to show he understood, Barak also stepped out the door. Trouble in a city to the west, exactly where they were headed. Walking wouldn't be efficient, so Barak immediately thought of summoning clouds. A hand reached over from the side, pressing down on his wrist forcefully. "Do you want to scare the entire city?" Allison stomped her foot. Heavenly regulations don't allow causing panic in the human world. "Then what?" He loosened his spell, looking down at her. Cheeks puffing up, Allison pulled him into a deserted alley, looking around before dragging out half a broken urn and a bundle of straw from a pile of clutter. "Form serves me, spirit follows me." The clear incantation, more powerful than before, quickly transformed the objects into an ox cart. A speckled yellow ox chewed grass, swatted its tail, and glanced back at him. Barak remained silent. Her divine skills had indeed improved, worthy of praise, but, "You want me to ride in an ox cart?" Allison had already climbed onto the cart bed, turning back upon hearing him, somewhat confused. In the human world, most travel by ox carts. Only wealthy families can afford anything better. "What do you object to?" Objecting to how an ox isn't as majestic as a spirit beast, objecting to the smallness of the cart bed and lack of prestige in the seats, objecting to having no roof overhead. If said outright, this little thing would drive off herself. After struggling for a moment with a frown, Barak finally stepped up. The speckled ox clopped along towards the outskirts of town. Sitting in the cart bed, Allison tidied up the sleeves of the bigwig's clothes. Not everyone is born with everything. Look at the human world, many people never ride in an ox cart their whole lives. They don't travel far. Barak couldn't understand. Allison laughed lightly. "Of course they do, but we can teleport from Shanggong Palace to xiaogong Palace in a blink. For mortals, 2 places so far apart would require a year of non-stop travel without food or drink. So separations for mortals often mean lifelong farewells." Barak pursed his lips, softly humming, unmoved. The ox cart sped along on fairy winds in uninhabited areas but slowed down to a normal pace when encountering people, creaking along the dirt paths. Allison felt uncomfortable with the bumps and was about to climb to the front when she was unexpectedly scooped into someone's arms. The jolts vanished instantly, leaving her surprised as she looked up. Barak lounged lazily, one hand propping his brow, the other pressing her gently, as if sitting in the cart bed but steady as if on flat ground. "You cheated," she said with a wry smile. "Who secretly uses immortal power like that?" "Not disturbing the people, thus not violating heavenly rules," he replied without raising an eyebrow. "If you're tired, just rest for a while." Softening, Allison glanced at him, unable to hold back her question. "Would you be this close with others?" Held and embraced by him so casually, even hearing his heartbeat clearly. Barak paused, then vaguely hummed in agreement. What did that mean? Allison felt slightly annoyed. The strange feelings from last night finally broke through her restraint. She looked up and reached out to turn his face toward her, deciding to ask directly. However, before she could speak, a sobbing cry came from the roadside. "Stop. Please stop." Her body stiffened, and Allison quickly sat up, looking outside the cart bed. A wealthy-looking yet disheveled old gentleman was waving at their ox cart. Beside him stood a servant, looking helpless. The speckled ox slowly stopped. Allison poked her head out, asking curiously, "What's wrong?" Pulling out some silver notes from his sleeve, the old gentleman thrust them into her hand, his face twisted. "Take me along, please take me along." Unhappy, Barak rose to refuse, but the little thing in front of him said, "Sure, come on up." Panicking, the old gentleman scrambled into the cart bed, shouting back at the servant, "Go back, I don't need you." He seemed fierce and full of vigor. Frowning, Barak turned to look at Allison, who smiled at him and whispered, "He really needs help." Glancing at the silver notes in his hand and the jade pendant hanging from the old gentleman, Barak rolled his eyes. He's not short of money. But he's short of a ride. Allison pointed at the old man's feet. "Let's help if we can." Following her gaze, Barak pressed his lips together. Despite looking quite affluent, the old gentleman only had one shoe on, the other foot covered in mud and blood. Chapter 71. Seemingly sensing their gazes, the old man sat in the cart bed, pulled his legs in, and twisted his white beard, saying, "I came out in a hurry and didn't pay attention to my demeanor. Please excuse me." He then turned his head to look at the slow-moving ox cart, his eyebrows frowning deeply. "Can this ox find its way?" Barak retracted his gaze, seemingly not very willing to talk to him, so Allison had to respond, "Where are you going?" Dry West City. The old man raised his chin, his expression somewhat arrogant, obviously used to having his way at home. However, now he had no one else around him and could only rely on these 2 young people before him, whose characters were unknown. After thinking for a long time while holding the hem of his clothes, he finally softened his tone. "I have an acquaintance there. I don't know if they're still alive." "An acquaintance?" Alison tilted her head, feeling that this title sounded quite distant, but looking at the old man's appearance, if it were just an acquaintance, why would he be in such a hurry? Since there was nothing to do on the road anyway, after pondering for a moment, the old man decided to speak frankly. There was a Dry West City messenger last night who urgently informed nearby cities via express delivery, saying someone went mad, drove a carriage filled with gunpowder into the market, and alas, many people died. I have a disobedient daughter who happens to be married there. The horses from home can't leave the city, so I thought I'd come to take a look myself. If she really has such bad luck, I might as well bring her remains back. Alison raised an eyebrow when she heard this and turned to look at Barak. Was this caused by the gate of life and death? Barak kept his eyes half closed, seemingly resting, but when he sensed her doubt, he responded indifferently. Although the gate of life and death harbors resentment, it does not harm people directly. It only triggers the inherent evil intentions in people's hearts. Human hearts are dirty, so whenever the gate of life and death appears in the world, it will certainly cause disaster. This is just the beginning. The small creature grew anxious upon hearing this and secretly urged the ox cart to move faster. However, Barak didn't think much of it, for mortals naturally belong to the cycle of life and death. Even if they die, more will be born. Besides, these people were far from likable. Glancing at the annoyed old man, he shook his head lightly. With a heavy aura of resentment and obstinacy, after living for 60 years, he carried 20 years of grievances inside him. How boring. Retracting his gaze, he continued to keep his eyes closed. The old man kept chattering on. I told her not to marry into that family. She wouldn't listen, causing me to lose face, and we haven't spoken for 20 years. What kind of filial daughter doesn't visit her parents? Alison propped her chin up, listening curiously. Why couldn't she marry into that family? You wouldn't understand. That poor boy she fancied had no backbone or prospects. Standing before me, he dared not even breathe properly. The old man spat angrily. Who knows what lies he spun to deceive my daughter into marrying him? She was even willing to sever ties with me just to live a poor life with him. Now you see how it ended up. Who knows if she's still alive? I have plenty of descendants. I don't miss that bit of bloodline. She cannot threaten me. These 20 years, I've never lowered my head. Proudly lifting his chin, the old man shook his head. I am very resolute. Clapping her hands to humor him, Alison wondered again. Then why are you in such a hurry now? I'm not rushing, I'm not. Waving his hand in denial, the old man said sternly. I have business in Dry West City, shops I need to check on, and I'll just happen to pass by her place. You weren't saying that earlier. Alison grumbled silently, finding the old man rather amusing, so she secretly transformed a shoe and threw it into the cart, then pretended to suddenly notice. Oh, your shoe fell off. The old man looked down, picked up the shoe, glanced at the other one on his foot, and seemed puzzled. When I left home, I only wore one. How did it end up here? Alison shrugged, indicating she didn't know, and after pondering for a while, the old man eventually put on the shoe. At his age, his health was already not robust. Coming out in such a rush, he may not have the strength to return. The bumpy ox cart was far less comfortable than a horse-drawn carriage. He held his waist in pain, murmuring softly, it's so far away. It's not far. Alison looked up at the city ahead. We're about to reach the city gates. The old man was taken aback and quickly stood up to look forward, his turbid eyes widening greatly. Are we there? As he remembered, a round trip between the two places needed an entire day by express delivery over 800 miles, let alone this slow ox cart, which would need 4 to 5 days at least to even see the city gates. How long had he been here, and why were they arriving already? Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed that the 3 words Dry West City hung above the gate ahead. Taking a few breaths, the old man cast a hesitant glance at the 2 people in the cart. That little girl seemed lively and unproblematic, but the person sitting behind her appeared sinister with sharp features, clearly not an ordinary person. Could it be, he met demons? Pale-faced, the old man gripped the edge of the cart and began to cough heavily. Barak opened his eyes, his gaze lightly sweeping towards him. Feeling a constriction in his chest, the old man suppressed his coughing even more. Dry West City is under martial law. Everyone, get out of the vehicles. A long queue formed at the city gate, with soldiers holding spears shouting loudly to those behind. The old man looked around, trying to take the opportunity to escape, but the scene before him blurred, and the slow-moving ox cart actually moved directly into the streets of the city. He looked fearfully at the man. What are you doing? Alison scolded, tugging on Barak's sleeve. Didn't you say not to scare people? Letting out a light snort, Barak said, he can't handle such antics. An elderly man at the twilight of his life couldn't endure much more without dying here and making her cry. Alison looked at him, then at the old man whose breathing was almost stopped from fright, unsure for a moment who exactly was tormenting whom. Go find your people. The cart stopped by the roadside, and Alison helped him down. Keep your banknote safe. The banknote that he had just handed out was tucked back into his own embrace. The old man wobbled to stand by the roadside, staring blankly at their ox cart. The cart quickly disappeared around the street corner, and it took him a long while to regain his senses, trembling as he sat down on the ground. Ordinary people all believe in deities, but when they encounter something they cannot understand, their first reaction is always to think of demons rather than gods. It's the narrowness and nastiness of human nature, something Barak had long gotten used to, and he didn't expect the old man to have a good impression of them. After all, once the person was gone, they were no longer related. What he was more concerned about was, what are you thinking again? Alison was covering her head, and upon hearing this, she looked up, her eyes misty. It feels like right here. She pointed vaguely at the road they were on, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. All the roads in the mortal world look the same. What's there to have seen or not seen? Barak didn't think much of it, but he also glanced in the direction she pointed. Chapter 72. It was better not to look. A dark and bloody haze lay over the ground, seeping into the blackish-yellow soil, looking both gloomy and filthy. This atmosphere was hardly noticeable, but to Barak's perception, it revealed its true form. To Ginger, it would have appeared as nothing more than an ordinary long street. Barak couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. The little thing covered her head, her cheeks as white as snow, her nose slightly wrinkled, resembling a small animal sensing danger. Yet she could see nothing, only looking around with her wet eyes, trying hard to recall something. If it weren't for the fact that the path of foresight had been severed by the heavenly diviner for a long time, he might have thought she had a talent for predicting. Indeed, it is in this area, Barak said, raising his head and glancing at the seemingly deserted shops and residences on either side before helping Ginger get off the carriage. Ginger muttered, "Why is there no one here? A place where chaos just occurred wouldn't have many people. That's not right." She shook her head. In human settlements, even if a chaotic event occurs, leaving no civilians, there will certainly be guards posted. Here, the aura of living beings is too faint. The empty market street showed signs of being scorched on both sides. Vendors' stalls were half destroyed, wine mixed with blood, creating an extremely pungent smell. A collapsed archway pressed down on the carriages, while in the distance, misty fog concealed a heap of something dark, chilling, and eerie. Ginger squinted, looking towards it. As the mist gradually dispersed, the contours of the dark heap became clearer. Hands, feet, heads. Dozens of soldiers' bodies piled together, the topmost face staring in their direction, eyes wide open, bloodshot veins creeping into the pupils. Barak reached out and, unsurprisingly, caught a trembling little creature. What is this? Ginger shuddered, burying herself into him, yet lifting her head fearfully. The city has already been under lockdown. Why is it like this? Those bodies still had residual warmth, clearly having died not long ago. The authorities had notified nearby cities last night, so why was there still killing happening now? Pressing his hand against her forehead, Barak said indifferently, "What are you afraid of?" "Don't talk nonsense." Ginger glared at him. "Someone is killing people. Are you human?" "You're the one who isn't human, nor anyone else in the palace." Ginger bared her teeth, wanting to bite him, but suddenly remembered. "Right, I've already ascended as a celestial being. No matter how fierce a mortal is, they can't kill me." Her tense shoulders relaxed, and just as she was about to take a breath, her waist tightened abruptly. Barak carried her quickly onto a nearby rooftop, landing on the tiles with a swift draw of the seething blade appearing in his hand. Fiery flames erupted into a defensive barrier swiftly surrounding them. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Ginger clutched his robe, bewildered, looking down. An ordinary mortal stood in their previous spot, wielding a hatchet, glaring up at them with a grim expression. An undercover officer of the government. A raspy, deep voice echoed through half the street. Ginger instinctively replied, "No. Why are you here, then?" "Just passing by." Barak glanced at her with complicated emotions, gently raising his left hand. Divine fire rapidly gathered in his palm, swirling fiercely enough to create whirlwinds around them. Seeing this, Ginger hurriedly grabbed him. "Please be careful. Mortal things are fragile. If you throw fire down there, the whole street will be gone." "So what if it's gone?" he asked in puzzlement. "We're here to find something, not to destroy the city." Gritting her teeth, she intertwined her fingers with his and pulled his hand down, holding it close. "Don't move around." "What kind of move is this?" Barak felt a bit disgusted but found warmth in her embrace, so he didn't bother struggling, casting a glance downward. "I won't move." "Are you sure you can handle it? I'm a celestial being after all. Who are you looking down upon?" Rolling her eyes, Ginger formed a seal. A multicolored boundary descended around them. Below, the mortal gripped his hatchet warily. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing, just a couple of questions." Ginger smiled reassuringly, ensuring the boundary enclosed everything in this area. "Are you planning to kill more?" There were already notches on the hatchet, with blood dripping from them, a sight far from pleasant. The mortal looked down, sneering. "What I killed aren't humans, they are beasts." This statement carried deep resentment, like a boulder landing, stirring the existing murky haze into a frenzy. Barak frowned in disgust, intending to carry Ginger further away, but the person beside them suddenly inhaled sharply. Finished, she turned to the other side. "I seem to have trapped other living beings within the boundary." The boundary, as it landed, could not exclude living creatures. After all, this was a city of mortals, so it wasn't strange for other humans to be present. Barak turned his head to look in the direction she was gazing, but before he could offer any comfort, his gaze froze slightly. A familiar figure was staggering toward them. He wore two shoes, one half-worn and the other brand new. His luxurious clothes were still somewhat disheveled, with some straw stuck in his sleeves from the ox cart. It was that old man. Ginger clearly recognized him too, her hand frozen just before forming the seal completely. "Jackson! Jackson!" The old man shouted angrily, "Give me back my daughter." He staggered as he walked, almost falling over. Ginger's heart raced in fear as she stood up and shouted, "Run!" Who would look for their daughter at a crime scene? The murderer standing below wasn't someone to trifle with. Even if no one attacked him, a fall would shatter his frail body. In a panic, she broke free from Barak's hold and darted downward, but it was already too late. The old man collided with the direction of the murderer. The sharp hatchet still dripped blood, and the emotionless murderer looked down at the old man who had stumbled toward him, stepping forward with his right foot. Ginger thought there was going to be a bloodbath and half closed her eyes. However, in the next instant, the blooded hatchet was released by its owner. Jackson opened his arms and caught the old man, steadying him with some urgency. His brows were furrowed tightly, and after supporting the old man, he stepped back, crouched down to pick up his hatchet, and remained silent with pursed lips. On the contrary, once the old man regained his breath, he started swearing loudly while leaning on his knees. "You beast, bastard without a mother, where is my daughter? Where is my daughter?" Ginger stared in shock, her mouth wide open. Barak leaped down from the eaves, waving away the surrounding haze disdainfully. He casually summoned a chair and sat down comfortably. Chapter 73, The Bounds of Life and Death Gate. The old man was still roaring, his hand full of wrinkles like a withered branch, pulling at Jackson's clothes vigorously. Jackson wore a hemp-numb suit, but it didn't take long for the garment to tear open under the pull, leaving him in quite a sorry state. Yet he didn't move, nor did he speak. The smog around them grew heavier and Karis attempted to speak, but Barak quickly covered her mouth and pressed her into his chest. "It's the life and death gate," he said. Her body tensed. Karis peeked through his fingers, only to see the sky inside the barrier turning dim. A strong wind stirred up the earth, scattering debris all over the ground. Where the corpses of the soldiers were piled up, dense grievances gushed out. That grief coiled and spiraled upward, and before long, the silhouette of a young lady emerged. "Alexandra?" The old man saw this and called out in shock. A graceful lady stood there, wearing an elaborate hairstyle known as watuji and a purple pleated skirt. Upon hearing her name, she turned her bright eyes toward him, filled with sorrow. That look was so unfamiliar that it instantly enraged the old man. "After so many years of no meeting, you don't even recognize me. No wonder they say raising a girl is not as good as raising a son. After raising you for more than 10 years, you vanished without a trace, and now when we finally meet, you don't even call out father." As he bellowed angrily, the surrounding grievance churned even more violently. Alexandra looked at him silently, and after a long while, softly whispered, "Didn't you already disown me?" Choked with emotion, the old man stomped his feet in anger. "Yes, I disowned you, yes, I did, but you're still surnamed Hong. No matter where you die, I will hold you accountable." Seeming to be triggered by the word death, Jackson, standing ahead, suddenly stiffened and stood protectively in front of Alexandra, eyeing the old man warily. "You still dare to draw your blade at me?" The old man became even angrier. "Go on, slash at me. Once you kill me, there'll be no one stopping you from being together anymore." The intense malevolence and grievance were thick beyond words. Karis frowned, noticing the glow emanating from Jackson's saber. It was a faint, dark light winding through threads of grievance, and faintly, a hint of divine energy could be seen. She urgently tugged at the sleeve of the person behind her. "Look. Look where?" Barak glanced at her and then turned his head to look left down the street. "You should look at your barrier." "Barrier?" Karis snapped back to reality and probed with her finger, only realizing belatedly that someone had breached it. Although her cultivation wasn't fully accomplished, she was, after all, a deity. There should be no one in the mortal world capable of breaking her barrier. But this force had been both sudden and silent, and if not for Barak's reminder, she wouldn't have noticed the breach in the barrier. Quickly focusing, she recited the incantation to mend it before the life and death gate detected the anomaly. Karis lost interest in looking elsewhere, comforted by the fact that Barak was here, nothing could go wrong. However, after reminding her, Barak simply resumed watching the scene unfold. A large group of soldiers rushed in from the breached barrier, all weapons aimed at Jackson. Jackson became instantly alert, stepping back several steps with Alexandra protected behind him. The old man was stunned, not expecting soldiers to surround them. He hastily grabbed a soldier and asked, sir, what are you doing?" The soldier's expression was serious as he supported the old man to the side and sternly said, "Jackson killed people in broad daylight and has been wanted. We thought he would escape after killing dozens yesterday, but unexpectedly he returned and killed more officers. We were ordered to capture him. Please step aside, old man." Eyes wide open in disbelief, the old man rubbed his hands and leaned against the wall to catch his breath, confusion filling his eyes. How could that be? With his lack of ambition, why would he kill anyone? "Sir, could there be a mistake?" The soldier shook his head and turned to encircle them. No one could answer him. Jackson was surrounded by layers of soldiers. Looking around helplessly, the old man stumbled toward Barak. "You're here too," he stammered, glaring at Karis. "Do you know what's going on?" Karis was closing her eyes to mend the barrier and didn't hear him. Barak pulled her closer into his arms, displeased, and glanced sideways at the old man. "Aren't you just passing by for business?" "Ali." Scratching his hand and grabbing his collar, the old man awkwardly explained, "I happened to see her and wanted to ask. She's my only daughter. Her mother passed away early, urging me countless times to take good care of her. Sigh. Can you help?" He was truly desperate, his eyes brimming with tears. The thick resentment that enveloped him vanished without a trace in this moment. Barak raised his brows in surprise. Is this possible? Over 20 years of resentment couldn't disappear like that even for a deity. Sitting up slowly, Barak said, "All those people he killed were indeed murdered by Jackson. They didn't falsely accuse him." His wrinkles creased with fury, the old man was indignant. "I told you he wasn't a good person, Alexandra. He shouted toward the center where the soldiers surrounded, "Come home with me, follow me." "Stop shouting," Barak said indifferently, "she is not your daughter." Glancing back at him with a strange look, the old man waved his hand. though I may be muddled in my old age, I still remember what she looks like. It's just that she's unfilial and doesn't remember me. She died 3 days ago. Barak coldly interrupted him without any sentimentality, half closing his eyes as he looked at him coldly. That figure standing there is nothing but an illusion conjured by the grievances of the life and death gate. No matter how much you call her, she won't go with you. The life and death gate possesses immense grievances and also erodes its surroundings with these grievances. The illusions it creates are always the ones that best control the host. In other words, it was using Alexandra's illusion to make Jackson kill people. However, Barak found this somewhat puzzling. How could an ordinary mortal harbor such thick grievances? The ups and downs of life, love and hate, reunion and separation, were all normal. Human suffering was nothing more than a few casual strokes in celestial records. Why was this so intense as to attract the life and death gate? Seemingly scared by his words, the old man remained doubtful and stood beside him, his eyes murky. Karis had finished repairing the barrier and returned to her senses. As she lifted her head, she nearly bumped into the boss's mouth. She frowned. Why are you hugging me again? Because you're short, Barak replied smoothly. It's comfortable to hold you. Karis, actually, he could have just said the second part, no need for the first part. She turned her head and saw Jackson starting to kill again on the street. His axe, infused with hostility, sliced through the blades of the soldiers and severed their bones. Drawing a sharp breath, Karis instinctively grabbed the boss's shirt. Why don't you stop him? What's the point of stopping him? Barak said. The life and death gate has been suppressed for many years and is exactly in need of grievances. Her face turned pale, and Karis pushed him away. Realizing his mistake, his heart sank, and he quickly pulled her back as he lowered his eyelids. It was just a joke, but these people have already stepped into the range of the life and death gate. They wouldn't survive anyway. Chapter 74. Amanita's body was very stiff. Even though he was close to her, she remained rigidly upright, not leaning on him as she usually did. Barak stroked his brows, slightly displeased. He wanted to coax her with a few words but didn't know what to say. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet, if he didn't comfort her, he felt somewhat uneasy. Restlessly moving his body, he stood up and waved his hand, releasing a streak of red light. More than half of the dozens of soldiers were dead or injured. Jackson was about to kill more when his hands were suddenly bound and securely tied behind his back. He was taken aback, his honest face twisting into an almost deranged expression, grotesque and fierce. His eyes glared toward Barak's direction, baring his teeth menacingly. Let me go. A surge of xiuxian followed his roar, the ground glowing ominously in dark gold, faintly converging around him. Despite feeling uncomfortable inside, Amanita still stepped forward in front of Barak, forming seals with her hands, her expression serious. The gate of life and death was supporting Jackson. This was troublesome. If the gate of life and death continued pouring out all its xiuxian recklessly, her barrier might not be able to hold it. Not only would these soldiers not survive, but the entire city's civilians wouldn't either. Strange laughter echoed in her ears, like someone tearing dried vines, the surrounding air pressure becoming extremely low. The elderly man at the back lost his balance and collapsed backward. Amanita turned around and just managed to catch him before Barak intervened, gently placing the old man in a chair. Slightly startled, she looked up and met his downward gaze. At least you know to stand in front of me. His lips curled into a slight sneer. How could he still joke around at this moment? Amanita anxiously stomped her foot, the gate of life and death. Barak lazily stretched his neck. What about it? He wants to attack. She frowned. We've concealed our aura completely while walking among humans. It probably mistook us for ordinary people and wants to kill us all. Realizing something, she quickly undid her disguise. Pure celestial energy floated out from her, causing the surrounding xiuxian to recoil sharply upon contact. However, as if knowing that this celestial energy wasn't formidable, the retreating xiuxian soon cautiously returned, tentatively touching again. The gate of life and death seemed to pause, observing something. Amanita stood straight, watching Jackson intently. Jackson's pupils had turned red, dull and unfocused, staring blankly in her direction. He took a step toward her like a zombie. No way, he isn't scared. She frowned and turned to ask Barak, doesn't the gate of life and death fear celestial energy? Casually flicking away a stream of xiuxian, Barak replied nonchalantly, it does. Why then? It only fears this. A hand rested on her shoulder, startling her. Before she could ask, she suddenly felt a burst of flames behind her. Powerful celestial energy erupted, flooding the entire barrier like a torrential flood. In the scorching flames, the shape of a golden crow appeared, its loud cry resonating with its wings. The dark haze retreated, screaming as it rushed back into Jackson's cleaver. The gate of life and death, which had been showing off just moments ago, vanished instantly along with its form. In just a moment, the street seemed to return from the netherworld to the human world. The sunlight outside was perfect, and although bloodshed still stained the street, there was no trace of yin energy left. Retracting his hand, Barak chuckled, pathetic. Amanita looked at him, wanting to say something but holding back. I'm not talking about you, Barak lifted his chin, pointing toward Jackson. I'm talking about the gate of life and death. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. Someone could release celestial energy so powerful that it frightened the gate of life and death like this, while she struggled and still let Jackson take a step closer. She was really pathetic. But now that things were easing up, Amanita immediately moved to seize Jackson's knife. If you try to take it directly, he will die, said Barak. Her steps froze, turning back puzzled. Why? He is overwhelmed by xiuxian, having exchanged his soul for the gate of life and death's assistance. With his wish unfulfilled, forcefully stripping him of it would certainly result in his death. Wish. Amanita turned to examine Jackson, swiftly casting the straightforward spell. The straightforward spell was a minor magic taught by the Grand Master Stephen, always used to interrogate where she had gone to cause trouble. Once asked, one must answer truthfully, making it quite effective. Although her cultivation wasn't high enough to use this spell on others effectively, Jackson was immortal. The spell, carrying light, landed on Jackson's brow. He struggled and frowned for a moment, then stilled after the light disappeared. So, Amanita approached and curiously asked, "What wish do you still have?" "Haskell, dead," Jackson answered without hesitation. "Who is Haskell?" "A salt merchant in the city." Mentioning him, Jackson seemed restless again, glancing towards Adeline's direction, staggering over to protect her firmly. Amanita thought for a moment and roughly understood. Most salt merchants in the human world were wealthy and powerful, unlikely to have a direct grudge against someone like him, a commoner. Unless that person harmed Adelind. Taking 2 steps closer, Amanita asked, "Where is he now?" "Don't know." Jackson shook his head and then looked up at the frightened officers in the distance. "Perhaps I'll know after killing them." What logic was this? Amanita frowned, wanting to refute, but seeing his unstable expression, she softened her tone. "I can take you to find him." Jackson was taken aback, sizing her up with distrust. Amanita raised both hands and spun around in front of him. "I won't harm Adelind. I can help you find Haskell." The xiuxian formed Adelind seemed about to speak. Barak indifferently raised his sleeve forward, and she suddenly fell silent. "All right." After a long while, Jackson stiffly nodded, his unfocused pupils shifting. The officers watched him with anger and fear, weapons still raised, clearly not planning to let him go. Barak glanced at them, considering it would be simpler to sacrifice them all to the gate of life and death. But he just happened to catch sight of the little one watching him out of the corner of his eye. His brows flickered, and Barak's demeanor suddenly softened. A streak of red light from his hand sent them all outside the range of the gate of life and death. The motion was gentle, even the breeze from his sleeve carried affection. In the end, he watched them leave with a light sigh. Heaven loves all life. Amanita paused, her gaze softening. Even the big boss had a compassionate heart. Nodding appreciatively, she turned back to ask Jackson more questions. The old man slumped in the chair, barely conscious. Barak glanced at him and casually tossed him outside the barrier into an inn. Then he drew a finger in the air, summoning a firebird that soared out with a loud cry to search for someone. Having done all this, he hummed softly. Not trying to please anyone, just in a good mood today, a trivial effort. Amanita hesitated, her eyes softening. The big boss also had a compassionate heart. She nodded in approval and continued turning to ask Jackson questions. Chapter 75 The Mortal World. The firebird hadn't flown far when it returned with a person clutched in its beak. The man wore casual clothes, appearing weary from travel, as if he had been caught while fleeing. On his back was a small bundle, and his eyes widened in shock at the firebird. When he saw where they were about to land, he began struggling desperately. "Let me go." "I won't go." The firebird indifferently dropped him onto the street before reverting to a divine flame that coiled back into Barak's fingertips. Thea was considering how to bring Jackson to Haskell without allowing the gate of life and death to escape when she suddenly noticed Jackson twist his head to stare at the man who had fallen beside him, gripping his dagger tightly. "Haskell," he called out. Surrounded by countless dead soldiers, Haskell turned pale, sitting on the ground and backing away repeatedly. "Not me, not me, not me." The resentment that Barak had just dispersed now surged back. Jackson broke free from his restraints and rushed toward Haskell, dagger in hand. Haskell screamed in terror and grabbed Thea's skirt hem. "Save me, I have money, save me." His frantic voice made her hair stand on end. Thea looked down, examining his face closely. His heart was darkened by many wrongdoings, and his lips were red from recent bloodshed. After hesitating for a moment, Thea asked gently, "Do you know Alexandra?" No, don't know." Haskell denied immediately. Squinting slightly, Thea formed the true word seal. Haskell paused his struggles and then confessed honestly, "Of course I know her. That young lady was extremely beautiful, but what a pity she married a coward. She used to write things for people on the street, too poor to even buy nice clothes. When I passed by and felt sorry for her, I took her back to my mansion." Thea. She had never heard someone describe kidnapping so euphemistically. "How did she die?" I got drunk and accidentally hurt her." The cold breeze of Jackson's blade already reached Haskell, who yelled anxiously, "Quickly help me, protect me." Nodding, Thea pulled her skirt hem from his grasp and stepped aside resolutely. "You." Haskell's eyes widened in horror as he tried to crawl away. However, it was too late. Jackson was like lightning, raising his sword without hesitation. Bright blood splattered high into the air as crows flew up from the horizon, and dark clouds raged around. Barak thought Thea might be afraid of the sight of blood and moved closer to cover her eyes. But as he approached, he noticed her gaze remained calm and steady, fixed on Haskell's dying form without fear or worry. At that moment, she seemed like a resilient bamboo shoot. Standing beside her, Barak chuckled. "Why are you so indifferent to his death?" "Because he deserved it." Thea stood with her hands behind her back, straightening her chest. Such an unworthy human, not worth pitying. Barak was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed she disliked killing, feeling weak and fragile like a little cotton ball that needed protection. But this time, that softness seemed to grow roots, firmly anchored into the earth, standing tall and strong against the wind. Barak laughed softly, touching his nose, filled with admiration. Fresh blood soaked into the ground, quickly absorbed by the smog. The smog circled around Jackson's arm, slowly returning to the broadsword. Jackson's vacant eyes suddenly flickered. Haskell was dead. No matter how many guards he bribed or how far he fled, he still ended up in Jackson's hands. Alexandra's shadow vanished abruptly, and Jackson turned his head, collapsing like all his strength had left him. His hand dropped the knife, and he knelt forward. Thea hurried over to check his soul. Of his 3 souls and 7 essences, only 1 soul remained inside his body, the rest had entered the gate of life and death. Frowning, Thea sighed, he really went all out. Didn't that old man say he wasn't much? Barak said lazily, turns out he's far more capable than any ordinary person. Sacrificing his life essence is no different from flaying and dismembering himself. Few could endure such pain. Not only did he bear it, but he also found strength to seek revenge. Jackson gradually wilted on the ground, shriveled into a skeletal figure. Without the control of the gate of life and death, he looked like nothing more than a frail scholar. Barak couldn't help but wonder, is hatred so powerful? It's not because of hatred. Thea covered him with a thin blanket, murmuring, it's because he loved her too much. Love. He loved Alexandra. Thea turned her head to look at the old man slumped in the distant chair. Because of his love, he was nervous and scared in front of the old man, unable to speak clearly. It was also because of love that he was willing to endure the pain of soul separation to seek revenge for Alexandra. Such a frail person, surely from a poor background, dared to propose marriage to someone from a wealthy family like the old man's, using all his courage. It wasn't surprising that Alexandra agreed to go with him. But Jackson was nameless and penniless, without stable income, unable to provide Alexandra the life she had before. So when Alexandra was taken away by Haskell, he might have even thought her life would be better off that way. However, Haskell accidentally killed her. Jackson had cried out for justice at the government office, kneeling down, begging the officials to avenge his wife. But this place was corrupted by collusion between officials and businessmen. There was no such thing as justice. His deep affection led to heavy resentment, so heavy that it attracted the gate of life and death that had quietly descended to the mortal world. As wished, Jackson avenged himself, but at the same time, he could never reincarnate as a human again. And because of the excessive killing, he would certainly be arrested and punished by the authorities. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. Barak shook his head. If he hadn't sought this momentary satisfaction, his next life would have been very promising. Thea shook her head slightly and looked into his eyes. Everything in the world has pros and cons, except for one thing that doesn't ask about cause and effect, right or wrong. Human emotions. These last 5 words were as light as a sigh. Barak paused, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he understood but still had doubts. Acting on emotions was always taboo for immortals. But, watching the tormented figure on the ground, he pressed his lips together and suddenly felt that sometimes humans indeed lived more interesting lives than deities. Love and hate were so intense, each sunrise and sunset must be far more spectacular than in heaven. Turning his sleeve, Barak wanted to deal with the gate of life and death. A figure suddenly knelt down in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly as he looked down. The old man trembled, clutching his robe hem, striving to straighten his kneeling body, and looking up with trembling lips. I don't know who you are, but can you save my daughter? Chapter 76, he did it on purpose. Barak found it amusing. Do you know what life and death mean? The old man's lips trembled as he slowly nodded. Once dead, one cannot be revived, that's what they say. I know, but you have a way, don't you? What way could there possibly be? Barak shook his head. Life and death are fated, even deities cannot change this. You still have other children, why cling to just this one? The corner of the old man's eyes flickered, and he looked at him, stammering, finally managing to speak after a long pause. No matter how many children I have, she is still my daughter, my legitimate daughter, the one I raised for over a decade. If she can be saved, take my old life, trade it for hers, alright? Slightly stunned, Barak frowned in puzzlement. Didn't he not care about this daughter? Wasn't he just passing by to take a look? Why would he now risk his own life? Isn't it always said that mortals value their lives the most? The old man clutched his robe tighter, too agitated to remain steady on his knees, muttering under his breath, I'm not afraid of dying, I've lived enough. She is so young, she has barely started living. Please help, please help. The commotion drew Kathy's attention, who turned around and noticed the boss's displeased expression. She hurriedly came over to help the old man up, moving him a few steps to the side. It wasn't that the boss was heartless, indeed, life and death are matters of fate. Forcibly altering them could cause chaos between the mortal world and the underworld, which no one could afford. Barak never liked being emotionally manipulated, and such pleading only made him angry. Gently soothing the old man, Kathy whispered softly, please accept your loss. Turning to her, tears welled up in the old man's eyes, his lips quivering uncontrollably. How do I accept this? How can I bear the sorrow? I want her to live. Even if she disobeyed me and lived in poverty, at least she would be alive. Instead of now, where I don't even get to keep her body. A surge of blood rushed to his throat, uncontrollable, causing his eyes to roll back, about to faint. Kathy reacted swiftly, sealing off his veins and quickly locking his unstable soul within his body. The gate of life and death struggled to escape, but a streak of fire from Barak forced it back into the machete, preventing it from moving another step. He sauntered forward, transforming his right hand into the phoenix-slaying blade, pointing its tip at the machete. Wave-like black energy surged out, forming a storm that leaped from the machete into the phoenix-slaying blade. Flames enveloped the blade, humming uncomfortably for a moment before quickly adapting, swallowing the gate of life and death whole. Had Kathy glanced over at this moment, she would have noticed something was wrong. The decree from the heavenly Tao was to bring the gate of life and death back to the 9 heavens to continue suppressing it. Yet, Barak was absorbing its resentment. The resentment within the gate of life and death was immense. Even a single wisp could cause turmoil in an entire town, driving ordinary cultivators mad with despair. Yet, Barak watched calmly as black mist swirled around the phoenix-slaying blade, his gaze expressionless. At the peak of the black mist's intensity, he instinctively glanced towards Kathy. The little thing was busy settling the old man and Jackson, her celestial skills improving rapidly as she learned to use spiritual energy to lift people. Her demeanor, however, still lacked the poise of a celestial being, revealing human emotions and frailty. Barak, she suddenly called out. Moved, he casually set up a small barrier to block the phoenix-slaying blade and turned, walking back to her side. What is it? He should have been able to live until 80. Pointing to the unconscious old man lying on the chair, she raised her eyes, unable to hide her pity, but after everything he saw today, he likely won't last 3 days. That's also part of his destiny. Barak almost said that, but upon approaching the old man, he sensed something amiss. Not his destiny, Kathy could predict the lifespan, and he could easily see through it. This old man had deep blessings, impossible to die unexpectedly. Unless he didn't want to live. His brows furrowed, and Barak couldn't help but scoff. Stupid, wanting to force their hand with his life. If he didn't want to live, then it was no one else's fault. He reached out to pull Kathy aside. Don't meddle unnecessarily. Kathy pressed her lips together, knowing it was beyond their control. She felt sorry for the old man, stubborn for so long, unable to see his daughter one last time. Barak released a thread of celestial energy into the old man's brow, telling him in a cold voice that even dying wouldn't help. Most merchants are intelligent, knowing how to seek benefits and avoid harm. With Barak saying it this bluntly, surely the old man would understand. However, the vitality in this person continued to drain away. Barak found it incomprehensible. What was the point? Clearly, he had other children. Clearly, dying would change nothing. Knowing the outcome, why choose the worst option? The Slayer blade beside him seemed influenced by his mood, humming twice before ceasing to absorb the black energy. Barak came back to his senses, impatiently casting a spell to reel the phoenix-slaying blade back. At the same moment, a streak of black energy swiftly darted toward the boundary of the barrier. Celine suddenly shivered and stood up to look outside. What's that? It was dark and moved swiftly, crossing the boundary of the barrier and vanishing into the ground. Barak followed her gaze, pursing his lips, a moment's inattention, and it got away. What? Celine widened her eyes. The gate of life and death. He turned away, summoning firebirds to send the old man and Jackson to the Yarman, then vaguely said, I need to chase it. Celine stared at him, her face slightly pale. She always believed that with such a powerful figure around, no trouble could arise. A mere gate of life and death, once within his control, wouldn't stand a chance. But now, it really did escape. If she thought Barak didn't let it go on purpose, she wouldn't believe it even if beaten. Glancing at the black energy swirling around the phoenix-slaying blade in his hand, Celine couldn't help grabbing his left hand, palm against palm, probing seriously. The Supreme God naturally had barriers that weren't easily breached by her, but Barak only resisted for a moment before allowing her divine power to penetrate 2 inches into his body. She clearly felt the surging death, residual grievance, inside him, mixed with high-grade spiritual power, struggling and swirling, forming a light-grey divine aura circulating throughout his body. Her eyelashes flickered as she looked up at him. Barak's expression was very calm, indifferently returning her gaze as if nothing had happened, lightly humming, what? Nothing. Pulling back her hand, Celine hugged her head. She had been too optimistic. The residual grievance inside Barak had always existed. He wasn't moved by her but was merely suppressing it. One thought leads to enlightenment, one thought leads to demonhood. He remained someone who could still turn demonic and threaten all living beings. The gate of life and death was deliberately let go by him. Chapter 77. He was still cultivating with the grievance chi of death. After realizing this, Ginger's expression became quite unpleasant. She half lowered her eyelids and kicked a stone at her feet before walking past him and heading out. Where are you going? Barak tilted his head to ask. Her neck stiffened slightly as she answered in a muffled voice, where else would I go? Naturally, I will continue to chase after the gate of life and death. If it escapes elsewhere, there will certainly be calamities there too. If I hurry, I can save more people. There was a hint of thin anger in her usually clear and bright voice, which made Barak very unhappy. He knew what she was angry about but couldn't tell her directly. After a moment of silence, he felt a blockage in his heart as well. His tone suddenly turned cold. If I don't follow, who can you save on your own? Ginger looked back at him. Her black and white eyes initially seemed stunned, then surged with shame and disappointment. Her long lashes drooped as her face stiffly turned away again. She knew how useless she was, depending on him like a creeper to ascend to an immortal and to roam everywhere freely. But when said outright, it was too embarrassing. Feeling vexed, Ginger stubbornly answered, I have to try on my own. Having said that, she no longer waited for his reply, pulled herself away, and chased in the direction where the gate of life and death had disappeared. The surrounding barrier gradually melted to the ground, and the noise from the mortal world rushed back into their ears. Barak watched her run away direction with cold eyes, gripping the edge of his sleeve without a word. Zarin quietly appeared beside him. Your divinity. He glanced at the distance, then at him, and saluted. Everything has been arranged down below. If you wish to follow Lady Ginger further, it's still in time. No need, interrupting him with a raised hand, Barak withdrew his gaze. Let her go if she wants. Wasn't he a divine being, not an ordinary mortal like Jackson, who would abandon everything for a woman? There were significant matters to handle. She'd come back once she realized she couldn't accomplish anything on her own. Zarin covertly observed his expression, seemingly hesitating. This only made Barak feel even more irritable. He picked up the Seafing blade and walked in the opposite direction. Many casualties filled the street, with countless spirits wandering around, feeding on fresh souls. As he walked along, creating a wind, he abruptly stopped at the street corner. Zarin wasn't paying attention and almost bumped into him. Hastily stepping back, he looked up to find Barak staring at a soul standing at the street corner. It was an elderly-looking spirit, appearing to wait for someone. His fine clothes were dirty, and he looked very ill. A wisp of ghostly essence was devouring his arm, but the old man didn't seem to notice, continuing to look down the street. This scene was all too common in the mortal world, so Zarin paid no mind and withdrew his gaze. However, he noticed Barak suddenly lifting his hand ahead. A natural gesture, seemingly just stretching his shoulder, but light fell from between his fingers and gently flew into the old man's forehead. Zarin widened his eyes. Your divinity, he exclaimed. How could a mortal endure such grace? Divine energy protecting the soul, shielding from all suffering, might even bring it back to life. You misunderstood. Barak continued walking forward, his tone extremely bad. I am cold and unfeeling, viewing all things as straw dogs. How could I bestow any grace? These words carried great indignation, leaving Zarin puzzled. What did he do wrong now? As they left the town and headed towards the netherworld, Zarin brought up, shall I send some immortals to find Lady Ginger? What's the point of looking for her? Barak sneered, she's quite powerful, giving me looks whenever we disagree. Zarin. Although he agreed with others that Ginger staying by the side of the divinity wasn't a good thing, the divinity had been unusually unpredictable recently. Scratching his head, he decided to change the subject. The soul of the small immortal kept in the Shongbing Palace has already been taken away. Harry. Barak snorted, he recovered pretty fast. Yes, little immortal thinks he's quite a talent in cultivation, Zarin commented. It's a pity he doesn't care about the Lee clan, rushing to descend upon taking his soul. What does that have to do with me? Barak waved his sleeves. If she hadn't insisted on saving her senior brother, he wouldn't even have approached the gates of our immortal school. Thinking about it, he suddenly felt rather agitated. That little thing shouldn't know her senior brother had recovered and specially ran off to find him. Of course, Ginger didn't know Harry had recovered. She pinched seals and pursued the trail of the Gate of Life and Death, traveling 300 miles west until the trail vanished. Only then did she stop to inspect the surroundings. Though her cultivated techniques were numerous and mixed, she wasn't skilled at tracking. Standing lost on the mountain path, she kicked several stones and suddenly felt very discouraged. Barak wasn't wrong. Without him, she indeed couldn't do much. But she wouldn't submit to the contempt in his words, nor to his attitude. If she had swallowed her pride back then, he would never look up to her again. In his heart, she might forever remain a pitiful creature who needed him to live. She didn't want to be pitied, she wanted to be loved. This thought popped into her mind, and Sherry was startled herself, her face flushing slightly. Really, what love this and that? She must have read too many human novels. A minor immortal like her had no capital to talk about such things. Shaking her head vigorously, Sherry concentrated and continued to search for grievance chi within a 1-mile radius. The wind rustled through the bamboo forest, making a soft swishing sound. Someone was approaching rapidly on the wind. Her ears pricked up, and Sherry cast a defensive barrier, glaring at the intruder. Who's there? The wind ceased, leaves stilled, and a pair of snowy embroidered boots stepped onto the ground littered with dead branches. Sherry. He sighed. The defensive barrier slowly dissolved, and Sherry stared at the newcomer, suddenly exclaiming with joy and throwing her arms open to rush toward him. Master brother. Harry caught her with extended arms, tapping her head slightly with a mix of amusement and annoyance. Didn't I tell you to wait for me properly? Why did you run around recklessly? The yin chi here is extremely heavy, it's not a peaceful place. Pulling him aside and looking around, ensuring his soul was intact, Sherry smiled. The Gate of Life and Death was left in the mortal world. I can't just stay up there idly, bringing shame to our sect. The Gate of Life and Death isn't something easily found. Harry shook his head repeatedly. With your cultivation, one mistake and you'll be swallowed by it. But I almost caught it, she stubbornly puffed out her chest. If someone hadn't deliberately let it go, I would have taken it back to the 9 heavens by now. Looking at her with a complex expression, Harry said nothing. The puffed-out chest gradually deflated, and Sherry understood his gaze, turning away dejectedly. I know that it was thanks to someone else, not my own ability. There's no need for you to remind me again, Master Brother. Chapter 78. These words sounded so dispirited, unlike her formerly lively nature. Harry thought she had been too serious and quickly softened her tone. That's not what I meant. It's just that for such an important matter, it's better to have an exalted god handle it. You're still at a shallow cultivation level. Why don't you come with me to the Qian sect immortal gate to practice immortal arts? Hanging her head, Allison shook it. She absolutely couldn't follow him to the Qian sect, nor could she just leave like this. Waving her hand listlessly, Allison turned and continued to pinch her finger seals to search for resentment energy. Harry watched her for a while from behind and sighed helplessly. A blue light descended, and the needle on the compass sharply turned toward the northwest. Allison was stunned. She turned around and looked up to see senior brother holding the Grand Peace Immortal Master's tracking compass, saying in a yielding manner, "It's over there." Overjoyed, Allison rushed forward and hugged his arm. "Big brother is coming with me. How can I let you run around by yourself?" Harry tapped her forehead with his finger, shaking his head and sighing. He led her onto his own sword and chased after the direction pointed by the compass. The wind blew against their faces. Allison gripped his sleeve tightly, squinting as she looked ahead. But senior brother seemed to be preoccupied with something and hesitantly spoke. "You." She raised her eyebrows. Harry paused, hesitating for a long time before softly saying, "I once asked Master why you were so determined to go to the ninth heaven. Master said you had some big mission to accomplish, something you couldn't afford not to do. Now that I can also ascend to the ninth heaven, would you be willing to tell me, little sister, what kind of big mission makes you so anxious?" How could she explain? Allison lowered her head guiltily, mumbling, "Why did you suddenly ask about this? We've spent several hundred years together in the Immortal Gate." Harry pursed his lips, his expression complex. "From what I've seen, you've never been obsessed with anything before." Before opening her celestial aperture, Allison was merely muddling through in the Grand Peace Immortal Gate, even neglecting cultivation classes because she made no progress. Other disciples competed for spirit chi and immortal manuals, but when he placed the manual in front of her, she barely glanced at it. Now, she seemed to be obsessed with cultivating. Even a casual comment could upset her. The person beside her looked confused and somewhat guilty, fidgeting with her fingers. "Cultivating immortals isn't about maintaining the well-being of all living beings. Finding the door between life and death is not an obsession, it's just that I don't want to see more innocent people die unjustly." "What about Barak?" He lifted his eyes towards the distant sky. "Not leaving him, is that also for the sake of maintaining the well-being of all living beings?" "Brother may not believe it," Allison pouted, "but it truly is for the greater good." Harry. He really didn't believe it. Little junior sister hadn't interacted with many people during her long life, while the exalted god Barak had been a 10,000-year-old deity. If he truly gave her any kind of charm or spell, how could this young girl resist? Pausing for a moment, Harry said, "Do you remember why senior sister Elspeth practiced immortality? Not everyone wanted to become an immortal. After all, the path of cultivation was tedious and far less enjoyable than earthly life. Elspeth was forced into it. Born with innate celestial roots but abandoned by her parents, she was picked up by Grand Peace at the age of 3 and began cultivating without choice." Allison remembered that senior sister Elspeth once said her background was unfortunate. Even though her cultivation was enough to ascend, she wouldn't go to the ninth heaven but stay in the Immortal Gate forever. Why bring this up? Allison was puzzled. Senior sister must have her own reasons. Her reasons stem from the sins of deities. Harry frowned. The deities in the ninth heaven merely live longer, otherwise, they are no different from mortals. They can also indulge in lust, live shamefully, secretly meet with others outside of their celestial couples, bear illegitimate children, and abandon them elsewhere. Allison's body stiffened, her eyes wide open. "Are you saying senior sister Elspeth is the daughter of an exalted god from the ninth heaven?" Harry stared deeply at her. Exalted gods hold high positions and profound cultivation levels. Many female immortals are willing to follow them, akin to the concubines of wealthy mortal men. The only difference is that the ninth heaven officially recognizes only one celestial couple, and all others are illicit relationships. Most exalted gods enjoy taking female immortals as playthings but refuse to make them official couples, often abandoning even their own children instead of raising them. Allison's face crinkled, and she shrank her shoulders. The world of exalted gods was really chaotic. No wonder Senior Barak was always so guarded against her. "So," Senior Brother said earnestly, "you mustn't get involved with them." Her heart skipped a beat, and Allison clenched her teeth. What counted as getting involved? Senior Barak was quite intimate with her, but he didn't think much of her anyway. Even if he wanted to involve himself, he wouldn't choose someone like her. Even the door of life and death couldn't be blocked by her. Feeling even more dejected, Allison buried her head, thinking that there were actually quite a few powerful female immortals in the ninth heaven. If another female immortal had been present today, she might have noticed his abnormal behavior and caught the door of life and death in time. Harry had intended to advise her to be cautious of Barak, but upon turning around, he saw that the more he advised, the sadder the child seemed to become. His fine brows knitted together. He raised his hand and froze before slowly putting it down again. "No matter what, even if the whole world deceives you, Senior Brother will never lie to you." Touched, Allison grabbed his sleeve and nodded. "Thank you, Senior Brother." The resentment energy was moving very fast, leading the two of them to chase for several hundred miles. As they neared a desolate mountain, Harry suddenly stopped. "Did we find it?" Allison peered forward. "No." Looking at the mountain ahead, Harry frowned. "It has already escaped back to the netherworld." This mountain was the boundary between the mortal realm and the netherworld, covered with black fog and swamps, into which mortals couldn't set foot. Even cultivators like themselves dared not venture in recklessly. "The door of life and death belongs to the nether realm. This is beyond our control," he said. "We should report this to the deities in the ninth heaven first." Sniffing slightly, Allison waved her hand, catching a strand of immortal energy floating nearby. A fiery red immortal energy, entwined with threads of black, as familiar as could be. He has gone down, she tightened her hand. Senior brother, I need to go down too. Having said that, she summoned her flying cloud and was about to rush in. Harry reached out to grab her, but it was too late. She broke through the first barrier and was met by a swarm of swirling crows. Be careful. Rushing forward, he pulled her back, lifting his sleeve to shield against the attacking flock. Calls echoed across the entire mountain as hidden creatures were roused by the scent of intruders, gathering towards them. Barrack's steps suddenly paused. In the dimly lit passage, blue ghost flames flickered on both sides. The guide from the netherworld, noticing his hesitation, turned around and said, "It's just up ahead." Coming to his senses, Barrack responded irritably, "What's the hurry?" The netherworld guide was startled, hurriedly falling silent and leaning against the wall, no longer daring to urge him. Bruce chuckled and handed him a bundle of paper money. "The exalted god has been in low spirits lately, my apologies." Chapter 79. Trembling, the underworld messenger received the paper money. Not daring to say more, he twisted his face into an ugly smile and continued walking forward. Who knew why this celestial deity had descended into the underworld? Initially, all the ghosts of Boundary Mountain swarmed to block him, but with just a wave of his sleeve, 5,000 spirits were annihilated, vanishing without even a chance to scream. The little ghosts were always hungry for divine aura, and this deity's aura was indeed delicious. But within half a mile, not a single ghost dared approach him. His temper was too terrible. The underworld messenger was worried whether he could make it back to the palace of Yama alive. Fortunately, the next stretch of the road wasn't long, and this celestial deity didn't get angry again. He only occasionally looked back, seemingly missing something. In the underworld, only those who had lingering attachments would look back frequently. The underworld messenger wanted to remind him that looking back too much made the journey difficult, but then thought that even if he walked backward, this deity wouldn't have any problems. So, he led him to the entrance of the palace of Yama and vanished like lightning. The cold palace, with its blood-red signboard, chilled Barrack as he watched with disdain, feeling inexplicably irritable. "Did she return to the 9 heavens?" he asked. Bruce smiled and kept his hands in his sleeves, not asking who she was, merely replying, "Once one enters this realm, news from the outside is cut off." "I am not entirely clear." Barrack pressed his lips together and stepped inside, his face dark. As soon as his cloud boots touched the stone floor, ripples spread across the ground. The surroundings transformed suddenly, blooming with lush flowers and flowing water. "Barrack," someone called him sweetly. He lifted his eyes and saw Sherry wearing a white dress, flying toward him joyfully. A soft body clung to his arm, warm and affectionate. "Why are you so slow, arriving even later than me?" she said with twinkling eyes, tilting her head. "Your face is dirty." A handkerchief, smelling of milk, brushed against his cheek. Barrack tried to avoid it, but she pinched his chin. "Don't move," she scolded, tiptoeing closer. Her soft fingers traced his features, gently wiping away the dirt. They were so close that if he lowered his head, he would touch her lips. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and Barrack looked down. "Move aside." The person in front froze, then pouted. "You're being mean to me again." "Didn't you miss me?" she frowned. "I traveled thousands of miles to chase after you. What else could you be unsatisfied with?" Her body stiffened slightly, and Barrack's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. "I missed you very much." She poked his chest teasingly and giggled. "What can you hide here? This place can't conceal anything. I know everything on your mind. For example," she narrowed her eyes, pointing at his Adam's apple, "you want to kiss me." A red sleeve swept up, and a hand grabbed a towering tree beside them. Boom. A loud noise shattered the surrounding illusion. The old tree collapsed, the fabric of reality tore, and the ground shook violently. Barrack looked indifferently as the surroundings returned to the palace of Yama, then glanced at the startled Sherry. He couldn't help but sneer. "Do you take me for a child? Using such tricks to greet me?" His voice echoed, frightening Sherry into sitting on the ground, scrambling backward in panic. "Lord, save me." She reverted to a graceful purple mist, trembling as she fled back to the embrace of the person on the throne. Arwen caressed her tenderly, smoothing her body, and laughed. "If you were smart, you'd have kept that appearance. He wouldn't dare hurt you then. Changing back now makes things uncertain." Barrack sneered. "Millennia haven't made you mute yet." Releasing the purple mist, Arwen stood up, straightening his black robe, and walked down the steps. "If I became mute, no one in this world could speak your true thoughts. How boring that would be." Arwen, the lord of the underworld, could penetrate any protective barrier and read minds. The heavenly Tao feared him and banished him to the 18th level of the underworld, preventing him from re-entering the world. The former Barrack hadn't feared his mouth because there was nothing in his heart. But now, Barrack extended his hand and ruthlessly gripped Arwen's neck. His grip was so strong that it could destroy his flesh form in an instant. "Don't." Arwen stopped smiling, raising his eyebrows and hands. "There's no one else here. What do you fear?" "I didn't come to watch your monsters put on a show." Barrack's gaze swept coldly over Arwen's face. "You should know." Raising his hands in surrender, Arwen sighed. "Old friend, I've always known what you wanted. You previously despised this decaying, vengeful energy and didn't wish to talk much with me. Now that you've come to my humble abode, how could I possibly slight you?" Zarin stood behind, laughing upon hearing this. "The High God certainly hasn't wronged you. That thing must have already fallen into your hands." The door of life and death darted off without causing any more harm to the human world, but rather hurried straight back to the underworld. To him, that thing was more precious than anything else. Arwen pursed his lips, extricating himself from Barrick's grip and rubbing his sore neck. I also believe in reciprocity. I didn't take that thing for nothing. 200,000 units of death, I'll gladly present them to you with both hands. 200,000? Barrick chuckled softly. After a brief pause, Arwen waved his hand. My underlings often miscount. As a king in name only, it's not appropriate for me to be too demanding. So, 300,000? I can offer you some other treasures as well. He opened the door of life and death just to cultivate. How important could other treasures be? Barrick flipped his hand, intending to reclaim the door of life and death on the spot. Arwen's expression changed slightly as he quickly held him back. Don't be hasty. Guests who travel far should be treated with hospitality. You haven't even had a drink or met anyone yet, so why rush into conflict? People? Barrick narrowed his eyes. Who in this place is worth meeting? Oh, there are always some, Arwen said, lifting a finger toward the purple mist cowering in the corner. If you don't like the fake one, what about the real one? Barrick looked at him, his gaze suddenly filled with menace. No, she wasn't captured by me. That young lady came here on her own and injured quite a few of my mountain guardian spirits. Arwen waved his hands. I've kept her in the waterside pavilion nearby. If you want to see her. I don't. Coldly interrupting, Barrick said, 1 million units of death. If you fall short by even one, we will settle accounts properly. Arwen's face turned green as he frowned. It's not that I don't want to give them to you. High God, you're a deity with tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Swallowing so much death might cause significant trouble. That's none of your concern. Flipping his sleeve and turning around, Barrick said, I need to stay in your palace of Yama. Not interested in going to the waterside pavilion? Arwen spread his hands. Go if you want. I won't mock you. Chapter 80. Stopping in his tracks, Barrick looked at Bruce. The latter paused momentarily before quickly reacting and smilingly said, This minor deity has some business to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Everything else in the Netherworld Palace instantly vanished, leaving only Arwen standing there with a warm smile, watching him with his sleeves loosely folded. Taking a deep breath, Barrick earnestly explained, The one in xiuxian is merely a minor deity from my Upper Bing Palace. Arwen nodded. Then what? Then, don't think I always want to see her. He narrowed his eyes. I'm not that interested. His brows twitched slightly as Arwen smiled without a word. Could he still not read Barrick's mind after all these years? It was rare to see Barrick so flustered and angry. After pondering for a moment, Arwen said, You don't want to see her, but I do have some interest. Although she's just a minor deity, she and the immortal lord who traveled with her injured many of my ghosts and demons. Her cultivation isn't trivial. The immortal lord who traveled with her? Barrick raised his eyes, pressing his lips together. Arwen arched an eyebrow in surprise. Are you concerned about this? Barrick, you are an ancient god of 80,000 years. So, I've long mastered the art of having different thoughts from my words. Turning away with no expression, Barrick said, What you see is not what I think. Does such sophistry make any sense? Arwen's expression was complicated as he sucked his teeth and turned his eyes, walking out while folding his black robe. I want to see how charming this immortal maiden really is. Arwen. Since she came here, even if you don't see her, I can. Stepping out of the grand hall with a smile, Arwen held up 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. Barrick followed him out the door. Amused and shocked, Arwen turned his head. Such behavior from an ancient god indeed leaves me at a loss. These cunning immortals, all masters at concealing their thoughts, like the Gwylem who always wears a compassionate smile on his face, no one except him knows what he thinks. For immortals cannot allow others to hold a leverage over them. Once they have a soft spot, they can no longer be supreme. Barrick's behavior seemed both sincere and yet left him uncertain. Could such an ancient god also have a love tribulation? Thea was sitting in the pavilion of xiuxian, wriggling to dodge Harry's hands. Don't move, Harry said with a grim face. It won't look good if a lady like you has scars on your face. Your medicine doesn't work. Seriously. Thea twisted and wailed. It hurts so much. Laughing angrily, Harry glared at her. Didn't you care about pain when you rushed out earlier? So many demons and monsters surged like ants, yet she dared to go forward directly, casting fire spells against them. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and assisted her. Otherwise, neither of them would be alive now. Thea had several bloody marks on her left cheek caused by ghost claws, appearing ominous and dark, requiring immediate medication. Harry held her wrists with his left hand and approached her with the ointment in his right hand. They leaned against the railing of the pavilion, looking intimate from a distance. Arwen watched, feeling a chill run down his spine, instinctively sending out a streak of malicious energy. Swish. Harry tensed, turning around to draw his sword and deflect the attack, spreading his long gown to shield Thea. Who's there? Brother jokes, who could be here in this place? Approaching leisurely, Arwen appeared, glancing back briefly, his gaze flickering. Barrick stood in the shadows, showing no intention of revealing himself. He turned his head and continued staring at the 2 people in front of him. Why did you intrude into my netherworld realm? Eyeing him warily, Harry sized him up several times before finally speaking lowly. We entered inadvertently. Please show us mercy. Oh. Looking at him, then at the little girl behind, Arwen laughed lightly. You entered by mistake. What about her? Thea poked her head out and waved her claw at him. I came to find someone. Who? Looking at the Netherworld King with a complicated expression, Thea blurted out uncontrollably. If you know everything about everyone's minds, why ask? Arwen was taken aback, the lazy smile on his face instantly vanishing. He took 2 steps closer, frowning and examining her closely. The delicate-looking girl with gentle features seemed to know everything, making him feel uneasy. Something was off. Arwen rubbed his eyes. He could read people's minds as long as they were in front of him, but why couldn't he read this girl's thoughts despite examining her for so long? Moreover, given her shallow cultivation, clearly a few hundred-year-old immortal, how did she know about his Tao method? For the first time, the all-knowing Netherworld King Arwen felt fear due to the unknown. You. Realizing something was off, Selene slapped her own mouth belatedly. Arwen was killed by the Gwylem in that disaster of the world's end, but that was later. Before that, she had never met him and shouldn't know that he could read people's minds. Turning her face away guiltily, Selene said, "After all, this is your domain, everything is under your control. If you really didn't know whom I came to find, why would you have spared my life?" Eyeing her suspiciously, Arwen shook his head. Something was wrong, there must be a problem with this little immortal. "Before setting foot on your sacred ground, I sent word to the ninth heavens." Harry stepped aside, shielding Selene more tightly, speaking solemnly, "If we linger here too long, someone might come looking for us." "Threatening me?" Arwen drew back his sleeves and snorted lightly. "I'm not afraid they wouldn't dare to come." Harry's expression darkened slightly, tightening his grip on the sword hilt. "Senior brother, why don't you go back first?" Selene poked her head out from beside his arm, blinking her eyes. "I'll be fine here, but you might not be." "How can you talk like that?" Harry scolded her. "Now you're so confident that you even look down on your senior brother." "It's not looking down, I'm worried about you." Selene pursed her lips. "You just recovered recently, and your spiritual energy was already weak earlier. That's enough to protect you." Turning back to Arwen, Harry continued, "There's no reason to leave you alone here." With a sour feeling in his teeth, Arwen held his cheeks, frowning. "This is my domain, not a place for you two to flirt." Startled, Harry blushed faintly at the tips of his ears. "Don't speak nonsense. Why do you say one thing but mean another when you clearly acknowledge it?" "Sking," Arwen muttered, "2 childhood sweethearts, quite a match." In comparison, both he and Barak were ancient relics tens of thousands of years old, hardly suitable to interfere with young people. From afar, a cold laugh echoed from the darkness. His hair standing on end, Arwen wiped his face and spoke again. "This is a place where once you enter, you cannot leave easily. Since you've come, you might as well stay here comfortably. I can't open a path to let you leave, but if you can find your way out yourselves, I won't stop you." Chapter 81. These words left uncertainty as to whether they were friend or foe. Harry's expression turned solemn, with myriad thoughts racing in her mind. Sherry, on the other hand, seemed quite relaxed. After responding to him, she walked past him and glanced into the deep darkness ahead. She saw nothing but sensed someone there. She stood up, took a deep breath, and briskly moved forward. Her robes brushed past the jagged rocks along the dark path, stirring a breeze that lifted decaying leaves. The leaves rose a few inches before falling lifelessly by the roadside again. Sherry held her breath as she stepped into the darkness, already thinking about what to say. However, after her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she looked around and only saw empty stone walls with purple-green vines growing from cracks. "Who are you looking for?" Arwen asked with a smile. Sherry turned around and instinctively replied, "Just looking around." After speaking, she paused, feeling uninterested. If Barak had really come, Arwen would certainly know. He did not want to see her, so Arwen's question was just to mock her. That person was probably still angry, thinking she didn't appreciate his efforts. Pouting, Sherry returned to senior brother Harry's side. Having lived together for years, Harry could tell she was unhappy just by looking at her. Sheathing his sword, he asked, "Are you hungry?" After such a long journey, Sherry hadn't eaten a single bite. Though immortals don't need food, years of habit made her feel ravenous. Yeah. But where could she find food for mortals here? Harry glanced at Arwen, who was still standing nearby, then led Sherry to a small hut at the back. With a flick of his sleeve, he conjured a pile of fruits and vegetables. "Jinyu mantang?" Sherry's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately. "Less sugar." "What about pumpkin porridge?" "Make it savory." After so long, her taste preferences remained unchanged. Harry shook his head with a sigh but quickly set to work, using a small mound of earth near the hut entrance as a stove and producing 2 pots. Sherry happily formed a cluster of fire to light the wood, then squatted beside him as she used to do. In the entire Stephen Immortal sect, senior brother was the best cook. Although Sherry didn't understand why a gentleman who cultivated swordsmanship wouldn't stay far from the kitchen, she often came for meals because the food always tasted delicious. With something to eat, Sherry temporarily forgot her worries. If Barak didn't want to talk to her, so be it. She'd figure things out after eating. Harry worked efficiently, and soon smoke rose from their temporary abode. Arwen laughed. "If these weren't your people, I would have killed them. This place couldn't accommodate human." Barak stood beside him with a blank expression and asked, "Do you intend to keep them here indefinitely?" "Why keep them?" Arwen chuckled lightly. "If the venerated god wants them to leave, he can send them off himself. A cunning plan. If Barak wanted to send them away, he would have to leave too. Then, when he returned, countless changes might occur in this underworld." Arwen intended to hold Sherry hostage. But what threat could a little girl like her pose to him? Glancing indifferently at Arwen, Barak pulled the corners of his mouth. His smile was somewhat chilling, causing Arwen to shiver. Not daring to make a sound, Arwen felt uneasy. Barak was too unpredictable. He needed some leverage, unsure how useful the little girl would be, but better than nothing. He definitely couldn't give the 1,000,000 souls immediately. To detain him here required more tricks. As the dishes were served, Sherry licked her lips and eagerly lunged forward, but Harry raised the bowls high and said irritably, "Why the rush? Go inside and eat." "But isn't it the same out here?" "Let me taste." She tiptoed, bouncing like a small rubber ball, "just one bite." "Don't mess around, you'll spill it." "Senior brother, are you bullying me for being short?" "Caught," Harry chuckled softly. Sherry pouted angrily, stomping her feet and pushing him, while Harry skillfully avoided her, moving gracefully and effortlessly. If not for the towering cliffs behind them, this scene could have been mistaken for a peaceful countryside in the mortal world. Barak watched indifferently, his lips curling slightly, then disappeared into the darkness. Arwen hurried to follow, his black robes trailing into mist, drifting away in the wind. After the meal, Sherry wandered around the area. The underworld was vast, just like the human realm, but lacking sunlight. Crystals provided illumination everywhere, and evil spirits were confined beyond the gate of life and death. The rest of the underworld looked eerie but functioned similarly to the mortal world. The only difference was that wherever she went, she saw crowds of souls carrying crystals, gathering towards a certain direction. "There's a high-ranking person here who has taken a fancy to a female immortal from the heavenly realm and is building a palace for her." Harry handed her a cloak and whispered, "I've heard that if there's a marriage proposal, we can take the chance to leave." Tying up the silk ribbons of the cloak, Sherry mumbled, "I have to find someone." There was no need to ask who she was looking for. Harry shook his head, "He may not need you." Although he said that, but... Sherry looked down, "Since I'm already here, I must see him at least once." "With his status, if he wants to see you, you should be standing in the King of Hell's palace now," Harry said. "If he doesn't want to see you, even if you stay here for 100 years, it would be useless." "King of Hell's palace?" Sherry's eyes brightened as she turned to ask him, "Where is the King of Hell's palace?" Harry sighed as he rubbed his temples. "Currently, the underworld is recuperating and does not wish to conflict with the outside world, which is why we can still stand here unharmed. But the King of Hell's palace, if we force our way in, I cannot protect you." Looking at the souls moving forward like ants carrying crystals, Sherry raised an eyebrow. "Who says we have to force our way in?" Years of experience cleaning up messes told Harry that his little junior sister had another bad idea. It was fine when he used to join her in her antics. After all, they were within the immortal sect and could not create too much trouble. But now, in such a dangerous place, Harry shook his head. He absolutely couldn't let her act recklessly. Half an hour later, at the end of the crystal convoy, two people quietly joined in. Sherry pulled over fabric to cover her mouth and nose, furtively peering ahead. Harry followed her solemnly, whispering, "If we're recognized, it will be troublesome." "Do you see ghosts or do they see you?" Sherry was nonchalant. "Besides Barak, who here knows us?" Letting out a long sigh, Harry lifted the crystal on his back again, glanced at her, and couldn't help reaching out to take some weight off the heavy stone for her. The weight on her back lightened, but Sherry didn't pay attention. Seeing the eaves of the palace far away, she blinked excitedly. Chapter 82. Crystals were continuously delivered, and the palace was taking shape at a visible speed. Gabby sat on a watchtower not far away, watching with a face full of derision. She bypassed Gaspard's outstretched hand, picked up the dried fish from the table, and put it in her mouth. "I prefer the cell," she said. Gaspard retracted the teacup he was holding, smiling politely. "The cells in Yama have too much dead energy, it would harm your scales." "Are you really foolish or just pretending?" Gabby rolled her eyes. "They had this plan all along, that's why they threw me down here." Raising his hand to smooth his sleeve, Gaspard smiled gently. "You can see through their intentions but not mine." Finishing the fish, Gabby spat out the head with a sneer and leaned closer with a forced smile. "I have no interest in ghosts." His pale grey eyes fixed deeply on her, Gaspard chuckled lightly. "Who told you I'm a ghost? Besides ghosts, what else is there in Yama?" Gabby snorted, turning her head away. "It doesn't matter if you are. Building this palace is pointless. I won't marry you." Gaspard listened quietly without urgency, only picking up another piece of dried fish and offering it to her lips. Suddenly annoyed, Gabby felt vexed by this man who had been ever since she was thrown into Yama, regardless of how she refused him. He was gentle and considerate, more upright than the deities in the 9 heavens. It was bone-chilling. Swatting away his hand, Gabby got up, walking out with a sullen face. Gaspard didn't get angry, he just said behind her, "Don't go too far, your body is still weak." What did that have to do with him? Irritated, Gabby stomped her foot and rudely barged into a group transporting crystals, going against the flow. Occasionally, she bumped into the crystals and angrily pushed back. None of the souls blamed her as they all had floating consciousness. Gabby stormed ahead, feeling quite relieved. Oh! A crystal dislodged by her impact suddenly elicited a sound behind her. Gabby paused, stopping in her steps. The crystal steadied itself, and the person carrying it looked up at her, frowning in displeasure. "Why aren't you watching where you're going?" Her fair complexion, slightly red nose, and unusually clear eyes were strikingly familiar. Crossing her arms, Gabby chuckled. "You were demoted too?" Allison rubbed her sore nose caused by the collision. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she looked closely. "It's you?" Harry sized her up, lips parting. "Dragon. Senior brother, I know she's a dragon, I recognize her." Allison glanced between Gabby and the distant Q, urgently saying, "Let's catch up later, I have something now." Staring complexly at the crystal on her back, Gabby asked, "What could you possibly have to do?" "It's hard to explain right now." She vaguely waved a hand, weighed down by her load, dragging Harry to catch up with the long queue. Tilting her head, Gabby watched curiously, then followed. Want to go to the underworld king's palace? How did you know? Allison scratched her head sheepishly. I was just planning to check it out. Harry didn't have time to stop her as Allison blurted out everything rapidly. Frowning, he cast a wary glance at Gabby. This person had impure divine aura and a bewitching appearance, clearly not a good person. Sensing the unfriendly gaze, Gabby shot a side eye, her beautiful eyes rolling again. I'll take you. Really? Allison brightened. Really, but only you. Flicking her sleeves, Gabby turned. Keep up. Allison cheered, unloading the crystal, quickly saying to Harry, senior brother, go back first. I'll be back soon. Little junior sister, Harry grabbed her. That's too trusting. What if she harms you? It's fine, waving her hands, Allison said, she's a very good person. Gabby's steps faltered as she walked ahead, unable to resist rolling her eyes again. After a while apart, this little girl was still so naive. Gabby wasn't human, nor was she a good person, she just happened to encounter an old acquaintance here. Thinking this, someone suddenly hugged her arm. Let's go, Allison said excitedly. I didn't expect you could go to the underworld king's palace. Unaccustomed to the action, Gabby shifted her arm, pursing her lips. The third son of the underworld king resides there. He allows me free access. Pausing slightly, Allison realized, so that palace is for you. Pouting, Gabby mumbled, not particularly impressed. Allison scratched her head, considering this setup, even Elmo seems less caring toward you. Since Gabby was thrown from the 9 heavens, Allison hadn't heard her name mentioned by Elmo again. Sometimes, she wondered if Elmo had forgotten about her. Her face slightly darkened, and Gabby pursed her lips without a word. Allison noticed her displeasure and tactfully changed the subject. Have you encountered Lord Barrack? That person, Gabby muttered darkly. Wherever he goes, people are wary of him. How could I possibly see him? I know he's here, but I haven't seen him. He's likely in the main hall of the Netherworld King's Palace, being well fed and well served. The treatment sounds so good. Allison puffed out her cheeks and sighed again. What? Gabby gave her a sidelong glance. Did you lose his favor? Her ears heated slightly, and Allison hurriedly waved her hands. What favor? It's just that never mind. Suddenly, she remembered waking up to see Barrack's face, and her words stuck in her throat as she blinked helplessly. Gabby looked at her with sympathy. I've been there, so let me give you some advice. Don't take these high gods' affection seriously, she said. If you treat them like heaven, one day they'll crush you. Allison wanted to argue. Sure, the boss had a quirky temper, but he was reliable most of the time, not as cold-hearted as Elmo. But seeing Gabby's defeated expression, she didn't dare to contradict further and obediently followed her across the Netherworld King's Palace boundary, heading towards the main hall. Gabby guessed right, the main hall was indeed lively, bustling with spirits serving wine and dishes, all wearing seductive veils and moving gracefully. She wanted to go directly to see Barrack, but the little girl beside her suddenly seemed afraid of something, transforming herself into a spirit appearance and pulling at Gabby's sleeve. What now? She snapped irritably. I've already brought you in. Do you want me to accompany you in nonsense too? Allison gazed up at her with big eyes, clasped her hands together, and pleaded pitifully. Gabby sniffed disdainfully and flipped her hand to draw out a veil, putting it on. Since she had nothing better to do, she decided to return the favor. After they were ready, Gabby led her through the crowd of servers effortlessly. As soon as they entered, cheerful laughter greeted them. The Netherworld isn't all about spirits, there are living people too. Chapter 83. Black satin drapes wound down from the ceiling beams, covering half of the grand hall. Sparkling crystals cast an indigo light, illuminating golden wine goblets. The jade liquor inside was freshly heated, with tendrils of steam swirling upwards, dispersing between the brows and eyes of those holding the goblets. Elise reached out to wipe away the mist near her eyebrows and then continued with a laugh. Mortals are not as agile as ghosts, but they have warmth to offer. Would you like to give it a try, Supreme God? As she spoke, she extended her fair hand before him. Barrack sat quietly, seemingly ignoring her words. He sipped some clear wine, finding it unpalatable, and put the cup back on the table. Arwen watched from the side, noticing his sister's embarrassment, and laughed, saying, I told you he has a poor memory, didn't I? How can that be? Elise withdrew her hand reluctantly, pouting sadly. 50,000 years ago, I spent a night in the Upper Jing Palace. Barrack paused, his dusky eyes finally lifting to seriously look at her. Her demeanor might be improper, but her face was dignified and solemn. Searching his mind quickly, he found no useful memories. Furrowing his brow, he looked at Arwen in confusion. Arwen only smiled silently, while Elise added, You really don't remember? It was you who took me inside and lit a brazier because the wind was cold at night. Hearing this, Barrack understood. Pure fabrication. He never brought any female deities into the Upper Jing Palace, let alone light a brazier. Being with that little thing for too long made him forget about these people's tricks. Turning his gaze away, Barrack continued drinking without looking at her again. Elise's eyes twinkled as she became more spirited. Back then, Supreme God wasn't as powerful as now. You promised to bring me back once your cultivation reached perfection. I've waited for 50,000 years, you're so heartless. But it's not too late. I've been diligently cultivating for over 50,000 years. If I accompany Supreme God back to the 9 heavens now, we would be well matched. A passing ghost spirit serving dishes stumbled inexplicably, spilling steaming hot broth towards her. Reacting swiftly, Elise transformed into smoke and coiled into Barrack's arms, her spirit smoke winding around his neck, sighing dramatically, scared me to death. His expression turned cold, and Barak raised his hand to disperse her soul completely. But just as he moved, Alize tugged at his robe. "Look who's there," Alize whispered through her spirit voice. His movement froze. Barak looked up to see a ghost spirit staring at him, black gauze hiding her face but her eyes unmistakably familiar. Thinking quickly, Barak quickly averted his gaze, straightening himself unconsciously. "Why so clumsy?" Arwen reprimanded from above. The ghost spirit came back to her senses, stiffly half-kneeling in greeting. Another ghost spirit pulled her along, and they soon blended in with the others. Arwen waved her hand, cleaning up the spilled soup, then glanced at Barak, deciding not to pursue the matter further and poured him another cup of wine. Alize formed back into a human shape in his arms and whispered intriguingly, "Why does she smell like you, Supreme God?" "It's none of your business. Is it xiuxian? Did she upset you, following you here anxiously?" A surge of anger flashed in his eyes as Barak shoved her away, glancing briefly toward a certain direction. Thea was still there, standing next to Gabby by a stone pillar beside a partition, both heads bowed low, seemingly engaged in quiet conversation. Surrounded by ghost spirits, they weren't noticeable, only someone like Alize with enhanced senses could detect Thea's lingering scent. She glanced at him. Quickly averting his gaze, Barak coughed lightly, brushing off his sleeves and asked Alize, "Did it hurt when you fell?" Transforming back into smoke upon landing, she returned to her seat, assuming human form again and mournfully clutching her wrist. "Of course it did." Barak remained silent, his expression weary. Seeing this, Alize pouted, "The West Palace is ready. If you're tired, I'll assign 2 servants to attend to your rest." Arwen chuckled, "That's considerate of you. Being the only daughter in the entire Netherworld Palace, how can I not be thoughtful?" Alize stood up, her long black gown trailing behind her. Stretching lazily, she said nonchalantly, "Let's move." Several waiting attendants stepped forward to lead Barak out. Rising, he walked straight ahead without a glance back. But being a supreme god meant he noticed the 2 ghost spirits standing by the stone pillar being called over to follow behind him. Didn't she love accompanying her master? Now she has time to think of finding him. Smirking inwardly, Barak pressed his lips together, maintaining a straight posture, striding towards the West Palace. Following their earlier agreement, Arwen had already sent him quite a few dead spirits. The entire West Palace was shrouded in black chi, he could easily practice right where he stood. However, now, Barak wasn't in the mood. As soon as he entered and turned his head, he saw a ghost spirit hesitantly following in, head deeply bowed, not daring to get close to him. Wearing an insincere smile, Barak said, "Get me a cup of water." The ghost spirit was stunned, then hurriedly went to pick up the teapot, bringing a cup of tea to place by his side. "It's cold. I want it hot." The ghost spirit rushed out with the teacup, returning shortly after with a fresh cup of hot tea, placing it beside him once again. But Barak didn't drink it, instead yawning lazily and saying, "I want to bathe." He said this while staring at the ghost spirit's head, expecting her to lift it angrily to retort. But the person before him only paused momentarily, before turning around and going out. The West Palace was well prepared. Before long, a bathtub and hot water were brought in. The ghost spirit fetched fine silk for him and hung fancy new clothes behind the screen. Barak watched coldly, silently heading behind the screen to change and enter the water. The ghost spirit outside tried to sneak away, but he called out lowly, "Stop." Her steps halted, and the ghost spirit turned her head blankly. "Come over here." There was silence outside for a moment before the ghost spirit walked over to the bathtub as ordered, head down without a word. Barak smiled and asked, "Was lunch good?" No matter how it tasted, she certainly seemed to have enjoyed it, flirting and teasing. Indeed, the 2 standing there looked very much like they belonged together, young and naive, fearless and innocent. It made him, this 10,000-year-old immortal, seem like an elder. Facing him, this person said nothing. His smile gradually faded. "Why don't you want to talk to me?" She shook her head, then nodded, looking left and right, extremely at a loss. She steeled herself and opened her mouth. "I really don't know what to say." It wasn't her voice. The smile vanished from his face. He emerged swiftly, wrapped himself in robes, and spread his fingers wide. The ghost spirit was lifted to just under his gaze, her face pale and unfamiliar. Chapter 84. Superior God. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, the ghost was frightened to the core, trembling like a sieve. "Spare my life, spare my life." Grinding his teeth, Barak threw him out of the window with a gloomy face. It wasn't her after all. How stupid could someone be? He had already been seen by that person, and still couldn't think of a way to infiltrate. Or maybe she simply didn't plan on seeing him. The more he thought about it, the more congested his heart felt. Barak fastened his robe and strode out, pulling open the palace door. "Superior God." Bruce stood at the doorway and, sensing the movement, turned back to look at him in puzzlement. "Do you have other instructions?" Looking outside, no one else was around in the Western Palace except for Bruce. He wanted to ask but hesitated as it might seem too solicitous. Barak stood at the door with a dark expression, lips pursed without uttering a word. Bruce guessed what he wanted to ask, yet he didn't quite wish to say it himself. Why reminisce about those trivial matters when one is already here? It's better to focus on cultivation. Moreover, he also didn't know where Fairy Sherry was. He only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, now she was nowhere to be seen. After a brief silence, Barak retreated inside and closed the door. The death resentment in the Western Palace soon swirled into motion. Bruce formed a seal to protect himself and looked on with satisfaction at the growing black vortex. Not surprisingly, if he could devote his mind wholly to cultivation, it would meet his desires in just 1 month. However, within this month, he still needed to find ways to pacify those in the ninth heaven. Tapping his forehead gently, Bruce stepped back to the entrance of the Western Palace, starting to set up the boundary seals. Gabby stood in an obscure flower court, gazing at the tall tree of misfortune before her and then glanced at the young girl beside her. Still upset. Sherry found it amusing. Where did you see me being upset? Lowering his head, Gabby silently observed the crumpled leaves scattered on the ground beneath her feet. I'll phrase it differently, she said, with so much effort to sneak in. Why did you turn around and leave? Continuing to crumble and discard leaves, Sherry muttered with downcast eyes, he has a bad temper and easily conflicts with others, potentially hurting them. I was worried something bad might happen, so I thought I'd check on him. But all she saw was him getting along well with another person, showing no signs of irritation. What was she supposed to stay for? She didn't have 50,000 years of cultivation or a delicate frame that invites cuddling. Sigh, it's not about jealousy. She just found herself ridiculous, thinking she was some kind of savior who alone could save him. In truth, Barak would be perfectly fine without her, perhaps even freer. Can you send me away from here? Sherry tilted her head and asked. Arwen said once we find someone to escort us, my senior brother and I can leave. Taken aback, Gabby smiled bitterly and extended her hands. Under the wide sleeves, her wrists were pale white, but closer inspection revealed 2 strands of black aura wrapped around them, extending downwards into the ground, their ends unseen. What's this? I've been demoted from the ninth heaven and cannot leave this place, Gabby sighed, flicking her long hair aside. I can't help you. Sighing, Sherry rubbed her wrist, murmuring, then I guess I'll wait until I find a way and take you with me. Sounds easier said than done. Gabby snorted. Do you think Gaspard is a pushover? Indeed, the guy still intended to marry her. Sherry scratched her head. You're willing to marry him? No. Gabby scoffed. He thinks I'm truly the princess of the Western Sea. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Even if Gaspard married her, he wouldn't gain what he desired. For some reason, Sherry always felt there was a tragic aura about Gabby. Despite her beauty and poised demeanor, it seemed like she had long given up on herself, her eyes devoid of any light. She wanted to console her, but searching for the right words failed her, leaving her just staring blankly at Gabby. Feeling scrutinized, Gabby became impatient, bumping her shoulder and huffed. If you want to leave, you still need to find Barak. Might as well stay a few more days. Holding her head with both hands, Sherry shook it. I don't want to see him these 2 days. Why does she act like a sulking child? Frowning, Gabby opened her mouth to ridicule her, but footsteps interrupted them from behind. There you are, made me search high and low. A gentle voice wafted over like a refreshing breeze, making Sherry's ears prick up. Turning her head, she saw a graceful young man approaching with attendants, smiling warmly as he lightly held Gabby's hand. It's unsafe outside. Please come back with me. Without hesitation, Gabby yanked her hand away, brushing off her sleeve. What's going on? Gaspard sighed. Father insisted on offering death resentment sacrifices to the guest in the Western Palace, throwing the Netherworld temple into chaos with many resentful spirits escaping and injuring people. Listen to me and follow me. Startled, Gabby instinctively glanced beside her. Lowering her head, Sherry appeared exceptionally calm, but she was secretly tugging at the hem of her dress, almost tearing the fabric. Withdrawing her gaze, Gabby asked, Can I go see? Nonsense. Gaspard shook his head gently. It's too dangerous. I have met that distinguished guest before. Gabby pursed her lips. Seeing won't be a problem, right? I can agree to any other request except this one. Gaspard smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on her. Feeling inexplicably irritable, Gabby waved her hand. Fine, then I won't go. You can take her there yourself. As she spoke, she pushed Sherry forward. Gaspard had noticed the extra person beside him from the start, but only now did he turn his attention over, silently appraising Sherry. An old acquaintance of yours? Yes. Very well. Lifting his hand, 2 attendants stepped forward and lifted Sherry up, carrying her away from either side. Hey! Sherry didn't react in time, instinctively turning back to see Gabby giving her an it's okay, go ahead look. Gaspard stood opposite her, his eyes still fixed on Gabby, not looking back. What a guy. Sherry turned her head, looking at the road ahead with a complicated expression. Actually, a girl like Gabby should easily develop a liking for gentle people, but after just one meeting, Sherry felt Gaspard's smile seemed too fake, making people feel uneasy. He wouldn't send her as a sacrifice for death resentment too, would he? As it turned out, Gaspard wasn't that bad. The 2 attendants really brought her to the Western Palace, even helping her pass through the outer boundary without a sound. Just as Sherry stood steady in the front courtyard, the rampaging death resentment inside roared and rushed toward her. Startled, she quickly cast a fire spell. Divine flames surged out and instantly burned several plump death resentments to ashes. The sizzling sound was quite eerie. Shivering, Sherry covered her head and dashed into the main hall. Chapter 85. The great hall was filled with dense, oppressive miasma. The black fog swirled in frantic, desperate spirals, teeth bared and roaring, as if it were a dark vortex on the ocean's surface. At the center of this vortex, Barak sat leaning against the bed, his eyes half closed in an almost casual, lazy pose as though he were simply taking a nap. His long red robe cascaded down from the bed, pooling into the ink-black floor. The dark color crept up, staining the hem of his robe with an eerie, ghostly flower. Sherry stood in the corner, clutching her head and watching, unsure whether she should approach. Was he cultivating or sleeping? If he was cultivating, she absolutely shouldn't interrupt him for fear he might lose control. If he was sleeping, disturbing him would be even more unthinkable. After all, he rarely took the time to rest. Wait, why was she worrying about him? She had come here to ask for help, not to fret over his well-being. Frowning in indecision, Sherry rubbed her sleeves and hesitantly took 3 steps toward him. Suddenly, one of the wraiths darted at her, its mouth wide open and claws extended. Frightened, she retreated 5 steps. Barak's eyelashes flickered. But they only flickered, his eyes remained closed. Of course, he noticed someone had entered. Still upset earlier, he refused to let it go easily and waited for her to speak first before deigning to respond. However, this little one seemed increasingly timid. Her hesitant back and forth suggested it might take her days to reach him. Impatient, Barak twitched his finger. The wraiths howling in the hall suddenly swarmed behind her. Startled, Sherry jumped forward, her recently healed wound reopening, fresh blood drawing even more wraiths around her. No way, she murmured, ganging up like this. She could handle a few wraiths, but these numerous and powerful wraiths would overwhelm her like ants attacking an elephant. It was only a matter of time before she would be exhausted. She glanced at Barak nearby. He remained motionless, showing no intention of helping her. So much for new affections replacing old loves, though she wasn't really an old love, but this level of indifference was truly too much. Pouting, Sherry formed a protective barrier. The edge of the barrier ruthlessly shoved past Barak's shoulder. Barak. Who taught her this stubborn temper? All he wanted was for her to admit her mistake. Was it that hard? Angry, Barak straightened up, immovable as stone, forcing Sherry's barrier to crack with spiderweb-like fissures. Seizing the opportunity, a few wraiths squeezed through the cracks. Startled, Sherry hastily tried to reform the barrier, but it was too late. Her divine power couldn't sustain 2 barriers in such a short time. Seeing the wraiths almost upon her, she looked around and quickly hid behind Barak. Smack. A bulky wraith, unable to stop itself, crashed face-first into Barak, making a sound like a water bag hitting porcelain. The air seemed to freeze. His eyes slowly opened, Barak lifted his gaze and stared deeply at the wraith in front of him. The wraith was stunned. Most deities had protective barriers. Why didn't he? Before it could question, the wraith felt a bone-crushing, soul-burning force consuming it entirely. Divine fire blazed fiercely, driving the surrounding wraiths back, leaping onto the beams and threatening to destroy the entire hall. Does it hurt? A voice sounded behind him, soft and awkward, yet tinged with worry. The flames instantly turned into wisps of smoke. Without turning around, Barak huffed coldly, his spine rigid. The person seemed to place a hand on his back, fingers lightly scratching. An odd feeling stirred inside him, so he withdrew his senses, trying to use his coldest tone. I'm not that delicate. Is he mocking her? Sherry glared at his back, wanting to burn a hole through it. But considering their situation, she held back and said quietly, if you're free, can you please send me and senior brother on our way? No. But you aren't doing anything now. What are your eyes for then? He scoffed, waving his sleeve. Can't you see the wraiths in the room? He really is cultivating. Sherry's heart tightened. Lord God, you're already the most powerful deity. Why cultivate through such twisted methods? What does it have to do with you? You, Sherry laughed bitterly. You wouldn't turn a blind eye this way if I hadn't been staying at Shongbing Palace. If you lose control, how could it not concern me? His eyes flickered, and Barak said calmly, since I have chosen this path, I know my limits. As long as I don't push too hard, even consuming 10,000 dead grudges a day wouldn't be an issue. 10,000? Sherry raised her eyes to look at the swirling black mist inside and outside the great hall, her face paling. Arwen must be trying to harm you. There are no less than 200,000 dead grudges around here. Seemingly just realizing this problem, Barak hummed and then pressed his hand against his brow. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sherry hastily stepped out from behind him, kneeling in front of him and reaching out to pull his hand away. His touch was scorching hot. She gasped, pulling down his arm and feeling his brow with her own hand. His immortal aura was chaotic. Her heart sank, and she pinched his chin, forcing him to look into her eyes. Feeling uncomfortable, Barak tried to struggle but stopped when she snapped, stay still. Her voice was unusually loud. Forced to meet her gaze, Barak unexpectedly found that this little one looked truly beautiful when serious, her eyes determined and sharp, her lashes distinct, and faint silver lines in her pupils. She was very close, seemingly trying to examine the state of his eyes. Without hesitation, Barak allowed several strands of black mist to enter his eyes. She muttered, letting go of him and suddenly clutching her head in pain. What am I doing? I said I should prevent accidents, why didn't I keep up? He watched her silently, holding his fist to his lips and coughing lightly. Sherry seemed to think of something and hugged him again. Barak, can we stop cultivating? Let's rest for a while, and I'll take you out for some relaxation. No, he turned his head coldly. Don't interfere with me. I know I'm in the way, and it doesn't help your cultivation, but you can't continue like this. She felt helpless, searching herself but finding nothing useful, growing more panicked. Where is my 100 drawing bottle? Chapter 86. The Baihui bottle contained a considerable amount of spirit energy. If given to him, it might suppress the excessive grievance aura he carried. However, due to recent turbulence, she must have left the bottle somewhere along the way. The man before her watched her indifferently, yawning carelessly, but she could see that his red robes were tinged with darkness, and there was a faint black mist at his brow. She remembered him cleaving through the light, shivering as she reached out to touch his forehead anxiously. Please wait here, I'll find the Baihui bottle. Barak remained silent, watching calmly as she got out of bed and ran a few steps away before grunting again. That sound was filled with a wild beast's menacing growl from within a cave, sending chills down one's spine. Amanita stopped in her tracks instantly. She couldn't leave. If she did, even if she found the Baihui bottle, she might not get another chance to bring it back. She needed to think of another solution. Turning back to Barak, Amanita scratched her head, unsure of what to do, only managing a foolish smile at him. As expected, she received several icy glares from the great figure. "What are you trying to do?" Barak asked. "If you stay here too long, you won't be able to withstand it." Although the dead grievance hadn't surged up for some unknown reason, she was a celestial being who lacked replenishing spirit energy. Any slight breathing exercise would easily draw in more grievance. A sensible person would know they should run fast. However, the man before her, after a moment of silence, lifted his face and asked her, "What if I also cultivated the demon Tao?" Barak's smile faded, his expression turning serious. "You would die." Since ancient times, immortals and demons had been at odds. Only he and Shiloh had managed to cultivate both paths over thousands of years. All others who dared to touch both paths ended up exploding into ashes from demonic possession. She, this small celestial being with thin limbs, certainly wasn't a top-notch cultivator, and attempting to enter the demon realm meant certain death. For a moment, Amanita was taken aback by his stern expression, but she quickly realized, if I can cultivate the 5 elements Tao simultaneously, why can't I add the demon Tao? It's all about absorbing breath and blending immortal techniques, isn't it? Choked slightly, Barak didn't know how to refute her. His gaze wandered over her puffed cheeks and noticed a wound on her side face. He hadn't noticed before, but the wound was still bleeding, the edges turned red, and stained with some black fog. Feeling tight inside, Barak pulled her closer and raised his hand to wipe it off. Amanita blocked his hand stubbornly. "Tell me first, why not?" Her temper flared up, dropping formalities like a stubborn little donkey insisting on arguing. Barak narrowed his eyes, replying irritably, "Putting aside other issues, cultivating both immortal and demon paths will make you endure the pain of grievance entering your body, gnawing at your internal organs for 10 years straight. Can you endure that?" To be honest, no. Amanita was terrified of pain, already delicate and prone to pampering herself. Her greatest wish was to live without illness or pain. How could she bear 10 years of torment? Barak probably knew this too, so he didn't wait for her answer, giving a soft hum and looking away. "There's no point in discussing this. You should go out and enjoy yourself with your senior brother. Wait until I..." His words were cut short as his cheek was suddenly pinched, narrowing his pupils in surprise. Before he could react, his face was twisted around. Amanita pushed herself up, like a sudden green bird in flight during a hunt, moving swiftly to his front. Tilting her head, lips parted slightly, she kissed his mouth corner. A sensation, like something grinding against his heart, made Barak grunt, gripping her waist in response. Realizing what he was doing, he quickly let go, frowning at her eyes. "Why?" He silently questioned her. Amanita answered him with action, straddling him, closely pressing against his body, then activating her magic to siphon off the dead grievance aura within him. In a moment, much of the unrefined grievance aura could be extracted. Barak, slightly angry, reached out to push her away, but as soon as he lifted his hand, she entwined her fingers with his. Then, with a pitiful hum, she licked his mouth corner softly, whispering, "Do you dislike me that much?" With just those words, Barak felt his heart sink. Reason told him it was ridiculous and unreasonable. She wasn't really trying to kiss him but wanted to take the grievance aura. Why talk about liking or disliking? But deep down, he truly couldn't bear to part with her, only frowning intensely, staring at her as if a storm was brewing. An inch apart from him, Amanita sniffled sadly, her moist eyes looking at him, nostrils twitching. "I knew it. You still prefer that beautiful girl with 50,000 years of cultivation in the hall." This tender voice, tinged with sobs, could soften even the hardest heart. Barak instinctively shook his head to explain, but this person pressed closer, opening her mouth to catch his upper lip. "Then take this chance while she's not here. May this deity indulge in liking me a little more." Her eyes shimmered with moisture, and Barak's Adam's apple rolled down as he flipped over, pressing her beneath him. His icy lips grazed the wound on her face that was still bleeding. He licked up the blood, then lifted his gaze to ask through restrained effort, "How else do you want me to like you?" Amanita trembled all over but still tilted her face toward him with a smile. "This precious dead grievance aura, can you share half with me?" Delusional. Even his firm refusal carried an undercurrent of passion. Amanita fell silent, pulling him down and straining to absorb any lingering grievance aura within him. The grievance aura did indeed hurt when it entered her body, but perhaps because she was too afraid, her meridians automatically confined the grievance aura to one acupoint, preventing it from circulating throughout her body. Even so, the pain made her whimper. Barak leaned over her neck, grinding his teeth. "What are you trying to prove?" Pouting in frustration, Amanita clung to his sleeve, sobbing, "I'm just scared something will happen to you." Giving her a peck on the forehead, Barak replied indifferently, "What could possibly happen to me? Next time you want to offend a deity, at least come up with a better excuse." Shaking her head, Amanita rested her chin in the hollow of his neck, earnestly saying, "If you delve into the demon Tao, that would be something happening to you." That was true. After descending into the demon path, Barak wouldn't leave a single living soul in the world. But hearing this from Amanita made Barak feel a mix of emotions. The little one had a kind nature, disliking killing and death, while his path was destined to be paved with blood. How would they get along in the future? This thought flashed through his mind, and the dark mist in his eyes dissipated completely. For him to abandon his great cause for this small being was out of the question, but he could keep it hidden from her. Satisfied with his cleverness, Barak sighed contentedly, then lowered his head to brush against her earlobe, whispering, "Then you need to think of a way to prevent anything happening to me." Chapter 87. If her little brain could think of a solution, she wouldn't have mustered the courage to share the grievance in his body. Ginger frowned her face, absent-mindedly nibbling on his chin while walking. Yawnaton once gave a bad suggestion, advising her to find Barak to unblock the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. This wasn't just for amusement, they also feared Barak, so they thought this method would weaken his cultivation. In a whimsical turn of events, Sherry suddenly had some mischievous thoughts, but as soon as the idea surfaced, she shook her head to suppress it. No, offending an upper god would invite heavenly lightning. Barak, who was close to her, was unexpectedly hit on the nose by her shaking head. He groaned softly, then flipped over and leaned back onto the soft pillow. What? Sherry snapped out of her daze, hurriedly sitting up and grabbing his sleeve. Barak didn't answer, looking uncomfortable. His red clothes had darkened nearly to black, and his entire aura seemed unstable. Sherry immediately grabbed his hand, focusing intently to probe inside. Finished. The grievance within him surged like a tide, almost burying his immortal energy. In every meridian she examined, grievance took the upper hand. If he didn't release some soon, it would be too late. The suppressed idea resurfaced. Sherry looked up at him, her eyes flickering. What are you planning? Barak glanced at her, asking. Feeling guilty, Sherry looked away, vaguely saying, nothing much. Lowering his gaze to her hand on his chest, Barak raised an eyebrow. Is this nothing much? Gathering all her courage, she extended her small hand and pulled down his robe collar, her cheeks flushed, and said weakly, I just want to see. She had only read about villains bullying virtuous women in stories, but no one told her how virtuous women bullied upper gods. Probably, roughly pulling robes. Worst comes to worst, she could lean in and bite him. Thinking as she acted, glancing at his expression, crossing the line, she kept telling herself that heaven understood her intentions. This was not an offense, it was saving lives, sacrificing herself for others, a grand D. Repeating these words made her conscience hurt less. Taking a deep breath, she pulled him down and kissed his throat. Barak. A dark wave rose in his smoky eyes, his Adam's apple moved, yet he still mocked her. If you don't know how, don't blindly imitate. Who said I don't? I can do it. She bristled as if someone touched her sore spot, forcefully pushing him back into the soft blanket, kissing him angrily. Barak calmly accepted her affection and, at the end, lowered his eyes to appreciate the breathless yet bewildered person in front of him. Her hands were still holding his robe collar, her lips pink like cherry blossoms dipped in water, her eyes misty, looking somewhat dazed. With just this skill, she dared to say she could do it. Rolling his eyes, Barak asked her, still unwilling to tell the truth. Sherry shook her head, clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and reached toward her own collar. Barak didn't stop her, merely casting a solid barrier spell, blocking all the noisy resentment outside. Suddenly, even the sound of a needle dropping became clearly audible. Sherry blushed deeper, instinctively pinching a gesture to make the surroundings pitch black. In the darkness, Barak could only see her blinking eyes, her icy little hands feeling his collar and sliding it down. He suddenly stopped her. Originally lacking courage, she blushed furiously, hastily retracting her hand and biting her lip tightly. She wanted to turn and run, but before she could move, everything spun around. Barak laid her on the pillow, his nose rubbing against her earlobe, disdainfully saying, ambition. Her eyes welled up with tears, Sherry Hamed, the tears falling into the pillow. Someone lifted a hand to wipe away her tears. Then he covered her body intimately. At the moment of passion, Sherry sobbed in shame. Barak paused slightly, hoarsely asking, are you uncomfortable? No, she sniffled, clutching his arm earnestly. I feel too despicable, taking advantage of someone. Saving lives, sacrificing herself, she just wanted to be with him, just liked him. Barak smiled faintly, biting the light mole on the back of her neck. At that moment, who was taking advantage of whom didn't matter. He felt his immortal energy and dead resentment surging towards her like a breach in a dike. If it were any other upper god, they would probably be heartbroken. Tens of thousands of years of cultivation, precious things that couldn't be easily given away. But he found it acceptable. Not because this little one was important to him, but because he, Barak, even losing half his cultivation, was enough to handle anything. Giving it was giving it, he would regain it eventually. The night inside the barrier, as dark as ink, gradually faded away. Sherry, like a cooked shrimp, curled up in the blanket and slept soundly. Barak absent-mindedly played with her hair, a faint smile at the corners of his eyes. When she turned over, pulling her hair out of his hand, Barak made a dissatisfied clicking sound and reached out to pull her back. The sudden movement woke Sherry up. Her unfocused eyes met his, then blinked as her pupils slowly constricted. Hey! She tilted her head, seemingly curious about why he was there. Barak's good mood from the entire night suddenly vanished. Why? He narrowed his eyes. Don't you remember me? Her mind slowly filled with indescribable memories, and Sherry's face flushed red as she whispered, holding the quilt corner, I remember. From the day we first met, I told you not to take shortcuts but to cultivate steadily, Barak said sternly, even pretending to sigh. I didn't expect you would still have such thoughts. Hearing this, Sherry felt utterly ashamed and stammered, is there any way to return your cultivation? Rubbing his chin as if deep in thought, Barak finally said after a while, one more time, perhaps we can open a portal to the past. Sherry. If anyone else had said that, she would have suspected they were trying to take advantage of her. But coming from Barak, Sherry felt it might be offering an advantage. Would accepting immediately seem too eager or shameless? She pondered for a moment, then pulled the quilt over her head. Barak raised an eyebrow, just about to continue luring her, when a small hand poked out from under the quilt and gently scratched his arm. TSK. He was too shameless, tricking such a naive girl. Thunder would surely strike him one day. Sighing and shaking his head, Barak smiled and obediently let himself be scratched into the brocade quilt. Chapter 88. If Sherry were a bit smarter, she would have realized that Barak's statement about the 7 meridians and 8 collaterals being analogous to intimate contact between mortals was just that, an analogy, not a literal demand for conjugal rights. Although this method could indeed divide his, grievance chi, in half, the process was far from easy. By the time she recovered her strength, she had no idea how many days and nights had passed. The flush on her skin had barely faded. Sherry lay sprawled on the soft pillow, her black hair spread across the bed. Her eyes still held traces of moisture, like a wet kitten looking pitifully up at the person sitting beside her. This person seemed entirely unperturbed by what had just transpired, his indifferent gaze dropping as he asked with a cold snort, "Is there anything else you want to tell me?" Sherry felt like crying. "Tell you what? Why did you?" He lowered his gaze, glancing at her neck, then stopped speaking. Sherry understood that he wanted to settle accounts after the fact. Her head drooped, and she sniffed softly. Although it was her malicious intention and she ultimately couldn't return half of her cultivation, she was still a young lady and couldn't be interrogated like this. Glancing at his unremorseful expression, Sherry pursed her lips, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and pushed aside the bedding to sit up. "The grievance chi on your body was too heavy. If not divided, I feared something might happen," she said, her voice lacking confidence. "Really?" Barak watched her coldly but didn't reply, only giving a slight humph. The sound was so dismissive that Sherry clenched her fists and steeled herself. "I know that half of my cultivation is very important. I won't touch it. I'll keep it until you find another way to deal with it. When you ask for it back, I promise I won't keep it for myself." With the 7 meridians and 8 collaterals now connected, plus some unknown means he used, her body felt warm, her meridians extremely smooth, and her energy storage points boundlessly spacious, sufficient for use. Barak turned his head, his tone still stiff. "No other reasons?" Startled, Sherry instinctively raised her hand and swore. "Absolutely none." Coldly withdrawing his gaze, Barak brushed past her and got out of bed. Thinking he didn't believe her, Sherry hurried after him, stumbling a few steps to grab his hand. "I would never harm you." The hand that was warm moments ago had inexplicably turned icy cold. Touching his wrist felt like grabbing something straight out of the snow. Barak stopped in his tracks, suddenly finding himself quite bewildered. After all, it was he who had deceived her and given her the cultivation. Why should he hold a grudge over a single sentence? It was no surprise her simple mind wouldn't think of saying something pleasant to him. Sighing softly, he softened his gaze and looked back at her. "If today, I were your senior brother and you were in my position, would you have used this method to save him?" "Huh?" Sherry shook her head in confusion. "Probably not. He's my senior brother." "What about Shiloh?" She frowned. "Even less likely. I'm not close to him. So, it's because it's him." Having received a satisfactory answer, Barak reached out, drew her closer, and warmed her hands. "It's all right." Full of questions, Sherry looked up at him, hesitating to speak further, but the master seemed in a better mood, hugging her as they stepped out the door. "Lord." Bruce was still waiting outside. Seeing them emerge, he bowed. "About Arwen." "I'm hungry," Barak interrupted. "Let's go eat." Bruce was taken aback. Looking up slightly, he noticed the young lady had somehow snuggled into Barak's embrace, gazing at him like a dazed cat. He didn't approve of Lord dining with her at such a time, but if the Lord insisted, he couldn't stop it. Sighing again, Bruce stepped aside, allowing Barak to proceed to the side palace. While being held in his arms, Sherry felt lost, her expression equally bewildered even after finishing the meal. The master really was moody, one moment stern-faced, the next embracing her. If he was pleased, it didn't show on his tense face, yet if he disliked her, why was he still serving her food, using silver chopsticks to place slices of meat in her bowl while checking on her? "Are you full?" Quickly eating the meat, Sherry put down her chopsticks and wiped her mouth. "There's one more thing I'd like to ask for your help with." Knowing her thoughts, Barak didn't look up. "I've already had Bruce escort your senior brother out of the netherworld." Amazed, Sherry grinned. "You truly live up to your title, Lord." It was a small favor, or rather, something he desired. Barak chuckled lightly. Harry's level of cultivation wouldn't last long in the netherworld anyway. His rashness and foolish behavior required immediate action to prevent serious damage to his soul, which would have been Sherry's concern. Setting down his chopsticks, he said, "Stay here in the Western Palace. If you're bored, you can have Gabby come over to keep you company." Sherry's face lit up, then fell. "You're going to continue cultivating?" No, Barak swiftly denied and turned his head away. "I still have some matters to deal with that old scoundrel Arwen." That made sense. Sherry nodded obediently. "Well, I also wanted to find Gabby." The 100 illustration vase was still lost somewhere, and it seemed the Great Lord was quite busy. She might as well look for it with Gabby. The heavy resentment around the Western Palace had quieted down, but Gaspard still wasn't very willing to let Gabby out. Bored almost to the point of growing horns, Gabby was devising ways to entertain herself when she was suddenly brought to the Western Palace. Initially wary, Gabby's shoulders relaxed the moment she saw Sherry's lively face. It's been days, Gabby grumbled. You're still alive, yet you didn't even send a word. Without sunlight or moonlight in the underworld, Sherry had no idea how much time had passed. Embarrassedly scratching her hand, she then pulled Gabby along to look for things. The underworld is vast. There's no telling if someone has already taken the bottle for themselves. Gabby remarked, with an upper god like you, what treasure can't you get? It's different, Sherry said while walking and looking around. He got the bottle from Vincent, enduring humiliation by agreeing to come to the underworld to seek the gate of life and death. Enduring humiliation? Gabby pressed her lips and frowned, finally speaking after a pause. You seem to misunderstand Barak. Huh? Sherry turned her head. How so? Barak has long desired the gate of life and death. Out of consideration for his acquaintance with Shiloh, he hasn't forcibly taken it. Gabby looked at her deeply. The descent of the gate of life and death has always involved him. He would definitely come to the underworld to seek it, using the opportunity to cultivate. How could he endure humiliation to become an accomplice of heaven's will? Sherry. She belatedly patted her head, frowning. I thought he really wanted the 100 illustration vase for me. For you, yes, but also to swindle Vincent on the side. Gabby sighed, unable to resist patting her shoulder. Be more cautious with him. Don't end up helping count money after being sold out one day. Chapter 89. What kind of superior god was Barak? Few people in the 9 heavens dared to get close to him. One reason was his fickle nature and profound cultivation, which made it easy for him to hurt others. Another important reason was, this man had too many deep thoughts. You might be tricked by him anytime when dealing with him. Shiloh had never shown any affection toward her before, but the only time he saw her near the Lee clan immortal sect, he unusually seriously advised her, don't provoke Barak. Back then, Gabby was just passing by, thinking Shiloh was feeling jealous and secretly rejoiced for a while. She didn't expect that those who had conflicts with or bad intentions toward him would soon vanish without a trace, not even leaving behind a hint of divine soul. Perhaps even Shiloh was wary of him, which is why Gabby always felt an inexplicable fear of Barak. Until she saw him holding Sherry. Sherry seemed smart, having a clever spirit, yet no one knew why she insisted on being entangled with Barak. Gabby wanted to advise her, but after saying so, the young girl still looked confused. Sell me where? Wanting to say something but stopping, Gabby sighed. Sherry tilted her head to size her up. You seem troubled. Gabby mumbled in agreement and stopped mentioning Barak, only saying, is there anywhere else you want to find? Looking back, Sherry pointed to the waterside pavilion ahead, over there. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but glance at her again. Are you planning to stay here or wait for some time and go with me? Without hesitation, Gabby replied, if I can leave, I'll definitely go with you. While guessing her answer, Sherry didn't anticipate her response to be so decisive and was a bit surprised. Then Gaspard seems quite devoted to you. Rolling her eyes, Gabby flicked her long hair and hummed, where did you see that? Earlier, he stared at you without turning away. Sherry gestured. After all, he is the crown prince of the netherworld, looking at you like a stone. Is that called devotion? Gabby sneered. False affection for show has no value at all. Sherry froze, blinking in confusion. This person placed her elbow on her shoulder and said sympathetically, you naive young girl still have much to learn. Men are mostly deceiving creatures, especially someone like Gaspard. His kindness towards me is not for me but for his good reputation. What's the use of a reputation? Sherry became even more puzzled, opening her mouth to retort, but Gabby pinched her lips. Don't rush, sister hasn't finished talking. She gave her a sidelong glance, her purple pupils sparkling. To men, their reputation is very important. They happily spend plenty of money and time turning themselves into passionate guests because they enjoy being praised and adored. When she first arrived in the netherworld, Gaspard boldly rescued her and then constructed a palace grandly, claiming to propose to her. In other people's eyes, Gaspard was already a deeply devoted prince of the netherworld. However, when they sat together privately, they couldn't talk more than 5 sentences. That is, Gaspard only lavishly showed his love for her in front of others. Gabby might yearn for favor, but such false affection wasn't precious to her. It was better for her to continue being exiled to the human world. You need to remember, sweet words and buying happiness with gold and silver are not true affection. Her head was stroked gently, her words sounded heartfelt. Sherry felt some intimacy and asked subconsciously, then what about consummation? As if struck dumb, Gabby stiffened instantly, slowly turning her head, disbelief written all over her face. Hypothetically speaking, Sherry waved her hands frantically, feeling guilty. I have an old friend, it's like this. Seeing her expression improved slightly, Gabby asked, does your old friend have a title? Title? Sherry tilted her head. Deities in the 9 heavens usually ask for a title if they do such things, Gabby explained. They are called celestial partners, sharing the same destiny, able to save each other from adversity. If your old friend really consummated with someone, she should ask for a title, which isn't complicated, just visit the Matchmaker Island. Hearing this, Sherry felt even guiltier. How could she dare ask for a title from such a powerful person? It was already pushing her luck, and she couldn't be insatiable. If there is no title, Gabby continued, then your old friend should stay far away from that person, as far as possible. Why? He doesn't treat her sincerely. Eventually, she will be heartbroken. Sherry fell silent for a moment, her gaze wavering. What Gabby said was a normal situation, but hers and the mighty person's situation didn't apply here. After all, she didn't ask for true feelings either. Right. Her heart sank mysteriously. Staring at a certain spot inside the pavilion, Sherry suddenly exclaimed, rushed over, and picked up something. I found it. She wiped the multicolored bottle happily and held it up to Gabby's eyes. Gabby yawned, rubbed her slightly chilled arms, and suddenly asked, what's your old friend's name? Choking slightly, Sherry mumbled, even if I told you, you wouldn't know her. Gabby didn't press further, just sighed again. Her sigh was long, a bit hoarse, like sand that had been blown over 10,000 times by the wind on earth, making people feel uncomfortable inside. In the evening, when Sherry returned to the Western Palace and sat beside Barak, she could still hear that voice echoing in her ears. So even when Barak turned his head to look at her 3 times, she didn't notice. Barak became a bit displeased and tapped the table with his index finger. What's troubling you? Sherry snapped back to reality, looked at him blankly for a while, then leaned in closely to scrutinize his eyes. Pure and clear, not a trace of black aura. Relieved, she smiled. I'm thinking about how to snatch someone away from Gaspard. Gabby. Barak dismissed it easily. When did she become so close to you? Not that close, but she's quite nice and has helped me. Sherry blinked. And she has someone else in her heart. Staying here forcefully does her no good. Someone else? Barak scoffed. Shiloh. Then she'd better stay here. Why? Sherry propped herself up and leaned in front of him. Does 9 Heavens have a rule about lifelong loyalty? No, but she and Shiloh don't suit each other, whether in status or personality. Shiloh, half demon and half fairy, already had questionable actions. Since he didn't rescue Gabby when she fell from the 9 Heavens, there would be no other possibilities between them. Barak knew this about him, but what Sherry heard wasn't quite like that. She knew the strictness of statuses in the 9 Heavens, but didn't expect it to be this stringent. Gabby was a princess of the Western Sea, yet she couldn't match up with Shiloh, let alone her, a minor fairy, who would be even less significant in his eyes. Chapter 90. It wasn't that she was undervaluing herself. Years of experience had taught Ginger that without hope, one wouldn't be afraid of disappointment. If she expected the worst from the start, then no matter how bad things got later, it would be easier to accept. Her senior sister had once said that this trait of hers was not good and needed changing, but Ginger felt that she could live carefree for so long precisely because of this nature. Therefore, when Barak only spoke about Shiloh, Ginger also relaxed her own concerns a bit. Since it was inappropriate, why not indulge in today's pleasures, as tomorrow might bring who knows what scenario after leaving Yuming. If she should indulge, then she would indulge. With that thought, Ginger stretched out her claws and firmly touched the big shot's hand. Barak. His dim gaze slightly sharpened, he lifted his eyes and looked at her deeply. Retracting her claws guiltily, Ginger said, the aura around you seems much lighter. The previous Barak radiated an overwhelming fiery chi that could be sensed even 10 feet away, but now, his immortal chi was as light as water, nearly imperceptible if not touched. Do you have the audacity to ask? He sneered coldly. The scene in the hall just moments ago flooded back into Ginger's mind, heating up her ears and making her heart race. That matter affected you this much? Just as she asked, not waiting for him to reply, she smacked herself. Of course it would. Losing half of one's cultivation would undoubtedly affect anyone, no matter how powerful they were. Licking her lips, Ginger blinked guiltily. Can I give some back to you first? Leaning back calmly, Barak asked, have you learned the technique to transfer cultivation? No. Awkwardly rubbing her hands, Ginger tried to explain, I wasn't being lazy. I did think about practicing, but the underground Yuming is riddled with resentment chi. We need enough immortal chi to supply, so I went out to find the Baihui bottle. Seeming to believe she was lazy, Barak turned his head away and humphed listlessly. Ginger became anxious, stood up, and pulled his face back towards her. I really didn't lie to you. With my talent, what use could I have for so much cultivation? If you're afraid I might harbor ill intentions, then you can take it directly. Given Barak's capabilities, taking all her cultivation wouldn't be difficult, but during their last intimate encounter, he hadn't taken any, despite seemingly intent on tormenting her. You don't have to worry about hurting me. Ginger shrugged. Anyway, as long as you're here, I'll be safe even if I'm left with half a life. Having spoken to this extent, Barak felt he shouldn't remain tolerant. He should have gone to cultivate Buddhism instead of Taoism. Due to heavy resentment chi after practice, Barak had concealed his immortal chi to mislead her, but the clashing of resentment and immortal chi inside him disturbed his thoughts, causing emotions to rise with just one glance at her. Fingers curling, Barak's Adam's apple bobbed as he raised his sleeve and embraced her, yet wore an expression of reluctance. Let's try again. Blush spreading from ear to neck, Ginger pressed against his chest and whispered, this time, can you be gentler? He arched an eyebrow, saying nothing. Instantly waving her hands, the person in his arms said, as long as you're happy. She was truly spineless, looking pitiful with reddened eyes, as if she had been bullied by him. Indeed, she hadn't been spared any inch of skin or muscle, caressed intimately and tenderly. Barak considered himself self-controlled, but in these few encounters, he couldn't quite say he kept his composure. Who could control a fire in their old house? He had always been puzzled by why Shiloh could recklessly consort with Gabby, but now he understood somewhat. Gently biting the mole on the back of her neck, Barak smiled and instinctively tightened his arms, pulling her closer to his heart. Ginger stifled a moan, trembling like a fragile sapling in a storm, delicate, sensitive, yet resilient when touched. Taking a deep breath, Barak muttered a curse and waved his hand, casting a barrier spell. The celestial barrier wasn't initially intended for this purpose. But here, it had been used many times for such matters. Ginger felt a bit ashamed. Indulging on Ju Xiao was one thing, but doing so on someone else's territory made her feel guilty. Yet, Barak gave her little time to ponder, turning everything upside down until day and night blurred. When tired, Ginger would sleep, but every time she woke, she saw Barak quietly reading or watching her intently. Upon seeing her awake, he would carry her to eat and then back to bed. Previously, she and her senior sister mocked the exaggerated writing in novels where someone couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Now, she had to admit, it really happened not because she couldn't walk, but because she never got the chance. Lord Barak looked dignified, with barely any expression on his face, but he showed no sign of restraint. She fell asleep and woke up repeatedly, feeling dazed as if she were in a dream. When she fell asleep for the 10th time, Ginger finally had a dream. The red curtains were beautiful, and the golden bells tinkled. A woman in black gauze lay on top of Barak, whispering to him. Barak listened quietly, just as when she talked, with lowered eyes and a gentle expression. Ginger felt a pang in her heart and grabbed his hand. "We should go back," she said anxiously. "Yunhel is not a place to stay long. You are an upper god, not a demon lord." Barak looked up, confused, and the woman also lifted her face, her eyebrows soft and eyes smiling. "Who told you he isn't a demon lord?" The surrounding deathly resentment chi suddenly surged, making it hard for Ginger to breathe. She urgently tried to leave with Barak, but he held her down and pried her fingers apart one by one. Her pupils constricted, and Ginger was somewhat stunned. The feeling of being unpreferred was terrible. Even though she had prepared for the worst, she hadn't thought that the big shot would choose someone else over her. Her throat tightened painfully, and Ginger snapped awake. The hall was illuminated by the crystal stones, and Barak stood at the entrance, seemingly pacing. Sensing her movement, he slowly returned to the bedside. "Hungry?" She cast a panicked glance at him, clutching the neckline of her robe, biting her lip and frowning. "Not this time." "That's good," Barak said. "Would you like to walk around?" Having not walked for a long time, Ginger's legs were stiff. She conjured a wide-sleeved dress and put it on, then stepped into embroidered shoes, rising shakily. Barak reached out to support her, unable to suppress a light laugh. "Gabby sent someone today asking about you. I told them you were sick. Now, you really can fool people with this appearance." This comment was too mocking. Blushing with shame, Ginger scratched him with her claws, and just as she was about to refute him, she sensed a presence that did not belong to him. Chapter 91. After so many days of closeness, Ginger was thoroughly familiar with Barak's scent. Suddenly detecting a trace of freshness alien to his usual aroma made her ears instantly perk up. Barak had been out. Elan leaned towards the gloomy side, with pools of water everywhere. If he truly stayed within the palace halls with her all along, it would be impossible for him to carry the hint of dampness on him. A quick glance at his face met his gaze, composed and aloof, not an ounce of fluster shone in his smoky irises that reflected her slightly taut little face. He smirked lightly. "Sleeping fool?" Quickly averting her eyes, Ginger grabbed onto his sleeve and stiffly shook her head. As before, Barak took her for meals near the West Palace and wandered about, before pushing her back into bed. Ginger furrowed her brows. "I'm a bit tired." Barak raised an eyebrow, reaching out to feel her forehead. Ginger promptly coughed a couple of times. The person before her let out a faint snort and pulled her close with his broad hand. "You haven't caught any other illnesses, just gotten quite good at lying." Her heart skipping a beat, Ginger rested her head on his chest, blinking continuously. However, Barak did not intend to interrogate her further. Instead, he absently stroked her hair while murmuring, "In a few more days, we can return to Xiuxian." Ginger was somewhat surprised. "It's actually pretty fast." 23rd day. Shocked, Ginger stretched out both hands to count. "We've descended into this realm for 23 days? How many days had she lived like a carefree drunkard here?" Blushing, Ginger buried her head in his chest with a miserable cry. What a sin. She originally came seeking the gate of life and death. If others knew she had spent time frolicking around with Barak in this world, her name would surely be passed down in history alongside his, branded as a fox demon, becoming a subject of lively discourse among future generations. How could she have been bewitched into wasting so much time? Barak chuckled, tapping her ostrich-like head that was buried against him with his index finger. "Regretful?" "Not exactly." Ginger lifted her head with a conflicted look, meeting his eyes. "I'm just wondering, you accompanied me in boredom for such a long time. Didn't you ever think about leaving sooner?" Eyes flickering, Barak avoided her gaze. "I've lost half my powers. It's not advisable to return to Xiuxian now." "What about Arwen?" Ginger asked. "He hasn't come to cause trouble." Reaching out to caress her soft cheeks, Barak replied, "You and I have always been together. Why would he dare act rashly?" "Always together?" Ginger looked at him intently, forcing a smile. "Go to sleep." Barak covered her eyes with his hand. "After we return to Xiuxian, I'll have someone prepare grilled corn for you." Had it been earlier, Ginger would have obediently fallen asleep, but today, she pulled his hand away and intertwined her fingers with his. "Just woke up, how can I fall asleep so soon?" Barak smiled silently, waiting quietly. Before long, Ginger felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Sensing caution internally, she quickly recited a charm to clear her mind. It turned out it wasn't her being sleepy, but he wanted her to sleep. Pretending to yawn, Ginger wrapped her arms around Barak's waist, whispering, "If we were in the human world, we'd already be considered married for several nights. Don't deceive me. 1 night of marriage brings 100 nights of grace. Added together, they probably equated to years of favor. Why couldn't he just tell her anything directly instead of keeping secrets?" Barak slightly froze, thinking she had discovered something. Looking down, he saw this little one already asleep, her glossy lips pouting. Amused, he reached out to put her hands back under the blanket, only to find Ginger's grip so tight it couldn't be pried open. Was this love for him? Barak arched an eyebrow, recalling what the matchmaker had said, affection and harmony lead to closeness. These days, mostly he teased her. It was rare for her to cling so tightly without letting go. Allowing her to hug for quite some time, Barak eventually moved, turning into smoke form, slipping out of her embrace and reappearing in a red robe. Ginger's eyelashes fluttered. Barak left too quickly, unaware. He swiftly cast a boundary around the area and stepped out through the door. Surrounded by dead silence, Ginger opened her eyes. The feeling of being deceived was awful, as if all the intimacy of these days was false. No matter how close their bodies were, their hearts remained worlds apart. She was always an outsider to him. Trying to convince herself that ancient deities were beyond her reach, repeating it 20 times in her heart, Ginger finally felt a little better, getting up and stepping into embroidered shoes. Without sun, moon, or stars, the West Palace was eerily still, making Ginger completely oblivious to the passage of time. Squatting by the boundary, she pinched a seal and dug a hole underground, exiting the West Palace. The Netherworld was still the same place filled with lingering resentment, but the wandering ghosts seemed to be even more hurried. Ginger tried to pull someone over to ask a question, but no one would stop. There were no significant figures within a mile's radius, so Ginger had no choice but to pick a direction and walk out, hoping to find Gabby. Before she walked far, she saw a familiar figure. Sonia. Ginger hurried forward. The shuffling Sonia was carrying a basket of green onions. Hearing her name called, she turned around, and the young man beside her did as well. Hey! Ginger was surprised. You found your son? Sonia's murky eyes settled on her for a long time before she smiled. It's you. I thought it was a trick, but I didn't expect you to really bring Trey back to me. I haven't thanked my benefactor yet. She glanced at Ginger's side, confused. Where is the very tall person? Ginger pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. He's busy. I'm planning to find him. Perfect. Then give this basket of green onions to him. She handed the basket to Ginger, smiling with wrinkles spreading across her face. If not for him, I wouldn't have found Trey. He's been too far from me. Touched, Ginger accepted the green onions. Both Sonia and Trey were spirits who could still be reincarnated. After talking to Ginger, they continued on their respective paths. Ginger stood there holding the basket, feeling rather complicated. Barak had started doing good deeds, proving that he hadn't gone astray. Everything was better than what was shown in the ominous dream. But by forcefully changing the situation, did it mean that future events might now be beyond her control? Move, move. A voice shouted behind her. 8 Netherworld war horses pulled a carriage racing towards the main hall of the Underworld King's palace. Ginger moved aside to let it pass, and then she leaped onto the narrow back part of the carriage. Aren't you coming? Someone inside the carriage spoke, sounding quite exasperated. This has nothing to do with us. Another person sighed gently, saying calmly, obey. That guest is an honored visitor in the Netherworld. Ginger recognized this voice well and couldn't help moving closer. Chapter 92. As she approached, a sharp beam of light shot out from the ventilation outlet at the back of the carriage, aiming straight for her face. In the past, Sherry would not have been able to react instantly because the beam was too fast and too close. But this time, everything seemed to slow down before her eyes when she looked up, and she easily avoided the attack by just slightly turning her head. The beam collided with the roof far behind her, causing a loud boom, and half of the tall pavilion was sliced off. The speeding carriage came to an abrupt stop. Sherry jumped off the carriage and, without surprise, met Gaspard's face. It's you. Gaspard frowned slightly, sweeping aside his sleeve embroidered with silver dragons. He let out a sigh as if he wasn't in the mood to deal with it, but then asked another question, thinking of someone else. Why are you following me? Sherry answered truthfully, I want to know what happened ahead. Gaspard shook his head. That's not something you can be involved in. If you have spare time, you might as well go see Gabby. She has been missing you for many days. This person spoke so gently, like warm lake water under summer sunshine, making it hard to reject him outright. Sherry scratched her chin and said, it's fine if you don't take me. I can go by myself, just don't stop me. Ridiculous. Gaspard shook his head and, unwilling to argue further, stretched out his hand to conjure a binding immortal rope and threw it toward her. After years of conflict between the Netherworld and the Ninth Heaven, he was confident in his mastery of various spells, especially the binding immortal rope. Even with just a third of his strength, it would be enough to bind this little immortal tightly. He thought it would work, but the rope didn't even touch her before she casually brushed it away. The sturdy black aura burned into ashes before it hit the ground due to divine fire. Sherry, with a cautious look in her eyes, took a step back and said, since you're in a hurry, there's no need to spend effort stopping me. Gaspard was taken aback, his gaze finally focused as he gave her a serious look. He hadn't realized until now that the light flowing around her body could rival Barak's. His heart tightened, and Gaspard stopped Sherry from leaving, speaking more gently, my impulsive action was wrong. Miss, if you aren't offended, I'm willing to guide you. Such quick changes, Sherry couldn't easily trust him. She hesitated but heard him say again, without this carriage, it would be difficult for you to enter the barrier ahead on your own. Fine, Sherry immediately jumped onto the carriage shaft, not caring about Gaspard's intentions. The top priority was to find Barak as quickly as possible. The Netherworld was always cold and bleak, and now some unknown event made the ground tremble. There were low growls and roars of dark beasts echoing near and far. The heavier the resentment got, the denser the darkness became, like ink spilled into mist, making it hard to see anything beyond 10 feet. The first barrier had patterns of red spider lilies and was easily penetrated by the netherworld warhorse pulling the carriage. However, the second barrier had a huge golden bird pattern glowing, blocking everyone from the netherworld. Your Highness. Someone saw Gaspard's carriage and anxiously flew over, saying, the king and those people are all inside, but we can't get in. Gaspard lifted the curtain and checked, looking somewhat perplexed. This is the guest's barrier. Not only can't we break it, doing so would cause trouble. Sherry was puzzled. What trouble? You might not know. Gaspard smiled bitterly and bowed. This guest has a bad temper. Unauthorized destruction of his barrier could mean death for us, and this journey might end here. Tilting her head to scrutinize him, Sherry found it amusing. You obviously know I'm acquainted with him. Why put on such a pretense and take such a roundabout way? She wasn't stupid. He must have arranged her meeting with Barak knowing they knew each other. No wonder Gabby didn't like him. This man was too smooth. Gaspard smiled and bowed, thanking her. Sherry shook her head, leapt off the carriage shaft, and walked into the barrier with ease. The barrier, which was as solid as stone, opened up like water when it encountered her. Behind her, someone tried to follow but was set aflame. Miss. Gaspard took a few steps forward. Sherry turned around and spread her hands. I can't break it, just entering is already good enough. Let me check the situation for you, and I'll come back later. Gaspard pursed his lips, sighed, and bowed. Sherry waved and turned to walk into the barrier. The atmosphere inside the barrier was peculiar, thick resentment mixed with strong divine energy. Did someone fight and get injured? Her heart clenched, and Sherry sped up, flying over the flower garden and corridors directly to the grand hall where the divine energy was most concentrated. Inside the dimly lit hall, Sherry squinted and finally saw clearly at the entrance. A group of immortals scattered around the hall. Arwen was sitting on the throne, clutching his chest, while Barak stood before him, holding someone in his arms. Her eyes caught the hand he had around someone else, and Sherry felt a sudden pang, instinctively leaning against the doorframe outside the great hall's entrance without thinking. The atmosphere inside the grand hall was tense, and no one noticed the additional person by the door. Lord Bray spat out a mouthful of blood and snorted. I never thought of returning alive once I came here. Perfectly timed. If I don't go back, the celestial diviner will know what sort of mischief you're up to here. Barak stood impassively, channeling his energy with one hand to sustain Alise's life. Following the glance, Lord Bray frowned deeply. I originally thought you didn't favor beauty, but now that your disciple has broken the rule for you, it seems you indulge in everything. Barak, don't tell me you would give up your 10,000-year divinity position just because of a ghost like her. This is none of your business. A deep voice echoed in the grand hall, shaking the immortals present off balance. Lord Bray couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. Fine, if this is your decision, let's settle this once and for all. The immortal aura in the hall surged dramatically. Sherry pressed her lips together, clenching her fists tightly. With half of his powers gone, Barak was only putting up a front. The old Barak would never use such an overt display of energy to pressure others. If he really fought with Lord Bray now, the outcome would be uncertain. Not to mention, he was still holding someone. Her mind was in turmoil. After some consideration, Sherry concealed herself, transforming into a wisp of immortal energy to sneak into the hall. Barak and Lord Bray had already started fighting, their energies colliding fiercely, shattering the tiles on the roof of the Hall of Yama. Other immortals were attacking Arwen, who defended himself with a snort, while Alise remained limp in Barak's arms, trembling. Don't be afraid, Barak unexpectedly found time to say, I'm still here. Such familiar words made Sherry feel as if her blood had stopped flowing, frozen mid-air, unable to recover for a long time. She didn't mind not being important to Barak, but she truly minded him taking back something he had given to her. It hurt just to watch. Chapter 93. Taking a deep breath, Ginger pretended she hadn't heard and stealthily moved toward the center of the grand hall. Perhaps her mind was in chaos, causing her breathing to become unstable. She hadn't moved far when a celestial guest glanced over at her. Who's there? A long sword emitting a pale green light streaked through the air. The white mist that Ginger had transformed into softly dodged it and whispered to him, fellow immortal. The man paused, reaching out to sense the celestial aura emanating from her body, then retracted his sword. This place is too heavy with resentment and lacks any spiritual energy. It's best not to use transformation spells like this one, which consume a lot of energy. With that, he turned and dashed toward Arwen. Ginger secretly let out a sigh of relief and nervously glanced at Barak, fearing he might have noticed her presence. However, Barak was engaged in battle with Alessio, completely unaware of this corner. His divine soul had transformed into a giant golden crow bird, entangled in combat with Alessio's soul and spirit beast, while his physical body remained in place, holding Alise closely and speaking softly to her. Am I going to die? Alise asked in a tearful voice. Barak's face showed no expression, but the power transmitted through his hands intensified. No. Alise sniffled a couple of times, trembling like a flower branch battered by heavy rain, clinging tightly to Barak. She had done the same thing. Ginger tilted her head, feeling a mixture of amusement and bitterness, unable to laugh. Barak truly was a man of few words and little laughter. Whether he was entwined with her or affectionate with someone else, his face always remained cold and indifferent, never revealing much emotion, even at the height of pleasure. He only looked down at her, his eyes flickering with fleeting emotions so quickly that she almost doubted her own eyes. Each time she found herself unable to control her feelings, while he always seemed detached, his thoughts unknown. She had said early on that she shouldn't expect too much from him, and she had been prepared for that. But, the persistent ache in her heart, gnawing at her relentlessly, betrayed her true feelings. She harbored a sliver of hope, thinking maybe things would be different with Barak, maybe he also cherished her, maybe he wouldn't bear to part with her, remembering the pleasures of their intimate moments and wanting to keep her in his heart forever. But the chances were extremely slim. A streak of fire flashed past her ear, colliding with the palace wall behind her, causing the entire underworld king hall to shake violently. Alessio stumbled, and Alice let out a startled cry. Ginger snapped back to reality, looking up to see that the surrounding immortals had formed a familiar formation. I will not let you endanger all living beings. Alessio said these words softly before raising his hand. White light surged around them, forming an array rapidly, with malevolent energy breaking through the eaves and smashing countless tiles. Barak raised his sleeve to protect the person in his arms, his expression grim. Death array. Alessio was willing to die if it meant taking Barak with him. You always think everyone has wronged you, Alessio said with a bitter laugh, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. In that case, it might as well be better to return to the earth and sky sooner. As he spoke, a fierce wind arose, and the normally controlled death grievance suddenly surged madly into Alessio's body, like wolves scenting blood. Ginger's pupils contracted as she hastily flew forward. She had seen this spell before, a self-sacrifice to summon the death grievance to kill others. But Barak was different now. The death grievance might not be able to take his life. For Alessio, this action was tantamount to suicide. She had to stop him. Perhaps aware of this, Barak standing on the steps sneered and raised his hand, sending a divine fire towards Alessio. Ginger couldn't react in time. Already halfway across, she could only rush straight in front of Alessio. Her celestial gown cascaded down from the white mist as she appeared before him, her clear eyes slowly coming into view. You, he frowned. The figure before him moved swiftly, striking away the seal he was making and gripping the death grievance drilling into his chest, pulling it out forcefully. At the same moment, a massive burst of fire erupted behind her. Alessio froze, the intense pulling sensation in his chest contrasting with the delicate and fair face reflected in his pupils. But in the next instant, the fire engulfed her, shattering her defensive barrier midway and sending her flying into his arms, both of them encircled by divine fire. Instinctively, Alessio tightened his grip on her. Barak usually struck ruthlessly, but this time he seemed to hold back. Although the divine fire still thrust both of them out of the grand hall, falling to the edge of the death array, when Alessio opened his eyes, he found his divine soul intact. He gasped for breath and hurriedly looked down at the person in his arms. Blood trickled from her clean lips, and Ginger's face, which had just had some color, instantly turned deathly pale. Her consciousness, however, was clearer than his. Opening her mouth, she immediately said, he practices both divine and demonic ways simultaneously. Your move won't work against him. Alessio raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from her face to the back. Barak strode out, his red robe billowing fiercely, his expression unusually showing some emotion, both restless and fierce. Why did you come here? The person in his arms stiffened for a moment, then stood up, leaning on him but not turning back, just wandering around. Wandering around could lead her here. Barak felt both angry and heartbroken. He stepped forward to check her injuries but stopped when he saw she was still holding Alessio's hand. She helps others but not him. What kind of relationship does she have with Alessio that she would take a hit for him? Many thoughts raced through his mind, and Barak's eyes grew cold. This little creature didn't just wander here, she suspected him and came intentionally. He had tried his best to hide it, yet somehow she still found out. It was also because he was soft-hearted, letting Harry go, which brought Alessio and others here earlier. He had never made such a big mistake before. Feeling vexed, Barak glanced at Alice, who was barely alive in his arms, and coldly said to Alessio, I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I won't kill you. If you want to report me or summon the celestial army, do as you wish. In 8 days, I will return to the 9 heavens. 8 days. Alessio scoffed, I'm not a fool. In 8 days, your plan will be complete. Who in the 9 heavens can touch you then? You can't stop me even now, Barak replied indifferently. Slightly choked, Alessio felt a surge of anger, clenching his fists tightly, then instinctively glanced at Ginger. His right, Ginger softly told him, you should leave. Save yourself for another day. These words, seeming to side with the enemy, enraged everyone. Even Alice, barely conscious, sensed the sudden rage from the person holding her. Come here, he ordered sternly. Ginger didn't turn back, only giving Alessio a push, dismiss this death array and leave. Ginger. Barak narrowed his eyes. Chapter 94. In the past, Celine would definitely have been scared, turning around immediately to apologize and trying to appease the powerful figure. But now, for some inexplicable reason, a rebellious streak seemed to have taken over her, and she ignored Barak, only fixing her gaze on Hansen. Hansen's expression was quite peculiar. He glanced behind her, wanting to laugh but restraining himself, saying only, the killing god's death formation isn't like clothes drying outside, it can't be retracted at will. Just as he opened his mouth to persuade her again, before he could speak, Celine sensed a fierce aura coming from behind her, sharp as thin blades, cutting into her back painfully. Can't you hear me? Barak stepped forward, his bright red robe sweeping across the scorched black earth. The previously silent ground suddenly blazed with divine fire. Alice, already severely injured, was frightened by the sudden heat of the fire and turned into a wisp of smoke, clinging tightly to Barak. Barak withdrew his hand that had been channeling power, letting her cling while his eyes fixed on Celine, dark with ominous energy. Seeing that things were not going well, Hansen instinctively reached out to shield Celine from behind. However, as soon as he raised his hand, it was seized by an immense force. Then his entire physical body and spirit were thrown up high into the air, flung far away in an instant. Celine watched silently as Hansen fell onto another palace roof, the sound of breaking tiles ringing in her ears. When the noise diminished, she turned around to meet Barak's gaze. He still showed no visible emotion, but Celine could sense that he was displeased. "My lord." She tilted her head slightly, lips curling into a smile. "What do you wish?" This was the first time she smiled at him so coldly, her eyes devoid of any warmth, clear and cold like the 18th level of hell after being scorched by divine fire. Barak stared at her steadily, his face as calm as water. "Are you going against me?" The corners of the person in front of him curled more, her eyes narrowing further, her gaze even colder. "I fear death and wouldn't dare to." "What are you doing then?" he said coldly, noticing the blood at the corner of her mouth. His lips pressed together tightly, his frustration growing worse. "Is Hansen so important to you? He is a celestial deity of the 9 heavens." A sweet and bitter taste rose in her throat, and she swallowed hard. "Why did you attack him here in the netherworld?" It was Hansen who struck first. Barak was nearly driven to fury. She belonged to him, why would she take sides with others? Hansen had sought his own death, and he had merely helped him along. Why was it considered his fault? Furthermore, if he wanted to kill someone, shouldn't she be helping him? After being proud for 80,000 years, this was the first time he felt unjustly wronged, uncomfortable, wanting to vent his anger but not willing to lose face. His eyes turned slightly red, and the divine fire beneath his feet flared wildly. She seemed startled by his fire and took a step back, her brows furrowed. Barak narrowed his eyes and reached out to pull her, but as soon as his hand extended, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson blood splashed on his robes, mingling with the red fabric. His fingertips trembled, and Barak took a deep breath, finally exploding in rage. "Can't you even cast a defensive barrier anymore? Would a prestigious true sovereign need her protection?" Celine shook her head, unsure what to say. As she opened her mouth, another mouthful of blood came out, and her face paled even more. Barak glared at her, lips tightly pressed. "Let's dismantle this death formation first." Celine wiped her mouth with her sleeve and caught her breath. "If Hansen dies here, it may not be good for you. If you let him go, I will persuade him to leave." How close must they be, to protect someone this much? Barak clenched his jaw and turned his head forcibly. "You think I'll just let him go? He will die here today, and I want to see what these 9 heavens deities can do about it." It seemed as if some of her meridians were ruptured, and the pain started to surge. Celine winced, enduring it with a sigh. If everything can end well, why make such a scene? "I love making a scene." Barak was furious, his words edged with sharpness. The world would be better if this fire cleansed it all. Her heart sank, and her eyelashes trembled. Instinctively, she looked up, trying to see his pupils. As she approached 2 steps closer, he lifted his hand to block her. "Don't try that." He almost gnashed his teeth. "It won't work." He was so angry that no amount of coquetry or affection could soothe him. However, this push caused Celine to lose her balance, stumbling and falling onto the ground. His raised hand trembled, and he pursed his lips, neck stiffened, only casting a sidelong glance at her. The little one seemed uncomfortable, rubbing her head with both hands, her eyes clouded but still able to speak. She murmured, "You're truly unreasonable." Who needed to be reasonable? He had cultivated for 80,000 years, not to endure insults. Barak gave a cold snort, his neck stiff with anger for a long time before he lowered his head and said, "If you don't leave, when I start fighting later, I might not be able to protect you." Her vision blurred, her chest felt heavy and painful, and her limbs were weak. Celine quietly adjusted her breathing, and hearing this, she only laughed softly. "It's fine for you to protect others. You don't need to worry about me." "That's right." Barak cast a mocking glance in the direction Hansen had fallen. "There are plenty of people willing to protect you." Elise was still clinging around his neck. Hearing this, despite being heavily injured, she couldn't help but grind her teeth. So sour. The noble Lord Barak shouldn't speak so sourly. They were just in a fierce battle, yet he suddenly found time to squabble like a child here. She truly admired him from the bottom of her heart. "But, be careful." Elise cried out in alarm. At almost the same moment, Barak raised his hand, and a huge burst of fire collided with the sneak attack from behind. Countless sparks flew everywhere, lighting up the surroundings as bright as day, but it quickly turned pitch black again. Barak sneered, stretching out his right hand as the Sifeng blade transformed into its true form. A golden phoenix soared into the air behind him. He turned and slashed toward the palace of the underworld. Crack. Celine, sitting on the ground, was jolted violently. The entire ground trembled and cracked, the fissure spreading from their position all the way to the palace of the underworld. Moments later, the palace of the underworld collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the death formation of the killing god opened a huge gap. Some of the surviving immortals began to flee, while many lost their essence and souls, drifting out of the ruins aimlessly. Hansen didn't leave. He was someone who would never submit to Barak. Seizing the opportunity while Barak was striking, he leaped up, infusing 3 parts of his immortal power into his hand, and flung out a purple-glowing immortal artifact. If put nicely, it was an immortal artifact. Bluntly, it was a hidden weapon. Barak had sensed it, but he didn't turn around. His defensive barrier could withstand this attack. However, Celine didn't know that. She was upset at Barak's cold-heartedness and infuriated by his unreasonable behavior. But sensing danger, her first reaction was still to project her own protective barrier over him, blocking steadfastly behind him. Chapter 95. Even without the cultivation level Bard gave her, Amanita had practiced for so long that her own spiritual energy should have been enough to block the projectile. Thus, when the purple light hit her protective barrier, it only emitted a sharp metallic screech before losing its power and falling down. However, the blood of the 9 heavens immortal was truly too sweet. Earlier, she was on guard, preventing any surrounding ghosts or evil spirits from approaching. Now that her barrier was weakened, the dark aura that had been lurking around suddenly surged toward her, so fast that Amanita didn't have time to react, she just felt a chill. Barak was secretly calculating how much this strike would injure Arwen and how many other immortals in the hall it might harm. Satisfied that everything went as he expected, he retracted his sword. Then, turning back, he saw Bray rush toward him. Lifting his blade horizontally before him, Barak prepared for combat. Thinking that Bray had failed in an ambush and wanted to fight again, who knew that 3 steps away, Bray changed direction, with purple light blazing like a whip, fiercely striking sideways. Smack! The swarm of vengeful ghosts dispersed. Retracting his divine power, he approached and directly pulled Amanita out of the black mist. "You're an idiot." Laughing angrily, Bray slapped off the ghost still drinking her blood, gritting his teeth. "Didn't your master at the immortal sect teach you that an injured person cannot expose themselves outside the netherworld?" It was too cold, and Amanita couldn't even open her eyes. Her ears hurt from his shouting, and her teeth chattered as she shivered. No, they really didn't. How could Master Stephen predict that she would one day cause trouble in the netherworld? Seeing her pale face reflected in his eyes, Barak's fingertips tightened slightly. Putting away the chiffon sword, he stepped forward. Bray turned to stop him but realized he himself was injured, his spiritual power almost depleted. Just as he raised his hand, Barak sent him flying 2 jong away with a palm strike. Amanita's body suddenly lost its support, but only for an instant, before she was caught again. She couldn't open her eyes but recognized him by scent. Trying to grab his sleeve, she froze mid-motion. Elise was still attached to him, her mist form coiling around his sleeve. Forget it. Withdrawing her hand, Amanita pretended to faint. She knew it was pointless, he might not buy it, no need to seek his pity now, awkward as it might be. Barak indeed had no intention of pitying her. Drawing a deep breath, sounding somewhat angry, he then lifted his hand and sent both her and Elise out of the death array. Already dizzy, this spinning sensation made Amanita faint instantly. In her last moments of consciousness, she heard the sound of near destruction echoing from the dome above. Before stepping on this path, Amanita seriously doubted herself. Being so foolish and powerless, could she really change everyone's fate, save the people from suffering? The answer had always been negative. So initially, her only wish was to be a cat in the arms of a powerful figure, just keeping her life safe. Later, perhaps because Barak became less terrifying over time, she grew more greedy, even arrogant, thinking that beauty strategy might work. If the powerful figure lost his heart over her, maybe he would begin to show mercy to the world, stopping his destructive acts. Reality proved that a deity who could become a legend, living as long as heaven and earth, and understanding eternity, wouldn't treat love and affection as heavily as a ruler in tales who set fires for his concubines. He had things he must do, and no matter how close they were, he wouldn't change anything for her. Indifferent and formidable were equally true. Waking up on the bed of the small pavilion by the mountains, Amanita hugged her knees, lost in thought. Elise sat beside her, continuously moaning. "It hurts so much. I've never endured such physical pain." She patted her wounds mournfully, then looked at Amanita. "Don't you have some spell to relieve pain in the 9 heavens? Can you use it on me?" Amanita snapped back, pursing her lips. "That is a spell known only to Barak. Barak the supreme god, I don't know it." Elise frowned and continued moaning. "He truly doesn't understand compassion. Knowing that spell, he wouldn't even use it on me. In the midst of fierce battle, where would he find the time for such spells?" Amanita sighed, looking at Elise's beautiful, delicate features. Despite herself, she softened. "Come here, let me see." Elise turned sideways, glancing at her expression, then lowered her black veil, revealing the wound. A hole right through her shoulder bone. Seeing it made Amanita wince, but the more she looked, the more puzzled she became. "Ghosts in the netherworld shouldn't be hurt like mortals. Why does this look like?" Glaring angrily, Elise replied, "I told you, not all in the netherworld are ghosts, there are living people too. I am a living person." "Huh?" Amanita's eyes widened in surprise. "Look at you, so naive and inexperienced." Elise pouted. "My father once brought a human woman to the netherworld, and I was born with flesh and blood. Without me, the netherworld couldn't communicate with the human world." Thinking of the mountain one must pass through to enter the netherworld, Amanita lowered her eyes. Everyone seemed so powerful, leaving her feeling utterly useless. "Do you know why Barak started fighting with those from the 9 heavens?" Amanita asked softly. Elise was in pain and didn't want to pay attention, but thinking of Barak, she suddenly perked up. "Tell me what Barak likes, and I'll tell you why." Even with such injuries, when it came to Barak, she still had that girlish infatuation. Amanita looked at her, inexplicably seeing herself reflected in her, wanting to laugh yet unable to. Her heart tightened into a knot. "He enjoys being alone," Amanita murmured, lowering her eyelids. "He dislikes noisy people, doesn't like eating, doesn't like sleeping, and doesn't like anyone slacking off during cultivation." Elise laughed at this. "It's truly him all right. What about things? Does he have anything he likes?" "No," Amanita shook her head. "Nothing is worth his liking." Elise sighed but her eyes sparkled even more. She looked at the dejected girl before her and teased, "Then I know more than you do. He likes the scent on me." Today, he held me and sniffed for quite a while. Rubbing her sleeve, Amanita stayed silent. Elise clicked her tongue and lay down on the soft couch. Today wasn't really much of an event. People from the 9 heavens just came to kill me, and the High God couldn't bear to see it and saved my life. Who knew that Bray would come right after, insisting on a fight to the death? I don't know what grudges these people from the 9 heavens have, but from today onwards, he's my savior. Glancing at the unresponsive figure beside her, Elise raised an eyebrow. "You don't mind, do you?" "I do mind, but what's the use?" Amanita thought. Chapter 96. Amanita's mother had taught her from a young age that one could never earn true sincerity in this world. What she could get were merely pity and resentment, so even if she felt uncomfortable, she would never quarrel with Elise. It was the fragile yet firm self-respect of mortals in the royal family. Thus, despite the boasting gleam in Elise's eyes almost spilling over, Amanita only turned her head aside, leaning against the wall inside the bed to meditate. Elise pouted unhappily. "Why aren't you talking?" "Just retort, at least make it lively." "I don't have the strength," Amanita honestly replied. She had lost too much blood. Even though her spiritual energy supported her, her physical body still ached. Supporting herself through their tussle was already a feat. Now her entire body felt cold. She wished to pull all the blankets on the bed over herself and sleep properly. However, as Elise endured pain intensely, she kept provoking, tugging at the blanket's edge. "The battle outside is still ongoing, aren't you curious? What if Lord Jace can't fight them off?" "No way," Amanita murmured softly. "If an ordinary Arlen could subdue him here, he wouldn't be Jace." "But aren't you curious about what those people from Xiuxian will do?" Elise huffed. "I heard from father that there are quite a few reinforcements coming. This is the Netherworld. No matter how many reinforcements come, they're useless." Her voice became lighter and lighter, pulling back the blanket corner to wrap herself up like a little hamster, closing her eyes. Elise continued nagging, and instinctively, Amanita softly responded. "Does Hansen hate Lord Jace?" "Millimeter. How did they know Lord Jace was cultivating here?" "I heard father say he concealed it well." "I don't know." Silence filled the air for a moment. The taut nerve in Amanita's mind finally relaxed, preparing to drift into sleep. But Elise suddenly asked again, "What about you? Do you admire Lord Jace?" "I used to." Amanita mumbled while flipping over. "Not anymore." Complete silence surrounded her. Amanita let go of her worries, continuing to fall into deep slumber. In the dimly lit room, Elise held her shoulder and turned back, looking towards the person standing at the door, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "You won't blame me, right?" she said lightly. "Since you saved me, I asked more just because of that." Who would have thought? Who would have thought that a god from Xiuxian would be abandoned too? Dark blood dripped onto the ground from the slaughter phoenix saber. Jace looked silently for a moment, casually dispersing the saber, then stepped inside the door, his towering figure casting a shadow over Elise. So Elise couldn't keep smiling. She pursed her lips, covering her shoulder and changing the subject. "Is it resolved?" "Your father is seriously injured," Jace stated. "Arlen has already left the Netherworld, but some immortals are still battling your guards." "That means it's resolved." Elise raised an eyebrow. "My injury isn't any lighter than my father's. Don't try to shoo me away now." Jace didn't respond, glancing at the bundled shape on the bed, then darkly looking at her. "It's not my business." Elise raised both hands defensively, reproachfully saying, "Wasn't it you who hurt her? If not for Arlen, she might have been fine earlier. People are mad at you, why would they blame me?" Pursing his lips, Jace irritably said, "It's not entirely my fault." He didn't mean to hurt her. Besides, he had important things to do. In such a situation, how could he focus on her? Looking at Jace with a complex expression, Elise suddenly lamented, "Seeing how desperately you saved me today, I felt moved. Why do you keep thinking about this little girl?" To others, he was a high and mighty deity, but once involved with this girl, he revealed his full range of emotions without reserve. How could anyone be like this? Glaring enviously at the bed, Elise put her feet down, swinging her legs on the edge of the bed. "She doesn't like you anymore anyway. Does the god think about me? I'm also flesh and blood. I can live outside the Netherworld." Indifferently listening, Jace extended his hand. Elise rejoiced, about to lift her hand when she saw him bypass her, lifting the sleeping person from the bed, blanket and all. Awkwardly dropping her hand, Elise pursed her lips, unwillingly moving aside. The person in his arms seemed even lighter, along with the blanket weighing next to nothing, remaining soft within his embrace. He had to look closely to find her face. Looking down coldly, Jace hummed, then pursed his lips again. Women were so petty. No matter the bigger picture, they would get upset if neglected. Admiration can't just be recalled so easily. Though he thought that, he himself felt uncertain. Even holding her close, he still felt uneasy. She hadn't been the one to strike today, but she was the one who had wronged him. It was his fault for causing the injury by accident, but she hadn't intended to hear his explanation. She had harbored feelings for him, so without any hesitation, she gave him her defensive barrier. Upon further thought, it still wasn't his fault. Barak was used to being domineering and wanted to find a way to prove that he wasn't at fault. He hoped that when she woke up, she would apologize to him and then let him hold her, making everything fine again. But now he was a little afraid, fearing that when she opened her eyes, her gaze would be cold and disappointed. Just thinking about that expression, Barak tightened his hand, not caring as he made a seal, cutting open his finger to transfer blood to her. This was the blood of an ancient deity. Elise envied this immensely and instinctively reached out her hand. Then she was harshly repelled by the protective barrier surrounding Barak. "Scrooge," she muttered, holding her shoulder and sitting beside him. In a sulky voice, she said, "You men are all the same. When you make a mistake, you think giving something good will fix it. Did you even ask if she values your divine blood?" Pausing slightly, Barak's face darkened as he said, "It's none of your business. I only say this because I'm considering how to repay your kindness." Elise rolled her eyes and said, "How about we make a bet? You guess whether she'll hug you gratefully when she wakes up and finds you've given her divine blood, or remain unmoved and just say thank you." Barak wasn't interested in such a dull bet. He was busy and needed to go deal with the aftermath soon. He only came here when he had the chance. Who cared about her? The person in his arms stirred. Barak stiffened, slowing his breathing as he slowly lowered his head to look down. Amanita's lips were smeared with blood, looking bright red and seductive, but when her eyes opened, they remained clear and pure. Such sweet blood. Licking her lips, Amanita lifted her head and, as expected, met a pair of familiar misty eyes. Pausing slightly, she half closed her eyes again, calmly saying, "Thank you, Barak." Chapter 97. Elise beside the bed couldn't hold back her laughter, giggling so much that the golden hairpin on her head trembled. Allison heard her voice and froze slightly. Then she got up from Barak's arms and moved back to the adjacent bed. Barak's fingers twitched as if he wanted to keep her, but her movements were too decisive. In a moment, she was already far away, leaving his fingers suspended in midair. He reluctantly retracted them with a slight annoyance. His arms felt empty and light, the wind blowing through made him feel a chill all over. Allison settled down on the bed, reaching up to smooth her disheveled bun before asking softly, "Is it over?" Barak's face remained grim, his lips tightly pursed. "Yes. Is Ivor still alive?" Allison very much wanted to ask this question, but she glanced at his expression out of the corner of her eye and dared not speak. However, Barak smiled coldly, his eyes icy. "Worried about him?" "Not exactly." Wrapping herself tighter in the blanket, Allison sucked on her reddened nose tip. "I'm just afraid you'll have trouble later." Feeling a little soft-hearted, Barak grunted, stiffening his neck and turning his head aside. "No need for you to worry." "True." Awkwardly shrugging, Allison tucked the bedding around her and fell silent. The air became stiflingly silent. His fingers curled, Barak felt somewhat vexed. What he wanted to say wasn't this. But now, in this situation, how could he lower himself? Also, it was his own fault for speaking too quickly earlier. If he had let it go then, why did he have to stop her with another comment? This little thing was already heavily injured, and judging by her appearance, she must be in considerable pain. He hadn't even given her a few drops of blood yet. If they stayed like this any longer, who knows how much more she would hurt. After hesitating for a long time, Barak cleared his throat and was just about to speak when she beat him to it. "Is everything fine here? Can I return to Stephen Immortal Sect first?" She blinked her eyes, asking softly. Barak was puzzled. "Why are you going back? It's her sect, shouldn't she be able to return even if she has no reason?" Master Stephen might not be in good shape after the injuries. It has been a long time since she saw her senior brothers and sisters. Most importantly, she missed home. Her throat tightened, and her eyes grew a bit moist. Not daring to lift her head, Allison buried her face in the quilt under the pretense of yawning and mumbled, "I miss the soup my senior sister cooks." What kind of logic is this? With so many major events happening, she's actually thinking about a bowl of soup. Barak opened his mouth to refuse. Elise, who had been watching on the side, sighed loudly and waved her hand, casting a barrier to enclose herself and Barak within. "Would you like to make another bet, Your Excellency?" she said with a mix of amusement and irritation. "Bet on whether you'll reject her suggestion outright, calling her immature. Will she think you're considering the bigger picture, or will she turn and leave?" Learning from past mistakes, Barak narrowed his eyes and finally looked at her seriously. "You have an idea?" "Certainly." Elise smiled and glanced at the injury on her shoulder. "If you relieve me of this physical suffering, I'll explain why she wants to return to the Immortal Sect." Extortion. Barak disliked being coerced, but he really couldn't figure out what this little thing was thinking. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and wiped over Elise's shoulder. The pain vanished instantly, making Elise feel much more relaxed. Rubbing her shoulder, she said coyly, "If I were with my beloved but thought of returning home, I'd surely feel extremely wronged. If he didn't allow it, I would be angry at him for being heartless and not caring about me. But if he agreed, I would still blame him for being indifferent, not wanting to see me." Barak. Are women's thoughts always this complicated? Neither left nor right, what should be done? "Don't worry, Your Excellency." Elise smiled faintly. "You have done me a favor, so I will point out a clear path." With a wary look in his eyes, Barak silently watched her. The room seemed quieter, almost as if there was no one around. Barak didn't reply to Elise's words for a long time. Allison secretly wiped away her tears and cautiously lifted her head to peek. A purple light descended before her, and Barak and Elise reappeared in front of her. Oh, the two of them had just set up a barrier to isolate her from their conversation. Pouting, Allison buried her head back into the quilt. Sure, she wasn't as pretty as Elise or as slender, but there was no need to guard against her so much. She was so obedient, not competing for attention or throwing tantrums. Even among concubines in the human world, she was one of the most well-behaved girls. Her heart ached a bit. Allison curled her legs and hugged them, whispering to herself that she wouldn't be angry, sad, or upset. After repeating it for a while, hey, it worked pretty well. Do you really want to return to Stephen Immortal Sect? Barak asked her. Pretending nothing happened, Allison replied lightly, yeah, fine. Barak said, in 3 days, I'll send you. Her nose stung. Allison mumbled, there's no need for you to send me, I can go by myself. Wait 3 days. Okay. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Biting her lip and burying her head, she struggled to swallow hard a couple of times. Fine, if 3 days it will be. Then this servant will go check on my father first. Elise's voice came from the side, light and gentle. Barak grunted an acknowledgement. She bowed and, lifting her skirts, left briskly. Her footsteps were light, showing no signs of injury at all. Allison listened, her heart stirred slightly, and she looked up at Barak. He sat down beside her, looking utterly nonchalant. Narrowing her eyes, Allison moved swiftly, slapping his shoulder with one hand. As expected, Barak let out a muffled groan, frowning as he clutched his shoulder. What are you doing? Amused despite being angry, Allison shook her head. She could never be as composed and serene as her mother. A cat's claws would always scratch. Just by scratching, she knew that he had healed Elise's injuries. The technique to transfer pain must have caused him to bear all the pain himself. Elise was wrong. It wasn't a lack of sentiment or care for beauty, he simply hadn't had time before. But how severe were those injuries? He must have been so worried about her that he insisted on bearing the pain himself to make her feel better. Tears finally welled up uncontrollably, and Allison turned away, determined to ignore him. But Barak frowned, pulling her over along with the blanket, scolding in annoyance. Why are you crying? I'm not crying, she snapped fiercely. Her fierce tone was tinged with sobs, making him both exasperated and blocked up. This is not crying. Mind your own business, she kicked him through the blanket, sobbing. I don't want to wait 3 days. I want to go home now. The person in his arms struggled incessantly. Barak barely managed to hold her down, speaking in a deep voice. It will take me at least 3 days to clean up here. I told you I don't need you to send me, Allison cried loudly. Even if I am weak, I still carry half of your cultivation. Whether to fly or dive, where can I not go? You can stay and tidy up with your Elise. I want to go home. Before she could finish the last word, the person holding her suddenly lowered his head and pressed his lips firmly against hers without giving her any room to speak. Chapter 98. Celestial nymphs weep with tears that glisten like pear blossoms kissed by rain, yet this one's face crumples, her eyelids swollen, and tears stream down her cheeks, rolling onto his chin, tightening his heart. Barak held back her struggles, compromise finally flickering in his hazy eyes. He murmured hoarsely, is it really necessary? Allison sobbed, unable to catch her breath from his kisses. She patted his chest weakly before finally pushing him away. Recalling what she had just shouted, she felt a bit ashamed. Covering her head with both hands, she kicked the quilt beside her lightly. I was gravely injured earlier and lost my senses momentarily. Please do not blame me, Your Highness. Touching the corners of his mouth, Barak looked at her. You have rambled more than once or twice. Why are you only begging for mercy now? Slightly speechless, Allison covered her head and sighed, replying weakly, once I've recovered, I will apologize to Your Highness all at once. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Barak fell silent, frowning slightly as he glanced out the window. After a long while, he changed the subject. Do you know what plans Tiendao Guaren is concocting? Achem. She still harbored resentment, but her curiosity overcame her anger. Softening her tone, she replied, could such significant matters be probed by junior immortals like us? It concerns the survival of Stephen Immortal Sect. Do you want to know? Covering her head, Allison said nothing, her body tense under the light shining from outside the window, obstinate and unyielding. Barak waited quietly, motionless. After a long time, that stiff body finally shifted slightly towards him. A faint smile surfaced in his eyes. He reached out and pulled her back into his arms, gently rubbing her scalp with his chin. Tiendao Guaren has fewer helpers these days, yet more people can reveal the truth about the past. He is very anxious. With me having spent so much time in Yama Realm, he wants to find an ally. Your Stephen Immortal Sect is crucial for maintaining harmony between humans and immortals. But your immortal master may not follow Tiendao Guaren's orders. Therefore, he aims to manipulate you. Me? Allison looked doubtful. What can I do? You are a member of Stephen Immortal Sect and also, important in Li Clan's Immortal Sect. He mumbled, if you turn against me, I will become disoriented, giving him a chance. If you're hurt and complain to the sect when you return, it would fulfill his strategy of driving a wedge between us. Sighing heavily, Barak stroked her hair. So, can you forgive me? Up until then, everything seemed half reasonable, until this last sentence, which made Allison's lips twitch. You, Your Highness, she said incredulously, would you always have to go through so many twists even to admit a mistake? All the scheming and strategizing, he almost believed it. Poking her nose with his finger, Barak sighed, this is the first time. How could someone like him imagine that he'd ever need to seek forgiveness? It was humiliating, and he found it hard to utter those words. The person in his arms was laughing and seething at the same time. Looking at him, it was merely an accident. Your Highness need not worry so much. Her anger wasn't about this either. She was amused by her own reaction, behaving like a young girl despite being an immortal for centuries. It felt silly to throw a tantrum over petty thoughts during such a serious moment. Yet, her anger didn't fade. Her chest rose and fell, and Allison let out a heavy breath, forcing a smile. Let's put this behind us. You mentioned something important, Your Highness. Go tend to it, I'll wait here. This tone, sounding carefree, without visible anger on her face, was this what Alice called being not angry? Barak raised an eyebrow, thinking it wasn't so difficult after all. Why did Alice look so grave, making him believe it was harder than ascending 3 realms? Thus, he got up and said, "Wait here then, don't wander off." "All right," she replied, lowering her eyes. Barak rose, his red robe sweeping as he disappeared through the doorway, restoring the surrounding silence. Even the nearby crystals seemed brighter. Silently watching the direction he left, Alison rested her chin on her knees. After a long while, she sighed again. Someone like Barak was destined to navigate stormy seas endlessly. As for her, just a stubborn weed, she couldn't stop it anyway. In the underworld, casualties were severe. Once the barrier broke, Arwen had his plan. He looked up at Barak, who walked through the ruins of Di Wang Palace. Without hesitation, he pushed aside Alice's hand, lifted his black robe, and knelt on one knee. Gasps filled the air, but Barak's face showed no emotion. He walked calmly to him and extended a hand. "There's no need for such formalities. Please, exalted deity, save the countless souls of the netherworld." Arwen lowered his head, appearing exceedingly humble. "From this day forth, the dead grievances within my netherworld will be eternally sacrificed through the gate of life and death to the exalted deity without interruption." "Father." Even Gaspard, who was usually calm, couldn't help but change expression at these words. "No. Step back, ignorant child." Arwen scolded with a wave of his sleeve and looked up at Barak again. "Exalted deity, will you agree?" Barak remained silent, his eyes filled with sympathy and reluctance. If it weren't for being utterly desperate, Arwen would have cursed aloud. Such a great offer directly delivered to this lordly figure, and he was still acting so aloof. But at this moment, he had no other choice. "I, Arwen, ruler of the netherworld for 10,000 years, am willing to serve as your vanguard and rearguard. Please grant me your approval, exalted deity." Clenching his teeth to utter these words, Arwen bowed his head deeply. Alice watched in shock, unable to hold back tears, while the netherworld citizens around them murmured in confusion. Barak stared at the back of Arwen's head, thinking long and hard, before finally managing to say, "Very well, then. Thank you, exalted deity." With a long sigh of relief, Arwen clutched his throat and coughed up black blood, immediately falling unconscious. "Father." Alice and Gaspard hurried over, Alice sobbing quietly while Gaspard couldn't help but look up at Barak. Everyone knew that this guest was noble and powerful, yet Gaspard, after pondering, still couldn't understand why his father had suddenly acted this way. After a moment, Gaspard composed himself, stood up respectfully, and bowed. Then he said, "Miss Gabby misses immortal Alison very much. If you're not busy these few days, could she go visit her for a while?" Barak glanced at him, looking somewhat indifferent. "Don't play games with me. Please forgive me, exalted deity." He lowered his head. Barak took a step forward, collecting the fresh grievances from all around, disdainfully wiping his fingers, and then flicked his sleeve as he walked out, saying, "She can go, but you cannot." Chapter 99. Those in power must never reveal their preferences, unless they have ulterior motives and are not afraid of being exploited. Otherwise, it is like a dragon showing its underbelly to others. Gaspard was most skilled in the art of power play. He understood this deeply, so even if he truly liked Gabby, he never revealed his true feelings. Thus, upon hearing Barak's words, his first reaction was to wonder what could be exploited from Thea Fairy. Would approaching her through Gabby backfire? As he pondered, Barak had already walked away, his red robe slightly blackened, still exuding elegance, leaving Gaspard standing there with a furrowed brow, full of concerns. The light emanating from the surrounding crystals seemed colder, illuminating the severely injured Yama and sobbing Alice. It did not look like a good situation at all. However, because a barrier was set up from the beginning, outside the hall of Yama everything remained as before. Ghosts wandered the streets, and occasionally one might get lucky and meet a guide scattering paper money along the way. Large copper coin-shaped paper money scattered and flew about, caught by ghosts who devoured them ravenously. One piece, however, was blown far away, wavering until it finally landed on a patch of green threads. Gabby reached out, casually picking up the paper money and inspecting it in her hand. "You wouldn't let me see her before, now I don't want to go anymore." Gaspard raised his hand and draped a thin cloak over her shoulders, gracefully adjusting his sleeves. "I didn't force you to go, why are you upset?" Again, that insincere tone irked Gabby. She preferred Shiloh's sarcastic remarks to listening to this flawless face spouting calculated words. The atmosphere in the netherworld seemed uneasy, hinting at an impending war with the 9 heavens. Sending her to see Thea now seemed malicious on Gaspard's part. But Gabby knew Gaspard was concerned about her injuries. Despite her vigilance, she wanted to check on him. Yet, she didn't want to fulfill Gaspard's wishes. Perhaps guessing her thoughts, Gaspard sighed and shook his head. "I love you to this extent, why do you always doubt me?" Gabby scoffed. "Your Highness." A shadow guard came running from behind, calling out. Gaspard listened briefly before sighing again. Gabby arched an eyebrow in confusion. "You can wander around freely. Father is severely injured, I need to return and check on him." He turned to her, his eyes filled with helplessness. "I'm sorry." Arwen's injuries were indeed severe, and Gabby knew his apology was unnecessary. It felt as though she were obstructing him from fulfilling his filial duties. Shaking her head, Gabby turned and left, her long black hair billowing, both fierce and enchanting. Gaspard watched her walk for a while before turning back, relaxing his expression, and walking alongside the shadow guard. This street wasn't far from Waterside Cottage. Gabby glanced at the pavilion and wall outside the cottage, hesitated for a moment, then lifted her skirt and stepped inside. Thea was meditating. Sensing someone, she opened her eyes, a fleeting look of wariness surprising Gabby. You. She sounded almost disbelieving. What happened to you? Collecting herself, Thea slumped and said apologetically, I got hurt. How did you get hurt with Barak around? Gabby asked curiously, sitting closer to her, her black veil flowing toward her. Thea grabbed the sleeve of Gabby's robe, playing with it and pouting, he's the one who hurt me. Startled, Gabby thought for a moment before saying, an accident? Thea dropped her head dejectedly, saying weakly, even you think he treats me well, that any harm would only be an accident. Amused, Gabby tilted her head, he does treat you well. Who doesn't know he's willing to reach the heavens or descend to the netherworld for you? Even if I don't enjoy being close to him, it's still the truth. Pouting, Thea looked pitifully at her, you're not helping me. Realizing this, Gabby understood, did he bully you? Nodding vigorously, Thea fumbled over her body, looking for a wound to show her. But Barak had cleaned her thoroughly before leaving. Searching everywhere, there wasn't even a trace of injury, not even a red mark. Embarrassed, she let down her sleeves and muttered, anyway, he bullied me. Startled, Gabby looked at her, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Only someone deeply in love could say such words, vivacious and lively, like a bird hopping on a spring branch, devoid of any despair. If it were her, she'd just ask Shiloh when he would return, never acting so coy. Thinking of him, Gabby felt a pain in her chest, wincing slightly. By the way, how is the situation over there? Calming down, Thea asked, I heard Arwen is seriously injured and near death. Turning away, Gabby composed herself and huffed, he's faking it. Ah! The beings from the 9 heavens came down to the netherworld to wage war, surely it's because Tian Dao has designs on the netherworld. Arwen doesn't want to engage in battle, so he plans to use Barak as a shield. Her heart skipped a beat, and Thea raised an eyebrow. Fate had not changed, after all this time, Gaspard was still destined to follow Barak. But, your deity upstairs didn't let him get any advantage, Gabby snorted. Not only did he demand the gate of life and death, but he also forced the king of hell to promise an endless supply of resentment spirits. Resentment spirits? Eyes wide, Thea grabbed her hand suddenly. Barak wanted resentment spirits. Of course. Gabby looked at her with confusion. He came down to the netherworld specifically for resentment spirits to cultivate with. Such a great opportunity, naturally he would ask for everything possible. But, Thea's eyes bulged. She had taken half of his cultivation, how could he still be able to cultivate? Seeing her shocked expression, then thinking about the overwhelmingly strong light emanating from her, Gabby narrowed her eyes. You mentioned an old friend earlier, could it have been you? Thea couldn't speak, she clutched her head with her hands. Gabby's pupils dilated as she gasped sharply, he actually shared with you. Covering her mouth, Thea gritted her teeth, it was an accident. For a long moment, Gabby remained stunned. She slowly removed Thea's hand and muttered dazedly, you've really hit the jackpot. Half of his cultivation, he actually gave it up. This is bad, with half of his cultivation, he may not be able to protect the netherworld anymore. But why would he be willing to give it? The shock was too much. Gabby grabbed Thea and shouted, now you can spit on Tian Dao's face at the heavenly gate. Why are you still sad here? Thea, if I say I was forced, would you believe me? She said with a bleak tone. Gabby paused, her eyes flickering before nodding, I believe it. Apart from cultivation, if he wanted to consummate with you, even if you were unwilling, you would have submitted eventually, maybe even feeling like you owe him later on. Chapter 100. Is that so? Ginger rubbed her face, her expression complicated. She was somewhat reluctant to admit, what I meant just now was that the situation at the time forced me to do so. It wasn't that he forced me into submission. With an eyebrow raised high, Gabby shook her head with a sigh, didn't I say something about this? Isn't this like being completely taken advantage of and still thinking you owe him? You clearly also felt that I benefited from it. Ginger scratched her head, why does your tone make it sound like I got cheated? She had already calmed down from the shock of Barak giving her half of his cultivation power. Gabby narrowed her eyes and looked at the melancholy young girl in front of her, unable to resist patting her shoulder. In terms of cultivation power, you've gained immense fortune, but emotionally speaking, you are no match for Barak. Young girl, take good care of yourself. These words made Ginger feel uneasy inside, yet she showed some defiance on the surface. I'm at least 800 years old, how can I still be considered a young girl? Gabby, I'm 3,000 years old. Fine, I'll be a young girl. Wisely turning her head away, Ginger mumbled, but I'm not foolish, I won't let myself be at a disadvantage. Patting her shoulder, Gabby stretched lazily, I haven't slept well these past few days. Your place is quiet. May I rest here for a while? Sure. Agreeing without hesitation, Ginger sat cross-legged back on the bed, making space for her. You rest here, and I can continue my cultivation. Cultivation? Lying down, Gabby looked at her in confusion. There isn't a trace of immortal chi here. What are you cultivating? Taking out the Baihui bottle and shaking it before her, Ginger said with a self-mocking tone, I belong to him, so I must gain some benefits. Looking at her with a complex expression, Gabby's feelings were quite mixed. How did such a silly girl get tangled up with Barak? Although there was some cuteness to her, she really couldn't figure out how Barak, such a supreme god, could generously give her half of his cultivation power. The room became quiet as Ginger started meditating and regulating her breathing. Gabby lay half asleep, but her mind was still dwelling on this matter. As she pondered, she noticed something unusual nearby. What complex spiritual power? Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of the immortal chi circulating around Ginger's body with the corner of her eye. Water and fire intertwined, even gold, wood, and earth were mixed in, though the latter three weren't very prominent, they indeed existed. All 5 elements complete. Startled, Gabby sat up straight, holding her breath as she observed her seriously. Cultivating multiple paths simultaneously, a realm even Shiloh didn't achieve. How could such a small immortal possess such unique meridians? However, it seemed she was very resistant to the death resentment chi from the netherworld. When Barak gave her half of his cultivation, black chi was included. Her breath regulated, allowing the immortal chi to circle in front of her before every drop of spiritual power returned accurately to her bloodstream, expelling all the death resentment chi. Soon, a layer of dark haze filled the room. Gabby quickly formed hand seals and summoned wind to blow away the resentment chi. But just as it dispersed, the resentment chi expelled by Ginger became dense again. Too fast, Gabby shook her head, keeping her seals intact. Initially, she only wanted to borrow a place to rest, but she hadn't expected to have to expend effort to help. Watching the person on the bed continuously expel resentment chi, Gabby thought that helping her might bring a good cause and effect. Ginger used to lack patience for cultivation. Perhaps due to recent worries or a desire to become stronger quickly, she remained seated in meditation for 3 whole days without opening her eyes once. 3 days later, Barak returned to the mountain water pavilion as promised. The moment he entered, he was startled by the dense death resentment chi in the yard. Supreme God Barak. Standing in the pavilion, Gabby greeted him from afar, looking quite exhausted. She's cultivating. Cultivating? Barak was puzzled and casually absorbed all the death resentment chi in the yard into himself before walking past the pavilion and pushing open the door to enter the room. The resentment chi inside was even heavier. If it weren't for Gabby outside, Barak would have thought a powerful being from the netherworld had attacked. With a wave of his sleeve, the furniture in the room gradually emerged from the black mist, and the bed also became visible. Inside, the person was sitting cross-legged, looking serene, the surrounding black mist dissipating to reveal clear and delicate features, putting his mind at ease. A smile appeared in his eyes. Barak sat by the bed, lightly touching the boundary surrounding her with his right hand. Tinkle. Hearing what sounded like the ringing of silver bells, Ginger woke from her deep meditation, opening her eyes in confusion. You've improved considerably. Seeing the immortal chi surrounding her, Barak nodded. This time when you return, you will be the most powerful immortal in Immortal Sect. Even Stephen will give you some respect. Shoulders slumping, Ginger lowered her eyes, all thanks to you. Why did she still seem unhappy? He narrowed his eyes slightly, reaching out to touch her hair. Ginger swiftly dodged away. Her figure was as quick as a little rabbit, jumping off the bed to stand before him with a calm expression and asking, "Have you finished your business?" His hand froze mid-air, then retracted on its own. Barak was puzzled. Hadn't he already comforted her before leaving? Why did she act so coldly after just a few days? He subconsciously turned his head towards the door. Gabby was standing in the front courtyard. Suddenly sensing his gaze, her hair stood on end, and without thinking, she shook her head. The three moved quickly. With Barak leading the way, they encountered no obstruction and soon left the Netherworld mountain. Barak nodded, his face devoid of any emotion, standing with his hands behind his back. Under the towering black Netherworld mountain, he appeared especially solitary. Behind them, immortal chi followed, which she noticed. She thought that perhaps Barak was not reassured and decided to escort them a bit further. It didn't matter. However, after traveling 10,000 miles through the human world and nearing the Western Sea, the immortal chi still hadn't dissipated. Ginger tried her best to endure it but couldn't help herself and glanced back. Chapter 101. Dusk was falling over the human world, the sky ablaze with a fiery sunset. A beam of light flashed through the evening glow, which on closer inspection resembled a phoenix's tail feather. It wasn't him but the spirit blade that could slay the phoenix. She felt an inexplicable relief and muttered softly, "Does this mean he doesn't trust me, or doesn't trust my cultivation?" Gabby walked lazily, turning his head to glance back upon hearing her words. The blade spirit of the Sifeng Dao followed them. Though Ginger had half of his lifetime cultivation, it was still just cultivation. She knew too few spells. If they encountered someone formidable on the way, it was possible she would be devoured. Barak was quite thoughtful indeed. But, Gabby sighed, this person is truly formidable enough to strike fear into one's heart. A fierce battle had just concluded, and she had lost half of her cultivation. Yet, she could still drive the blade spirit from afar without it dispersing. Just how profound was her cultivation? Ginger knew what Gabby looked like at her most terrifying. So while Gabby marveled, Ginger did not have many thoughts, only steadied her mind before looking towards the faintly visible coastline ahead. "Your home is almost here," she said with a smile, pointing ahead. "Quite beautiful." The Western Sea was vast, stretching boundlessly as far as the eye could see. As they drew near, even the wind carried the briny taste of seawater. Gabby lifted her eyes, her purple irises devoid of ripples. Millimeter. Seeing that she didn't seem to intend to continue moving, Ginger became puzzled. "Are you tired?" "Yes, a little," she said, lowering her eyes. "I will rest for a while. You should return to Immortal Sect for now." Ginger caught the subtle shift in Gabby's mood. Although they were back in the mortal world, Gabby was still enveloped by an aura of death, somber and oppressive, not nearly as carefree as when they first met. After pondering briefly, Ginger snapped her fingers. A flame leaped from her fingertip and landed on the dead branches already stacked nearby, quickly turning into a campfire. The orange-red firelight cast on Gabby's face, instantly making her pale complexion look much better. Satisfied, Ginger conjured 2 small stools, sitting on one herself and placing the other in front of her. Want some grilled corn? Gabby squinted her eyes. Grilled what? Corn. Rubbing her hands together, Ginger cast a spell to search within 1,000 miles. Within the time it took for incense to burn down, she held 2 ears of corn, still in their husks. Peeling off the husk with a smile, Ginger explained, corn brushed with oil and roasted, sprinkled with spices from the western region and finely ground chili pepper, it's a delicious treat. Even immortals need to eat. Gabby's eyes were filled with doubt, even disdain. Eat it yourself then. Ginger nodded, not pressing, gathering everything she needed and began roasting while humming a tune. 2 sticks of incense later. Gabby moved from the tree she leaned against, gracefully sitting on the stool, hands resting on her knees. Without a word, she stared at the roasted corn. Inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, Ginger generously handed over 1 corn covered with spices to her and started gnawing on the other. Gabby finished 3 rows in a bite, the soft and spicy flavors filling her mouth as she squinted her eyes. So, this kind of thing can be eaten. Choked, Ginger asked, what do you mean by this kind of thing? In the past, I ate fish, shrimp, shellfish, and the living souls from corpses. Wiping chili powder from her lips, Gabby replied, never tasted this before. You ate souls? Ginger wrinkled her face, holding the corn hesitantly, unsure if she should continue eating. I thought everything tasted the same, Gabby continued casually after 2 more bites. But this is actually quite good. Finishing the corn quickly, Gabby's purple eyes raised, looking at Ginger. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Ginger handed over her own corn. Thank you. Taking it, Gabby resumed her elegant munching, the heavy aura of death around her seemingly lessening slightly. Leaning her head to the side watching her, Ginger suddenly suggested, if you don't want to return to the Western Sea, why not come back to Tahe Immortal Sect with me? The hand holding the corn stiffened, Gabby chuckled lightly, no need. The Western Sea is my home, I have no reason not to return. Ah, so that was it. It was her misunderstanding. Ginger nodded and found some leeks, eggplants, and pork belly, skewering and continuing to roast them. Gabby ate very fast. Regardless of how much Ginger roasted, it vanished into her stomach in an instant. Night fell, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore became exceptionally clear, though the sea breeze carried the scent of spices and roasted meat. Feeling sleepy, Ginger stuffed the last few skewers into Gabby's hands. Let me sleep for a while. Apart from her cultivation, she really wasn't any different from an ordinary person. Gabby accepted the skewers silently, nodding, then watched her struggle to conjure an ornate and exaggerated canopy bed, along with screens and brocade quilts, finally crawling into bed satisfactorily. In such a desolate place, this extravagant canopy bed looked strange. Such a pampered little girl. Finishing the skewers at a leisurely pace, Gabby wiped her hands dry and quietly stood up, taking half a step toward the elaborately carved bed. A strong surge of immortal aura swept over from behind her, causing her hairs to stand on end. She immediately turned around. The blade spirit of the Phoenix Slayer guarded silently against her, the fire phoenix entwined on the blade seemingly alive, narrowing its eyes threateningly at her. It was quite conscientious. She let out a light snort and reached out toward it. Her hand swiftly brushed over the golden-red spiritual light surrounding it. As expected, a long gash appeared, and even as she tried to stop it with a spell, her dragon blood flowed out continuously. Dragons were noble, especially in the ocean, where all monsters within 100 miles could smell the dragon blood and rushed over. Sherry had just fallen asleep when she sensed danger unexpectedly. The not yet fully integrated immortal power unconsciously surged outward. Boom. The dark night sky was torn open by the golden-red immortal power, and the surging monsters seemed to scatter like waves crashing on the shore. Gabby, now possessing a divine rank, was not harmed. Standing still, she looked toward the direction of the coast, clearly seeing an acquaintance heavily injured by this immortal power, pitifully sprawled on the reef. Slightly curling her lips, Gabby sighed softly, pitiful. That person trembled with anger, struggling back into the sea. Sherry struggled to retract the immortal aura and asked in puzzlement, what happened? Walking around the screen, Gabby pressed her lips together, somewhat uneasily saying, it's fine, but the wind here is strong. You won't sleep well, so we might as well travel through the night back. Snuggling under the quilt, Sherry yawned, saying softly, I can't walk anymore. I'll take you. Letting out a soft hum, she pouted, I'm not legless, do they think I can't find the way? No worries, I'll rest for 2 hours and go back myself. Forget 2 hours, she might not be able to rest until even before 2 incense sticks burn out. Gabby shook her head, raised her hand to form a spell, intending to summon clouds to send her off. However, her spiritual power had already been restricted. After forming spells for a while, she finally saw the shadow of clouds, but the sound of waves had also become louder. Chapter 102 The Dragon Clan. Whoosh. A wave crashed against the reef with a deafening roar. Ginger was startled, her eyes wide as she gripped the blanket's edge and peered out. Why does this wind suddenly carry such a heavy fishy smell? Gabby swiftly gathered up Sue and without a word placed her on it along with the blanket. Someone has come from the sea to meet me, so naturally, they bring that smell with them. You should leave now, it's late, and they won't have time to entertain you. With that, she clapped her hands, and Sue unsteadily flew off toward the east with Ginger. How dare you harm someone in my Western Sea? Why would I run away after doing so? A furious roar came from the sea, followed by a streak of light shooting through the night sky straight at Ginger. Gabby took a breath, lifting her hand to respond, but didn't expect the young girl to react even faster, batting the beam back with a swift slap. Boom. It was like a bolt of lightning had struck the earth. Crabs and shrimps that had just climbed ashore were thrown into disarray once again. The attacker froze, then a golden dragon roared out from the sea. Thunder and lightning raged over the sea as fierce winds whipped up. Blown by the gale, Ginger could not open her eyes, so she simply landed from Sue and tugged on Gabby's sleeve. Who is that? Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Gabby lowered her gaze. My father. The Lord of the Western Sea, Caden. Ginger understood but was still puzzled. Why does he seem to be glaring at me? He wasn't just seeming to. The massive golden dragon hovered in the sky, its dragon eyes fixed intensely on her. If it weren't for her effortless and powerful counterattack earlier, Caden would have already brought his claws down on her. Why did you severely injure my son? He asked in a grave tone. Ginger turned, looking blankly at Gabby's injured hand. I caused this. He isn't talking about me, Gabby said, lips pressed together. He means Princess Gabby of the Western Sea. Her blood had flowed, and Gabby, being nearby, smelled it and rushed over. As expected, she was gravely injured by Ginger's divine aura when they met, falling back into the sea. Seeing her drop into the water like that must have been what infuriated Caden. After all these years, Caden still favored Gabby so much. Gabby chuckled bitterly, pulling her hand behind her back. She whispered, you can't match him, don't retaliate. I'll cover you, and you leave first. Ginger nodded, then shook her head. If I leave after injuring someone, what will happen to you? Gabby didn't answer, only pushing her backward. Ginger frowned, glancing at the circling golden dragon in the sky, pondered for a moment, and then stepped forward past Gabby. O King Dragon, your majesty, I did not notice your daughter appearing there, nor did I know how I hurt her. Enraged, Caden snorted, not taking human form and roaring directly at her. The dragon's roar could damage one's internal organs, even for a deity like Ginger, who hurriedly formed a protective seal. Gabby rushed forward, speaking loudly, Father, calm down. She is from the Lee clan immortal sect. Caden paused, sneering coldly. Is my esteemed Western Sea princess inferior to a mere disciple of the Lee clan? Invading my Western Sea and harming my princess, if we reported this to Lord Barrack, it would still not be my fault. But Gabby opened her mouth. Caden looked at her, his eyes half closed. All these years later, you're still siding with outsiders. Since you've descended into the underworld, why have you returned? Her fingertips tightened, and Gabby resumed her cold expression, her violet eyes calm. Just passing by. Disgusted, Caden turned away, increasing the intensity of his dragon roar instead of looking at her. Bang! The defensive barrier Ginger had just formed shattered abruptly. She stared, incredulous, at her hands. Even with Barrack's power enhancement, it couldn't be defended against. In the next instant, the overwhelming roar washed over her like a tidal wave. Her ears buzzed, and her mind went blank. Seeing this, Caden breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this person wasn't very formidable. Perhaps her previous easy defense was due to other reasons. Years of dominance over the Western Sea, coupled with suppression from the Nine Heavens, had made the dragons somewhat bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing a soft target, Caden became more aggressive, his golden aura bursting forth with murderous intent, ready to level the entire coastline. Startled by the roar, Ginger didn't have time to react. Gabby watched the incoming beam coldly, guessing that he hadn't spared her either, and stood in front of Ginger, summoning her own frail defensive barrier. Golden light crashed against the barrier like arrows piercing through shattered glass. Gabby pressed her lips together, closing her eyes resignedly. A deafening sound echoed across the world, the whole coastline trembling. Mountains collapsed in the distance, and the waves rose 10 jong high. Ginger, shaken, lost her balance and stumbled, landing on something not too hard or painful. It even reached out to embrace her. Amidst the buzzing, Ginger heard a familiar grunt. She froze, instinctively reaching out to grab the person's sleeve. The golden light dissipated, revealing Gabby standing unscathed. She glanced down at herself several times, then looked up at the golden dragon in the sky. Caden seemed to have noticed something and froze. A thought flashed through her mind, and Gabby abruptly turned around. Just as she had expected. Barrack was kneeling on one knee, holding Ginger in his left arm and gently soothing her with divine energy, tenderly healing her ears and internal organs with slow, unhurried movements, without even glancing at Caden once. Around him, there were traces of exploded golden light, yet only the area they were in remained intact while the surrounding coastline was already submerged by seawater. For some reason, Gabby let out a soft laugh. She had warned Caden, now that he wouldn't listen, what could be done? Clearly confused by Barrack's sudden appearance, Caden paused for a moment before hurriedly assuming human form, landing beside Gabby on a cloud and bowing respectfully. I did not know an exalted deity was here. I failed to welcome you properly. Barrack remained silent, carefully examining Ginger's injuries before slowly raising his head. You harmed my people. As soon as these words were spoken, even the mighty Dragon King of the Western Sea couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He wanted to explain that the girl had struck first, but everyone knew Barrack's temperament. Arguing with him was worse than admitting fault. But where had he gone wrong? And who was this person? Filled with dissatisfaction, Caden finally reluctantly replied, this little King Erd, failing to recognize your greatness. Yet my daughter lost 3 of her 7 souls to her. Where is your daughter? Barrack asked. Caden hastily performed a hand seal, summoning Gabby. Indeed severely injured, Gabby could barely stand, collapsing onto the shore and weakly lifting her head. Upon seeing Gabby, she was about to lodge a complaint. Barak raised his hand, moving so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, the remaining 4 souls of Gabby were also in his grasp. Father! Gabby's soul screamed in terror. Chapter 103. Startled, Caden was about to raise his hand to save her when Barak tightened his grip, and Gabby's soul fragment instantly dissipated into ashes. Your Excellency, calm your wrath. Caden dared not move, only saying urgently, this matter is indeed not my daughter's fault. Your Excellency is no unreasonable person, so why? He looked at the dissipating soul fragment of his beloved daughter and was too heartbroken to continue. Gabby was the most beloved daughter of Caden, having stayed by his side from hatching to becoming a dragon. For her sake, Caden even sent away the newborn Gabby, all because Tortoise Immortal had divined that Gabby's fate would suppress Gabby's. He poured thousands of years of paternal love into Gabby. Even with Barak standing right in front of him, he wanted to protect Gabby. However, Barak's eyes were completely indifferent as he glanced at him as if looking at a speck of dust. Not her fault. A chill ran down Caden's spine as he gritted his teeth and cupped his hands together. Your Excellency can discern clearly. My daughter was just playing by the seaside when she was severely injured without reason by one of your disciples. Barak nodded. So? What more could there be? It was obvious who was right and wrong here. Even if Caden did not bow to admit fault, at least let Gabby's soul fragments be released. Getting anxious, Caden wiped the sweat off his forehead. An eye for an eye. These juniors have all been injured, can we call it quits? An eye for an eye. Savoring these words, Barak put away the light in his hand and stood up holding Ginger. It won't work. He said softly, what sort of thing is this that you want to offset against the treasure of the Lee family? As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 remaining soul fragments shattered with a pop. On the ground, Gabby turned pale immediately, her limbs stiffened. My child. Caden roared, pinching his seal to gather the shattered soul fragments regardless of everything else. The soul fragments dissipated extremely quickly. He managed to retain a few, his eyes red with anger, no longer caring whether the person before him was an exalted being or not, and shouted out loud, I, Caden, only have this one daughter. You are too tyrannical. Gabby stood quietly beside, trembling slightly at these words, her eyelids dropping, seemingly hearing nothing, completely indifferent. Ginger barely recovered her senses and was frightened by the scene. She didn't expect Barak to be so unreasonable, killing without hesitation. Gabby was a princess of the Western Sea, wasn't this deliberately provoking? Sure enough, Caden couldn't tolerate it. He reformed into a golden dragon and attacked fiercely. What are you doing? She clutched his robe anxiously. Barak held her in one hand, retreating swiftly, dodging Caden's attack, and raised his hand to conjure a huge wave that sent the entire dragon back into the sea. He hurt you. He didn't lower his head, his greyish eyes calmly looking ahead, but a murderous aura already lingered in his eyes. Ginger felt helpless and asked, why did you suddenly come here? Barak remained silent, his lips tightly pressed together. After a long while, he replied, it wasn't sudden. He had been following them all along, watching them chattering on their journey, stopping and starting, and also seeing them roasting things by the seaside. She gave all the roasted corn to Gabby, which made him very uncomfortable. So, he turned his head and contacted Bruce via divine communication to deal with official matters. He hadn't expected her to be bullied in the blink of an eye. Yes, no matter who did it or how it happened, she was injured, which meant others had bullied him. Feeling awkward, Ginger watched the lines of his jaw, unsure what to say, hesitating for a while before softly speaking, you didn't bring Elise. Why should I bring her? Barak snorted. She's only useful in the underworld. Useful? Ginger blinked in confusion, just wondering if his words were too heartless, when she sensed Caden surging out of the sea again. The rage of a dragon king overturned the seas and rivers. Ginger glanced at the nearby village and frowned. It seemed Barak knew what she was thinking. He lifted his hand, sending Caden back into the sea and erected a barrier to push back the towering waves. How cool. Ginger intended to admire this in her heart but inadvertently spoke aloud. The man holding her smirked slightly and then slowed his movements. Caden, dazed and furious, surged out of the sea again. Lee. Before he could finish, he was hit back once more, this time with great force but not much immortal power, leaving him unharmed yet still unable to rise. In fact, Barak played with him, neither injuring him nor letting him out of the sea, pushing him back every time he emerged. This was humiliating. Caden was furious, trying to leap out of the water in different places. An hour passed, and Ginger was forced to praise the exalted being until her throat was dry, yet Caden still couldn't reach the shore. You are unreasonable. Buried in the sea, Caden finally couldn't bear it and broke down, roaring. Barak looked calmly, reaching out to rub the top of the head of the person in his arms. A supreme deity is unreasonable. If they were reasonable, how could they be a supreme deity? Caden stopped talking. A wave came and took away Gabby's body. The sea was turbulent, but soon it gradually calmed down. Gabby watched the scene unfold, then lightly clapped her hands and stepped on the cloud to fly up to Barak and Ginger. Thank you, she said softly. Ginger poked her head out, puzzled. What for? Gabby didn't reply, her eyelids drooping, looking quite uneasy. Barak glanced at her and said coldly, apologize. Ginger froze, instinctively holding him back. Apologize for what? Don't scare her, she's my friend. Barak raised an eyebrow without further explanation. Gabby, however, was straightforward and immediately bowed. I'm sorry. It was her momentary whimsy. Knowing Gabby was nearby, she wanted to use Ginger's immortal power to hurt her but hadn't expected such a huge trouble would arise. If not for Barak, today she might not have been able to protect Ginger. Ginger was confused, frowning and grabbing Barak's clothes. You can be mean to me, but why bully others? When have I ever been mean to you? Barak looked down at her. Many times. Ginger pouted, but you're a supreme deity, so if you're mean, it's okay. How could anyone be so adorable even when being unreasonable? Perhaps feeling too relaxed, Gabby actually laughed. Ginger looked at her with a wrong word, maybe should be grievance or frustration. You weren't like this earlier. Watch over Barak. She couldn't say the second half, as Gabby quickly interrupted. We shouldn't stay here long, Your Excellency, please follow. Barak regained his composure, summoned a cloud to carry Ginger away from the Western Sea, with Gabby following behind. Once they left the boundary of the Western Sea, Gabby stopped and saluted. Please take your time, I have matters to attend to and will not disturb further. Ginger turned her head, waving her hand at her, then frowned at the person still holding her. I'm fine now, you can put me down. I know. If you know, why don't you let go? Barak chuckled, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. If I don't want to let go, what are you going to do about it? Chapter 104. Strands of his ink-black hair, loosely tied, still carried the dew from the night, mingled with the scent of grass wafted by the wind, which was rather soothing. Amanita wanted to argue back, but seeing Barak's less-than-good complexion reminded her of how he had protected her without a second thought just now. That held back her words. Pouting, she muttered, why did you have the time to follow so far? What about the people from Yuming? Which one do you want to ask about? Who else? Her voice grew quieter. Lady Alice. The hands holding her paused slightly, and Barak looked down, puzzled. Why do you still care about her? It's not like I care. Turning her head away vaguely, Amanita said awkwardly, just asking. Feeling deceived, Barak frowned in displeasure. She told me you were angry with me and wanted to comfort you. She couldn't send you straight back to Stephen Immortal Sect, so she decided to follow you all the way to find an opportunity to meet you. If you saw her, you wouldn't be angry anymore. She lied to me. Amanita blinked blankly. Her? Why would Alice teach him how to soothe people? The daughters of Yuming are indeed cunning. Stopping his floating clouds, Barak turned around. Let's go back to settle accounts with her. Hey, don't. Pulling at his sleeve, Amanita wanted to laugh yet was puzzled. Could you first explain what's going on? With a gloomy face, Barak recounted to the person in his arms what Alice had told him inside the boundary, finally speaking coldly. If she lied to me, I'll make her suffer tenfold shoulder-piercing pain. Amanita. Feeling a sudden breeze blow away the cloud that had been hanging over her head, Amanita felt both amused and perplexed. So you used the dipper transformation technique to heal her because of this? Barak was silent, looking somewhat regretful. Amanita chuckled, shaking her head. You should have said so earlier. Seeing her small face brighten up again, Barak raised his eyebrows and experimentally lowered his head, letting his chin gently brush against her forehead. She didn't dodge him this time, only whispering something before tilting her head to rub against him as well. Feeling relieved, Barak suddenly hugged her tightly. Hey. Amanita struggled immediately. I can't breathe. Though she said that, she smiled, feeling the sunlight pierce through the overcast sky that had lasted for days, rubbing her soft cheeks against his face back and forth. It wasn't very comfortable, but it seemed like he was hugging her so hard out of fear of losing her. Even if she knew it wasn't the case, Amanita felt very happy. The sky lit up with the light of dawn. Because an upper god was pleased, today's morning glow was especially brilliant like fire. Gabby stood on an unknown mountain peak, her pale greenish-white face slightly reddened by the distant sunrise. Looking at it admiringly, her eyes were filled with contentment. Rustling. Someone stepped on the dry leaves atop the mountain, slowly approaching her. Seeming to know who was coming, Gabby neither turned nor ran but let him bind her with the spirit rope again, still gazing at the golden light on the opposite mountain tip without blinking. Beautiful, isn't it? Gaspard asked with a smile. Still not turning around, Gabby combed her disheveled hair with her hand and narrowed her eyes slightly. Didn't think you could withstand daylight too? Clutching his chest sadly, Gaspard sighed. At least I'm the crown prince of Yuming. How can I be like ordinary soldiers who fear light? Then there was no need for you to come here, Gabby sneered. After sunrise, I will return on my own. I am not at ease. Gently stroking her hair, Gaspard's eyes were full of tenderness. This place is too close to where that person is. I cannot be at ease. Gabby carried the unique charm poison of Yuming. If she stayed away from Yuming for more than 3 days, she would dissipate. Gaspard knew she was smart and would certainly return on time, but he was also afraid that she might go mad enough to forsake even her life. In the end, I lost. He sighed and kissed the top of her head. You're not afraid of death, but I fear you dying. Gabby laughed lightly, her eyes devoid of any warmth. The farthest mountain she could see was where Shiloh was meditating. She didn't know why she insisted on coming here before stopping. It was clearly impossible and she already hated him deeply. Fool. Withdrawing her gaze, she stood up, shook off Gaspard's hand, and stepped onto her floating cloud again. Glancing at her swaying cloud, Gaspard shook his head and picked her up gently, his voice as gentle as water. Since I'm here, why are you putting on such a strong front? Not struggling or placing her hand on his shoulder, Gabby seemed like a wooden beauty, passively allowing him to carry her onto his cloud, numb and compliant. However, just as Gaspard's cloud ascended into the air, dark clouds and lightning surged within 100 miles. Crack. A massive bolt of lightning pierced the sky not far from him. Gaspard paused, and the expression in his eyes changed. Reacting quickly, he formed a barrier and attempted to land with Gabby, But the lightning, as if imbued with intelligence, chased after them, forcing him to dodge left and right until they eventually landed on the waist of a mountain. Taking a deep breath, Gaspard had anger in his eyes, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. After all, I am an upper god. Why resort to such dishonorable methods? It would be better to come out and meet us. The erratic lightning stopped, and gale-force winds roared through the forest, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. But after a while, no immortal aura emerged from the surroundings. Gabby stepped down from Gaspard's arms, her eyes betraying no emotion. He won't come out. He simply dislikes us obstructing his view and will leave directly. Gaspard hesitated to speak, finally showing a smile as he waved his sleeve. All right, you go ahead, and I'll follow behind. Gabby nodded and flew eastward on her cloud, with Gaspard rising up afterward. Indeed, no more thunderbolts fell from the sky. Full of mockery, Gabby almost laughed coldly, feeling desolate inside as if someone had poured a bucket of ice shards into her heart. As they were about to leave the territory of those divine mountains, she couldn't hold back and said, "Mortals don't need to remain faithful forever, and immortals even less so." Gaspard thought she was speaking to him, puzzled, just about to ask, when he suddenly caught a whiff of immortal energy. "I never asked you to remain faithful." A white robe fluttered with the wind, and someone yawned, completely nonchalant. "Princess, please don't misunderstand." Her heart tightened, Gabby clenched her fists, taking 2 deep breaths before slowly raising her eyes. Shiloh had been in seclusion for a long time, his demonic aura significantly diminished, making him appear quite ethereal and dignified. But one glance from him brought back memories of countless intimate moments between them, urging her to sneer again. "Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Lord Immortal." Steadily looking at her, Shiloh lightly mocked, "I did not emerge from seclusion. My thoughts were disturbed by the two of you, so I had to come out to greet my guests." His floating form was not physical. Chapter 105. The wind swept over his robes, curling around the slightly disheveled lapels before continuing on its way. Gabby looked at Shiloh. It was impossible that she did not have a knot in her heart, but seeing him now, she didn't feel as angry as she had imagined. Her purple eyes quietly scanned the divine aura surrounding him and felt a tinge of emotion. "If you hadn't come out, Supreme God, this period of seclusion would have advanced you to another level." Shiloh's face showed neither smile nor frown, revealing no thoughts as he said, "At my level, advancement is no easy feat. I'm currently stuck at the 7th stage of transcendence and need assistance to break through." Gabby's lashes flickered, looking bewilderedly at him. Gaspard, who had been silent, could finally no longer hold back. He stepped forward and took Gabby's hand. "She and I have urgent matters to return home. We won't disturb Supreme God's cultivation any longer." "Home?" Shiloh lifted his eyelids, lazily looking at him. Gaspard did not shy away, meeting his gaze with a smile that remained as warm as spring breezes. "Surely Supreme God isn't going to act like a rogue from the mortal world, asking for payment after passing through these hallowed grounds?" "Not quite." His gaze slid down to the binding rope still tied around Gabby, his eyes filled with mockery. "I just want to ask if Princess Gabby is willing to help me with this favor." Gaspard's grip tightened on Gabby's hand, loosening only moments later when he realized how hard he was squeezing. Was there any doubt about whether Gabby would agree? Since the moment he met her, Gaspard knew she harbored an obsession that had sustained her as she crawled out of the 10,000 ghost pit, surviving even after her soul was severely injured. Initially, Gaspard thought she felt the same hate as he did. But compared to his straightforward hatred, her feelings toward Shiloh were hesitant, and sometimes, he even sensed lingering affection. That's why he didn't want her to leave the underworld. If it weren't for her desire for revenge or the constant melancholy, he wouldn't have let her return to the human world. He had indeed been too soft-hearted, leading to this major mistake. His lips pressed into a thin line, Gaspard opened his mouth to reject the request before Gabby could respond. However, Gabby spoke first, her voice bright and clear. "Help?" Smiling awkwardly at first, then gradually more naturally, Gabby lifted her eyes, looking deeply into Shiloh's, and replied earnestly, "I am unwilling." Gaspard froze, unable to control his surprised expression as he stared at her. Shiloh remained unperturbed, as if expecting this answer, impatiently flicking his sleeves. "I've never been a good person. I disregard celestial laws and don't care about favors. Asking already shows courtesy. Your willingness means little to me." With that, he waved his hand, pulling Gabby into his arms from Gaspard's grasp. Caught off guard, Gaspard's expression darkened, summoning his magical weapon to fight back. The mortal world wasn't a good place, especially under such brilliant morning sunlight. If he had any sense, he should have left earlier. However, Shiloh was infuriating, and relinquishing Gabby, a mere fragment of a soul, might mean never seeing her again. Without further ado, Gaspard flew forward to attack. Morning mist swirled around the immortal mountain, bird songs and animal cries creating a serene atmosphere, yet the sky above was filled with lightning and thunder, lively and tumultuous. Initially, Gabby worried about Gaspard's soul being harmed, but after several exchanges, she noticed something strange. Whose soul could detect warmth while holding someone? Though Shiloh was always icy cold, the sensation was different from a soul without flesh and blood. She was too familiar with this feeling, realizing quickly that this was his true body. Gaspard fought fiercely, growing increasingly frustrated as he was forced to retreat step by step. A soul typically possessed only 1/7 the power of its true self. Could he really be defeated by less than a seventh of Shiloh? Enough. In the midst of intense combat, Gabby frowned, her gaze fixed on Gaspard. "I'll return in a few days." "You should leave now." Gaspard's eyes reddened, breathing heavily, veins throbbing on his temples. "Are you still unable to let him go?" This wasn't about letting go or not. Gabby shook her head. If we keep fighting, you'll be seriously injured. Given your intelligence, you should see the situation clearly. Indeed, Gaspard was known for his strategic thinking, never acting recklessly. By logic, he should have stopped after the third exchange. Yet, seeing Shiloh's mocking expression, he couldn't bear it. There was no reason, just pure frustration. Snap. Divine energy and demonic energy collided, bursting into a flower-like mist in the air. Gaspard pulled back, his translucent form illuminated by the radiant morning sun. Gabby watched in silence, feeling some pity. Resigning herself, she formed seals and cast a 1,000-mile earth escape spell, sending him away. Oh. The person holding her from behind chuckled softly by her ear. You're that afraid I'll hurt him? Supreme God must also be at your wit's end. Without turning her head, Gabby kept her eyes down. After enough torture, you should go into seclusion. I can guard for you for 2 days. His lips slightly pursed. Shiloh squinted and twirled her long hair. 2 days? Only 2 days. Are you that unwilling to part with him? He sneered. I thought you suffered in the underworld, and I felt a little pity for you. Thank you, Supreme God. Reaching out to untie the binding rope, Gabby expressionlessly led him back to the cultivation cave halfway up the mountain. Shiloh stared at her without blinking, then laughed again when he noticed how much thinner she had become. You didn't eat or sleep because of Burton's death, right? This man always spoke like this, liking to rip open his own wounds and enjoying making others uncomfortable along with him. If it were before, Gabby would have felt disgusted hearing this. She owed nothing to Burton, and his death wouldn't make her sad. To her, except for Shiloh, everyone else's life and death was determined by fate. But now, having lived too uncomfortably in the underworld, such things no longer bothered her, not really. After being cast down from the 9 heavens, I slept well and ate many lives. Later, after falling into the 10,000 ghost pit and being devoured soul by soul, my divine aura became hard to maintain, so I lost weight. Her breath slightly hitched, and the light in Shiloh's eyes dimmed. Are you complaining to me? Not exactly. Helping him sit on the stone bed, Gabby smiled faintly. I've never tasted anything sweet in my life, so I don't know what bitterness is either. It's just some casual talk. If Supreme God doesn't want to hear it, I'll stop. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Shiloh pursed his lips and said with a serious face, guard for me. In 10 days, I will be fully recovered. Sorry, only 2 days. She shook her head. If you're not here after 10 days, you won't find peace even if you go back to the underworld. Ignoring her words, Shiloh sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Chapter 106. In 10 days, she might not even have a soul left. Watching the barrier close before her, Gabby sneered, disdain evident in her gaze. Her dragon scales were already given to him. When she fell from the heavens, he didn't even spare her a glance. So why should she risk her life guarding for him now? She had already experienced the hell pit. How could she still be so naive? Shaking her head, she turned around, made a seal, and resolved that no matter what happened in 2 days, she was determined to return to the netherworld. Silence enveloped the mountain waste as dawn broke. Outside, the storm had ceased. Gabby quickly focused, merging her remaining spiritual energy with Shiloh's barrier. Initially, everything went smoothly. Guarding was simple, just preventing outside attacks and gathering more celestial chi for him to breathe in. However, after a few hours, Gabby sensed something was amiss. If Shiloh were cultivating and breaking through, he wouldn't need so little celestial chi. She had only gathered 3 parts of the essence from the surrounding immortal mountain, expecting it to last an hour, but even after 3 hours, the array was still brimming with celestial chi. She thought Shiloh wasn't cultivating, but focusing, she saw him clearly meditating on a stone bed, his spiritual energy circulating normally without any abnormalities. Something was wrong. For such a high god to be circulating this little spiritual energy during cultivation meant, unless he hadn't fully recovered from serious injuries. With a slight movement, Gabby placed one of her souls inside the barrier. Shiloh, eyes closed, looked less aggressive, his pale lips revealing signs of weakness. If there was any doubt earlier, now Gabby understood. No wonder he said 10 days. It was impossible for someone at the high god level to break through in 10 days, but if he concentrated on healing, recovering from some injuries was plausible. Barak was busy with his own affairs, so he couldn't have fought Shiloh recently. Then who else could have injured him like this? Frowning, she took a few steps closer, reaching out to gently touch his brow. Shiloh was undergoing Julu, where deities must relive their most painful moments thrice to heal themselves. Thus, even if touched, he wouldn't wake up. Realizing this, Gabby became bolder, her index finger brushing over his brow bone, a mix of longing and reluctance. Suddenly, a bird call came from outside the barrier. Gabby snapped back to reality and swiftly caught the bird approaching the barrier. Ally, the tongue spirit bird screamed upon landing in her hands. This was Khan's prized possession. Why was it here? Gabby frowned, inspecting it closely and noticing a piece of fabric hanging from its claws. I was heading to the heavenly gate to report, but encountered deity Kathy and was forced to deliver this message. Princess of the Western Sea, please don't blame me. The tongue spirit bird pleaded. Kathy heard the message from Gaspard and asked me to inquire if you need help. This was the most spiritually endowed bird in the heavens, rumored to convey human thoughts when perched on one's shoulder. Gabby sized it up and then placed it on her shoulder. Its dark eyes rolled, and the tongue spirit bird sighed. Since you're here voluntarily, Kathy doesn't need to worry about you. It really understands. Gabby raised an eyebrow. The tongue spirit bird, like losing its feathers, retorted, you divine beings have your ways, and we birds have ours. We're all gods, so don't look down on birds. Apologies. Removing the fabric from its claws and tucking it away, Gabby's gaze shifted toward the person within the barrier. Since you're here, she smiled, could you do me a favor? Startled, the tongue spirit bird flapped its wings. I already have too much work to do. Don't worry, it will only take a moment. Gently stroking its head, Gabby brought it into Shiloh's barrier and whispered softly, after all these years, I only ask for the truth. He won't speak, so you tell me. Seeing whom the array protected, the tongue spirit bird flapped even harder, spare my life. In the heavens, who doesn't know that your affection is unreciprocated? Why be so persistent? What if hearing its message made her furious and it got roasted? It was just a bird, it didn't want to get involved in the grievances between high gods. Gripping it firmly, Gabby's smile grew cold. If you wish to leave alive, stop flapping those wings and stand still. Gak. The tongue spirit bird squawked indignantly, force doesn't make sweetness. You fell from the heavens, and high god Shiloh never showed up. Why insist on? I must hear it. Her eyes slightly red, Gabby placed it on Shiloh's shoulder. I trust no one but him. The bird's claws grabbed Shiloh's shoulder, and its complaints abruptly stopped. It shook its little head and opened its mouth, saying only one word, pain. Gabby paused, confused, and asked, where does it hurt? The tongue spirit bird ignored her and muttered to itself, brother, I'm sorry. Pain. It wasn't her fault. It's my mistake. These scattered words gave a rough idea of what Shiloh was enduring. For Shiloh, the greatest pain still came from Burton's death. After all, he was the one Shiloh respected most. Others might not know this, but Gabby did. Shiloh, an extreme and even perverted deity, had been pulled back by Burton just as he was about to fall into madness. For tens of thousands of years, whenever Shiloh's emotions were unstable, he would kneel before Burton and meditate through it. To other deities, Burton was a useless person, but to Shiloh, Burton was half of his pillar of support. So when she married Burton, Shiloh didn't stop her. Gabby was grateful to Burton. If not for his kind words, Shiloh might never have accepted her. Lowering her eyes, Gabby caught the tongue spirit bird that kept repeating these phrases. Shivering its feathers in distress, the tongue spirit bird complained, I can only read thoughts, things he doesn't think about, I can't read. Feeling a bit low, Gabby pinched it without saying anything more. Wanting to leave but unable to, the tongue spirit bird became overwhelmed. Princess, let me tell you something you don't know, just one thing. Will you let me go after you hear it? Gabby ignored it and remained silent. Unable to hold it in, the tongue spirit bird flapped its wings. On the day you fell from the heavens, high god Shiloh willingly endured the 1,000 cuts punishment from the DUI family's daughter. Whether he originally wanted to save you or not, I don't know, but hearing this should make you feel better. Her grip loosened, and the tongue spirit bird dashed out of the barrier, flying far away in relief. Gabby's eyelashes trembled, and she forced a smile. It gives me a way to delude myself. She turned her head, looking at the person lying on the stone bed with closed eyes, suddenly feeling very tired. Chapter 107. If only one person in a tangled relationship struggles desperately for an outcome, then it doesn't really matter whether the result is sought or not. Even if the tongue spirit bird stood on his shoulder today and said he has always thought of her, when Shiloh wakes up, nothing will change. He would still not openly accept her, and she would still be unable to soothe years of grievances. So why bother? She shook her head in self-mockery. Gabby stepped out of the barrier and focused on guarding Shiloh. Immortal energy entwined around the barrier, being slowly consumed by the person inside. As days passed with the sun rising and setting, 2 days flashed by quickly. Gabby checked the time, rose, and withdrew her spiritual power to leave. However, with Shiloh seriously injured, without her protection, the barrier seemed extremely fragile, like a thin layer of glass that could be broken by any powerful monster coming by to feast on his essence. Eyeing the barrier coldly, Gabby murmured, even if I stay, there's no guarantee I can protect you until your recovery. Though she said this, her steps clearly paused. She raised her head, squinted to look at the clouds rolling endlessly in the sky, standing there without moving forward. Barak brought Allison back to Stephen Immortal Sect and collided with Harry, who came out to greet them as soon as they landed. Allison. Seeing her, Harry quickened his pace, about to reach out but was stopped by a fiery red sleeve. His pupils constricted. Instinctively, Harry pressed the sword at his waist. When sending messages to Zhou people, he had considered this. If Bray Gong sent people down to exterminate him, peace would reign. But if not, he might endanger the entire sect. Since Barak was still here, it meant he overestimated the gods of Zhou. Pale-faced, Harry looked up at him squarely. I take full responsibility for my actions. If you want to blame someone, this life of mine is yours. Allison was puzzled about why her senior reached out to block Harry until she heard these words. Her heart tightened slightly. She furtively sized up Barak's expression and, seeing he wasn't visibly enraged, quickly grabbed his sleeve. It's windy here, shall we talk inside? Barak didn't respond, his face indifferent, eyes showing a hint of killing intent. Yet, despite her pleading glances, her senior brother remained stubbornly blocking the door. Taking advantage of the amicable demeanor shown on the way, Allison mustered courage, hugged his arm, and laughed at Harry. Senior brother, don't be nervous. He's not here to settle accounts. Harry clearly didn't believe it. In times of chaos among the three realms, how could an upper god come here for a vacation? Yes, Allison chuckled awkwardly. This season, our back mountain corn is especially sweet. The upper god has been busy lately, so he's here to rest and have some corn. Junior sister, Harry interrupted her, you don't need to sacrifice yourself to protect the sect. Every entity has its own fate. Who sacrificed herself? Allison held her forehead. Her senior brother, usually easygoing, yet turned stubborn upon encountering her senior, impervious to persuasion. She sighed deeply, pouted, I just recovered from injury and traveled all this way. I want to eat some corn and spare rib soup. Harry's eyes softened as he finally turned to look at her. You were injured? Yes. Nodding hard, Allison said wistfully, if we don't go into rest soon, I might lose my balance. Saying that, she leaned heavily on Barrack's arm. Barrack felt agitated, seeing Harry annoyed him. Though he didn't plan to confront him in front of Allison, it still irked him. If not for this person suddenly leaning on him, he might have already acted. Let's go. Carrying her weight, Barrack ignored Harry, walking past him into the sect gate. Harry wanted to stop him again, hoping to resolve everything outside to avoid involving their master and juniors, but Barrack was too fast. By the time he reacted, the two had already crossed the last step of the entrance. Upper God, Allison looked at him cautiously, if you're busy, perhaps you should just bring me here. We've arrived at the sect gate, I'll be safe. Barrack indifferently replied, lifting his gaze to the lush bamboo groves beside him, it doesn't matter to me, but Caden isn't someone broad-minded. If your sect can handle him, I'll leave. He made as if to step away. Oh, Allison quickly grabbed both his arms, eyebrows furrowed together, will Caden find us here? Barrack nodded. Unable to fight alone, he turned and ran, but once he rallied more dragons and returned, it would be unknown what awaited. Allison stomped her foot in frustration, then why come back? Let's return directly to Shongbing Palace. Glancing at her sideways, Barrack scoffed, can we even return to Shongbing Palace? It seems so. Since Duke Bray has descended into the Netherworld, the upper realms must have made preparations, just waiting for them to fall into the trap. Chaos reigns in the Netherworld, it might not withstand the attack of the dragons. So, her face fell, did you deliberately bring me here? Her heart skipped a beat. Barrack shook his head without hesitation. No, I just thought of this after landing. Hardly. Allison let go of his hand and pressed her lips together. How far-sighted he is, planning everything step by step. Only her immortal sect in the world can be returned to with a defensive barrier, so that's why he came. Feeling lighter in his hand, Barrack grew more agitated. You don't trust me? Not that. She waved her hand without confidence and turned away. I'll find the immortal master and let them prepare. She had barely taken half a step when she felt a grip around her waist. Barrack pulled her back against his chest, speaking coldly, there's no need for them to prepare. As long as I'm here, no one can touch your sect. Not sure if she should believe him, Allison sighed. You've just lost your cultivation. Even if he wanted to protect, could he do it perfectly? The joints of his fingers tingled. Barrack rubbed his forehead angrily. What to do when his own person doubts his cultivation? Waiting in the immortal sect is very anxious. Giving her half of his cultivation was less about losing it and more about allocating it himself. Thus, the subsequent resentment could be absorbed more easily. He was the most talented upper god, no one understood cultivation better than him. But these things couldn't be explained in detail to her. Rubbing her hair, Barrack loosened his hold, then led her on toward the sect. Allison followed his steps heavily. The last time he came here, his killing intent was rampant, forcing the cultivators into a sorry state. So this time, just sensing his immortal aura, all the apprentices in Stephen Immortal sect gathered in the square, clutching immature immortal weapons, ready for battle. The Stephen Immortal Master also emerged, watching the lingering dark clouds in the sky, solemnly casting a spell towards the mountain gate. Chapter 108. Harry had informed the Nine Heavens and sought someone to descend into the Netherworld to vanquish demons, and Stephen knew about this and had tacitly agreed. Thus, when Harry left, Stephen had anticipated that Barrack might come knocking on their door again. He had only hoped against hope that if destiny had changed, Barrack would rest eternally in the Netherworld, thereby ensuring peace for the world. Unfortunately, an overgod was still an overgod. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Stephen's white beard quivered, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance, and he tightened his hand seal, ready for the moment the person appeared. Put me down, I have legs, you know. A childish voice complained. A crimson robe swept past the gateway as disheveled black hair fluttered in the breeze. Lowering his gaze from beneath the tangled strands, Barrack muttered with slight disdain, your eyes are nearly closed. But put me down first, I can lead the way. Kathy rubbed her sleepy eyes, clearly displeased. If my master and senior siblings see this, they'll mock me. Mock you? Barrack seemed unconcerned. It's embarrassing to be carried by me. Sort of. I'm not a little child anymore. Hey, stop swaying. Holding onto his robe to steady herself, Kathy puffed at his black hair brushing against her face. My master is very strict. If he sees your behavior, you'll get whipped. As she spoke, gasps of shock echoed from ahead. Kathy froze, hastily struggled free, and looked up to find her face flushing bright red. Senior siblings and apprentices all stood there, looking terrified and astonished. At the top of the steps, Master Stephen held a loose seal in his hand, his expression stunned. Straightening her clothes awkwardly, Kathy glanced around and then bravely pinched Barrack hard. What was happening? Barrack grunted, holding her mischievous hand in his palm, then raised his eyes coldly toward Stephen. Where did you learn the formation of the killing god array? Stephen was in extreme shock, almost losing balance at Barrack's stare. Straightening his sleeve to regain composure, he retracted the seal in his hand, trying to maintain his dignity as an old deity, but his lips couldn't help twitching. Kathy! He called out. Her face burned as if it could fry eggs. Kathy let go of Barak and dashed back to her master, forcing a flattery smile. Are you feeling better, master? Stephen frowned, wanting to scold her for lack of decorum, but before he could open his mouth, Barak stepped forward. Tap. The sound of brocade boots stepping on the ground, which should have been light, resonated clearly across the square, reaching everyone's ears. Master Stephen paused, slowly swallowing his words. The small figure gazed up earnestly at him. After a long silence, he sighed, just an old man's bones, rest will do. Shivering slightly, Kathy murmured softly, what's going on? You've never been this easygoing before. The core disciples of the Stephen Immortal sect knew that their master loved praising senior brother Harry and scolding junior sister Kathy. The contrast in treatment between them was vast. Kathy caused so much trouble that whenever the master saw her, his usual opening line was kneel. Not hearing those familiar words today, Kathy felt something was off. It got even stranger when Master Stephen probed her meridians, his beard trembling again, before suddenly placing a hand on his forehead and shakily saying, you may rest aside for a while. 3 question marks floated over Kathy's head. Master, she frowned, in all my mistakes, none have made you this upset. Struggling to finish speaking, Stephen shook his head, I am not angry. Being treated so gently, without him being mad. Kathy eyed him suspiciously, one eye after the other, even squinting. This behavior was truly disrespectful, but despite considering the overgod approaching behind, Stephen couldn't resist tapping her forehead, cultivate your mind and character. Ah. Laughing happily while clutching her forehead, Kathy thought it was more fitting, she had almost believed she'd be expelled from the sect. Someone approached swiftly from behind, exuding a hint of hostility. Kathy noticed but remained silent, stepping sideways to shield Master Stephen. Barak walked slowly but also reached the steps, his grey eyes meeting Stephen's. The overgod graces our sect, and I failed to greet you properly. Avoiding his gaze, Stephen clasped his hands. Kathy wanted to block him but was too short. Even standing in the middle, the 2 deities communicated seamlessly. Haven't you already set up a welcoming array? Barak said with a faint smile, thank you for your consideration, master. Forgive me, but I truly dare not be negligent towards an overgod who has travelled so far. Why did you then retract your welcoming array? Pinching his beard, Stephen chuckled lightly. I would like to ask the overgod why this time there is no hostility as before. The previous Barak had wanted to destroy the entire immortal sect. Due to circumstances, he had merely temporarily spared them. Now with new and old grievances combined, he could still stand here filled with calmness. Because of Kathy? Stephen glanced doubtfully at the little dwarf in front of him, thinking it was unlikely that Barak would be so bewitched. So, he still looked straight ahead, waiting for an answer. However, Barak did not seriously answer the question, only said lazily, I've come to stay for a few days. Stephen's expression was complicated. Our humble abode is too simple, without any proper palace for guests. Stay at my place then. Kathy raised her hand, my cultivation is pretty good now, it won't be hard to conjure up a larger bed for him. Although he had sensed something was off when probing her meridians, hearing those words from Kathy still left Stephen in shock. He tightened his whisk, do you know that what you said is an act of insubordination? Letting an overgod stay in her tiny hut, and speaking without a hint of respect, was that proper? Kathy was stunned, very much wanting to say that if this counted as insubordination, she had committed it many times. But seeing how Master's breathing seemed labored as if he couldn't catch his breath, she compromised, turning to Barak, please bear with us, overgod. Not turning her head would have been better. As soon as she did, Barak saw the small red bump on her forehead where she had been tapped, his eyes immediately narrowing. Not sleepy anymore, he asked. Rubbing her eyelids, Kathy yawned, I'm fine, just need to make things clear with Master first. Then she turned again and looked at Stephen, we won't harm anyone in the sect this time, please understand, Master, and don't let anyone harm him either. The latter half of the sentence sounded like a lotus flower blooming suddenly from water, soft and refreshing. The cloudiness on Barak's face suddenly cleared. Chapter 109. It was fortunate that he still knew not to let anyone harm him. Barak wanted to laugh but felt that laughing over such a simple promise would undermine his dignity. So, he kept a straight face and watched Stephen coldly. Stephen naturally couldn't refuse her request, yet he did not respond immediately. His eyes were fixed on Ginger, filled with complicated emotions. After a long pause, he vaguely hummed in agreement. Ginger smiled. Noticing the tense figures of her fellow disciples nearby, she didn't linger, bowing as she said, then this disciple will take my leave. After speaking, she grabbed Barak's hand and headed toward the living quarters within the mountain gate. Barak wasn't too pleased about being dragged. A celestial god should maintain proper decorum, who would want to walk around like this? However, perhaps due to a better mood, her originally cool little hand now felt warm, like a handful of warm water nestled in his palm. Barak silently pondered for a while but ultimately couldn't bear to shake her off. He allowed her to lead him through the small gate towards the back of the mountain. The group standing behind them all collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Master, Harry stepped forward, his complexion pale as he bowed, this disciple has failed, bringing shame to the sect. Watching the 2 departing silhouettes, Stephen stroked his beard and remarked, with her there, Barak won't act recklessly. There's no need for you to worry, but, sigh. Though he didn't finish, Harry understood what he was concerned about, lowering his gaze slightly. I originally planned to take the younger sister away from the 9 heavens, but it was her own choice not to go. She is both smart and easily deceived at times. Stephen shook his head. But aside from that, her cultivation is indeed solid. Since Barak was willing to share his cultivation with her, he certainly wouldn't hurt her easily. However, her experience was too limited. With so much new cultivation, she might not know how to use it properly, which might not be a good thing. As he attempted to divine the future by calculating with his fingers, a sudden thunderbolt interrupted him, causing his fingertips to tremble. Resigned, he retracted his hand. The mountain wind was strong, and Ginger initially walked ahead before pushing the boss out front, hiding behind him. Has it been too long since I last came here? Why does the earthly wind carry some strange scent? Indeed, the smell of brine mixed with the breeze blowing from the sea. Barak lightly flicked his finger, having already made up his mind. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar bird call. Divine being. Ginger paused, peeking out and seeing the familiar tongue spirit bird flying back. It gave a wary glance at Barak before struggling against the wind to land on her arm. The message has been delivered. Princess Gabby said she doesn't need help, the tongue spirit bird complained. Can you give me back what belongs to me? Relieved, Ginger giggled and hung the brocade pouch she had seized back around its neck, then affectionately patted its head. Next time you pass through the mortal world, don't fly so low. Hunters might roast you. The tongue spirit bird glared angrily. Ordinary mortals can do nothing to me. Only a powerful deity like Barak could catch it mid-flight. It was furious but dared not speak up, reclaimed its pouch, and left with resentment. Barak turned and quietly asked Ginger, do you want to send a message to Gaspard? Ginger thought for a moment and nodded. He might still be worried. Sending a message is probably best. Earlier on the road, Ginger nearly didn't recognize Gaspard. That always smiling, graceful gentleman rarely showed any signs of agitation. But for just a moment, Ginger felt that perhaps he genuinely liked Gabby, even though Gabby had no feelings for him. Shaking her head, Ginger continued walking, thinking the matter was resolved. Yet for some reason, she still felt something hanging in her heart, far from relaxed. Looking up at the stormy clouds in the sky, Ginger wrinkled her nose inexplicably. Back in her room, Ginger was already drowsy and fell asleep almost immediately after getting into bed. Barak sat beside her small bed, gently lifting her to rest on his lap before casually examining her modest room. She must have shared with someone previously. There were 2 beds, but the other lacked linens or bedding. A square table stood in the room, cluttered with study materials. On the wall hung a painting of a female swordsman's back, painted quite crudely. The person sleeping on his lap emitted soft snores. Barak pulled the blanket over her. Perhaps because the room was so cozy, his usually aloof eyes softened slightly. Supreme deity. Bruce's voice sounded softly. Waving to block Ginger's hearing, Barak responded with a slight nod. Bruce continued, Yama's realm has returned to normal, but Arwen hasn't recovered yet. The 9 heavens sent many people to guard the area near Yama's mountain, and Gaspard almost got killed by them. He returned to Yama's realm? He has returned, but his mood is not good. Originally, I thought of letting him manage the affairs of the netherworld in your absence, but it seems that won't work out. Furthermore, he asked me to convey a message to you, requesting you to save Gabby's life. Barak raised an eyebrow. Gabby chose to stay with Shiloh of her own will. That might be because he forced her. Not wanting to dwell on this minor issue, Bruce continued, half an hour ago, someone from the Dragon Clan broke into the Heavenly Gate. Be on your guard. Acknowledging with a sound, Barak waved to cut off the communication and then drew out a soul to leave his dwelling, gazing toward the west side of the Immortal Mountain. Without imperial decree, the Dragon Clan cannot leave their sea domain. They would have to come through the human world in disguise, using secret magic. It would take them at least a day to approach the Stephen Immortal Gate. Casually plucking corn from the back mountain, Barak absent-mindedly calculated. By the time Ginger woke up from her nap, it was already the next day. She opened her eyes to the smell of corn and spare rib soup. Her stomach growled, and she quickly rolled out of bed. Senior sister? There was no sign of Elspeth in the room, but Barak turned his head upon hearing the noise. Ginger raised an eyebrow, glancing between the familiar-smelling soup on the table and him standing by the door, her little face drooping. Did you scare my senior sister away too? Barak cast her a disapproving glance. She delivered the soup and left. It has nothing to do with me. Pouting, Ginger tidied herself up and sat obediently at the table, cradling the soup bowl with both hands, spooning 2 mouthfuls into her mouth, closing her eyes in satisfaction. Barak walked back to sit beside her, his face expressionless. Glancing at him, Ginger ladled a spoonful of soup and carefully offered it to his lips. I love senior sister's cooking. Would you like to try? She seemed completely unaware of how intimate this gesture was. Barak lowered his gaze, opening his mouth to accept the soup, his hazel eyes scanning her face without revealing any emotion. After a good night's sleep, she looked much better, though the immortality aura seemed somewhat heavy around her due to her limited use of his cultivation. Swallowing the soup, Barak suddenly asked, how is your fire technique, coming along? Chapter 110. Fire Summoning Technique. Ursula stretched out her hand, and a beautiful cluster of divine fire immediately leapt from her palm. Isn't it pretty? She lifted her head with pride. Barak watched in silence, biting back his urge to criticize again but eventually couldn't help chiding her in a low voice. The fire summoning technique isn't just about conjuring up a cluster of fire. Ursula shrank her neck and pouted, I know that too. But ever since I left you, I haven't known how to practice the advanced spells afterward. Barak narrowed his eyes, unable to suppress his irritation. What else do you need to practice? Use the summoned fire as your weapon when battling enemies. You should just use it more often. Ursula thought for a moment, realizing this wasn't entirely her fault. Indeed, she had fought when entering the netherworld, but the immortal arts she possessed were too varied, so any spell she cast might not necessarily be the fire summoning technique. Moreover, after that battle, she didn't even remember which spiritual powers she used. And then, there hadn't been much chance to use it against enemies. Learn what's in this scroll. Barak handed her a bamboo slip, saying, "Come ask me if you don't understand." Holding the heavy scroll, Ursula took it, gave it a cursory glance, and sighed, "You're worried I'll get bored, so you want me to spend these 2 weeks on cultivation?" 2 weeks. Barak smiled gently. "Just this amount, half a day will suffice." Half. Ursula choked slightly. "In half a day, I might not even finish reading this scroll, let alone master it thoroughly." "After half a day, I'll check your progress," Barak interrupted her mercilessly, waving his sleeve. "Begin now." This person really becomes extra strict whenever it comes to cultivation. Ursula's face crumpled up, but after scanning the secret techniques on the scroll, some thoughts started to form in her mind. Trying wouldn't hurt. After finishing the soup her senior sister sent over, Ursula wiped her mouth and began studying the scroll. Barak sat on a soft couch nearby, appearing casual and indifferent. However, when extra death resentment aura emitted from her body, he subtly cleaned it up for her without showing any movement. Ursula was born special. The impure immortal chi he refined would be purified again by her. By cultivating the fire summoning technique, the cultivation energy he had imparted to her would continuously be absorbed by her own self. And this little fool didn't notice it at all. With a flick of his fingers, he gathered all the black chi around her into his arms, then yawned, glancing at the mountain flowers blooming outside the window. By evening, heavy rain poured down from the sky. Rainwater fiercely lashed against the rocks and tiles, causing water leaks in several long unrepaired residences. Initially, everyone thought it was just ordinary weather changes, but as the rain grew heavier, it became pitch black before sunset, with no visibility whatsoever. "Master." Elspeth wiped off the rainwater from her face and stepped into the main hall. "There seems to be demonic aura in this rain." Harry was already sitting beside Stephen, chatting with some fellow disciples. Upon hearing this, she raised her eyes, shook her head, and said, "Sister, speak carefully." Elspeth paused, confused. Master Immortal Stephen beckoned her closer and whispered, "The Dragon Clan surrendered to the 9 heavens tens of thousands of years ago. Although they are demons by origin, they are now considered part of the immortal rank." "So," Elspeth understood, "is this rain caused by the Dragon Clan?" Stephen nodded and sighed. "I wonder why they're making such a grand display. Logically, they should be guarding their seas properly." Judging by the rainstorm, it was clearly not just one dragon. A thunderclap echoed across the sky, making Elspeth shiver involuntarily, furrowing her brow lightly. What could possibly be happening? Looking out the window, Stephen suddenly said, "No wonder he decided to stay." Harry instantly knew who the master meant. Her fists, resting on her knees, tightened. "Our sect?" he asked hoarsely. "Does it have to rely on him to save us?" Stephen's gaze flickered as he deeply looked at Harry. "Don't box yourself into a corner. Disciple understands." He responded verbally, but his expression remained tense. Stephen saw this and couldn't help but sigh. Harry was an excellent child except that his earthly attachments hadn't fully dissolved yet. Even if he ascended, there was still a long way ahead for him. But right now, Stephen was more concerned about what identity Barak would use to protect this immortal mountain. His every move was being watched closely by both the 9 heavens and the netherworld. Ursula was also pondering this question. She was jolted awake from her cultivation by a bolt of thunder. Opening her eyes, she saw Barak lying next to her, sleeping soundly as if nothing had disturbed him. "Supreme God!" she called out in surprise, leaning closer to him. Barak kept his eyes closed, his eyelids not twitching once, surrounded by a serene immortal aura. "Seriously? He slept through this?" Ella's eyes widened, and she reached out to shake him, but he was enveloped in a barrier. As soon as she got close, she was pushed back. The aura of the Dragon Clan in the wind had become so intense that Sherry could smell it. Anxiously jumping out of bed, she circled around him, calling out several times, only to see that he showed no reaction at all. In her mind, only 2 big words floated. "Finished." He had stood her up. Clenching her teeth, she turned and rummaged through the room for an umbrella. Sherry gave Barak one last glare before dashing into the rain outside with the umbrella held high. Barak's eyelashes twitched, but he didn't open his eyes, just turning over as if he was going to continue sleeping. Outside, the storm was so fierce that Sherry could hardly move forward. She ran towards the main gate with the umbrella, which soon reduced to just its frame. She raised her hand, summoning divine fire to swirl around her body, blocking the wind and rain, then looked up at the sky by the light of the flames. It was better not to look. When she did, her legs turned to jelly. Over 100 dragons were flying in circles in the sky, like a mass of loaches stuffed in a basin, crowded and entangled, their descending rain already submerging the lowest gate of the immortal mountain. Taking a deep breath, Sherry swiftly made the seals. A defensive barrier shimmering with golden light bloomed from between her fingers, gradually enveloping the entire immortal mountain like a layer of glass. The patterns of golden crows on the barrier glowed brilliantly, causing Caden's eyes to turn red. "It is here," he roared. "Barak, return my daughter's life." The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. Sherry barely managed to stabilize herself, wanting to strengthen the barrier layer by layer, but Caden clearly wouldn't give her any more time. One dragon claw fell, and with a clang, it stomped on the barrier. The hastily learned spell couldn't withstand his impact. Panicking, Sherry forgot about the barrier and cast the fire summoning technique first. Just now during her practice, she had only grasped the heart method, originally thinking it wasn't a particularly powerful high-level spell. But when the divine fire truly burst forth, she realized that perhaps Barak had given her the highest-level immortal arts. Fierce flames transformed into a fiery phoenix, just like the one that emerged behind Barak back then. Flames soared into the sky, carrying a sharp killing intent, burning Caden so fiercely that he howled in pain, his scales emitting a scorched stench. Glancing at her own hands in disbelief, Sherry hadn't even had time to praise herself when other water dragons attacked her one after another. Chapter 111. The people in the main hall were still chatting when they heard something amiss outside. Harry's expression tightened, and he immediately grabbed his sword and rushed out. Elspeth followed closely behind as all the fellow disciples ran to the door, only then noticing the heavy rain had ceased. Or rather, it was no longer falling into the immortal mountain. A golden barrier covered the sky, with lightning and thunder raging beyond it. Harry lifted his eyes and saw several golden dragons swirling around, attacking a small black dot. The figure moved swiftly, palm winds stirring up flames that lit up half the sky, stubbornly holding back the dragon attempting to break through the barrier. Barak? Harry frowned, his thoughts very complicated. If he really protected the entire Stephen Immortal sect, wouldn't they owe him another favor? Wait a moment. Focusing carefully, Harry noticed the flying skirt as the black dot turned sideways. The elaborate palace attire, with faint outlines of golden hairpins on her head, wasn't Barak's style. Or rather, in the entire Immortal Mountain, only one person dressed so intricately. Little junior sister. Elspeth beside him also recognized her, greatly shocked. What is she doing? Senior brother, should we help her? Gripping his sword tightly, Harry shook his head. She cast this defensive barrier, we need to break it to get out. But, breaking the barrier at this crucial moment would only distract her. Elspeth was distressed. How can little junior sister be a match for so many dragon clans? I see several dragon kings have come, this is too unfair. She always doted on Sherry like a younger sister, sharing food and protecting her when she got into trouble. In Elspeth's eyes, Sherry was still the lazy child who didn't do her homework and couldn't even pass the heavenly tribulation of 500 years, hiding in her arms and crying. Such a child, who could bear to let her fight? Harry was worried, but more than worry, he felt amazed. During their recent trip to the Netherworld, Sherry hadn't mastered fire daoist spells so proficiently, just a group of ghosts and demons made them struggle. Yet now, she was holding her own against several dragon kings and highly accomplished elders of the dragon clan. Moreover, the overwhelming and fierce divine aura around her was unlike her usual self and instead resembled Barak's immensely. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Harry ascended into the air, searching for a flaw in the barrier. However, not long after flying up, a familiar fiery red sleeve blocked his path. A crackling sound erupted, lightning illuminating the world as if it were daylight, revealing Barak's unusually cold and harsh face. Stay put, he ordered. Harry frowned and coldly retorted, she's in trouble. Am I supposed to stand idly by? Barak's gaze swept over him mockingly. If you had reined in your meddlesome thoughts earlier, she might not have failed the heavenly tribulation of 500 years. I'm afraid you misunderstand, Harry said, his tone unfriendly. My junior sister has always lacked talent from a young age and cannot survive the tribulation alone. Outsiders may think I'm overprotective, but all my fellow disciples know we should protect her. Barak turned away indifferently. She survived the tribulation of 10,000 years unaided. If you had trusted her once, she wouldn't be so weak now. Cultivation requires confidence, yet from the start, she believed she couldn't make it. Reflecting on it, her overprotective senior brothers and sisters bore significant responsibility. His complexion changed slightly. Suppressing his rising anger, Harry snapped, I understand what you mean, Your Excellency. A fledgling eagle should indeed be thrown off a cliff to learn to fly. But I've been with her for centuries, I can't treat her like an eagle. You haven't known her long, so it's normal you don't care, why must you ridicule me? Barak found such talk irksome. So what if they've been together for centuries? Talking about insiders and outsiders, did he care? Indeed, he did. Rarely provoked, Barak took a deep breath and smiled faintly. If you're not willing to raise her like an eagle, you should have the ability to protect her for life. Now, ironically, she's the one protecting you. Harry choked, his face flushing. He immediately tried to bypass Barak to rush out. Unsurprisingly, Barak sealed him in midair with a hand gesture. Let me go, Harry hissed. Indifferent, Barak even sealed his mouth, then leisurely folded his arms, turning to observe the battle outside. Sherry was surprised to find her spiritual energy abundant. Curious about how powerful she had become, she continuously tested herself with incoming dragons. None of the dragons were severely injured, but they were unable to approach the Immortal Mountain. Half an hour passed, and while both sides had wins and losses, Sherry remained standing on the highest mountain gate, not retreating a single step. Brother, this isn't working, someone in the dragon clan murmured. Caden nodded, roaring deeply, then we'll disregard everything. If there's any judgment in the 9 heavens, it's a future concern. The moment he said this, the atmosphere in the sky changed instantly. Sherry had been excited, but suddenly she was immobilized by an overwhelmingly powerful killing intent. They were about to get serious. Sherry was stunned. She had truly thought that she was strong enough to take on 100 foes alone, never expecting that they were holding back out of consideration for the 9 heavens and hadn't used their full strength. A flood dragon could make the heavens and earth change color all by itself. If all these dragons unleashed their full power, could her barrier withstand it? Uncertain, Sherry still risked everything and first summoned a shield with her cultivation. Caden roared, spitting out not water but an extremely blinding light, forming a round point which suddenly shot towards the entire immortal mountain like a gushing spring. Following his lead, the other dragons in the sky also spat out beams of light, as if ready to level the entire immortal domain, descending upon them head-on. Sherry's pupils shrank. She knew she probably couldn't withstand this, yet inexplicably, she didn't retreat. Her body enveloped by the intense light, she squeezed her eyes shut tightly. The ground shook and the sky trembled, beasts in the mountains ran wild, birds fled en masse, the earth cracked, and rivers flowed backward. Centering on the Stephen immortal sect, within 100 miles, severe devastation spread. Up in the 9 heavens, Adele, who was discussing matters, noticed the disturbance, paused mid-sentence, and turned to look at Ricky. Ricky rushed in from outside, bowing without approaching. Report, hundreds of demon dragons are besieging Stephen immortal mountain below and have already made their move. Adele was silent for a long time, while the other immortals in the hall stood silently without a word. After waiting a moment, Ricky, unable to resist, raised his head to report again but heard Adele sigh. Enough. He said, heaven has its own cause and effect. Barak killed Gabby, causing the dragon clan to attack the immortal mountain. There's nothing we should interfere with. But, those are hundreds of dragons. The mortal world will also be affected, Ricky frowned. Adele shook his head, seeming somewhat tired, and turned to retreat into the rear hall. The gods looked at each other, while Haddon became curious and asked, is it a fight with Barak? Not Barak. Ricky's mood was complex. It's the little fairy from his sect leading the charge. Little fairy? Recalling the young girl, Haddon's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled. She really has talent. Chapter 112. Ricky looked at Henley with great confusion. What can she possibly do? With her cultivation level, she's bound to be torn apart by Caden and the others. Forget her. Even Edge might not be able to save his life. Now that all living beings are in trouble and the Morgan has shown no sign, are we just going to watch from the 9th heaven? Henley regained his composure and shook his head. My lord, please don't be impatient. Since the Morgan is unwilling to interfere, there must be a reason. What kind of reason could there be? He just wants to benefit from others' efforts. Ricky nearly blurted this out but managed to hold back after a brief pause, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Why would he also think about the Morgan like this? Even if he was dissatisfied with Barak, as the master of the 9th heaven, he certainly wouldn't take personal revenge. Shaking his head, Ricky sighed sorrowfully. What a pity for that little girl. She had such good potential, and now she's probably going to be reduced to ashes. Henley smiled without comment, holding his and turning his gaze toward below the 9th heaven. After the intense light faded, the surroundings gradually regained their shape. The once towering and lush immortal mountain was left as just a single pillar. The immortal gate stood on top of it, surrounded by flattened land. Loose rocks tumbled down with a crash before everything fell silent. Allison cautiously opened one eye, finding that her limbs still responded. Blinking, she quickly patted herself over and then let out a long breath of relief. She was unharmed. Looking up at the sky, she noticed many dragons had scattered, but Caden still hovered above her, swinging its tail furiously. Barak, you've gone too far. Allison froze and turned around, expecting to see a powerful figure behind her. Instead, she saw the barrier intact, with her senior brothers standing far away on the plaza, and she couldn't spot Barak anywhere after a thorough search. Turning back with suspicion, she asked, are you looking down on me? Caden, enraged, spun around without another word, transforming into human form and landing to directly engage her. Allison was already injured, making close combat challenging, but fortunately, her deep cultivation allowed her to parry one of Caden's 3 moves. Despite being somewhat ragged, she could still retaliate. Caden felt even more humiliated. Fighting a young girl was bad enough, but he couldn't subdue her in just a short while. Sensing Barak's aura on her, he couldn't help but curse during their exchange. A mighty god hides behind a woman's back now? One reaps what one sows. I'm coming after him. Why drag the entire immortal gate along with him? Allison raised an eyebrow, glancing at the destroyed immortal mountain. Did you initially plan to spare my immortal gate? Caden fell silent, furious as ever. Of course, he wouldn't have spared anyone. He had intended to gather hundreds of elders from the dragon clan to obliterate this place in seconds. But he hadn't expected to lose face to a mere young girl. In his anger, he took a closer look at her. Though her fire technique was high level, she wasn't proficient yet. However, her profound cultivation made her divine fire formidable enough to harm one's soul, though not as potent as Barak's. Narrowing his eyes, Caden stopped and suddenly formed the Donglu seal. Harry inside the barrier panicked immediately, wanting to warn Allison to run but unable to utter a sound with his mouth sealed. In desperation, he glanced at Barak and struggled fiercely against the chains binding him. Barak didn't look at him, his eyes fixed on Allison. Seeing Caden forming the seal, he moved slightly but didn't rush forward. This was the Donglu seal, specifically effective against fire-based techniques. Harry's face went pale with worry. How could a newly ascended immortal adept at fire techniques cope with such a high-level spell that was elementally opposed? Clearly, Caden was bullying a junior. If someone didn't save her. The clouds in the sky swirled into a vortex, and the rain abruptly converged towards Caden. Holding divine fire in her hand, Allison tilted her head curiously. Is your dragon clan also a branch of the Khan family? She asked. Caden sneered, ignoring her question and glaring at her as if she were already dead before completing the Donglu seal. Even Barak would find it difficult to handle this move, let alone her. Initially, Caden thought such a simple deity wouldn't require this, fearing it would hurt his own divine nature, but now, he wanted her dead. A massive surge of water laced with sharp, ethereal energy rushed towards Allison. Allison watched silently, neither dodging nor fleeing. With her right hand, she extinguished the divine fire and raised her left hand to gently draw a circle. The raging torrent, like a river flowing into a vast plain, lost its edge, gracefully swirling around her arm as the ethereal energy merged into the wounds on her hand. The surrounding killing intent exploded, yet the person at the center remained unscathed. Caden thought he was seeing things, so he took 2 steps back and pressed his hand against his, MXN, should be translated as forehead for better understanding in English. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the Donglu seal, which had extinguished a local fire deity, had indeed been broken by her. How could this be possible? The water circled around her 3 times, the Khan family's, Zinki, entering her body. The remaining water fell to the base of the immortal mountain, forming a clear lake. Allison moved her arms and smiled, saying, I asked if you were a branch of the Khan family, why didn't you answer? She felt somewhat embarrassed for letting her take in a portion of Zinki. Although since the disappearance of Wally, Allison had not deliberately practiced the Khan family's spells anymore, she still had the benefit of Wally within her. Water spells were extremely restrictive to other fire deities but were like nourishment to her. Scratching her head, she said, the immortal master taught me that one shouldn't receive gifts without deserving them. This flow of is very powerful, using it at this moment might hurt your internal organs. How about I return it with a spell? Saying this, she imitated the way he did earlier and cast the Donglu seal. Caden's face turned pale, unsure how to react, but he did not show any weakness. He watched Allison coldly, thinking that since he was from the Dragon Clan, which had deep ties with the Khan family, the Donglu seal naturally wouldn't harm him. But why was this immortal from the Li family so proficient in water spells? Before he could figure it out, the Donglu seal approached him. Caden reached out to intercept it, but the seal exploded just 3 inches in front of his face. Inside was a 1,000-mile spell. Despicable. Caden only had time to shout these 2 words before disappearing from where he stood. Without their leader, the remaining dragon clansmen grumbled in the sky for half an hour, probably seeing that Caden hadn't returned immediately and had no other methods. They started to leave one after another. After the last dragon disappeared into the clouds, Allison finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell backward. Sister, Harry finally shouted. Someone stretched out a hand and steadily caught her. Allison didn't even need to open her eyes, moaning, so tired. Chapter 113. Blood streamed from her shoulder, and half of her dress was all wrinkled. There were scratches on her face left by the gale, yet her voice was soft like a little daughter who had just woken up from a nap, looking up to coquettishly say, since you were here, why didn't you lend a hand? Barak supported her waist and slowly drew her into his arms, then sneered, you handled it fine. Why would I need to help? She opened her eyes wide and glared at him, muttering, don't treat me like a fool. Just now, she hadn't figured out how she managed to withstand such a powerful group attack from the dragons, but now seeing him, things started to make sense. Yet, she still felt aggrieved. Since he was willing to help, why didn't he show himself directly? Sensing her confusion, Barak chuckled lightly but did not answer. He lazily said, your magic isn't bad, you have quite a talent for it. Sherry was taken aback, only now remembering her own heroic deed moments ago, sighing involuntarily, yeah, if she had known he was there, she wouldn't have endured so long, nor practiced the high-level fire spell she had just learned. But who else behaved like this? Others doted each other, heartbroken at the slightest scratch, yet he remained expressionless as she bled all over. Feeling wronged, she pushed him away and straightened up, unsteadily falling back onto the square. Junior sister, her senior brothers and sisters rushed over. Before she could speak, Elspeth's healing aura enveloped her from above. Senior sister. Sherry nestled into her embrace. Elspeth was distressed. Seeing her still bleeding wounds, she quickly took out ointment from her sleeve pocket and applied it to her. As she applied it, she couldn't help scolding the people beside her. What are you doing just standing there? Didn't even prepare anything? The younger brothers were confused. Prepare what? Pastries, clean clothes, the soup I brewed, or if nothing else, bring the pain relief ointments you've been hiding. Better than just standing there. Elspeth was genuinely worried, her eyes red-rimmed. Hurry up. Chilled to the bone, the seniors scattered quickly to fetch items. Sherry lifted her gaze from under Elspeth's arm, just in time to see senior brother stiffly standing nearby with a complicated look in his eyes. Unable to resist, Sherry whispered, senior sister, you scared senior brother. Following her gaze, Elspeth said, he was scared by your god, not my fault. Huh? Sherry looked at Harry in confusion. How did he scare you? Seeing the thicker immortal aura around her, Harry swallowed her words, only lowering her eyes and saying, it's good you're okay. Is this considered okay? Elspeth was slightly annoyed. Harry sighed softly, he's right. Occasionally, she should be tested. Constant protection isn't beneficial. Who's protecting whom? Elspeth frowned, wanting to argue further, but Harry directly spoke to Sherry, rest well. Leave the rest to me and the master. I merely sent the dragon tripod far away. They'll return soon, Sherry said. I'll rest in the main hall. No need to worry, Harry replied. By sending away the dragon tripod, you gave them an out. They won't come back for a while. I will report to Xiuxian, holding them accountable for unauthorized departure and provocation. Just now, anyone with keen eyes knew the dragon tripod couldn't win against Sherry. If it continued, it would attract attention from Xiuxian. By then, they would be caught red-handed, leaving no room for argument. So, Sherry's teleportation charm actually saved face for the dragon tripod. But in doing so, Stephen Immortal Sect was also drawn into this. Taking a long breath, Harry looked at Barak. He stood not far behind Sherry, seemingly casual. However, having been close just now, she clearly saw the eerie aura that erupted when Barak acted. Neither divine nor demonic, the same misty color as his pupils, powerful and bizarre, vanishing instantly after use but undoubtedly blocking the light for Sherry. Such immortal energy might be benevolent, but what if it wasn't? Cold sweat trickled down her back. Harry lowered her eyes, thinking she should find an opportunity to properly counsel her junior sister. Elspeth brought Sherry back to their residence for treatment, fussing over her wounds. Next time, let us know first. It's better than you fighting alone. You still have a senior brother. If anything happens, he should be the one stepping forward. What's this about you being covered in injuries? The Dragon Clan has no reason either. The master has already gone to Xiuxian. This time, they won't get off easy. Her incessant chatter sounded more like a nagging housewife than a graceful fairy. Sherry listened with a polite smile, expecting the nearby elder to be impatient. Surprisingly, he didn't frown, instead his eyes softened as if carrying a hint of envy. Slightly stunned, Sherry withdrew her bandaged hand and tilted her head to look at him. Noticing her gaze, Barak immediately composed himself and asked coldly, "What?" "Nothing," Sherry replied vaguely. Elspeth belatedly realized she seemed out of place. She stood up and patted her forehead. "I'll check on the new broth I'm simmering." With that, she swirled her skirt and vanished through the doorway in a blink. Sherry moved her arm, wrapped like a log, and struggled to pat her bedstring. Barak followed suit indifferently and sat down, humming from his nose. "What do you want to say?" "Do you envy me for having an elder sister?" Sherry asked with a grin. Impatiently, Barak turned away. "I was born as a supreme deity, unmatched in nobility, no need to have a master, and no one can dominate me. What's there to envy?" Her eyes curved into crescents. Sherry shifted her fingers to hook his hand, cooing and praising. "Supreme deity is powerful." Barak snorted. "You don't need to compliment me. Then are you healed?" She poked his chest and laughed. "Today's action must have cost some immortal energy, right? It's trivial. Let me feel." Seeing her hand reach towards his pulse, Barak became quite agitated. "I'm not some fragile little deity like you. Your elder sister's routine won't work on me." Though he said so, when her hand actually touched him, he only struggled once before stopping. How peculiar this pulse was. The more Sherry probed, the tighter her frown became. Earlier, when she was close to him, she could sense the surging fiery aura around him. Now, pressing against him, it felt somewhat cool. His cultivation was still profound, but, if judged by his meridians alone, she would think he had become someone else. Retracting her hand, Sherry muttered, "When the soup is ready, you should have some too. It replenishes primordial energy. Who needs it?" Barak rolled his eyes and got up very coldly, flicking his sleeve. Chapter 114. Half an hour later, Barak held a cup of hot soup that Allison had given him. He glanced down at the green onion slices floating on the surface with disdain and spoke curtly, "I don't like drinking this." Allison also held a cup, sitting beside him with a smile as she stirred the soup with a porcelain spoon before taking a sip. Elspeth was skilled in cooking, so her soup naturally smelled fragrant and tasted rich. The sweetness of corn suppressed the greasiness of pork ribs, resulting in tender meat and smooth broth that warmed the heart. She closed her eyes contentedly and smacked her lips. "It's not a loss to try it. There are medicinal herbs from Immortal Mountain in here. Even if they're not very useful for you, it still tastes good. I used to get into trouble a lot and would be punished. Once, the Immortal Master went too far, and I couldn't get out of bed for half a day. My senior sister felt bad for me and made soup for me to drink. The soup she made looked plain, and the visible ingredients were just ordinary ones from the mortal world. But there was a secret in the soup, hiding many precious immortal herbs from the back of our Immortal Mountain. Since I didn't like bitter taste, my senior sister always made sure the medicine flavor disappeared, leaving only the concentrated fragrance of the broth." Barak listened silently, his expression of disdain unchanged, overdoing it. Although he said that, his fingers clearly bent, as if he wanted to try it but found it meaningless. Why should he drink the care that others showed to her? However, holding the soup, Barak couldn't help but wonder, if Jan were still around, would she also love and pity him like this? An ancient deity who had lived for tens of thousands of years shouldn't cherish such sentiment, yet he missed it. If only she hadn't died. Putting aside the soup, Barak rubbed his temples, intending to talk to Allison when suddenly he heard Bruce's respectful voice in his mind, "Your Highness." Startled, Barak quickly glanced at Allison, seeing that she hadn't noticed, and coughed slightly as he stood up. "I'll go for some fresh air." Allison thought he really didn't want to drink the soup, so she didn't insist, nodding while taking his soup cup. Swinging his sleeves past the threshold, Barak walked to the courtyard, responding telepathically, "What is it?" Bruce replied, "Edge has ascended to the 9 heavens. The Heaven Dao Diviner was forced to send Ricky to the Western Sea to demand justice. He left with 50,000 troops. Not bad speed." Barak was somewhat surprised, the Heaven Dao Diviner willing to part with them. Bruce laughed sardonically, "We underestimated Edge. Initially thinking he was just an old immortal who opened a separate heavenly gate, whose cultivation wasn't top-notch and whose status wasn't particularly high. Yet, in recent years, quite a few immortals had ascended under his tutelage, even some ancient deities came out to support him. Consequently, the Heaven Dao Diviner had no choice but to allow Ricky to lead troops into the mortal world. In this case, their plans would become easier. How about the netherworld? Barak asked. Bruce reported the situation and then hesitated. Gabby hasn't returned yet. Send someone to find him, Barak replied indifferently. If it won't work unless you go, then do it yourself. Yes. Bruce paused, then asked, when will we set off? After Ricky arrives at the Western Sea, Barak replied, you may leave then. Considering their speed, it would likely be 2 days. Bruce responded excitedly, then his voice vanished. Barak stood there looking at the clear sky after the rain, his eyes cold. Allison slept a bit after finishing the soup. She was indeed tired, planning to rest properly for a moment, but once she closed her eyes, she started dreaming. In the dream, the human world was flooded, causing mass suffering and famine everywhere, followed by plagues. Within a short period, the human world turned into hell. Standing on a cloud, she desperately tried to grab Barak's sleeve but saw him walking away towards the 9 heavens with the phoenix-slaying saber in hand. Deities clashed fiercely, and strangely, Bruce stood in the most prominent place, smiling at her with hands behind his back. Lightning struck the sky, and under the electric glow, heaven and earth seemed about to merge. Cold sweat pouring down, Allison sat up abruptly. Barak happened to return at that moment, startled by her sudden movement, noticing her pale face, frowning, and reaching out to give her some spiritual energy. Barak. She caught his hand, trembling. Are you going to take revenge on the Heaven Dao Diviner soon? His heart sank, and so did his face. Who told you that? She shook her head and looked at him. I just had a nightmare. His expression relaxed slightly as he poked her forehead. Is having nightmares also counted against me now? But, you remember the grudge, Allison frowned. I understand the hatred of killing one's mother can never be shared, but I feel like you should investigate more. The reflections in the water were too scarce, especially concerning Jan, blurred to the point where not even her proper face could be seen. The scene of Adele killing Jan was too calm. If she hadn't already known about this event from Bruce, she would never have guessed it was a murder scene. Recalling Bruce's smile in the dream, Allison couldn't help but shiver again. It was too strange. However, her words were highly displeasing, and Barak took them as unreasonable troublemaking. His eyes grew colder. You don't need to meddle in this. Allison felt a slight choke and hung her head. Barak found her demeanor infuriating. He had treated her so well, yet she still wanted to control him. No one in the world could control him. Turning away with silent resentment, Barak no longer wanted to discuss this matter. He immediately set up an energy barrier, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating. Truly a master among masters, always thinking about cultivation wherever he was. Allison sighed, her thoughts swirling wildly, and decided to sit in meditation as well. She needed to become stronger. The destroyed immortal mountain became a cultivation task for the disciples. Every day, a group of cultivators worked on moving earth and rebuilding the mountain. Even Harry came to help, and it took exactly 9 days to restore the mountain's original appearance. After 9 days, the immortal mountain was restored. Newly planted trees had just sprouted fresh buds when Immortal Sect received another distinguished guest. Barak sensed Shiloh's immortal aura and opened his eyes just as Shiloh floated right in front of him. His long hair disheveled, his face pale, Shiloh lost all his elegance, with bloodshot eyes. Seeing Barak's barrier dissipate, he immediately took out his essence core and handed it to Barak. Even someone used to great storms couldn't resist changing his expression. What? Barak asked, are you about to dissolve into the universe? Shiloh opened his mouth, trying to speak, but his lips, dry from lack of water, split open as soon as they moved, his voice hoarse and unable to form words. Standing nearby, Allison was truly startled, hurriedly standing up to hand him a cup of tea. As the tea went down his throat, Shiloh pushed his essence core even closer to Barak. Help me. Chapter 115. This was absurd. How important was the essence yuan to a high god? They would rather give their lives than part with it. How could Shiloh, such a carefree and unrestrained person, act like this? If it weren't for that unique aura surrounding him, which was both divine and demonic, Barak would have checked his divine soul right away. What do you need my help with? He asked. Shiloh's throat moved slightly. His eyes were like a river beneath a pile of stones, still on the surface but turbulent underneath. He opened his other hand, revealing a soul-nourishing lamp. Inside the flame lay a fragment of a soul, so blurry it was unrecognizable. Before Barak could ask who it was, Allison beside him drew in a sharp breath. Gabby, she widened her eyes. Didn't she go back? The hand holding the soul-nourishing lamp twitched. Shiloh looked down, his tone indifferent. When I came out of seclusion, only this fragment of her soul remained. Allison gasped again and reached out to take the lamp, but as soon as she approached, Shiloh's hostility flared up. Realizing he was defensive, Allison felt somewhat amused and distressed. His words were so cold, as if he wasn't grieving at all, yet his actions of giving up his essence yuan and being protective suggested otherwise. Recalling how he had been pursued by Gabby at DUI clan, then their eventual breakup, Allison was confused. What exactly happened? Shiloh also wondered what happened. He had finally recovered from his injuries, and upon exiting seclusion, he found her physical body dead, cold as ice, and even her soul incomplete. For a moment, he thought she was trying to scare him and even taunted her. Only after realizing she had truly ceased to exist did panic set in for Shiloh. Even if he insisted he wasn't panicked, his trembling hands gave it away. Gabby wanted revenge on him, he knew. But he couldn't understand what she hoped to achieve. To tear his heart apart. Make him regret everything. There had never been a future for them. Why throw her life away? Shiloh was an intelligent person. He was fully aware and had conjured the soul-nourishing lamp, knowing where to find Barak for help. Yet when it came to offering his own essence yuan, he didn't seem so smart. It felt like a sharp needle was constantly drilling into his mind, causing his face to turn pale with pain. I can't save her. Barak pulled Allison away and said calmly, her soul is damaged beyond repair, even the underworld won't accept her. You can, you just don't want to, Shiloh interrupted, speaking heavily, because performing the soul-gathering technique will delay you several days, and you want to strike 9 heavens immediately. Barak squinted, looking displeased at him. Some things didn't need to be said in front of Allison. Surely, losing a woman didn't give him the right to burden others. Indeed, the little one beside him now wore a serious expression, hesitant to look at him but glancing sideways occasionally before pursing her lips. God knows what she must be thinking about him. Barak clenched his teeth, saying impatiently, if I wanted to rush back to 9 heavens, wouldn't taking your essence yuan help? It would make me stronger. Shiloh was silent, gazing at him blankly. Allison stood nearby, asking softly, apart from Barak, is there no one else who knows the soul-gathering technique? That's an ancient forbidden technique, created by him. Naturally, only he knows it, Shiloh said coolly. Even if others learned the incantation, they couldn't master his ancient fire path cultivation, rendering them incapable. Allison blinked. Ancient fire path cultivation? I have it too. Shiloh was taken aback, turning to look at her, intending to say how a minor deity like her could possibly have it, but then muttered a curse at Barak instead. You really aren't ashamed. Barak chuckled, giving a sidelong glance at the soul-nourishing lamp in his hand, implying, you're in no position to call me out. Shiloh fell silent. Allison seemed interested, looking up at him. If I learn the soul-gathering technique, can I save her? 1% chance. The chance of saving her is 1%, Barak explained. That was better than doing nothing. Allison managed a weak smile and tugged at his sleeve. Barak understood her intention, not stopping her as he generously wrote down the technique for her. Allison held the paper and looked at Shiloh. Shall we leave now? Shiloh nodded, glancing at Barak once more. Seeing no intention of stopping them, he assumed he was giving Barak an excuse to let Allison leave him. After this, probably no one would stop him from heading to 9 heavens. But he wasn't concerned about that now, he only wanted Gabby alive. Turning to leave, Allison bid farewell to Barak and stepped onto the cloud behind Shiloh. Hi God Shiloh. As winds blew around them, she spoke suddenly from behind him. Shiloh responded, hearing her say quite seriously, I am an old acquaintance of Gabby. I naturally won't take your essence yuan as a thank you gift, but I want to know some things, and I hope the High God will be candid. What could a little girl possibly want to know? Shiloh shook his head. Most of my interactions with Barak in the past were battles. We fought every time we met. As for other matters concerning him, I'm not very clear. About Gracie, you don't know either? His fingers paused slightly, and Shiloh finally turned to look at her. The girl who was so soft-spoken before Barak now stood straight, her eyes carrying a trace of a smile, seeming rather cool and detached. As fellow ancient high gods, what Bruce knows, you must surely know as well. He gazed steadily at her for a moment, and Shiloh's expression became somewhat helpless. If I knew, I wouldn't still be hiding it from you at this moment. But I descended into the world after Barak, and even he had never met Gracie, let alone me. Most of our kind, ancient gods, are solitary without parents. He has a mother, and with my unyielding nature towards him, I've never asked or spoken much about it. The ancient high gods all came into being in accordance with the heavens and earth. Allison frowned. So why did he have a mother? Shiloh was taken aback, pinching the hem of his sleeve, thinking for a while, also puzzled. From the moment he ascended to godhood, there were always rumors that he had a mother. Back then, he exuded evil aura. If not for his innate divine status, even if he passed the heavenly gate trial, the way of heaven might not have accepted him. But what Gracie looked like and what deity she was, none of the gods seemed to know clearly. Allison lowered her eyes, her thoughts swirling. After a moment, she asked again, the oracle of the way of heaven, what kind of person is he really? This was easy to answer. Shiloh waved his hand, no different from your mortal emperors. Not a sage, but with supreme power and authority, he has his own way of doing things. In the world, divination is the highest form of magic. He is the one who reads the oracle bones, foreseeing everything accurately, so even if he is not a sage, he is destined to become one. Allison was somewhat stunned, subconsciously touching her forehead. Divination is actually the highest form of magic. Chapter 116. Sherry had previously thought that if there was a chance, she might as well confess everything to Barak, tell him about her precognitive dreams. Perhaps then, everything could still be salvaged. But after hearing Shiloh's words, she abandoned this idea. If premonitory abilities were indeed extraordinary, then revealing this would likely result in two outcomes. First, Barak might not believe her, and second, according to how higher beings usually act, he would most likely be wary of her. She should rely on herself instead. Sue walked very quickly, and before they knew it, the two had arrived at the immortal mountain where Shiloh was in seclusion. Their boots stepped on dry leaves, and Shiloh turned to glance at the person behind her. She was holding the paper given by Barak, unconsciously mimicking what was written, looking somewhat silly. A person like this, could she really learn the soul-gathering technique? Was he too hasty, trusting her so easily? Given the life-or-death situation, maybe it would have been better to bring Barak here forcibly. After several rounds of thoughts, Sherry put away the paper and said, let me try. Shiloh couldn't help but frown. Practice until you're familiar with it before trying. His tone was urgent and tense, which made Sherry raise an eyebrow, curious. Why does the venerable god care so much about Gabby, yet let her fall to this state? How would he know? Shiloh lowered his eyes, absent-mindedly rubbing the soul-cultivating lamp with his thumb. He was never one to reveal his inner thoughts to others, let alone to Gabby. Gabby was stubborn and intense, even marrying Burton couldn't stop her from looking at him with burning passion. He had punished her for overstepping boundaries by casting her down from the heavens and thrown her into the 10 directions cloud sea late at night, yet every time they met again, she remained obstinate, offering him her dragon scales once more. Burton had said, a deity's destined match cannot always be chosen freely, but the heart can choose. At that moment, Shiloh was kneeling before Burton, almost destroying his divine essence to atone for his sins. Even when Burton later said he could dissolve the marriage and admitted he didn't like Gabby, Shiloh could no longer open up to her. Even when they were together, he would never say another word to her. He knew Gabby was innocent and that he couldn't bear to let her go, but in such circumstances, he couldn't talk to her kindly. I'm not as capable as Barak, so my chances of success are naturally lower. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Sherry spoke frankly. What will you do if she really doesn't come back? What do you think I'll do? Shiloh sneered. Let her die. Glancing at the yuan not still clutched in his hand, Sherry hesitated. Isn't that exactly what you think? I can use my own yuan not to save her, but if it fails, that's the end of it, Shiloh said coldly, lowering his gaze. I owe her, and it ends here. So complicated. Sherry pouted. If you like someone, you like them, if you don't, you don't. If you like someone, strive to be together, if not, let each other live happily. Why is it always such a dilemma for him? She sighed softly, then reached out and swiftly took off the dragon scale necklace hanging from his neck. Feeling a sudden emptiness in his heart, Shiloh's pupils constricted, and he instinctively reached to grab it. Sherry moved swiftly, holding the necklace tightly in her hand. Move back a bit, I'm about to start. The soul-gathering technique required a medium, and Gabby's dragon scales were perfect for that. However, if it failed, the scales would vanish into nothingness. Gritting his teeth, Shiloh stepped back 3 paces, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. Sherry followed the gestures written by Barak, which were extremely intricate. She moved slowly and clumsily, but as soon as the shape was formed, a white light array appeared beneath her feet. Shiloh watched, holding his breath, slightly surprised. Did she really learn it? Didn't they say this little deity had poor talent and low cultivation? How could she change so much in such a short time? A breeze stirred in the immortal mountain, accompanied by the faint sound of bells. Slowly closing her eyes, Sherry began searching for Gabby's remaining soul. Barak left the Stephen immortal gate. Harry stood at the gate to see him off. He didn't ask Barak where Sherry went or where he was heading. He only thickened the protective barrier around the immortal gate, his eyes unusually profound. Barak didn't look back, riding the clouds upward. As soon as he reached the first heaven, he encountered Arwen. Greetings, venerable god, Arwen greeted politely, wearing black robes that contrasted sharply with the pure white clouds around him. His expression was gentle as he bowed. Bruce has already ascended, and my people need to rest here for a while. The 9th heaven wasn't easy to penetrate, and beings from the netherworld couldn't directly rush upward. Barak glanced at the black aura buried in the clouds, nodded slightly, and continued ascending. Their actions weren't loud, but they weren't silent either. With the heavenly Tao closely monitoring, they should have noticed, but on his way back to the Lee family immortal gate, Barak didn't encounter a single guard. Glancing at the serene and mountainous Upper Bing Palace ahead, Barak gave a faint smile and softly said, "You've all come, so what's the point of hiding?" As his words fell, over 100 immortals surged out from around the Upper Bing Palace. None of them held magical artifacts, yet none of them looked relaxed either. Finally, the venerable god has returned, Henley smiled. It's almost your 90,000-year birthday. Following the heavenly Tao's decree, we've come specially to congratulate you. With these words, protective barriers descended around the Lee clan immortal gate with a crackling sound. The barriers bore the seals of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth all interlocked until they were locked down tight. A beautiful cage. Barak showed no ripple on his face, as if these people truly came to wish him a happy birthday. His tone was even quite cordial. If so, then I must thank all of you. He took a step forward, and the deities standing there swayed slightly backward in unison. If Sherry were here, she would surely laugh out loud at this scene. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and Barak smirked, flicking his sleeve and disappearing into the grand hall. The preset magical arrays rushed toward him in a colorful storm, filled with killing intent. Barak lazily sat back on his throne without moving an inch. With just a glance, dozens of magical arrays dissipated like rainbows, turning into a gust of wind that spun around and blew out through the door again. What are you all doing, just standing outside? He laughed. Since you've come to celebrate my birthday, you should come in and take a seat. Outside, there was dead silence for a long moment. Finally, Henley stepped inside. He swung the long white duster, not taking the guest seat beside him, but walked forward and knelt directly on the steps below. You and I have known each other for many years. I know I can't stop you this time, but Barak, don't be deceived by others. Barak's eyes filled with derision. Even human military tactics advise trying diplomacy before force. You, however, use force first and then want to talk reason? They fear you, Henley sighed. And indeed, you inspire fear. As his 90,000 years were about to be fulfilled, if he didn't meddle in the netherworld, he might have become the first deity to glimpse eternity. Chapter 117. Unfortunately, his deep resentment would lead to destruction if left unchecked, not only for Yongwu but also for the entire universe. Vincent did not believe that the 5 elements barrier here could completely confine him. However, since Barak did not seem eager to break through it immediately, he decided to say a few more words. You resent the Adele, and he fears you in return. But I have come not as his pawn, because I think it's too pitiful if you should walk down this evil path. With eyes full of mockery, Barak leaned forward, staring at him steadily. What is right, and what is wrong? Since the world is in his hands, he is considered right. Vincent sighed softly. Perhaps you are unwilling to admit it, but for 90,000 years, his rule has been relatively peaceful. His mockery deepened, and Barak no longer spoke, leaning back into his seat lazily, summoning the chiffon knife with a wave of his hand. The other deities waiting by the door retreated far when they saw the chiffon knife, but Vincent did not retreat. He only stroked his beard. This light from the blade has become even brighter. He had only been in the netherworld for a short month, and everyone thought any trouble would not be too serious. Unfortunately, all underestimated Barak, a born prodigy in cultivation. Within a month, he strengthened the chiffon knife several times over. One can imagine how much stronger he himself had become. Heavy-hearted, Vincent still mustered the courage to speak. There's something I want to discuss with you, my lord. If after hearing it, you still insist on your path, I will not persuade further. The person on the throne said nothing. Taking a deep breath, Vincent continued unprompted. My lord was born from the first flame when the universe began. The moment you took human form, the first flame became the divine fire within you. This meant that Jan never existed. He wasn't sure when someone started mentioning this name, calling her Barak's birth mother. Vincent had checked the 9 Skies records. While the name was indeed mentioned, the records were biased, and no one had ever seen Jan, including Adele, who doubted her existence. He felt Barak was being manipulated. But saying this, Vincent lacked confidence, as it was merely a guess. Perhaps Barak sensed this, as his expression remained unchanged. An event that should have happened tens of thousands of years ago was suddenly brought up recently. Doesn't this strike you as odd? He sighed. From the moment you held a grudge against Nikki, everything seemed to be orchestrated, leading you down a path entirely opposite to the 9 Skies. Barak killed Nikki without leaving any evidence, but looking backward, Vincent understood why. Nikki was closest to Adele. If Barak believed Jan was killed by Adele, Nikki would naturally be his primary target for revenge. Sadly, such a powerful deity died so ambiguously, leaving no remains. The 5 elements lacks the element most potent against fire, which is clearly advantageous to you, Vincent murmured. But have you considered that Nikki's death means no successor for the Khan family, drying rivers and lakes, causing widespread drought? How many people would die because of this? Barak grew impatient. Why should he care about those deaths? Kathy might criticize him for his heartlessness, but why wouldn't this old man stop? Nikki controlled waterways, yet they hadn't dried up after his death. Pausing, Barak pondered this. Right, Nikki is dead, why haven't the rivers dried up? In theory, a water deity's soul returning to nature should bring severe droughts. Suddenly, Kathy's image flashed in his mind. Kathy spent 3 days gathering souls on Immortal Mountain, barely managing to retrieve one soul of Gabby. Sitting in the magic circle, she panted, feeling her spiritual energy almost depleted, her meridians searching desperately for remaining reserves. Her vision blurred. Shiloh was busy stabilizing Gabby's soul fragment, ignoring her. After a brief rest, Kathy resumed meditation. Overexerting herself, she used up nearly all the spiritual energy Barak had given her. Searching for new sources, she unexpectedly encountered a vast body of water with her spirit. Was this Nikki's lingering spiritual energy? Kathy felt like finding an oasis in a desert, rushing to fill her meridians with this energy. The tension eased, her dizziness lessened, and Kathy breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she wanted to adjust again, she heard a familiar voice. Kathy, find water moon mirror flower. Startled, she gasped. Nikki, didn't he vanish completely? Holding her breath, she asked with her spirit, are you still alive? Nikki's voice sounded very weak, as if he had finally woken after a long slumber, but he didn't have the strength to answer any of her questions, only muttering repeatedly, find the water moon mirror flower. The water moon mirror flower was in Barak's possession. While it could reveal some events, what use would it be to find it now? Before she could ask further, Nikki had already vanished, and no matter how loudly she called, it was as if he had sunk into the depths. Celine opened her eyes, furrowing her brow in thought. Before she could make sense of it, Shiloh called her again. No more souls left. His voice was hoarse. Pulling herself together, Celine wiped her sleeves and stood up. I've done my best. She was poisoned by the netherworld toxin. Without returning on time, she would disintegrate. Using all my spiritual power, I can only retrieve this one soul. Netherworld toxin? Shiloh's face darkened. Gaspard thought she would return, not expecting her to be so stubborn. Celine glanced at his closed sleeve, guessing his intentions and couldn't help but shake her head. You are also the culprit. Don't lay all the blame on others. Just that sentence made Shiloh feel like he had been struck by lightning, his lips instantly turning pale. Indeed, it was he who insisted she stay here to guard the pass for him. Ironically, with his own severe injuries leaving him unable to maintain the protective barrier, he naturally assumed she should take over. Years of treating her this way had become a habit. Return to the 9 Skies, Celine said. The heavenly chi there is abundant and will better nurture this soul. All right, Shiloh agreed in a low, hoarse voice but remained rooted to the spot. He seemed to be in pain. Tilting her head to observe him, Celine suddenly felt that if Gabby saw him like this, she might feel better. Right, she added. Since the water moon mirror flower belongs to your sect, you should know it well. That item was originally meant as Gabby's dowry. Why was it kept near the heavenly gate back then? And conveniently, it recorded the scene of Adele persecuting Jan. Chapter 118. Jinghua Shuiyu only ended up in the Western Sea nearly 10,000 years ago and later became Gabby's dowry, Shiloh replied indifferently. Before that, no one knew where it was stored or who was in charge of it. So, Sherry's eyes flickered. Does this mean if someone tampered with it, no one would know? Shiloh lowered his gaze and summoned a passing cloud, stepping onto it with difficulty. Those who have the skills don't have the time, and those who have the time lack the skills. Jinghua Shuiyu had been sealed for too long, its key hidden by Wally. Anyone who wanted to tamper with it would have had to do so at least 10,000 years ago. Too much time has passed. Even deities don't know how many have ascended since then. Who could have planned such a distant scheme? Sherry fell silent, following him onto the passing cloud. Both of them needed to return to Zhouxiao, and Shiloh didn't mind giving her a ride. However, the higher they went, the more uneasy the atmosphere became. It should have been a clear day, yet the clouds on the horizon were dark and ominous. Even after crossing the three heavens, they hadn't seen a single deity. Shiloh slowed down, fixing his gaze on the distant, unusual black clouds in the west. At first, they appeared pitch black, but soon turned a brilliant red like summer sunset clouds. Though Sherry saw nothing amiss, Shiloh remarked, "Is this a battle?" Following his gaze, Sherry asked, puzzled, "Who's fighting whom?" "I'm not sure, but the scent of blood is quite pleasant." With a wave of his hand, a strand of blood wafted over, floating gently into his fingertips, brushing past his nose. "It's the blood of a celestial being, very fragrant." A shiver ran through Sherry, and she moved away from him slightly before asking, "Should we go check?" "No need." Turning his attention back, Shiloh continued leading her upward. Zhouxiao hasn't been attacked for tens of thousands of years. If someone dares now, it will surely be a fierce battle. Us going there would only add more casualties. Images of the dream flashed through her mind, causing Sherry to tighten her brows. Barak? Who else would dare lead an attack on Zhouxiao? Shiloh remained silent, knowing how severe the situation could be and foreseeing that this conflict might not end for centuries. But now, he wanted nothing to do with this mess. He just wanted to reach the immortal banquet terrace to tend to the frail soul in his arms. So, somewhat cruelly, he sent Sherry directly back to the Li clan immortal gate. She was formidable, especially with Barak protecting her. She wouldn't die anywhere. Without entering, Shiloh turned and left as soon as he saw Sherry standing on the steps. Sherry didn't blame him. After all, she still needed to find Jinghua Shuiyu. Earlier, while they were together, she had jokingly said not to let Jinghua Shuiyu see them. At that time, Barak mentioned that Jinghua Shuiyu was too heavy to carry around, so he left it in the immortal pond behind the Upper Bing Palace. Lifting her sleeve, Sherry stepped through the immortal gate. Unexpectedly, as soon as she took this step, blades of light appeared all around her. Dodging several streams of divine energy, she laughed bitterly. "Is it necessary to ambush a minor deity like me?" Yates appeared silently, standing in front of her with folded hands. Sherry raised an eyebrow, glancing instinctively at the characters above the gate, then at him. "Did I come to the wrong gate?" "No." Yates's voice was low. "You've returned just in time. Barak is waiting for you." Shiloh had just mentioned that there was a battle outside. Why would Barak be here waiting for her? Besides, given his temperament, how could anyone act recklessly within his own immortal gate? Something was off. Stepping back half a pace, Sherry smiled at him. "Supreme Deity, you're all-powerful and influential. Why resort to trickery with me? If you want to capture me, I can't escape anyway." Yates liked the girl's talents but, due to differing positions, he looked at her regretfully. "You'll understand once you go inside." Sherry turned, standing there in silence for a moment. Yates thought she might flee, but shortly after, she turned around and obediently followed him inside. 7 or 8 binding cords flew out, wrapping tightly around her. She neither struggled nor cried out in pain, instead smiling and asking, "Can I visit the immortal pond behind the Upper Bing Palace? I left something there, and it'd be better to bring it when meeting Barak." Yates shook his head. "No. I noticed from the heavenly gate that you're a kind-hearted person," Sherry sighed. "Even though I stole your divine power, you weren't angry but rather satisfied." Yates pursed his lips, pulling the binding cords forward. "Let me go there once. I won't run away tied up like this." Sherry pouted. "At worst, let's make a deal. Let me go, and I'll return your divine power and all the Gung clan's divine techniques I learned." Yates paused, surprised. "You also learned our clan's divine techniques?" "Actually, it's not really. Some basic Gung family spells are documented in scrolls within the Steven Immortal Gate. I just picked up a few of them." "Oh." Turning around, Yates looked at her intently. "Which ones did you learn?" Sherry smiled and nodded toward the direction of the immortal pond. Yates thought to himself that he was also curious about what she was looking for. Letting her have her way this once wouldn't hurt. So, they changed direction and headed to the immortal pond. "Now can you tell me?" He watched her curiously. Sherry stared motionlessly at the immortal pond, her words becoming increasingly vague. "The Gung family's magic originates from Queen Mother Nua, and creating objects with earth is the most basic spell." Bubbles rose to the surface of the pond as something seemed to be surfacing. Yates grew wary, grabbing her wrist but feeling icy cold skin without any warmth. Splash, water splashed up, and a purple crystal leaped out, flying over Yates's head before falling behind him. His pupils constricted as he turned back in astonishment. A pale hand deftly caught the crystal. Her almond eyes sparkled with mischief as she wiped the water off the stone, laughing as she said, "But if this simple spell is used to create people, it can deceive even the gods of the Gung family." The person he was holding crumbled into a pile of dirt as if losing its support. Yates released his grip, feeling the soil without much anger. "When did you use this substitution technique?" he asked softly, as if afraid to startle her. Sherry put the Jinghua Shueyu away and replied honestly, "When you turned around just now." In that brief moment, she had created a human-like figure from soil that could speak and move and exude divine energy, fooling even him. An unusual light flickered in Yates's eyes as he couldn't help taking 2 steps toward her. "Don't follow Barak. Come to our immortal gate, and one day you can ascend to become a deity, a ruler." "Thank you for your offer." Sherry took a step back, "but I have important matters to attend to and cannot stay long." This place was already surrounded by a web of surveillance. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Yates shook his head, about to persuade her again when he saw her suddenly transform into a clay figure as well. Chapter 119. Her heart skipped a beat, and then Ronnie swiftly flew up to the roof ridge, searching for her divine spirit while inwardly marveling. How powerful could this transformation technique be? The clay figure below was clearly imbued with dense immortal energy and appeared more lifelike than the previous mud figure. Despite his vigilance, he had fallen for the second trick. Was he getting old? Scanning the area, he saw no signs of the divine soul fleeing. Puzzled, Ronnie frowned, but from the corner of his eye, he caught the clay figure rapidly dashing out of the immortal gate. "Ronnie, what was that?" Dirt cascaded down as Allison wiped her face, clutching the Jinghua Shueyu, running far without looking back. She wasn't naturally skilled in such advanced transformation techniques, but she was clever. When swapping identities failed, she employed a ruse by turning herself into a clay figure. It was simple. As long as Ronnie lost focus, she could escape. She hadn't expected this high god to be so easy to deceive. After sprinting for dozens of miles, Allison hid within a cloud, cautiously glancing behind her. No one was chasing her. Relieved, she lay in the cloud, catching her breath. She fished out the Jinghua Shueyu, concentrating her divine consciousness to ask, "I've found it. What's next?" Worley's voice didn't resonate in her mind. It seemed he briefly regained consciousness before disappearing again. Wrinkling her brows in perplexity, Allison examined the Jinghua Shueyu from all angles, eventually deciding to observe once more the scene where Yaji was persecuted by the Giroud. The Jinghua Shueyu had its own spirit, capable of showing what its holder most wanted to see. However, after staring at the surface for a while, Allison only saw a white mist. "What's going on?" she muttered, tapping the crystal. "Did it get soaked and break?" As if protesting, the Jinghua Shueyu trembled, revealing Barak's face. Startled, Allison stared at his magnified features, feeling a sudden heaviness in her chest. The big shot was still trapped in Shongbing Palace. Chaos erupted in Zhouxiao, with those favoring war and those advocating peace arguing intensely before the Giroud. The situation was tense, and strict precautions were everywhere. In such conditions, she couldn't rescue him alone. Looking at the Jinghua Shueyu, she confirmed it wasn't broken but simply couldn't show Yaji's scene. Stowing it away, she gazed at the fiery clouds at the horizon. Arwen, leading the forces from the Netherworld, had already clashed on the fifth heaven. Ricky's heavenly soldiers were held off by the Dragon Clan in the Western Sea. Though there was no news yet, the overwhelming immortal energy above the fifth heaven strained the ghosts, reducing their combat strength by over half. With Barak not providing backup, Arwen was unsure of the outcome. Continuing would result in heavy casualties due to lack of guidance. Retreating wouldn't help explain things to Barak and would also result in significant losses. At a loss, Arwen saw a beam of light flying towards him. "Your Majesty, be cautious." His guards raised their shields, guarding him vigilantly. Peering through the gaps in the shields, Arwen saw the light, which resembled fire and water, alternating between red, blue, and yellow, coming aggressively but forming a human shape several yards away. "It's a celestial fairy who serves High God Barak," Gaspard recognized, softly reporting to Arwen. Arwen's spirits lifted. He ordered the guards to stand down and greeted her personally. "What does the High God say?" he asked bluntly. "Is there a shortcut for us to save some effort?" Allison stood before him, her eyes flashing. "Of course there is. I'll lead you." She needed to see Barak first, only he could stop this chaos. But for that, she had to escalate the conflict. There were several weak points in Zhouxiao's defenses. The Netherworld's advantage lay in rapid movement. With her leading, they could encounter fewer heavenly soldiers. But Gaspard hesitated. "Lord Bruce specifically instructed us not to change our route without his message." "Bruce?" Allison stopped and turned to him. "Where did he go?" "The Western Sea," Gaspard replied. "Without him, we would have been caught between the heavenly soldiers." Although Xiaoding Palace respected Shongbing Palace, why would Bruce willingly follow Barak in causing this chaos? Casually conjuring a token with Barak's aura, Allison lifted her chin. "I'm here to deliver the High God's message." Even if Bruce were here, he would have to follow Barak's orders. Smelling Barak's immortal energy, Arwen nodded, issuing a long whistle. Clouds teeming with ghosts halted, waiting for orders. Allison turned and beckoned, leading the army off the main path to less traveled areas. On the way, Allison opened the Jinghua Shueyu again, silently reciting Bruce's name. Bruce was only a true lord, just over 10,000 years old. There were very few scenes of him in the Jinghua Shueyu, just a small segment. Sweep, sweep. It was the sound of fabric rubbing together. Clunk. It seemed like something was put down, leaving the picture dark. Then light suddenly broke through. The surroundings had already turned into a scene near the heavenly gate, with not a single figure in sight. It ended abruptly here. Allison thought she had seen wrongly and silently repeated Bruce's name again in her mind. The result was still the same short segment where Bruce didn't even show his back from beginning to end. Was it him who placed the Jinghua Shueyu near the heavenly gate? But Bruce was only a little over 10,000 years old. By the time he became an immortal, Yaji had already been dead for tens of thousands of years. This wouldn't convince Barak. Putting the treasure back into her sleeve, Allison thought for a moment, then turned to Gaspard and asked, "Has Lord Bruce been resting well recently? His body and old illness haven't healed yet." Gaspard knew she was Barak's person and didn't think much, replying, "How could he care about that? As an important confidant of High God Barak, there are so many things to be busy with, and he has to shoulder the heavy responsibility in the Western Sea. It's quite exceptional if he can meditate for 2 hours." Allison clicked her tongue, laughing in admiration. He is still this responsible. A high god like this surely has good luck. Gaspard sighed deeply. Although we are immortals, some immortals love beauties and power. He is quite different, impervious to oil and salt, devoting all his efforts to the high god. Hearing your tone, have you tested him with oil and salt? Didn't dare to, but I drank wine with him twice. Gaspard replied. In the end, he didn't seem interested in anything. Sighing and stroking her chin, Allison narrowed her eyes. Indeed, when he was in Shangbing Palace, he always went alone, never seen associating closely with anyone. It seems after this matter is settled, the high god should heavily reward him. At the mention of heavy rewards, Arwen, who had been lying on the carriage behind them, suddenly rolled out and gently patted Gaspard on the shoulder, then smiled and said, "My son spoke indiscreetly, lady, don't take it to heart. Those who seek power all wallow in the mud. He has his own agenda, no different from us." Chapter 120. Gaspard froze, immediately realizing he had misspoken. He lowered his eyes and fell silent. Allison looked at Arwen in confusion. The latter smiled calmly. Indeed, he is a deity from the ninth heaven. There are aspects of the netherworld that even he cannot fully oversee. If we were to discuss contributions, naturally my 94 divisions would have done the lion's share. Lord Bruce merely acted as a messenger. After success, rewards would be distributed based on merit. As this girl was by Barak's side, Arwen was unwilling to give all the credit to Bruce. They had risked their lives, whereas Bruce was only a conveyor of messages. He disliked Bruce, perhaps because they were both cunning in similar ways. Despite recent dealings, Arwen felt that one should not grow too close to him. Allison looked at him with puzzlement, mumbling, "Didn't the venerable deity say it was thanks to him that you could conquer the ninth heaven so swiftly?" "An error." Arwen shook his head. "From the moment I submitted to the venerable deity, I was ready for battle, but I was severely wounded, delaying me. Later, with his assistance, I came as soon as possible." He glanced up at the layers of cloud, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "Returning to familiar grounds, I was eager." Allison suddenly understood, so Bruce wasn't the first in merits. "Of course not." Arwen waved his sleeve. "But saying he did nothing would be biased, since these days he has been quite busy delivering messages and coordinating tasks, helping my son greatly. In other words, Bruce's contribution was on par with Gaspard's." Allison understood and nodded, no longer questioning. She simply guided them forward. Though her time in the ninth heaven was not long, due to frequent errands for Barak, she became familiar with its patrol arrangements. Near the Five Elements Immortal Gate, guards were strict, but further north in the Xianyang Terrace region, due to the presence of the thorny forest, fewer celestial soldiers patrolled. Passing through there would save much trouble. The Dark Ghost Army was advancing toward the ninth heaven. As Allison traveled with them, her thoughts shifted from Bruce to Jinghua Shueyu, and then to the heavenly daoist she had only briefly met. After much pondering, Barak's face finally surfaced in her mind. A person like him, confined in Shangbing Palace, would likely be very angry. If he truly lost his temper, he might burn down his own palace. Previously, there was little concern about him, but after his trip to the netherworld and sharing half his cultivation with her, what if he couldn't handle it and got hurt? Images of him covered in blood flashed before her eyes. Allison tightened her heart and quickened her pace. Near the Xianyang Terrace, they encountered another group, preparing for a fierce battle. Arwen suggested, "We can hide in the thorny forest nearby. Though challenging for deities, it's manageable for us. The ghosts are numerous, and even though it's manageable, circling around there will delay several days." Allison shook her head repeatedly. Dividing into 3 groups to head directly to Shangbing Palace would be faster. Arwen seemed hesitant. That would mean losing many troops. Allison thought for a moment and said, "I'll lead some people to lure them into the thorny forest while you retreat and circle around to Shangbing Palace." Given the urgency, this was the best plan. Gaspard noticed that the girl was worried about Barak and felt a pang of anxiety himself. They dared to come to the ninth heaven relying on Barak's abilities. If he were in danger, their million ghosts would be in a precarious position. "Father, Lady Allison speaks wisely," Gaspard bowed, agreeing. Reluctantly, Arwen placed a crystal shard in Allison's hand. "We'll reunite near Shangbing Palace." "All right." Allison held the crystal. This item was equivalent to a token of command among the ghosts. Sensing it, 10,000 ghosts split off without hesitation, following her. The distant celestial soldiers were already visible. Taking a deep breath, Allison waited for a moment before leading this group straight into the thorny forest. The celestial soldiers indeed followed, numbering only a few 10,000. However, being in the ninth heaven gave them more maneuverability over the ghosts. A wave of divine power turned slower ghosts into black smoke. However, most celestial soldiers were minor immortals, with only a fraction reaching the xiuxian realm. Once inside the thorny forest, they were like passing through a sieve, drastically reducing their numbers, allowing the ghosts to counterattack effectively. Watching the battles, Allison didn't feel great. Who knew why she helped ghosts against deities, feeling as if she was slapping herself. But after eliminating the pursuers, she still breathed a sigh of relief, counted the remaining ghosts, and rushed towards Xiangbing Palace. Days passed. She didn't know if Barak was safe. If the heavenly daoist used any array or method, his unyielding stubbornness might not hold up. In the distance, she could see the boundary light surrounding Xiangbing Palace. Allison wiped the ash from her face and mustered all her strength to lead the people forward. The 10,000th year after the creation of heaven and earth, a great upheaval broke out in the ninth heaven. 1,000,000 soldiers from the underworld broke through the defenses and surged into the ninth heaven, clashing fiercely with the deities above. The five elements gods personally led expeditions, with the area around Xiangbing Palace becoming a battlefield, filled with red clouds from the intense fighting. Everything went as Allison had predicted. Chaos brought her the opportunity to save Barak. Thus, when the clouds were most resplendent with fiery hues, she finally breached the boundary of Xiangbing Palace. Allison imagined Barak to be utterly exhausted and disheveled, or perhaps sitting amidst an array, covered in blood. Upon seeing her, there would be a spark of recognition in his hazy eyes. She would approach within that spark, reaching out her hand to him. This was the most heart-stirring scene one could imagine. However, the reality was that when she burst into the main hall of Xiangbing Palace, Barak was calmly seated on his throne, sipping tea. The tea wasn't fresh in the winter, and he seemed displeased, taking just one sip before setting down the cup. Haddon, standing beside him, appeared somewhat awkward, explaining something in low tones. Barak nodded, half-lidded eyes showing signs of lethargy, even yawning lazily. Allison. Turning stiffly, she surveyed the surroundings of the grand hall. Indeed, there were many arrays, but they weren't confining him. Instead, various gods were trapped inside, some with shattered divine souls, others pale-faced in meditation. Noticing new arrivals, the xiuxian of the Geng clan in the nearest array alerted them, "Run fast." The voice echoed hollowly in the grand hall. Allison and Barak both froze for a moment. "Why did you come?" His eyes reflected her figure. Barak pressed his lips together, calmly pushing away Haddon and standing up. With a wave of his sleeve, he swiftly erased all the arrays in the hall with calm determination. Chapter 121. The resplendent light followed the wind out of the grand hall, cleanly and sharply as if everything that had just happened was an illusion of hers. Zoria rubbed her eyes and gestured at the position where the magic array had been. Was it here just now? What about here? He walked up to her, looked down with apparent innocence on his face. Zoria. How could anyone be shameless to this extent? Puffing out her cheeks, she stared into his eyes, frowning heavily. Barak looked at her, then after a moment of silence, he raised his hand to wipe the blood froth from her cheek. She was upset, yet when her cheek touched his hand, she still rubbed against it like a kitten, then looked up and continued to stare at him, stubbornly waiting for his explanation. His palm felt soft and warm, and Barak's gaze softened too. With a slight snort, he said, "I just threw them out, didn't kill." Although those immortals were almost dead, they attacked first. Barak didn't think he did anything wrong. The barrier was set by them, the magic array was also summoned by them first, he merely made do with what they provided. It was rather ironic. If in the past, these people wouldn't dare to make a move on him, perhaps due to his being too gentle here, they got the illusion of winning over him. He was merely waiting for someone. Glancing down at the suspicion in this little one's eyes, Barak squinted and poked her forehead. "Betraying me?" "Not exactly." Zoria was worried. "I'm just thinking, you've injured so many immortals, even if you stop now, probably Gerard won't let it go." "Why should I stop now?" Hesitating, Zoria mulled over her words before speaking cautiously. "If Jan wasn't killed by Gerard, what would you do?" "There is no if. His expression hardened. Barak looked past her towards the white boundary outside the door. Except for him, who else could have done this? After chasing the truth for tens of thousands of years, it wouldn't soften his heart because of her few words. Barak guessed what she intended to do, nothing but wishing for peace. But this time, he couldn't let her. Suddenly, thunder roared loudly outside. Zoria was about to talk about the illusory matters when she was suddenly pulled into his embrace, his wide sleeve covering her head, and the surroundings started emitting hair-raising cracking sounds. Vincent looked up at the cracked boundary, feeling both relieved and despaired. He has come. After all these days, Vincent saw through Barak's indifference, not truly trapped, just lazy. He seemed sure that Gerard would appear here eventually, and was not concerned about his own situation at all. When numerous immortals tried their skills just now, Barak didn't even raise an eyebrow, only extending his hand, and the intricate magic arrays bounced back to the spellcasters like broken cages. Had each magic array covered a single immortal, Vincent might not be surprised, considering Barak's tens of thousands of years cultivation. However, for dozens of magic arrays to simultaneously cover dozens of immortals required exceptional control. Just like throwing rings in a market game, some can hit targets accurately one by one, but to throw dozens of rings and hit every target perfectly is virtually impossible. Yet he accomplished it. Moreover, Vincent, kneeling nearby, felt no hint of divine aura during the spellcasting. With such realm, even if Gerard came, it might not win inside the barrier. Therefore, Vincent wanted to mediate. However, as soon as Barak sensed Gerard's presence, murderous intent surged around him, swirling fiercely and forcefully, choking Vincent speechless. Zoria, with her head against his chest, didn't sense the wind or the murderous aura, only noticing his heart rate speeding up. Barak, she whispered, I won't stop you, but can you promise me to use your power moderately, not harming innocent lives? Who cares about so much in an immortal fight? Barak thought nothing of it, only hummed slightly, neither agreeing nor refusing. Zoria sighed and wanted to step away from his embrace but was held back by his hand. Don't move. Shouldn't moving mean letting him fight while holding her? Wrinkling her face, Zoria was about to speak when she suddenly felt weightless. This person suddenly became extremely tall. Zoria reacted slowly, reaching out to grab his robe, only to see a furry paw. Meow. She was dumbfounded. Barak actually turned her into a cat. She scratched his chest angrily with her claws, and Zoria tried to speak but only managed, meow meow meow. Satisfied, Barak stroked her soft fur and placed her on his shoulder, whispering, hold on tight. Who brings family members to a fight? Zoria, in a frenzy, accused him telepathically, shouldn't you put me in the safest place? This is the safest place, Barak replied. You think you can fool me? Zoria glared. The moment the barrier of Gungung Palace broke, the ghosts and heavenly soldiers fighting outside surged in. He moved through the throngs effortlessly, grabbing someone's neck as he passed by. Zoria turned her head and saw it was an upper god of the Khan clan, somewhat familiar but she couldn't quite recall where from. There was no need for her to remember, Barak simply snapped the man's soul. It was too cruel. Zoria shook her head vigorously but still persisted in trying to persuade him. What you see isn't always real, it's better if you reduce your karma. If someone else had nagged him like this while he was killing, Barak would have crushed them along with the others. But listening to her babble made him oddly pleased. Worried about me? Yes. She sighed dejectedly, if you get punished by heaven, I'll be struck by lightning too. Chuckling lightly, Barak rubbed her cat ears and then glanced sideways, sweeping out the obstructive Gen Mountain spirit. The sedan chair of Gerard halted behind layers of heavenly soldiers. Barak looked at it with disdain. Wouldn't it be wonderful if our grudge was settled just between us? You shameless scoundrel. Gerard's voice echoed from afar. As an upper god, you led the underworld into my 9 heavens, breaking the celestial laws. How dare you confront me? If they weren't here, you wouldn't come to see me. A divine flame ignited at his fingertips, and Barak smiled grimly. Now, will you come over on your own, or should I kill my way to you? Gerard didn't respond, but from behind his sedan chair, a cloud drifted out. Chapter 122. The cloud was wide and beautiful, and atop it stood a noble lady in resplendent phoenix headdress and elegant attire, with delicate eyebrows and a graceful demeanor like orchids. She seemed to be heading straight toward Barak, her eyes filled with tenderness. Seeing her, Barak stopped what he was doing, pursing his lips and frowning as if he had anticipated what she would say. Indeed, as she approached, she spoke, your resentment is too deep, it's easy for you to fall into madness. Barak cast his eyes downward, I've been in the netherworld for a month. If I were to fall, it would have happened long ago. Shaking her head lightly, she sighed, the heavenly oracle has foreseen great calamity for you, which is why Lord Bray descended to hinder you. Who would have thought that your obsession runs so deep that you brought people back to the 9 heavens? With your abilities, even without these netherworld beings, you could still stir up chaos, but you insisted on bringing them here to humiliate the heavenly Tao. She couldn't help but frown. Barak, your resentment is too strong. If other nobles spoke to him like this, they probably wouldn't end well, but unexpectedly, after this noble lady finished speaking, Barak wasn't angry. Instead, he lazily moved his neck and grunted. So what if my resentment is heavy? Had it not been for the heavenly oracle, why would he have endured 90,000 years of loneliness? These people had deceived him for so long as if he were a fool. Was he not allowed to be angry? His eyes contained sarcasm as he said, Rochelle, since I owe you a favor, I'll listen to you more. Once you're done, please step aside. It turned out to be Rochelle, and Sherry suddenly understood, instinctively licking her own paw. According to legends, Rochelle and Barak had a good relationship. She once gave him immortal grass, saving her life. In Sherry's imagination, Rochelle was dignified and even stern, but the one before her looked particularly kind, and hearing Barak's words, her eyes were filled with sorrow. If I don't move, will you attack me too? Barak smiled, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Rochelle sighed, her gaze shifting to his shoulder. What a beautiful cat, snow white all over, with eyes like 2 blue glass beads. However, it seemed to be a girl transformed, carrying the aura of Barak. With a flicker of thought, Rochelle stepped aside, watching Barak pass by her. Before he walked too far, she added softly, the heavenly oracle's prophecy about your emotional tribulation seems accurate. Barak's steps hesitated, his expression darkening. Do you think such things can threaten me? Not at all, Rochelle shook her head. I just find it surprising. Originally, I didn't believe his divinations until I saw you truly bring this young lady along. She hesitated, then sighed, take care. Hearing this, it felt like she was going to be sacrificed to the heavens. Sherry felt uneasy, turning to look at Barak. He seemed even worse, his face dark and gloomy, with a killing aura like wind carrying sand, making people's eyes hurt. Sherry rubbed her head against his face and meowed. Barak lowered his eyes, reaching out to stroke her head, then continued forward. Dense magical formations fell like spring rain, blocking his path. Barak squinted, looking through the formation at the heavenly oracle's sedan chair. The master of the 9 heavens, under everyone's watchful eyes, was actually retreating. More heavenly soldiers surged up, and the formations in the sky multiplied, seemingly aiming directly at Sherry. Barak waved his sleeve, and the fiery golden patterns of the sunbird floated up, blocking the formations. However, this prevented him from rushing toward the heavenly oracle, forcing him back into the vast sea of clouds amidst flashing swords and spears. Gaspard was leading a group in battle against the heavenly soldiers. Looking up and seeing him, he immediately rejoiced, "My lord." There were too many heavenly soldiers, and they were barely holding on. Barak pursed his lips, flipping his hand to summon the gate of life and death. The large black-red gate appeared on the cloud sea. As soon as the gate opened, countless souls of the dead surged out. The weary spirits received reinforcements and immediately retaliated, with someone's blood splattering onto Sherry's soft white fur. Sherry's eyelids twitched, and her ears drooped. This was the ghost army she had brought. Asking Barak to stop now would seem overly sentimental. But watching this scene, she truly felt uncomfortable. "Can I go back to the Upper Bing Palace?" she asked. Without hesitation, Barak refused. "No." She went quiet, placing her soft paws over her eyes and pretending to be dead. Both angry and amused, Barak pulled down her small paw. "You need to get used to these things." "Who says so?" she muttered sullenly. "A beautiful flower doesn't bloom in manure just because it's planted there." Barak. He wasn't imagining things. This little thing was insulting him. Narrowing his eyes, he grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, half smiling. "Should I put you back in the vase?" "No, no, no." Knowing when to yield, Sherry hugged his wrist with all 4 paws and shook her head repeatedly. The ghosts gradually gained the upper hand, taking over the 10 directions cloud sea. The heavenly soldiers retreated to the feast immortal terrace, and Barak watched coldly without rushing to chase after them again. He merely waved his hand to erect a windwatch pavilion on the sacrificial platform amidst the cloud sea. Gaspard understood that Barak intended to set up camp and immediately rejoiced. He had always been unsure whether Barak would abandon them in the middle of battle, as Barak had made no promises to them. But setting up camp now meant a prolonged conflict, so Barak would need their help. When the sky was filled with burning clouds, both sides withdrew. Arwen led the ghosts, relying on the gate of life and death, to camp in the 10 directions cloud sea. Barak brought Sherry into the house below the Windwatch Pavilion, just in time to meet Bruce returning from his mission. Supreme Deity. Bruce looked exhausted but still stepped forward to salute. "The matter in the Western Sea has escalated. Ricky cannot return from there. Lord Bray is severely injured, and the Khan clan is leaderless. Only the Gen clan and Ding clan have some remaining strength, but they are not a significant threat." Barak nodded and was about to leave when Bruce hurriedly turned his palm and revealed a red pill. "This item is the water-repelling pearl, beneficial for you, Supreme Deity," Bruce explained. "It's a treasure brought back from the Western Sea. If you take it, even if the heavenly Tao later aligns the 5 elements to strike you with all of the Khan clan's remaining strength, they won't be able to harm you at all." This was indeed a good thing. Although Barak wasn't afraid of anyone from the Khan clan, preventing damage from elemental counteractions would be beneficial. He took the red pill and swallowed it casually before stepping into the small house. The door closed, and Bruce stood quietly for a moment before turning to leave. The cat on his shoulder had been clawing at him ever since Bruce appeared. The moment Barak shut the door, she urgently transformed back into her human form and pounced on him, baring her teeth and claws. "You!" Her words were cut off as someone blocked her entire mouth. Sherry's eyes reddened with urgency. Her tongue darted into his mouth and forcibly removed the red pill he had just swallowed. Chapter 123. Her soft tongue flicked against his lips and teeth, retreating before he could catch it. Barak raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. He grabbed her waist and pressed her closer to him. "What are you up to?" She spat the kaidan into her palm, wiped the corner of her mouth, and glared at him. "You're such a powerful god, yet you have no caution at all? You would eat anything anyone gives you?" Her cheeks puffed up, as if she were truly angry. Barak leaned back against the door, half-closed eyes looking down at her with his thumb stroking the small of her back. He half-smiled. "Bruce would never harm me." "How can you be so sure?" She frowned deeply. "Brothers fight among themselves in this world. Why do you trust him so blindly when you aren't related?" "If he wanted to harm me, he would have done so long ago," Barak replied. "It makes no sense for him to choose now." Annoyance welled up inside her, and Sherry stamped her foot. "Do you believe him or me?" The question sounded like a little girl's petulance. In the middle of a battlefield, Barak was not in the mood for flirtatious teasing, but he still found her anger strangely endearing. So he teased her by turning his head slightly. "Of course I believe him." Sherry was speechless, slapping his chest and struggling to free herself from his grasp. Barak caught her arm, solemnly saying, "You haven't returned my water-repelling pearl yet." Her throat tightened. Red-eyed, she turned away and forcefully shoved the kaidan back into his hand. "Here, take it. Eat it if you want. Let yourself be fooled again." "I don't care anymore." As he took the kaidan, he pulled her back into his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Is it really that big of a deal? Just moments ago, she was playful, but now she seemed so upset." His words only made her cry harder, tears streaming down her face. Her brows drooped, and her nose was red. "I'm trying to help you, but you won't listen. Bruce is deceiving you. All this talk about Gigi and the Heavens Oracle, it's just a way for him to use you to manipulate the heavens. He stays safe behind the scenes while you bear all the risks. If something happens to you, who will care? Why would he give you the water-repelling pearl at this critical moment?" It should be thrown away, not eaten. You're so smart, yet on this you're so stubborn. The more she talked, the harder she cried, tears falling uncontrollably. Barak was stunned, unsure how to react, brushing her cheek awkwardly with his fingers. It's just a bead. What if it's poisoned? What if it harms your essence nucleus? She sobbed loudly. Why won't you believe me? How could he possibly believe all this? Barak felt helpless, wiping her tears with the edge of his crimson sleeve. He didn't know where this little creature had heard these rumors. Although Bruce was close to him, if he tried to manipulate him, it would indeed be overreaching. Bruce simply harbored grievances against the heavenly oracle, having followed him for so many years. Seeking revenge through him was not unreasonable. Barak didn't think Bruce was wrong, but he couldn't stand seeing her cry. So he softly consoled her. All right, I won't eat it. I'll keep this kaidan for your necklace. Hearing his nonchalant tone, she knew he wasn't taking her seriously. Despair filled her as she clung to his sleeve, gasping between sobs. Then he gently ruffled her hair, pressing her into his embrace. The world outside will be chaotic for a long time. He whispered, if you want to stay with me, you can't always cry. Then you shouldn't always disbelieve me either, she mumbled against his chest. I'm pretty strong, you know. Listening to me once in a while won't hurt. His chest shook, as if he were laughing. She noticed and irritably bumped her forehead against him. But she gradually calmed down. Resting her cheek against his chest, Sherry thought that since she couldn't stop everything from happening, she at least needed to prevent things from becoming as bad as in her dream. Barak firmly believed in the existence of Gigi, and she had no evidence to prove Bruce was lying. She decided to wait and see what ultimately enraged him enough to reshape the heavens and earth. Taking the kaidan from his hand, she examined it closely but saw nothing unusual. She slipped it back into her pouch. The underworld and the 9 heavens were at war, with demons and deities converging on the 9 heavens. The journey varied in length, and the battle situation changed rapidly. By the time the Demon Sect reached the 10 Directions Cloud Sea, Ronnie had already lost an arm. In the end, it's like an insect trying to stop a cart. Stephen sighed heavily at the hellish scene before him. If only I had left her behind. Stephen. Wesley appeared, riding on a cloud, exhausted. Go back. Why? Stephen was puzzled. Didn't the Heavens Oracle send out a divine summoning order asking for reinforcements? Wesley hesitated, then shook his head. He certainly didn't ask for your sect's help. With her precious disciple still with Barak and the ghosts being led to the 9 heavens by her, who here would consider Stephen's sect an ally? A flash of understanding crossed his eyes, and Stephen sighed. My little disciple is not a rebellious one. I believe you, but they won't. Wesley shook his head. We've known each other for many years, old brother. Go now, before someone else spots you. I can't protect you then. Harry furrowed her brow and stepped forward with clasped hands, asking, Divine being, how is my junior sister? Wesley's expression was complicated, but he managed a slight smile. There's no need to worry about her. With Barak guarding her, who could harm her? But there was a hint of severity in his eyes as Wesley shook his head. If she remains deluded after this battle, the heavens and earth will have no place for her to hide. Harry lowered her eyes and gripped the scabbard of her sword tightly. Stephen showed no reaction, even waving his duster in front of Wesley. Don't frighten the younger generation. Wesley looked at him with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation. I've written to you many times, urging you to discipline her, but you didn't listen. Even if she's an endearing girl, you shouldn't indulge her to this extent. Stephen said nothing more, only smiling while swinging his duster. Just as he was about to take his leave, a group of celestial soldiers appeared from afar. Divine being Stephen, Braegong bowed to him. The Deus Divina has summoned you. Stephen's expression changed, and Wesley quickly stepped in front of him, facing Braegong. You sure move fast. I just happen to have something to discuss with you. As he spoke, he hid his hand behind his back, signaling Stephen to run. Run fast. Stephen saw it, but there were so many disciples following him. What would happen to these children if he ran? So he merely smiled, nodded at Braegong, and followed the celestial soldiers toward the heavenly gate. Master. Harry frowned. Stephen waved his sleeve and sent her a mental message. Leave. If you can't, go find your junior sister. What did that mean? Harry's face turned pale. They had come to the heavens to subdue the ghosts, yet they hadn't even encountered any ghosts when they were already being detained by the Celestials. Going to find her junior sister now would be tantamount to joining the enemy. Chapter 124. Amanita was staring at the red pill in her palm, lost in thought, when she suddenly heard Kieran's voice at the door. Excuse me. Startled for a moment, she looked up to see Kieran carrying a person who was tied up haphazardly. Barak had gone out, and before leaving, he had instructed her not to leave this room. She hadn't expected that even if she stayed inside, guests would still come. Immortal Amanita, Kieran smiled faintly. This is the apothecary we just caught outside. Lord Shangdi said you might need him, so I brought him back. Leaping down from the soft couch, Amanita bent closer and saw Reuben's familiar but weary face, as well as the trembling tongue bird hiding tremulously in his robes. Her eyebrows twitched as she took the rope end from Kieran, nodding gratefully. I indeed need him, thank you. Kieran hadn't seen her for a long time. Upon noticing the ethereal aura around her, he frowned slightly. But given the current intense battle, he didn't have time to investigate the young lady further. Bowing, he left immediately. As soon as the door closed, Amanita's tense body relaxed. The trembling tongue bird, which had been shrinking away, finally returned to Reuben's shoulder, saying pitifully, Miss, it's been a long time. This was Ruben's inner voice. Amanita helped him sit in a chair and studied him with her chin propped up. Are there no other people in your Khan family that you must personally fight? He paused, eyes dim and defeated. The trembling tongue bird echoed, it wasn't my wish, but as the most effective sect against the Lee clan, the Khans are naturally on the front lines. Thank you, miss. Barak actually spared me. How did this have anything to do with her? Amanita shook her head. There are few medical immortals, and Barak merely considered comprehensively. It has nothing to do with personal feelings. The trembling tongue bird tilted its head and looked at her, hesitant to speak. She was too well protected and knew nothing about what was happening outside. Barak had been ruthlessly slaying gods and Buddhas, almost ready to strike until, seeing him, his gaze softened abruptly, and he pulled him out of a crowd of deities. It's you, he said expressionlessly. Upon meeting him again, Ruben was genuinely surprised. He had guessed this person held some status, but never imagined it to be Lord Jace, the immortal. More shocking was that he did not kill him, only turning to Kieran and saying, throw him here to see if she needs him. Amidst chaos, Barak had become a demon lord rumored to slaughter indiscriminately, and countless immortals had already died by his hands. Ruben had thought he was doomed, but then, amid blood and mist, this person's eyes softened instantly. And in that instant, he survived. How can a demon have emotions? The trembling tongue bird mumbled. A person with emotions shouldn't become a demon. While pouring tea, Amanita's thoughts wandered after hearing this. Absent-mindedly, the tea overflowed from the cup onto the table. Looking down, she sighed suddenly. If I say he became a demon precisely because he had too much emotion, would you believe me? Ruben frowned, and the trembling tongue bird shook its head in agreement. Whoever believes it must be foolish. True, Amanita laughed bitterly. If she hadn't approached Barak, she might also find it absurd. Someone who kills relentlessly like him could have no emotion. But these days, as she stared at the mirror flower and moon reflection, she gradually understood. Barak firmly believed G existed because he was naturally sentimental, longing for care and protection. Although he always appeared indifferent, if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have been affected by the soup given by her senior sister. Therefore, no matter how she explained, he wouldn't believe it. He would seek revenge for G and ease his regret. Understanding this, Amanita even thought that Kieran lying to him was not bad, at least ensuring someone loved him, just like Liu Nainai in the human world remembering her son Fanghan until death, always someone thinking of him. This way, his heart wouldn't be desolate and completely cold. Putting down the teapot, Amanita stopped talking about Barak and showed him the red pill. See what this is. If you're right, I can protect you from death. Ruben raised an eyebrow and followed her gaze. A dark red bead with faint water ripples, seemingly carrying a scent of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, yet smelling faintly and with a fishy undertone inside. His expression turned grave, unable to speak for a long while. Amanita couldn't help but frown. Poison? Not quite. The trembling tongue bird replied, this item isn't poisonous, it's rather precious. Her heart skipped a beat. Feeling guilty, she wondered, could it be that she overreacted, and Kieran truly had Barak's best interests at heart? Before she could finish her thoughts, Ruben continued, taking this substance can temporarily boost one's cultivation for a period of time, but there are downsides as well. This item has a strong fishy smell, which can easily make one rage and lose control of their emotions. Without hesitation, Amanita immediately crushed it. With a crunch, the powder fell from between her fingers, scattering into the cracks of the floor tiles and being buried by dust. Ruben watched as the formerly gentle and adorable girl suddenly turned cold-faced, her celestial aura becoming sharp for a moment before gradually easing again. He was somewhat stunned and instinctively leaned back. I appreciate your effort, Amanita thanked him softly. Just rest here. As long as you don't go outside, nothing will happen. With that, she swept her sleeve and stood up, stepping out of the door. Her light green skirt flared in the wind outside, curling into a beautiful ripple before vanishing in the blink of an eye. What formidable celestial aura. Ruben couldn't help but frown. Last time the Khan family saw her, she was still just a minor celestial. How had she become so powerful in such a short time? Amanita didn't think she was powerful, but she could indeed move freely now. There were originally a few celestials guarding her at the entrance, but she simply flickered and exited the watchtower. As far as the eye could see, gods and demons were battling in a chaotic mess, black and red intertwining, blood coloring the sky. She stood on a cloud, trying hard to find Barak, but there were too many people. Before she could identify anyone, a magical weapon rushed towards her from the side. Capture her, Yonatan shouted from afar, his spirit instantly vibrating with excitement. Quick! This young girl had actually walked right into their trap. If they could hold her hostage, Barak would surely be hesitant to act rashly. On command, the surrounding celestials moved into action. Not far away, Zarin noticed this and was about to frown when he saw the true lord who had rushed forward get blasted away by a surge of celestial energy. The powerful gust formed a circular shockwave, spreading out like ripples on a lake, even reaching Zarin a mile away, making him feel the wind brushing past his ears. Do righteous celestials specialize in targeting women? Amanita stopped, looking quite wronged. Real men should fight face to face. Capturing hostages is no skill. Chapter 125. Her voice was soft, making her sound like an easygoing young lady. But when they noticed the powerful immortal aura around her, the surrounding deities hesitated to act. Only a few Jinjuan who had just been repelled could not hold back their embarrassment and spoke up. Please come with us. Where are you taking me? Ginger tilted her head, smiling instead, Things are so chaotic now, it's not wise to move around casually, right? Yonatan knew her quite well, but now looking at her, he felt as if this young girl had changed into someone else, a coldness lingering at the corner of her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes lifted, piercing through the crowd, staring straight at him. He felt somewhat intimidated. Forcing himself to calm down, Yonatan greeted her from afar with clasped hands. When an upper god greeted like this, it was a challenge. Ginger pursed her lips and looked at him, glancing quickly around. Barak wasn't here, and no one could help her. Was she really Yonatan's match? Though uncertain, she couldn't lose her spirit. Standing up straight, she returned his gesture with a crisp bow. Then, a wave of immortal aura fiercely rushed toward her. Zarin watched from a distance as Ginger and Yonatan fought more fiercely. Initially, Yonatan could have killed her off guard, but he hesitated for a moment. In that instant, Ginger reacted, exerting all her power to fight evenly with him. She was only an upper immortal without even a Jinjuan rank, yet she held her ground against an upper god. Even Yonatan, known for his good temper, grew increasingly impatient, his attacks becoming heavier, the fluctuating energy waves stronger. Oddly enough, though Ginger seemed aimless as an immortal, the stronger the opponent, the more energized she became. Flames danced fiercely around her, forming a phoenix that spread its wings behind her like Barak's did. Yonatan didn't gain any advantage over her. Dozens of light beams slashed across the sky where the clouds were ablaze. Yonatan's face turned sullen, wanting to continue, but Lance, standing behind him, suddenly pulled him back. My lord, there's no need to waste your time here, he provided an excuse. We need support up ahead, leave this to us. Though unwilling to back down, Yonatan realized this girl must be divinely aided, and he wouldn't capture her easily. He flicked his sleeves and retracted his magical weapon, saying, thank you. Lance nodded and watched him leave. Then he turned to look at the girl standing motionless. His gaze sharpened, and he struck his thunder hammer upward. Boom. Thunder rumbled overhead, forming a lightning prison around where Ginger stood. Lightning streaked through the sky, and anyone daring to move within would surely be injured in body and soul alike. Releasing a satisfied sigh, Lance looked at the trapped figure and said, I thought she'd put up a better fight, didn't expect her to succumb to my hammer. The person in the prison remained still, neither speaking nor moving. Take her back, Lance ordered. A celestial soldier approached to carry out the order but paused, frowning. This. What? Lance asked, does she have more tricks? Not exactly, the soldier replied, his expression complicated. It's just that, this one you trapped doesn't seem alive. Startled, Lance hurriedly stepped forward, pulling aside the soldier and inspecting closely. It looked like the young girl, but the prisoner inside was empty of life. Soon after, a piece of dirt fell off its face. Fooled, Lance sighed in frustration, pounding his thigh. How did she learn the Gungsha clan's illusion technique? As he roared in anger, the clay figure crumbled into a pile of soil. Ginger had already fled far away, occasionally looking back. Around her, immortals and demons clashed, but apparently, there were no major figures on this side. No one paid attention as she darted about. Finding a clean cloud patch, Ginger stopped to catch her breath. Before she could fully breathe, she sensed a familiar presence. Zarin stood nearby, not far behind her. Heart racing, Ginger pretended not to notice, smoothing her breath, then turned casually to meet his gaze. Hey, she exclaimed joyfully, why are you here? Zarin smiled and bowed, ordered by the upper god, I've come specifically to escort you. So soon he detected I ran away. Ginger blinked innocently, bringing me back, will I be punished? Zarin shook his head and gestured for her to follow. Ginger followed obediently, acting as innocent as ever. Observing her out of the corner of his eye, Zarin softly reminded her, you should avoid wandering recently. If you fall into their hands, it could jeopardize important matters for the upper god. Smiling warmly, Ginger nodded, my transformation skills have improved significantly lately. Since I can't wander freely, I might just transform into something to hang on him, that way, he won't worry about me anymore. Zarin shook his head again, the upper god said he carries too much bloodlust and is unsuitable for you to stay close. If the watchtower isn't comfortable, I can guide you back to Shongbing Palace. It's already prepared and quite safe. As they spoke, a limb of the Yama's being came hurtling through the air. Sherry didn't even turn her head, simply flicking her sleeve to swat it away, her eyes clear and bright. I won't be a burden to him. Zarin grew somewhat impatient and opened his mouth to speak more sternly, but a glance at her revealed her resolute gaze. There was no room for compromise in that determination. Pausing mid-step, Zarin pursed his lips. He felt annoyed. Why had Barak given her so much cultivation? Enough that he couldn't be sure of subduing her now. If it came to a showdown, it wouldn't be good, but letting her go would definitely cause trouble. After all these years, Zarin had never done anything to regret. Not going all out on this girl from the start turned out to be his first regret. Heaving a light sigh, Zarin continued walking forward. Sherry kept up with him, sensing his concession, her smile warming again. Lord Zarin, don't blame me. If you were in love, you'd want to be with her every day too. Lifting the corner of his mouth, Zarin said, I'm not in love. What about family? She asked. Surely you have family. In times of crisis, family should stick together. At this mention, Zarin cast his eyes down. In times of crisis, families indeed should stay together, he murmured after a pause, and die together if need be. Startled, the person beside him stared wide-eyed at him, stammering, I haven't heard of such a thing. Sorry. No matter, Zarin smiled faintly, it's not exactly something worth boasting about. He was a very fortunate deity, born with celestial bones, and having siblings by his side. Years ago, who wouldn't have envied the Xius? Sadly, those harmonious celestial beings all perished in their most adept element, the fire. Their souls scattered as they clung tightly to one another even in death. Zarian was the one cradled closest inside, barely surviving. After the great fire, someone stepped over the blackened remains, compassionately digging him out from his charred body. Poor thing, he said, the wrath of the fire god truly demands a human life as its price. Chapter 126. Gerard had kind eyebrows and eyes, and spoke in a gentle and endearing manner. If not for witnessing how the fire started with his own eyes, Bruce would have believed his lies as well. Barak was never good at controlling his emotions. Years ago, he inexplicably received several labels of defiance. His anger flared up in Shongbing Palace, the flames rushing towards Heavenly Gate, which even the immortals of Clan Khan could not extinguish. They could only devise ways to redirect the fire away from challenging the might of Heavenly Gate. Thus, the Xiu clan became the nearest victim. The Xiu clan didn't hold much power back then, so their mass casualties didn't cause significant impact, not drawing many people's attention on high heaven. Gerard intended to use him to make Barak confess his guilt, but Bruce remained silent for 3,000 years after that great fire, ignoring whatever he said. Hence, Gerard gave up on him, sending him back to the Xiu clan to cultivate on his own. Perhaps believing his innate qualities were poor and no matter how much he cultivated, he wouldn't ascend to godhood, Gerard forgot about the existence of this orphan from the Xiu clan over time. This was indeed correct. Bruce couldn't fly to higher realms even after 20,000 years, still just a true lord. But he became one of Barak's confidants. Have you never thought about revenge? A little girl beside him asked innocently. If it were any other time, Bruce wouldn't answer such a question, but now, lost in old memories and agitated inside, he replied softly, humans often say a gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late. In this heavenly realm, taking revenge 10,000 years later may also not be considered late. Allison pretended to be enlightened, and obediently stopped asking questions, following him silently. Bruce originally planned to send her to Shongbing Palace. It was now guarded by his people, so things would be much easier for her there. If something needed to be done in the future, it would be more convenient as well. However, perhaps due to disordered thoughts or some distraction, he realized that they weren't approaching Shongbing Palace when he came back to his senses. Instead, just 100 feet ahead stood the figure of Barak. Thank you, sir. Allison curtsied gracefully towards him with a smile. Bruce was somewhat dazed, pursing his lips, confusion in his eyes. She, however, didn't notice, flinging herself at Barak like a butterfly. Barak was currently battling the Three Realms' true deity, with a barrier of surging divine energy around him. But as if sensing Allison behind him, a gap suddenly opened in his barrier as she approached, swallowing her in and closing again seamlessly. Don't meddle, he scolded her, displeased. Allison pouted, shivering before transforming back into a cat and jumping onto his shoulder to watch forward. The Three Realms' true deity was a renowned combat deity, specializing in wood magic. Fire and wood aren't directly opposing according to the 5 elements, hence why he was dispatched to engage Barak. This deity wielded immense strength and robust divine energy, and although Barak handled him easily, he couldn't escape from the battle immediately. Allison sensed his growing impatience, wanting to finish the opponent off directly, yet if he unleashed his divine power too fiercely, the people of the underworld below would also be affected. Stretching out her cat tongue to lick his cheek softly, Allison mewed softly. Barak looked grim, both angry and helpless. How do I have time to deal with you? What disdain. Allison pouted and turned her head to look at Grady, who was in a fierce battle with Arwen. Grady's spiritual power wasn't weak, but he tended to use brute force, wasting a lot of divine energy. Even against the barely healed Arwen, he gained no advantage. With a twitch of her whiskers, Allison made a hand seal. Water has the ability to carry all things and can divert. However, this time she did not use water-based spiritual power but borrowed this technique's form, using her own cultivation as guidance to lead waves of golden light towards her paw. Arwen noticed something wrong and looked in shock. The divine energy emitted by his opponent was swept by wind like gossamer gold, flying towards Barak's direction. Is this a plundering technique? He questioned, finding it not entirely like plundering, not as tyrannical, merely collecting stray divine energy in the air. An infuriated Grady failed to notice anything. Seemingly realizing something, Arwen didn't hurry to injure Grady but dodged left and right, provoking him into action. Half an hour later, as the Three Realms' true deity's great wasteland treebind technique launched countless thick roots towards Barak, these were suddenly slashed apart accurately and mercilessly by numerous sharp blades. He looked bewildered, glancing at the knives flying in the sky, then angrily shouted at Grady, "What does your family mean by this?" Hearing the shout while angrily stomping his feet, Grady turned back blankly. What? All the tree roots emerging from the clouds had been severed. The Three Realms' true deity angrily pointed, "This is what you've done." Grady laughed in indignation. "We are allies. Why would I do such a thing? If not your side, then who else?" The Three Realms' true deity's temper flared larger. The elemental principles of heaven and earth dictated that even Barak, with his fiery spells, could not produce golden divine energy. The blades in the air were not particularly powerful, they merely severed his attack before falling into the clouds and disappearing. However, it was clear that internal discord had arisen on the other side, giving Barak an opportunity to move past the Three Realms' true deity and continue forward. Allison clung to his shoulder, licking her paw smugly. "I didn't hold you back, did I?" A light snort, Barak glanced sideways. If you want praise, just say so. Well, then I'll be straightforward. She smiled. Praise me. That spell I used just now? I figured it out on the spot. Humph. He turned away disdainfully but still reached out to stroke her snow-white fur. Quite impressive. Allison relaxed, emboldened by the praise. Then I'll keep helping you like this. Rolling his eyes, Barak replied, not necessary. It would merely waste more effort. He didn't need her help for anything. Pouting, Allison's tail wagged defiantly. I don't want to leave you. Those words felt much more comforting. Barak's expression eased immediately, even a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Just don't get in my way. With a flick of her tail, Allison immediately meowed in agreement. Supreme deity, Bruce caught up from behind, clasping his hands together. Gerard has retreated to the bramble forest. They've set up new formations there. Please wait a moment while our formation experts investigate thoroughly before proceeding. His smile faded. Barak was truly annoyed. I've already fought my way to under his nose, and he still has the nerve to play the coward. Bruce chuckled dryly. After all, he is a divination expert, not proficient in combat. Feeling even more irritable, Barak waved his hand and severed one of the flying dragon pillars at the gate of heaven. The white marble pillar slowly toppled over, passing through the clouds and plummeting down to the mortal world. Seeing this, Allison scratched him with her claws urgently. Don't rush. We're already here. Capturing him is only a matter of time. Her voice softer than usual, cautious and gentle, like warm water instantly dousing the fire in his heart. Chapter 127. Barak pursed his lips and glanced at the coiling dragon pillar plummeting straight towards the human world. With a wave of his sleeve, he retrieved it. The pillar was heavy, and it had fallen for quite some time. Even he found it somewhat strenuous to handle, but moments later, the coiling dragon pillar stood upright again before the gate of heaven, its fractured surfaces merging with a sound akin to cracking stone. The shadow cast by the standing pillar enveloped Bruce's face. He watched silently, not stopping Barak, merely casting a sidelong glance at the cat on Barak's shoulder, his brows subtly knitting. The gentle Barak was far from being as formidable as the irascible one. Now, Barak was excessively gentle. Unknowingly, he seemed to have changed his temperament. He no longer had unpredictable moods or disregarded all living beings. If there were any particular changes Sherry made, nothing stood out. She just stayed with him, and the malevolence in his heart diminished compared to before. This was not a good thing. Bruce looked deeply at Sherry. A strange chill spread across his back. Sherry wagged her tail, rubbing against Barak's face and meowed. You have a wound on your hand. Barak snorted lightly. It's a minor injury. They are far worse off than I am. Where did this concern for appearances come from? Sherry sighed inwardly but went along with his words. Your valor and skill make them no match for you, but blood is still flowing. It would be best to dress the wound first. That little injury wasn't even worth mentioning, yet she seemed genuinely worried. Barak didn't take it seriously, but he eventually extended his hand to her. Thus, Bruce watched that snow-white cat, using two paws deftly to retrieve ointment and gauze from who knows where, wagging her fluffy tail while bandaging Barak's hand. The scene was so warm it felt almost unbelievable. With unspoken words, Bruce tightened his grip inside his sleeves. Seeming to sense his gaze, Barak's expression turned icy cold. Looking up, his eyes slightly displeased, he asked, how is the situation over there? Bruce's heart skipped a beat, lowering his eyes and clasping his hands. This humble immortal will go check again immediately. Having said that, he took a few steps back, then turned and left. Sherry was somewhat surprised. While dressing the wound, she raised her eyes and asked, isn't Bruce one of your confidants? Why are you so harsh to him? Confidant. Barak repeated the two words thoughtfully without further comment. After tying a beautiful bow, Sherry lowered her eyes and asked, if you capture the one who controls the heavenly Tao, would you kill him right away? Is that even a question? Barak looked at her as if she were foolish. Sherry was momentarily choked and puffed her cheeks. My point is, he is the sovereign of Xiu. If he suddenly perishes, chaos will ensue. Wouldn't it be better to capture him alive first and ask about the past events before deciding? Barak knew what she was thinking from these words. He pursed his lips. No need for you to worry about it. Her cat ears drooped, and Sherry pouted. We've waited tens of thousands of years. Can we not wait a few more days? What if there's a misunderstanding? Wouldn't that lead to a huge sin? Her eyes flickered, seeming to hide something. Barak observed her coldly, then suddenly grabbed the skin at the back of her neck, bringing her close to him. Her sapphire eyes were beautiful but seemed anxious. Half lowering his eyelids, Barak laughed mockingly. What do you know? Sherry shook her head and struggled to scratch his wrist, accidentally letting the mirror flower water moon fall from her body. Quickly catching the mirror, Barak glanced at it and frowned slightly. When did you take it out? Just a few days ago. She looked around guiltily and replied, I just casually took it out. He had sunk it into the pond in Shongbing Palace, which had been sealed by a barrier and guarded by people from Xiu. How could she casually take it out? Something's off. Barak narrowed his eyes. This little creature feared death and trouble. She wouldn't seek out the mirror flower water moon unless necessary. What use could it be to her? She hadn't even stayed in Xiu for long, and most of what was recorded in it pertained to him. Reflecting on her earlier words, Barak raised an eyebrow. How old are you really? Mind your own business. I'm nearly 900 years old, Sherry pouted, struggling while saying, why shouldn't I care? Since it concerns you, I will care. Otherwise, if you one day disappear from the universe, where would I find someone to compensate for your loss? I won't disappear. If you recklessly destroy the world and return everything to nothingness, isn't that the same as disappearing? She kicked her legs angrily. Destroy the world. Barak's eyes moved slightly. He had indeed considered such a thing before. Returning the universe to chaos was the simplest solution, without so many twists and turns. But, without this world, she would surely be bored. She wouldn't be able to eat monikaction noodles in the human world, cause trouble in the netherworld, or roam freely in xiuxian. Therefore, he could afford to be a little gentle and only kill the one who manipulated the heavenly Tao. As for the chaos that followed, it was the fate of xiuxian, not his concern. By sparing them, he had already shown mercy. Holding her in his arms and stroking her, Barak said, I'll keep him for 2 days after capturing him. The randomly swiping cat paws immediately became obedient. Sherry looked up at him in disbelief. So I really have influence over you? He rolled his eyes and covered her entire cat head with one hand. Don't flatter yourself. Sherry grabbed onto his hand, feeling both happy and puzzled. The Barak before her was completely different from the one in her dreams. There was no black cat by his side, only her white cat. Did this mean everything had taken a turn in the opposite direction? Lord God. Someone called from afar. Sherry was still excited, but hearing this familiar voice suddenly felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, instantly deflating her. She buried her head into Barak's chest, trying not to listen, but Elise's voice still came closer. A few old men from the Buddhist temple have come. My brother may not be able to hold out any longer. The Western Buddha disdained fighting, but this matter was too big. In the end, they had to step in. Buddhas were most effective against demons. It made sense that Gaspard and Arwen couldn't withstand them. Barak lifted his hand and tossed an extinguishing Buddha tripod to her. Elise caught it with both hands. Upon inspection, a delighted smile spread across his face. Thank you, Lord God. This object was an ancient divine artifact, extremely dangerous to various deities and Buddhas, and hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Everyone thought it was sealed somewhere, never expecting it to be in his possession. Reassured, Elise glanced at the snowball in Barak's arms and couldn't help adding, this cat is indeed adorable, but there's too much killing here. Be sure to protect it from harm. Barak nodded, and Elise bowed smilingly and left. The originally soft cat fur in his arms suddenly became prickly. Lowering his eyes, Barak smiled slightly. Is this another spell you've just learned? Chapter 128. A perfectly good cat had suddenly turned into a hedgehog, this little hedgehog staring up innocently as if it didn't understand what he was saying. Its glossy black eyes blinked. Huh? Barak raised an eyebrow. Are you mad? No. It denied quickly, Sherry's smile as innocent as ever. Why would I be mad? With that, the quills on her back straightened and poked into his chest. Barak twitched at the pricks, drew in a breath of cold air, yet couldn't help but chuckle. She's just here to get something. Okay, fine. Sherry still smiled sweetly. She's capable, able to charge ahead and slay enemies for you, unlike me, a tiny kitten who can only hide in your arms. Barak. He couldn't help but cover his cheeks. What are you doing? The hedgehog in his arms gave him a grimace with a glare. Your sweetness is souring my teeth. Enraged, she jabbed him again and buried her head in his arm, not making a sound. Could she not feel sour? Even if he meant nothing by it, it had still made her heart heavy for quite some time. Liking someone made one so petty and unreasonable, even just seeing Elise made her feel uncomfortable all over. She knew this wasn't right, but she couldn't help it. Deity. Bruce returned after leaving. Sherry paused and instantly recovered, transforming back into a cat and jumping onto Barak's shoulder. Barak turned his head to see that there was blood on him, his face slightly pale. The formation has been broken. We can proceed towards the bramble forest. Who did you run into? He asked. Bruce was taken aback, wiped off the blood from his face, and said, looking down, no one else, just remnants of the Khan clan. Khan clan controlled water, and water suppressed fire. Meeting members of the Khan clan, he could hardly avoid getting injured. Since Barak killed Worley, there had always been hostility between their clans, and following Barak, Bruce had indeed been hurt many times. This time, however, he hadn't concealed his injuries. Looking silently at him for a moment, Barak summoned clouds and headed towards the bramble forest. Immortal Sherry, Bruce whispered, that place is dangerous. Will you go too? Called out unexpectedly, Sherry's tail quivered as she grabbed Barak's shoulders tightly and mumbled, yeah, I'll just follow him. Bruce nodded and said no more. Outside the bramble forest, the shattered array looked like a broken crystal lamp, sharp and injurious. Barak conjured a protective barrier and charged straight into the forest. Bruce followed behind him, alert, but they hadn't walked far when a purple light shot towards him. He conjured a defensive shield, but possibly because of his injuries, it shattered with a bang. Reacting swiftly, Barak threw his own barrier over to shield him. Thank you, Deity. Bruce bowed and moved behind him. From where the purple light came, a squad led by Ronnie appeared. Barak didn't take this person seriously, but now without a protective barrier and with Sherry still on him, he might get hurt if they engaged. After a brief consideration, Barak placed Sherry beside Bruce. Sherry was somewhat panicky, she didn't want to leave him, but the situation was urgent, and it wouldn't be appropriate to act up. So once on the ground, she stood by the edge of the barrier, trying not to look at Bruce. With the protective barrier in place, Bruce relaxed and spoke up, the situation isn't good, there are people coming from behind as well. Turning around as instructed, Sherry indeed saw a batch coming from behind, seemingly from xiuxian Palace, focusing on earth cultivation. This forest was their ideal battleground. Taking a glance at Barak handling those in front, Sherry transformed into human form and decided to deal with those from behind. But just as she stepped forward, the surrounding barrier suddenly withdrew. Sherry turned back in surprise to see Bruce rushing to another direction to aid Barak. As he took the barrier away, she found herself enveloped in thick fog. Hurriedly summoning her own protective barrier, Sherry was bewildered. What happened? Even though the bramble forest had formations, they should only work on immortals below the true lord level. Her cultivation was definitely higher than that, and she hadn't gotten lost before. Why the sudden mist this time? Barak? She tried calling out. There was an unnatural silence, with no one answering. Frowning, she attempted to fly up. But the cloud dispersed halfway, and she fell back into the mist, wincing in pain. This formation seemed different from the previous ones. Narrowing her eyes, Sherry summoned wind to disperse the fog. After blowing for a long while, she finally got a clear view of her surroundings. Twisted ancient trees, damp soil, a desolate forest with not a soul in sight. This should also be part of the bramble forest, but obviously not where she was just at. Focusing, she heard faint sounds of fighting from a certain direction, but they were too distant, sounding unclear through the wind. Listening intently for a while, Sherry summoned the cloud and did not fly upwards but quickly moved toward the direction from which the sounds were coming. Barak quickly dealt with Ronnie. Turning around, he didn't see the white cat and was about to frown when he heard Bruce say, "Your divinity, the people from Stephen Immortal Sect have been held captive by them." "When did this happen?" He frowned. "Recently," Bruce replied. "Just now, Xia Palace came with Stephen Immortal Master's token." Sherry rushed after them in a hurry. "Ridiculous," Barak rebuked angrily. They were fishing, and she eagerly took the bait. Saying this, he prepared to go after her. "It's too late," Bruce persuaded him with clasped hands. Going now would mean walking into their trap. With Sherry there, you might hesitate to act. It would be better to first capture the Tian Dao Guardian. Holding a bargaining chip would make it easier to negotiate. Stopping in his tracks, Barak closed his eyes. He truly had been foolish, thinking of saving someone at such a critical moment. Ronnie had already retreated, and pursuing further would lead straight to the Tian Dao Guardian. It made no sense to give up now. Flicking his sleeve, he turned around, and an aura of killing intent rose around him like heavenly flames as he charged towards where the Tian Dao Guardian was located. Along the way, he showed no mercy. Even Vincent of Supreme Purity suffered a severe injury from his palm and couldn't get back up. "Barak!" Vincent of Supreme Purity shouted, clutching his chest. "You must not make a grave mistake." With a cold laugh, Barak tore through the defensive barrier in front of him, bringing down the divine fire and stepping into the jungle where the Tian Dao Guardian was hiding. As if expecting him, the Tian Dao Guardian sat on a tree stump without showing much panic. Beside him stood the Stephen Immortal Master, looking somewhat exhausted but free of any restraints. Noticing this, Barak summoned the Fengsha knife with his right hand and challenged the Tian Dao Guardian expressionlessly. "You are the most powerful deity," the Tian Dao Guardian sighed. "Naturally, I am no match for you, but Barak, you cannot harm me." Chapter 129. Cannot touch him? This notion was too absurd for Barak to take seriously. The moment the blade wind rose, it rushed straight toward his face. Unexpectedly, the Morgan stood still, even as the aura of death stirred ripples in his 8 trigram robe adorned with silver patterns. Despite the sleeves billowing like sails, he only gazed calmly at Barak. Something wasn't right. With a flick of his wrist, Barak reined in his strength. The killing aura from the chiffon blade brushed past the side of the Morgan's face, leaving a bloody streak. He wiped it with his hand, the crimson blood smearing on his fingertips. At the same time, Atli also had a bloody streak appear on his neck, in the same position and depth. Barak half closed his eyes and after a long pause, sneered, "Coward. To fear death so much that one binds their soul essence with another's." The Morgan didn't get angry, he even smiled warmly. "Before you came, I cast a divination to see if today he would return his soul to heaven and earth. A diviner cannot calculate their own fate, so he linked his soul essence with Atli's and then divined Atli's fate. What an extremely clever yet shameless method." Eyes filled with mockery, Barak asked, "Would you like to cast another divination to see if I will do as you wish?" "No need for more divinations," the Morgan chuckled softly. "You won't kill him." Initially, when Braegong said Barak wouldn't harm anyone from the Atli sect, he didn't quite believe it. But now, looking at Barak, the Morgan realized he had bet correctly. He truly wouldn't lay a hand on Atli. Glancing strangely at Atli, the Morgan gently shook his head. It seems rulers indeed find it hard to untangle matters of the heart. Barak remained silent, standing quietly, his fiery red robe draped over him like mountains, seemingly calm. However, the smile on the Morgan's face didn't last long before an undetectable wave of killing intent surged toward his throat. Cold sweat broke out on his back as the Morgan hastily dodged. But it was barely in time, his neck still received a cut, blood spurting out. Atli's neck also bled, soaking through his robe. His expression changed drastically as he clutched his wound, finally showing some panic. "Aren't you afraid she'll hate you if he dies? 80,000 years ago, you should have known I fear nothing." Looking at him indifferently, Barak's mocking gaze intensified. "What is this matters of the heart?" He took a step forward, his voice deep and icy. "From the day you harmed Janie, you should have foreseen this day. If you want to rule the 9 heavens, just say so. No need to use Janie as an excuse. But Barak, your temperament is too extreme. You're unfit to be the ruler of the 9 heavens. Even if I die today, you won't meet a good end." Ignoring the latter part of his words, Barak focused on the first part, his eyes filled with even more killing intent. Janie wasn't an excuse, she was his birth mother. Though invisible, the Morgan sensed the dense killing aura coming toward him. He summoned a defensive barrier, but it wasn't enough against this unpredictable divine aura. Reluctantly, he had no choice. Had he known earlier, he should have exterminated him tens of thousands of years ago. Before his Psy could escape, an additional protective barrier appeared before his existing one. Startled, the Morgan turned to see Atli wiping blood from his neck with one hand while forming protective seals with the other. His eyes flickered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, Atli was a god who had existed for tens of thousands of years. To compensate for the shortage of innate divine ranks, he willingly descended to guide mortals in cultivation. Over the years, he sent countless immortals to the 9 heavens. Normally, he would give him some respect. But today, under urgent circumstances, without proper explanation, they shared a single soul essence, and Atli didn't hold a grudge, truly broad-minded. Now that we are at an impasse, would the high god listen to an old man's words? Atli spoke softly to Barak, not looking at the Morgan. Barak was impatient. I am not your disciple, I don't need your preachings. That's not the case. Atli smiled faintly. I just recalled an old matter I'd like to share with high god. Barak crossed his sleeves and lazily lowered his eyes. Seeing this as agreement, Atli got straight to the point. Before high god ascended, there was an unsightly incident in the 9 heavens. An upper deity fell in love with a mortal woman and insisted on bringing her here to become an immortal. The gods had differing opinions, even dividing into 2 factions and conflicting. I won't elaborate on the process, which is unrelated to high god, but perhaps you should hear about the woman's eventual fate. What did the outcome of an ordinary woman have to do with him? Barak felt that this old man was merely stalling for time, which made him almost want to raise his hand in impatience. Before he could make a move, Edge preempted him. 70,000 years ago, that woman was executed outside the heavenly gate by the personal hands of the Morgan. After her death, the criticism in the 9 heavens subsided, and even many people began to feel some pity. So they bestowed her with a divine rank and recorded her in the annals of the 9 heavens. Edge's eyes deeply looked into his as he twirled the handle of his whisk. Just now, hearing the high god mention Janie, I suppose you must be referring to that ordinary woman. His hand paused mid-air. Barak squinted his eyes, looking at him quite puzzled. His birth mother was naturally a god born with a divine rank. How could there be talk of an ordinary woman? If you don't believe it, high god can certainly verify. Edge said, if due to some other grievances, you wish to take action today, I have nothing more to say. But if you are being manipulated, I still ask you to think thrice. The moment the Morgan dies, the 9 heavens will fall into chaos, and all sentient beings will not rest in peace, rivers and mountains will not be serene, the sun and moon will cease to shine, truly a karmic disaster. Intuition told Barak that this old man was deceiving him. How could what he had personally investigated possibly be wrong? Yet, the doubts buried deep in his heart seemed suddenly to resurface. For example, if Janie were truly his birth mother, how could she have been weak enough to be dealt with at the Morgan's whim? And another example, he was born with memories, how could he have never seen her? Originally, he had peacefully cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It seemed around 10,000 years ago, he suddenly realized he had a birth mother. Was that discovery then guided, or was it a genuine twist of fate? Sensing the slight slackening in his expression, Edge lightly sighed. High God has a fiery temper, but you are not unreasonable. My disciple is close to you, she likely knows something about this. Even if you don't trust me, you can trust her. Not mentioning her would have been better. As soon as Edge brought her up, the killing intent around Barak flared up again. He did not attempt to take the Morgan's life again. Instead, he directly stretched out his fingers and grabbed him. Chapter 130. The Xiuxian had wanted to resist, but after just a few moves, his throat was throttled by the formidable immortal aura. The disparity in strength was so vast that it inspired fear. Where is she? Barak asked. With a stiff expression, the Xiuxian replied in a grave tone, who are you asking about? Barak did not respond, he only increased the pressure on the diviner's throat by 20%. Bloodshot eyes stared out from under furrowed brows as the diviner gripped the 8-trigram disc in his hand. He glanced at Edge opposite him, who was also showing signs of distress, feeling perplexed. If Barak cared for the little girl, why did he completely disregard Edge's life and death? If he didn't care, then why was he even asking? Seeing that the force seemed intent on crushing his divine soul, the Xiuxian no longer hesitated and croaked, I've never seen the little girl by your side. A lie fabricated off the cuff. Barak raised his hand, and a wisp of purple smoke drifted out from between the diviner's brows, settling into his palm a superior quality of pure immortal aura. This was one of Heaven's Way's souls. At the same time, a thread of Edge's divine soul escaped its body. His standing figure swayed, a sickly pallor appearing between his brows. Barak did not spare even a glance at Edge, swallowing Heaven's Way's divine soul straight into his belly. Heaven's Way grew anxious. If Barak swallowed his divine soul, Edge's would not automatically enter his mouth. If this continued, they would only be waiting for their doom. Thinking of this, he turned his palm, and the verdigris-covered 8-trigram disc suddenly burst with purple light, sharp blades hidden within, pushing back Barak's immortal aura by several inches. Caught off guard, Barak withdrew his sleeves and looked at the object in the other's hand, slightly enlightened. I wondered why the Heavenly Destiny Lock, one of the ancient divine artifacts, disappeared without a trace for so many years. It's been here all along. To have transformed the perfect Heavenly Destiny Lock into an 8-trigram disc was an act against nature. After so many years, no one had noticed. No wonder this person could predict everything accurately. The heavenly destiny lock must have helped a lot. Facing life and death, the Sean could not afford to think further. Seizing the opportunity, he burrowed into the ground and fled, leaving a trail of wind behind which erased both his and the immortal Edge's presence beside him. Barak did not lift an eyebrow, summoning clouds calmly and striding forward. The Sean dashed toward the west side of the thorn forest, dragging Edge with him at lightning speed, causing trees to fall in their wake. After running for 2 li, a figure suddenly appeared in their path. Highly alert, the Sean attacked without waiting to identify the figure. A massive purplish golden light enveloped the figure, pulling it back into his 8-trigram disc. The diviner felt the weight in his hand, thinking to check who it was when suddenly a barrier fell before him. His face changed, and he halted. The barrier encased the entire thorn forest like a water curtain. Barak descended with the barrier, standing leisurely before him, his cold eyes staring indifferently, much like a cat licking its paws while waiting for a rat. He had clearly released 4 clones simultaneously while fleeing. How did he manage to intercept him so accurately? Surprised internally, the Sean dared not show it, only raising his eyes to glare at Barak, seeking another opportunity. Isai has already arrived at Thorn Forest, Barak said amiably. Do you wish to see him alive, or shall he come to collect your remaining soul fragments? Hearing this, the Sean abandoned any thoughts of escape. Escape was futile. Barak was not in a rush to kill him. He must have conditions to discuss, otherwise, given his nature, he would not waste words. Calm inside, he flicked his sleeve and asked, What do you want? Barak did not answer, only glancing at Edge. The Sean laughed lightly. I can't separate our intertwined divine souls, but if you are willing to clear up misunderstandings with me, I can find and return the little girl to you. Barak laughed, his gaze nonchalant. You make it sound so easy. His tone sent chills down one's spine, but the Sean knew he had guessed right. Barak was holding back because of the little girl. Although the little girl was not truly in his hands, finding her should not be difficult. Initially, the Sean had not intended to humble himself before Barak, but given the situation, humbling himself was the best course of action. He really had not killed Barak's birth mother. Previously unexplained, it was meant to leave a leverage point to take advantage of Barak's impulsive mistakes, but Heaven's Way never calculated that Barak could become so powerful and terrifying in just 1 year. Sighing softly, the Sean retracted the 8-trigram disc, submissively stepping into Barak's barrier. Barak reined in his killing intent, binding him slowly and deliberately. Isai arrived quickly, and within half an hour, white-clad celestial soldiers surrounded Thorn Forest. He looked at Barak, bloodshot eyes glaring. You really know how to play your cards. Trapping him in West Sea, then leading Netherworld people to cause trouble in the 9 heavens, a classic feint and diversion. With Isai present, the 9 heavens were adequately guarded, making it impossible for people from the Netherworld to barge in so easily. However, he received news that Barak was planning to attack the West Sea. Everyone in the 9 heavens knew about Barak's feud with the West Sea and how it disturbed Edge Immortal Sect's peace. So when this news arrived, no one doubted its authenticity, not even the Sean who allowed him to lead troops to the West Sea. Then, he was detained by xiuxian for over 10 days. Barak was a man of intricate plans. Killing Gabby was all part of his scheme. It was naive to think he acted out of anger for a beauty. Reflecting now, even xiuxian was merely a piece on his chessboard. Everyone assumed he was emotionally entangled, but it turned out he was as cold-blooded and heartless as ever. Isai clenched his lips tightly as he readied his magical weapon. Enough, the Sean spoke. I have agreed with him. No more fighting. Startled, Isai was confused. Diviner? Go fetch xiuxian. I have some misunderstandings to clear with God Barak. The Sean smiled warmly, as if he wasn't restrained. In front of everyone, he still appeared dignified, kind, and magnanimous. Isai hesitantly withdrew his weapon, his eyes full of bewilderment. Why fetch Kathy now? Didn't Barak seem indifferent to her, even willing to harm Edge? But since the Sean said so, he raised his hand and passed down the order. However, while his subordinates went searching, he remained standing there, eyeing Barak warily. Barak no longer exuded immortal aura, yet he could slay immortals and Buddhas. This indicated he had reached another realm beyond their comprehension. Even if they brought back xiuxian, they wouldn't escape if he decided to strike. Worry filled Isai's eyes as he glanced back at Philip beside him. Philip looked serious, probably sharing similar thoughts. Noticing Isai's expression, he only shook his head lightly. They couldn't confront him head-on. If fetching Kathy could resolve this, it would be best, even agreeing to some of his conditions. Chapter 131. The turmoil in the 9 heavens gradually subsided. After both sides of gods and demons ceased fire, the celestial soldiers clad in white armor began to search for people everywhere. Bruce stood beside Barak, watching him calmly sit before the Gerard, and then seeing him composedly pour a cup of tea for Edge. There was still an unscattered bloody smell around. It certainly wasn't a good place for tea tasting. However, he seemed very at ease. With the rise and fall of his sleeves, the water in the teacup was filled just right, not a drop more or less. He lifted his eyes and said very peacefully, "Please have your tea." Gerard's hands were bound like a dumpling, of course unable to hold the tea. If he used divine power, it would inevitably shake and spill the tea. He suspected that Barak was deliberately making things difficult for him. After scrutinizing him for a long time, he finally forced a smile. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Since we have some leisure time now, Supreme God may as well listen to what Edge has to say." After a pause, he added another sentence. Anyway, it won't be easy to find those people back in a short time. The Nine Heavens was such a vast area, even the fastest clouds would take over a month to travel throughout. Plus, with this chaos, if Celine Wren didn't come looking on their own, it might take some effort. Barak wasn't in a hurry either. Now that the people were captured, given Tian Dao's life-loving nature, he wouldn't want to sacrifice a small god just like that. So all he had to do was wait. But I don't want to hear Master Edge talk anymore. He looked up. Since you mentioned that Gigi is related to a high-ranking figure in the Nine Heavens, finding that person first would be better for confrontation. Upon hearing this, Giraud froze in place. Edge, who was somewhat weak from losing one soul, couldn't help but lift the corner of his mouth when he heard this. It seems that Supreme God has indeed devoted himself to cultivation and ignored worldly affairs while in the Nine Heavens. When Giraud had fallen for mortals in the past, it caused quite a stir, and there was no Supreme God who didn't know about it. Although everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it later, how could Giraud handle such questions now? A glance out of the corner of his eye revealed that Tian Dao indeed had a face dark as the bottom of a pot, standing straight without saying a word. Thus, Barak understood and exclaimed in sudden realization, indeed, the Guaran doesn't fail to live up to being the master of the Nine Heavens, decisive in killing and severing all emotional ties. But, what evidence is there to say that the woman was indeed Gigi? Let me ask Supreme God, what evidence do you have that proves your biological mother was killed by Guaran? Edge asked in confusion. Flipping his hand to throw out Jinghua Shuiyu, a mystical mirror, Barak asked, do you remember this item, Master? Of course, I do. Edge nodded. This object has been the guardian treasure at the Heavenly Gate for tens of thousands of years, and later it became the dowry of the Princess of the Western Sea. That's exactly it. Barak lowered his eyes. I was thinking of Gigi and sought the truth in this mirror, leading me to see the scene of that day. Jinghua Shuiyu touched the ground and turned into a screen of water. The scene where Gigi was executed by Giraud appeared clearly before everyone present. Giraud closed his eyes, and his fingertips finally trembled. This was something he never wanted to recall. Everyone in the Nine Heavens thought that once he raised his hand to end her life, he had already let go. What mortal woman could linger in his heart for centuries? She would only be a speck of dust. It was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. But only Giraud knew that he dared not recall that day, nor dare to think of her. As long as he didn't recall, he could pretend nothing ever happened, with no regrets, no pain. But when he really saw this scene again after so many years, he found himself feeling the same pain as 70,000 years ago. She isn't your biological mother, Giraud tried to state this fact calmly, yet the words came out hoarse, shocking even himself. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone watched him, this usually steady and kind-hearted master of the Nine Heavens, who now appeared embarrassed and disheveled, seeing red in his eyes which had never revealed any emotions. He should have been angry, but he wasn't. After pausing, he cleared his throat and continued, she is Yu Huai, a common mortal woman. If you look closely, you will find that she does not carry your fire Dao immortal aura. The scene recorded by Jinghua Shuiyu wasn't very clear, and from just this scene, Barak couldn't conclude definitively. He lifted his chin and showed the next scene in Jinghua Shuiyu. 7 flames swirling outside the Heavenly Gate were collected one by one into the soul-shattering array. As the last flame was about to fade away, a voice faintly murmured, take care of my son Barak. Then everything returned to silence. This should be the scene of Gigi being stripped of her divinity. Barak looked up and asked Giraud, your mortal woman doesn't have the fire Dao immortal aura, but she has the fire Dao divine spirit. Tian Dao was stunned. Perplexedly, he reviewed this scene 2 or 3 times, turning to ask Edge, when did this happen? Edge frowned and shook his head. Other gods beside them were also confused. No one had seen such a scene. If it had occurred outside the Heavenly Gate, it would definitely be a significant event with records in the history books. A minor deity rapidly flipped through the historical records. After a long while, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Report to the Guaran, there is no record. The light in Barak's eyes dimmed slightly as he pursed his lips and tapped the table lightly with his curved fingers. The teacup filled with tea suddenly overflowed with just one drop of water cascading down its side, splashing silently and emanating an unseen killing intent around it. It's impossible for so many people to lie to you, Edge sighed. Supreme God, please calm down. This matter is quite peculiar, surely someone has been meddling. Barak scoffed, such evasive words couldn't fool him. He stood up and asked somewhat amicably, have you found her? Ricky, with a stiffened expression, stepped forward and clasped his hands, there's no news yet. We need to look further. She was clearly in the thorn forest just now, taken away by these people, yet now they told him there was no news. Barak half closed his eyes, finally losing patience. My disciple has always been mischievous. Noticing his displeasure, Edge said nervously, perhaps Supreme God could wait a bit longer. Mischievous? Glancing at him, Barak's eyes were profound. If not for your falling into their hands, she would never have left my side. The battle outside has stopped. She wouldn't have run out of the thorn forest. Waiting this long without finding her, you don't question what your person did but only accuse her of being mischievous. Edge was stunned, finally becoming anxious as he turned to look at the Giraud. At this critical moment, would the Guaran really pick a fight with a minor deity? You said it yourself, I wouldn't, Giraud frowned. I wish she would appear immediately. Edge was bewildered, holding the duster in his hand, unsure which side to believe. Supreme God. Bruce suddenly sent a soul message. Zheng Huangong led people to ambush Gaspard. Didn't they agree to cease fire and search for the person? Barak narrowed his eyes, a wisp of divine energy shot across the table, and with a crack, the teacup finally shattered, spilling tea all over the table. Chapter 132. The situation had been under control. Barak hadn't carried much malevolent aura on him and hadn't intended to make another move, but with the Izzy playing mind games with him in such a situation, it was tantamount to provocation. He raised his sleeve, and gales rose within the thorn forest, the rustling of leaves sounding like waves that drowned out everyone's voices. Stephen anxiously opened her mouth, but her words didn't reach Barak's ears. This is not good, he conveyed via soul sound to Luther. Go find Amanita quickly. There's still a glimmer of hope. Luther was flying above another direction of the thorn forest. Upon receiving the message, he was slightly taken aback, puzzled. In the next moment, a crimson mist exploded in the sky over the western part of the thorn forest, like vermilion ink spreading in water, instantly dyeing a large area of the woods red. Even from a distance, Luther could feel the thick bloodthirsty aura. Finished, he frowned. Barak ultimately couldn't control himself. After tricking that little girl into splitting half of her cultivation with him, how could this person still be so powerful? Feeling heavy-hearted, Luther looked around and finally saw a messy trail of footprints on the wetland ahead. He went over to inspect closely, recognizing them after some time, faintly catching a whiff of fairy chi in the wind. It was Amanita, but why would she run to this desolate corner? The footprints disappeared after a few steps in one direction. Luther took a deep breath and pursued in that direction. Amanita hadn't intentionally run around. Reflecting now, she felt that she had been lured into a trap. There were numerous formations in the thorn forest. Although many killing formations had been destroyed, some confusing arrays were clearly still intact, and Bruce must have known their locations. So, when she took a step forward, he retracted the defensive barrier Barak had given her. Being suddenly thrown into another direction of the thorn forest wasn't a coincidence, it was something Bruce had planned from the start. More terrifyingly, this person had also predicted her every move. She would run towards the direction of fighting sounds and use defensive barriers due to fear. Thus, the direction from which strange fighting sounds continuously came was exactly opposite to the direction where the Izzy fled. Her defensive barrier bore Barak's fairy chi, so even from a distance, the Izzy took no hesitation and sucked her into the Bagua disc. Amanita hadn't expected the Izzy to have such a magical artifact. No matter what spells or how much fairy power she used, she couldn't break through the walls around her. Now, she sat hugging her knees amidst chaos, surrounded by endlessly flowing magma below, while above her was an incomparably brilliant starry sky. She couldn't get out. And there was a strange force continuously drawing away her spiritual energy, alternating between water and fire energies. But these forces seemed to follow the rule no going without coming back. They always compensated with another opposing energy for whatever energy they took. Thus, Amanita realized this place was a special prison designed to imprison and ultimately kill high gods. 4 high gods of the 5 elements, even someone like Shiloh couldn't have their elemental energy forcibly replaced with incompatible ones. Doing so would lead to a burst of blood and death. Yet, ironically, this place worked against anyone except those who were mixed in nature, causing her little pain or discomfort. Even more interestingly, several types of energy she originally lacked were not taken much and instead replenished quite significantly in the next cycle. Where are all these coming from? After accepting a strong dose of earth energy, Amanita muttered to herself softly. The surrounding magma bubbled and gurgled, looking like melted iron at first glance. Out of boredom, she glanced a bit more and suddenly saw a fragment of divine soul. Amanita. The stars moved across the dome overhead, occasionally illuminating her face in a ghastly pale light. How many high gods had died here? She remembered her fairy master saying at Stephen Immortal Sect that the Izzy preached compassion, and in the 9 heavens, only living prisons existed, not dead ones. Even if a god committed grave disrespect, it was only after all gods deemed them guilty that they'd suffer heavenly punishment. Watching the occasional surfacing and sinking fragments of souls in the magma, Amanita clutched her head. She was barely 900 years old and couldn't take this stimulation. The previously stable space suddenly shook violently, like a major earthquake. Reacting quickly, Amanita flew up into the air, looking around blankly. What happened outside? Before she could think further, the starry sky above split open, and 2 streaks of divine soul fell down, seemingly too weak to fly, plummeting straight down. Quickly, Amanita reached out her hand. She caught a familiar duster, while the 2 streaks of divine soul rolled down to the bottom. Wow, she examined the duster. This looks like the one my fairy master carries. A dull thud sounded from below as something hit the ground. Moments later, a voice laughed in anger. Then it must be the one I carry. Huh. Ursula suddenly looked down and saw Master Stephen lying on the ground, his face ashen white, lips colorless, seemingly exhausted to the point where he didn't want to get up. He lay there scolding her. You sure know how to hide. Falling next to him and helping him up, Ursula checked his pulse. What happened? Annoyed, Stephen blew a puff of air from his cheeks, not answering her but looking at the person sprawled on the other side, speaking in a deep voice. You promised you wouldn't trouble a minor immortal. The Izzy struggled to prop himself up, glanced at Ursula, and frowned. When did she come here? Now that things have come to this, are you still lying to me? Stephen was heartbroken and indignant. I've protected you for so many years. I knew your character well, but I never betrayed you. How can you still lie at this critical moment? I really didn't do it, the Izzy sighed. Even you said we've reached this point. Why would I lie? When she came in, I had no idea. You. Stephen began to cough furiously. Ursula helped him smooth out his breathing, whispering, Master, he might indeed not know. Both pairs of eyes turned to look at her. Flipping her hand, Ursula first placed a defensive formation with all 5 elements around Master Stephen to resist the strange aura here, then squatted down and said, "If you take me out, I will find Barak and explain everything clearly." Closing his eyes with complicated emotions, Stephen shook his head. "It's too late." Her brow twitched, Ursula fell silent for a moment, then looked at the Izzy. The Izzy smiled faintly, glancing at the defensive formation over her, and then laid back down on the ground. "This is the safest place. In a few hundred years, when he calms down, we can leave." "A few hundred years?" Ursula was stunned. "Isn't the fight still going on outside?" "Because the fight is still going on, he brought this soul of mine in here." Master Stephen lowered his eyes, mocking or deriding. "In this world, no one can truly kill him." Chapter 133. What kind of treasure is the Tianji lock? It transcends the 3 realms and exists outside the 5 elements. None of the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth can subdue it, hence it is invincible. Therefore, the Bertrand regards it as his final fallback. Barak had already fought with bloodshot eyes outside. If he did not want to lose his soul, he had to sacrifice one part to preserve the other. Leaving behind one soul fragment for later cultivation was not too late. Just thinking about it still felt somewhat unbearable. Why had Barak suddenly become so powerful? A shadow of gloom hung over the Bertrand's face. Accidentally turning his head, he saw that little girl frowning at him. "What?" He sized her up, slightly surprised. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" Touching his own face, Sherry asked, "Is it that obvious?" "Isn't it too obvious?" The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. As the ruler of the 9 heavens for so long, this was the first time someone showed such clear contempt. He darkened his expression, attempting to project an air of authority to pressure her, but the little girl wasn't scared. Instead, she sighed with relief. "If it's so obvious, then I might as well speak plainly. Heavenly Tao, since you are the Lord of the 9 heavens, you should take all living beings as your foundation. Yet now that trouble has arisen, you hide here alone, disregarding everyone else." Sherry pursed her lips and looked at him steadily. "With such a mindset, can you truly be a ruler?" Infuriated, he laughed bitterly and waved his sleeve. "I make my own decisions, and it's not your place to comment, little immortal. Our teacher taught us that in matters of principle, only logic matters. If one resorts to using status or generation to suppress others, it means they lack confidence." Sherry tilted her head. "Does the seer lack confidence?" With an ashen face, the Bertrand slowly turned to look at Stephen, Immortal Master. The latter seemed delighted that his disciple remembered these words, stroking his beard contentedly without looking back. "You think you're bullying a fallen tiger?" The heavenly Tao sneered coldly. "But don't forget, you are all inside my magical artifact. If I will you to live, you shall live. If I will you to die, you shall die." He hadn't used such a stern tone in a long time. His voice thundered through the starry sky, eerily chilling. Stephen finally turned to look at him. After some thought, he asked perplexedly, "If you let me die, what will you do?" Their souls were interdependent, indivisible. When one thrived, both thrived. When one suffered, both suffered. That's why he brought his own soul along into the Bagua disc. His fierce expression froze slightly. The heavenly Tao remained silent for a moment, pretending not to hear, and turned to glare at Sherry. Sherry held out her hands toward him. "You're just a fragment of a soul. I, on the other hand, have a physical body and all 7 souls and 3 spirits. You may not necessarily kill me." Gradually shifting his gaze away, the Bertrand closed his eyes. A fallen tiger being bullied by dogs, it really happened. "Your injuries are quite severe, right?" Sherry tried to negotiate. "How about I nurture your soul for 3 days, and then you let me out?" "Don't even think about it," the heavenly Tao growled. "Once you're out, he'll find the entrance and take advantage of the situation, putting me in danger. But eventually, you will have to go out." "Yes," he sneered. "But by then, Barak will have reaped what he sowed. There's no rush for me to leave." Saying this, as if afraid of being caught, he stood up and walked across the flowing lava, disappearing into the darkness. Frustrated, Sherry sat beside Stephen and asked, "Why is he like that?" Stephen smiled. "Human nature." "But he's a deity." Sherry frowned deeply. "A naturally born deity, how could there be human nature?" Stephen shook his head slightly. "Who told you he's a naturally born deity?" Breathing halted, Sherry's pupils narrowed. She slowly lifted her head to look at him. "Huh." Bertrand cultivated from a mortal. A mortal who became a deity could become the lord of the 9 heavens. Glancing at the darkness nearby, Stephen began meditating, guiding his young disciple while regulating his breath. Among the earliest deities to emerge in the world was Barak. Back then, the 9 heavens had yet to take shape, with gods and humans coexisting chaotically, frequently engaging in wars. In a particular war between gods and mortals, the Bertrand rose to fame due to his foresight. Since then, all the gods followed him into battles, and after the wars ended, he naturally became the ruler. Few knew he was a mortal turned deity except for Stephen. Stephen excelled in guiding mortals to cultivate into deities, so he recognized many traits of the heavenly Tao. Due to the lack of innate divinity, the heavenly Tao was often suspicious and sensitive, striving to maintain an image of kindness and benevolence while never fully shedding the greed and selfishness inherent in mortals. He was capable. The deities in the 9 heavens revered him. But if Barak had appeared a few centuries earlier, the title of Lord of the 9 heavens would never have been his. Therefore, the heavenly Tao had always been wary of Barak. He used every means possible to suppress, slander, and curb him, but never imagined that after 90,000 years, Barak would still be the strongest upper god in heaven and earth. Stephen could understand the heavenly Tao's unwillingness and resentment, but he did not sympathize with him. Sherry listened with wide eyes as her immortal teacher spoke, her mind struggling to catch up. But didn't they all say that foresight is the most powerful immortal technique? The heavenly Tao can predict the future. No matter how strong Barak is, he can't necessarily threaten his position. Prediction indeed is the most powerful. Stephen sighed, but he doesn't have this ability. The stars on the dome sparkled, and after a moment of confusion, Sherry gradually came to realize it. The Tian-Ji lock. The heavenly Tao's predictions aren't really from foreseeing the future, they are credited to the Tian-Ji lock. To prevent people from recognizing the Tian-Ji lock, he even altered its shape into that of a bagua disc. What an extraordinary mortal. Sherry couldn't help but glance into the darkness, her face filled with sighs. If he were just an ordinary deity, he would surely become a legend. Unfortunately, it seemed he harbored immense dissatisfaction, which dragged him into the swamp of personal desires, unable to extricate himself. You know a lot, immortal master. Turning her gaze back, Sherry blinked at Stephen. Then you must also know where we can exit from here, right? A complex expression flashed in his eyes, and Stephen sighed. Just wait, he said, we'll move when Thea's willing to let us out. Her small face fell, and Sherry pouted her lips. Immortal master clearly knows why I want to go out. As the heavenly Tao said, if Barak continued slaughtering like that, he would inevitably incur karmic retribution. She could save many lives if she went out now. He has already killed many people, Stephen said. For tens of thousands of years, I have never seen such a hellish scene. Even if you go out now, it's too late to save them. Doing so will only destroy this Tian-Ji lock, and as a result, the dead souls won't be able to return. Chapter 134. Dead souls. Returned. Ginger's mind went blank, and she stared at him in a daze. Matters of life and death have always been irreversible, hence there was the division into the 9 heavens, the mortal world, and the 3 nether realms. If the dead could come back to life, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? But Master Stephen's words implied that the heavenly ordnance lock could bring the dead back to life. Slowly turning her stiff neck, Ginger's gaze shifted from the surrounding darkness to the starry sky above. The purple-black dome was adorned with glittering stars, their constellations clear yet mysterious. She didn't understand the art of astrology, but inexplicably, it seemed as though she could see the endless cycle of nature from them. She shivered slightly. Master Stephen had been watching her reaction closely. Seeing the fear and realization on her face, his expression grew even more complicated. What did you see? He asked. Ginger opened her mouth, hesitated, then lowered her eyelids, feigning nonchalance. Stars, they're everywhere. Stephen chuckled softly, then sighed. This little disciple of his was indeed fated. So, he couldn't let her leave. Composing himself, Stephen explained gently, the heavenly ordnance lock is a treasure born alongside the heavens and earth, older than Barak by a few days. It governs time, hence has the ability to foresee, but its most important function is as a key. Placing it in the lock of the gate of life and death can reverse life and death. Eyes wide, Ginger looked at him in disbelief. If this is true, why didn't we use it earlier to save Nikki? Foolish child. Stephen chuckled softly, there's no gain without cost. Reversing life and death not only consumes the keybearer's lifespan but also destroys the key itself. How could he bear to part with such a treasure? The universe has its own rules of balance. One can reverse life and death, but only once. Afterward, the artifact would be destroyed, and the Oracle of Heavenly Tao would lose his foresight and final sanctuary. Ginger nodded thoughtfully. Then, Master, when we can leave, will the Oracle definitely use the heavenly ordnance lock to open the gate of life and death? Stephen remained silent, looking down. Not necessarily. In fact, he would never do it. Wiping his face with a cough, Master Stephen suddenly felt somewhat regretful. Why did I trust him? Ginger patted his back sympathetically. Don't be upset, Master. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Good disciple, once so unruly, now she knows how to comfort people. Stephen was quite pleased. However, before he could savor his satisfaction, this young girl continued, but your mistake has lasted for tens of thousands of years, unprecedented and unmatched. Stephen. Hidden in the shadows, the Oracle watched the two whispering with cold eyes, feeling annoyed. Just then, he saw the seemingly dying old man suddenly jump up, chasing after the girl with his duster. As if used to it, the girl dodged skillfully, jumping around while shouting, Master, you're just a wisp of divine soul now, you know? A divine soul shouldn't act rashly. You won't be able to handle my counterattacks. Are you daring to fight back? Stephen fumed. Just kidding, just joking, Master. Aren't you still wounded? Hey, don't throw the duster around recklessly, it's a treasure, after all. Stand still. Ginger fled while laughing and crying at the same time, momentarily transported back to those everyday scenes from years ago at Stephen's sect. Only this time, there were no senior disciples blocking the master behind her, and the old man was truly fast. Thinking of her senior disciples, Ginger suddenly stopped, causing Stephen to hit her back unintentionally with the duster. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand, frowning at her. Daydreaming again? Master, maybe I should go out. Ginger turned, her expression serious. Regardless of others, senior brother and sister are still outside. I'm afraid Barak might kill indiscriminately, making future encounters difficult. You still want to interact with him? Stephen was astonished. A person like him can't tolerate anyone around him. Ginger smiled gently, tilting her head. I can turn into a cat. Initially, her wish was to be the black cat in his arms. Though he later turned her into a white cat, it was still a cat, one that could be well protected in his embrace. Perhaps her approach was motivated by a purpose, but who wouldn't want to stay by his side longer if possible? Gathering herself, Ginger bowed to Stephen. Please, Master, guide me. With a complex look, Stephen turned toward the darkness. Heavenly Tao, he said, instead of letting this treasure be destroyed, why not take her out? The oracle remained silent, focusing on his breathing, offering no reply. How to take her out? Once out, he would surely lose his life. However, having someone like Stephen who knows the ins and outs of things can also be very troublesome. If the divine artifact is destroyed, he might not be able to save his own life either. Wanting to kill Stephen to silence him would be tantamount to suicide. The oracle of Heavenly Tao had never encountered an unsolvable deadlock like this before, infuriated to the point of not wanting to say anything. After a while, Stephen withdrew his gaze in disappointment and sighed. Without his guidance, you can only force your way through. Going out from the direction of the Big Dipper will encounter immense resistance. You'll need to break through the formation yourself. Having a direction was enough. Ginger gave a bow to Grandmaster Stephen, wanting to leave but glanced at him with concern once more. Tucking the duster under his arm, Stephen sniffed lightly. I don't need a little girl like you to worry about me. Smiling widely, Ginger tugged at his sleeve, saying, Grandmaster is the most powerful god in all 3 realms. Once I get out and find the other fragments of your soul, I'll gather them for you. You should first see if you can get out. He pulled back his sleeve and sniffed again. The formations here are also very formidable. Knowing that he was worried about her, Ginger grinned and patted her chest. Don't worry, I'm very capable. Saying that, she turned and summoned the clouds, heading straight for the direction of the Big Dipper. She seemed much more confident now. Stephen watched her figure from afar, smiling faintly. Barak did indeed do some good things. This unruly little disciple of his, who never believed in her own abilities, seemed to finally be able to stand on her own. The Celestial Ordnance Lock was still the Celestial Ordnance Lock. Even if there were weak points that could be broken through, the formations were still extremely difficult to deal with. That's why the Oracle of Heavenly Tao chose to remain silent, betting that the little immortal wouldn't be able to break the formation. However, within just 2 days, a meteor shower began from the dome above. Stars fell one by one, their dazzling light illuminating the entire inner wall. Stephen watched the sudden influx of light from outside, feeling both stunned and sad. It's destiny, everything is destined. Even so-called fated individuals can be toyed with by fate. Aren't you afraid of death? At the peak of the light, it revealed the Oracle of Heavenly Tao hidden in the darkness, his face grave as he stared intently at Stephen. Chapter 135. The snow-white beard, illuminated by intense light, appeared almost translucent, as if even his divine soul was about to melt under the glare. Edge smiled calmly and answered without turning his head, who isn't afraid of death? The longer one lives, the more fearful they become. With tens of thousands of years of cultivation and hard work, how can anyone be content if it all turns to ashes in an instant? And you still? Adele narrowed his eyes. At this point, shouldn't you understand, Guaren? There's no escape. Edge chuckled softly. Didn't you clearly foresee it? Adele's face darkened, and he swept his sleeve angrily. With the Tianji lock broken, they had nowhere to hide. Tian Dao was even prepared to face Barak's killing move upon emerging. However, after the intense light subsided, he and Tian Dao fell into a thorn forest. But there were no magical weapons or spell lights around them. They landed on an empty patch of ground. Even their divine souls felt as though they had touched water. Edge was stunned, slowly lowering his head. Crimson blood pooled on the uneven ground, and the air was filled with an indelible stench of copper that even a strong wind couldn't disperse. The ancient trees surrounding them were leafless, leaving only black, dead branches. Scattered among these branches were arms, heads, and broken magical weapons embedded in the mud, humming faintly. In the distance, spiritual energy exploded like thunder, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind that swept past their robes. Adele remained silent for a moment before turning his head and retreating in another direction. Aren't you going to take one last look? Edge croaked. Those dying are your loyal subjects who have followed you for many years. Tian Dao sneered. You want me to go along to die with them? Edge remained silent. The wind grew stronger, chilling their very souls. He glanced at the darkening sky and sighed deeply. Allison ran incredibly fast. As soon as she left the Tianji lock, she rushed toward the loudest sounds. Everywhere she looked, nothing resembled the former fairyland. The resentment of the lingering souls made breathing difficult, and each explosion of spiritual energy deepened her despair. Could he really harbor such murderous intent? If Barak merely wanted to kill Tian Dao, it wouldn't come to this. After all, Barak had already consumed 2 of Tian Dao's 3 souls and 7 spirits, leaving only 1 out of respect for Master Edge. But when he returned, Bruce brought back a body, a cold, lifeless corpse devoid of any spirit. The face that once smiled at him foolishly was now a rigid, pallid mask. At first, Barak didn't believe it. No matter how clumsy Allison might be, she possessed half of his power. Who in heaven could easily kill her? Yet, after searching for 3 days and scouring the entire 9 heavens, he found nothing but this body. He didn't want to kill, but he couldn't control himself, especially when Vincent told him, the dead cannot be revived. Who said they couldn't be revived? Why not? After killing some people, he did calm down, thinking that retrieving the Tianji lock could save everything. But these people hid the Tianji lock to protect Tian Dao's last thread of divine soul. Fine then, let none live. Divine fire spread from his body, engulfing the entire thorn forest. People screamed in agony, begged for mercy, but Barak stood quietly on the highest branch, watching cruelly and indifferently. My lord. Bruce stood a short distance behind, speaking gently, please take care. Despite his words, his face betrayed excitement. The more Barak enjoyed killing, the more he enjoyed it too. Tian Dao escaping with one soul didn't matter, he'd catch him eventually. But these overbearing gods would soon pile up higher than Fengtai in just a few days. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The divine fire devoured the dead trees in the thorn forest. Suddenly, Barak spoke, doesn't this fire remind you of something? The fire deity, when angry, could ignite flames across 1,000 miles. Many years ago, he unleashed such a fire, destroying an innocent family. Bruce's heart skipped a beat, and he knelt halfway down, but then froze. When did my lord know about this? Was he recounting old times or simply reminiscing? His mind raced, his eyes darting, unable to respond. Fortunately, another group of reckless deities from the southwest diverted Barak's attention. They weren't seeking battle. After 3 days and nights, everyone knew they were no match for Barak, whether individually or together. These people had simply sensed Adele's aura and followed it. None of them expected Barak to block their path. Darcy, leading the group, saw the divine fire and froze. By the time he reacted to flee, it was too late. Barak appeared before him in an instant, and with a single gesture, Darcy felt a chilling sensation. His divine soul was stripped away, and his physical body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The gods were terrified and turned to flee in all directions, but Barak moved as fast as lightning, not even bothering to use his divine powers. He reached out to grasp their throats one by one, his misty eyes filled with a bloodthirsty excitement. It's over. Luther's divine soul floated above, shaking his head heavily. Addiction to killing was the most frightening thing. Not using any magic clearly indicated he was savoring the pleasure of murder. Now, no one could stop him. Several immortals' physical bodies fell from his hands, and Barak licked his lips before grabbing the next one. As his unfocused pupils met the face of the immortal in his hand, he suddenly paused. His pupils gradually narrowed, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. It's you, he croaked. Harry frowned at him, saying nothing, presenting an appearance that seemed to invite his action. Yet, disappointment clouded Barak's eyes, as if he was extremely displeased. Without stripping away Harry's divine soul, he only threw him aside and sought the next victim. What do you mean by this? Thrown far away, Harry flew back indignantly. Kill me then, since none of these gods can escape, why spare me? A tinge of bloody red surged into Barak's eyes. He pursed his lips, his sleeve sweeping out with a full wrath. Harry was sent flying once more. Luther's soul watched from the side, his eyes suddenly brightening. He quickly found a young girl among the crowd and whispered to her, Are you senior sister to Fairy Allison? Elspeth had been staring blankly at Luther's body on the ground when she heard this, her whole body stiffened, lashes trembling violently, and her hand tightening. This was the first sentence Luther spoke to her, and she never imagined it would be about this. Drawing a deep breath, Elspeth managed a forced millimeter. That's great, Luther said, stand up front a bit. With a stiff neck, Elspeth lifted her head, finally meeting his divine soul face to face. Familiar features, familiar aura. Despite the intense situation, Luther's eyes still contracted in recognition. This little girl. Chapter 136. The breeze seemed to carry the fragrance of forsythia all of a sudden, and Luther stared at her blankly, as if transported back tens of thousands of years to that fleeting glance by the riverside in the mortal world. But before he could think more, this young girl lowered her head, bowed to him, and then moved to the very front as instructed. His throat tightened, and Luther wanted to hold her back, but his divine soul was too weak. His fingers passed through her sleeve without actually grabbing her. In front, Barak was extremely irritable. Elspeth slowly approached, her hand balled into a fist inside her sleeve. She could have asked one more question. With such danger, why did he ask her to stand at the front? Did he dislike her? But she couldn't voice her thoughts due to the myriad emotions surging in her heart. After cultivating for so long, what Elspeth wished for was nothing more than meeting him once up in the ninth heaven, just to see what kind of handsome figure the man her mother spoke of looked like. But it turned out that their first encounter happened under such circumstances. The burning sensation brought by the divine fire grew heavier, and Elspeth steeled herself, standing firmly at the front with her eyes closed, not daring to look directly at Barak. The celestial ahead had already turned to ashes. Barak lifted his hand and roughly pulled her up. Elspeth held her breath, her whole body taut. However, after a long wait, the pain of being stripped of her divine soul didn't come. Puzzled, she cautiously opened her eyes slightly, only to see Barak staring fixedly at her, his crimson pupils flickering with a trace of mistiness. He seemed suddenly somewhat aggrieved, pursed his lips, let go, and set her down on the ground. Elspeth was astonished, blinking her eyes blankly. Meanwhile, the group of deities took advantage of the moment and began scattering in all directions. Bruce standing behind frowned and cast several barriers, trying to stop them. However, being just a true lord, he was powerless against these upper deities who easily broke through his barriers and vanished into the distance. Feeling annoyed, he turned and called, Upper deity. Barak ignored him and only stared at Elspeth, finally asking in a hoarse voice after a while, Have you found your junior sister? Hearing his tone made one's heart inexplicably ache. Elspeth covered her chest, still trembling. No, I haven't seen her. Barak nodded, lowering his eyes. I haven't seen her either. She can really run around recklessly. Her voice trailing off was swallowed by the blood-stained wind. Elspeth felt her eyes heat up and instinctively edged closer to Luther's physical form, grasping his wrist. Barak glanced at her actions but said nothing, merely turning around as if planning to leave. But Harry returned with his sword. While so many deities knew to flee, Master Pat behaved as if possessed, rushing towards Barak with red eyes. It was impossible for him to beat Barak, yet he seemed indifferent to life and death. Barak shifted his gaze to him, his eyes colder now, and flicked his finger. The green blade in Harry's hand shattered into 2 pieces. Harry's expression remained unchanged, and even with the broken sword, he fiercely stabbed at Barak. However, their spiritual power disparity was too great, and before he could get close, Barak swept him away. "Scram," Barak said coldly. "Don't really think I won't dare kill you." Gritting his teeth, Harry spat, "Kill me if you want. Who cares about sparing my life? Stop pretending to be concerned about us because of our junior sister. She died because of you." It felt as though a stone millstone had pressed on his chest. Barak pursed his lips and said nothing. Harry threw the broken sword aside, glaring at him hatefully. "A heartless upper deity like you deserves a fate of loneliness for life. Why drag her into this? If you had let her go earlier, let her leave with me, she'd still be alive today." These words were merely regrets after the fact, and he shouldn't have cared. Yet, hearing them, Barak still felt an intense pain throughout his body. An upper deity's fate would not be known by outsiders, but look, even a minor deity like Harry could see his destined life of solitude, no family, no friends, and now even the little creature who protected him was gone. His obsession with vengeance was because he truly desired someone like Gigi, someone who thought of him even in her dying moments. But how was it that in the end, he seemed to have nothing still? Suddenly, the scorching area around them turned cold. Ice formed amidst the scorched earth and branches. Bruce was startled by this sudden change and, upon closer inspection, felt fear growing in his heart. What path did Barak cultivate? How could he control his spiritual power to such an extent that the environment changed instantly from raging divine fire to sparkling ice crystals? More terrifyingly, it wasn't intentional control, it was as if the surroundings mirrored his mood. Instinctively taking 2 steps back, Bruce wanted to move further away, but when he realized it was too late, the ice crystals had already frozen his feet, spreading like creeping vines up his legs. "Upper deity?" he cried out in panic. Barak seemed not to hear, immersed in his own world. Beside him, Elspeth and Harry also started to have ice crystals crawl up their bodies. "It's over." Bruce frowned deeply. "He seems to be losing control." Harry didn't panic, he still stared at Barak with hatred-filled eyes. Elspeth clutched Luther's physical body tightly, allowing the ice crystals to freeze around her waist. Barak lowered his eyes, his face showing no hint of happiness or sorrow. Ice crystals began forming even on his fiery red robe. "Barak," someone called out. The voice was very familiar but also distant, as if coming from a dream. Barak listened indifferently, not opening his eyes, thinking that pulling the whole world into sleep with him would be fine, at least there would be someone who cared for him in the dream. "Barak." The voice came closer, filled with panic. Barak froze, his nearly stopped heart suddenly beating wildly once again. "Ouch, what is this?" She screamed in pain, her voice stopping about 10 paces away from him, trembling with tears. "Supreme God, save me." His eyelashes fluttered, Barak lifted his eyes in disbelief. Ginger was frozen by ice crystals about 10 paces away, struggling to pull her leg free. Seeing he finally opened his eyes, she hastily stretched out her hands toward him. "Quick, pull me out, I can't walk anymore." Her clear black and white pupils, her crumpled little face, the familiar immortal aura. The thing inside his chest suddenly became incredibly alive, beating so fast that all his veins came to life, warming his palms. Barak swallowed, took a step forward, and walked towards her. As soon as he got close, before he dared to move, she let out an ouch and threw herself at his waist, kicking her legs straight. "Who did these ice crystals? They're unreasonable. Even my cloud walking steps were frozen down." "Hey, are you okay? There's so much blood on you." She looked up, wiping the blood off his neck, sniffing with her nose tip furrowed, and her expression relaxed abruptly. "Oh, it's not yours, so it's fine." The tightly frozen ice crystals on the ground suddenly melted away. Chapter 137. Barak lowered his head, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on Sherry. He watched her wince and twist her ankle, then hop in place a couple of times, the long yellow gown fluttering gracefully before settling down again. She seemed unaware of what was happening here, clutching him tightly with her small hands, glancing fearfully at the ice crystals melting around them. "Whose immortal art is this? So powerful it can freeze 10 miles right under your nose." Barak came to his senses. He wanted to frown and ask where she had been, and to settle accounts for his anguish. But no matter how hard he tried to be fierce, all he could say was, "How would I know?" Frustrated yet slightly amused. Sherry tilted her head back in surprise, her almond-shaped eyes staring at the lingering redness in his eyes, somewhat skeptical. "You were sparring with someone just now, but you don't know who?" I don't." He raised a hand to wipe away some dirt from her face, a faint smile playing on his lips. "The enemy hides in the dark, while I am in the light. Too shameless." Harry moved her stiffened body, furrowing her brows and calling out, "Junior sister." Sherry's ears twitched as she hurriedly let go of Barak. "Elder brother is here too?" Feeling a void at his waist, Barak's expression darkened unhappily. Seeing this little thing about to run to someone else, he reached out and held her still. "Hey!" Buried in his chest, Sherry struggled helplessly. "Let me go, I want to see elder brother." "Not going." "Ah, not allowed." With great effort, she lifted her face from his robes, eyeing this formidable figure, feeling both amused and exasperated. I just want to check if he's injured. With tight-lipped silence, Barak paused for a moment before saying in a low voice, I'm injured. Where? She examined him, confused. Internally, severe. If you move now, I will collapse, he said gravely. A question mark slowly appeared above her head. Staring at him, her expression became increasingly complicated. Lord, you are an exalted lord. Please pay attention to your identity. Is it really appropriate to throw tantrums like a child? The person in front of her sniffed lightly, continuing to hold her, the redness fading from his eyes, his gaze becoming deep and obstinate. He looked at her so intently, 9 parts unreasonable and 1 part vulnerable. Just that 1 part made her heart soften. Sighing deeply, she hugged him tightly. Can we stop adding more bloodshed? They want to kill me. The exalted lord sounded aggrieved. But can we not pursue those who didn't actively try to kill you? She softened her tone. There was disdain in Barak's eyes. Did he care if they were active or passive when killing? All would end up in the underworld anyway. But her eyes shone so brightly as she looked at him, so bright that he couldn't refuse. After a long silence, Barak hummed, agreeing. Sherry heaved a sigh of relief, her gaze moving past him to Candle Monica standing behind. Candle Monica's body was somewhat stiff, but his demeanor remained calm. Noticing her gaze, he hesitated, then looked at her and smiled. May immortal Sherry remain safe. All thanks to Lord Candle Monica, Sherry replied with a forced smile. Maybe I'll stay safe next time if you don't scheme against me. The hand holding her waist froze, Barak's expression darkening as he turned his head slowly. Exalted Lord. Candle Monica finally panicked, hastily bowing. This is a misunderstanding. Fixing his gaze on him, Barak remained silent. Cold sweat trickled down Candle Monica's forehead as he knelt down. Great things are almost accomplished. Please set aside personal feelings, Exalted Lord. Don't let everyone's efforts go to waste. Arwen already occupied Heavenly Gate and 10 Directions Cloud Sea with his men. Gaspard had controlled 3 immortal sects. If Barak killed a few more exalted lords, the situation in the 9 heavens would be stable. Could he listen to a young girl at such a critical moment? Junior sister. Elspeth softly called. Startled, Sherry turned around, only then noticing her senior sister lying nearby. Struggling, this time Barak didn't stop her, letting her rush over to kneel beside Elspeth. Why is senior sister here too? Examining Elspeth and seeing she wasn't severely injured, she glanced at the corporeal body in her arms. Is this Exalted Lord Zhu Yi? Could you help senior sister? Elspeth asked pale-faced. Without hesitation, Sherry nodded. Knowing the significance of Exalted Lord Zhu Yi to her senior sister, she immediately performed the soul-gathering technique. Perhaps because the 5 elements chi within the heavenly lock greatly benefited her, performing the technique this time felt easier than when saving Gabby. Plus, Zhu Yi's soul was relatively intact. In no time, she gathered his soul in her palm. When an immortal's soul was forcibly stripped from their physical body, it was equivalent to death. Simply putting the soul back would not work. One must first nurture the soul and then guide it back. Elspeth seemed to know this, so she did not ask for anything more. She only used a lamp to receive Luther's soul and thanked her. Sherry looked at her emaciated face, feeling a bit heartbroken. Senior sister, you go ahead. Stay with elder brother. I'll stay here. Elspeth raised her hand, adjusting Sherry's hair, and smiled bitterly. I never thought that we siblings of this sect would end up relying on you in the end. So what? Sherry grinned. If it weren't for you shielding me from the heavenly tribulation back then, I might not be alive today. Her eyes were slightly red. Elspeth pressed her lips together, nodded at her, then stood up and glanced at Barak from afar. Seeing he had no intention of making another move, she led Luther's body and soul down to the lower realm. Harry did not want to leave. He opened his mouth to speak, but Sherry cast a defensive barrier over him from afar and pushed him toward senior sister Elspeth. Protect senior sister on the way. There will be obstacles, she waved. Once I find a way to save Master Immortal, I'll join you. Harry didn't have time to say a word before disappearing into the clouds behind Elspeth. Only when their immortal aura completely vanished without a trace did Sherry finally sigh in relief. She turned around and looked at Candle Monica. Candle Monica, under Barak's gaze, was sweating profusely. Feeling her eyes on him, he felt inexplicably annoyed. Is immortal Sherry planning to settle accounts with me? Not really. Sherry laughed lightly. I'm just curious, aren't you afraid he'll kill you too after being deceived like this? I have followed the Great Lord for many years without any deception, which the Great Lord knows well. Candle Monica straightened his back. If the Great Lord wishes to kill me because of a few slanders today, I can offer no other words. A loyal subject about to be wronged, indeed. Sherry returned to Barak's side, looking up at him. His face showed little anger or confusion. Turning to meet her gaze, he asked, Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Chapter 138. Ears twitching, Amanita blinked and looked at him with a smile. You want me to go seek refuge? Barak didn't deny it. The 9 heavens were already in chaos. Even if he were to stop now, the people of the Netherworld wouldn't let things rest unless the Celestial Dao Diviner appeared and declared submission to the Netherworld. But having someone like Celestial Dao submit was easier said than done. Killing him would be more straightforward. The battle had reached its most intense phase, and he wanted her to be safe. Yet, when this little thing looked up at him with a smile, Barak suddenly felt his question was redundant. He smiled faintly, gently raised his hand, and Amanita immediately transformed back into her white cat form, jumping onto his shoulder and affectionately rubbing against his cheek. Deity. Bruce watched this scene, feeling an oppressive weight on his heart. He opened his mouth to continue arguing. However, Barak turned around and calmly instructed him, lead reinforcements to support Gaspard. Countless words stuck in his throat, Bruce's expression became complex. If he were to ask questions, there would still be many ways for him to defend himself. But Barak asked nothing and said nothing, leaving him unable to gauge what he was thinking, which made him even more anxious. Did he send him to support because he believed Amanita's words or trusted him? What if he left, and Amanita spoke with him later? Would he have any chance to redeem himself? Bruce always liked to think long-term. Kneeling here, his mind already considered scenarios hundreds of years ahead, making his expression serious. What? After a long pause, Barak asked again. His spine stiffened slightly, and Bruce snapped out of it, bowing reluctantly. This deity obeys your command. He rose, hesitated for a few steps, glanced at Barak once more, then rode the clouds away. Barak's eyes reflected his diminishing silhouette until it vanished. His face remained unperturbed as he slowly closed his eyes, gently tugging at his sleeve. Why don't you ask why I don't move against him? After a while, he asked. The white cat on his shoulder yawned, lazily flicking her tail. What's there to ask? Giving her a strange sideways glance, Barak raised an eyebrow. Isn't the most beloved drama among mortals anger for a beauty? Licking her paw, Amanita snorted. That's human drama. After all, she was a royal daughter. Barak's expression eased slightly. He chuckled. This little creature could sometimes be surprisingly reassuring. Bruce had his own ambitions. Having followed him for so many years, his only desire was to use Barak's hands to kill the celestial Tao Diviner. Barak understood but did not resist. After all, his past rage had been exploited by celestial Tao, harming his family. It could be considered compensation. But, he detested being deceived. Scratching under the cat's chin, Barak turned his head to gaze at the dark clouds on the horizon. With Barak leading the front, the momentum of the netherworld forces surged, cutting down any who dared stand against them. But the nine heavens were not their territory. After over a month of heavy combat, they began to weaken. Logically, this would be the time to begin persuading surrender, subduing the enemy without a fight. However, Bruce didn't do this. Instead, he opened the gate of life and death, connecting the path between the netherworld and the nine heavens, bringing more ghosts into the celestial realm. Thus, casualties in the nine heavens worsened. Even those who surrendered didn't survive, infuriating the celestial deities, intensifying the battles further. 2 months later, the netherworld had occupied major immortal sects in the nine heavens, and the celestial Tao Diviner finally had nowhere to hide. When Barak received the news, he was amusing himself with the cat on the wind-watching terrace. Today, he had misbehaved, preventing Amanita from transforming back to human form. She could only be held in his arms, so angry that her whiskers stood on end. Immortal magic is for this. Barak smiled faintly. Or what? Listen to this unyielding retort. Was this proper? Amanita bristled, extending her claws to scratch him but pulled them back before drawing blood, settling for scratching his armor instead. Barak chuckled, flipping her over and vigorously rubbing her soft belly. Deity. Bruce stood far behind, bowing to report, we've found the celestial Tao Diviner. Amanita quieted, her expression instantly serious. The man holding her, however, remained nonchalant, rubbing her cat ears while saying casually, he has only one wisp of remaining soul force, yet managed to run this long. Bruce sighed. Indeed, he's quite adept at calculations. I've tried persuading him, but he refused to surrender. Currently, he's defending Bear Mountain, whose formations are too complex for me to act rashly. I've come for your instructions, deity. Placing the cat back on his shoulder, Barak swept his sleeve and walked out. Understood. The debt between him and the celestial Tao Diviner would ultimately be settled face to face. As the surroundings rushed past, Amanita clung to the feathers on his shoulder, instinctively surveying the area they passed. The air was filled with shattered divine souls and ghostly remnants, a ghastly sight. However, the battles had mostly subsided. The seasons continued to change as usual, and the celestial bodies followed their original patterns. The mortal world was minimally affected, perhaps only adorned with more twilight and fiery clouds. Thinking of the broken heavens mechanism lock, Amanita sighed. Ultimately, it always ended the same way. Why did those who interpreted the heavenly Tao always choose the path that harmed others and themselves? Bear Mountain lived up to its name. Not a single blade of grass grew on its vast expanse, covered in thick black ash. At its highest peak, colorful lights shimmered, visible from afar. Barak stepped on his cloud and headed straight toward it. Wait, Amanita tugged at his robe, you don't even know what kind of formation it is, yet you're rushing in? Barak paused, then glanced sideways. A cornered horse, no matter how complex the formation, can't trap me. With only one wisp of divine soul left, how much divine power could it have? Amanita scratched her head, realizing she was overthinking. Her tail drooped as she followed him into the radiant light. Bruce loyally trailed behind them. Heavenly Tao previously negotiated with this deity, Bruce said as they walked through the mist. He said that if the god spared him a soul, he would be willing to give up the position of Lord of the Nine Heavens. Barak chuckled mockingly. Give? With the current situation, even if I wanted to take it, I couldn't. Bruce nodded, forcing a stiff smile. That's why this deity didn't agree. So he set up this formation here. This formation was strange, with eerie winds sometimes pushing fire elemental power and other times water elemental power towards them. These are the formations inside the Heaven's Mechanism lock. Amanita, familiar with it, frowned. Be careful. Being a god rooted in fire elements, Barak felt uncomfortable and summoned a defensive barrier. However, water and fire were mutually destructive. When the wind blew, striking his barrier, it felt like being slashed by a blade. Amanita hurriedly released her own 5 elements barrier. But being in cat form, her barrier wasn't large, just enough to protect Barak and herself. Bruce stood far away, exposed to the wind of the formation. Chapter 139. Allison instinctively glanced back at him. There were too many unresolved matters surrounding Bruce. Even if he were to die, it shouldn't be now. He followed behind, eroded by the array wind. As soon as the waterway spirit energy was forced into his body, cracks appeared on his exposed hand. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, still wearing that kindly yet stiff smile, stubbornly following Barak. Barak suddenly stopped. With his motion, Bruce also halted, his face starting to crack as well. Still, with a respectful tone, he lowered his head, celestial god. Barak's hazy eyes swept over him, then suddenly sneered. You are quite adept at deceiving me. Bruce froze, moving his neck somewhat stiffly before falling silent. The winds around them howled more fiercely. The formation darkened the sky, while a purple-black nebula enveloped the heavens. Thunder and lightning raged beyond 5 jong. Allison nestled against Barak's cheek, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on Bruce. After a while, she finally sensed something was amiss. The cracks in this person did not bleed. Crack. A bolt of lightning exploded behind them, illuminating Bruce like a paper man from a coffin shop. His eyeballs turned, emitting a creaking sound as they looked at Barak, mocking or vexed. The 9 heavens' fate is set. May you cherish yourself, celestial god. As his voice faded, his body was blown apart by the wind infused with waterway spirit energy, turning into a pile of cracked stones. A wisp of divine soul emerged from between the stones, trying to escape. Barak waved his hand, expressionlessly grinding it into dust. It's the Gun clan's transformation technique. Allison sighed, flicking her head. Why didn't I see through it? He traded a part of his own divine soul to ensure you wouldn't notice. Barak chuckled, half closing his eyes as he scratched her cat chin. Allison nervously dodged his hand, thrashing her tail. You're still laughing? His doing this must mean we're walking into a web. Hurry back. It's too late, Barak said calmly. Allison's eyes widened. He sighed, turning and flying back for a short distance. Soon, the starry sky killing formation appeared ahead. Look, Barak said, once inside this formation, there's no way out. The starry sky killing formation gradually shrinks, forcing those within to go where it desires. Allison clung to him, instinctively looking up for the Big Dipper. The formations within the heavenly mechanism lock number 108. Due to the limitations of its form, there is a way to break through. Barak tapped her little head, seemingly knowing what she was thinking. Once this formation is released outside the artifact, it becomes an impenetrable realm. Allison's face paled, collapsing. No wonder Bruce was willing to sacrifice part of his divine soul to lead them here. No wonder the Jacob didn't stop her when she broke the heavenly mechanism lock, because they were waiting here. What can we do? Furrowing her whiskers, Allison rubbed her fluffy ears against his face, trying to offer some comfort. However, Barak remained calm and composed, his demeanor peaceful and breathing steady. He waved his sleeve, stepping onto a cloud and flying in the opposite direction of the starry sky killing formation. Along the way, he even cradled her in his arms, gently stroking her soft fur absent-mindedly. You. Allison wondered, do you have a way to break the formation? No, he answered frankly. Annoyed, Allison's claws shot out. Without a way, you're so relaxed. One would think he was going shopping somewhere. Glancing at her tiny claws, Barak hummed lightly, extending his index finger to press her claw back into her paw pad. The wind lightened around them, and suddenly, the sky split open ahead. Allison's pupils constricted, seeing a mirage appear in the air. The Jacob sat high upon a throne, looking down at them. I cast a divination before your arrival, he spoke softly, his voice echoing as if from a cave. Allison flicked her head irritably, raising her tail. Barak remained unperturbed, standing hands clasped behind his back, eyes half closed as he listened casually. The Jacob was displeased with his calm demeanor, his tone growing heavier. My divination indicated you wouldn't come because coming meant certain death. My divinations are becoming inaccurate. But the final victor will still be me. He tried to find traces of panic or seriousness on Barak's face but found none, not even when his face was magnified by the mirage. The Jacob couldn't see anything he wanted to see. Unconsciously gripping the immortal binding rope in his hand, a strange heaviness settled in his heart. At the other end of the immortal binding rope, Stephen staggered weakly. Immortal Master. Allison jumped down, transforming into human form and about to rush forward. Barak grabbed her wrist. Where are you going? He asked. This is an illusion. Rushing forward won't save Stephen. But, Allison frowned. Is he crazy? If something happens to my immortal master, he won't survive either. So, nothing will happen to Stephen. He pulled her in front of him and gently patted her back. Allison quickly calmed down. Adele was already at the end of his rope. He wanted to use this formation to kill Barak. If his strand of divine soul were outside the formation, he wouldn't need to drag immortal master Stephen into this scenario. That previous move was because he was afraid. He feared Barak might directly try to kill him. So, his divine soul must be inside the formation. Barak was smarter than her and naturally thought of it earlier. But if they had to kill Adele to break the formation, what about immortal Master Stephen? Looking up at him uneasily, Allison pressed her lips together. Barak didn't look back at her, only reached out to rub her neatly combed hair, then moved, continuing forward to find someone. Adele kept babbling, "Don't waste your efforts. This formation has buried countless deities. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a fire path deity. As long as it was a deity of the 5 elements, they would be shattered by this formation." Allison was already worried. Hearing his words made her even more restless. "Do you think I'm dead? Whatever the 5 elements or mutual destruction, once her barrier fell, could this wind possibly harm Barak?" Pointing at the nose of the Adele in the illusion, Allison said, "You're just a fraud, relying on an ancient artifact to pass as a prophet, barely occupying the main seat in Xiuxian. Today, even if both of us can't get out, you're certainly going to die." Adele paused, his face darkening for a moment. But only for a moment, then he smiled. "The power of foresight is the top among all celestial arts. I have the heavenly mechanism lock, which grants foresight. How am I barely occupying the position? Whether I die today is another matter, but you two are certainly doomed." "Fart," Allison sneered. "Who doesn't have foresight?" If she hadn't interfered, Barak could have crushed him without any trouble. Thinking of this, Allison suddenly froze. Hadn't it been a long time since she had a predictive dream? Chapter 140. The fierce wind struck the defensive barrier and was quickly absorbed. Barak looked up, seeing the surrounding barriers around her change from brown to golden at intervals. The overflowing elemental immortal energy wafted towards her like sandalwood incense, while this little creature seemed oblivious, frowning in thought. The illusion of the Montague had vanished, and the deathly aura grew heavier. Within the dark, dense fog, something seemed to be approaching. Barak drew the Feng Tu Dao. "Can I take a nap?" Allison suddenly asked him. Almost thinking he misheard, Barak looked at her. "Now?" "Aha." Turning back into a cat, Allison jumped back onto his shoulder, muttering, "Just for a while." This request was too strange. Barak couldn't help but look at her closely. She gripped his shoulder feathers with her claws and closed her eyes even before he could respond. Whether in human form or as a cat, she slept soundly, and being close, he could hear the faint purring sounds from her throat. Maybe she's too tired, he thought. This little thing hadn't rested well recently. Moments later, however, a flash of light seemed to pass over his shoulder. A soft, non-blinding white gold light that flashed very quickly, yet clearly visible. It was the divine light of prescience. His breath hitched slightly, and Barak slowly turned his head, staring intently at the cat on his shoulder. Curled up in a ball, her whiskers motionless, her pointed ears twitching occasionally as if having a bad dream. Barak reached out, wanting to peek into her dreams. However, a figure stepped out of the black mist and walked toward him. Tap, tap. A familiar yet foreign aura, accompanied by damp mist, swirling towards him. His pupils contracted slightly, and Barak turned around. A powerful rebirth array hung down from the sky 100 feet away, cloaked in black mist, with endless figures emerging. Leading them was Wally. Barak remembered this person's appearance during their great battle, resentful, frustrated, furious. Wally, an upper god known for virtue bearing all things, showed no difference from an ordinary man when pushed to the brink by him. Before dying, he spat out hatefully, "Water overcomes fire. You killed me, but water still overcomes fire. One day, you will surely be defeated by my clan, the Khans." At the time, it seemed absurd to him. After Wally's death, who in the Khan clan could still stand against him? Yet now, Wally had returned. The Tianji lock array was inherently complex, so it wasn't surprising that it could conceal a rebirth array. What surprised Barak was that the people emerging from this rebirth array seemed to possess even denser immortal energy than living beings. Wally's original cultivation level was inferior to his. Even if they fought again, Barak would still win. But this one in front of him. Barak furrowed his brow. Allison's dream was chaotic. Scenes once coherent now appeared fragmented. Whether due to tension or otherwise, there were scattered images. She saw the Montague dissipate into nothingness, and witnessed the revival and renaissance of all things, but no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find a single living soul in the world. Chill crept up her spine, panic surged as she rushed to the Bing Palace to find Barak, but halfway there, she bumped into Wally. Wally. Allison had never studied his face closely. Now face to face, she noticed that despite his handsome features, the scowl between his brows made his facial expressions seem particularly sinister. "Who am I?" he muttered to himself. Allison raised an eyebrow, opening her mouth to reply, but he didn't seem to see her. His long green robe passed right through her phantom image, heading straight into the distance. The approaching moisture made her instinctively hold her breath, which became uncomfortable after a while. Finally, Allison let out a big breath. That exhale woke her up. Shaking her head, Allison opened her eyes, startled to find a patch of mist right before her. She scratched Barak's clothes, feeling wetness under her paws. "What?" Celine Yi was taken aback. After all, Barak was a deity of fire. His clothes wouldn't get wet unless he faced a water deity and was overpowered. Suddenly realizing something, Allison sharply lifted her head. The person from her dream overlapped with the scene before her, Wally's expression full of resentment, holding the water spirit sword, locked in combat with Barak. "A dead god can be resurrected?" she asked in disbelief. Barak, engaged in battle, felt relief when he sensed her awake but then caught off guard by Wally. More moisture seeped onto his clothes. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke sternly, These are merely imitations reborn from grievances within the xiuxian's rebirth array, not the true Wally. Yet, these imitations, lacking emotions, had no weaknesses. Combined with the enhancements from the surrounding array, they proved genuinely challenging to deal with. More figures emerged from the rebirth array, but none as formidable as the imitation Wally. After 100 moves, Barak grew impatient. He slashed his finger toward the sky, intending to shatter the xiuxian array directly. In the distance, however, came a derisive laugh from the Montague. With this strike, everyone in the world will be affected. None of my business, he replied coldly. What is this world? What is this humanity? He has never cared about them at all. Is that so? The Montague paused, a hint of teasing in his voice. Then why did you suddenly hesitate? Pulling back his knife to block Wally's water spirit sword, Barak grew increasingly agitated. He didn't care, but if he shattered the sky with one strike, all living beings would be destroyed. Then those senior brothers and sisters of the little creature, those vendors selling spring noodles in the mortal world, would all die. She definitely wouldn't approve of that. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Barak felt torn for the first time. This Wally, the little creature on his shoulder suddenly said, does he know who he is? What kind of question was that? Barak was puzzled. The imitations from the rebirth array have no memory, they are mere tools used by their controllers to kill, thus making them especially powerful. Nodding in understanding, Allison jumped down from him and transformed into her human form. Barak tried to reach out to stop her, but this little creature moved too fast, flying close to Wally in a blink. Seemingly considering her harmless, Wally ignored her and continued attacking Barak. Water clashed with fire, and the heavens and earth changed color. Wally advanced steadily like an expressionless wall, enveloped in a strong yet bizarre immortal energy. It was now or never. Taking a deep breath, Allison shouted loudly at Wally, may I ask the name of this divine being? Wally's attack faltered, and a flicker of confusion crossed his numb eyes. The voice of the Montague suddenly echoed from the horizon, names mean nothing, enforcing justice for heaven is what a divine being should do. To actually argue with her, so she wasn't wrong. Allison was overjoyed and quickly channeled the waterway spiritual power belonging to Wally within her body, summoning a water pillar to strike straight at Wally's back. Chapter 141. Nikki was extraordinarily powerful within the xiuxian array. Naturally, these water columns could not harm him. However, the immortal chi mixed within the water column was unbearably familiar to Nikki. Just as his water spirit sword was about to reach Barak's face, it suddenly halted midair. He turned back, catching a strand of water in his hand, and sniffed it suspiciously. You. He suddenly spoke, his unfocused pupils constricting slightly. Am I? His question was abrupt and unclear, but Allison understood. A surge of steam swept towards her. She raised her hand to protect herself and said to him, I am not you, but I know who you are. On the other side, Barak frowned and moved to protect her, but Nikki acted quickly. A water barrier blocked his path, then lifted the water spirit sword again at him. Nikki, Allison urgently called out to him, you know the truth, don't you? The water spirit sword paused once more. Nikki turned back, staring at her with confusion. At this moment, Allison felt a stir in her heart, and suddenly a jade pendant flew out. It was emerald green all over, engraved with a Khan character. This jade pendant was given to her by Darian, representing the authority of the Khan family leader. Though it no longer held actual power, it should be the most familiar object to Nikki. The jade was very fragile, easily shattered by the murderous aura surrounding him. But this jade pendant pierced through Nikki's barrier, landing directly in his palm. A flash of green light, the jade pendant dissolved into light, fusing the Khan character into his hand. Instantly, Nikki's widened pupils gradually returned to normal, and the unstable immortal chi around him began to dissipate. He remembered who he was and, naturally, recalled that he had already perished. Closing his palm, Nikki gripped the water spirit sword, looking somewhat at a loss. He glanced at Barak, hostility still lingering, but the suffocating water vapor in the air had completely disappeared. Barak raised an eyebrow, brushing away the mist on his body, and landed in front of Allison. What's going on? He asked. Allison's hands were still trembling. Hearing his words, she proudly raised her chin. The method to break the revival array is to make the revived thing remember who they are. As Barak had previously mentioned, things that come out of the revival array lack memories and are merely tools, which makes them particularly destructive. Based on her dream where Nikki kept asking who he was, the smart Allison figured out the solution. It was fate that she possessed Nikki's jade pendant, which just so happened to be able to resolve this deadlock. Otherwise, even shouting until her voice gave out wouldn't have convinced him. Nikki hated Barak. After all, there was a mortal enmity between them. But now that he regained consciousness, Allison felt that what he wanted to do most was not to kill Barak. Previously, he had passed a message for her to find Jinghua Shueyu. Before knowing Bruce's plot, Allison had been curious about the reason, but now she understood Nikki was likely manipulated too, becoming a vengeful soul under Barak's fury. Knowing the plan of the celestial daoist and the schemes of Bruce, after death, he placed all his hopes on her, hoping she would break this situation. What Nikki desired was not revenge, but peace throughout the land. Sighing, Allison looked at Nikki nearby. He stared fixedly at Barak, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The water spirit sword buzzed incessantly, wanting to fly up but was tightly held by him. You were deceived, Nikki said to Barak. Barak was glancing down at the few blood marks on Allison's hand. Upon hearing this, he coldly looked up. Jan is not your mother, it was fabricated by Bruce to deceive you. Nikki's voice was hoarse. He manipulated Jinghua Shueyu and deliberately forged Jan's dying whispers because he knew you've never been loved and thus coveted love. The air around them suddenly grew colder. Without hesitation, Allison turned and hugged the person beside her, consoling repeatedly, "No, no, we have people who love us. We don't covet it." The rising anger subsided slightly. Barak pressed his lips together and asked irritably, "Can I kill him?" "You've killed him once before." She patted his chest softly. "Letting him speak a bit more isn't harmful this time. Others can deceive me, and so can he." He was displeased. Allison blinked and smiled at him. "I won't deceive you. If he says anything wrong, I'll tell you." Looking at her, Barak raised an eyebrow. "You know quite a lot." "Not much." Burying her head in his chest guiltily, Allison muttered, "Just something about you that I specially learned." Recalling the golden white light from her body, Barak fell silent. On the other side, Nikki watched the two with a strange gaze, intending to raise his sword but refrained. Eventually, he opened his mouth. "Since the day you ascended, the celestial daoist has been wary of you because his position was not rightful. You were the first deity in the universe, and according to seniority, the Lord of 9 heavens should be you." "He overthinks too much," Barak said indifferently. "I'm not interested." "You may not be interested, but you are still a threat to him," Nikki sneered. "Last time we fought, I thought you wanted to usurp his position and eliminate me first so that my clan wouldn't restrain yours. But after spending some time with the young girl in your arms, I realized it wasn't like that. We both have become pawns in someone else's hand." He narrowed his eyes, pointing the water spirit sword at Barak. "So you are also a loser." Barak glanced coldly at him. "I am a living loser." "Nikki, when a revived person realizes they had once died, even if they are an imitation, they can't survive for long." Nikki gave a self-mocking laugh, threw the water spirit sword aside, and sat down. "It's because of my incompetence, nothing to say." Thunder roared from the horizon. Nikki knew that Heavenly Tao was angry. He looked down at his hands, which were already becoming transparent, and laughed sarcastically. "I've served you for tens of thousands of years, only for you to use me like this." Heavenly Tao started out wanting to kill him too. The voice was displeased. "Yes." Nikki raised an eyebrow. "If he could kill me, why shouldn't I leave behind the death array to take revenge? Besides, if he died back then, the world would have remained peaceful for another few 10,000 years. But now." Looking up at the sky, Nikki said, "Only your death can bring peace to the world." Breathing hitched slightly, Heavenly Tao angrily waved his sleeves and paced back and forth before laughing again. "I can't die. Unless he wants to take the entire world down with him, I can't die." People were still walking out of the revival array. Nikki picked up the water spirit sword but walked into the revival array instead. "Since I have returned to the heavens and earth, I won't concern myself with these matters anymore." He waved his hand without turning back, saying to Allison, "Young lady, cultivate well, your future is limitless." Chapter 142. Barak squinted his eyes unhappily. She was naturally destined for great things, she didn't need him to say that. But Ginger, upon hearing this, felt quite touched. They had spent a considerable amount of time together, and Worley had helped her on many occasions. She originally thought he was merely using her, but it turned out he still had a good word for her at such a critical moment. The black mist of the rebirth array enveloped Worley. Then the entire Tianji array began to shake as if something in the sky was collapsing. Razor-sharp winds howled around them. Barak wrapped an arm around Ginger and sped forward rapidly. What is he doing? Ginger scrutinized the suddenly strange fog and clouds around them, feeling uneasy. No matter, Barak answered lightly. He's just trying to destroy the array. Oh, destroy the array. Ginger relaxed and buried her head back into his shoulder. Wait. A jolt of realization hit her, and she snapped her head up, eyes wide open. Destroy the array? If the entire Tianji array were destroyed, wouldn't they all die? Adele was still inside the array himself. Perhaps finding her reaction amusing, Barak chuckled. He pinched her waist and carefully straightened the flower hairpin that had tilted on her head. Even the rebirth array couldn't harm me. Naturally, he wants to destroy the array. However, Adele certainly wouldn't put himself in danger. He would find a way out before the array was destroyed. What Barak needed to do was find him before Adele left. The Tianji array could be vast, yet the surrounding stellar killing arrays were gradually tightening. Neither he nor Tian Dao could pass through the stellar killing arrays, so if he moved quickly, he would definitely catch him. Barak's speculation proved correct. Adele shattered the mirage illusion from Hai Shi and stood up, preparing to flee. But the timing for fleeing required precision. If he ran too early, Barak might discover the exit. If he waited too long, he would perish within the array. Calculating with his fingers, Tian Dao looked serious, a hint of ferocity surfacing on his brow. You have a fine disciple, he glared at Stephen. If not for her, things wouldn't have reached this point. Originally, Worley in the rebirth array would surely have detained Barak until the destruction of the array was imminent. But his little disciple had resolved the situation with a few words. Adele couldn't understand how an ordinary fairy knew about the jade pendant of the Khan family or the method to break the rebirth array. Feeling the sudden hostility, Master Stephen wasn't irritated. Seated beside, he held his fly whisk, his eyes twinkling slightly. She is indeed a fine disciple of mine. He nodded approvingly, stroking his beard. Tian Dao scowled angrily. In the past, Master Stephen would have respected him immensely, never arguing or making direct eye contact. But now, for some reason, the old man suddenly lifted his gaze and looked deeply into his eyes. I've guided many on the path of immortality over the years, always believing in the inherent goodness of human nature. As long as one follows the way and diligently practices, they will ascend to the ranks of the immortals. With you overseeing the 9 heavens, I have more confidence, which is why I've been tirelessly guiding virtuous people across the world. Ginger is an exception. She has no immortal bones or fortunate encounters. Her parents sacrificed their earthly power, allowing her barely to enter my immortal sect. She loves causing trouble, often disrupting peace in our sect and earning punishments. Thinking of Ginger back then, Stephen almost gritted his teeth. Who knew an immortal cultivator could be so unruly, refusing to practice diligently and instead dragging everyone to climb mountains and catch fish to roast? I never expected much from her, thinking she'd live a few hundred years in my sect, then die a natural death. But Stephen lowered his gaze. This person came to me one day and said the demon general had emerged, and the world faced unrest. She wanted to go up to the 9 heavens to see what was happening. Tian Dao, who had been impatient, paused upon hearing this, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes. Stephen noticed the change in his expression and smiled faintly. You are envious. Struggling to maintain his composure, Tian Dao coldly snorted. Envious? Of what? You envy Barak's innate divine status and Ginger's ability to foresee the future. Stephen calmly pointed out. Those are the things you desire most. His hand clenched tighter under his sleeve. Tian Dao became angry. Do you think telling me these things won't make them die faster? Stephen laughed, the wrinkles on his face crinkling, looking unusually kind. Ginger is a good child. When I took her from her parents, I promised to take care of her. At least, I promised not to let her die in front of me. What use is a promise? Tian Dao dismissed the idea. Those two were still trapped in his array, life or death should be determined by him. Strange cracking sounds echoed from the dome of the Tianji array. Hearing it, Tian Dao's ears twitched, and he immediately grabbed the immortal binding rope tied to Stephen, standing up to leave. A crimson knife, radiating surging scorching energy, suddenly blocked his path. His heart skipped a beat, and Adele retreated half a step. Barak had come too quickly, he had set up countless illusions, yet this person still found him. However, it didn't matter. Adele smiled, as just a sliver of divine soul, his movements were far more convenient than any living beings. Turning into mist, Tian Dao swiftly retreated 10 jong, lifting his chin toward Barak. So what if you were born with a divine rank, he said. You'll never win against me. With a serious expression, Barak locked eyes on Adele and immediately pursued him. Ginger, in his arms, glanced at the immortal master beside Adele, noting his calm demeanor and faint smile, and couldn't help but whistle. Elderly sir, how can you be amused at a time like this? Master Stephen shot her a disapproving look. No respect. The two with proper ranks have already returned to the immortal gate, Ginger laughed. I'm here to take you back too. After all this is settled, could you perhaps lend me a few of those secret skills you've been hiding? Stephen smiled gently, softly saying, now you're willing to learn. Well, after all, now is the time for me, your hopeless little disciple, to shine. Ginger stretched out her arm and made a show of strength gesture. Stephen stared at her intently, then fell silent. Barak and Tian Dao had already begun to clash. Likely due to their shared divine souls, Barak held back from using lethal force, thus he couldn't suppress Tian Dao right away. The cracking sounds from the Tianji array's dome grew louder, and the surrounding stellar killing arrays pressed closer. Tian Dao seized the opportunity, blasting Barak away with a strike, and while the fog rose around them, he pulled Stephen and flew toward the dome. Barak raised his sleeve to protect the person in his arms, his gaze turning cold. He hated the feeling of being constrained and unable to unleash his full power. Anxiety mixed with divine fire streamed out uncontrollably from his body, colliding and burning with the black mist, instantly turning the surroundings into a fiery hell. Chapter 143. Ginger was somewhat panicked. With the heavenly Dao graphical human leaving like this, the Tianji array would be destroyed, and they would surely die. If they didn't want to die, they could let Barak's anger burn for 10,000 miles, which would destroy the Tianji array but allow them to live. But the cost would be all life in the world. Helplessly pulling on Barak, Ginger tried to soothe him. Words of comfort were on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't bring herself to speak them. At this moment, she didn't know what choice would be right, caught between a rock and a hard place, facing life and death. Her nose tingled with emotion, Ginger bit her lip and gripped the sleeve of Barak's robe, her eyes turning red. She didn't want to watch the heavens and earth fall into ruin. She had worked so hard to change the outcome. But now, she also didn't want Barak to die. Without her, Barak would have been able to enter the never-ending realm undisturbed. Why did he have to make such huge concessions, even at the cost of his own life, because of her? It wasn't fair. Noticing that the little thing beside him seemed upset, Barak looked down and gently patted her head. Your heavenly aperture allows foresight, he asked. Though phrased as a question, it sounded more like a statement. Barak was always perceptive, able to deduce the whole story from just a few details. Ginger stiffened slightly, resting her forehead against his arm. After a brief silence, she gave a soft millimeter hum. So, you approached me from the start knowing this day would come, he raised an eyebrow. Her heart skipped a beat. Ginger instinctively shook her head, but after some thought, nodded honestly. She was indeed afraid of death, and she had approached him for survival. However, he had given her too much, making her even greedier, greedy enough to want to protect others as well. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. Barak's lips tightened, his expression darkening. This fact clearly displeased him. He had always despised others approaching him with ulterior motives, thinking he had guarded himself well enough. Yet somehow, a minor deity had succeeded. Was she with him because she liked him, or only to save her world? A cold aura emanated from him, freezing Ginger where she stood. She gazed up at him in a daze, only to see him turn away. He was angry. He probably should be, especially now, when she was still hesitating whether to persuade him. Flames spread along his red robes, and Ginger pulled back her hand, scorched by the heat. The sounds of collapse around them grew louder, her face turned pale as she opened and closed her mouth helplessly, clutching at her dress. "You're still a child," came the sigh of Stephen from above. Ginger froze, tears welling up. She sniffed, quietly protesting, "I'm not a child anymore. You'll always be a troublemaker to this old man." Stephen chuckled faintly, his voice raspy. "An immortal teacher should do what teachers are supposed to do, while you, little girl, should live a good life." Her pupils constricted as she began to realize something. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded from the dome. "Stephen," the heavenly Tao graphical human raged, "you're absurd." The light grew brighter, and Stephen's voice became lighter. "I'm not being absurd. Absurd is what you are. After living for tens of thousands of years, there's no reason to push the younger generation to this extent. Since you agreed to share your soul essence with mine, then let us leave together." The heavenly Tao graphical human flew into a rage, but before he could respond, Stephen's soul essence suddenly shattered into powder with a bang, scattering light spots everywhere. Ginger stared wide-eyed, feeling as if a cold, hard stone had lodged in her throat. She reached out helplessly toward the sky, but the fragments were swept away instantly by the array's strong winds. "Immortal teacher?" She silently parted her lips, stumbling forward a couple of steps. Barak steadied her, his brows furrowed. "Don't go closer." Stephen's self-inflicted destruction naturally led to the same fate for the heavenly Tao who shared a soul essence with him. Broken souls floated down like snowflakes, catching fire upon contact with divine flames below. Ginger's breath hitched. Stiffly watching the flames before her, her fingertips suddenly went numb and painful, quickly spreading through her entire body, swallowing her heart along the way. When they first met, Immortal Master Stephen disliked her intensely. It took her parents a long time to convince the old man to accept her into his sect. To other senior disciples, the Immortal Master had high expectations. But for her, Stephen always said, "Just live." She lived for several hundred years without failing to meet expectations, getting into trouble occasionally just to annoy him. The whisk in Stephen's hand, rather than being a magical tool, was more like a special instrument to scold her. Yet every time she faced danger, the Immortal Master always protected her, going to any lengths to fight for justice on her behalf. Her parents' lives were short, and on the day their homeland was lost, Ginger squatted outside the Immortal Sect's gate crying. Immortal Master Stephen stood behind her with a stern face, saying, "Immortals don't cry." "I'm not an immortal," Ginger sobbed, venting her frustration. "I can't do anything." Holding the whisk and looking at her, Stephen humphed and said, "You are indeed too weak." So Ginger cried even louder. Without a single word of comfort, Stephen pulled her and walked straight into the Immortal Gate. Ginger struggled, red-eyed, and said, "My homeland is gone. I don't need to cultivate anymore." "Your homeland is gone, but the Immortal Gate remains," Stephen said without turning his head. "From now on, you'll cultivate for this Immortal Gate." Who would want to cultivate hard for an old man's Immortal Gate? With so many disciples, he wouldn't lack one more to glorify the gate. That was what she thought back then, so she kept trying to run away, scaling the wall at midnight, sneaking down the mountain, stealing magical artifacts for travel. She tried everything, always ending up a few hundred miles from the foot of the mountain, starving and dizzy, then waking up back inside the Immortal Gate. During those days, every time she opened her eyes, she saw Stephen Immortal Master's back, stern and serious, yet he never scolded her once. "I promised your Emperor father and Empress mother," his face tensed with wrinkles, he said indifferently, "I won't let you die under my watch." The wind dispersed the flames, and the surrounding starfighting arrays edged closer by several jong. Ginger sat kneeling there blankly, tears falling heavily. Barak watched her silently, then looked up at the remaining light on the dome, thinking for a moment. He finally picked her up and decided it was best to leave this place. The person in his arms was very quiet, not uttering a word or making any movement, as if she were a quilt of cotton. Barak frowned and spoke deeply. "This isn't the time to be sad. If you want to avenge him, pull yourself together." Ginger didn't respond, just followed him out of the Tianji array through the passage, landing on the desolate mountain peak outside. The Tianji array crumbled behind them with a resounding boom. The residual glow of the array and the remaining fire erupted outward, but Ginger didn't look back. She leaped out of Barak's embrace, turned her hand, and formed a seal. Chapter 144. She formed the soul-gathering incantation, and a gale erupted around her, frantically searching the air for lingering divine souls, hoping to bring Stephen back. However, no matter how much spiritual power she exerted, no matter how long she waited, there was no response at all. The residual souls had been completely burned away by the divine fire, nothing remained. Her throat convulsed, and Amanita's eyes reddened again. Barak stood behind her, unsure of what to say. After a long silence, he only asked her, "Do you want to go with me to find Bruce?" He thought she might not hear him, given how dazed and soulless this little thing looked now. But as soon as he spoke, she reacted quickly. Wiping her face, Amanita stood up, dispelled the incantation, and turned to say, "All right." There were too many accounts to settle with Bruce, and she had to do it personally. Summoning Sue, Amanita stepped onto it and turned to stretch out her hand to him. Barak pursed his lips, looking at her hand while standing still with his arms crossed, his eyes dimming slightly. He looked somewhat aggrieved, and Amanita was taken aback, unable to fully understand why before he stepped on to Sue himself, standing silently beside her. Amanita's mood was already poor, and since he didn't want to talk, she had no energy to ask. With a knot in Barak's heart and her unwillingness to mention it, he naturally wouldn't beg for an explanation. So they traveled without a word. Perhaps their obvious tension made the spies lurking around the desolate mountain add a comment after reporting to Bruce. Those two have some friction. Really? Bruce found it peculiar but then smiled. Stephen is indeed a remarkable person. Even such close people could have friction, which must be because of Stephen. He laughed and smoothed his brand new purple golden robe, leisurely holding the teapot to continue pouring tea. Shouldn't you leave? The spy bowed. They are already on their way here. Leave? Bruce raised an eyebrow, sniffing the tea aroma and turning his head, utterly calm. Where can someone who God Barak wants to kill possibly go? In the heavenly mechanism array, if Barak cannot leave, then he dies. But once he leaves, it's Bruce's turn to die. Bruce, merely a true lord, could stir up such a great storm, making countless rulers of immortal sects tremble at the mention of his name. He was certainly capable. So, despite the obvious calm, the spy felt that Bruce must have some trump card. But after waiting for a while, even when the divine fire approached, Bruce was still just savoring his tea. Fresh Longjing tea, rich and fragrant, he took a sip, stroked the small cup, and soon the rippling tea surface reflected a figure in red robes. Excitement flickered in his eyes, and Bruce sat up straighter. Welcome, supreme deity, he greeted with a smile, though he did not rise. Barak stepped into the pavilion where Bruce sat today. The divine fire instantly engulfed everything outside, and he lowered his gaze, saying nothing, yet his eyes pierced through one's very soul. Bruce winced but still smiled. It has been so long since you were this angry. Don't run, he asked coldly. Chuckling, Bruce shook his head. I deceived the supreme deity and deserved death. Though he said that, his expression was exceptionally satisfied. Glancing at the 9 heavens filled with divine fire, Bruce stretched lazily and generously placed his essence origin on the table in front of him. I lost this round. He looked past Barak to the shadow behind. If I had known this young lady would become so powerful, I shouldn't have spoken well of her at our first meeting. Amanita emerged from behind Barak, coldly eyeing him. Do you hate me? Bruce sighed. I also hate you. If not for her, Barak would have destroyed the 9 heavens as he wished. Then, when he grew tired of ruling, everything would naturally fall into his hands. Unlike now, he wouldn't have to sacrifice his life. However, it doesn't matter. Bruce chuckled lightly. He had accomplished what he wanted. What was losing a life compared to that? Oh, right, as if remembering something, Bruce lightly clapped his hands, smiling at Amanita. The idea to link Tiandao's oracle with Stephen's soul came from me. I thought with Stephen's life as leverage, you would spare Tiandao. Unexpectedly, is Great Master Stephen still well? Amanita clenched her fists tightly. She originally had questions for Bruce, like how he had schemed against Regi or deceived Barak, but now, burning with rage, she only wanted to kill. Your soul will not even return to heaven and earth. Amanita cast a spell, each word deliberate. You will be obliterated, never finding peace for eternity. Bruce chuckled, seeing her spiritual power coming. He still raised his hand to block. As a true lord, Amanita was just a high immortal after all. However, predictably, this high immortal spiritual power easily broke through his defensive barrier and brutally pierced through his divine soul. Intense white light illuminated half the sky. Snap. The essence origin on the table shattered. In the white light, Bruce moved his eyeballs and, in a hoarse voice before he drew his last breath, laughed. My last gift is for you. You want to save all living beings, don't you? I want this world to die because of you. With the final word, Bruce's 3 souls and 7 suddenly exploded into countless fragments, scattering along with the essence origin down from the 9 heavens. Amanita was caught off guard. She was protected by a red robe over her head and thus not injured by the soul fragments, but his words made her hair stand on end. He was just a true lord. Even if he used his soul fragments as weapons, how many people could he possibly hurt? She grabbed Barak's sleeve, feeling somewhat lost and uneasy. Barak half closed his eyes and watched the soul fragments, then waved his sleeve to unleash divine fire to burn them. But they were too scattered. Even with the massive divine fire, some slipped through and fell into the mortal realm. Suddenly, he felt disgusted. Those who should have died were dead, and those who shouldn't have died were also dead. This farce in the 9 heavens seemed endless. Gaspard and Arwen were still leading people in a standoff against the 9 heavens immortal sect. Countless broken divine souls emitted an unpleasant smell when burned by divine fire. The 10 directions cloud sea was riddled with holes, and corpses and fragmented souls fell like rain into the mortal realm. As gods died, chaos ensued in the human world. Endless wars and plagues broke out among mortals. After dying, they turned into spirits and were drawn up to the 9 heavens to continue fighting until news of the death of the Tiandao diviner spread to every corner. Only then did major immortal sects gradually stop. That happened 4 months later. For 4 months, Amanita watched helplessly as the 9 heavens turned into the netherworld. Barak sent her to Lydia's immortal island, perhaps hoping she would see less and be less troubled. But whenever Amanita closed her eyes, she knew exactly what was happening outside. This world is already in chaos. Lydia sat before her and sighed softly. There are no seasons, no rain, snow, or sunshine. In a few years, there will be nothing left. Chapter 145. Thea tilted her head slightly, just enough to catch the glint of tears in Queen Mother Rochelle's eyes. She was a benevolent deity who also held deep compassion for mortals. Unlike Stephen Fairy Master, who guided people to cultivate and become immortals, Rochelle directly bestowed elixirs upon mortals she acknowledged, guiding them to immortality on her own immortal island. Therefore, with the mortal world on the brink of annihilation, she felt an even deeper sorrow compared to other senior deities. Thea listened quietly, crumpling the hem of her robe in her hands. "Is there anything I can do?" she asked. Rochelle hesitated, giving her a long look before shaking her head. "Barak sent you here to recuperate, just focus on getting well." With a gentle laugh, Thea shook her head. Your Majesty, came all this way today, bringing these baskets of Darnley immortal grass and speaking with me at length. Was it really just to see me recover?" A look of embarrassment crossed Rochelle's face as she raised her sleeve and gently smoothed her fine brows. "I've heard your divine ability is foresight," she softened her voice. "With the passing of Heavenly Oracle, perhaps you are now the only one left with the power of foresight in this world." Pausing, she ventured tentatively, "Can you see the fates of the 9 heavens and the mortal world?" How could she not see? Thea lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling faintly. "As you say, Majesty, in a few years, nothing will remain." Rochelle was taken aback. "Including the 9 heavens?" "Yes, including the 9 heavens." She stared at the young immortal before her, her expression wavering between disbelief and panic. The deities of the 4 seasons, the rain deity, the wind deity, the thunder deity, all gone. Everyone knew that if things continued, the mortal world would be desolate. But she hadn't imagined the 9 heavens would suffer the same fate. Hadn't the major immortal sects already ceased their war? Next would likely be Barak's ascension, followed by the reappointment of deities and restoration of order. How could nothing remain? Surprise gave way to suspicion in her eyes. Thea did not raise her gaze, her voice low and hoarse. "That's what I dreamt, peace in the 9 heavens, Barak uninterested in ascending, leaving with me. The nourish unable to gain favor, dethroned within half a year, chaos breaking out among the major immortal sects, many immortals perishing. With the mortal world destroyed, no new immortals to fill the gaps, the 9 heavens will inevitably decline. Bruce's primordial energy and residual soul, carrying tenfold hostility, brought endless wars and death wherever they landed." She had underestimated him. Rochelle's eyelashes fluttered, shifting uncomfortably in her seat. Finally, Thea lifted her head to meet her gaze. "So I ask you again, Majesty, what can I do?" Her eyes were clear and bright. Though phrased as a question, there was no confusion or uncertainty, as if she had already decided but needed encouragement. Thus, Rochelle understood the young immortal knew everything. An involuntary sense of sorrow welled up within her. How could such a heavy burden be placed on the shoulders of this young girl? She was only 900 years old, younger than most immortals. Yet, events had reached a point where no other options remained. Before coming, Rochelle had wondered how to persuade this young girl to make such a great sacrifice. She had been uncertain. But now, she didn't need to persuade at all. This person had already made up her mind, which only made Rochelle feel somewhat ashamed. "You could actually," Rochelle sighed, "stay with Barak. Even if the world ends, it would have nothing to do with you." "Yes," Thea nodded, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "He can protect me. But then, just as Bruce said, the destruction of heaven and earth would truly be on my hands." Her smile faded as she lowered her head. "My immortal sect, every immortal I know, or even the mortals I've never met, they would all die because of me. Even if I lived, I could never find peace." Rochelle studied her expression, sighing even more deeply. "Barak won't allow it." Mentioning him, Thea's eyes softened into a smile. "Everything I do, he has never approved. You don't know, when we first met, he wanted to kill me." Recalling the fortuitous encounter within the barrier and the golden red mark on his forehead, Thea felt a sense of distance as if from another lifetime. A breeze swept through, imbuing the courtyard where they sat with an unusual immortal aura. Rochelle's expression stiffened as she stood up. Thea, however, remained calm, sipping her tea slowly before rising and straightening her robes. Barak had arrived silently, but his overpowering immortal aura eventually revealed him. By the time he landed in the courtyard, the 2 women were already waiting. "Senior deity," Rochelle greeted him with a bow, managing a smile. "Why did you come now? Didn't you say earlier that it would take a few more months?" A trace of harshness lingered in his features. Barak merely grunted, walking over to Thea and inspecting her closely. The immortal island was rich in spiritual energy, and she seemed to have regained some vitality, no longer appearing as frail and pale as when they parted. His brow slightly relaxed, and he turned his head to nod at Queen Mother Rochelle. Celine looked up at him, her gloom from before completely gone, and smiled with bright eyes. "You finally came to see me. How long has it been?" The lingering malevolence dissipated. Barak smiled faintly, still maintaining a semblance of formality as he let out a light hum, then extended his arms towards her. Celine threw herself into his embrace without any hesitation. There was still a faint scent of blood on him, presumably cleaned off already, covered by an aura of divinity. Celine pretended not to notice, only asking, "Are all your matters settled?" "There wasn't much to begin with." Barak replied ambiguously, "Everything I wanted to do is done, the rest can be left for them to handle." Pausing, he added, "Do you want to travel through mountains and rivers?" Reality and dreams overlapped. Celine clenched the hem of her robe. Queen Mother Rochelle's breathing hitched beside them. Truly, no desire to ascend. "Your divinity," she couldn't help but step forward, "the world is about to stabilize, everything is achieved by your hands. Why would you choose this moment?" "I fought, not to sit in that meaningless position." Barak glanced sideways, cutting her off coldly. Once Celestial Candle Monica is dead, the rest has nothing to do with me. Caught off guard, Rochelle lowered her head helplessly. Celine waited quietly for him to finish speaking, then gently squeezed his hand. Where do you want to go? She asked with a smile. It seems there's not much left to see outside. Barak pursed his lips, his voice softening slightly. Is there somewhere you want to go? Yes, she smiled. Queen Mother's immortal island is vast, but I didn't dare wander around without you. Now that you have free time, why don't you accompany me? It will broaden my horizons, and I can see what the immortal island looks like. What's there to see on a few broken islands? Barak was dismissive. But glancing at her, this little thing seemed quite excited. He remained silent for a moment, then finally gave a slight hum. Chapter 146. The clouds at the horizon, glowing like caramelized silk, cradled Zoria on their soft and pillowy surfaces. She glanced at the man standing upright beside her, reaching out to tug at his robe. Sit down. Barak cast a sidelong glance at her and said with ill-concealed displeasure, have you ever seen any god who slacks off by sitting on a cloud while touring around? Zoria pondered seriously for a moment before answering, Guanyin and Buddha. Barak. Suppressing his irritation, he sat down beside her with a somber expression. So they had no power to fight back when facing me either. Noticing the lingering trace of malevolence in his eyes, Zoria gently held his hand and squeezed it softly. Since you've accomplished what you aimed to do, why are you still unhappy? Barak pursed his lips but remained silent. He had slain thousands of gods. Even though all of them had initiated attacks first, it did not sit well with him deep down. In the past, such qualms would never bother him. Oppose me, and perish, that was the rule, regardless of whether one was a god or a demon. But now, perhaps influenced by this little creature, the more he killed, the more troubled he became. Before coming to the immortal island, he had killed Ronnie. Although there was no special relationship between the Gen family and his Lee clan, Ronnie was the last surviving powerful figure in the Celestial Gate. As he crushed his elemental core, other elders and deities from the Gen family watched silently. They did not attack him again. Instead, after Ronnie's core turned into ashes, they willingly submitted themselves. As long as your divinity spares our lives, we would gladly support your divinity's ascension. Who wanted that damned position? Ronnie attacked first, so why did they make it sound as if he had an insatiable bloodlust? Feeling extremely displeased, Barak turned and left. Upon seeing Zoria, his heart eased slightly. Yet thinking of her sect still existing in the human world, his smile faded. Sitting stiffly beside her, Barak fell into silence for a long time before asking, would you be unhappy if I were the only one by your side, with no one else around? Her eyelashes fluttered as she murmured softly, of course not. She lifted her gaze to observe his expression and then smiled warmly, then how about you? Would you be unhappy? No, he spat out coldly, looking straight ahead. The wind on the immortal island carried the scent of flowers. Zoria took a deep breath, smoothing her hair. Both were lying. However, it didn't matter. There was something else that could be confessed. Capturing a thread of the gentle breeze, Zoria tied a beautiful butterfly knot and placed it on his shoulder, then peeped at him. You were angry with me earlier. Now that you finally have some free time, why aren't you asking anything? Would you answer if I asked? He glared at her. Nodding earnestly, Zoria propped her chin on her hands and waited obediently. Barak snorted, lifting his chin haughtily as he gazed at the distant mountains for a while before asking in a feigned indifferent tone, did you know from the beginning that I would destroy everything? Yes, she nodded sincerely. So your persistent pursuit of me was just to save yourself? He squinted. Yes, she nodded even faster. His chest heaved as Barak stood up, his red robe flaring dramatically in the wind like dancing flames. He suppressed his anger, making his voice even colder. Do you want to be the savior? Yes. Do you wish to change the fate of this world? Yes. Have you never truly cared for me? Not true, she replied as firmly as before, leaving Barak stunned. Turning his head, he found her gazing up at him with twinkling eyes filled with warmth and certainty. I adore you. She hooked her finger with his dangling hand, but my divine rank is low, so if I told you, you might think I had ulterior motives, seeking shortcuts. So I kept it hidden. But if you really ask, I will answer. I like you so much. His fingertips trembled. Although Barak's face remained expressionless, a spark of light escaped from his smoky eyes. He pursed his lips, giving a disdainful snort, and then sat down again. You immortal maidens are always adept at charming people with sweet words. Hugging his arm, Zoria smiled with bright eyes. I don't know about other maidens, but I won't lie to you. He grunted lightly without acknowledging her. Who knew if this tiny deity was telling the truth? Though hearing it made him secretly happy, he wasn't going to admit it. You're smiling now, Zoria observed happily. Who smiled? Barak raised his chin. I'm looking at that immortal mountain over there. This excuse was utterly unconvincing, but Zoria didn't intend to argue. Instead, she followed his gaze. Ahead was the seven-colored immortal mountain on the island, like a rainbow that had settled upon the peak, stunningly beautiful. Entranced, Barak couldn't help but conjure up a brush and paper to paint it. However, turning his head, he saw the little creature next to him snapping photos of the seven-colored mountain fervently with her mirror of illusions. Throwing the painting paper aside with a blank expression, Barak criticized her. You have no taste at all. This treasure is very useful. It can capture images and even record sounds. Isn't that more romantic than just a plain painting? Zoria retorted, not backing down. She put away the mirror of illusions and shouted loudly at it. once everything is over, I'll drag you to become immortal lovers. She smiled brilliantly, stretching out her fist to give herself some encouragement. Unable to suppress the smile rising in his eyes, Barak lightly coughed, speaking indistinctly, everything has already ended. Zoria kept smiling without replying and continued taking photos of the immortal mountain. On Lydia's immortal island, many mortals lived, and there were even mortals chopping wood on the mountain. The cloud carried them forward for dozens of miles, revealing a city prominently situated in the valley. However, even in this paradise, amidst today's tense atmosphere, the streets of the town were deserted. Wind-rolled grass clumps through the alleys, the tavern banners swayed desolately, and at first glance, all doors were tightly shut. The smile on Zoria's face dimmed slightly but still lingered. She knew the real mortal world was far more brutal than this and understood that even this tranquility wouldn't last much longer. No matter where these people were hiding, they ultimately could not escape. Reclaiming her gaze, Zoria pointed to the mountain ahead. Let's settle down there. Barak nodded and gently waved his sleeve. A palace rose abruptly at the spot she indicated. Its towering walls, beautiful eaves, blue tiles, and red bricks were identical to the residence she had lived in 900 years ago in the mortal world. Zoria was momentarily dazed, then laughed wryly. You complained earlier about my spells being flashy and only capable of producing impractical things. You didn't cultivate proper spells properly, so naturally, these are flashy. He pulled her straightforwardly to land in front of the palace, asserting righteously, I'm different. Even if he was flashy, it was powerful flashy. Zoria choked, rolled her eyes on the spot, then ran into the palace without him. Chapter 147. The green skirt swayed past the red threshold, slipping into the front courtyard like a wisp of willow leaves. Barak trailed behind slowly, thinking that this little thing was so easily contented, just a few worldly items, and she could be delightedly hopping around. Though the palace in the mortal realm exuded opulence rather than elegance, it matched her perfectly. She dashed through the courtyard to the back hall, then pounced onto the luxurious bedding on the couch, hugging a freshly aired silk pillow and taking a deep breath. Isn't it wonderful? Her little legs kicked straight up as she enjoyed herself for a moment before turning to look at him. You know, I've had a wish ever since I was little. Barak entered the room and cast a glance around the decorations before asking offhandedly, what wish? She grinned and said while lying on the soft mattress, I want to spend my entire life lounging around in the palace, eating without working, having mutton milk and bird's nest for breakfast, delicacies from land and sea for lunch, and clear porridge with noodles for dinner. When there's nothing to do, I'll find Father Emperor and Mother Empress to cajole some rewards. Barak's eyebrows arched in response. Just as expected of her, such an aimless wish. You say. A faint smile surfaced in his eyes. Ascending to the 9 heavens must have been quite tough for you, isn't it? She pouted in frustration. In fact, life was good when I was in the immortal sect. But after ascending to heaven, it's either getting struck by celestial thunder or facing dangerous situations, new injuries covering old ones, no good days at all. You didn't even like me at first, always thinking about killing me, making me lose sleep and weight. Is she blaming me now? Barak scoffed lightly. There are many deities in the 9 heavens who work harder than you. I know, but others are others, and I am me. Perhaps feeling too comfortable in this familiar environment, Kathy's princess nature emerged, speaking haughtily, I don't like hardship, and I'm afraid of pain. Her voice softened, carrying a hint of coquetry. If anyone else had said this, Barak would have waved them away with his sleeve. Who can cultivate without enduring hardships? Being so delicate might as well lead to an early reincarnation. But coming from Kathy's mouth, he felt a soft spot in his heart, stepping up to sit by her side. He reached out, wanting to smooth away all her wounds. Hey, no need right now, I'm almost all better. She raised her hand to block him, then embraced his hand into her chest, rubbing against it like a cat, and sighed contentedly, it's enough to have you here. A warmth spread in his chest, and Barak smiled subtly where she couldn't see. Lazy, so be it, he thought, as long as he could protect her. In his company, she could indulge in ease and pleasure as she pleased. The white and tender neck intertwined with the dark red quilt looked incredibly appetizing. Barak gazed sideways at it for a long while and couldn't resist lowering his head to give her a nip. Then a beautiful flush spread across her neck. With a shadowy hue in his eyes, Barak suddenly understood why mortal emperors could fall for beauty, forgetting their responsibilities. In the heat of passion, who cares about the state of the world? Even if the sky fell outside, it wouldn't matter to him. All he wanted was the warm body in his arms. A low rumble echoed distantly in the sky, muffled by the heavy carved wooden window. The pearl-embroidered curtain hung from the canopy bed undulated like ripples on a lake, wave after wave. For a moment, Barak thought he also had a wish. He wanted to be the one accompanying her in indulgence and idleness. Thus, in the next few days, Kathy woke up to mutton milk and bird's nest every morning, with no need to get out of bed. Candle stands turned into maids to serve her needs. Lunch met her expectations with an abundance of delicacies, and even Barak, who usually wasn't fond of mortal food, joined her. At night, the stars shone brightly above, seeming almost close enough to touch from the roof eaves. They set up a table in the front courtyard, each enjoying a bowl of spring onion-garnished plain noodle soup. Barak expected her to marvel at it, but she didn't. This little thing adapted so naturally, laziness ingrained in her bones, as if she were born for it. He chuckled, deciding to establish a protective barrier here. Outside, war raged on, the situation growing increasingly dire. Elise, after great effort, finally arrived at Queen Mother Rochelle's immortal mountain, only to be furious at the sight of the nearly completed barrier. Exalted One, she approached, barely controlling her anger. The 9 heavens are leaderless, leaving no one to command respect. Yet, your presence alone could resolve the chaos. Why do you abandon countless beings and hide here alone? Barak glanced at her, continuing to set up the barrier, and replied indifferently, I promised you that I would bring you to the 9 heavens and grant you more than half of the territories after our revenge. Have I not fulfilled my promise? The Exalted One has already fulfilled his promise. Alice, but why would you give up being the lord of the 9 heavens to accompany her in such folly? She is just a young girl from the mortal realm. You are different. You are destined to reign over all. How can you be confined by a mere trickle of water, unable to see the vast ocean? Sarcasm flickered in her eyes as Barak placed another charm brick. What is a trickle of water? What is a vast ocean? Have you truly seen it clearly? The pursuit of fame and profit in the 9 heavens was the most meaningless thing. Alice was taken aback, somewhat hesitant. But only for a moment, her gaze quickly regained clarity. Please, Exalted One, prioritize the greater good. It has nothing to do with me. Placing the last brick, Barak sealed off the entire 7-colored immortal mountain. Alice was thrown out, still in disbelief as she landed. How could anyone be this foolish? With everything almost in place, he actually gave up the throne that was handed to him. Rochelle appeared behind Alice at some point, catching her stumbling body and sighing softly. That place is absolutely safe, Rochelle said. He has made up his mind to retreat from the world with that minor immortal. Ridiculous. Alice was agitated. If he retreats, no one knows how long the heavens will remain in chaos. My father is gravely ill, and my brother is constantly worn out. You all, Rochelle gently interrupted her, could take advantage of this victory to redefine the 3 realms, without fixating on the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens were never suitable for the survival of spirits and demons. Forcing a contest there was self-inflicted suffering. Alice lowered her eyes, guiltily avoiding the topic, muttering, that minor immortal has caused much harm, mesmerizing supreme deity Barak at such a critical time. Who knows what consequences this will bring? A minor immortal was just that, without any sense of the bigger picture, selfish and self-serving. Rochelle opened her mouth to speak, but her overwhelming immortal aura made Alice uncomfortable even standing close. So before she could speak, Alice stepped back a few paces and bowed perfunctorily. I have disturbed you enough. I must return and report. I bid my leave. Chapter 148. The Kathleen retracted her intention to dissuade her, only nodding slightly before watching her leave hastily. If at the beginning the war broke out because Barak wanted to kill the Taoist, after the Taoist's death, the war should have ended. Unfortunately, too many people had personal desires, using Barak's name to eliminate opponents and vie for power. With the sky about to fall, who would not be anxious? Yet Barak had no intention of saving the world. Once the boundary was set, none could intrude. She stared at the golden crow patterns emerging on the boundary for a while, and the Kathleen sighed long and hard. A gentle breeze passed by, bending around the 7-colored mountain boundary. No one disturbed Amanita, so her days were spent in comfort. Whenever Barak turned his head, he saw her bright little face smiling radiantly. It seemed she had no worries at all, eating and sleeping, and occasionally cuddling into his arms coquettishly, whispering sweet nothings to him. How can there be a celestial being as handsome as you in this world? Is it because you are the first that even heaven is especially partial? You used to be so fierce, wishing for me to be struck dead by lightning. If I hadn't truly loved you, I would have run away long ago. Fiddling with her hair idly, Barak chuckled lightly, eyes filled with amusement. Is it really because you like me, not out of fear? The person in his arms paused, her voice suddenly becoming softer, a bit of both. He bent down and bit her without mercy. Amanita cried out in pain, holding her lips pitifully. You should know how terrifying you were then, ready to kill anyone who didn't meet your wishes. I'm already the bravest small fairy. Anyone else would have packed their bags and descended to the mortal realm long ago. Anyone else would have died countless times by now, he corrected. Letting out a soft cry, Amanita buried her head in his chest. Can't you just praise me? It's fine if you say I'm brave or smart. Like a cat, she pouted and whined in his arms. Barak smiled, patting her head. After a moment of contemplation, he sincerely praised her. You have good taste. Amanita. Indeed, as the first celestial being, not only did he have exceptional features but also an exceptionally thick skin. The maid, transformed from palace lanterns, served chicken soup, and Amanita happily pulled away to take it. A bowl was thrust into Barak's hands. He wrinkled his nose a little but still took a sip with the spoon. The maiden created by magic was indeed skilled. The soup was almost as good as Amanita's senior sister's. However, the little creature beside him stopped after taking a sip. Barak sensed something amiss and glanced sideways at her. Seeing no signs of worry on her face, she only grinned, spat out a chicken bone, and exclaimed, so delicious. Her curved eyebrows and bright eyes looked perfectly normal. But Barak felt something wasn't quite right. She never mentioned her immortal sect again. After Stephen's death, Harry supported the immortal sect alone. Sadly, chaos in the mortal realm disrupted the seasons, causing many disciples to die in plagues. The Dragon Clan seized the opportunity to cause trouble, and the entire immortal sect perished in a flood. By the time Barak knew, the immortal mountain where Stephen immortal sect stood had already been flattened. Barak tried to save some people, but too many eyes were watching his every move. Saving one meant more deaths, until finally Elspeth also died on an unknown immortal mountain. Seeing the body sent before him, Barak felt a pang of panic. He knew how much this little thing loved Elspeth. His first reaction was to seal off the news, enclosing the entire immortal sect within the boundary. He thought that way, she wouldn't know, seeing her so happy each day made Barak happy too. Yet, in that moment, Barak suddenly felt that she might know. His heart sank, and Barak put down the bowl, pulling her onto his lap. Amanita was chewing on a chicken leg when she was moved, adjusting herself back to sit properly on his lap, asking unclearly, "What's wrong?" Barak fixed his gaze on her and suddenly said, "If you miss your senior sister, I can invite her over." The little thing before him smiled brilliantly. "Sure, invite her in 3 days." Without any peculiar emotions, she continued eating the chicken leg, appearing carefree. Was it his imagination? Barak wondered. At night, resting her head on his arm, Amanita suddenly said, "Do you think I've lost, telling you so many times I love you, yet haven't heard a single word in response from you?" Barak laughed disdainfully. Does it matter whether it's responded to or not? Ultimately, they both understood in their hearts. Unhappy, she got up and held his face, saying, "Girls like to hear sweet words. Who wants to understand things implicitly? I'm common, I just love hearing you say it yourself." Startled momentarily, Barak awkwardly turned away. "There's nothing worth saying." Oh, Amanita immediately covered her face and pretended to cry. "They say you celestial deities are all indifferent. If you don't truly love someone, you just put on a show to fool young girls. After 100 years, you'll have another consort." She was crying quite falsely, but Barak still felt uncomfortable hearing it. He turned over, pressed her down, and bit her fiercely. "The heavenly gate has fallen, and the 9 heavens no longer allow celestial consorts," he said. "Don't fool around with me." Amanita pouted, lifting her chin arrogantly. "You're just deceiving young girls." Not bothering to argue with her, Barak let out a light hum and decided to change deception to bullying. Deceiving young girls wasn't much fun, bullying them was far more interesting. The moonlight inside the boundary was bright and clear, hanging peacefully over the treetops, imbuing the palace with warm, harmonious tones. The amber lanterns scattered about made it truly seem like a place of absurdity in a prosperous era. However, Barak could still get news from the outside. The 5 Elements Immortal sect rallied for a counterattack. Arwen had been enthroned for only 1 day before being ousted from the 9 heavens. The spirits retreated, but the 9 heavens were already in ruins. To protect themselves, the immortals fled to the mortal realm, which had become a hell. Another major battle erupted when they encountered Arwen and his ilk again. Elise returned to the immortal island this time to beg Barak to save Arwen's life. Unfortunately, with the barrier blocking her, she could only kneel outside bewilderedly, waiting from dawn till dusk. Barak had considered going out, but certainly not because of them. Shiloh was still nurturing Gabby's soul, but lately, due to the chaos in heaven and earth, spiritual energy was dispersing and hard to gather. He wanted to come to Kathleen's immortal island but was blocked by the battlefield outside the island. Barak hadn't intended to care about him either, but thinking of Gabby, he told Amanita, "I'll be gone for 2 days, and will return then." "Okay." Amanita was sleeping soundly, her eyes didn't even open as she lazily waved at him, flipping over drowsily, "Come back soon." Leaving several extra barriers behind in worry, Barak reached out to adjust the quilt for her, then got up and vanished with a flick of his sleeve. Chapter 149. The immortal aura that belonged to him was quickly dispersed by the wind. When not a trace remained, Ginger, who was lying in bed, opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and lucid, without a hint of drowsiness. She sat up, contentedly stroking the fragrant, soft quilt on her body, then stretched lazily, looking at the barrier he left behind. She sighed with a smile. When immortals fall in love, they indeed act without restraint. If she stayed here, she would indeed be safe and sound, untroubled even if the sky fell down, able to lie on the daybed and snack away no matter what storms or upheavals raged outside. However, she felt guilty. All living beings had perished, the immortal sect lay in ruins, and her senior brothers, sisters, and master all died in this calamity. Though endowed with prophetic powers, she had only managed to save herself. Even if she lived on, her life would never be peaceful. Quietly bypassing the barrier he had set up, Ginger changed into an exquisite purple-golden long dress. When her parents sent her to the immortal sect years ago, she wore this attire, sitting straight in the sedan chair, holding a long incense stick before her as per custom, yet sobbing so loudly that half a mountain could hear her cries. "I don't want to go. I'm just a girl. I can't save the country," she cried out to her father. Her father was usually kind, often holding her on his lap and playing with her, but this time, his gaze was unusually stern. "You are an imperial princess," he said. "You were born with responsibilities you must fulfill. You must not belittle yourself." Sniffling, she still refused to yield. "Who has responsibilities from birth? You didn't even ask me. You enjoy the wealth and honor due to an imperial princess, and naturally, there will be things you must do as one." He lowered his eyes, saying, "It is father's fault that the world can only rely on your shoulders." "What if I can't bear it?" she cried, smearing her face with tears. "You know I can't even embroider well, and I get scolded by grand tutor for my studies. I'm so foolish." "You can," her father asserted, interrupting her. "You are my daughter, and one day, you will become a remarkable immortal." Tears still hanging on her face, little Ginger gazed blankly at her father, stopping her sobbing. Recollections spread like ripples on water, spreading with each sigh. Ginger smoothed her phoenix-embroidered skirt, feeling a pang of disappointment she truly couldn't back then. Her father deceived her into cultivating, merely so she could survive. She had enjoyed offerings for several decades, already living 800 years more than expected. Enough was enough. For Ginger, the barriers around the palace laid by Barak posed no threat. Sensing her carrying his own immortal aura, the layers of barriers softened like silk, allowing her easy entry and exit, barely noticeable. She successfully left the seven-color mountain. Elise was still kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Feeling the presence of an immortal, she suddenly rushed forward. "It's you." Upon recognizing her, Elise frowned and stepped back. "Where is the high god?" Ginger raised an eyebrow, sized her up, and replied, "He went out." Elise seemed annoyed. "I've been guarding here for so long and haven't seen him come out." Ginger continued walking past her, saying, "Given his current cultivation, it's far too easy for him to remain unseen by you." Feeling unconvinced, Elise followed closely, frowning. "Where are you going?" "The situation is chaotic right now. Aren't you going to persuade Barak to save the world?" Ginger chuckled lightly. "Why should he save the world? Has the world ever treated him kindly?" Choked slightly, Elise glared. "How can you be so selfish? In times of crisis, you only think of yourself. The fate of this world is as such." For Barak not to personally erase everything shows he has softened. Ginger shook her head. "I don't want to force him into something he can't do." Angrily stomping her feet, Elise exclaimed, "Why does he favor someone like you? If it were someone more sensible, things wouldn't have reached this point." Ignoring her, Ginger kept walking forward. Furious, Elise summoned her magical weapon and tried to confront her. But before she could get close, she found herself bound by a wave of immortal energy, along with her weapon, flying behind Ginger like a kite. "What are you doing?" she yelled furiously. "Let me go." Ignoring her, Ginger hummed a tune and continued walking until she saw Lydia. As if waiting for a long time, Lydia looked up at her, her expression somewhat haggard. "Were you worried I wouldn't come out?" Ginger laughed softly. "Why wait so long?" Lydia shook her head, her face devoid of any joy. She looked deeply at her, then asked softly, "Have you made your decision?" "There's nothing to decide. This is the only path." Ginger shrugged indifferently. "Would you kindly lead the way, Your Majesty?" The kite trailing behind her was still cursing loudly. "You have the guts to kill me directly." Rochelle looked up, puzzled, at Elise. Sherry waved a hand, signaling her not to worry, just keep her around for courage. It was impossible not to be afraid. She feared pain and death, so having something that kept making noise in her ear was better than dead silence all the way. Stepping onto the cloud, the three of them left the immortal island together for the Feast Immortal Terrace. The Gate of Life and Death had been thrown on the Feast Immortal Terrace by Vincent. The place was extremely rich in immortal energy, and ghosts dared not approach, making it a haven for many wounded immortals to recuperate. Zhang Huanggong was dead, Ricky was dead, and Ronnie was also dead. Among the current leaders of the major immortal sects, Sherry didn't recognize any of them. When she and Rochelle landed on the Feast Immortal Terrace, they were surrounded by unfamiliar faces. She was taken aback for a moment, then pursed her lips. What does Her Majesty intend? An immortal recognized Sherry, and his guard went up immediately. In an instant, all the surrounding immortals drew their magical weapons. Rochelle raised her hand quickly. "Don't harm her, she is here to save people." An upper god of the Gen family shot Sherry a glance and said resentfully, "What can this little girl save? At most, she could be tied up to trade for a few resting immortal mountains with Barak, which would be less troublesome than killing her to vent anger." As soon as the words fell, someone moved swiftly, releasing fierce immortal aura that bypassed Rochelle and aimed straight at Sherry's vital point. Sherry stood obediently, even smiling slightly, then raised her hand and gently deflected it. The immortal aura was swatted away, exploding on the floating immortal islands nearby, instantly shattering the pavilion atop one of them. A loud boom resounded, and countless pieces of debris rained down. There was a sudden silence. Sherry calmly brushed her sleeves and continued to stand obediently. The situation was a bit awkward. The ambushing immortal sheepishly retracted his hand, and the glowing magical weapons slowly dimmed silently. One move was enough to see they were no match for this young girl. Rochelle shook her head helplessly and didn't bother to say more, only gesturing aside to invite Sherry. Chapter 150. The Life and Death Gate hovered in the center of the Immortal Feast platform. Due to the intense clash of spiritual energies, the gate was tightly shut. It was only then that Sherry clearly saw the lockhole shaped like a tiger's mouth, within which there were starry lights. It looked much like the starry sky she had seen inside the Tianji lock. When she was trapped in the Tianji lock, Grandmaster Stephen said he did not want her to leave. She couldn't understand the reason at the time. Standing here now, she felt a bit sentimental. The power of foresight could act as the key to the Life and Death Gate, reviving the dead. Since the destruction of the Tianji lock, she was likely the only one left who could open this door. The Grandmaster must have foreseen this, which was why his advice to her back then carried such gravity. She rubbed her little face and reached out to Lydia. "You've prepared something long ago, haven't you?" Lydia was momentarily stunned, pulling out a silk cloth package from her sleeve pouch with some embarrassment. Inside were fragmented remains of the Tianji lock. "That's all we have." She sighed. A lot was destroyed when Barak broke the Tianji array. Taking it over, Sherry meticulously examined it before sitting cross-legged on the spot and beginning to form seals. The surrounding immortals watched her intently, afraid that she might make any hostile move. However, several immortals were taken aback as they watched. She was actually using the transformation technique of the Gen clan to repair the Tianji lock. Dirt transformed under the glow of her fingertips, filling in the gaps of the damaged Tianji lock. Within half an hour, a plausible replica of the Tianji lock was complete. "What use is this?" An upper god of the Khan clan couldn't help but speak up. "The Tianji lock can open the Life and Death Gate because of its predictive astral space. Even if you replicate its shape, without the array, it would be no different from scrap iron. Ignoring him, Sherry placed the Tianji lock properly, then stretched lazily. She looked up towards the horizon. Today was sunny, warm sunlight filtering through the clouds illuminated people's eyes like amber glass. If the world were peaceful, inviting 3 or 5 friends to go fishing by the river, enjoying the breeze while chatting idly would be quite a nice way to pass the time. Dragging Barak to the market to buy candy apples and watch fire-breathing performances would surely make for interesting expressions too. Her eyes filled with anticipation, Sherry chuckled softly, then lowered her gaze. She stood up, holding the repaired Tianji lock, and walked towards the life and death gate. Behind her, a commotion ensued, with many immortals rushing to Lydia's side, anxiously whispering questions. Standing pale-faced in place, Lydia, as if she heard nothing, merely stared fixedly at Sherry. Embarrassingly speaking, compared to worrying about this young girl, what Lydia feared most was that she might change her mind. Not watching her enter the Tianji lock wouldn't bring her peace. With the collapse of the universe imminent, Sherry was their last hope. But she didn't have to take on this responsibility or sacrifice herself. Humans are selfish, especially when faced with someone like Tian Dao. No matter how straightforward Sherry was, Lydia still felt uneasy. Sherry's purple-golden skirt brushed past the floating island in the middle of the immortal feast platform. Stopping about 10 paces away from the life and death gate, her heart suddenly jumped into her throat. Unable to contain herself, Lydia took a step forward, somewhat anxiously saying, "Rest assured, once you go, I will ensure both the heavens and the human world honor your sacrifice by building temples for you. No one will forget you." Sherry smiled gently, turning around, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm not going to change my mind." Lydia looked at her tensely. "I just suddenly remembered that Barak has a temper." She took out Jinghua Watermoon and placed it gently at her feet. She needed to tell him that this was voluntary, otherwise, these immortals might suffer due to his wrath. Continuing forward, Sherry waved her hand backward. "I'm a mortal turned immortal. Mortals have cycles of death and rebirth, so don't let him worry too much. I love him so much, I will definitely come back to find him." Hearing this, Lydia's eyes finally reddened. Mortals do reincarnate, but dying in such a way means even the netherworld won't accept her soul. She must know this, yet she wanted to leave a memento for Barak. As she watched, the young girl turned around, waving to them, then transformed into a wisp of smoke, entering the repaired Tianji lock. The Tianji lock shook and ascended, flying towards the life and death gate. Though Sherry possessed the power of foresight, she wasn't the original predictive astral space. Thus, upon entering the Tianji lock, she could only rely on memory to transform herself into the shape of the starry sky. However, after entering the lock's eye-shaped keyhole, she found that her vague memories didn't match well with the actual star pattern of the keyhole. She had to adjust each star individually. This task was tedious, and as she worked carefully, she glimpsed Grandmaster Stephen among the stars. He seemed unable to see her, merely sweeping with his duster, stepping out of the life and death gate. Grandmaster, the word lingered on her lips, swallowed down with a foolish smile, her movements growing quicker. Senior sister Elspeth, senior brother Harry, Wally, Ronnie, Ricky, the gods of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the gods of the 4 seasons, the lord of the earth. They emerged one by one from the gaps in the shifting starry sky. The faster Sherry worked, the faster they walked away. Adjusting the last patch of starlight, the figure that appeared was Adele. Without a second thought, before he could step out of the life and death gate, Sherry pressed him back with a single claw. She felt relieved. The starry dome she had become aligned perfectly with the lock star pattern, and intense white light burst forth from within her. Sherry knew she had completed her task, but the tearing pain that came without warning made her wince, suddenly feeling like crying. Her father had said she would become an extraordinary immortal, but her extraordinariness seemed to be 800 years too late. At least she hadn't let down the prayers of mortals. White light engulfed her eyes, and all sounds faded from her ears. Sherry sighed, turning into ashes along with the fragmented Tianji lock. The heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. Barak was saving Shiloh, his foam slayer sword pointing at the ground when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The ground trembled violently, causing everyone around him to stumble. He straightened his body, inexplicably glancing toward the direction of the immortal feast platform. What happened? Be careful. Shiloh protected the soul-nurturing lamp and shouted to him. Sharp immortal energy brushed past his robe. Barak sidestepped to avoid it and steadied himself. "I have to go back." He didn't look well, so Shiloh didn't dare delay any longer. She put away the soul-nurturing lamp and followed him, cutting through enemies to rush back to Lydia's island. After a long time without rain, the world suddenly experienced a heavy downpour. As soon as Barak set foot on the island, he was drenched. He stood there, bewildered, looking up at the sky in confusion. The god of rain had perished, and even the heavenly gate was destroyed. Where did this rain come from? The raindrops penetrated the clouds, falling drop by drop onto the parched, dying world. Chapter 151. After the fires of war scorched the city, the rain washed away the bloodstains, and the cracked earth was nourished by the blessed rain, gradually showing a hint of green. It was as if the mortal world had gone through a long nightmare. At dawn, those who had escaped the war cautiously pushed open their ash-covered wooden doors and reached out hesitantly into the wet world. Tap, tap. The raindrops landed in the wrinkled palms, then slid through the fingers and fell to the ground. In the distance, excited shouts began to rise. Filthy children ran into the rain laughing, their bare feet splashing in puddles with plops and pats. The once silent village suddenly came alive, one door after another opening, filled with gasps of amazement. "Grandma, it's raining," a child shouted excitedly from the village entrance, pulling up his pants. "Look, it can still rain." The old grandmother stood at her doorway, lifting her deeply lined face, eyes wide with astonishment. She gazed at the sky for a long time before finally trembling, clasping her hands together in reverence. The child didn't understand the gesture but followed suit, kneeling down respectfully since Grandma did. One by one, people who had come out to see the rain began to kneel and pray. In the long-deserted temple, incense finally began to burn once more. The blue smoke from the incense drifted gracefully, reaching all the way to the heavens. Barak stood on the xiuxian platform. With just a flick of his sleeve, the human prayers transformed into stones that crashed violently at Rochelle's feet. With a loud thud, the marble floor cracked. Rochelle's eyelids fluttered but she did not retreat, only sweeping her sleeve to gather the fallen prayers and whispered softly, "Your Excellency, please calm down." "Calm down?" Barak's lips were pale as he clenched his hand. Countless immortal binding ropes were clutched in his palm, and at the other end of these ropes were Worley, Bray Gong, and others, tightly bound. These people had already returned to the afterlife. Why would they suddenly come back? He did not want to ask, nor did he want to hear the answer. Standing here now, he wished nothing more than to throw them all back through the gate of life and death. "Your Excellency," Edge sighed. He wasn't restrained and understood what was happening most clearly. Seeing Barak's emotions teetering, he tried to console him but was immediately thrown into a defensive barrier along with the rest of the Edge sect members, sent directly from the heavens. Edge shook his head helplessly. "Master." Elspeth sat down beside him, looking up in fear. "If this isn't explained soon, Lord Barak might unleash chaos." "He won't," Edge replied firmly. Barak was too smart. From the moment he saw the endless celestial beings on the xiuxian platform, he knew what had happened. He simply refused to accept it. If he wanted to kill, the few hours that had passed would have been enough for him to slay these revived immortals again. He was grieving. Harry asked pale-faced, "Can he find a way to save Master Sister?" Edge was silent, then shook his head. Kathy Celine died for the world, leaving not even a trace of soul. Even with Barak's immense power, there was no way to reverse such an outcome. Thinking of that little girl, Edge couldn't help but feel tears well up in his eyes. Why did it always fall on her shoulders? As the defensive barrier descended from the heavens and disappeared, Barak turned around and, among the myriad deities, grabbed one person. Bruce stared at him blankly, seemingly confused about why he was alive and here. But in the next instant, Barak had gripped his throat. Convenient timing, Barak looked down at him. "Last time she settled accounts with you, I didn't. Since we meet again, let me settle mine." Bruce struggled in terror, trying to escape, but his soul suddenly caught fire, causing him to scream in agony. Yet his cry was silenced instantly as Barak tightened his grip, cutting off any sound. Choking, pain, fear, the burning of the soul, this method wouldn't kill him immediately but would torment him to the utmost. The surrounding deities took an involuntary step back. Barak was enraged, releasing divine flames that spread across the ground. Worley, noticing this, moved his tied hands to create a circle of divine water around them, stopping the spread of the flames. Rochelle watched worriedly, muttering, "Why did she let Bruce out too? Now she has upset Barak." "Your Majesty misunderstands," Worley chuckled softly. "This is her wisdom." Rochelle looked at him questioningly, but Worley only smiled at Bruce's distorted expression. "If not for him to bear Barak's wrath, we might be the ones suffering." She paused, picturing the young girl's mischievous smile. Looking at the scorching flames falling from Barak's robe, she felt her own throat tighten inexplicably. What does it feel like to lose someone you love? Deities rarely experienced it, yet everyone present watching Barak felt a pang of sorrow. Barak was not one to show much in front of others. He didn't even let his eyes redden. Instead, he tortured Bruce cruelly, almost barbarically. The screams on the xiuxian platform lasted for 2 whole days. Even if Buddha were present watching, he did not step forward to preach compassion. After 2 days, Bruce turned back into ashes, falling from Barak's hand and scattering with the wind. None of the surrounding immortals took the chance to escape. They all remained bound, silently watching him. They waited for Barak to say something, be it in anger or demanding their submission. In a world where might made right, after that experience, everyone understood they were no match for Barak. Submitting to him wasn't disgraceful at all. But as the ashes scattered, Barak said nothing. He merely glanced at the tightly closed gate of life and death one last time, then threw away the immortal binding ropes and walked away. "Lord!" Rochelle hurried forward. "The new heavenly gate has been repaired. Aren't you going to see it?" "It's none of my concern." With those same cold 4 words, Barak left the xiuxian platform without a trace of reluctance. The immortals were shocked, looking at each other in confusion. Rochelle wanted to follow, but divine flames fell around the platform, blocking their path. He showed no room for negotiation. Rochelle wore a worried expression, while Henley seemed to have come to terms with it. There's no need to force him. He has things he must do. After everything, what can he still do? Rochelle sighed heavily. Wouldn't staying to rule the 9 heavens be better than anything else? Giving her a teasing glance, Henley smiled. "Your Majesty has also felt mortal emotions before. You should know that love doesn't distinguish good from bad, it only knows preference." Slightly choked, Rochelle still sighed. Amidst the murmurs, Shiloh quietly crossed the divine flames and followed Barak. Barak returned to 7-colored mountain. The moment he landed, he called out behind him, "Get lost." Chapter 152. Shiloh chuckled, as always not taking him seriously. He simply stepped forward with the spirit-nurturing lamp and said gently, "I didn't come here to persuade you but to borrow a place." Barak gave him a cold sidelong glance. Shiloh shrugged and pointed up at the sky. Even if all those immortals come back to life, this world will still be in chaos for at least several decades before it can return to normal. It's unsafe outside, but it's good here with you. Barak said nothing, listlessly withdrew his gaze, and brushed his sleeve to continue walking inside. The palace he built still looked the same as before, with red walls and blue tiles, pavilions gracefully standing. A maid conjured by the palace lamps, perhaps not having seen anyone for days, quickly served a freshly prepared soup when she saw him. Barak watched with pale lips but did not move. Unaware of what was going on, the maid thought he just didn't want chicken soup today and went to bring roasted corn that he usually loved. The sweet corn was placed on a low table. Shiloh stood opposite and saw Barak's complexion worsening and his aura becoming more menacing. Sensing something wrong, Shiloh whisked away the clumsy maid from the great hall before she could fetch anything else. A thunderous boom echoed behind them as the dishes along with the low table were shattered into pieces. Shiloh pursed his lips and sighed softly. Immortals generally aren't troubled by love. Like him, who had been carefree for tens of thousands of years, never considered love something important. Having it or not doesn't matter much. But once truly involved, it would be like being skinned alive and losing everything. He was fortunate, as he had never owned it and was thus like someone walking on flat ground. Barak, however, had once possessed it and then lost it, like climbing a mountain peak only to fall overnight. Proud as he was, he wouldn't want anyone to see his vulnerability. Shaking his head, Shiloh rarely showed considerate kindness and dismissed the maid. He left the main hall and headed for the remote courtyard at the back. Inside, dishes were scattered everywhere, except for a well-used couch which remained intact. Sitting on it, Barak sat with reddened eyes, breathing heavily. He thought he had planned everything perfectly but never expected her to take this path. Wasn't she afraid of death? Didn't she love him so much that she couldn't bear to leave him? How could she dare open the door of life and death? How could she even think of opening it? From the mirror flower and water moon lying at his feet came her voice. Barak turned away angrily, his lips tightly pressed together. "I love him so much, I will definitely come back to find him." Her laughing voice echoed throughout the vast empty hall. Barak's chest heaved as he grabbed the mirror flower and water moon, wanting to throw it, yet halfway through, his knuckles turned white from gripping, ultimately unable to do so. How could she afford to use such beautiful words to placate him? To disperse into thin air, disperse into thin air. Even if he truly became the Lord of Nine Heavens, he couldn't retain even a trace of her soul. With what would she come back to find him? The choking pain spread from his throat down to his heart. Barak leaned back on the bed frame, looking like a fish stranded in a dry ditch, struggling to swallow. Outside, the sun rose and set, the light shifting without any change in his pupils. He silently pondered why she made such a choice but never reached an answer. After an unknown time, Barak finally moved. He began collecting all things that carried her scent, soft quilts, beds, teacups, clothes, and even parts of himself. Cutting a piece of flesh from himself, Barak's eyes brightened slightly as he held the objects and used his left hand to make seals, creating an Allison puppet with them. It was a puppet carrying her scent. As if finally finding a place to rest, Barak embraced the puppet gently, rubbing against her cheek carefully, then held her tightly, burying his head in her shoulder. Suddenly, something scorched him. Startled, Barak lowered his head questioningly and took off the sachet he always hung at his waist. Inside the sachet was an Eastern pearl, as big as a baby's fist. Perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow, he couldn't immediately understand what it was or why it was on him, only staring blankly at its glowing flashes. After a long time, clarity returned to Barak's misty eyes. He stared fixedly at the pearl, his eyes lighting up. "The High God is kindly trusting this humble deity based on my obedient behavior." "Trusting you with what?" "To trust in my sincerity, that I will never betray the High God." Allison clenched her fists, her eyes resolute. "Since I have followed under the High God, I will share both life and death with you. No matter what happens, heaven strikes or thunder roars, I will never do anything to harm you." Finishing, she pulled out an Eastern pearl smoothly, presenting it to him with both hands. "Please show me favor." Handing over the host of the spirit essence means allowing him to decide her fate. Whatever she had seen and heard today, she would not reveal. Gently twisting this superficial treasure with his thumb, Barak, after remaining stiff for a long time, suddenly laughed hoarsely. "You madwoman." He muttered curses at her, yet the light in his eyes grew brighter. Staggering to his feet, Barak fetched his own chiffon blade, using it as a vessel for nurturing the soul, to carry the Eastern pearl in his hand. Then he slashed open a vein of his own, pouring divine blood into it. The rush of blood startled the blade, which hummed and tried to retreat. But Barak glared at it coldly. "Do not move." The blade stiffened, lamenting silently. It was not proper to nurture a soul this way who could bear so much of his divine blood. Besides, nurturing a soul was a long-term effort. Even with the essence, it still required cultivation on her part. This sort of forced growth would only backfire. Barak didn't care about any of that. He wanted her to live again. Shiloh stayed in the back courtyard for half a month, refining the surrounding spiritual energy to nurture Gabby's soul. Unexpectedly, he sensed a whiff of Barak's bloody aura. This man's blood was so overwhelming that even just the smell nearly extinguished the spirit-nurturing lamp. Shiloh hurriedly protected the flame, then flew into a rage, rushing towards the main hall. Indeed, the bloody smell was even stronger there. Striding in, Shiloh gritted his teeth in anger, Barak, you're tens of thousands of years old, and you're still resorting to self-mutilation? The person inside was engrossed in letting blood, not even lifting his head. Frowning, Shiloh looked closely and saw that the blood was flowing into a luminous pearl containing an essence host. Hey! Rushing forward in 3 strides, Shiloh blocked him, drawing a sharp breath. Are you crazy? Barak raised his head, with a slightly aggressive look in his eyes. Let go. If I really let go, your wife will be gone. Shiloh shook his head fiercely. This thing can't bear so much of your blood. If you keep giving, the pearl will shatter. Barak's face darkened, eyeing Shiloh distrustfully. Shiloh laughed bitterly, wiping away the blood to show him the pearl. A fine crack had already appeared on its smooth surface. Paling, Barak quickly retracted his hand. The supreme god who had ruled for 90,000 years suddenly looked like a child who had done something wrong, looking helplessly at the pearl, then raising his eyes to Shiloh. Chapter 153. If he didn't value his life, Shiloh would have laughed out loud. The lives of all beings were at his fingertips, everything in the world could be his. An immortal god like him ended up in the same plight. Ultimately, heaven was fair. Suppressing his laughter, he cleared his throat. The spiritual energy here is unique. Let her cultivate on her own. Gazing intensely at Jessa, Barak asked quietly, how long will it take? 3 souls and 7 spirits, at least a century. Shiloh calculated with his fingers. Yours might take longer, maybe 3 centuries. Why? She isn't exactly ambitious. Shiloh shrugged. You know this well. Barak fell silent. He recalled her stubborn demeanor during cultivation back then, the splashes in the pool. The corners of his mouth twitched, feeling a twinge in his heart again. 3 centuries were not long for him, but days had to pass one by one. It's all right. Seeing his expression, Shiloh consoled him. My soul lantern will only take shape after a century. We can cultivate together, and time won't feel so tedious. We can erect a boundary to isolate ourselves from the outside world. No days or nights, no perception of time. Hey! Before he finished speaking, the scene before him shifted. Staggering for a few steps, Shiloh steadied himself and found himself thrown out of the palace. Feeling wry, he tucked his sleeves. Why aren't you listening? A desolate mountain wind blew through the young leaves, making them appear grey. Barak sat quietly on a soft mat, staring motionlessly at Jessa. Her soul must have shattered painfully, otherwise, the core wouldn't have remained inactive. His eyelids fluttered as he reached out to give her something, but seeing the bloodstains on the seething knife, he tightened his fingers and slowly withdrew. There was nothing he could do. After cultivating for 90,000 years, he still couldn't do anything now. The vast hall echoed with his breaths. The cold mountain wind paused briefly at the window before fleeing elsewhere. The immortals who came back to life took several days to regain their senses. With the passing of Aaron, the gods felt lost. They eventually decided to each handle their own affairs temporarily, while venerating Rochelle until the next 9 heavens lord ascended. Order gradually returned to the heavens. Occasionally, when deities passed by places where they once died, they would pause in surprise, but soon resumed their journeys. It took a year to repair the celestial structures, and a century for humanity to repopulate and flourish. This year couldn't restore everything, but there was hope. Many deities sought Barak, especially Haddon, who thought Barak was the best candidate for the 9 heavens lord. He moved his cave to the 7-colored immortal mountain and tried to persuade Barak daily through the boundary. Thus, Barak made the boundary even thicker. However, he did not block the sun and moon as Shiloh suggested. Instead, he diligently observed Jessa's changes every day. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. After countless days and nights, a faint soul chi finally emerged from the pearl. Barak's eyes lit up. Instantly, all the flowers in the 7-colored mountain bloomed. A riot of colors and fragrances filled the air. Haddon sneezed due to the pollen in the autumn breeze. He looked curiously at the clusters of flowers, then at the fallen leaves around him, and couldn't help asking Shiloh, did she succeed? Shiloh shook his head. Not yet. Why is he so happy? Haddon dusted off the petals on his robe, puzzled. Hesitating, Shiloh glanced at the boundary and sighed deeply. He's a fool. He chose the harder path when there was an easier way. Haddon stared bewilderedly at Shiloh, brushing away more petals. After that faint soul chi appeared, Jessa remained still for another 20 years. But Barak no longer stayed like a statue in the 7-colored mountain. He took her down to the human world. Centuries later, the human world had recovered somewhat but was still sparsely populated. Amidst the barren land, procreation was the top priority. Festivals and events promoting love were common. People wore anxious and longing expressions, far from ideal. In one country, a lantern festival was being held. As Barak stepped onto the stone bridge, a group of women pushed lanterns into his arms. Young sir, take more lanterns, it might help alleviate the longing of these girls. These are from several young ladies. Careful, don't crush them. Made of silk paper, the lanterns came in various shapes, some beautiful ones were even gold-edged. He looked at them, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Can this really relieve yearning? Sir, you don't understand, the woman said with a smile, waving her handkerchief. There's a god of yearning in heaven who loves to see bright things. Write your yearning on the lanterns for the god to see, and it will be relieved. The mockery in his eyes deepened. He lowered his eyes and brushed away the lanterns in front of him. The gods can't even relieve their own yearning, how could they care about others? Aye. The women behind tried to hold him back, but Barak ignored them. In the long river, some scattered flower lanterns floated. Barak watched coldly, feeling inexplicably unhappy. Mortals are habitual liars, he murmured to Jessa in his arms. This faint light is not visible from heaven. Then, with a sweep of his fiery red sleeve, he reached into the river. It was as if flames had fallen onto oil. Suddenly, the entire city-encircling river was burning continuously. People on the bank screamed in alarm, ready to flee, but upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. The fire was wide but not intense, with no black smoke, and the flame colors were quite beautiful. After a moment of panic, the crowd calmed down and started discussing curiously. Water quenches fire. How can the river be on fire? I don't know either, but it looks interesting this way. From afar, it seems there are words. You're confused too. How can fire burn words in the river? People laughed and dismissed it, continuing to watch the spectacle. The firelight illuminated an entire city, naturally visible from the ninth heaven. Rochelle stood on the 10 directions cloud sea. With a downward glance, she saw the two characters burned by his divine fire. Eternal. The glaring brightness reflected directly into the cloud heavens. With a complicated expression, Rochelle turned to Nikki and asked, "Doesn't he seem like he's gone mad?" Nikki chuckled, flicking his sleeve and shaking his head. "Since that person left, hasn't he been mad every day? But this doesn't resemble his usual behavior at all." Rochelle cupped her cheeks. "It feels so bitter." Nikki laughed harder. "Seeing him at such a dead end gives me some joy. This settles the blood debt between us." Chapter 154. No matter how regretful Barak might feel, he was still the most powerful god in this world. What could possibly leave him with no way out? Rochelle did not agree with Nikki's words in her heart, but she didn't voice it. Time was just too short. She thought that if time passed longer, Barak would eventually let go. However, after 100 years, Barak traveled through mountains and rivers with Jessa. After 200 years, Barak returned to the 7-colored immortal mountain with Jessa to meditate in seclusion. By the beginning of the 3rd century, Gabi's 3 souls and 7 spirits had finally been fully restored and settled into the body prepared by Shiloh, graceful as before. She looked at the man in front of her warily, her purple pupils full of caution. Shiloh's face remained expressionless. He knew that she likely forgot about him. Reincarnation usually discarded the memories causing the soul the most pain. And he, perhaps, was destined to make her suffer. It didn't matter, he wasn't sad. He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, forcing himself to stay calm. "Since I saved your life, why don't you follow me from now on?" Gabi sized him up from top to bottom, feeling this person didn't seem like a good one. Furrowing her delicate brows, she whispered, "All beings in the world are free. Why must I follow you?" Startled, Shiloh's hand clenched slowly inside his sleeves. "You're unwilling?" "Unwilling," Gabi shook her head. "I have a betrothal with someone else. I should find him." Trying to keep his composure, hearing these words made Shiloh unable to hide his gloomy expression. "Betrothal with whom?" Gaspard. Rubbing her head, Gabi wobbled to her feet. "I remember I promised him, and he is still waiting for me." With tightly pressed lips, even the usually carefree god Shiloh finally put on a serious face. He pushed her back onto the soft couch. "You must be mistaken. You are a person from the Western Sea. How can you have anything to do with Yama?" Looking at him confusingly, Gabi brushed off his hand on her shoulder, her eyes more cautious. "Do you take me for a little girl? After descending from the 9th heaven, I've been in Yama. Why wouldn't I have any connection with Yama?" She remembered Yama and Gaspard. These things didn't cause her pain. The only one forgotten was him. His chest heaved. Shiloh's voice turned cold. "Not willing to repay the favor of saving your life and want to leave?" "Saving her life?" Gabi turned her head, looking at the shattered soul-nurturing lamp beside her, puzzled. "We are unrelated. Why would you use hundreds of years of divine energy to save me?" Feeling somewhat uneasy, Shiloh gripped his hand tightly, saying nothing. He knew what he said sounded base. Repaying her wasn't enough. He couldn't talk about doing favors. But he simply didn't want to let her go. Hundreds of years had passed, finally meeting her again, yet she even begrudged him a smile. The sudden tension between them filled the air, spreading out from the side hall. Barak was drying pearls in the front courtyard. Sherry was truly an unmotivated deity. After 300 years, there was only soul energy in the pearl, not a complete soul. He placed it on the stone table, supporting his temples as he stared at it. The sun was perfect. Light spilled onto Jessa, emitting a warm glow. It seemed she yawned, rolling over lazily to continue basking in the sun. Barak couldn't help but poke it. "You're hopeless," he muttered. If it were someone else, feeding top-quality divine blood for 200 years, even a stone could birth a monkey. "Why can't you even form a complete soul?" After saying this, he felt his words were too harsh and quickly cradled it in his hands. "But I can wait." Such a careful and gentle demeanor. Previously Shiloh would definitely mock him. But today, he couldn't laugh. Gabi walked ahead, passing by Barak's side. Curious, she glanced at him and asked, "Where is Sherry?" Surprised by the sudden sound, Barak looked up. His gaze met her rosy-cheeked profile illuminated by the sunlight, and his expression darkened. Gabi was startled, unsure where she displeased him, quickly stepping back to bow. Following behind, Shiloh casually blocked Barak's view, then told him, "I'll send her on her way." Barak withdrew his gaze without speaking, holding Jessa in his hand, quietly waiting for the two to leave. Gabi had returned. He felt a bit wronged. Cultivating a soul, he should be more powerful than Shiloh. However, Shiloh also didn't look much better, looking sullen as he escorted her out and sullen when he returned to sit in front of him. "Do you want some wine?" he asked. Barak stared at him for a while, generously fetching celestial nectar from the 9th heaven for him. Shiloh immediately drank 3 large bowls. Putting down the wine bowl, he asked dejectedly, "Is Gaspard a good person?" Sometimes, one's happiness has to be built on others' pain, especially when both are in dire straits. Seeing someone worse off brings some consolation. This soothed Barak, his brows relaxing as he candidly replied, "He is indeed a good person. These past few centuries, with the redelineation of boundaries between the Netherworld and the Ninth Heavens, he has been fighting hard for benefits for the Netherworld. With Arwen heavily injured and in closed meditation, he became the Lord of the Netherworld and, I hear, never married." Shiloh gave a cold laugh. Feeling exceptionally merry, Barak refilled his cup with nectar from the jade pool. "I thought about making it up to her properly, but she refused. So I can't be blamed," Shiloh said, finishing his drink in one gulp and leaning lazily on the table, swaying his wine bowl. "If she thinks Gaspard is good, then so be it. Look at me, I'm not even stopping her. If the Netherworld is to have a grand wedding, would you like me to fetch an invitation for you?" Barak smiled. Waving a hand, Shiloh replied, "Not interested. What's so special about a grand wedding? I've seen them before. Back when she wore her bridal gown and ascended to the ninth heavens, I was right there watching her. Is it the same now?" Barak raised an eyebrow. "What's different?" Shiloh tilted his head back to drink more wine. "Back then, she married Duafeng without any true connection, and her heart belonged to someone else," Barak sighed. "Now if she were to marry again, it would be with full joy and dedication. No matter how many times you appear before her, she won't get entangled with you anymore." The hand gripping the wine bowl paused, Shiloh somewhat annoyed. "Who cares?" Nodding in agreement, Barak spoke admiringly, "To have nurtured a soul for 2 centuries and saved someone only to let them go so easily, I truly admire you. My admiration cannot be expressed in words, so perhaps I should give you a treasure." With that, he placed a mother-child mirror on the table. Shiloh glanced at it, knowing it to be an ancient divine artifact. The mother mirror could reveal images within 100 miles of the child mirror, used by the ninth heavens to monitor movements in the netherworld after the 3 realms were redefined. "To think it's in your possession," he sneered. "Aren't you the one who doesn't want to meddle?" "Exactly because I don't want to meddle, I'm giving it to you." Brushing his sleeve, Barak stood up and walked toward the main hall, cradling the pearl. "Take it and play with it." "I don't want to see," Shiloh shouted after him. Barak laughed disdainfully, ignoring him, his figure slowly blending into the darkness of the main hall. "Play with it, then," Shiloh muttered to himself, picking up the mirror. Chapter 155. Shiloh glared at the mother-child mirror in his hand for a long time. 300 years had passed, and the world had changed completely. He no longer bore the responsibility of ruling Xiuxian Palace, nor did he have many concerns. Originally, he wanted to rescue her and find a fairy residence to live alone with her. Who would have thought that after 300 years of preparation, what he received was her refusal? If she didn't want to, then so be it. Could he beg her? With a slightly violent gesture, he flicked away the mother-child mirror and sat angrily in the courtyard. He stubbornly hadn't wiped off the surface of the mirror. Half a month later, vague news about the Dragon Clan and Yoming's marriage spread outside. Barak held his pearl and passed by his door, suddenly took 2 steps back, and turned his head to ask, "Rochelle is hosting a banquet. Are you going?" "No." The room was dim, Shiloh's voice floated out from the darkness. "With my cultivation, I no longer need to eat her immortal fruits." Barak suddenly understood and continued walking. "Both Gabby and Gaspard are there. I thought you might be interested." His voice carried both a sigh and a touch of gloating. Shiloh clenched his teeth. Barak's presence soon disappeared, and Shiloh brushed away the black fog in the room, sitting very irritably in front of the table. The mother-child mirror was placed on the table, its surface blurred. "Let's make it clear, I truly don't care," he mumbled. "I just have nothing better to do, so I'm taking a casual look." The mirror stood silently, reflecting his blurry figure. Shiloh pinched up his sleeve, reaching out indifferently to wipe the surface of the mirror. The child mirror seemed to be following Gaspard. Once opened, the mother mirror showed them walking toward the heavenly gate one after another. Gabby walked ahead, Gaspard followed behind. Both looked unhappy and had little interaction. Relaxing his brow, Shiloh leaned back in his chair and snorted, "I knew it. Even if she doesn't remember me, she isn't that fond of Gaspard." Gabby was as obstinate as ever, daring to defy the whole world to stay with him. If she liked someone, she liked. If not, she didn't. Even if only Gaspard remained in her mind. Gaspard suddenly quickened his pace to catch up with Gabby. "You don't have to be this upset," he sighed, pulling her hand. With cold purple eyes, Gabby let him hold her but didn't turn her head. "I'm not upset. That demon spirit sneaked into my embrace without my notice, probably trying to upset you deliberately. You're too smart to fall for that." Pausing, Gabby finally turned her head to look at him. "A great ruler of Yuming couldn't sense something in your own embrace? Are you stupid or do you think I am?" She pulled her hand away and continued walking briskly. Gaspard glanced angrily at his attendant beside him, who lowered his head guiltily. Then, he ran to catch up with Gabby again. This flirtation and quarreling. Shiloh watched quietly, his lips turning white. How could he forget that Gabby's obstinacy was only when she remembered him? Now that she had forgotten, her heart had also gone. Whomever she chose to be with was entirely unpredictable. In the mirror, Gaspard caught up with Gabby, holding her hand, only to have it slapped away again and again until Gabby's eyes finally reddened. "You promised not to lie to me," she said coldly. Gaspard straightened up, smiling wistfully. "I truly did not lie to you." Seeming to believe him finally, Gabby relaxed her guard and allowed him to embrace her. Her purple eyes filled with a charming shimmer, looking beautiful. They stood together in the boundless sea of clouds. Not far away, Barak watched the spectacle, his pearl seeming delighted and rolling around happily in his palm. Don't move around. He looked down at it. If you fall from the sky and break, see what you can do then. Startled, Jessa lay still in his palm. Closing his hand, Barak turned to continue walking, but a corner of his eye caught sight of the thunder altar in the sea of clouds. Much in the heavens had been rebuilt, but this place remained intact, just as it was back then. He could almost see her standing under the altar, crying, pleading with Yonatan and Bragong above for help during the heavenly tribulation. Looking back now, the thunderbolt of that time had been greatly magnified because of her foresight, and he should have let her take cover. Unfortunately, back then he had said, my sect doesn't accept those who can't even pass the tribulation. A strange heaviness filled his chest, and he asked quietly, are you remembering these old grudges, refusing even to properly settle your soul? The pearl remained silent, lying still. The dark color in his eyes deepened, and he pursed his lips. Suddenly, a small beast flew past in the sky. Barak turned his head to avoid it, only to see a dark purple thing with wings charging towards the two people embracing at the other end. Gaspard reacted very quickly, sensing the danger and reaching out to strike it down, but Gabby stopped him immediately after taking one look. The dark purple fur ball slammed into her arms, separating the two of them. Ba-Jor? Gabby looked at it with puzzlement. Ba-Jor raised its head, revealing a pitiful large eye, and made a squeak at her. Gaspard raised an eyebrow. You know it. This is a small beast born on Bujo Mountain. It can absorb the essence of the underworld for cultivation. Gabby reached out to stroke its head, but her eyes flashed with confusion for a moment. Where did I meet it? Being the most perceptive creature, Ba-Jor could understand its master's mood best. Seeing her confused expression, tears welled up in its lone eye immediately. Hey, my soul was nurtured by someone else, so I don't remember many things clearly. Don't cry, Gabby rubbed it gently. Anyway, I do remember you. Wiping away its tears, Ba-Jor clung tightly to her chest. Seeing this, Gaspard also wanted to extend his hand to show friendliness, but before he could speak, Ba-Jor turned its head to him with a fiercely menacing look. This demeanor was vastly different from its previous gentleness, and Gaspard froze. Before he had time to question, it turned back to Gabby and resumed shedding pitiful tears. Gaspard inexplicably sensed a looming crisis. Barak watched from afar and couldn't help laughing. Ba-Jor was something he had given to Shiloh. It had accompanied him for several hundred years and helped him successfully break through his bottleneck and achieve both divine and demonic cultivation. Normally, Shiloh wouldn't let it out, but now, unwilling to come himself, he chose to send this divine beast to disrupt things. All these twists and hesitations were less straightforward than simply abducting her during the ceremony. Shaking his head, Barak waved his sleeve and continued toward the heavenly gate. Behind him, the sun slowly rose, casting a bright light over the world. Chapter 156. The Meribel held a banquet to do someone a favor by officially acknowledging an upper god's daughter who had been wandering outside the heavenly realms for many years. Barak would not have attended this kind of banquet, but coincidentally, the upper god in question was Luther, and the daughter he wanted to acknowledge was Elspeth. Recognizing an illegitimate child from the mortal world amounted to admitting that one had once wandered and indulged among mortals, which was hardly an elegant matter for an upper god. Oddly enough, the ever face-conscious Luther seemed quite pleased about it. Barak took his seat on the high seat beside the Meribel. As soon as he looked up, he saw Luther seated in the first position below him on the left side. Even now, several hundred years after their last confrontation, Luther still felt a bit apprehensive upon seeing Barak. However, after only a moment of silence, he smiled. It's been a few years, upper god, your cultivation has improved even further. Barak nodded, then looked beyond him toward Elspeth. Elspeth had already cultivated to the point where she could ascend, but meeting so many gods for the first time in the 9 heavens made her appear somewhat nervous. Upon catching sight of him, she paused, then her gaze landed on his hand. The luminous eastern pearl had remained a pearl all these hundreds of years. A hint of disappointment crossed her eyes, and she pressed her lips together before bowing politely at him. Barak pursed his lips, gazing steadily at her for a while, then suddenly raised his hand. Upper god. Luther was startled into standing up straight, eyeing his movements warily. The Meribel chuckled and waved her sleeve. Upper god Luther, please don't be alarmed. Upper god Barak merely wishes to let your daughter observe the eastern pearl. An eastern pearl? Luther was not reassured at all and became even more anxious. Everyone knew that over these past centuries, no one could get close to upper god Barak's eastern pearl without facing obliteration. Why would he give the pearl to Elspeth? Seeing his reaction, Barak gave a cold snort and, too lazy to explain, directly used a protective boundary around the eastern pearl and pushed it toward Elspeth. The pearl wrapped in chaotic soul chi looked unchanged. Yet, the surrounding immortals all withdrew their own divine energies, fearing any collision. Countless pairs of eyes watched it as if observing some precious yet fragile ancient artifact. However, when the pearl reached her, Elspeth took it without hesitation, reaching out to touch it and then sighed lightly. Why haven't you made any progress? Her little junior sister had always loved slacking off in practice, often skipping classes with celestial masters to ask her for fruit preserves. With her cute looks and likable personality, she'd wrap her arms around and plead until no one could refuse. Thinking of those days, Elspeth felt a pang in her nose, hurriedly searching her body for the dried peach she had sun-dried within the immortal gate, placing it in her palm alongside the pearl. You should focus on your cultivation, she whispered, or you won't even be able to eat fruit preserves. The Eastern Pearl rolled around in her palm and mingled with the peach. Then in the next moment, the peach disappeared right under her watchful eyes. Startled, Elspeth thought her eyes were deceiving her, quickly moving the pearl away. Indeed, the peach was gone. How could a soul-encased pearl possibly eat fruit preserves? Her eyes widened in surprise, taking a breath of cold air. Seeing such a large reaction, Barak stood up immediately. What? Shaken, Elspeth covered the pearl, looking at him fearfully, worried that her good intentions had caused trouble, yet hesitating to speak frankly. She just said, "This pearl forms its soul quite quickly." Suspicious, Barak opened his palm and retrieved the pearl from her. Pearl light shimmered, and suddenly, the first strand of a soul emerged on the originally soul energy-filled Eastern Pearl. The nascent soul developed features and limbs, curled around the pearl like it was in deep sleep. Barak's fingertips trembled, his pupils constricting. The atmosphere at the banquet became tense. Luther, observing his expression, hastily shielded Elspeth, saying anxiously, "She is young and naive. If she did anything wrong, please don't blame her, upper god." He had finally brought his daughter back. When his original celestial consort parted ways with him due to the soul leaving his body, it was Elspeth who brought him back to the immortal gate, nurturing his soul and body with her own blood. The intertwining bloodline revealed her identity to Luther instantly. Initially wary, after all, human hearts are complicated, who knew what sudden appearance of a daughter might entail, he found no demands from Elspeth even after his divine form was reborn. She simply returned him to the 9 heavens and vanished afterward. Luther thought of her mother, that calm and gentle mortal girl, with whom he had sowed the seeds of sin passing through the human realm, ultimately owing much to Elspeth. Yet, Elspeth neither cried nor acknowledged him. If she had acknowledged him, she could have bypassed years of cultivation and ascended directly to the 9 heavens. Edge had once mentioned during casual conversation, "An old man in my sect has a little girl with innate celestial bones. I originally wanted you to help her, but she refused, insisting that ascending on her own counted as true achievement." At the time, Luther hadn't paid attention, thinking there were too many cultivators with celestial bones. Unbeknownst to him, Edge had warned him then, but he had forgotten this incident. By the time Luther finally decided to find Elspeth, she had already been annihilated in the chaos of war. Luther searched for her soul for a very long time, so long that his once grey hair turned pure white, and he nearly gave up hope. Therefore, when he learned that she had emerged from the realm of life and death, Luther immediately went to intercept her. The two stood by the edge of the 10 Directions Cloud Sea, and Luther asked her just one question: "If I treat you well for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, could it make up for what I owe?" Elspeth was momentarily dazed but then smiled. "You never owed me anything, your divinity." Just this one sentence took Luther 300 years of effort to finally repair their relationship. Now, with father and daughter finally recognizing each other, Luther watched the upset Barak before him, and he made up his mind. If Barak were to truly take action, he would risk his life to protect Elspeth. The banquet fell into a dead silence. Barak stood up and slowly walked over to Elspeth. Luther prepared the incantation in his hand and set up a defensive barrier, but Barak merely looked past him at Elspeth, his face pale as he said, "Try raising her for a few days." Elspeth was stunned, somewhat flustered. "But, what if? The palace of Shongbing is empty. It contains spiritual energy and treasures you can use for cultivation. Take it there." The Eastern Pearl landed back in Elspeth's hands. Barak lowered his gaze and didn't look anymore, tightening his grip slightly inside his sleeves. "I will visit her every day. There's no need to worry." Holding the Eastern Pearl, Elspeth was quite puzzled, but seeing how troubled Barak seemed, she didn't refuse and only nodded seriously. "All right." A newly ascended female immortal, she was now staying in the palace of Shongbing and could take care of the Eastern Pearl for Barak. Previously, some deities who had looked down on her suddenly became respectful, congratulating Luther one after another and gifting him many treasures. Barak did not stay longer, rising to leave the banquet. The Meribel wanted to retain him, but looking at his back, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Light shone through the door, quickly swallowing his figure. The Meribel withdrew her gaze and gently shook her head. "He still seems too lonely." Chapter 157. Once upon a time, the people from various immortal clans in heaven had tried to curry favor with Barak by inquiring about his preferences. Some reported that he liked spirit beasts, others claimed he only cherished divine artifacts. However, countless spirit beasts and divine artifacts sent to him were not kept by him. Thus, everyone later said that Barak needed nothing because he already had everything. He already had everything? Standing above the cloud canopy, Barak clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed firmly together. He did not want to think much about why Jessa could not form a soul in his hands, but made progress when it was in Elspeth's care. If he thought further, it felt suffocating. Yes, he had done many reckless things in the past, once disregarding her life, once severely wounding her, once scheming against her. But all of that was in the past. She had clearly said that she genuinely liked him, clearly said. Was it truly sincere? For an instant, his hazy eyes turned panicky as Barak recalled carefully. Was it just to pacify him? His lips became paler, and Barak stopped walking. The clouds around him howled with the wind, making him feel thoroughly cold. Elspeth went to the Shongbing palace holding Jessa. She did not know how to cultivate pearls either and asked many immortals. Afraid of taking responsibility, none of them dared to answer her. Therefore, she decided to feed the pearl some dried fruit every day. In her free time, she also cooked soup for it. The sight stunned the god Wesley, who repeatedly warned her that forming a primordial essence cannot be fed. If anything happened to it, he would not be able to explain to Barak. But Elspeth noticed that the pearl seemed very happy eating, especially what she prepared by hand. In less than 3 days, another soul emerged. Overjoyed, Elspeth visited Barak and told him that if Jessa was fed food she made herself, the souls would form faster. Barak looked somewhat weak and cautiously reached out from the shadows to take the Jessa she was holding. However, within half a day, he returned the pearl with a pale face. "Let you handle it," Barak murmured, avoiding eye contact. "She doesn't like me feeding her." Stunned, Elspeth took back the pearl and noticed the 2 recently formed souls weakening. Not daring to leave it with him again, Elspeth immediately left Jessa behind to continue its feeding, yet seeing Barak's expression, she comforted him. "She likes you." Barak remained silent and disappeared through the door. By now, whether she liked him or not was clear enough. It was impossible to say he wasn't angry. He was so furious that he even sent down heavenly fire, burning half a city in the mortal world. Yet, as her soul-forming speed increased, he grew increasingly calm. As a great deity, he couldn't lose his temper just because he didn't receive the heart of a minor fairy. It wouldn't look good. He had to maintain some dignity and not let the gods and Buddhas see this as a laughing matter. Therefore, these days, Barak no longer sneaked into the Shongbing palace to peek at Jessa. He pretended to be busy, engrossed in cultivation and trivial matters, even piling up messages sent by Elspeth under heavy scrolls on his desk, leaving them unopened. Gabby and Gaspard's wedding was suddenly postponed. When Shiloh received this news, he was sitting as a guest in the room, sneering. Barak glanced at him disdainfully, pathetic. "What does it have to do with me?" Shiloh rolled his eyes. "Just because she thinks of something while looking at the Barbaju beast, it's my fault?" "The Barbaju beast is your spirit beast, carrying your aura and memories," Barak remarked coolly. "Sending it over was intended to make Gabby remember you." "I didn't," Shiloh denied quickly. Barak leaned back, watching him silently. Shiloh snorted and turned away dismissively. She should be informed before deciding whether to marry. "I bet she'll still marry after knowing." Barak noted. "Want to place a bet?" Frowning, Shiloh looked doubtful but had no confidence. His dark eyes lowered slightly, feeling rather annoyed. "You've always relied on her feelings for you," Barak wrote notes on a case file. "But sometimes, having feelings for you doesn't mean she will choose you. You should know this best after all these years." Silence enveloped the room. As the sun set, sunlight filtered through the windows, casting light onto the carved window patterns, prompting Shiloh to rise. He bowed to Barak and then swept out the door. Barak did not look up, continuing to read unimportant documents. 3 days later, news came from Yama that Shiloh was wanted. Gaspard bravely visited him, his face full of anger. "Please give instructions. We cannot let such a scoundrel disrupt the law and order." Barak stood beside the pond watching water, shaking his head upon hearing this. Gaspard grew anxious. "Gabby and I are about to get married." He forcing his way in means reigniting conflict between the celestial realm and Yama. It has been hard-won peace in this world. Would the great deity watch idly as disaster resumes because of him? Throwing a handful of fish food, Barak turned to look at him. "Is Arwen still in good health recently?" Slightly stunned, Gaspard suppressed his anger and managed a forced smile as he clasped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, Lord God. My father is still recuperating. I remember he has 3 other sons," Barak said lightly. "Each with a more direct lineage than you." Feeling a weight settle in his heart, Gaspard stepped back half a pace and bowed his head deeply. "Lord God, you are too harsh." Just recalling some old matters, Barak placed his hands behind his back, in a casual conversational pose. "Back then when you stormed the 9th heaven to kill Burton, how bold you were. It was only reasonable that you were appointed crown prince." Thinking of the past, Gaspard fell silent. He owed Barak a favor. At that time, Barak had spared his life, asking for one condition in return. Lord God and Shiloh are not closely related. Gaspard's tone softened but still held some resentment. "Why do you have to help him so much?" "A trifling matter." Continuing to feed the fish in the pond, Barak waved it off. Gaspard came here to gauge his attitude. Since he insisted on protecting Shiloh, there was no need to argue further. His eyes reddened slightly. Taking a deep breath, Gaspard regained his usual composure, clasped his hands at Barak, and silently transformed into black mist, swirling and disappearing. "You are quite adept at making a perfect match," Alison's voice sounded behind him. Barak froze, his pupils constricted, and he felt as if all the blood rushed to his heart, leaving his mind blank. "She came back." Twisting his neck stiffly, Barak's eyes shone brightly. Turning his head, he saw Shiloh standing behind him, pressing a seal against her throat. Caught by surprise by his expression, Shiloh was taken aback and quickly put down her hand, restoring her own voice. "I was too happy today. I won't tease you next time." Chest heaving, the blood that had rushed to his heart surged back through his body. Feeling dizzy, Barak could not help but stagger 2 steps. Startled, Shiloh raised her hand to support him but was fiercely swatted away. "Get lost," Barak growled. Chapter 158. In his current state of barely contained anger, telling him to leave would have been the greatest kindness. Without a word, Shiloh turned and ran, shouting back as he fled, "Many thanks for your assistance, honorable God. If I can find a celestial partner in the future, I will surely repay this debt." Barak did not respond, and there was no further commotion behind him. After sprinting for a mile, Shiloh stopped at the foot of the immortal mountain, looking back up at it with a twinge of guilt. Barak had helped him so much. Had his joke gone too far? He was about to have good news, but the other was still alone. How pitiful. However, this feeling of remorse lasted only an instant before being shattered by a distant explosion. Boom. Mountain spirits and sprites panicked and fled from their dens, scattering everywhere. Shiloh stumbled as he was bumped by a fleeing spirit deer and instinctively grabbed its antlers, asking coldly, "What's going on?" The spirit deer struggled at first, but upon sensing the thick divine aura around him, it obediently spoke in human language. The nearby island of the matchmaker has suddenly collapsed, affecting this area. This lesser god needs to seek shelter. Please be merciful, honorable god. Ah, just the collapse of the island of the matchmaker. Shiloh released his grip. The spirit deer fled, and he stood there silently for a long time before suddenly remembering something. The island of the matchmaker collapsed. He drew in a sharp breath and turned to look back at the layers of barriers surrounding the immortal mountain, feeling both amused and helpless. Gabby had not yet recovered her memory and was merely curious about him. Shiloh had originally planned to take advantage of her confusion to bring someone to the island of the matchmaker to form a celestial partnership, thus cutting off Gaspard's thoughts, and then explain everything to her properly. But who would have thought that Barak, when angry, would be so unreasonable as to directly destroy the island of the matchmaker? It was his own fault for provoking that old man. By the time the dust settled over the island of the matchmaker, Barak had already calmed down. Wearing his red robe, he sat in his study, his black hair loosely tied, his face calm. Hearing heavy footsteps outside, he didn't even lift his eyelids. "You've harmed the innocent," Shiloh's voice rang out from the window. The island of the matchmaker was such a beautiful place, and now it's gone. Your lady would definitely not be pleased if she knew. Dare he mention this? Barak pressed his lips together. Suddenly, the sound of collapse outside grew louder. All right, I was wrong," Shiloh hastily said. "This matter harms others and doesn't benefit you. Please think thrice, honorable god. If harming others was enough, who cared about self-interest?" Barak sneered and flipped a page of the document in his hand. The island of the matchmaker is a celestial island. With this collapse, gods from the 9 heavens won't be able to form celestial partnerships for nearly 100 years, Shiloh muttered. Ignoring him, Barak carefully read the words on the document. The gods were considering recommending Worley as the new ruler but were wary of him, so they submitted documents urging him. Thousands of words, all earnest advice. Once engrossed, the noisy voice outside seemed distant. The scent of ink filled his nose, and the wind brought a hint of fresh grass, while dappled light fell on the flower-patterned windows. "Hey, why aren't you answering me?" A figure stood by the desk, speaking with feigned grievance. Again, it was Karis's voice. This time, Barak wasn't as agitated. He calmly raised his hand and shot a beam of divine fire toward the source of the voice. "Ah," the person cried out, using a water barrier to barely block the divine fire, her eyes instantly reddening. You hit me." Still her voice, genuine and aggrieved. Barak froze, his mind racing, and his blood suddenly turning cold. Stiffly, inch by inch, he lifted his head, hearing the crunching of his bones. Blinding white light blurred his vision for a moment before the contours gradually came into focus. A little girl stood before his desk, dressed in a green dress, wrapped with plain silk at the waist, long sleeves trailing to the ground. She wore expensive hairpins in her hair and pink makeup on her face. She stared at him steadily and spoke in a childish voice. "I knew senior sister was lying to me. How could an esteemed god like you remember me after hundreds of years? But we did have some history, couldn't you have been gentler?" It was her. Her young face clearly reflected in his pupils. Barak abruptly rose, bypassing the desk, and approached her. Familiar brows and eyes, familiar elemental aura. She looked just as she had before, lifting her head to gaze at him, her eyes bright like glass beads under the morning sun, though she seemed to have reverted to the appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old, small in stature. Barak held his breath, hastily gathering the scattered divine fire, then bent down to inspect her. The perfectly fine sleeve had curled edges from the divine fire. Feeling somewhat lost, Barak pressed his lips together, squatted down, and carefully restored her sleeve. Karis, initially aggrieved, felt her heart soften at the sight of his expression. He was too flustered, not at all like the god who could destroy heaven and earth, but more like a youth from the mortal world who had done something wrong and didn't know how to make amends. Suppressing her laughter, Celine still wanted to tease him. People can be burned, but not their sleeves. No. Barak lowered his eyes, his hand trembling slightly as he held her sleeve. "I didn't mean to burn you." "Then what you just did? I wasn't aiming at you. Who are you fooling?" Celine pouted. "It was only when I made a sound that you moved." Barak closed his eyes, unable to resist sending Shiloh hundreds of friendly greetings in his mind. Opening his eyes again, he reached out and pulled this little thing into his arms forcefully. Caught off guard, Celine stumbled into his embrace. She had intended to struggle more, but once she was in his arms, she felt his body tremble, so her movements instinctively softened. "You are an honored god," she said softly, lightly gripping his clothes with a smile. "This makes you seem less powerful." He didn't answer, just held her so tightly it hurt her bones. "Why didn't anyone tell me?" When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. "Are you really here?" Resting her chin on his lowered shoulder, Celine pouted. "Sister Master sends you letters every day about my progress in nurturing my soul. How could they not tell you? It's just that you weren't paying attention." Barak. How many days had it been? He had nurtured for centuries without success, but Elspeth nurtured one soul a day, and within half a month, she had brought her whole self back. Who could have thought? Loosening his hold on her a bit, Barak felt a bit gloomy. What did she use to nurture you so quickly? Food and drink. Celine shrugged. I'm immortal with 3 souls and 7 essences, not like your gods in the 9 heavens who don't need to eat or drink while waiting for the soul to enter the body. My body has to grow on its own, which definitely requires food. But you never fed me. I was so hungry I barely had the strength to speak. I did feed you, he frowned. Following what Elspeth said, I personally prepared food for you. With a complex look, Celine scratched her face and muttered vaguely, I wanted to eat too, but you, next time, can you make something humans can eat? Chapter 159. The room was quiet for a moment. Barrack's expression shifted from heavy to puzzled, then to bewildered, and finally his eyebrows arched with intense dissatisfaction. Why is it that what I made is not fit for human consumption? Ginger felt very complicated. She racked her brains to find tactful words, weighing them carefully. We mortals season meat with salt when we cook it, whether boiling, steaming, or curing. You threw this huge chunk of meat at me, not sliced nor seasoned, and given my weakened state, it would be very hard to eat. Barrack retorted, shouldn't be translated as unconvinced here, let's change it. Isn't it true that I also roasted corn for you? Indeed, Ginger nodded, raising her small hand to wipe her face. Though the corn had no seasoning either, it was at least more edible than a whole piece of meat. However, she couldn't recall teaching him to burn the entire cob black. She did try her best to eat it, but after one bite, her barely gathered soul almost scattered on the spot. Looking earnestly at him, Ginger patted his shoulder laboriously. Just know that I didn't refuse your food because I dislike you. Barrack remained silent. With the knot in his heart untied, his expression improved slightly. He looked down at the little one before him, turning her around to inspect her closely. All 3 souls and 7 spirits were present. Perhaps because this body had been cultivated by herself, her meridians were exceptionally well developed. The 5 elemental immortal chi flowed smoothly within her, and although the 7 channels and 8 collaterals were sealed again, it wasn't a big issue. Ginger felt dizzy from being turned around, squealing a couple of times before collapsing on his shoulder, complaining irritably, even though I look like a child now, you can't really treat me like one to bully. I'm not bullying you, he said, stroking her soft top knot. Barrack sighed, when will you grow up? Ginger grunted while calculating on her fingers, 10 years should do it. His Adam's apple bobbed, and Barrack hummed, restraining himself as he gently stroked her chubby cheek, then lifted her into his arms and placed her on his right shoulder. I can walk by myself, Ginger struggled. You're too weak. Barrack shook his head, stay still. Pouting, Ginger swung her legs, asking, where are you going? Just wandering around. It was indeed casual. As soon as they stepped out, he draped a bright red cloak over her, then slowly walked past the side hall entrance with her sitting on his shoulder. Ginger. Gabby caught the familiar immortal aura and hurried out of the side hall. She had just argued with Shiloh, anger still lingering on her face, long whip in hand. But upon seeing Ginger, she laughed, tucking the whip into her belt. How long has it been since we last met? How come you've turned into a little kid? When Gabby's soul had vanished, Ginger was still fine, so she didn't know what had happened afterward. She glanced at Ginger, then at Barrack's serious face who didn't mind her kicking and hadn't become angry, envy brimming in her eyes. It's a long story. Ginger waved her tiny hand and curiously peeked at Shiloh behind them, whose face was still dark. Did you two argue? Don't say such things, Shiloh hadn't answered, but Gabby chuckled first. We aren't close enough for arguments. At most, there's some conflict. Now that you're here, could you take me away from here? Shiloh. For thousands of years, he had always been above Gabby, and previously, without needing explicit orders, she could guess his intentions and comply with him. Now, even if he expressed his wish to be her immortal companion, she refused. Indeed, fortune's turn. Given his temperament, if she wanted to leave, he wouldn't stop her. Let her go if she wished, and they'd never meet again. But somehow, thinking of her returning to Gaspard made Shiloh extremely angry. Even if she hated him, he wanted to keep her confined. He was no good person, so acting out in extremity was understandable. Ginger found it amusing, but noticing Shiloh's somewhat weakened divine spirit, she didn't truly agree, only saying, probably not today, we have other matters. What matters? Gabby frowned. Ginger laughed sheepishly, temporarily unable to think of a good excuse, kicking her legs aimlessly against Barrack. Barrack lightly snorted, maintaining a serious tone. We are rushing to become immortal companions, we have no time for other things. Yes, Ginger immediately nodded. But after nodding, she froze, stiffly turning to look at Barrack. He wanted to be immortal companions with her? She was just a newly reborn minor deity, while he was someone who could already glimpse immortality. He wanted to be immortal companions with her? Are you crazy? Ginger widened her eyes. Even if you lie, at least make it believable. I'm not lying, Barrack calmly returned her gaze. Extending her small hand to touch his forehead, Ginger was at a loss between laughing and crying. If you're too happy about my return, there's really no need. I'll only be a burden to you. Pausing for a moment, she continued earnestly, even if you want to share your cultivation with me, it's unnecessary. I can cultivate well on my own. You said that one shouldn't take shortcuts in immortality. With peace reigning in the world now, I have all the time to cultivate slowly. Barrack listened seriously, then rolled his eyes. Why make things so complicated? If I want to become immortal companions with you, it's simply because I do. It has nothing to do with cultivation or anything else. I just like you. Ginger froze, her little face gradually turning bright red. But will you or not? He asked. Feeling anxious, Ginger curled up her feet, scratching her cheeks hurriedly. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just such a significant matter. Not wanting to hear more, Barak turned directly to Shiloh. She says she's willing. You'll be our witness. Shiloh had been rolling his eyes at their sweet talk. Seeing the springtime in Barak's eyes, he replied with a forced smile, many thanks to your divinity for specially coming here to comfort me. Where, Barak nodded, a drop of water deserves a gushing spring in return. Grinding his teeth, Shiloh responded sourly, thank you, your divinity, but perhaps you forgot that no one can become immortal companions now. Startled for a moment, Barak asked in confusion, why? You destroyed Moon Elder Island with your own hands. Shiloh clapped, the temple of Moon Elder collapsed entirely, the tree of affinity withered, and it will take at least 100 years for the waters of the destiny pool to become clear again. Aren't these all you're doing? Barak stood frozen. The person on his shoulder was stunned for a moment as well, then twisted her little head around, suddenly realizing, I thought you were being sentimental. Turns out you destroyed Moon Elder Island long ago before coming to me with this idea of becoming immortal companions. No, Barak looked down slightly, somewhat flustered, that wasn't my intention. It's fine, Ginger smiled again, this is more like you. Chapter 160. Why does she think of him like that? Is he this kind of cold, ruthless, and treacherous person in her heart? Barak was frustrated, not knowing where to start explaining, and couldn't help pinching her. Alison let out a cry, covering her arm grievously. I didn't even blame you, why are you angry at me? Thinking the worst of him, how powerful it hurt her. Who else could he be angry with? Barak opened his mouth to scold but then recalled he had done plenty of bad things too. If she thought the worst, he couldn't blame her. Slowly closing his mouth, Barak angrily turned his head away. Alison glanced at him, eyes full of amusement, a pity he was busy being upset and didn't notice, letting her sit on his shoulder giggling like a rat that successfully stole oil. Gabby still stood there, looking at them for a long time in a daze. Vaguely, a scene flashed through her mind. The shattered stones, the red-robed figure rushing over, the girl being embraced, and a blood-soaked version of herself. Alison, she said somewhat bewilderedly, where did I first see you? Alison stopped smiling, tilting her head to look at her. How can you forget that? It was at DUI Clan. Well. Gabby rubbed her brow, asking again, was I injured back then? Shiloh, hearing something amiss, finally stepped forward, blocking Gabby's view of Alison. Irritated, his sleeves rustled loudly. You always get a headache when you recall those messy memories, haven't you had enough yet? Clutching her head, Gabby licked her lips, looking at him with a mocking glint in her eyes. Every time I think about those chaotic things, you panic. Shiloh's fingertips stiffened, turning his head away. I did not. If so, don't stop me. Circling around him, Gabby looked at Alison, waiting for her answer. Seeing this scene, Alison guessed Gabby no longer remembered Shiloh, even if she didn't know what happened after her death. Her first reaction was that it might be better this way since Shiloh brought her few good memories, mostly torment. But looking closer, Gabby's eyes were bloodshot, earnestly waiting for her answer. Even gods have their contradictions, painfully trying to forget yet stubbornly wanting to remember. These two, ill-suited as they were, might as well be fated lovers. Sighing lightly, Alison pointed at Shiloh. Ask him, he knows more than I do. Then she tugged on Barak's sleeve. What are you doing? He wasn't in a good mood. Clearing her throat, Alison mumbled in his ear, it's not right for us to meddle in their affairs, let's go. Where to? Barak snorted coldly, Larrow Island is gone. Back to my place then, she grabbed his hand boldly, I'll treat you to some delicious food. Gabby, with a complex expression, wanted to ask more, but Barak moved quickly. As soon as Alison spoke, he teleported them away from Chissa Fairy Mountain. Leaves in the courtyard swirled in the wind, landing on her whip. Gabby glanced at them, sighing silently. In the 9 heavens, it was prime time for vying for power. Major immortal sects were busily networking. But in just half a day, news spread like wildfire among the deities. Really has a child? How can it be false? Thunder God watched along with us, the 5 or 6-year-old kid sitting on Lord Barak's shoulders. Who else's child in this world has the guts to sit on his shoulders besides his own? That makes sense. Speaking of which, Lord Barak has been alone for tens of thousands of years. Having a child around wouldn't be bad. But, which fairy bore him? That sacrificial fairy died early. I never heard she left behind any children. Didn't people say he was deeply in love with her? How did this change so quickly? HMPH, men, even gods are men. How much can we believe what they say? Gossip buzzed, spreading faster than feet could run. By the time Barak and Alison stepped onto Stephen Immortal Sect's threshold, it had been furious inside for half an hour already. So, the first thing Barak heard upon entering was, he's an old immortal who's lived for tens of thousands of years, how could he match our young and beautiful junior sister? Barak. Alison was startled, clearing her throat loudly. Everyone in the hall paused. Harry lifted her eyes first, seeing her still seemed dazed. Junior sister? Greetings, everyone. Long time no see. Alison greeted warmly, catching a glimpse of the grim face of the senior master and promptly added, I came back with him to visit the sect. This affectionate statement made Barak's expression soften a little, though his gaze remained fierce. Noticing something was off, everyone quickly dispersed. Only Harry approached, giving her a look before gently asking, You've recovered? Yes, senior sister cured me in the 9 heavens. She asked me to bring a message to the sect, saying she's fine there and you don't need to worry too much. That's good. Harry's eyes held a smile, looking at her steadily. I've been busy lately. Today I just happened to come back to visit Master. Seeing you safe has relieved my worries. relieved her worries at this time. Barak shifted aside, and Allison moved a bit further from him. As if noticing him for the first time, Harry clasped her hands. Greetings, Supreme Deity. Barak ignored her, his gaze still unfriendly. Allison chuckled and tried to smooth things over. Where is Master? Unfortunately, she entered the Heart Demon realm and is currently breaking through it on the back mountain, Harry said. Come down first, walk around freely in the Immortal Gate, and inhale some spiritual energy, it's also quite beneficial. Upon hearing this, Allison shifted her body but hadn't jumped down yet when Barak grabbed her. I'll take you. Harry raised an eyebrow. Supreme Deity, little junior sister has legs, why can't she walk herself? She's still weak. Those words didn't sound like the indifferent Barak from before. Harry thought for a moment and smiled. Who was it that once said letting go and not protecting her would make her stronger? I don't remember. Barak felt no guilt whatsoever and swept his sleeves to walk away. Hey. Allison struggled. I haven't finished talking to them yet. Why are you leaving now? What were you saying? Looking ahead, Barak said indifferently, talking about how a 90,000-year-old celestial god isn't a match for a young and beautiful girl. Allison. She had only cultivated her soul for a few hundred years. Why had he become so petty? Unable to help laughing, she stretched out her small hand and hugged his neck. You are uniquely handsome under heaven and earth. Even after 900,000 years, you wouldn't look old. Besides, I am immortal cultivating immortality and am already several hundred years old. Calculating it this way, I'm actually an old grandma. An old grandma matching with an old celestial god sounds pretty good. Chapter 161. Barak was not easy to pacify. Even though the person's voice was as sweet and soft as honey, he still kept a cold face and gave an indifferent snort through his nose. You're not hundreds of years old now. My body isn't, but my heart is. Holding his index finger and swinging it back and forth, Allison grinned and said, after all, you and I will live together in the future for hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years. What does our current age matter? It did make sense. Relaxing his expression, Barak pursed his lips and felt that maybe he was being too petty. What did immortals care about age? Once she perfected her physical form cultivation, everything would be like before. But before he could calm down for long, several immortals arrived on clouds from afar. May Supreme God Barak be well. A messenger immortal carrying a heavy lacquer-patterned box landed in front of him with a beaming face, bowing respectfully. Hearing of the good news of Supreme God, we of the Zhen family specially sent this gift. Please accept it with grace. So have we of the Zhen family. These are personally selected gifts by Supreme God Chen. Please review them. Several boxes were opened simultaneously, revealing treasures inside that emitted dazzling golden light. Allison immediately exclaimed wow and asked Barak curiously, what good news do you have recently that merits such grand courtesies from them? Barak was also puzzled. Etiquette in the ninth heaven was complicated, and these people wouldn't easily pay their respects, let alone receive gifts from those in power. Could it be that they knew something had happened at the Moon Matchmaker Island, making it impossible to find a celestial partner, so they decided to console him and acknowledge the good news between him and Allison? Barak's eyes lit up slightly. The golden light faded, and the shapes of the treasures inside the boxes became visible. Allison leaned forward to see children's gold-threaded clothing, auspicious locks, longevity pendants, and a small spirit beast. The items were indeed valuable, but... Scratching her chin, Allison laughed awkwardly and asked the gift-bearing immortals, did your leaders send any messages? Yes, replied an immortal from the Chen family hastily. Supreme God Chen congratulates Supreme God Barak on finding his beloved daughter and wishes that his lineage may flourish and remain healthy generation after generation. Barak. Allison. The surrounding air suddenly felt as if edged with blades, cutting painfully against their faces. The few junior immortals hurriedly raised their sleeves to shield themselves, looking ahead in confusion, only to see the little girl on Supreme God Barak's shoulder hugging him tightly and frantically signaling them, thank you for your kind intentions, but Supreme God doesn't have a beloved daughter yet. Please return. This. The junior immortals exchanged puzzled looks, still holding the gifts, unsure of what to do. One bold one dared to ask again, are you not born of Supreme God Barak? No, Allison replied, feeling both amused and exasperated. Sensing Barak's rising anger, she hugged his head even tighter, covering his eyes. Quick, go. Divine fire flowed down from the red robe, causing the junior immortals to yelp in fright. They quickly supported each other as they ran back, glancing over their shoulders as the divine fire scorched half the sky. Allison gently patted his chest with her tender hand, saying repeatedly, ignorance is bliss, ignorance is bliss. Barak was livid. Do I look like I have a daughter? Looking down at her petite body, Allison paused for a moment, then smiled stiffly, not really. Barak turned and left Stephen Immortal Gate, heading straight for the ninth heaven. Oh, don't be impulsive. Peace is hard won. How can you fight again? Allison tugged at his robes, her tiny face creasing into worry. It's not a big deal. It'll be fine once I grow up. I'm not looking for a fight, Barak said in a low voice. Sure, and pigs fly. With his aura so menacing, Allison feared he might impulsively destroy the heavens again. However, upon reaching Chen's Immortal Gate, Barak truly did not strike out. He simply went to Ricky's storeroom, took out his cherished golden phoenix in front of everyone, and put it into his sleeve. Ricky forced an uncomfortable laugh. Isn't Supreme God usually uninterested in such superficial things? Do you pity it? No, I plan to give it as a gift to Supreme God anyway. Ricky gritted his teeth. I just thought it might not be appropriate. It's very appropriate. Barak calmly pointed to the person on his shoulder. She'll like it. Following his finger, Ricky finally noticed the little girl's appearance closely and immediately turned green-faced. Disaster. Why did no one inform them that immortal Allison had been reborn? This matter. He hurried to smooth things over, but Barrack turned his head away, clearly unwilling to listen, giving off the vibe that they were simply blind. Ricky rubbed his face heavily. Innocently gazing at Ricky, Allison whispered, "Actually, hold on to it." Transforming the golden phoenix into a smaller size and placing it in her arms, Barrack instructed, "This can turn into a living creature and help you peel sunflower seeds." It was the Gantian clan's most treasured possession. It could suppress all gold objects in the world, turn wood into gold, and transform gold into fire. How could it be used for cracking sunflower seed? Haroun had a mouthful of blood he wanted to spit out, but seeing Barrack's expressionless face, he didn't dare to speak. He swallowed hard and then smiled. "Please treat this treasure well, immortal Allison." Allison felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't like to take what belonged to others, but with Barrack already holding back, she didn't dare to persuade him further. So she just held the golden phoenix obediently and followed him to the next immortal gate. Going to other clans' residences to snatch their treasured possessions was arrogant, shameful, and inhumane. However, from the Gan family to the Khan family, no one dared to resist. By the time they reached the Khan family, Allison was holding so many things that her arms were full. Using her chin to push aside an obstructing treasure, she looked at Wally with a smile through her tears and asked, "Can your clan's precious item be smaller?" Wally might have received news. He was already waiting at the door when they arrived. Hearing this, he chuckled, "Our clan's treasured possession doesn't need Supreme God Barrack to come personally, it has long been with you." Allison was taken aback and recalled the piece of jade inscribed with the word Khan. She was quite surprised. That was actually the treasured possession. It controls the water sources of the world, summoning wind and rain. "Indeed, it is our treasured possession," Wally smiled, "but you used it for something else." Barrack coughed unhappily. As if noticing him for the first time, Wally turned around, clasped his hands toward him, and smiled. "I was planning to seek you for something. Since both of you are here, why not come in for a chat? Now that you've lost your treasured possession, what is there to talk about?" Barrack coldly replied, "I'm busy." With that, he turned and started to leave. Standing still, watching his back, Wally sighed softly. Even if the treasured possession is gone, there is still the supreme treasure to protect the sky. Wouldn't you want to ask if Allison likes it? Chapter 162. The treasure that subdues the heavens. Stopping in her tracks, Barrack turned her head, a trace of confusion flashing through her eyes. Empress Rochelle had been temporarily managing the affairs of the Nine Heavens for several centuries. Recently, the influence of the Khan family had risen dramatically, with much power now in the hands of Wally. The heaven-predicting lock, which possessed prophetic powers, had already been destroyed. Presently, the treasure that subdues the heavens should be the nine-heaven tourmaline, which can command the five elements' power. This item would indeed be exceedingly suitable for Allison. It could aid her in cultivation and help better balance her elemental immortal chi. However, what Barrack couldn't understand was why Wally would be willing to give it up. Allison was also surprised. She turned around and looked at Wally, asking curiously, "If you give me the treasure that subdues the heavens, what will you use to subdue the nine heavens?" Wally smiled warmly and walked forward slowly, exuding an air of refinement. "If the treasure that subdues the heavens is given to you, then you shall be the sovereign of the nine heavens." Allison. She looked down at her underdeveloped physical body, then at the powerful immortal god before her, and gave a forced laugh. "Are you crazy? Letting someone like her, a newly reborn minor fairy, become the sovereign of the nine heavens? How could she possibly gain everyone's respect?" Wally raised an eyebrow and glanced deeply at Barrack. "What's there to fear? Anyway, he'll protect you, and anyone who disagrees, he'll surely kill them." Allison's eyebrows were twisted like caterpillars. "I'm carrying so many things, they're really heavy. I don't have time to joke around with you here." "I'm not joking." Wally's smile vanished as his water-like eyes fixed on her. "You've forgotten, I know you best." These words hadn't even fully registered in Allison's mind when Barrack's slaying phoenix saber shot out into the air. Radiant flames blazed along its blade, and in an instant, the saber's edge was pressed against Wally's neck. "You didn't say, and I almost forgot." Barrack's voice was low and grave. "There's still something to settle." Standing calmly with folded arms, Wally didn't panic. Glancing at the fire streaming from the sword, he said coolly, "Back then, if I hadn't used my xiuxian to save her, she would have died in that heavenly thunderbolt. Immortal God, instead of gratitude, you think of starting a fight? That's right, settle your account with Fairy Allison. Didn't you also try to kill her back then to crush my xiuxian?" Barrack's grip tightened slightly on the saber as his lips pursed. Recalling that scorching blaze, Allison hugged her arms and shivered, whispering, "It was pretty ruthless. If it weren't for my good fortune, I wouldn't be here now. It wasn't because of your good fortune, it was because I protected you with my xiuxian." Wally laughed softly, "But don't misunderstand. I protected you for no other reason than because you are the predestined sovereign of the nine heavens." Confused, Allison pulled Barrack's hand to make him retract the saber, then thought for a moment and said, "Just because I have prophetic power? But I didn't naturally possess this, it only opened later." Barrack gripped the saber stiffly and replied, "In 90,000 years, no deity in heaven has ever opened a prophetic aperture besides you. His claim that you are destined does make some sense. How can someone as weak as me be the destined sovereign of the nine heavens?" Allison pointed at herself in astonishment. "Before meeting you, I couldn't even cultivate properly. Because you are destined, your meridians for cultivation were sealed at birth to avoid being exposed too early and facing unforeseen dangers. Worley smiled. I've examined your meridians, they are unique, able to harmonize all 5 elements. Barak lifted his eyes and finally set Allison down on the ground, then raised the saber, unleashing a torrent of flaming light toward Worley. Immortal god. Worley laughed while blocking. This is the Khan family's territory. You know you're limited here, yet you still want to fight. Limited or not, you're no match for me. Barak's face was cold as he raised his hand. Worley shook his head and drew his green water sword. A little sparring is fine, but, Fairy Allison, please step back, don't get hurt. Using me to show off. Barak was even more displeased and unleashed merciless saber strikes. Allison stood aside and didn't stop him. After all, Barak was only using his saber, not major spells, just venting frustration without intending to kill Worley. She leaned against a pillar and began to ponder. Could someone like her shoulder such immense responsibility? Splashes of water flew past, sparkling. Allison felt lost, thinking of her parents and Grandmaster Stephen. If she truly was that great, why did the last few hundred years feel so suffocating? Crack! Intense divine fire shattered a beam, crashing in front of her, with ashes blocked by a protective barrier. Supporting her chin, Allison clicked her tongue. Snap! Water and fire collided, shattering the high-quality ice crystal screen behind her. Khan clan disciples outside the hall trembled, hesitating whether to form an array to assist. Suddenly, the sounds of battle inside the hall ceased. Everyone froze, just curious enough to crane their necks when they saw the large door open slightly. Someone brought out a little girl and gently placed her outside the door, then slowly closed the door. The little girl supported her cheeks with her hands, seemingly lost in thought, and obediently kept her original posture even after being put out. But behind her, the moment the door closed, the sounds of fighting instantly intensified. Miss Allison. The voice of Xialing Bird sounded before her. Allison raised her misty eyes and saw Worley looking at her with concern, pointing behind her. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. She waved her hand. At worst, your grand hall will need some repair. The crowd from the Khan family. As if giving face to her words, a creaking sound signaling the imminent collapse suddenly came from behind the grand hall. Everyone was alarmed and hurriedly lifted her up and moved back. After an incense stick's time, the Khan family's grand hall collapsed. Barak emerged from the ruins, dragging Worley out along with him. Worley looked quite injured, and everyone immediately became furious, raising their swords and knives to charge forward. Don't panic. Worley suddenly spoke. Barak threw him against the side of the stairs, then leaned back, spitting out some dust from his mouth, and said coldly, Your palace is really poorly built. Worley laughed while catching his breath, glancing sideways at him. You dared to attack the 10,000-year-old ice pillars too. Junk stuff. I wouldn't necessarily lose to you if I didn't have to protect this treasure. Worley turned his head, pulled out a light orb from his chest, and tossed it towards Allison. Allison snapped back to reality, stepped forward, and reached out to catch it. Once the light dissipated, she saw it was the 9-heaven tourmaline. This treasure seemed to like her very much. As soon as it got into her hand, it transformed into a jade bracelet, tightly fitting around her right wrist. A gleam appeared in Worley's eyes. You could easily take that position yourself. Barak glanced at him and said coolly, it would ensure your Khan family's prosperity for 10,000 years. Chapter 163. After Worley's death, the Khan family once fell into decline and only regained some strength after a few hundred years of recuperation. If Worley could ascend to power, it would greatly benefit the Khan clan. As the leader of the Khan family, he couldn't help but consider this. But as this person looked at Allison's wrist with the 9 heavens jade bracelet, he laughed frankly. Given past lessons, how can we let people sit in this position so easily? Our Khan family has its own fate, and she should return to where she belongs. Allison knitted her eyebrows, feeling somewhat uneasy. I prefer to live carefree without responsibilities. Worley wasn't surprised at all. He had even prepared for this. As the Lord of 9 heavens, every morning you can enjoy the finest cloud dew, which carries the fragrance of 10,000 flowers and nourishes your body. At noon, you will have delicacies from mountains and seas, which are sweet and extend one's lifespan. Allison swallowed involuntarily and asked, what about dinner? Dinner, Worley smiled slightly. You can have whatever you want. If you desire fowl or beasts, they are available. If you crave roasted corn, you can have that too. More importantly, by sitting in this position, you can rule over all living things. Whether this world remains peaceful or falls into chaos, whether all creatures thrive or wither, all will depend on her. Allison subconsciously glanced at Barak. It wasn't a pleasant thing for a young girl to have big ambitions, especially in front of someone like Barak. He might allow her to be mischievous, but would he allow her to be the Lord of 9 heavens? He himself was adept in politics, though it was only for revenge and he showed no interest in this position. But if she were to take it, would he be displeased? The wind swept through the ruins behind them, scattering ice crystals. Moisture rose onto Barak's robes, only to be instantly burned away by his fiery aura. He sat indifferently, his right hand holding the phoenix-slaying saber, his left hand forming seals while meditating, revealing no emotion. I need to think about it. Allison chuckled awkwardly. With my current abilities, it wouldn't be quite legitimate. Worley didn't pressure her, just said, come back to Heavenly Gate when you've made up your mind. The Khan family members hesitated before stepping forward to support him. They glanced warily at Barak, then whispered, Lord God, please go to the rear mountain cottage to rest. As Worley was helped up, he turned and sighed, being outclassed, I couldn't even defeat this old rascal on my own territory. It's time for me to close myself off and recover. Pass on my words, the 9 heavens tourmaline has been entrusted to immortal Allison. All future matters concerning the 9 heavens should be directed to Palace Xiongbing. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before agreeing. Several supported him as they left, while the rest cautiously approached Allison. Immortal, this way please. Allison snapped back to reality and pulled on Barrack's hand. Let's go back too. Barrack opened his eyes but said nothing, simply lifting her into his arms and leaving the Khan family's immortal gate. Throughout the journey, he remained silent. Allison looked at him several times, wanting to speak but ultimately holding back each time. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Is he unhappy? She wondered, fretting internally. Her destiny is indeed special, but even as Lord of 9 Heavens, she could only manage his immortal gate, not interfere with him directly. Truthfully, Allison was quite tempted. In the realm governed by heavenly principles, the mortal world must annually offer vast amounts of incense offerings to the 9 heavens. These offerings meant little to immortals beyond being decorative, yet they consumed immense human, material, and financial resources from mortals, preventing true prosperity for thousands of years. If she could rule the world, she would abolish the practice of forcing mortals to make offerings. Worshipping deities should be a matter of sincerity, not coercion like taxing mortals. When mortals were well fed and clothed, offerings wouldn't decrease. Why extract resources ruthlessly? Also, due to the relationships between the 5 elements, there were frequent disputes among the 5 major immortal gates in the 9 heavens, harming lower-ranking immortals. The climate should be purified. And more. Ideas kept surfacing, making Allison's eyes brighter and brighter. Upon returning to Palace Xiongbing, she impulsively hugged Barrack's thigh. Big shot, she bit her lip and looked up. If I start flattering you now, will you agree to let me try this? She raised her bracelet-clad hand and shook it, looking earnest. Barrack looked down at her, his brow slightly raised but still showing no emotion. If you want to go, just go. Why do you need my approval? Because I like you. She wriggled her small frame. If you're unhappy and disagree, I won't feel at ease even if I went. Picking her up into his arms, Barrack hummed softly. You want to go, yet you also want me to be happy. Exactly. She answered firmly, grabbing his robe and gazing into his eyes. So, can you agree? Barrack didn't answer, merely sighing deeply as if troubled. As a high-ranking god, why would you show such an expression? Allison truly felt heartache and quickly hugged his neck, saying softly, I'm just trying this out, not leaving you. I'll still be with you as usual. He responded in a low voice, a trace of vague bitterness lingering at the corners of his eyebrows. Allison became anxious. She cupped his face and planted a kiss on it. What are you thinking? Just tell me directly. Why must you act like this? His thin lips parted slightly. Barrack looked into her eyes. After a moment, he finally said with restraint, You're still a child. Looking down at herself, Allison said, I've been lazy before, thinking this form is pretty good. But if you're worried about this, then I'll hurry up and cultivate into adulthood. Okay. That will be very tiring, Barrack sighed. You won't be able to persist. How could I not? Loosening her grip and jumping back to the ground, Allison puffed out her cheeks. Give me 1 month. If I can cultivate back into an adult's form, will you allow me? Okay. Looking at her with melancholy, Barrack hesitated and nodded. Thus, Allison became unprecedentedly serious. Rising early and retiring late, she practiced all day long. Even when Gabby came to visit, he was stopped outside the door, only seeing her diligent protective barrier from afar. Thus, after the high god Barrack personally traveled among the major immortal gates to debunk the rumor of illegitimate daughter, another rumor began to spread widely. Hey, did you hear? Immortal Allison successfully tied her soul. Yeah, but she's still in a child's body. Sigh, what a misunderstanding. I heard that Immortal Allison loves high god Barrack so much. Because her child's body doesn't match, she's urgently cultivating. Such deep affection. Why doesn't high god Barrack help her? I heard that Immortal Allison insists on cultivating by herself. She wants to ask high god Barrack to be her immortal partner after she becomes an adult, so she refuses external help. Interesting, who knew Immortal Allison is such a love enthusiast? The love enthusiast, oblivious to everything, was diligently working hard, immersing in the hot spring inside Palace Xiongbing, diving her small head underwater. Chapter 164. When the lotus emerges from the water, droplets roll down its mature contours, pattering into the pond. Allison opened her eyes, revealing those crystal clear and charming eyes as before. She shook her long hair, wiped her face, and caught sight of her reflection in the water. Excitedly, she turned her head towards the shore. Has it been a month? Barrack was leaning against a rock by the shore, seemingly checking the nearby hourglass intently. It's been 1 month and 3 days. You exceeded by 3 days. Allison's eyes widened in shock. She swam to the shore and couldn't believe what she saw on the hourglass. Indeed, she had exceeded by 3 days. But she had certainly made her utmost effort. Enduring the pain of her bones growing rapidly, she hadn't let her mind wander while devoting herself wholeheartedly to cultivation. How could she have not caught up? Her eyebrows drooped. Allison felt very wronged. Her eyes were slightly red, her nose quivered, and standing there wet in the water, she looked like a drenched little chick. Barrack originally wore a stern expression, but seeing her like this, he finally couldn't help it. He beckoned her with a crook of his finger. Come here. Looking at him pitifully, Allison swam to the edge of the water near him, her mouth pouting. Heaving a sigh of resignation, he leaned down, his black hair sliding off his shoulders, his crimson robe gently touching the surface of the water, resembling the red maple trees by the riverbank at sunrise. Just before his nose touched her forehead, he paused and said softly, I'll give you a chance. Think of a way to erase these 3 days. Allison was taken aback and looked up at him. How can I do that? He didn't answer, only gazed deeply into her eyes, where a misty aura lingered, like a veil over a rainbow-hued immortal mountain. She instinctively swallowed hard. The Buddha says that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. If form should not be empty, then don't leave it empty. Splash. Someone emerged from the pool, tilting her head back to kiss him as his lips descended. Golden breeze and jade dew, a sweetness not tasted for centuries. The shadowy hue in Barak's eyes surged, and he reached out, lifting her right out of the water. She had grown into a full-fledged maiden, quite well indeed. A fragrant breeze swept through the hall, stirring the hanging silk curtains on the ground. The sand in the hourglass, which had been slowly descending, suddenly halted, then began moving in reverse. An imposing protective barrier enveloped the entire Shanggong Palace. Outside, young immortals of the Li clan were busy working when they noticed the new barrier. One couldn't help but tug on another's sleeve curiously. What's that over there? An older true lord glanced at it and lightly chided. Is that something you can ask? There are so many tasks at hand now, yet you still have the leisure to look around. The young immortal startled and hurriedly retracted her gaze, holding her ceremonial robe and divine artifact, continuing forward. These all need to be distributed. The great ceremony is approaching, we mustn't make any mistakes, the true lord continued. Although immortal Allison isn't of our Li clan, she has been chosen by the high god. You must not neglect her. Yes, the young immortal responded. A month ago, all 5 elemental sects received word that 9 heavens had its destined ruler, and once she emerged from seclusion, the coronation ceremony would be held. Many admired Allison for her dedication. Despite being in a child's body, it didn't hinder her succession. She even chose to focus on cultivating at this critical juncture an extremely ambitious deity, truly commendable. Worley, upon hearing such comments, just smiled without responding. Gabby had reminded Allison about Barak before. He could sell you out and still make you feel like you gained something. Unfortunately, the young lady didn't take it to heart. Morning dawn rose in the sky. Worley stood on the terrace, closing his eyes to bask in the serene wind. Behind him, a tongling bird softly remarked, "It's windy. Your injuries aren't fully healed yet, high god." Smiling faintly, Worley didn't turn around. There's a significant event today. Can't I indulge myself just this once? No, the tongling bird, perched on Worley's shoulder, replied firmly. Sighing softly, Worley turned, resting his elbow on Kanji's shoulder, his voice lazy. I've lost the throne of 9 heavens and am quite emotional. Won't you indulge me a bit more? Kanji pursed his lips, shaking his head gently. The tongling bird added, You're very happy. After waiting for so long, even after experiencing life and death, he still awaited the true master of 9 heavens. How could he not be happy? Kanji understood him too well, just as tongling birds understood themselves, which was why he didn't want to indulge this stubborn god who refused to rest. Is she really ready? Walking back into the hall, Kanji couldn't help but ask again. She will be, Worley stated confidently. She's much smarter than you think. Being able to keep such a huge secret and gradually subdue Barak, no one was more suitable to be the master of 9 heavens than Allison. She just loved pretending to be weaker than she was, with a soft heart hidden beneath her innocent exterior. Just then, the young girl in an intimate embrace shivered unexpectedly. Pausing, Barak wrapped his cloak around her back, hugging her closely and whispering by her ear, What's wrong? No. Her voice was soft and hoarse. Allison turned her head to look at him. I was just wondering, why did you fall for me? Who said I fell for you? He gave a light snort, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Dissatisfied, Allison wriggled in his embrace but only found herself held even tighter. If you didn't fall for me, then let go of me, she glared at him. His nose grazed her ear. Barak whispered huskily, romantic entanglements have always been distractions. Look at the heroes in the mortal world, how many died because of love? No matter what glorious history they left behind or what great men they were, once trapped by emotions, their legacy is nothing much. Nothing much. Allison thought about it, her eyes lighting up, then I've fallen for a mortal. Her waist tightened suddenly, and she let out a low cry, half laughing and half annoyed, an immortal tens of thousands of years old, how can you not let anyone speak? Barak remained silent, only opening his mouth to bite harshly into the back of her neck. At his level of cultivation, deities preferred actions over words. Thus, Shanggong Palace's protective barrier thickened by 2 layers. The succession ceremony on Jiuxiao proceeded as scheduled. Surrounded by auspicious cranes, the young maiden flew into the heavenly gate under the gaze of countless gods. All deities knelt in worship, while divine dew reigned for 3 days, blessing all living things. Stephen Xiuxian and Wesley Xiuxian stood beside but did not watch Allison. Instead, they curiously examined Barak nearby. He naturally did not kneel. However, this man, so skilled in strategy and with terrifying divine power, today had suppressed his aura completely, looking more like the new master's kin, quietly watching the coronation. What's he thinking? Wesley still couldn't accept it, just giving up like this. Stephen stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing into slits, his not giving up. But rather, in this realm, whatever Allison wanted, he could give. Won't this cause hidden troubles in the long run? Wesley frowned. Can one really allow someone else to sleep beside them? Looking deeply at him, Stephen asked, why can't we tolerate? Just as the words left his mouth, Wesley froze, realizing something, and swallowed the rest. Indeed, it was possible. I'm blushing for you. Wesley raised his sleeve. Rochelle approached Barak, holding a scroll emitting golden light, and softly said, Alison is still young. I think it would be better if the scrolls of the realm stayed with you for now. Barak regained his senses, glanced at it, and shook his head. It wouldn't be right to keep it here either. Give it to her. Why? Rochelle was quite surprised. This is supreme authority. Surely it should be entrusted to someone like you. Someone like me? Barak chuckled, sidelong glance at her. Someone like me is also nothing much. End of main story. Alison and Barak Extra Chapter 1. The succession ceremony of Zhouxiao's ruler made heaven bustling for more than 9 days. Those who knew celebrated with feasts. But there were also some minor immortals who, confused, tugged at the sleeves of others asking, why let a young girl take charge? He happened to pull Elijah, who had barely returned from the West Sea and was resting by the teacup. The sudden tug nearly spilled his tea. Glaring irritably, Elijah retorted, what's wrong with a young girl? If you're dissatisfied, issue a challenge, and seize that position. How dare I? The minor immortal pouted, who doesn't know she has Barak protecting her. But Barak is Barak, and she is she. Relying solely on Barak's protection, the position of ruler might as well belong to Barak. Not just him, but many harbored similar thoughts, so Alison's ascension wasn't unanimously approved among the deities. Elijah snorted, without further argument, placed down his teacup, and continued towards 10 Directions Cloud Sea with his fish basket. Recently, a fierce beast had appeared in 10 Directions Cloud Sea, stirring up storms, disrupting the peace of Zhouxiao. Previously, Yonatan tried to capture it, but its unpredictable movements and immense power prevented him from succeeding. Vincent suggested using red fish from the West Sea as bait, setting a trap to lure the beast. Thus, Elijah went to catch a basketful of West Sea red fish. Catching fish wasn't difficult, but the area near the West Sea previously had grievances with Barak. After Alison's ascension, they became even more resistant towards Zhouxiao, making this trip considerably taxing. If he managed to catch the beast, Elijah thought, he would ask Alison to record his effort. Riding clouds, Elijah reached 10 Directions Cloud Sea. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, he saw Alison wearing a sea and mountain long dress, draped in rosy gauze, cuddling a small beast, trying to coax Barak. Don't be angry, see how cute it is, where is it fierce? Barak's face was stern, coldly glaring at her. Alison shrank her neck, swallowing, and explained, when I left, you were sleeping soundly. I couldn't wake you for such a small matter. A small matter? Barak glanced at the creature in her arms and sneered, an ancient divine beast like the Udaigo, is this a small matter? Why not? Alison pouted, holding up the small beast before him. Look, I caught it so easily. There was no need for you to get involved. No need for you. His gaze turned even colder, filled with annoyance. Sensing someone nearby, he flung a stream of divine fire straight at them. Elijah was taken aback, dodging sideways, laughing while scolding. You two are arguing but choose to hurt an innocent bystander. What's the point? Nonsense. Yonatan approached from the side, whispering, do you really think he could bear to harm Alison? Isn't that unreasonable? Elijah was furious, but as his anger grew, he felt something amiss. Udaigo? The ancient divine beast Udaigo symbolized royal authority, skilled in manipulating weather and celestial phenomena, possessing immense strength. It had once committed sky-splitting offenses and enjoyed eating red fish from the West Sea. It reappeared in the world. Looking at the sharp-eared, big-eyed, six-tailed little beast in Alison's hands, Elijah's eyes filled with doubt. Really? Really? Yonatan chuckled lightly. Just now, it almost tore a crack through the sky over 10 Directions Cloud Sea before being caught by immortal Alison. Elijah. Alison cradled the little creature, noticing its snarling face, and couldn't help but roughly rub its little head. Lost the fight and still daring to be fierce? The Udaigo, which had dominated the heavens for so long, had never been treated so casually. It immediately spat a ball of fire at Alison. Then it got scorched by an even larger flame from Alison, burning off its fur. You can even spit fire, Alison marveled, rubbing the ashes off its body, excitedly asking, what else can you do? Udaigo. The seemingly gentle girl spewed divine fire, burning it until it stopped snarling or puffing up, allowing her to rub its head obediently. Barak vanished without a word, his figure disappearing into the cloud sea. Alison sensed it but didn't look up, continuing to rub the Udaigo. She smiled sweetly at Elijah. Where have you been? Your clothes smell of seawater. Elijah came back to his senses, looking at the powerless god beast in her hands, finally bowing respectfully. To Immortal, I passed by the West Sea and happened to catch some fish. Hearing this, the Udaigo became hungry, its eyes lighting up as it nudged Alison's hand with its sharp snout. Alison looked down, feeling helpless. Those are fish someone else caught. Why are you asking me for them? Give it. Elijah released his basket of fish in front of Alison. Alison nodded in gratitude, then lifted the little beast by the scruff of its neck. There's no free meal in the world. If you eat these, stay by my side as my belt clasp, okay? The Udaigo was originally meant to be a clasp for someone destined by heaven, but after tens of thousands of years of wild living, it wasn't keen on returning to service. But those red fish smelled so good. After hesitating for a moment, the Udaigo reluctantly nodded. So, Alison let go, letting it dive into the basket to feast. Is immortal Alison injured? Elijah examined her closely. This little beast does have some skills. No, she waved her hand, somewhat troubled. Just Barak is angry, so I'll have to coax him well. After succeeding him, she had daily trivial matters to deal with, barely having time to accompany him. Finally getting a nap together, she secretly slipped out to catch the divine beast and got caught by him. This was adding insult to injury. He had every reason to be angry. Sighing softly, Allison picked up the basket of fish and waved them goodbye. Please excuse me, I'm going back. Take your time, immortal. Both bowed in unison. Once her figure disappeared into the cloud sea, Yonatan sighed in relief, wiping sweat off his brow. You didn't see earlier, immortal Allison's prowess has improved quite a bit. Prowess? Elijah was surprised. She did this herself. Yes, Yonatan pursed his lips, without using any spells. Elijah. Recalling what the little immortal said by the teacup and observing the battle scars left in 10 Directions Cloud Sea, Elijah suddenly felt that even without Barak, others might not be able to bully immortal Allison. But, how come these two seem to have a rift? Barak isn't that petty, right? Have you heard any rumors? He asked Yonatan discreetly. Yonatan stood solemnly, reprimanding him upon hearing the question. A mighty celestial god shouldn't gossip behind people's backs. Then he leaned closer and whispered, we have a true lord who comes from Stephen Shench's sect, being Allison's senior brother. Recently, he's been frequenting Heavenly Gate often, possibly stirring up jealousy. Extra Chapter 2 of Allison and Barak. A true lord from Chen family's sect. Elijah thought, and a figure came to his mind. Harry? Yonatan nodded with a smile. Harry was exceptionally talented, ascending to the rank of xiuxian in just 300 years. He now practiced golden daoist magic, mastering all iron weapons under heaven, making him a capable general under Yonatan's command. He was extremely diligent and had outstanding abilities but worked too hard, rarely having time to spare. At first, Yonatan thought it was youthful ambition, but later he realized that Harry was working so fast only to report more frequently to Heavenly Gate to meet immortal Allison. Undeniably, this method left no room for criticism. Even Barak, if displeased, could not take action against him. But Allison suffered every time she finished her chores and turned around only to bump into an iceberg. The iceberg was very angry but would never admit it. Where are you going? Allison caught up to Barak with a fish basket, asking breathlessly. Barak didn't turn back, to stay at 7-colored Immortal Mountain for a few days. Grabbing his finger, Allison caught her breath and chuckled. Why are you going there again? Weren't you just there recently? The spiritual energy there is abundant, suitable for cultivation, Barak replied expressionlessly. Is the spiritual energy here not abundant? She mumbled softly. There's also immortal due to drink. The ghosts of Elise's lineage have moved to Kathleen's island, which means the spiritual energy there not only includes fairy essence but also grievance, suitable for someone like me who practices both god and demon arts. Withdrawing his hand, Barak finally looked down at her, even cracking a slight smile. You've been busy lately. You will soon attend Chen family's reports. It won't hurt for me to go into seclusion for some time. Allison grabbed his hand, trying to suppress a laugh. Why are you sulking again? No matter how busy things get, I will always be with you. Yonatan's reports. Brother Pat has heavy responsibilities, and he has many tasks. This can't be blamed on him. It's not his fault, nor yours, he interrupted her calmly. I'm not angry either. Not angry? Allison couldn't help but roll her eyes. This ancient god acted harder to pacify than a human teenager when upset. His hand started to pull away again. Allison tightened her fingers and puffed her cheeks. No. Barak raised an eyebrow. Even cultivating isn't allowed. The sovereign of 9 heavens sure has great authority. Frustrated, Allison bit his hand. If you're not angry or jealous, then I am. I don't want you to be with Elise on the same immortal island, and I don't want you to leave me. Consider me selfish, I want both this world and you. As she spoke, her eyes welled up. Lately, with seasonal changes, there has been a plague on Earth. There are also conflicts between the 9 heavens and the West Sea. Piles of documents fill my desk. I squeezed 2.5 days' work into 2 days just to steal a half-day break with you. Who knew you Daigo would pop up? I saw this thing in a dream. If I keep it as my waist clasp, it won't cause chaos. If I told you, it would seem like I'm using your high cultivation to imprison divine beasts. I wanted to do it myself. In the future, when people mention me, they should not say I'm a little immortal protected by God Barak. I want to stand beside you, not behind you. I know you're powerful, and you worry about me, but can you please stop being moody? By this point, tears were brimming in her eyes. Barak's heart skipped a beat. His demeanor softened instantly as he wiped away her tears with his thumb, pursing his lips. I already said I'm not. His tone became softer, tinged with concession and helplessness. Allison stared at him with tearful eyes. Sighing lightly, he shook his head and pulled her into his arms, rubbing the back of her neck. As the sovereign of the 9 heavens, you shouldn't cry like a little girl. I am one, she mumbled into his chest. Today I turned 18. Barak was taken aback, calculating swiftly. Indeed, if counted from the day she successfully formed her soul, today was her 18th birthday. How did he pick this day to sulk? Shaking his head and laughing slightly, Barak picked her up in one arm and the fish basket in the other, heading towards Heavenly Gate. Is there anything you want? Yes. She dried her tears and looked up. I want to eat longevity noodles cooked by you. Barak. Looking at her quizzically, he couldn't help but ask, are you really that desperate? He knew exactly how terrible his cooking was. I just want to eat it, Allison murmured softly. In the human world, my mother always made me longevity noodles for my birthdays. Fine, Barak thought, it's just a bowl of noodles. Even if it tastes bad, it can't be that terrible. Since she wants it, he could try. But, considering it was for her birthday, he needed to make it grander. As soon as this idea struck him, the various immortal sects were in trouble. The Zhun family's fine wood, the Zhu family's good fire, the Qian family's pot of 9 celestial elements, the Khan family's 9 heaven water. Barak visited them all, and these items obediently ended up in his arms without him even asking. Won't it seem like I'm being overly aggressive? He considerately asked the leaders of the various immortal sects. They all shook their heads repeatedly. How could it be? It's an honor for us when Lord Li needs to use our things. With only the best ingredients, the noodles couldn't possibly turn out badly. The news that Lord Li was going to cook spread quickly, and a crowd of idol gods gathered to watch the spectacle. He busied himself on the makeshift stove outside Palace Shangbing, using all sorts of treasures, with golden immortal lights flickering constantly, drawing applause from the audience. However, after an hour, the longevity noodles came out completely devoid of any aroma. Not a trace, none at all. Barak looked down at what wasn't even properly noodle-like in his bowl and fell silent. Lord Li. Vincent spoke softly. Human noodles need to be stretched into thin threads before cooking. They can't just be thrown in whole. And you should add some salt and oil. And some vegetables and meat. Anne. You want to do it yourself? Barak interrupted with a forced smile. Vincent felt a chill down his spine and kept quiet. The other gods scattered as well, watching him carry this concoction toward Heavenly Gate. Alison was listening to Harry explain the recent plague situation on Earth when she suddenly smelled something peculiar. It was like something had been cooked but still retained a raw quality. She froze, gesturing for Harry to pause, then rose and ran to the door. Sure enough, Barak was there, holding a bowl of something. Done, she smiled and reached out to take it. Instinctively, Barak dodged her hand, glanced at Harry standing inside, and whispered, "You can see it later." "But I'm hungry," she pouted. "You made it for me, why hide it? Give it to me." In transit, Barak had thought the dish would look better with familiarity. After all, noodles are noodles, cooked in flour, looking mostly the same. But standing at the palace entrance, catching a glimpse of Harry's curious expression, Barak suddenly felt uncomfortable and lifted the bowl higher. "Aren't you busy? Eat after you're done." Alison laughed helplessly, pulling his arm down. "It won't delay me." As she took the bowl, Barak looked away, glancing nervously at her reaction, his neck stiffening. Yet, upon seeing the contents of the bowl, she didn't show much reaction, treating it like ordinary noodles, smiling as she sniffed it. "How long did it take?" she asked him with sparkling eyes. Feeling oddly embarrassed, Barak vaguely waved his hand. "Not long, just a few incense sticks." "Thank you, Lord Li." She bowed politely and pulled his hand, trying to lead him inside. Barak stood still, humming softly, "I have other places to go, eat well." Then he turned and walked away without looking back. Alison raised an eyebrow but didn't try to stop him. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, she entered the hall holding the bowl. Harry glanced at the bowl, slightly frowning, about to advise her not to eat it, but saw her calmly pick up the dough lump and bite into it. "Continue," Alison mumbled. Stunned, Harry frowned more deeply. "Pay attention to your health." "My health is fine," Alison smiled, naturally pouring some broth from under her desk into the bowl and taking another bite, nodding contentedly. "Lord Li truly is exceptional. Kneading the dough makes it so firm. This chewiness must have taken over an hour of kneading. Could this be praised?" Harry looked puzzled. "Is this actually tasty?" "Very tasty." Another bite. Alison's eyes softened. As someone who doesn't consume grains, for him to make such good noodles is no small feat. Pausing, she looked at Harry again. "When seeking a partner in the future, you should find someone as affectionate and righteous. Life will be richer with such a person by your side." Harry's hand tensed slightly in his sleeve. He lowered his eyes. "I'm not in a hurry." Alison smiled and continued eating without further comment. She enjoyed it immensely, every bite heartfelt. In less than an incense stick's time, the entire large clump of dough was gone, even the soup finished. A fresh breeze suddenly blew into the hall, carrying the fragrance of spring flowers, refreshing the soul. Alison patted her stomach, sighing happily, looking out at the willow trees outside the window. "You don't need to come so frequently," she said softly. "Reviving the Khan family is the priority now. Only when the Khan family thrives can the balance among the 5 elements sects be restored. So, if the Qian family comes too often, it might not be appropriate." Harry stiffened slightly, raising his eyes. "Do you not wish to see me?" Alison raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother, what do you mean? This is the Heavenly Gate, not a place for senior and junior siblings to meet." Harry lowered his head. This subordinate overstepped. Letting out a soft sigh, Alison bent her head and continued reading through the dossier he had handed over until she finished annotating it, then handed it back to him. "I heard that Lord Luther is organizing the selection of a celestial partner for senior sister Elspeth. If you have time, why don't you look into this on my behalf?" The dossier wrapped in her divine energy floated over into his arms. Harry reached out to catch it, feeling heavy-hearted. "Will you not be observing it yourself, my lady?" "I can't as I wish." Alison smiled, pointing towards the Heavenly Gate outside. As the ruler of the 9 heavens, how could she go out frequently? Harry gazed in the direction she indicated, his emotions complex. He very much wanted to ask if Alison ever regretted taking up this position and if she was truly happy. However, seeing the meticulous annotations in the dossier, he fell silent. The person who sat here seemed no longer the little junior sister who used to pester him for favors or to skip work. She showed no signs of artificial emotions and no intention to hide under anyone's wings to live on. Stowing away the dossier, Harry replied with a hoarse voice, giving her a slight bow. "Understood." He retreated, his steps heavy but dared not stop. Alison watched him leave with a smile. Once his presence was completely gone, she stood up and pushed open the carved window next to the main hall. Barak stood outside, his back to her, seemingly admiring the willows in the courtyard. She chuckled softly, leaning on the windowsill and waving at him with a hey. Barak turned around, looking as leisurely as though he just passed by, appearing languid and casual. Alison's smile widened. What a coincidence, Your Excellency, why are you here? Barak answered earnestly, the trees in your yard reflect the state of the world. I'm checking how the willows in the mortal realm grow this year. Oh, Alison raised an eyebrow. Then may I ask, how are they growing? Very well, he nodded, then walked over to her slowly. The base of the hall was built high, so Alison, leaning on the windowsill, could look directly into his eyes. The laughter in her eyes was like sunlight shining on a summer lake, wrapping around him gently, filling him with joy. Trying to keep calm, Barak looked at her and said, the mortals should be growing well this year too. Tilting her head, Alison asked, anything else? Anything else? Barak's gaze shifted slightly, sweeping past the empty bowl on her desk and the desolate hall behind it, pursing his lips. Also, do you have any free time? Got it, she smiled. Is there something you need, Your Excellency? Nothing. After uttering these two words, he fell silent, appearing calm and composed. Sighing helplessly, Alison reached out, grabbed his hand over the windowsill, and scolded affectionately, is it so hard to say you're happy? Clearly having been eavesdropping, he was so happy that all the flowers in the courtyard were blooming, yet he still put on a serious face for her, which felt odd. I wasn't. Barak twisted his neck. There's nothing particularly joyful today. Pouting, Alison straightened up, intending to pull away from him. Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, he lifted her off the windowsill. Startled, she hurriedly held onto him tightly, both laughing and crying, why not use the door? Why the window? You told me to pay attention to decorum the other day, now you're acting undignified yourself. Barak huffed lightly and pressed her down into the flower bed beneath the willow tree, trapping her tightly. You only need to mind decorum with others. I'm used to being undignified. Feeling both angry and amused, Alison struggled. You clearly said you weren't angry before. I also said I didn't love you. Did you believe that? He narrowed his eyes. Speechless, Alison laughed and kissed him lightly. Barak was about to lecture her when unexpectedly she kissed him, causing his ears to slowly turn red. His movements froze, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Alison found it peculiar, cupping his face closely. Your Excellency has always bullied me, yet today your skin is so thin. Just one kiss did this. Shut up. He cast a barrier, biting her earlobe, feeling vexed. Tai Shong Haddon and the rest who were spectating followed me all the way here, and I forgot to cast a barrier earlier. Alison. Her face also blushed red as she tried to get up, but Barak pressed her down again. Too late. The barrier is already cast. How could this be? Kissing and suddenly casting a barrier, what would this look like if it spread? Alison quickly tried to stand and lower the barrier, but the person above her laughed softly. Let it go. You're the one letting it go, breaking rules. The entire celestial gate will break its rules. Elspeth sighed. Story 1. Everyone in the 9 heavens knew that Lord Luther loved his daughter dearly upon finding her, not only recognizing her at a grand banquet but also arranging a celestial mate selection for Elspeth when she turned 1,000 years old. Your father is about to go into seclusion. If you have a celestial partner by your side, it will set my mind at ease, Lord Luther said earnestly. I know young people these days don't like following their parents' wishes, and I won't force you either. Look around at the talented youths in the 9 heavens, if there's no one you like, then forget it. As he spoke, he carefully observed Elspeth's expression, afraid she might be unhappy. However, Elspeth was indifferent. Having an additional person around her made little difference, and if her father wanted her to have a companion, then so be it. So she replied, Father can decide as he wishes. Lord Luther was pleased but felt somewhat guilty afterward. Elspeth was so well behaved, just like Alison's age when they should be defying rules and pursuing freedom. Yet, she always stayed calm and quiet, either practicing cultivation, reading books, or cooking. Whenever he made any request, she never argued and simply agreed, which left him worried over time that she might be holding back her true feelings. After hesitating for a moment, Lord Luther probed, Have you met any deities here in the 9 heavens who caught your eye? Elspeth lowered her head, thinking for a while before replying, apart from little junior sister Alison, I haven't really noticed any other deities. She hadn't left Lord Luther's island much after helping Alison return to life, but Alison did visit her every few decades. Logically, this answer made sense, but hearing it in this context made Lord Luther turn green with embarrassment. Lord Barak has been getting more domineering recently, don't get any wrong ideas. Elspeth. Where did that come from? Unable to laugh or cry, she stood up. You can choose whomever you wish, Father, I have no objections. The tea leaves outside need to be collected, I'll take my leave now. Watching her retreating figure, Lord Luther felt both heartache and melancholy. What a fine young lady she was, why had she taken a liking to deity Alison? Without Lord Barak around, he could have helped negotiate, but with Lord Barak. Thinking of the recent incident where Lord Barak single-handedly apprehended the Dragon King of the West Sea and turned him into a carp in the Heavenly Gate, Lord Luther shuddered and decided to find her another suitable deity. Harry, following Alison's instructions, delivered the list of unpaired deities in the 9 heavens to Lord Luther's hands. After poring over it under lamplight for 3 days, he found someone suitable. Form a celestial partnership. Bragong was feeding his divine beast when he heard this and laughed. Am I so desperate as to split my cultivation with someone else? That's not how it works, Ricky waved his fan. Though you share your cultivation, you gain a companion so you're not alone anymore. Gong spat disdainfully and pouted. No need. Knowing his temperament, Ricky didn't press further and simply remarked, I heard Lord Luther's daughter is quite beautiful. How many deities are ugly? Even if they were, they can easily transform themselves into stunning beauties, Gong said with a smile, cupping the head of his divine beast. Kong sang, turn into a beauty. The divine beast lowed and instantly transformed into a delicate girl nestled in his arms. Ricky chuckled, putting away his fan. I've delivered the message, the rest is none of my concern. Not staying. The divine beast reverted to its original form, and Gong continued feeding it celestial fruits. As he fed it, he grew irritated. Lord Luther's daughter was senior sister to deity Allison. If she really fancied him, would she try to force a celestial partnership on him? Mortal tales often featured arranged marriages forced upon people. Was it his turn now? A chill ran down his spine as Gong became wary. Whatever Allison managed to govern, within a few centuries, the nine heavens regained its former order and prosperity. The realms of the netherworld and the human world were redrawn, including the 1,000 fathoms beneath the sea to the netherworld, bringing a period of stability. In this tranquil period, many deities started indulging in trivial matters, organizing parties and feasts over insignificant things. Gong, as the leader of the Jun clan, couldn't avoid being invited to these banquets. At one such banquet, he saw Lord Luther's daughter. Graceful and fair-skinned, she indeed was beautiful. Unfortunately, she seemed too intent on catching his attention, constantly hovering near him as if afraid he wouldn't notice her. Suppressing a cold sneer, Gong lowered his gaze to his wine. He disliked her and nothing she did would change that. Elspeth, however, paid her no heed. It was Harry's birthday feast, and she was busy serving dishes and drinks, too preoccupied to notice who sat behind the tables. Still, Master Brother kept insisting she deliver food and drinks to the same table. Could these deities eat so much, transforming into gluttons? Curious, as she served the last dish, Elspeth glanced up. Oh, Gong, the deity who frequently fought with Lord Barrack. Retracting her gaze, Elspeth thought that those who loved to fight consumed spiritual energy quickly, and it wasn't a big deal for them to eat more. Thus, she withdrew. Gong, receiving the dish from her hand, was slightly dazed. Nowadays, female immortals were so brazen in luring someone. Not only did she deliver 12 dishes to him but also glanced at him while serving. Elspeth's eyes were indeed beautiful, clear and gentle like a crescent moon with a halo of light. When she raised her eyes, there wasn't any coquettishness, just straightforward and curious, like the celestial deer he had encountered in the beast forest of Buzhou Mountain. Putting down the plate, Gong thought that even if she were a celestial deer, she shouldn't expect to share his cultivation. However, the appetizers served during this banquet were truly delicious, and he rarely ate until he was full. Then, staring at the leftover meat in the plate, he hesitated whether to take some back for Kong Sang. Just as he was thinking, Harry called out to him, Huan Gong. Reining in his thoughts, Gong looked up and saw Harry handing over a food box, bowing with respect and saying, I heard the divine beast in your residence loves meat very much. My junior sister prepared some, if you don't mind, please take it back. Harry's junior sister was exactly Elspeth. She was quite considerate, even knowing what the divine beast he kept liked to eat. Gong raised an eyebrow, staring at the food box for a moment before saying irresistibly, the divine beasts I raise are all stingy and dislike it when I get the scent of others on me. Taking these would probably make them unhappy. Being men, Harry naturally understood his implications, immediately took back the food box, and smiled gently, then let it be. Standing up and nodding his head, Gong left the banquet gracefully. But as he walked, he felt a bit guilty. Was what he said too direct? The girl meant well, and being rejected like this must have hurt her a lot. In the following days, Gong didn't see Elspeth again. Occasionally thinking of her, he could only remember her gentle eyes and the delicious dishes on the table. Kathy's heavenly tribulation came soon after 300 years. Barrack wouldn't protect her during the heavenly tribulation, but watching helplessly might make him unable to hold back, so he deliberately went into seclusion before the scheduled date. The heavenly tribulation was fierce, seemingly trying to strike Kathy to death, yet she endured it. After passing the tribulation, though heavily injured, she needed a month to recover. So, Can specially found the heads of the 5 major immortal sects to live temporarily in Heavenly Gate to handle matters on her behalf. Gong saw Elspeth again in Heavenly Gate. She wore a wajuobun hairstyle, dressed in flowing robes, and held a bowl of soup walking from the corridor to the main hall, looking somewhat anxious, yet each step was quick and steady, like a drifting cloud. For no reason, he glanced at her a few more times. It wasn't that he had any intentions, it's just, he felt that the soup she was holding must be very tasty. Lord. Someone next to him called him, eyeing curiously. Gong snapped back to reality, coughed lightly, waved his hand, and continued forward. The 5 ruling deities lived in the administrative platform, originally not needing anything to eat, as they could cultivate with their celestial chi. However, one deity whimsically suggested having some earthly soup to understand the mortal world, thus some lesser deities sought Elspeth for help. In the entire Heavenly Gate, only Elspeth knew how to cook mortal meals. Elspeth readily agreed, since she cooked for Kathy every day anyway, making a little extra was no big problem. But the manpower in Heavenly Gate was always insufficient, requiring her to send meals to various deities thrice a day, so she helped with this task. She often did this kind of work in her sect, very proficiently. The difference was the recipients changed from junior disciples to several high-ranking deities. These deities were quite stern and didn't chat with her much, so Elspeth mostly kept her head down, placed the food, and left. Again a daily menu of 3 dishes and a soup. Yonatan found himself, smiling warmly as he watched Elspeth leave the room, then turned his smile towards Bray Gong who pretended to be busy with nothing else. You don't usually like eating these things, he arched an eyebrow. Why do you go out of your way to trouble the young lady? Tossing aside a pile of processed documents, Bray Gong stood up and walked to the dining table, humming softly, when did I say I didn't like it? Since immortal Kathy ascended to power, we've all developed a taste for mortal food here. Now that I'm forced to work, can't I at least eat? Yonatan laughed meaningfully, you know I didn't mean it that way. Spitting at him, Bray Gong sat down and started eating, lifting his chopsticks, whatever you mean is useless. I don't need a celestial partner. Oh, alright, Yonatan replied with a slight disappointment. I thought we could celebrate your happiness together. Dream on, Bray Gong rolled his eyes. He just loved the meals she cooked. He could eat them here, why should he bother to form a celestial partnership? However, Elspeth might genuinely want to be with him. The meals grew increasingly delicious and abundant, and she even mastered the art of playing hard to get. After delivering meals punctually every day, they suddenly stopped after 10 days. Bray Gong knew well about this kind of coquettish trick, she was trying to tempt him to seek her out. To be honest, such tactics were not appealing to him, and he was not willing to fall for it. However, after waiting left and right, the person indeed did not come. Sitting stiffly for half a xiuxian, 2 hours, Bray Gong held in his anger and finally got up and left the room. He wanted to see just how many tricks she had up her sleeve. Elspeth usually delivered food to Celine first before going to the council platform. But today, Celine stopped her. Senior sister, Lord Wesley sent me a message saying he's going to seclude himself soon, Celine said with a smile. Elspeth was taken aback, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Why does father have to make such a roundabout move? I've already said that whoever he chooses, I'll accept. This is exactly what scares Lord Shong, Celine pulled her over and sighed. He's afraid of making a wrong match that you might not like. What's there to like or dislike? Elspeth replied helplessly, I don't particularly value anyone much anyway. Whoever he picks is fine. Well then, Celine's eyes flickered, what do you think of Cans? Elspeth thought for a moment. Lord Cans has an ethereal appearance and exudes righteousness, but you don't need to say the latter part, just praising him is enough. Celine clapped her hands, my senior sister is the best maiden in all the 9 heavens, anyone matches well with you. But there are no buts. Celine insisted, you said it yourself, anyone he picks is fine. Don't belittle yourself. Cans was indeed the cultivator of the highest level she could think of. Choosing him would let Lord Wesley rest assured, and she would also be at ease. The only worry was that Elspeth might feel unworthy and refuse. Feeling unworthy was indeed true, but that wasn't what Elspeth wanted to say. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, but Celine blocked her each time. Eventually, Celine even pushed her out the door. It's settled. Go rest first. I'll reply to Cans. The door slammed shut in front of her, leaving Elspeth standing outside, laughing yet feeling helpless, somewhat flustered. Lord Cans was indeed an excellent deity, but Kanjiang had been admiring him for years. She couldn't take away someone else's love. She and Kanjiang had some acquaintanceship as well. It was Kanjiang who cured her when she was sick before, and she owed him favors. How could she bear to bully him? Just as she was feeling flustered, a puff of divine energy suddenly wafted from behind. Elspeth turned around sharply to see Bray Gong standing not far away, looking at her with a detached expression, as if he had been there for a long time. Her heart tightened, and she walked quickly toward him, looking up at him. Lord, why are you here? With a trace of sarcasm in his eyes, Bray Gong did not answer her question but asked instead, don't want to marry Cans? This matter, her face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze, there's a long story behind it. I'm just asking if you do or don't. I don't. At least she was straightforward and didn't play any more games. Bray Gong looked down at her, still a bit uncomfortable inside but endured it. Want to make a deal? Elspeth froze, staring at him blankly. Marry me, but we won't share a bed, he said indifferently. I can assure Lord Wesley that he can close himself off without worrying, protecting you so no one can touch you, but you have to cook for me every day. That was quite a good deal. Elspeth relaxed her brows and immediately smiled, okay. Agreeing so decisively, it was as if she had already dug a pit for him to jump into. Bray Gong felt even more irked, but before he could change his mind, she had already grabbed his arm and rushed to knock on Celine's door. Junior sister, junior sister. The door cracked open, revealing one wary eye of Celine. Senior sister? Quickly pulling Bray Gong over, Elspeth pointed at him. Can I marry him? Don't disturb Lord Cans. This statement made people even more uncomfortable. Bray Gong irritably asked, so afraid of disturbing him? Confused by his reaction, Elspeth glanced at him puzzledly. We're not related to him. Why shouldn't I avoid disturbing him? Realizing his tone was a bit off, Bray Gong pursed his lips and turned his head away, saying nothing. Celine opened the door fully, finding it very peculiar. Bray Gong is willing? Yes, he reluctantly acknowledged. Huh. Celine scratched her head. Then why did Yonatan tell me a few days ago that you didn't like my senior sister and refused to form a celestial partnership? Elspeth was taken aback, hesitantly looking at Bray Gong and letting go of his sleeve. Feeling the weight lift from his arm, Bray Gong glanced at her and grumpily said, changing your mind? Originally, he must have been unwilling to form a celestial partnership because he thought she would take part of his cultivation. Elspeth thought about it and felt relieved. Bray Gong had a straightforward temper, he wouldn't care about romance or affection. Hearing about forming a celestial partnership, he only thought it would diminish his cultivation, yet he loved eating the meals she prepared, which was why he came specifically to make a deal with her. With this in mind, she became worry-free and said with a smile to Celine, "Then it's settled. I'll go to the Moon-Old Island with him and ask you to inform father on my behalf." So eager. Celine raised an eyebrow. "No banquet?" Elspeth waved her hand. "We're just forming a celestial partnership, no need for a banquet." Her attitude was so carefree that it seemed as if she wasn't about to form a bond but just casually strolling through the market with someone. Celine saw this but didn't say anything more, merely nodding her head and then turning to Bray Gong. "Then may heaven forgive me, but should my senior sister be wronged, I will surely visit your prestigious immortal palace. Rest assured. It's just finding a cook, how could she possibly be wronged?" Bray Gong followed Elspeth to the Moon-Old Island without any hesitation. After being destroyed by Barak, the Moon-Old Island had been rebuilt with new additions such as the Bridge of Fate and the Cave of Love. Most deities visiting here looked blissful, happy to complete all these rituals. But Bray Gong was impatient, he glanced at Elspeth, afraid she might have other thoughts. However, this girl remained very calm, leading him straight to the pool of bonding, each drinking a sip of its water, completing their celestial partnership. "Please arrange a room for me in xiuxian Palace," Elspeth said as they left the Moon-Old Island. "My father will likely want to see it, please make sure it's well decorated." After forming the celestial partnership, a red string would appear on both wrists, allowing them to sense each other's emotions and come to each other's side when in trouble. Bray Gong stared at the red string on his wrist, noticing that the girl before him didn't seem particularly happy or excited, remaining completely indifferent. For some reason, he felt a bit lost. "You." He opened his mouth. "Are you not happy because of my previous request?" Elspeth turned back, shaking her head lightly. "Your Excellency overthinks it. Your request was reasonable, I'm not unhappy." "Isn't she sulking?" Bray Gong frowned, thinking that though she once showed interest in him, now that they had formed the celestial partnership, she was utterly calm, which was unusual. They parted ways in the 10 directions cloud sea. Bray Gong went back to prepare the room while Elspeth returned to brief Wesley. Wesley had always favored Bray Gong, he was the only one in the 9 heavens with such a steadfast character, even daring to defy Barak, capable of protecting Elspeth. So, when Elspeth came back with the red string, Wesley was overjoyed, preparing everything for his seclusion and dragging Elspeth to pick out dowry. In fact, immortals didn't usually have dowries, but Wesley doted on his daughter, buying her a lot of treasures according to mortal customs, stuffing them into large chests. Looking at them, Elspeth smiled. "These can stay in my bedroom, no need to take them along. Some are your cherished items, it's better not to lose them." Confused, Wesley asked, "Aren't dowries supposed to go with the bride according to your world's customs?" "Not everyone follows this custom." Elspeth helped him sit down, pouring him tea. "Bray Gong is a good person and won't mistreat me." Nodding in understanding, Wesley glanced at the luggage beside him, then the baggage. "Nothing needs to be brought, everything is prepared there," Elspeth replied. "If you're worried, you can check xiuxian Palace before you seclude yourself." Wesley felt comforted, believing that his daughter must have found someone who truly loved her, needing no further worries. But when the news reached Celine, she pouted. "My senior sister isn't moved," she muttered, just to satisfy senior deity Wesley. Barak was clipping her nails as she leaned against him. Hearing this, he remarked indifferently, "If they're willing to live together, it's none of your business." "I know, so I won't meddle." Shifting her body, Celine looked up at him. "But what if he bullies my senior sister?" Barak's eyes remained focused on her nail, not lifting his head. Who will bully whom, it's uncertain. Recalling Elspeth's determined look when she shielded him during his rage, Barak shook his head in amusement. The gentler a person, the fiercer their true nature. Bray Gong instructed the people of xiuxian Palace to tidy up a side hall next to the main hall as Elspeth's room. Yonatan found it amusing. "You really aren't kind-hearted. There are many splendid celestial residences behind, assigning her one would be grander. Why put her in a side hall?" "I like it this way," Bray Gong replied irritably. "Closer, convenient for delivering food." "Mind your own business." Fanning himself, Yonatan laughed. "I can't interfere, let's see how long you can hold on." "Who's holding on?" Bray Gong stroked the divine beast's head, humming softly, "Kong Sang, turn into a beauty." Kong Sang obediently transformed into a young maiden, cuddling affectionately into his embrace. Bray Gong, holding the person in his arms, suddenly felt much more confident. "See that? This is my sweetheart. Don't come up with any nonsense." Yonatan laughed, about to speak again when he caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. He paused, put away his folding fan, and nodded towards the figure in front of him. "What are you doing?" Bray Gong tightened his hold on Kong Sang. "You're managing who I hug. Did Luther give you some benefit?" Yonatan wiped his face and moved past him, smiling at the person behind. "How did immortal Elspeth come over?" Bray Gong froze for a moment before swiftly turning around. Elspeth had changed into a light purple long dress, her hair styled neatly, walking gracefully towards them and bowing. "Father said he would come to take a look. I'm afraid there might be something amiss here, so I came to report first." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the maiden in Bray Gong's arms, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. Feeling uneasy, Bray Gong immediately turned Kong Sang back to its original form. This is a divine beast." Elspeth smiled wryly. "My lord need not panic. My father still has a while before arriving." The young lady can leave now, no need to turn into a divine beast. It's not that, it really is a divine beast. It's fine. Elspeth interrupted him, I am not unreasonable. Bray Gong. Side story of Elspeth 4. Yonatan, being a longtime friend of Bray Gong, had never seen such an anxious expression on his face before. Bray Gong opened his mouth as if to explain further, but glancing at the red string on his wrist that showed no disturbance, he closed his mouth, looking somewhat annoyed. Finding it amusing, Yonatan generously offered, immortal Elspeth may not know, but Huan Gong enjoys raising divine beasts. This beast is indeed his pet, named Kong Sang, who can transform. Elspeth looked at Kong Sang in surprise and then smiled. It's because of my limited knowledge. Please forgive me, my lord. Bray Gong waved his hand coldly, no blame. Is this called no blame? Elspeth covered her burning red string on her wrist, staring at him with confusion. I'm just upset about something else, Bray Gong explained gruffly, averting his gaze. The string is unnecessary. After your father enters seclusion, feel free to remove it. All celestial partners wear a red string to sense each other's feelings and situations, even those who are merely in name only. No one would directly ask their celestial partner to remove the string, as it was too hurtful. However, Bray Gong made the request, and surprisingly, Elspeth didn't oppose it. She smiled and bowed, all right. Yonatan whistled in disbelief. Supreme God Luther arrived soon after. Bray Gong swept away his previous gloom, greeting Luther very gently and showing him around. They got along very well and even had dinner at xiuxian Palace. After a few cups of nectar, Luther dismissed Elspeth and gazed at Bray Gong with blurry eyes. My daughter is sensible and won't trouble you much. But sometimes she's too sensible. You must care for her more. Without hesitation, Bray Gong agreed and poured more wine for Luther. But watching the flowing nectar, he felt slightly vexed. Sensible? If Elspeth were truly sensible, she wouldn't have flirted with him and then acted like she didn't care, controlling her emotions perfectly as if she were calculating. They enjoyed a pleasant dinner, and as they parted, Luther placed Elspeth's hand in Bray Gong's palm. Take good care of yourselves during these centuries. Rest assured, Father, Elspeth smiled, Lord Supreme will not let me be wronged. Good, good. Nodding repeatedly, Luther rode off on a cloud, satisfied. Their hands separated the instant Luther disappeared. Bray Gong stared at Elspeth sternly, while she felt awkward, nodding politely, thank you, my lord. With a light humph, Bray Gong turned and returned to the main hall. Standing at the door, Elspeth felt bewildered. What had she done today to offend him? Thinking carefully, she couldn't find anything inappropriate. The red string on her wrist was still hot. Elspeth remembered Bray Gong's request and quickly removed it, wrapping it in a handkerchief and putting it in her sleeve. Their celestial partnership wasn't celebrated with a banquet or announced to all celestial sects, so when everyone noticed a female immortal staying at xiuxian Palace, they instinctively assumed it was a secret affair. The of 9 heavens is becoming more liberal. Liking someone means moving straight into their palace, impressive indeed. Who would disagree? Bray Gong is quite likable. Being the latest ascended god in charge of one of the 5 great sects, he's efficient and rapidly improving. If I were a female immortal, I'd love to be close to him. Rumors spread, not all of which were flattering, but Elspeth paid no mind, letting them slip through one ear and out the other, continuing to deliver 3 meals a day to Bray Gong. Unluckily, Bray Gong heard some of these comments while on business. He found it annoying. Even if Elspeth was like a chef who only knew to deliver meals to him and spoke no more than 5 sentences in a day, she was still someone who had shared the marriage water with him. No matter how distant their relationship was, they were under the same roof. How could he just let her be defamed like this? So, when he returned to xiuxian Palace, he wandered over to the side hall. Supreme God. Elspeth was sewing a robe and was somewhat surprised to see him. Do you want some pastries? Why would I eat so much? I'm not the cleansing altar messenger. He rolled his eyes without good temper and sat on the stool beside her, glancing at the robe in her hands. It was a man's long gown, dyed in indigo blue that he liked. His brows softened slightly as he cleared his throat and spoke in a gentler tone. After things at the West Sea are settled, I wish to hold a banquet here at xiuxian Palace. Elspeth nodded obediently. If Supreme God needs any dishes, just let me know in advance. Bray Gong choked, feeling both amused and distressed. I don't need you to cook, I want you to attend. Elspeth blinked, puzzled. You and I have formed a celestial partnership, but we haven't announced it to everyone. Even though it's only a show, your reputation matters. Just a simple banquet, it wouldn't take much effort. Her heart stirred a bit, and Elspeth was quite surprised. In her impression, Bray Gong didn't seem to like her very much. Every day when she went to deliver food, he didn't look too happy. Even if she tried to speak less and left after placing the food, he was still displeased. She thought he wanted nothing to do with her. She never imagined he would care about her reputation enough to hold a banquet for them. This person doesn't seem as unreasonable as she thought. Smiling gently, Elspeth nodded, thank you, Supreme God. She paused, feeling embarrassed, and quickly added, once this robe is finished, shall I make one for Supreme God as well? Though it might not be as exquisite as those conjured, it won't cost any divine power to maintain. That sounds good, wait. Bray Gong suddenly looked at the robe in her hands, squinting his eyes. Who is this for? For elder brother. Elspeth explained with a smile. Lately, elder brother has been involved in many battles, so his robes wear out quickly. He specially bought materials from the mortal world and asked me to make him several sets. His expression darkened immediately, coldly watching the robe. He has no celestial partner, yet he orders my people around. The last 3 words made Elspeth's heart skip a beat, and her face flushed. She hastily calmed herself down, afraid of upsetting him further, trying to remain calm. It's a small favor. We're fellow disciples of the same sect, this isn't much. After a pause, she added, if Supreme God likes it, I can also make more for you. I don't need it. Flipping his sleeve, Braegong turned and walked away. You can make more for him if you want. He was angry again. Elspeth clicked her tongue, scratching her earlobe with slight frustration. Braegong was actually a good god, but he had a short temper and got angry easily. She wasn't familiar with him and didn't know how to console him. Anger harms the body, she muttered quietly, looking at his retreating back, then picked up the robe and continued humming while embroidering bamboo leaves on it. Side Story 1. When Braegong's invitation arrived at the Heavenly Gate, Sherry was taking medicine. The conflict between the West Sea and the 9 Heavens couldn't be resolved, causing numerous troubles. She had been busy for half a month and finally collapsed due to exhaustion. Barak sat by her bedside, his face grim, silently feeding her the medicine given by a lesser deity. You shouldn't be upset, Sherry winked at him while drinking the medicine. I didn't mean to get sick. Who knew being a deity would still result in catching a cold from the wind? Being a mortal body, staying up all night for half a month, and going out to blow in the cold wind right after work, how could she not catch a cold? Barak felt aggrieved, recalling the West Sea. His eyes narrowed slightly. The seas had always been governed by the dragon clans. After he captured the West Sea Dragon King and brought him to the Heavenly Gate, the new Dragon King succeeded and united the other sea dragons, refusing to pay tribute or report, leading to floods submerging hundreds of villages, summer droughts, winter floods, making life miserable for coastal cities. This had put the West Sea in opposition to the 9 Heavens for over a century. Because the issue was so complex, Sherry had been using indirect methods to negotiate with them. After barely persuading them to temporarily spare the coastal cities, the East Sea Dragon King demanded that all coastal human cities pay tribute to the sea. This touched the of the 9 Heavens, which neither Sherry nor the 5 great sects agreed to, reigniting the conflict. Barak usually didn't meddle in such matters, but today, he was truly unhappy. After giving her the last spoonful of medicine, Barak put the bowl down, softening his expression and said, Braegong is holding a celestial partnership banquet. According to etiquette, we should send gifts, but I don't like the fuss. Hearing this, Sherry perked up, shifting to lean against his shoulder, her eyes shining brightly as she asked, what should we give? Your senior sister's cultivation is shallow, and Braegong likes divine beasts. Going to the Buju mountain to catch a few rare beasts for them would be perfect, he probed her forehead. But if you're not better in 3 days, then you don't have to go. How could she miss her senior sister's wedding banquet? Sherry immediately sat up to meditate, smiling. I just have a bit of dizziness and sleepiness from a minor cold. I will surely be better in 3 days. Then cultivate your energy well. Barak swept his sleeve and stood up. I'll go catch the rare beasts. You'll go personally. Sherry was somewhat surprised. Barak replied unhappily, rare beasts are called rare because not anyone can catch them. Sherry closed her mouth. Barak's figure vanished at the door, and as the immortal breeze passed by, the carp in the pond vigorously flicked its tail, splashing several droplets of water. Recollecting her focus, Sherry continued meditating. It was odd, she felt uncomfortable from the cold, but there were no blockages in her meridians. After 1 round of cultivating, she felt drowsy and fell into a deep sleep. Elspeth had imagined the banquet to be a casual dinner with some fellow immortals, but unexpectedly, it was livelier than an earthly wedding ceremony. Divine beasts led the way, with countless immortals celebrating. She held Braegong's hand, walking toward the main hall, unable to prevent her steps from trembling. Sensing her unease, Braegong glanced at her, scared? Elspeth forced a stiff smile and whispered, isn't it too grand? At least I'm the leader of the Jean family, Braegong replied irritably. Do you want me to handle my own wedding casually? Elspeth obediently shut her mouth and tried to stay calm while going through the formalities. Though she was nervous initially, she eventually calmed down, knowing it wasn't a real celestial partnership, just like visiting a market. When it came time to drink the union wine, Braegong's Adam's apple moved as he examined her inconspicuously. She looked incredibly beautiful today. Her brows and eyes were painted with the faint red glow of sunset, her lips resembled spring blossoms, and a pearl hung above her forehead. Standing before him with her head lowered, she truly looked like a celestial maiden. To say he didn't feel anything would be a lie. After spending so much time together, even stone would stir. But Braegong was competitive by nature. He wouldn't admit defeat easily, especially not before a woman. The red string on his hand hadn't stirred, so he certainly wouldn't make the first move. Upon completing the ceremony, the two needed to embrace in front of all the immortals. His Adam's apple rolled harder. Braegong struggled to maintain his stern expression as he opened his arms toward her. Elspeth felt slightly awkward but knew she couldn't disappoint the guests. So, she naturally stepped forward, wrapping her arms around him. The thin fabric made her warmth quickly permeate through. Braegong's heart thumped uncontrollably, and he slowly placed his hands on her back. So soft, far softer than the beauties created by Kong Sang. He hesitantly shifted his gaze, gradually tightening his hold. This embrace should have ended soon after, but Elspeth waited for quite some time, and he showed no signs of letting go. Supreme God, she softly reminded. Braegong regained his senses, still holding her with one arm without loosening, while using the other to release a burst of fireworks. Pop, the dazzling lights fell across the dome. The guests watched, congratulated, took their seats, and began feasting. Elspeth, half-hugged in his arms, felt embarrassed. Will this always be like this? Yeah, he answered seriously. We can't let them see any cracks. Indeed, fake celestial partners should appear closer. Elspeth nodded, then glanced sideways at Sherry sitting at the upper table. She seemed very sleepy, yawning multiple times since arriving, and barely touched the dishes she usually loved. Worried, Elspeth tugged Bray Gong to her table. Junior sister, she asked with concern. Are you still sick? Sherry was nodding off but looked up at the sound of her voice, sniffing. No, I'm better now. Only because I'm better did Barrack let me come, but I've been tired lately and keep feeling drowsy. Reaching out to touch her forehead, Elspeth released Bray Gong's hand and hurriedly approached another table. Karnu, she whispered, can you examine my junior sister? Karnu was feeding fruits to a tongue spirit bird, and upon hearing her, he stood up. Beside him, Worley was leaning against him. When he stood, Worley staggered slightly, looking up discontentedly. What? Sherry doesn't feel well. I can't tell clearly. Could you lend me Karnu? Elspeth bowed. Worley, already half drunk, smiled, propping his chin. He isn't mine. Why do you ask to borrow him from me? Elspeth choked, blinking at Karnu, who smiled warmly. His tongue spirit bird spoke. Lady, lead the way. Just as he stepped forward, his sleeve was grabbed by Worley. Drunken higher gods never loved to be reasonable, and Worley especially. He grabbed Karnu's sleeve, not looking at him, but muttering to Elspeth, I don't feel well either. He sounded both angry and wronged, as if he was sulking. Elspeth knew this god wasn't sulking at her, he simply didn't have the courage to raise his head and look at the others. So, she just smiled and sighed. But the scene looked different from another person's perspective. They exchanged glances and talked cheerfully. Out of the corner of his eye, Bray Gong saw Elspeth walking away from him towards Worley, his face darkening. What important matter made her leave him for Worley right at this moment? Among the 5 immortal sects, Bray Gong disliked Barrack the most, and Worley came second. The latter appeared refined on the surface, but in reality, was very calculative, always using his gentle demeanor to deceive young girls. Elspeth, too, lacked discernment, often going over to him. He couldn't afford to get mad, they were only pretending after all. If he took it too seriously, it would seem like he was eagerly pursuing them. Taking a deep breath, Bray Gong withdrew his gaze and refused to look again. Before long, Elspeth returned with Karnu. His tongue spirit bird greeted Sherry familiarly. May the immortal be well. Sherry was almost asleep but opened her eyes with great effort. Millimeter. Karnu kneeled beside her, placing a pillow and silk handkerchief on the table. Realizing what to do, Sherry put her hand on them and couldn't help yawning again. After checking her pulse briefly, Karnu pulled his hand back. Why isn't Lord Barrack here today? Asked the tongue spirit bird, perched on his shoulder. He's at Buju Mountain, Sherry replied with half-closed eyes. He found some interesting beasts and sent someone to deliver these rare creatures to senior sister first. He wants to stay there for 2 more days. The tongue spirit bird hesitated. Didn't Lord Barrack check your pulse before he left? Check for what? Mumbled Sherry. He's not a doctor. Karnu suddenly remembered something and beckoned Gabby over, who was sitting nearby. If Princess has any request for Lord Barrack, go congratulate him first. He will surely grant your wish out of joy. Shihai Dragon King was still trapped in Heavenly Gate. Even if Gabby hated him, she didn't want him dead. She had been pondering how to beg forgiveness from Barrack. Hearing this, Gabby turned to Sherry, puzzled. You? Sherry was confused. Me? Immortal Sherry is pregnant with an immortal fetus. The tongue spirit bird pronounced each word clearly, for more than 2 months. Sherry. Everyone else. The Lord of 9 Heavens was pregnant with an immortal fetus. This news was so significant that all sounds of clinking dishes stopped. Sherry was dumbfounded. She and Barrack had been together for hundreds of years, and this never crossed her mind. Partly because she was still childlike, partly because Barrack never mentioned children. She thought immortals rarely conceived. Caught by surprise, she felt like laughing yet terrified. An immortal fetus, born with innate immortal bones, what would it be? Seeing her stiffened expression, Gabby and Elspeth quickly reacted. Elspeth swiftly removed inappropriate food from her table and ordered soup for her. Gabby squeezed Sherry's hand gently and whispered, I'll find Lord Barrack. This little girl was obviously panicked but dared not show it in front of everyone, trying to maintain a smile. Only getting Barrack back could calm her down. Gabby rushed to Buju Mountain first but found no trace of Barrack. Asking the land god, he said, Lord Barrack caught some rare beasts 3 days ago but stayed only an hour and headed east towards the East Sea. Her heart sank. Gabby glanced eastward. The 4 seas were under the Dragon Clan's jurisdiction, closely connected by blood. Hundreds of years ago, her father easily gathered hundreds of dragons to attack Stephen Immortal Sect. Sherry didn't dare declare war on dragons for fear of the domino effect. Yet they overlooked Barrack's specialty, massacre. Even though he hadn't touched his slaughter phoenix blade for centuries, being in a realm beyond the elements, his power remained immense. If he wanted to act, thousands of dragons' connections wouldn't matter. Gabby staggered toward the East Sea. Indeed, the sea wind was full of dragon blood smell. Hundreds of dragon corpses piled up on the shore like a dam blocking the surging seawater toward nearby cities. Barrack stood on the reef, red robe blazing fiercely, golden crows circling around him. Divine fire burned on the sea surface, unextinguished by water. Death or surrender, he asked for the 1001st time. The East Sea Dragon King knelt in front of him, face filled with rage, eyes brimming with fear. It was unreasonable. How could a god have such a heavy aura of slaughter? They were the precious dragon clan. Killing so many would incur heavenly retribution. Oh, how could she forget? The dragon clan had declared opposition to Xiu. Even if there was heavenly retribution, it wouldn't help them. Her heart in turmoil, Donghai Dragon King didn't reply for a long time. The man before her grew impatient. The blade of slaughter phoenix faintly shimmered. Lord. Gabby hurriedly called out to him. Barak paused, the murderous intent in his eyes receding slightly but still lingering as he held the knife tightly. Has she found out I'm here? He asked. Gabby shook her head, approaching in 3 steps and glancing at the few surviving Dragon Kings, then pressed her lips together. This immortal came on my own without informing Sherry. There's an important matter happening in Xiu. Please return as soon as possible. Barak chuckled lightly. Then let me finish quickly so I can return faster. Her scalp tingling, Gabby shook her head again. The dragons are rare and the only race that can control the seas. Please spare some of them, Lord. Are you stopping me? Barak smiled insincerely. Her blood froze for a moment as Gabby hastily said, too much killing disrupts karma. Since immortal Sherry is pregnant, this is the perfect time to accumulate good fortune. Please think twice. They're doomed no matter what. Barak coldly replied, after centuries, they haven't brought anything good either. With those words, he pushed Gabby aside, ready to continue. But just as he raised the knife, he paused. His mind slowly replayed Gabby's words, his eyes flickering as the crimson faded to a blank expression. What did you say? He turned to look at her. Gabby steadied herself and loudly repeated, Immortal Sherry is pregnant and waiting for you at the Jin family banquet. Barak. In one instant, the Dragon Kings trembled like lambs kneeling on the reef, and in the next, they felt like goldfish, swept up into sleeves and flying towards Xiu. Spare us, Lord. Donghai Dragon King finally couldn't hold back her cries. We wish to repledge allegiance to Xiu and stop causing trouble. Please let us return to the sea to handle our affairs. Barak paid no heed. He stared intently ahead, moving so fast it was like lightning, disappearing into Xiu in a blink. Chapter 5 Elspeth's Side Story. The joyous banquet in Xiu continued merrily. Due to the sudden news about immortal Sherry, everyone rejoiced, drinking freely with each other. Bray Gong held his wine cup in front of Worley's table, his eyes lowered as he scrutinized him. Worley usually didn't drink much, making his tolerance poor. Already tipsy, a few more cups left his gaze hazy. Do you harbor resentment, Lord Huan? He slurred. Bray Gong remained calm, finishing the wine in his cup and said, on such a joyful day, why would I be resentful? If you don't, why target me specifically? Worley asked confusedly. Putting down the wine cup, Bray Gong looked puzzled. Does it look like I'm troubling you? Dizzy, Worley held onto the table, both amused and exasperated. You ignore everyone else and come to force 12 cups of wine from me. If that's not trouble, it must mean you favor me. Pausing, he laughed. With your perfect immortal companion, it must be the former. Worley usually wasn't this talkative, but perhaps truly drunk, he began to babble. You still harbor resentment on a joyous day. Who knows what you're thinking? Although immortal Elspeth's cultivation isn't high, she has God Ji supporting her and is extraordinarily virtuous. You chose this union willingly, not because she forced you. Who needed to hear his praise for Elspeth? Bray Gong was growing impatient but seeing him nearly unconscious, decided against arguing further. Elspeth didn't force him into the union. Perhaps, he forced himself on her. Whoever proposed to her might get the same result. Yet, after all this time, the red thread connecting them remained untouched. Bray Gong suddenly felt a pang of loss, making the entire banquet seem forced. There was no sign of happiness or anticipation in Elspeth's eyes, and even now, despite drinking 2 jugs of wine, she didn't come to dissuade him. She stayed by immortal Sherry's side. Pouring another cup, Bray Gong drank deeply, getting a bit tipsy himself. Suddenly, a howl echoed from the sky, as if someone was rushing over with wind. Noticing it, the gods at the banquet immediately stood up and moved aside. Worley and Bray Gong were still sitting in their places, both severely intoxicated. They barely paid attention to the commotion around them. Watch out, someone shouted. Bray Gong vaguely lifted his head and saw a divine flame roaring past overhead. Neither had cast protective barriers, the fierce gusts swept over them, leaving them dazed and they tumbled somewhere unknown. Divine Lord, someone rushed anxiously toward Worley. Bray Gong lay on the other side, thinking that Worley was truly loved for his delicate looks and graceful demeanor far better than him, a mere warrior. Why not learn from others tomorrow? As he thought, someone helped him up. Divine Lord. Elspeth panted slightly, kneeling down halfway and holding him close, checking his pulse and eyelids, anxiously saying, why didn't you dodge? Startled, Bray Gong slowly opened his eyes. Several deities crowded around Worley, while this girl in front of him rushed to him without hesitation. Her usually calm face showed worry, her eyebrows knitted together. Relieved to see him awake, she glanced at the direction the divine flame flew off. Lord Barak should really know better than to rush about like this. Her hand was still around him, soft and trembling. Suddenly, Bray Gong no longer felt resentful. Confused, he lifted his hand and looked at the red thread still undisturbed, mumbling indistinctly, is this thing broken? Elspeth thought he was blaming her for not fulfilling her duties as his immortal partner. She hastily rolled up her sleeve, revealing her smooth wrist. You asked me to take it off last time, so I didn't wear it again, never expecting there would be danger even at a wedding banquet. Bray Gong. When did he ask her to take it off? Struggling to recall, he narrowed his eyes. It was when he lost face before Ricky and deliberately made her take it off to regain dignity. But who knew this person would actually follow through and not wear it again? No wonder there's been no reaction. He muttered, hearts are flesh after all, after spending so much time together, she should have grown fond of him by now. Instantly feeling more at ease, Braegong did not get up but closed his eyes again in her embrace. I'm drunk. Should I take you back? Elspeth asked. Braegong mumbled, placing his hand on her shoulder and leaning on her forced to rise shakily. Barak was already with Sherry, and there was nothing left for her to worry about here. Elspeth called some people from Shungjia Palace and carefully led Braegong to the rear hall. Perhaps because of excessive drinking, Braegong seemed in an excellent mood. Upon entering the rear hall, instead of resting, he pulled her to a display cabinet filled with treasures and magical artifacts, picking up a few high-quality ones and smiling. Do you like these? This person cherished his magical artifacts and divine beasts dearly. How could Elspeth say she didn't like them? She only nodded compliantly. They're wonderful treasures. Unexpectedly, Braegong pushed the artifact into her arms. It's yours. Elspeth. Divine Lord, she stammered. You should rest first. Do you think I'm drunk? Braegong scoffed. No, what I give you is yours. I won't take it back. After saying this, he dragged her to see the divine beasts in the courtyard, flying ones, walking ones, big ones, small ones. He picked each one and asked her, do you like this one? And this one? This one's beautiful but doesn't have much power. Want to touch it? Elspeth stared in disbelief. Many had warned her not to touch Braegong's artifacts or divine beasts, but no one told her that this man gave everything away when drunk. Would he regret it and kill her later? Stiffening, Elspeth chose silence, ignoring whatever else he offered, avoiding trouble. Seeing no response from her, Braegong felt a bit wronged. He looked around the beast enclosure, pushed aside a camel head, and placed her hand on his own head, somewhat mournfully. Choose me then, the last one, there's no other. Unable to hold back, Elspeth burst into laughter. Her laughter was charming, as if half the sky lit up. Braegong watched her fixedly, his eyes reflecting the light. I knew it, you still like me. Chapter 4 of Sherry and Barak's side story. Elspeth's heart skipped a beat at his words, feeling flustered. She averted her gaze, pulling her hand away hesitantly, trying to find something to say. But just as she opened her mouth, this person leaned his head against her shoulder, his tall figure bowing slightly, swaying unsteadily. He was thoroughly drunk. She swallowed her words and felt relieved. The nectar served at the banquet today was called immortal drunkenness. Even immortals would be intoxicated by it, and drunk words couldn't be taken seriously. Smiling, she shook her head and helped Braegong back to his room to rest, then sent someone to inquire about the situation at the banquet. Barak didn't even glance at the consequences of his reckless dash. He slowed down 3 feet away from Sherry, suppressing his killing intent and bloodiness. Even the armor on his robe dissolved, and when he stood in front of her, he was filled with a gentle breeze, looking serene. You're back. Sherry sat stiffly, trying hard to force a smile. Her face was slightly pale, and her eyes were moist, which made Barak frown. Then he bent down and asked her, want to go back? Yes, she replied softly. Barak reached out, and the barrier crashed down, isolating all the watching immortals outside. Sighing, he didn't care about her magnificent robe anymore, lifting her up directly and heading back to the heavenly gate. The person in his arms held onto his sleeve, seemingly calming down, and said somewhat bashfully, walking away like this, they'll laugh at me. As the Lord of 9 Heavens, I suddenly panicked. Barak pressed his lips together, answering hoarsely, we must leave. Otherwise, the immortals wouldn't only notice the panic of the Lord of 9 Heavens but also see him, the supreme god of Yongwu realm, panicking. For human couples, being pregnant might be a good thing, but for immortals here in 9 Heavens, it's a gamble. The divine fetus would devour the mother's immortal energy. If it's sensible, taking less, the mother might survive. But if it's like a mischief-making devil, the mother could lose her life. This is why 9 Heavens have few naturally born immortals and need mortals to cultivate into immortals to fill the gap. Barak had no particular attachment to descendants, but he was deeply attached to this person in his arms. If she were truly hurt, he wouldn't show mercy to what was inside her. Perhaps sensing his chilliness, the person in his arms trembled, suddenly pulling his sleeve and saying, I've been quite looking forward to it. What will our divine fetus look like? Will it call me Mom as soon as it lands? Barak pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Sherry pouted, reaching to pinch his face. Supreme God, don't be so serious. I panicked because I've never been a mother before. Why did you panic? It won't eat me. Hopefully not. Murmuring that, Barak stepped into the main hall, gently placing her on the soft couch, then took a delicate quilt to drape over her legs. Then he sat down, coldly putting his hand on her belly. Sherry stared at his hand, afraid he might do something fierce. However, after a while, she felt warmth soothing her abdomen, and the tension in her veins relaxed. There was indeed a little one in her belly now. Barak lowered his gaze and lightly hummed, drawing a circle around it with his spiritual power as a warning. The newly formed divine fetus was somewhat unruly and moved defiantly when warned. Then it was suppressed by a more powerful spiritual force. Divine fetus. It settled down, curling up obediently, absorbing nutrients normally just like a mortal fetus. Barak withdrew his hand, looking much better, good child. Sherry noticed nothing, but seeing his relieved expression, her heart eased too. Leaning against the soft pillow, she said, scared me to death, it didn't even announce itself. By the way, where were you? Sitting next to her, Barak answered, Mount Bu. Sherry rolled her eyes. We've been immortal partners for hundreds of years, you can't fool me. No matter how clean you tidy up your clothes, there's always a hint of sea smell. She leaned closer to sniff him, wrinkling her nose, and there's a scent of blood. Barak was speechless, raising his hand to sniff his clothes, puzzled. What? I can smell it, she pouted. Fess up, did you go to West Sea to cause trouble? No, Barak answered righteously. Sherry silently stared at him. After a moment, Barak looked away. Not West Sea, East Sea. I saw only one carp in the Heavenly Gate pond and felt it was lonely, so I found some companions for it. Oh. Sherry squinted her eyes. How many companions did you find? Not many. Barak pressed his lips, flicking his sleeve. Splashing sound. More than 20 carps were flung from his sleeve, forming a beautiful arc before landing into the pond outside. Sherry. Does this supreme god misunderstand the meaning of not many? Her heart pounded, pressing it to calm herself. The Dragon Clan is extremely united. If you attacked East Sea, what about the Dragon Clans in West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea? They're all here, Barak said calmly, cutting her off. All the Dragon Clans are either in the Netherworld or here. Sherry. The Grand Hall was deathly silent for a moment. Seeing Sherry's expression, unsure what to say, Barak stroked her back and suggested, Gabby has been quite idle recently. As the only remaining dragon bloodline, you might as well let her descend to the mortal realm to see how things go. Those dragon kings weren't wrong. The Dragon Clan naturally had dominance over other aquatic races. Without dragons, the seas would be chaotic, but they didn't need too many dragons, one could still maintain order effectively. Sherry finally caught her breath, almost laughing and crying at the same time. Your way is really unreasonable. Anyway, it won't cause trouble, he replied. Rest well, and leave the rest to them. With the Dragon Clans eliminated within 3 days, this overwhelming threat from the 9 heavens would keep the seas subdued for a long time. As long as Gabby could hold power during this period, the sea issues would be resolved. Such actions were domineering, but under absolute strength, this was the quickest and most effective method. Sherry wiped her face and instructed people to take good care of the carp in the pond. She then summoned Gabby for an extended discussion. After half a day, Barak closed the Heavenly Gate, informing the 5 major immortal sects that he would handle all matters within 10 months and asked them not to disturb him. Thus, these 10 months became the most peaceful months in the 9 heavens. To avoid meeting Barak, everyone chose to compromise on trivial matters, even resolving disputes with polite bows instead of further investigation. Initially, Sherry worried about chaos without her presence in heaven. But after observing for half a month, she rolled her eyes and focused on nurturing the divine fetus. These immortals were truly bullying the weak. Side story, Gabby ***. Gabby silently went back to pack her belongings. Shiloh followed her around the Grand Hall several times, finally exasperatedly saying, We've lived together for hundreds of years, you don't think it's worth letting me know where you're going? Pausing while packing, Gabby looked at him quizzically and glanced towards another palace where he should have been. What brings you here? Shiloh's anger instantly deflated. For hundreds of years, they coexisted in Shin Palace, yet he stayed in the eastern wing while she in the western wing. Gabby never recognized who he was, and Shiloh tried forgetting his past and making her like him again. However, it was too difficult. To Gabby, he was a cunning god with ulterior motives, always following and confining her, never letting her out of sight but never clearly stating his desires. Initially curious, she eventually grew resistant and remained highly cautious of him no matter what he did. Karma, Shiloh thought, this was retribution for his past actions. I'm heading back to rule the seas, Gabby explained, noticing his ghastly pale complexion. The rest of the Dragon Clan are now carps in the Heavenly Gate pond. Shiloh lifted his eyes, just about to speak when she interrupted him quickly. I don't need your protection. I'm stronger than you in the sea. The Grand Hall fell into silence again. Shiloh lowered his gaze, finally taking off the necklace from his neck and handing it back to her. Your dragon scales are incomplete. You'll get hurt returning like this. Take this. Gabby accepted it, feeling the intense familiar reverse scale aura inside the necklace, which startled her. She looked up at him, her expression growing complex. No wonder this person kept confining her, he wanted her dragon scales. It must have taken years to gather so many. Not, Shiloh said, unable to bear her gaze, you originally gave this to me. Given to you? Gabby scoffed, I'm not stupid. Pulling reverse scales from a dragon is extremely painful. And those scales are the hardest part of my body. Why would I give them to you when I could use them for cultivation? Shiloh felt a sharp pain in his heart, his lips turning pale. Lowering his eyes, he said, you were foolish back then. Inspecting him thoroughly, Gabby patted his shoulder. Since the Lord of Immortals is returning everything, I'll forgive the past. Don't do such cruel things again. Shiloh. She slung the bag over her shoulder and left, wary of him catching up. At the door, she glanced back one last time. It was overcast, dark without any light. Shiloh stood alone in the courtyard, looking like a stone statue. Dead leaves swirled around his feet, evoking desolation. Without memories of Shiloh, Gabby was once a valiant woman, her long whip subduing the entire sea. Of course, things were not entirely smooth. Her father had left a special trap for her, using an array to make her bleed and then releasing the most bloodthirsty dragon-blooded beasts from the depths. Gabby barely managed to avoid them in time, almost losing her life. Fortunately, she had brought the necklace of dragon scales, from which countless scales flew out with a powerful immortal aura, blocking all the beasts outside. The scent of the scales was intense, surrounding her and momentarily distracting her. Here, if I'm not around in the future, they can protect you. Don't throw it away, this is my most precious thing. To pay back your life. The dragon scales circled her, immortality energy surged into her limbs. Gabby came back to her senses, her lashes trembling, then she gripped her whip and fiercely lashed at the surrounding beasts. Normally, she should have left some of the beasts alive as evidence, but inexplicably, there was a fire in her heart, and she did not hold back at all. After more than 3 years of fierce battle, the sea realm finally submitted. A new dragon palace was built in the deep sea, and when Gabby ascended the throne, the shrimp soldiers reported, "The child of that figure from the 9 heavens is turning 3 today, sending an invitation. Should you meet him?" Gabby propped her chin, watching the bubbles rise in the water, muttering, already 3 years old. During these 3 years, she barely rested, just to keep herself busy and not think about those messy things. But eventually, all battles would end, and some matters must be faced. Switching hands to prop her head, she said listlessly, "Let them come in." A stream of black water rolled in from outside, like an octopus enveloped in thick ink. Gabby frowned, watching him for a moment before saying with a forced smile, "To send someone like the ruler of the underworld as a messenger, what a grand gesture from the 9 heavens." The ink dispersed, and Gaspard greeted her with a grin, bowing, "Forgive me, Dragon King. I'm on my way to the 9 heavens for the banquet, so I thought to invite you along." A large part of the seabed belonged to the underworld, and she and he could be considered neighbors. Over the years, Gaspard often visited her, though he never brought up the subject of marriage again. On a whim, Gabby asked, "Is your crystal palace finished?" Gaspard fanned himself and laughed, "It's been completed long ago, but sadly no one lives there, leaving it rather empty." At this point, if she responded favorably, Gaspard could bring up the proposal again. He looked at her expectantly, waiting for her reply. However, Gabby didn't speak further, only yawned and then tidied her clothes to walk out with him. Gaspard sighed, still smiling, "Have you prepared the gift? The Shinsen Palace also has good news, so you'll need more preparations." She paused for a moment, then continued walking. Gabby replied indifferently, "There are always celebrations in the 9 heavens. It's time for the Shinsen Palace to have some fun after so many quiet years." "Yes," Gaspard agreed, looking at her. "I saw Sheng Luo just before coming down. He seems much more cheerful lately, perhaps having resolved his worries." "That's great." Gabby waved her sleeve, gathering pearls from a giant clam. Everyone needs liberation at some point. He needed it, and she did too. Gaspard turned to look at her. "When will you agree to visit my crystal palace?" Rolling her eyes, Gabby chuckled, "You know very well Sherry would never allow a union between the Dragon Clan and the underworld. Having redelineated the boundaries among the realms, how could she let the underworld gain additional power? As long as you're willing, she won't stop you," Gaspard stated firmly. Yes, Sherry treated her as a friend, risking everything to save her. If Gabby genuinely loved someone, Sherry wouldn't stand in her way. But precisely because of this, Gabby would never agree to Gaspard's proposal. Living alone wasn't bad, why bother with a man? Side story, Barak and Sherry 5 ***. Conception and childbirth among gods in the 9 heavens weren't easy, and Sherry had thoroughly researched ancient texts, preparing for trials. However, her divine fetus was surprisingly compliant, moving slightly only once at 5 months, then smoothly growing until birth a white, soft little bundle. For celestial beings, naming was a serious matter, following the principles of the 5 elements and the traditions of their sects, especially for a descendant of the 9 heavens ruler. So, Barak very solemnly named him Xiaohei. Sherry, looking down at the adorable white bundle in her arms, she couldn't help laughing and crying. "What's black about him?" "The eyes." "Well, eye color aside, where else would it be dark?" With mixed feelings, Sherry noticed the little bundle seemed to understand, tears welling up as he reached out to her helplessly. Her heart melted, and she hurriedly placed a book beside him. "Can you turn the pages yourself?" The little bundle happily tugged at the pages. Then, he felt the loving immortal power from his father. His small hand trembled and pressed on the black character in the book. "Sherry." Pouting her lips, little Xiaohei let out a wail. Laughing with exasperation, Sherry threw the book at Barak, trying to console the baby while scolding him. "Why do you bully even a little child? He chose it himself, so why blame me?" Barak sat down beside her leisurely, taking Xiaohei into his arms and asked gently, "Where does it hurt?" After burping, Xiaohei stopped crying, looking at him with a pitiful gaze that made his sobs cease. Barak nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps due to the or left from the womb, Xiaohei respected and admired Barak greatly. After he learned to speak at 1 year old, his first words were, "I want the knife." Not calling for father or mother, he had long been captivated by the sword of slaying phoenix that his father carried with him. True to the heritage of the Lord of the 9 heavens, indeed courageous. This sword is an ancient divine weapon that even immortals who have cultivated for thousands of years dare not touch, but you have the audacity. "Well done," Barak praised him. Then he said coldly, "But no." Sitting on the ground, Xiaohei cried loudly again. Sherry looked up from her documents, dragging her voice to call, "Li Yi." Why did he always like to bully their own son? Barak felt wronged, murmuring, "He tried to snatch my sword." Sherry. Just how many children did she end up raising? Putting down her documents, Sherry stood up and walked over to the father and son, first soothing Xiaohei before looking at the flaming sword of slaying phoenix in Barak's hand and thought for a moment, "Would you exchange it for a 7-day holiday?" Gabby had already suppressed the entire East Sea, so she could spare 7 days to accompany him on sightseeing trips. Barak hesitated for a moment, glancing at his sword. This sword has a spirit, having cultivated with me for many years, and it now has its own consciousness. The sword of slaying Phoenix was deeply moved, proud of its master who cherished it even in front of his wife and son. Then, it heard Barak say, so, it can stay with xiuxian inside the heavenly gate when we go out. In other words, no taking the child on the 7-day trip. Sherry was at a loss, holding xiuxian in front of him. My lord, this is your own child, not picked up from the roadside. Barak lifted his chin and snorted softly, the red phoenix patterns on his face looking serious and powerful. Yet, his hand quietly reached out to hook her sleeve, twisting the fabric and gently shaking it. Sherry immediately softened completely. Being the offspring of a deity, she thought, xiuxian wasn't like ordinary human children. At 1 year old, he had absorbed too much essence from heaven and earth and should spend some time living independently at home. Therefore, the sword of slaying Phoenix was strapped with an apron, and Barak, in an excellent mood, gave it detailed instructions on how to take care of the child before disappearing into the clouds with Sherry. The sword of slaying Phoenix felt as if it had seen ghosts. An ancient battle weapon had to look after a 1-year-old infant. Whoever wanted to do it could do it. Throwing off the apron, the sword of slaying Phoenix buzzed and darted around the heavenly gate, trying to scare the baby back into bed. However, xiuxian sat happily on the steps, watching the sparks in the sky and even clapping for it. Beautiful. Beautiful, my foot. Breathless, the sword of slaying Phoenix stopped, rooted to the spot. Xiuxian exclaimed curiously, eh? Then he wiggled his bottom and got up to see what was wrong. But there were several steps in front of him, and he stumbled, about to fall down. The sword of slaying Phoenix, scared witless, quickly used the blade to catch him, squawking in anger. Xiuxian didn't understand sword language, thinking it was greeting him. Delighted, he rode on the blade, saying in a baby voice, giddy up. Giddy up. It's a sword, not a horse. The sword of slaying Phoenix was furious. What a mighty divine weapon it was, following Lord Barak and gaining fame across the 4 seas, with divine fire infused in its body, such that anyone touching it would be annihilated. Why should this little child? Oh, because he was born of Lord Barak's blood, so it was fine. Grumpily carrying him, the sword of slaying Phoenix flew back and forth in the courtyard, remembering Barak's instructions to teach the child some titles. It then captured a tongue spirit bird passing through the heavenly gate with divine power and placed it on the hilt. The tongue spirit bird promptly sang as expected, the one who gave birth to you is called mother, remember her kindness in your heart. The one who raises you is called father, father loves mother most dearly. To interest the child, the sword of slaying Phoenix conjured colorful light arrays around itself, shimmering in rhythm with the tongue spirit bird's melody. Xiuxian opened his mouth wide, giggling uncontrollably, leaning back and forth. Losing his balance, he fell off the blade. While the sword of slaying Phoenix was still thinking about rhyming the phrases, it realized Xiuxian had already fallen into the pond in front of the heavenly gate. With a splash, the koi fish in the pond instantly swarmed around him. This is her child, said the Dragon King of the East Sea, blowing bubbles. Good opportunity. The Dragon King of the West Sea reacted faster, swinging his tail towards Xiuxian to grab him. However, the moment the fish tail touched the boy, it was scorched, emitting a barbecue-like smell. The Dragon King screamed and struggled to get away while Xiuxian seemed attracted by the aroma, reaching out for him. Fishy. His eyes lit up as he stood up in the pond, waving at the sword of slaying Phoenix with a grasp on the Dragon King. Knife, grilled fishy. Sword of slaying Phoenix. The Dragon King of the West Sea screamed and pleaded for mercy. Xiuxian watched curiously with wide eyes. After a moment's thought, he let go and returned it to the pond. Our Lord of the 9 Heavens' offspring has inherited kindness, commented the tongue spirit bird. Our Lord is also very merciful. Hearing this, Xiuxian glanced back at it and shook his head. Mommy says old or grilled ones are not tasty. Tongue spirit bird. When Xiuxian turned 3, Sherry suddenly had a strong craving for roasted meat. In the 9 Heavens, they could enjoy delicacies from mountains and seas, but most dishes were light in flavor. She would be scolded by a group of immortals if she asked for heavily salted roasted meat. Therefore, she looked at Barak pitifully. Barak immediately decided to hold a birthday banquet for Xiuxian. Xiuxian, who could speak fluently at 3 years old, was playing water games with the sword of slaying Phoenix when he heard the news. He raised his head and asked puzzlingly, I didn't celebrate my first birthday, nor did I celebrate my second. Why do I have to celebrate my third? Barak patted his head affectionately, because you want to celebrate your third birthday. I don't. You do. It's decided. Your father will have your favorite roasted meat prepared. Clapping his hands, he strode gracefully across the courtyard, heading toward the kitchen. Xiuxian stared blankly at his retreating figure, then turned to look at the sword of slaying Phoenix sizzling underwater before asking perplexedly, am I really his son? The sword of slaying Phoenix hesitantly nodded. Pouting, Xiuxian picked up a water-summoning artifact of the Khan family and continued his water fight with the sword. As an offspring of the Lord of the 9 Heavens, Xiuxian's birthday banquet was grand indeed. Deities who wanted to partake, sincerely come to congratulate all gathered together, filling up the square outside the heavenly gate. Sherry, munching on roasted meat, observed Gabby, noticing that she looked much better than when she was in xiuxian Palace. So she smiled, looks like you enjoyed the battle in the sea. Gabby handed her a gift with gratitude in her purple eyes, you helped me a lot. Back in the ocean, Gabby was busy suppressing unrest. The 9 Heavens couldn't openly assist her, so Sherry often sneaked divine artifacts to aid her. Some even saved her life. She pulled out the most valuable ones to return them. These treasures can help you cultivate. Keeping them for 3 years was already more than generous. I couldn't keep them for myself, so I brought them back. Sherry swallowed the meat and laughed generously. Just some trinkets. Wait, what's this? She did give Gabby the 100 paint bottle for support during battles, but the stabilizing water pearl, breaking wave scroll, and the pillar of the sea weren't hers. Where did she find these rare sea-specific divine artifacts? An idea flashed through her mind. Sherry blinked and discreetly examined Gabby's expression. Seeing her also looking confused, she quickly packed the artifacts away and shoved a plate of roasted meat into her hands. Try this, specially cooked by a human chef. It's savory, spicy, and fatty without being greasy. Her exaggerated reaction made Gabby realize something must be off, causing her eyelashes to flutter slightly. Gaspard greeted the early arrivals including Arwen, then tried to invite Gabby to take her seat. Arwen stopped him with a shout, "You're just wasting your time." Gaspard paused, slightly smiling. "How do you see that as a waste of effort? As long as she hasn't chosen a mate, I can still compete." Arwen rolled his eyes. He could read the minds of deities. On the square, he knew everyone's thoughts at a glance. For instance, Immortal Barak was wondering why Immortal Sherry was talking to Gabby for so long, and the meat on his plate was getting cold. On the other side, Grandmaster Vincent thought roasted meat was delicious and might consider roasting some in his furnace later. And there was Gabby in front of Sherry. She remembered past events, heart filled with Shiloh. Pain surged within her as she subconsciously searched the crowd for his shadow. A woman like this, how could Cold Sun ever tame her? Shaking his head, Arwen waved his hand. "You're the king now. I won't manage you anymore." Gaspard knew his father's abilities well, his eyes darkened at once. He held the wine cup and sat down behind an empty table next to Arwen, then pursed his lips. "Why can't women forget the one who hurt them the most?" he muttered. Biting into the roasted meat, Arwen replied, "Because they give those who hurt them the chance, and the other party is willing." "But Shiloh doesn't like her," Gaspard frowned. Glancing at the supreme god Shiloh hurrying from afar, Arwen rolled his eyes. "You didn't inherit my god power, so don't guess people's thoughts randomly." Shiloh had been fighting in the south lately, dealing with the 8 old branches that defected from xiuxian Palace. She must have just received the news about the banquet in Jiuxiao. He didn't need to come since that 3-year-old kid wasn't familiar with him, and Barak wouldn't care about formalities either, but he came despite his injuries. As Shiloh entered, she could see Gabby, but she didn't raise her head, instead going straight to sit in an adjacent empty seat and then adjusted her breath with a hand gesture. Gabby's ears twitched but didn't look toward her. She sat beside Sherry and used the night pearl to play with Xiaohei. Xiaohei looked curiously at the glowing pearl in his palm, then raised his head to look at this beautiful aunt who gave him the pearl. "Your scent is similar to the koi fish in the heavenly gate pond." Gabby was stunned, pursing her lips as she looked at Sherry. "Speaking of which, I have an impolite request." Sherry, holding a piece of meat in her mouth, shook her head even before Gabby spoke. "No. I haven't said it yet." "I know what you're going to say," Sherry remarked. "The sea has finally calmed down after the war. You need at least 10 years to make everyone loyal. If you let your father return now, you'll have a hard time." Gabby fell silent. Coming to Jiuxiao was hard for her. The monsters in the sea could easily escape while she was away. After this, she might not return for many years. The deep sea was lonely and dark, and she wanted a familiar person to accompany her, even if it was her father whom she disliked. Sherry glanced at her, patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." This was the least consoling comfort. Gabby sighed, quietly eating the food on her plate. Jiuxiao was bright and warm, but the sea was damp and dark. Her father could enjoy his peace here. It wasn't necessary for him to go back. A glance seemed to come from the side, making Gabby's back stiffen for a moment before relaxing again. Look all you want, you can't find much anyway." She'd leave after the meal, erasing all old memories. Her undying love for him had long faded through life and death. Now, she should focus on being a good dragon queen rather than trivial matters of love. She needed a powerful artifact for the seal in the deep sea. Gabby asked Sherry for it, and Sherry promised to send someone with it later. Thus, Gabby wiped her mouth and bid farewell, flying down from Jiuxiao. Someone watched her from behind, but she knew who it was and didn't look back. In a side story about Elspeth, Zheng Huangong was looking out the cloud window early in the morning. When Elspeth came to deliver breakfast, he said listlessly, "I can't eat today." Elspeth was surprised and followed his gaze to see a trail of divine energy stretching from xiuxian Palace, crossing several miles and the 10 directions Cloud Sea, reaching beneath Jiuxiao. "What is that?" she asked curiously. Zheng Huangong patted the soft bed beside him, indicating she should sit, then sighed. "The supreme god Shiloh of xiuxian Palace resigned half a month ago and will descend to seclusion today." Elspeth knew Shiloh, who was ruthless and temperamental but respected by xiuxian Palace. Zheng Huangong enjoyed interacting with him, so his sudden seclusion was unexpected. After some thought, she comforted him softly. If Supreme God misses him, he can visit him occasionally. If he went somewhere else, it would be easier. Zheng Huangong scoffed, "But he's going under the sea, dark and wet, I can't visit often." Gabby was already the dragon queen and destined not to marry. Even Gaspard understood when to step back. Why couldn't Shiloh? Taking the water Elspeth offered and drinking a mouthful, Zheng Huangong continued, "It doesn't matter whether we meet or not, but his departure means no one can control those troublemakers in xiuxian Palace. There will be chaos in Jiuxiao soon, and you won't be safe in the side hall. So," clearing his throat and glancing around, he added, "Why don't you move to my palace?" The more he spoke, the more nervous he became, clenching his fists inside his sleeves. However, Elspeth didn't show any particular reaction, just slightly pondering before saying, "The exalted deity must have considered it thoroughly, then I'll add a small bed here in your palace." Bray Gong was overjoyed, quickly agreeing and adding a peach blossom bed beside his own without her help. "This." Elspeth blinked, "Isn't it too close? The fairy may not be quiet at night, and that would disturb the exalted deity's rest." Rubbing his hands together and scratching his head, Bray Gong paced a few steps, somewhat reluctantly placing a screen between the two beds. "This should do it, and won't disturb me." He is such a good person, thought Elspeth. Over the years of their pretense as husband and wife, Bray Gong always treated her like one of his own, always caring for her safety. Her father really hadn't chosen wrong. She nodded to thank him, and suddenly Bray Gong's appetite returned. He sat by the small table and started eating the breakfast she had prepared. The fresh shrimp made him squint with pleasure, leading him to compliment her involuntarily. "You are truly amazing." "Exalted deity, you flatter me," said Elspeth happily. She then sat down beside him and added some dishes to his plate. "Oh, by the way, yesterday when I went out, I met several female immortals from Penglai. They said they had something for me to pass on to you." Almost choking on a mouthful of kanji, Bray Gong started coughing violently. Elspeth froze for a moment, hurriedly patting his back to soothe him. "Take it easy, eat slowly." Coughing and waving his hand, Bray Gong's eyes darted anxiously. What kind of thing?" "I never opened it, so I don't know," said Elspeth, taking out the leather paper wrapped small package and handing it to him. Recalling carefully, she continued, "They mentioned some gratitude to the exalted deity, but their voices were so soft and muffled that I couldn't quite hear it." Breaking out in cold sweat, Bray Gong took the leather paper package and pushed it away, swallowing hard before telling her seriously, "I have no entanglements with them. Last time, when I went to Penglai to catch divine beasts, I happened to save a few drowning female immortals. They must remember this favor, hence the gift." He stammered towards the end. Elspeth originally thought nothing of it, but seeing how anxious he was, she suddenly realized something, smiling as she said, "Exalted deity need not worry, I am not unreasonable. Those female immortals look quite decent and behave gracefully, not the sort who would cause trouble. You can interact with them as you please." Bray Gong grew even more agitated. "I didn't think about interacting with them." Saying that, he glanced at the paper package on the table and hastily pushed it further away. His evasive behavior left Elspeth speechless. Since they weren't really celestial partners, why would she care so much? Shaking her head, she stood up and collected the leftover food into a box, bowing respectfully. "I'll go clean up now. Exalted deity still needs to report at the heavenly gate later, don't forget." After saying this, she turned and left. Bray Gong sat on the stool in a daze for a while, wanting to frown but also wanting to smile. Ricky, who was teaching Harry advanced spells, was suddenly dragged out by Bray Gong. Seeing the bustling celestial market before him, Ricky could only laugh and cry. "Aren't you usually most annoyed by such places? What wind brought you here today?" "You wouldn't understand," Bray Gong frowned, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help curving upwards. "My spouse is angry." "Your wife being angry makes you happy?" Ricky looked at him with a complex expression. Bray Gong didn't argue with him for once, dragging him straight into the market. He pointed at various strange items set out by different immortal sects, saying, "Help me pick, see what women might like." While glancing at the items in the shops, Ricky couldn't help teasing him. "Didn't you dislike Elspeth before? How did you turn around and start trying to please her?" "You wouldn't understand without a partner." Bray Gong sighed deeply. "Women need to be coaxed. If not, they get upset and cry, and you're the one who gets heartbroken." Ricky felt goosebumps all over from this sweet tone. He gave his ever-unromantic brother a serious look, making sure he wasn't an illusion of something else, before rubbing his arms nervously. "Are you alright?" Glancing sideways at a plum blossom hairpin on a stall, Bray Gong harumphed. "What's wrong?" "I'm just thinking that I've been too stern in the past, always giving off an unfriendly vibe. This is a chance for me to be nicer to her and change people's old impressions." As he spoke, Jean Gull picked up the plum blossom hairpin. "Here." Jean Gull quickly handed over a spirit bead to the stall owner. Bray Gong's anger flared instantly. Without a word, he rushed forward and smacked the spirit bead out of Jean Gull's hand. 10 spiritual beasts flew around and roared fiercely at Jean Gull. "Ricky, sometimes the old impression is right, maybe don't try to change it." When Jean Gull was picking out a birthday gift for his wife, he had just found a suitable one when Bray Gong interrupted him. He immediately became angry. "What are you doing? I saw this hairpin first." Bray Gong shouted angrily. Jean Gull almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. "The treasure on display at the stall doesn't say it belongs to you. Did you pay for it?" Bray Gong was so angry that he clenched his fists and pounced on him with his divine beasts. Chapter 7 of Elspeth's additional story. When Elspeth arrived, half of the celestial market was already destroyed beyond recognition. She dug Bray Gong out from the rubble, both anxious and angry. "We agreed to go report to the heavenly gate. Why are you fighting here?" Bray Gong was not an easy deity to deal with. He had some injuries on his face, but upon seeing her, he instantly regained his spirit. Brushing off the remnants of a spell array on his robe, he cleared his throat and said, "He provoked me first." Hearing this, Jean Gull rolled his eyes on the other side. "You don't feel guilty saying that. I was buying a hairpin peacefully, even paid with a spirit bead, yet you came to snatch it." "I already said I saw it first." Bray Gong glared, with celestial light emerging from his hand again. Elspeth quickly grabbed his hand and bowed towards Jean Gull from afar. "These days have been dry and everyone is a bit short-tempered. Today is the day for reporting. Please head to the heavenly gate first, and leave this place to me to clean up. Hearing this, Braegong frowned. Why should you clean up? Sighing lightly, Elspeth spoke softly beside his ear. Your Excellency forgot, I am your celestial partner after all, so I should do something. Celestial partner. His expression softened, and he looked at her with pursed lips, suddenly feeling a bit aggrieved. You know we're celestial partners. For 3 years, you've only cooked for me and occasionally attended banquets with me. Other times, you barely acknowledge me. Others call their partner's husband, but you call me your Excellency. Elspeth was taken aback, quite surprised as she raised her head. The man in front of her had a bruise on his cheekbone and was slightly leaning toward her. His usually fierce face now seemed dejected, like his big, affectionate Chilean beast. She couldn't resist wanting to sniff if he had drunk alcohol. Just as her head leaned over, he enveloped her into his arms, carefully hugging her shoulders, and hastily inserted something into her hair. I'll clean it up myself, then go to the heavenly gate. Resting his chin on her head, Braegong asked, eyes flickering, can you stop being angry at me then? The overwhelming celestial aura around him suddenly surrounded her, leaving Elspeth speechless for a while. When she reacted, she didn't understand. When did I ever get mad at your Excellency? The hand pressing on her shoulder tightened, and Braegong mumbled, you are angry. Confused, Elspeth turned to look at Ricky, who was watching the scene amusedly. Ricky hid his laughter behind a fan. Encountering Elspeth's questioning gaze, he composed himself and mouthed words to her. You should stay angry, he likes it. Elspeth. How could anyone like their celestial partner to be angry? Shaking her head, she decided to pacify this celestial being first. The market was already in chaos, it would be unwise to delay further. I'm not angry anymore. Can we get going soon? Immortals are about to start their vacation, we might end up reporting to Barak if we wait any longer. Hearing this, both Braegong and Jean Gull felt a chill down their spines, immediately using spells to restore the market, then hurriedly headed to the heavenly gate. As he left, Braegong vaguely told her, if you're really not angry, don't call me your Excellency next time. Elspeth's lashes trembled. Gradually, the surroundings returned to bustling activity. She stood there for a moment, then slowly walked towards Xiuxian Palace. These celestials are strange, Elspeth thought. At first, they were extremely cautious, wary of any wrongdoings from her, constantly reminding her to stay within bounds. But now, they want her to break those bounds for some reason. Would he complain about her being bothersome if she really did? Shaking her head, Elspeth decided not to care and just focus on her duties. However, Braegong became even stranger after that. He would suddenly take her stargazing or bring her back a Milky Way gown embroidered by the weaving maidens when he went out. He started dining with her and telling her about his past. Even when resting or practicing separately behind screens, he began talking to her. Although most of what he said were cultivation secrets she couldn't follow, she indeed gained some insights. No matter how slow Elspeth was, she sensed his acceptance and fondness. She was somewhat confused as to what it was that Braegong saw in her. After much thought, perhaps it was due to the saying love grows over time. If anyone spent 3 years together day and night, some feelings would surely arise. This emotion seemed too fragile for her to touch, so she could only respond politely and respectfully call him Lord Immortal. Braegong felt wronged and asked Ricky while holding a wine jug, why is she so indifferent? Ricky laughed gleefully, she's not your sweetheart, why do you care whether she's indifferent or not? Braegong. Being stubborn always had consequences, pride wasn't always that important. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn back time to take back those words. A once-in-a-millennium meteor shower appeared in the 9 heavens. Early on, Zoria had set up a feast at the banquet Immortal Terrace and invited deities from various immortal sects to come with their families to watch. But on the morning the meteor shower arrived, Zoria overslept and woke up looking rather displeased. The 9 heavens suddenly became heavily guarded. Elspeth wore the Milky Way gown given by Braegong and asked the person behind her while fixing her hair, is it really fine if you don't attend the Heavenly Gate meeting this morning? Braegong got up sleepily and said listlessly, my meridians are badly damaged due to hasty cultivation. Even without attending, Immortal Zoria would understand. Besides, today is just about watching the meteor shower, nothing significant. Elspeth nodded, tidied herself up, and then dressed him and combed his hair. Seeing how pale he was, she whispered, you're already a Lord Immortal, why are you still hurting yourself from cultivating? I didn't want to, Braegong pouted, but among the 5 major immortal sects, I am the latest one to become a Lord Immortal. If he didn't cultivate faster, he would fall further behind others. His competitive nature was hard to change, and Elspeth couldn't criticize him either. She only helped him dress properly before slowly heading towards the banquet Immortal Terrace with him. There were already scattered meteors visible in the sky dome, their tails of light making them look very beautiful. Elspeth admired and commented, truly a 1000-year spectacle. Braegong's headache was severe, so he only replied softly without paying much attention. Suddenly, a stream of fire burst out with a blinding light. Elspeth gasped in surprise, her clear eyes filled with wonder. However, the reflection of that stream of fire in her pupils grew larger and brighter, changing her expression from curiosity to panic. Lord Immortal. She tugged at Braegong's sleeve. Look, what's that? Chapter 8 of Elspeth's additional story. A huge stream of fire broke through the sky dome of the 9 heavens. Instantly, the entire realm shook as if an earthquake occurred. Even the immortals sitting at the banquet Immortal Terrace were almost knocked off their chairs by the violent tremors. Don't panic. Zoria called out sternly, it's not happening above us. She had a premonition dream where numerous streams of fire penetrated the 9 heavens, causing countless deaths among gods and Buddhas. So, upon waking, she asked Barak to reinforce the protective barriers around the banquet immortal terrace and had all the immortals arrive early to avoid this disaster. Glancing around at the standing gods and Buddhas, Zoria suddenly frowned. Where are Braegong and Elspeth? They haven't arrived yet. Harry bowed and replied, Braegong is unwell and might arrive later. Zoria's pupils constricted, and she quickly moved to go outside. Immortal, think again. Voices behind her urged, here is the safest place right now. The safety of the world depends on you. Barak didn't try to dissuade her but instead took the cloak draped over the chair and followed her leisurely. Seeing him follow, the other immortals stopped their protests and obediently made way for Zoria. Zoria ran swiftly, muttering under her breath, can it be just a coincidence that it happens to be them? Braegong values his cultivation the most, he wouldn't end up like that. It must be my imagination. The flames ahead were growing larger. Barak glanced at them and then wrapped his arm around Zoria's waist, pulling her back. Zoria, who was dashing forward, was suddenly pressed into his chest, feeling quite anxious. Let me go see. Not in that direction. Barak whispered and guided her to turn around. The burning streams of fire had created holes in the cloud seas. Someone was dragging another person towards the edge of the clouds. Her arm was injured, making it difficult to drag the person. One slip caused the person to nearly fall into the hole. Elspeth cried out, desperately trying to pull Braegong and shouting, help! Help! Zoria's face turned pale, and she immediately rushed over to grab Braegong. Braegong was severely injured, not only physically burned but also unconscious in spirit, with no remaining protective barrier. Barak came over and dragged both Zoria and Braegong to a flat area nearby. He examined Braegong's condition and slightly frowned. How could he fail to dodge even a stream of fire? Elspeth clung tightly to his arm, her eyes red and tears streaming down. He could have dodged it, it was me who couldn't. The stream of fire came too swiftly and intensely. Braegong's first instinct was to dodge, but she moved slowly and could not escape the range where the stream would strike. He turned back without hesitation and immediately ran back to pull her along. Together, they couldn't run fast enough, so when it seemed they wouldn't escape, he positioned himself in front of her. When the barrier was burned through, he used a formation array. When the array was burned through, he used his physical body as a shield. Even as his body was scorched, he struggled with the last bit of his consciousness, protecting her while dragging her out. Elspeth was shaking all over. She had never been this scared, yet never felt this safe, as if as long as he still breathed, she would not lose her life. Zoria looked at her with sympathy and reached out to soothe her. Before soothing her, Elspeth was crying quietly, but afterward, she sobbed even louder, crouching beside Braegong and desperately channeling her weak immortal energy into him. I'll do it. Barak signaled Zoria. Zoria quickly moved Elspeth aside, allowing Barak's protective barrier to cover Braegong. I thought the person I saw in my dream wouldn't be him, Zoria muttered with complicated emotions. Though instructed by xiuxian to protect Elspeth, Braegong wouldn't be the type to risk his life for a promise. This injury would cost him at least 1,000 years of cultivation. Given his nature, how could he bear such a loss? Would he resent his senior sister upon waking? Zoria was worried and telepathically asked Barak, should I give him some of my cultivation? Barak was checking Braegong's divine awareness and coldly replied, no. This is to save senior sister, not some private affair. He won't blame your senior sister. Barak rolled his eyes, it's unnecessary. So generous. Zoria marveled, feeling a bit guilty. She had misjudged his noble character. Braegong was indeed a great deity. Barak watched the scene of Elspeth in Braegong's mind silently without speaking. The Millennium meteor shower erupted 2 hours later, causing minor injuries to a few immortals in the 9 heavens, but no one died. Zoria sat cross-legged in her chair, gazing at the meteors colliding on the dome and murmuring, next year should be a good year for mortals. After the meteor shower, there must be blessings, which would bring a good harvest next year for humans. 3 days later, the 9 heavens restored its peace, and damaged buildings were gradually repaired. Zoria and Barak went to visit Jor Palace, thinking that Braegong might make those around him suffer during his recovery period, and helping Elspeth share some pressure would be a good idea. Upon entering the hall, they saw attendants lounging outside, leisurely napping. Zoria raised an eyebrow and tiptoed, peeping into the inner chamber like a cat. Elspeth sat beside the bed, one hand holding a book and the other supporting Braegong. Braegong's face was still pale, but his spirits were much better. He lay on Elspeth's lap, staring intently at her. That gaze was so intense that Zoria felt somewhat embarrassed. Elspeth seemed to be engrossed in a medical text, her hand mistakenly resting on the side of Braegong's face, unnoticed. Naturally, he didn't remind her but instead smiled, rubbing his cheek against her palm. Zoria retracted her head and seriously sent a message to Barak, we're kind of intruding. Why don't we just go home to the kids? Barak didn't care and wasn't going to leave without reason. So, he kicked the partition. With a loud crack, Elspeth jumped, looking up to see Barak standing by the partition, while Zoria was frantically pinching his arm. Why are the immortal and deity here? Elspeth quickly put the book aside, placed Braegong back on the bed, stood up, and greeted them. Braegong is still recovering, so he may not be able to perform the proper courtesies. Releasing Barak's arm with gritted teeth, Zoria said, we just happened to pass by and wanted to check if you needed any help. I can manage. Elspeth smiled, Braegong's appetite has improved, and he sleeps better at night. He should be able to walk in half a month. Barak glanced deeply at the sleeping figure on the bed, hesitating to speak. As an upper god, even with burn injuries from the meteors, with his assistance, he should have recovered within a day. What was he doing, staying another half-month? Shameless. Chapter 9 of Elspeth's additional story. Braegong felt that sometimes immortals shouldn't be too proud. Look at these past years, living in mutual respect with Elspeth brought no progress. What was the point? Being shameless made Elspeth hug him, pamper him, change his bandages, and blow softly on his wounds with red eyes. The warm, gentle breath softened his heart completely. Braegong suddenly understood why Barak had been willing to give half of his cultivation to Zoria. If this girl in front of him asked for it, he would willingly give her all of his. But Elspeth wasn't very interested in his cultivation. Every day she simply cooked 3 meals and took care of his injuries, her long eyelashes drooping like willow branches under the moonlight. Braegong was torn, wanting to give her something. He really did take half a month to recuperate, and Elspeth genuinely took care of him for that time. Gradually, they grew closer. She no longer called him Your Excellency, and when he opened his arms, she would obediently lean into his embrace, accompanying him while feeding his divine beasts. The divine beasts he raised were usually very resistant to outsiders and disliked other deities' aura on him. But inexplicably, all the divine beasts were fond of Elspeth, even temperamental Kongsang, who would turn into an elegant male deity to circle around her when he wasn't paying attention. Of course, this resulted in him getting beaten by Braegong. Everyone in the 9 heavens knew that Braegong had a bad temper, easily angered and prone to fighting. In the past, he could fight 10 times a month, even daring to charge forward with his divine beasts even if it was Barak standing opposite him. But after recovering for half a month, he appeared again with a gentle light enveloping him. Ricky almost dropped his jaw. Did you reach enlightenment? Braegong gave him a white eye. Enlightenment? What enlightenment? Not reaching enlightenment couldn't make you. He pointed up and down at his aura. Like this. Smiling wryly, Braegong said, my wife said she'll stew chicken soup for me after today's report. Ricky was bewildered. You haven't had chicken soup before? Giving him a deep look, Braegong patted him heavily on the shoulder. Brother, find a partner when you have time. Look, I can only hear chicken soup in one sentence. What mattered was my wife, MYWIFE. With joy spreading across his face, Braegong retracted his hand and composed himself, striding proudly through the heavenly gate with great satisfaction. Ricky. The koi fish in the heavenly gate pond were growing more beautiful. As Braegong passed by, he glanced over and curiously exclaimed her. To the Dragon Kings, he leaned in to see, are you guys bored and dressing up yourselves now? That's not your style, right? Nonsense, a bunch of old folks, who love such colorful, flamboyant appearances. It's all because of that little devil who comes every day to see them, criticizing their appearance, asking why they couldn't look better, and saying they resembled black fish waiting to be slaughtered. No one knew how old that small thing was, yet why did she nag so much? The old fellows couldn't endure it and decided to become prettier. The Dragon King of the Western Sea silently sighed with frustration, angrily flicking his long gauze tail. Amused, Braegong shook his head, intending to walk towards the main hall, but then he saw a child sitting cross-legged on the slaughter phoenix blade, nibbling his thumb and grinning cheekily at him. It was the young prince of the 9 heavens. In the past, Braegong would have just nodded and walked past, but today, looking at this child made him feel he couldn't get enough. So chubby and cute, with bright eyes, making him feel somewhat greedy. Returning from the heavenly gate, Braegong followed behind Elspeth. When Elspeth went to dry tea leaves, he followed. When she went to stew chicken soup, he also followed. Frustrated, she turned around holding the ladle, both amused and exasperated. You. Before she could finish her sentence, he bent down and kissed her. Blushing, Elspeth's voice softened. What are you doing? Holding her waist, Braegong said, at the heavenly gate, I met the young prince. He missed Auntie and asked me to kiss you for him. Thinking about the young prince, Elspeth recalled, it has been a while since I've seen him. Let's share a bowl of soup with him later. Rubbing her hair with his thumb, Braegong, slightly embarrassed, murmured a sentence unclearly. Elspeth didn't catch it. What did you say? Coughing lightly, his face flushed red as well, his finger circling around her waist. I said, how about we have one too? Elspeth. She felt a bit flustered. That would cost you cultivation. Cultivation is nothing. Braegong waved his hand. There are plenty of opportunities to accumulate it. Conceiving a celestial fetus isn't easy. I'm not in a hurry. He lowered his head to rub against her ear. Let's try, okay? His voice, a mix of tenderness and hoarseness, reminded her so much of his big divine beast nuzzling her. Her heart warmed, and her thoughts became foggy. Held tightly in his embrace, she hesitated for a long time before nodding slowly. Braegong was overjoyed, wanting to throw a feast immediately. This kind of matter isn't for feasting. Elspeth blushed deeply, trembling as she held his sleeve. Don't broadcast it, it's private, shouldn't be talked about outside. She stuttered, trying to persuade him, but the more she tried, the more flustered she became. Braegong hugged her tightly, wishing he could melt her into his very bones. Whatever you say, I'll listen. Just these 7 words, and he kept his promise. After that, the gods of Xiuxian noticed that Braegong no longer liked to fight. Every day, he wore a smile on his face. Even when someone provoked him, his temper would cool as soon as someone shouted, Lady Zhen is coming, and he would even try to reason with the provocateur. The disciples of Clan Zhen felt this change most acutely. When others failed in their cultivation, Braegong could berate them fiercely, but if someone mentioned that Lady Jeanne was immersed in cooking today and not focused on cultivation, he would instantly show a proud expression, saying my wife is amazing, and turn around to ask Elspeth if she was tired. When Elspeth accidentally broke one of his collected divine artifacts, Braegong immediately brought her another one without a word. When Elspeth wanted to visit her deceased mother in the mortal world, Braegong quickly handed over his duties to Ricky and accompanied her down to the human realm. At first, Elspeth thought it was just a passing fancy for him, but years went by, decades passed, even until Luther emerged from seclusion, he still acted this way. Every night, he held her in his arms, protecting her with his arm, and whenever she moved slightly, he would wake up and ask her where she was going with a piteous look. Why do you like me so much? She couldn't help but tease him, finding it amusing. Braegong thought seriously for a moment and said, this isn't about why, I just want to be with you every moment. Elspeth laughed and covered her eyes. Her first half-life seemed to lack much affection, so she learned to love others. But she never expected that now she could also receive unconditional favor and concern. Lowering her head, she kissed his forehead lightly and whispered, then let's be together every moment. Additional story of Little Highness and the Slaughter Phoenix Blade ***. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade was an awe-inspiring ancient divine weapon, renowned for accompanying Barak in many battles. It was recorded in the history of Xiuxian, and ordinary gods would keep their distance, fearing its violent aura. Other conscious divine artifacts in Xiuxian revered it, and the Slaughter Phoenix Blade took pride in this. Strolling through the immortal market, it blazed with beautiful divine fire, moving arrogantly and pompously, sending sparks flying. Then a 7-year-old child patted its blade, hold this for me. The flames instantly extinguished, and the Slaughter Phoenix Blade smoked angrily, reluctantly taking the bamboo tube handed by Xiaohei. Next came pillows, small quilts, a stool, an oiled paper umbrella, things piled up on it. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade buzzed furiously. It was an ancient divine artifact, not a wagon. Xiaohei, tears still hanging on his cheeks, glanced at it sadly upon hearing the buzzing, looking like he had suffered great injustice. Turning away, he encountered its stubborn resistance, filled with sorrow. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade froze mid-air. Today, the Little Highness was in a foul mood, having defied immortal Zoria. A mere angry retort earned him a reprimand from Barak, who carried him back to his chambers for punishment. The young prince, in his rebellious phase, climbed out the window without hesitation, planning to run away from home. As the Slaughter Phoenix Blade was enjoying the show, it was dragged out of the heavenly gate by the boy's claw. If it could speak, it would have told the young prince not to defy Lord Barak. It wouldn't work, even a son wouldn't succeed. With such small arms and legs, where could he go? Barak would send people to watch over him everywhere, and when caught, he would face even harsher punishment. Thinking this, the Slaughter Phoenix Blade looked around, wondering which unfortunate soul would be assigned to follow the young prince. Such a thankless job. Blade spirit. Barak's voice echoed in its mind. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade stiffened, instinctively wanting to fly toward him but heard Barak continue, watch the young prince closely, ensure he stays alive. Well, it fell to it. Reluctantly accepting what the young prince handed over, the Slaughter Phoenix Blade muttered silently, to bear great responsibilities, one must first endure suffering and toil. Wait, buying a wardrobe too? Xiaohei, with tears in his eyes, used magic to lift the newly bought pearwood wardrobe and placed it on the Slaughter Phoenix Blade. Clang. The blade was crushed to the ground. Stunned, the child squatted down and kindly reduced the wardrobe to fit inside a bundle before placing it on the blade again. Done, let's go. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade almost cried. It could slay deities and Buddhas, but really didn't do heavy lifting often. Could the kid show some respect for a divine artifact? Even without oiling and polishing, at least don't abuse it. Unable to express its anger, the Slaughter Phoenix Blade followed the young prince, buzzing all the way down from Xiuxian. It was harvest season in the mortal world, bustling with activity. The young prince loved excitement, diving into crowds wherever there were people. His divine aura was so fragrant that it soon attracted the attention of various demons and spirits lurking in the shadows. When a wisp of demonic aura floated over, the Slaughter Phoenix Blade sensed it and the divine fire on its body blazed up abruptly. This fire did not burn ordinary objects but chased after the surrounding demons, piercing through their souls, which frightened the small demons into fleeing hurriedly. There were also powerful great demons who summoned magical arrays to withstand for a while, still licking their lips with intentions to step forward. The Little Highness was staring at the sugar-coated horse on a stick hanging on a straw bundle, drooling. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade glanced at him, stuffed some silver coins into his hand, and buzzed twice. Got something urgent? The Little Highness waved his hand, then I'll wait for you here. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade slowly retreated like an ordinary blade, blending in with the street corner discreetly, and gradually moved into the alley where the great demon was hiding. Then, scorching divine fire carrying the fierce soul of the blade engulfed the entire great demon before it could even act. The sudden blaze lit up half the sky, quickly returning to normal, so fast that passers-by thought they had seen things. Exiting the alley, the Slaughter Phoenix Blade turned back into an ordinary knife, obediently sliding back to the side of the Little Highness. And then it found itself holding a grass bundle filled with sugar-coated haws. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade. A mighty ancient divine weapon, reduced to being harassed by a mere infant every day. Don't you feel embarrassed? A demonic voice rang in its consciousness. The Slaughter Phoenix Blade glanced around but remained silent. The voice giggled, you were meant to be wielded by powerful beings, devouring countless souls and blood. Now you are just like a donkey moving goods. Why not join us and restore your glory? Little Hay bit into a sugar-coated whore, suddenly looking toward a certain direction. The slaughter phoenix blade snapped back to reality, following his gaze, and saw a decent inn ahead. Finally, the little highness decided to rest. The slaughter phoenix blade heaved a secret sigh of relief and quickly led him to the inn. The innkeeper was a beautiful woman who didn't seem surprised to see a child checking in. She pinched Little Hay's cheek kindly. "Little brother, do you want a private room or a dormitory bed?" Little Hay finished the last half of the sugar-coated whore, clapped his hands, and grabbed the handle of the slaughter phoenix blade. Before the slaughter phoenix blade reacted, the divine fire burst out, the blade as sharp as snow, instantly pressing against the innkeeper's throat. The innkeeper reacted swiftly, shutting the door and leaping away onto a dining table, her fox tails emerging one by one. "Why are you so vicious at such a young age?" she pouted. "The one who disturbed you wasn't me, it was the yellow great immortal staying in the heavenly character room upstairs. Running this inn is not easy, if anything gets broken, you have to pay for it." Little Hay scrutinized the woman, noting that although her blood barrier was not severe, her cultivation was solid, leaving him somewhat hesitant. She smiled coyly, jumped off the table, and said with a fan in hand, "Come, let me show you the way." She walked upstairs, grumbling, "The heavenly character room brings me quite a lot of money each night. If this guest leaves, my income will decrease. Might as well beat her harder so I can claim compensation for the furniture." Little Hay listened dumbly, nodded, and entered the room to find the talkative yellow great immortal. The slaughter phoenix blade always felt the little highness was still a baby, yet when this baby acted, it was as ruthless as Lord Barrack, not giving any chance to speak before slicing down, the flames cutting through the carved window. After dealing with it, he asked in a childish voice, "Is this blood tasty?" The slaughter phoenix blade smacked and nodded reluctantly. "So," he laughed, put it away, and looked up at the charming innkeeper at the doorway. "How long will the little highness stay?" She covered her face with a fan and smiled. "This lamped inn is the best place to stay here, with excellent service, fair to all." End of extra story. After all, the little highness was a deity. Even though the innkeeper wasn't evil, she was still a transformed demon. Not slaying her was already virtuous. There was no reason to entangle further. Holding the blade, he replied in a childish voice, "I have other things to do." The innkeeper didn't insist, only smiling, her phoenix eyes glancing over him. After a moment, she wrapped some pastries in oil paper and thrust them into his arms. "Take them for the road." The inn's gate reopened, and the bustling sounds outside flooded in. Someone shouted, "Boss Lou, the vegetable vendor is in the backyard. Coming." She waved her fan, nodded at the little highness, and swayed away to the back. The slaughter phoenix blade watched coldly, feeling a little restless. This high-grade demonic aura would surely be more delicious than the blood of the yellow great immortal. Everyone has desires, and so does the blade. Once the killing began, it would take some time to calm down. But the little highness wasn't hooked. Leaning against the body of the slaughter phoenix blade, he sensed its restlessness and patted it gently, saying, "Humans are divided into good and evil, so are demons." The slaughter phoenix blade trembled and calmed down. It hadn't expected that despite being young, this little master was quite clear-headed when faced with situations. He had Barrack's decisiveness as well as Elua's compassion. Heartened by this, the slaughter phoenix blade immediately summoned a tongue spirit bird to ask this young master, "Can we go back to the ninth heaven for dinner?" No, the smile vanished from his face. "Dad will scold me, I don't want to go back." "That's because your father treasures your mother. Who isn't cherished?" "I just won't go back." "Fine," throwing a tantrum, he was still an 8-year-old kid. The slaughter phoenix blade sighed, dismissed the tongue spirit bird, and continued accompanying this little master on his wanderings. Currently, the human world was peaceful. Even wandering around, the child didn't encounter any dangers. It was springtime, and the little highness ate pastries given by Lou the innkeeper, traversing mountains and seas, witnessing partings and reunions, suddenly understanding why his playful mother willingly busied herself in the heavenly gate. The world looked truly beautiful and stable, thriving. Mortals still had their joys and sorrows, but these were unrelated to natural disasters. This tranquil heaven had enjoyed favorable weather for hundreds of years. Wandering with the slaughter phoenix blade to the western sea, the little highness stared at the unfamiliar coastline, excitedly pulling the slaughter phoenix blade to stop and play barefoot in the water. Waves rushed up and receded, and a person suddenly appeared on the beach. The little highness became wary, squinting to scrutinize him, only to see this man simply picking up a red shell washed ashore. Clad in a dark green robe, with skin as white as snow, his eyes lacked any hint of vitality. Feeling his gaze, the man turned and gave him a brief glance. A celestial? Curious, the little highness moved closer, smelling the divine aura, and tilted his head confusedly. "Shouldn't celestials live in the ninth heaven? Why do you live in the sea?" The man didn't reply, only caressed the red shell in his hand, then glanced at the other side of the shore. "Can you help me with something?" The little highness was bewildered. Then a shell was pressed into his hand. "On that part of the shore, there'll be a sister with purple eyes who is looking for this red shell," he said softly. "Give it to her and don't say you saw me." Puzzled, the little highness frowned. "Why? You found it, not me. If I give it to her, wouldn't I be taking credit?" "It doesn't matter." The man answered indifferently. "You're helping me." At 8 years old, the little highness didn't understand adult emotions. He looked at the man, feeling heavy-hearted, like a stone pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Why are you so sad?" he asked. The man chuckled lightly, a trace of disdain in his brows. "Why should I be sad? Life is just fine now, quiet and undisturbed while I cultivate. In another 300 years, I can challenge Barak again. But, interrupting him, the little highness asserted, you are sad. The man fell silent, suddenly seeming very weary. Lowering his eyes, he waved him off and then disappeared with the waves. Holding the red shell, the little highness pouted but still waited on the other side of the shore as instructed. Soon enough, a woman with purple eyes appeared by the sea, her long black hair cascading down, her expression cold. She searched anxiously through the seashells on the beach. Little Hay immediately handed her the shell. Your Highness. Gabby was surprised. Why are you here? Pausing, she noticed the object in his hand, startled. How did it end up in your hands? Little Hay wanted to honor the man's request but felt lying was wrong. Scratching his head, he decided to tell the truth. I ran away to play in the water and met a 10,000-year-old celestial living in the sea who knows my dad. He isn't in a great mood and found this shell for me to give you before leaving. Gabby's eyelids drooped, her expression melancholy. Her dragon palace was separated from Shiloh's residence by a sea trench, which even the lightest fish couldn't safely swim across. Over the years, he had helped her many times but never visited her once. Better not to see him, even if it meant never in a lifetime, it might be for the best. Taking the red shell, Gabby smiled and patted Little Hay's head. Ilua's birthday is coming soon. You should return early. The little highness paused, suddenly recalling, yes, Mother's birthday was approaching. Though birthdays came every year, this time Mother would miss him dearly. Then I shall take my leave. He bid farewell to Gabby in a proper manner. Gabby watched him leave with a smile, her thumb caressing the red shell before slowly placing it back in her hair. She stood by the sea for a little while longer, then dove back into the ocean. The sound of waves could swallow anything, including heavy sighs. The slaughter phoenix blade carried the little highness flying at great speed. The seawater rose and fell behind them, gradually fading into a calm expanse of blue. The trinkets bought from the human world were bundled up and jingled as they collided. The little highness felt the warm wind, suddenly inspired with an ambition. He needed to grow up quickly. When he grew up, he would help his mother with all those miscellaneous matters so she could have more time to walk around. But, not helping father. He was too strict. Clouds parted, and the commotion on the ninth heaven grew louder. The immortals were preparing for a celestial's birthday celebration, and the aroma of food could be smelled even from 2 heavens away. Eula stood on the viewing terrace, seeing the returning firelight from afar, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She pinched the person beside her playfully. Don't be so strict next time. Barak frowned from being pinched. Where am I strict? You're strict to everyone except me. Eula pouted. With a light snort, Barak didn't want to argue with this cheeky little one who was taking advantage of him. He reached out to rub the back of her head and placed a kiss on her forehead. To him, no one else mattered except for her. The end.